The portal to a different dimension has opened, and the alternate world begins to merge with the modern realm. At the end of the month, Chen Nian is conducting an online class for his students. The Marvel universe from an alternate reality has arrived, and Chen Nian finds himself bound by a system, awakening with the extraordinary ability of Venom. However, just as he transforms into Venom, his internet connection falters. The students exclaim, "Oh, this cursed network. Has it really turned our teacher into Venom?" The next day's news headlines declare, at the intersection of Chenghai Street in Chenghai City, a man spontaneously combusts, suspected to be the awakening of a One Piece character, a user of the flame fruit. Wild Ultraman spotted in Antarctica. Satellites capture an image of a bald figure clad in a cloak atop Mount Everest, appearing rather dim-witted. Chapter 1. The dimension opens, the other world arrives. In Blue Star, Longhua, Chenghai City, within a modest rental apartment, stands a man of perfect stature and striking looks, grooming his hair in front of a mirror. His name is Chen Nian, a professor in the finance department at Chenghai University. Today is May 28th. At the end of each month, Chen Nian holds an online class to instruct his students on sound financial practices. As the time for the online session approaches, Chen Nian stands before the mirror, adjusting his appearance. Standing at 1.83 meters tall, clad in a suit, he knows he captivates the attention of any girl who sees him. Truly dashing. He muses, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he settles in front of his computer to commence the day's lecture. He logs into the Chenghai University Finance Department's official website, clicks on the live tutorial, and his handsome visage promptly appears in the lower left corner of the screen. Swiftly, he shares the live stream in the class group chat for the 2018 finance cohort, accompanied by a message, "Students, the monthly online class has commenced. Today we will discuss the 3 pillars of finance: investment, banking, and insurance. Knowledge gained is wealth earned, so join in. This will be beneficial for your internships post-graduation." After sending the message, the lurking students promptly begin to engage. Lin Xingxua, whether or not I attend class is irrelevant, I just want to see our handsome teacher. Hee. Wang Mingming. Hey, Chen Nian, with your looks, why don't you have a girlfriend? You're tempting all the girls at our school. Lu Yu, I seriously suspect that Professor Chen prefers men. Wang Long, what class? Does Wang Ershio need money? I'm not attending, let's team up for some gaming instead. I'm invincible with Garen. Li Fengyuan. Wang Long, if you screw me over again, they'll come to your house and take you down. Watching the barrage of messages from his students, Chen Nian feels a wave of frustration wash over him. Youth spoiled by wealth and yet to face the world. They won't listen to my lecture, and I cannot compel them, he sighs. Ironically, the female students, drawn by his charm, flock to his live stream, not to engage in financial discourse, but to gossip and admire his looks. Chen Nian, however, remains indifferent, aware that his obligation is to deliver 2 hours of online instruction each month as mandated by the university president. Failure to comply results in salary deductions. With a base salary of 8,000 yuan per month, alongside bonuses, he accumulates approximately 130,000 yuan annually. Yet, in a first-tier city like Shanghai, even that amount is insufficient to purchase a modest home. Soon enough, students from the finance department begin to populate Chen Nian's live stream, stabilizing the attendance at 38, with 4 still absent. Wang Mingming, please take note of the names of those 4 who haven't joined, and send them to me after class. Wang Mingming, got it, teacher. Already on it. All right, let's begin the lecture. The finance industry is fundamentally linked to the economy. Today, we'll first discuss the banking sector. As the live stream commences, Chen Nian elaborates on financial matters while students continue to chat about the latest gossip in the chat room. He has grown accustomed to such distractions. Suddenly, a message pops up from a student. Li Fengyuan, have you all heard? Yesterday's headlines reported that a man spontaneously combusted while walking down the street, with no warning. Wang Long, yeah, I saw that news too, it must be fake, sensationalist clickbait. Wang Mingming, you two should pay attention, Professor Chen is teaching right now. No off-topic discussions. Li Fengyuan, I can't stand hypocritical women. It's fine for you to gossip, but we can't talk about mutations? Lu Yu, how did that man spontaneously combust? Why? Give us an explanation. Wang Long, maybe he ate the flame fruit? Lin Xingxua, what are you talking about? That's from the One Piece world, it can't be compared to ours. Wang Long, I've figured it out, he's fireman. Lin Xingxua, Wang Long, could you please stop being so juvenile? Li Fengyuan, the recent headlines have been rather bizarre. Just a few days ago they reported on a frozen person in the South City Sea, and now a spontaneously combusting man. Wang Long, That's nothing. I saw a news report yesterday claiming that Ultraman was spotted in Antarctica. Observing his students chatter, Chen Nian finds it increasingly difficult to continue his lecture. While he attempts to discuss finance, they are preoccupied with tales of mutants, spontaneous combustion, and Ultraman. All right, everyone, cease these off-topic discussions. Let's take a 10-minute break. We will resume with financial investments shortly. With a resigned sigh, Chen Nian leans back in his chair and takes a sip from his teacup. He too has seen the stories circulating in the news, but he dismisses them as mere sensationalism crafted to attract clicks. After all, who would believe in Ultraman? Just as he sets down his cup, a flash of blue light flickers before his eyes, and a strange, mechanical voice resonates within his mind. Ding! The interdimensional world has opened. Ding! The alternate world, Marvel Universe, is merging with the primary world. Ding! Character cards have arrived. Ding! Please select your character card. Buzz. Snapped back to reality, Chen Nian's mind buzzes with confusion. What is happening? An interdimensional world has arrived, merging with his own, and it's the Marvel Universe? Before him, 3 golden cards are presented, their faces turned away. The system claims these are character cards, yet Chen Nian cannot discern their identities, leaving him with no choice but to select one at random. Furrowing his brow, he contemplates for a moment, but gradually begins to accept this bizarre reality. With the system's arrival and the emergence of an interdimensional world, selecting a character card must grant him their abilities. Who, he wonders, is the strongest in the Marvel Universe? Thor, Thanos, Captain Marvel, the Hulk? Very well, I shall choose Thanos. Come forth, Thanos. With that, Chen Nian selects the second golden card. Buzz as the card flipped, a figure entirely cloaked in darkness, with elongated white fangs and a tongue of deep crimson laid bare, materialized before Chen Nian. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the character, Venom. Ding! The character is merging with the host. Ding! The dimension is closing, and the new world Marvel Universe is merging with the main world. The voice of the system finally ceased. Chen Nian gradually emerged from his state of shock. Marvel World? Venom? Does this mean I now possess the abilities of Venom? He slowly raised his arm. Suddenly, a surge of black viscous liquid began to seep from his skin, enveloping him tightly. A wave of insatiable, bloodthirsty emotions flooded Chen Nian's mind in an instant. Chapter 2. The Internet transforms the teacher into Venom? Chen Nian clenched his fists tightly. The black goo swiftly spread across his entire body. At this moment, he was no longer the suave and charming teacher. Instead, he had become a figure shrouded in darkness, with large eyes, sharp teeth, and a long tongue. Venom. With a tremendous roar, Chen Nian unleashed his mental power, causing even the internet to stutter. Then, a peculiar scene unfolded. In the live broadcast room of the 18th grade finance department at Chenghai University, the internet suddenly lagged. The lecturer appeared to be frozen in an unrecognizable state. Contrarily, the students in the live room began to murmur among themselves. Li Fengyuan. What the hell? Why is the internet lagging? How are we supposed to attend class now? Forget it, I'm off to play games. Lin Qingxue, something's off. Look at Teacher Chun. Why does his face look so dark? And those teeth, that tongue, what on earth is happening? Wang Long, damn this wretched internet. Did it really turn my Teacher Chun into Venom? Lu Yu, Wang Long, haha, now that you mention it, Teacher Chun does look like Venom. I'm dying of laughter. Wang Mingming, help, this is hilarious. How did the internet lag turn Teacher Chun into Venom? I have to screenshot this and post it on the school forum. Li Fengyuan, right? This is too funny. He Chun, hearing you guys, am suddenly energized. Wang Long, but is there a chance that our Teacher Chun is truly the embodiment of Venom? Wang Mingming, Wang Long, don't scare me. Our Teacher Chun is too handsome to be Venom. Li Fengyuan, what if it's true? That's a thought-provoking question. Wang Long, indeed, it's too similar. The internet lag couldn't possibly morph someone into Venom, could it? Lin Qingxue, then why not the Hulk? Or Spider-Man? Wang Long, you'll have to ask Teacher Chen about that. Ding, astonishment from Wang Mingming, shock value 10. Ding, wonder from Wang Long, shock value 12. Ding, astonishment from Li Fengyuan, shock value 15. Shock value? Is this the method to acquire shock value? By causing emotional fluctuations in others through one's actions? In his rented apartment, Chen Nian exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, I need to revert from this Venom form quickly. He concentrated, attempting to control the black goo enveloping him. He aimed to conceal it beneath the outer layer of his skin. As this was his first transformation, Chen Nian found it challenging to adapt to the shift in identity. He needed to familiarize himself with this new persona repeatedly to master the transformation into Venom. After immense effort, he finally succeeded in retracting the Venom form. The black goo gradually receded beneath his skin. Regaining his composure, Chen Nian was already drenched in sweat. He lifted the teacup from his desk and gulped down the tea. Simultaneously, the internet in the live broadcast room returned to normal. Oh no, I was live streaming? Did my transformation into Venom already expose me to the students? Chen Nian hastily checked the chat records. He discovered that they believed the internet lag had turned him into Venom. So they were unaware that Chen Nian was indeed Venom in disguise, attributing it all to the internet issues? Seeing this, Chen Nian felt a wave of relief. All right, students, the break is over, let's resume class. Wang Long. Teacher Chen, you just turned into Venom, did you know that? Chen Nian replied, I kindly ask everyone not to discuss Venom. Internet lags are quite normal. Wang Long. Teacher, I still suspect you are Venom. Wang Long. Chen Nian's temper flared suddenly, and his pupils narrowed to pinpoints. Faintly, black goo began to seep from his skin once more. Chen Nian hastily reined in his emotions, suppressing the black liquid. Wow, it seems I can't lose my temper from now on. I turn into Venom when I get angry? Chen Nian muttered to himself, regaining his composure before continuing the online class. Meanwhile, the students in the live broadcast room were too preoccupied to pay attention to the lesson. They remained logged in, posting screenshots of the earlier incident where Chen Nian had been transformed into Venom on the Chenghai University social forum. This mischief was undoubtedly orchestrated by Wang Long. Li Fengyuan, Lin Qingxue, and others were also complicit, inciting the chaos. Wang Long promptly posted an article on the Chenghai University forum. The content, accompanied by his previous screenshots, read, Title: In the 18th grade Finance Department live class, the internet lag caused the lecturer to become Venom? Content: At 2:08 p.m. today, I was about to play Master W. Garen, but the idiot Li Fengyuan insisted I attend the online class at exactly 3 p.m. The class suddenly lagged, and I saw my teacher turn into Venom. Haha, nailed it. Wang Long chuckled triumphantly at his computer desk. He pressed the send button, dispatching the article to the Chenghai University forum. Then, he returned to the live broadcast room and typed, The article has been sent out, everyone. Hurry to the forum and comment. Wang Long. Look at the other departments, they're always creating buzz about their teachers to gain traction. We can't let Teacher Chen fall behind. Lu Yu. Yes, let's make Teacher Chen the brightest star in our school, showcasing his charm to everyone. Li Fengyuan. I'm out, heading to the forum to leave comments, haha. Returning to Chen Nian, once the online class concluded, he quickly closed the live room, exhaling a sigh of relief. He picked up the teacup on his desk and took a sip of tea. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding, astonishment from Su Shui, shock value 10. Ding, surprise from Mo Huanxin, shock value 12. Ding, astonishment from Cheng Long, shock value 12. Where were these shock values coming from? Chen Nian set down his teacup, pondering deeply. Had his students truly posted screenshots of him as Venom from the online class on the school forum? Without delay, he logged into the Chenghai University social forum. And indeed, it was as he suspected, today's trending topic 1, the financial department's class of 2018 online lecture, internet lagging, and the teacher appears to be stuck like Venom? Surely, this must be the handiwork of Wang Long. Chen Nian hurriedly clicked on the post to take a look. Total views, 128,280. Shares, 3,203. Comments, 1,982. What? It's only been an hour, and there are already over 3,000 shares and more than 120,000 views? Chen Nian exclaimed in astonishment. It must be said, in this globally interconnected digital age, achieving fame has become remarkably effortless. The speed at which information spreads is astonishing. It is akin to broadcasting a live stream of yourself eating snacks in the restroom today, and by tomorrow, you have captured the attention of the entire internet. This is a true story. Could it be? Is he truly on the verge of becoming famous? But this is merely a case of internet lag, resulting in a peculiar phenomenon. Surely, the students cannot take it seriously? With that, Chen Nian began to peruse the comments. A pig's head. Haha, this is hilarious. I can't stop laughing. Can it really make the teacher appear like Venom? I must say, the student who captured this screenshot is truly talented. Lover of beef jerky, Main W. Garen? Even dogs would shake their heads. Li Fengyuan, you are about to become famous, do you realize? Fortune doll number 7. I wish to know who this teacher, resembling Venom due to internet lag, is. I would love to attend his lecture. Wang Long replied. It's our very own teacher Chen Nian, the handsome teacher, Chen Nian. Xiao Yuan. Is it possible that this teacher is truly Venom? That year in the southern country during clear autumn, I'm a bit anxious. Why do we keep seeing these bizarre news stories lately? Dreaming of Lulan. Fear not, it's all just a fabrication. Chapter 3. On Mount Everest, is there a caped bald man? Seeing that his classmates maintained a demeanor of skepticism and amusement, Chen Nian felt reassured. He closed his computer and slowly approached the mirror, his gaze deepening as he exerted a slight force. Instantly, the black viscous substance spread from beneath his skin throughout his entire body. Chen Nian opened his mouth wide, revealing a crimson tongue that writhed with abandon. Indeed, it resembled the symbiote Venom from the Marvel Universe. What abilities do I possess now? Chen Nian activated the system for further examination. Interdimensional role-playing system. Host, Chen Nian. Realm, 2-star Yuan Yo. Identity, Venom. Shock value, 8,200 points. Speed, 580 strength, 530 defense, 2,000 skills. Morphing, enhanced senses, ability absorption, neural overload. Remarkably, due to Wang Long posting an image of Chen Nian as Venom on the campus forum, he had amassed 8,200 shock points within just over an hour. Some classmates were genuinely frightened by the image, contributing to shock value, while others merely viewed it for entertainment, thus experiencing no significant emotional reaction. However, it must be noted that with this peculiar ability, Chen Nian had acquired a mobile power bank, ready to replenish his shock value at any moment. Subsequently, Chen Nian reviewed Venom's skill attributes once more. Skill overview. Morphing, the ability to alter one's physical form into any shape. Enhanced senses, the capacity to foresee impending danger. Ability absorption, the power to absorb others' abilities through Venom for personal use. Neural overload, activating this skill triples speed for 1 hour. Side effect, brief loss of control due to brain overload. Thus it became clear, Venom could absorb others' powers, provided he could defeat them first. The system indicated that the Marvel Universe was merging with their primary world. Since I have transformed into Venom, it stands to reason that others might become the Hulk, Thor, Iron Man, or even Thanos. Furthermore, could there be other interdimensional worlds that have fused with the primary world prior to this? The spontaneous combustion person reported in the news. Did they truly consume the flame fruit and unlock the Ace template? What about the Ultraman from Antarctica? Please don't tell me that S real too. Standing before the mirror, Chen Nian began to speak, contemplating aloud. At this moment, he was analyzing the current state of the world. As per the news reports, at least 3 interdimensional realms had merged with Chen Nian's primary world. The first was the world of One Piece. The second was the Ultraman universe. The third was the Marvel world that had descended today. Of course, this assumes that all the news reports are indeed truthful. Thus, it can be said that this world is fraught with danger, teeming with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities, merely concealed from the public eye. In light of this, my own powers as Venom may not seem particularly formidable. Indeed, it is prudent to bide my time and develop my skills in a discreet manner, Chen Nian murmured to himself. With that, he resumed familiarizing himself with Venom's new identity, deftly manipulating the transformations of his form and analyzing the usage of the system. System, may I inquire if all individuals chosen by interdimensional characters possess a system? Chen Nian asked. The cool, electronic voice responded, to report to the host, this system is singular. That brings me comfort. Chen Nian exhaled in relief. With a system at his disposal, he could gain an advantage. After all, how else could he triumph over the likes of Thanos? System, what purpose does this shock value serve? Chen Nian inquired once more. The system answered, to report to the host. You may utilize shock value to enhance your power level and summon your additional character cards. 50,000 shock points will allow you to randomly draw 1 interdimensional character card. Oh, in that case, this seems quite straightforward. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Chen Nian's face. Meanwhile, in the heart of Chenghai City at the Starlight Technology Building, a tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful young woman sat at her computer desk, perusing documents. With long hair cascading down her back, her alluring figure was accentuated by striking blue irises that were intently focused on the computer screen. She swiftly flipped through the news reports of the day, bizarre images appearing before her eyes. On March 28th, a 5-star primordial cow, interdimensional awakener, was spotted in Beihai, suspected to be a marine creature, identity unknown. On March 30th, a splitter emerged in Qingzhou, one who could survive decapitation. On May 20th, a spontaneous combustion fireman was discovered at the intersection of Longhe Street in Chenghai City, suspected to be an interdimensional pirate king, awakened by the flame fruit. On May 27th, a wild Ultraman was spotted in Antarctica. On the evening of May 27th, satellites captured an image of a bald figure in a cloak atop Mount Everest, appearing rather dim-witted. As the beautiful young woman continued to sift through the materials, she muttered to herself, "At present, several interdimensional worlds have already merged with our primary reality. Moreover, the number of awakened individuals is on the rise. This information is classified. The higher-ups in Dragon Country absolutely forbid us from leaking it, lest it incite global panic. Which world will be the next to open its interdimensional gate and merge with our main reality? If I discover an awakened individual from that world, I must swiftly recruit them into our Starlight Technology Company. They must not be claimed by others, nor allowed to join the evil legion." After organizing the documents, the beautiful young woman let out a soft sigh. In this world, which appears beautiful on the surface, lies a hidden complexity. Were it not for the righteous abilities of certain individuals protecting this world, humanity itself might face catastrophic consequences. At that moment, a burly man clad in a suit, adorned with a tie and wearing polished black leather shoes, sprinted swiftly to the side of the beautiful young lady. In his hands, he held a laptop and exclaimed, "Miss, something is amiss. A new type of awakened superhuman has seemingly re-emerged in Chenghai City." "Look, what? A new type?" The young lady's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she leaned in hastily to take a closer look. On the screen appeared an image of a bizarre creature, instructing students in an online class. The young lady's pupils dilated, and she uttered, "Isn't that Venom from the Marvel Universe?" "Indeed, it is Venom. Where did you acquire this information?" "I saw it on the Chenghai University social forum. It has gone viral across various platforms, with headlines proclaiming that their teacher, during an online class, suddenly froze, transforming into Venom." The man in the suit could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. However, the young lady's expression turned grave as she stated, "Alan, cease your laughter. If this individual is truly Venom, it would signify that the Marvel Universe is beginning to merge with our own. This world is on the brink of producing a new cohort of formidable superhumans, is it not?" "Indeed, miss," replied the man in the suit. The young lady nodded, continuing, "The Marvel Universe has been classified as a Class A alternate dimension by international agencies, teeming with an abundance of superpowered individuals. If my assumptions hold true, the nefarious organization, Serpent River, must have already commenced their operations. They will hunt down all those who awaken the powers of Marvel characters, eliminating them and extracting their spinal marrow to seize their abilities. This is a perilous warning. They are indeed capable of murder." "Yes, what should we do now, miss?" Alan inquired. The young lady leaned her hands on the desk, stating, "Alan, please gather the identity information of this Venom awakened individual and send it to me after dinner. Chenghai University, Finance Department? Isn't that my alma mater?" "Yes, miss. I will compile the information for you immediately." With that, Alan set about organizing the data while seated beside the young lady. Her name was Wang Aming, the eldest daughter of the wealthiest man in Shanghai and the chairman of Starlight Technology Company, Limited. In this fantastical world, where many peculiar events transpired, Wang Aming had been dealing with alternate dimensions from a young age. Moreover, within Starlight Technology Company, Limited, there existed dozens of powerful, awakened individuals. While the company ostensibly focused on technology, its true mission was to safeguard the peace of the Dragon Kingdom. Much like some individuals who appear to be teachers yet are, in reality, Venom. Chapter 4. Dare to offend Chen Nian? You are left with nothing. All set. Miss, it has been sent to your email. In the expansive technology laboratory, Alan informed Wang Aming, who sat to his right. "All right, I understand." Wang Aming nodded slightly. Before long, she opened the documents Alan had sent her. Chen Nian, 24 years old, hailing from Chenghai City, currently serves as an instructor in the finance department at Chenghai University. Chen Nian? I know him. Isn't he the handsome teacher that Hong Xuanji introduced to me? To think he is an awakened symbiote. Wang Aming was taken aback. Ahem, it could also be a fabrication. But what if the image is genuine? Alan remarked. Regardless of its authenticity, I must return to the university to verify if Chen Nian is indeed an awakened symbiote. He will surely attract the attention of the Saiha organization, placing him in peril. Should the blood essence of the symbiote fall into the hands of the Chenghai organization, it poses a threat to us as well. After all, Chen Nian has yet to mature. His strength is insufficient for self-defense. Indeed, miss. Then tomorrow, I shall accompany you to Chenghai University. Very well. With your presence, I feel more at ease. Wang Aming nodded slightly, returning to Chen Nian after a night of slumber. He awoke the next day and began to familiarize himself with the symbiote's abilities. Standing before the mirror, he felt a slight surge of anger, and the black viscous substance swiftly enveloped his head. A scarlet tongue flickered incessantly. It seems everything is indeed true. Chen Nian murmured softly, then withdrew from the symbiotic form. He opened the system interface and was astonished to find that his shock value had accumulated to over 35,000 points. This was all due to the forum posts by Wang Long, which had generated such a considerable shock value. After freshening up and donning a suit, Chen Nian casually consumed a light breakfast before heading to his classes at Chenghai University. It was Friday, and Chen Nian had 2 classes scheduled. Upon his arrival at the university, he immediately attracted the attention of a throng of students. Wow, it's teacher Chen Nian. So handsome. Ding. Admiration from Su Qingqing. Shock value 30. Does he even have a girlfriend? Such a perfect man is like a firefly in the night. So remarkable, so distinct. I heard teacher Chen Nian had a web class yesterday and turned into a symbiote. The entire internet is abuzz. It's hilarious. Yet this does not diminish teacher Chen Nian's handsomeness. Even if he is a symbiote, I would still wish to have his children. Stop daydreaming. How could teacher Chen Nian be someone you could aspire to? Hearing the discussions among his classmates, Chen Nian felt quite disheartened. Despite being recognized as the most handsome teacher in the school, they merely spoke of admiration without taking action to express their feelings. If only they were more proactive, they wouldn't remain single. Good morning, teacher Chen Nian. This is a heartfelt breakfast I prepared for you. Please enjoy. Suddenly, a girl dressed in a uniform approached Chen Nian, holding a thoughtful breakfast. Chen Nian smiled gently, like a breath of spring. Ah, so handsome. The girl's face flushed with infatuation. Ding! Surprise admiration from Wu Kamei. Shock value 35. Chen Nian shook his head and said, no, thank you. I've already eaten. Teacher Chen Nian, this is a handwritten greeting card for me, along with some flowers. Please accept it. Another beautiful girl stepped forward. Chen Nian smiled at her, but continued to decline, saying, I appreciate your kindness, but I must attend class now. Wow, he smiled at me. What a blissful day. Ah, teacher Chen Nian is so handsome. Ding, a message from Lin Yuan. Excitement level at 40. Chen Nian realized that the astonishment generated from face-to-face encounters seemed to surpass the gained online. Thus, he walked into the teaching building surrounded by a group of girls, his mind flooded with accumulating astonishment values. Yet, Chen Nian had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. However, these were merely infatuated girls, not true love. If Chen Nian truly desired to deceive their affections, he could easily do so. Upon entering the classroom of the 18th grade finance department, the once lively atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. The classmates collectively stared wide-eyed at Chen Nian. He touched his face and inquired, what is wrong? Is there something on my face? No, teacher Chen Nian, you simply look even more handsome today, haha. A bespectacled boy with a mushroom haircut grinned widely. He was Wang Long, the cheeky fellow who played Garen in the top lane. It was he who posted on the forum yesterday. Beside Wang Long, Lin Qingxue chimed in, teacher Chen Nian, who didn't bring a bouquet of flowers to class today? How peculiar. That was my choice. The new school regulation prohibits teachers from accepting gifts from students. Chen Nian replied. Lin Qingxue responded, I see. This rule was specially crafted by the principal for teacher Chen Nian. Since they cannot receive gifts, they're filled with envy. Wang Long added, indeed, it's utterly infuriating. I couldn't even enjoy any snacks. Lu Yu shot Wang Long a glare and retorted, how dare you say that? The snacks given to teacher Chen Nian were secretly consumed by you. You waste. And playing Garen in the top lane? You don't even know which skills to use. You can't even step out of the tower, you little trash. Lu Yu unleashed a barrage of scolding upon Wang. Long chuckled sheepishly. Huh, tough girl. Are you blaming me because you couldn't get teacher Chen Nian's snacks? Say that again. Four-eyed mushroom head? Are you itching for fight? Lu Yu glared at Wang Long, who instantly fell silent. Only Lu Yu could berate Wang Long for his cheeky demeanor. Moreover, Lu Yu came from a wealthier family than Wang Long's. Her father was the chairman of a publicly listed company, which made Wang Long even more reluctant to provoke her. Wang Long. The post you made about teacher Chen Nian becoming a sensation has garnered an astounding 80,000 shares and over 2 million views. Teacher Chen Nian is truly on the verge of becoming famous. I've even set teacher Chen Nian's image as my profile picture. Suddenly, within the classroom, a derisive chuckle echoed. The students turned their gaze to the source, a particularly lewdly grinning boy named Li Fengyuan. Wang Long immediately retorted, "Beast, can't you find it online yourself? How dare you use teacher Chen Nian's Venom as your avatar? Are you not afraid of being mercilessly ridiculed by the girls in our school?" Li Fengyuan scoffed disdainfully and replied, "Why panic? I happen to crave affection. I welcome those adorable girls to unleash their wrath upon me. Let them pound their little fists against my chest. Ugh, I feel nauseous. Why don't you just disappear? Teacher, I wish to change my seat. I no longer want to sit next to Li Fengyuan." The classmates surrounding Li Fengyuan wore expressions of utter disdain. Chen Nian was accustomed to such scenes. These students, lively and spirited, loved to jest. Despite their affluent backgrounds, they held a profound respect for Chen Nian. After all, who would wish to face the wrath of a school-wide ridicule? It was rumored that when the former vice principal bullied Chen Nian, his car tires were mysteriously punctured that very night. After repairs, they were punctured again. Following another repair, the vice principal affixed a notice on his car. "Whoever punctures my tires shall be expelled on the spot." Yet, soon, the steering wheel vanished, and the car body was stripped, leaving only the four wheels. Ultimately, the vice principal had to resort to riding a bicycle. The following day, only 2 wheels remained. The frame had been dismantled. All this occurred because he had offended Chen Nian, leading to his retribution from the infatuated schoolgirls, whose powerful and affluent families made even the vice principal hesitant to cross them. It was only after he personally apologized to Chen Nian that the matter was settled. Chapter 5. Venom. To watch or not to watch. "All right, class, let's quiet down. It's time for the lesson," Chen Nian announced. And regarding the network lag during yesterday's online class, there is no need to dwell on it. Network interruptions can lead to peculiar visuals. So let us focus on the lesson. With patience, Chen Nian explained. At that moment, Wang Long chimed in, "But teacher, after the lag yesterday, you look just like Venom. Were you truly possessed by Venom?" "Indeed, teacher, I too am curious," Lin Qingshu added. A group of students gazed at Chen Nian with wide eyes. With a wry smile, Chen Nian replied, "It's all a fabrication. I am not Venom." "Teacher, you said that the people of Longwa do not deceive one another." Wang Long persisted. Chen Nian thought to himself, "Stay composed. I must not reveal my true identity in anger." With a gentle smile, Chen Nian said, "Wang Long, I shall inform your father of your early departure from school and your absences. I will also mention how you were deceived by a man for 300,000 yuan. Please." "Teacher Chen Nian, I was mistaken." Wang Long trembled, promptly settling back into his seat. Ding! Wang Long's terror registered a shock value of 120. The sound of the system suddenly surged into Chen Nian's mind. "Oh, it seems that the greater the fright, the more astonishment one gains." Chen Nian's eyes brightened, and he nodded thoughtfully. "What, Wang Long, you were deceived by a man out of 300,000 yuan?" Chen Nian exclaimed. "Wang Long, please refrain from coming to my house to play games anymore. I genuinely fear for your life." In the back seat, Li Fengyuan's eyes widened, his face a mask of disbelief. The entire class turned their gaze towards Wang Long, revealing knowing smiles. "A man? Huh." Li scoffed derisively. Meanwhile, Wang Long's face flushed crimson, reaching down to his neck. "I'm normal, I'm not. I can't face anyone anymore." Before long, a class period concluded. Chen Nian tidied the books on his desk, closed his computer, and prepared to leave. He had another class in the afternoon, so he intended to rest in the office after lunch before teaching his students again. Tomorrow marked the weekend. Chen Nian also wished to search online to see if there were any organizations of awakened abilities in Chenghai City. If such groups existed, should he not explore them? At this moment, 4 unruly students appeared at the classroom door. Leading them was a boy with yellow hair, clad in ripped jeans and sporting earrings, his expression one of utter disdain. He cast a fleeting glance at Chen Nian before striding directly into the classroom. "Halt, Lu Hong! Why did you skip the online class yesterday, and why are you late today?" Chen Nian reprimanded them. The boy with yellow hair halted, turned to Chen Nian, and replied, "We were up all night playing games." "What is the problem, Teacher Chen? Anything wrong?" "Oh no, what is the matter, Teacher Venom, is there an issue? Lu Hong tilted his head, eyeing Chen Nian. Clearly, he had also seen the forum post made by Wang Long. Chen Nian smiled faintly and said, "Very well, you four. Come to my office." "Sure, we'll come. It's not like you can eat us." With that, Chen Nian walked ahead, followed by Lu Hong and his companions. These four were notorious bullies at Chenghai University, often looking down on others, relying on their wealthy and powerful families to skip Chen Nian's classes. Chen Nian initially did not wish to engage with them, but they had the audacity to call him Teacher Venom. Fine, Teacher Venom it is. Upon arriving at the office, Chen Nian took a seat at his desk. Apart from Chen Nian, only Lu Hong and his three unruly peers occupied the office. Lu Hong, hands shoved into his pockets, spoke with barely concealed impatience. "Just get to the point. I'm not afraid of you reporting me to my father. He can't control me. I'm his only son, and if he dares to hit me, I'll ensure he has no descendants." Such fierce words. Chen Nian clasped his hands together on the desk and asked, "I wonder, what kind of movies do you all enjoy watching?" Lu Hong chuckled and said, "Oh, Teacher Chen, are you inviting us to watch a movie? I must honor that invitation. When shall we go? Allow me to treat you." No, no, no. I insist on treating you." Chen Nian hurriedly interjected. Lu Hong continued, "But, Teacher Chen, what kind of movie do you enjoy? Perhaps Venom?" "Venom? You mean the one from Marvel?" "Indeed. Have you seen Venom 5? A warm smile graced Chen Nian's face. Lu Hong, taken aback, responded with confusion. "Venom 5? Has that movie been released? Where can we watch it?" "Right here." Chen Nian laughed. "How can we watch it here?" "There's no studio." The four of them looked around, increasingly puzzled. "Live broadcast. I shall present it to you now." With that, a flicker of anger crossed Chen Nian's eyes. In an instant, a pool of black, viscous liquid enveloped him entirely. Chen Nian opened his mouth wide, revealing a row of gleaming, white teeth. A long, crimson tongue lashed out, splattering the liquid. Grinning, Chen Nian exclaimed, "Live broadcast version of Venom 5. Are you interested?" At this point, Lu Hong and his companions stood utterly bewildered. After 3 seconds of silence, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from the office. "Oh my, it's really Venom? Mom, I want to go home. Help! I don't want to watch Venom 5. Run! Teacher Chen is Venom." Ding! Lu Heng's fright registered a shock value of 288. Ding! Wang Yuan's terror registered a shock value of 260. Ding! Huang Shanhu's fear registered a shock value of 250. In an instant, the four of them bolted. But Chen Nian would not allow them to escape. He transformed into a flowing stream, sliding along the wall to the office door. With a wide-open mouth, his gleaming white teeth rendered Lu Hong and his friends paralyzed with fear. "Venom Teacher. Oh no, Teacher Chen, we were wrong. We shall never dare to skip class again. Indeed, Teacher Chen, we never imagined you were truly Venom. Please don't eat us. We promise to be good students and pay attention in class." Ding! Lu Heng's pleas for mercy registered a shock value of 220. Ding! Huang Shanhu's pleas for mercy registered a shock value of 225. Kneeling on the ground, the four of them trembled as they begged for forgiveness. Who could have anticipated that their teacher was genuinely Venom, presenting a live broadcast of Venom 5 to them? Seeing their sincere remorse and collective admission of guilt, Chen Nian calmed his emotions and reverted to his charming, handsome self. Gazing at the four contrite students, Chen Nian felt a sense of satisfaction. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them. This is the hallmark of good students. I'm quite pleased. Now, make sure to attend class diligently and listen attentively. If anyone dares to skip class again, the teacher will invite them to watch Venom 5. You all should return to your lessons, and remember, do not reveal the teacher's identity. Otherwise, you will have to endure Venom 678. A new experience that promises to be even more thrilling. Chen Nian wore a face of stern kindness. Yes, yes, teacher, we shall leave at once." Lu Hong and the others quickly rose and dashed away. Watching their retreating figures and their repentant demeanor, Chen Nian felt a swell of pride. How wonderful it was to witness 4 wayward youths transformed and reformed through his guidance. Chapter 6. The second otherworldly character, Blood Red Sharingan, having educated the 4 students. Chen Nian returned to his office chair, thoroughly satisfied. The reformation of students was indeed a commendable achievement. However, what delighted Chen Nian even more was the substantial amount of shock value he had accumulated. Upon checking the system, he discovered that his shock value had reached a staggering total of 120,000 points. Indeed, The forum post by Wang Long had proven to be quite effective. Ding! Congratulations. Host, your shock value has surpassed 100,000 points. Would you like to expend 10,000 points to upgrade to the 3-star Yuan Yo realm? At that moment, Chen Nian was a 2-star Yuan Yo ability user, with speed and defense capabilities tenfold, even 100-fold, compared to an ordinary person. An upgrade would double his foundational abilities. In light of this, let us proceed with the upgrade. Very well, host. Ding. Congratulations on advancing to the 3-star Yuan Yo realm. Strength, 580. Speed, 580. Defense, 2,000. Chen Nian continued to examine the system. He found that to reach the 4-star Yuan Yo realm, he would require 15,000 points of shock value. Yet, he had a remaining total of 98,000 shock points. System, upgrade to the 4-star Yuan Yo realm. Chen Nian commanded. Very well, host. Upgrade complete. Upgrading to the 5-star Yuan Yo realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your advancement to the 5-star Yuan Yo realm, consuming 20,000 shock points. Remaining shock value, 57,800 points. That is sufficient. We can halt here. Chen Nian sat in his office chair, feeling a powerful force surging ceaselessly from within him. He opened the system once more. Otherworldly role-playing system. Host, Chen Nian. Realm, 5-star Yuan Yo. Character role, Venom. Shock value, 57,800 points. Speed, 4,352. Strength, 4,028. Defense, 16,000. Skills, morphing, supernatural senses, ability absorption, mainframe overload. Having advanced 3 levels, Chen Nian's realm had risen from 2-star Yuan Yo to 5-star Yuan Yo. His speed, strength, and defense had nearly multiplied tenfold. However, Chen Nian understood that as he progressed further, he would require even more shock value to elevate his powers. Yet at this moment, he wished to utilize the remaining shock value within the system to initiate a character card lottery. After all, the abilities of a single Venom were not particularly formidable. In order to survive in this peculiar world, Chen Nian must master the abilities of multiple otherworldly characters. System, activate the character lottery mode, he declared, taking a deep breath. Very well, host. It will cost you 50,000 points of astonishment. Spend it. With a chime, the character card lottery commenced. Please select your new character card. Suddenly, 3 golden cards appear before him, facing away. The thrill of the lottery was palpable, as one could never predict the character they would draw. It could be a formidable powerhouse from an alternate dimension or merely a supporting character. Ultimately, the outcome depended on luck. Let us go for the 3rd card. Chen Nian clicked on the 3rd card. The card slowly revealed itself. At the top, a black crow caught his eye, followed by the image of a strikingly handsome man wearing a conical hat and a crimson robe. His red eyes bore triangular hooks, and 2 deep tear marks were prominently etched on his face. Upon seeing this character card, Chen Nian's heart skipped a beat. Is this Uchiha Itachi? What a windfall. He felt an exhilarating rush. Uchiha Itachi is a character from the Naruto universe. While he may not be the strongest character among the Hokage, he certainly ranks within the top 10. With his Manjiki Sharingan, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, the Yada Mirror, and Susanoo, if brought into the real world, he would be akin to a cheat code. Ding. System notification. Due to the host's current low realm, only partial abilities of the character card Uchiha Itachi can be utilized. As the host's strength increases, the full potential of the character card will gradually be unlocked. The system's words held merit. If Chen Nian could wield Uchiha Itachi's complete powers right now, he would be virtually invincible in Chenghai City. Nevertheless, he was immensely pleased to have drawn this character card. After his excitement settled, the system indicated that he still had 7,800 points of astonishment remaining. Shortly thereafter, driven by public discourse from forum images, his astonishment points surged past 8,000. At this moment, Chen Nian had elevated his strength to 5-star Yuan Yo and acquired the character card of Uchiha Itachi. His next step was to accumulate more astonishment points to further enhance his power. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the office door. "Gumin," Chen Nian casually called out. In walked a charming girl dressed in Lolita fashion, her ponytail swaying gently as she approached him. Her cheeks flushed, and she cradled a delicate pink lunchbox in her hands. The Lolita girl shyly lowered her head and said, "Mr. Chen, this is the lunch I prepared for you. Please eat it." To her surprise, It was her admirer who had come. Witnessing this scene, Mr. Chen smiled gently, shaking his head softly. There's no need for that. Dear student, the school has regulations that prevent teachers from accepting gifts from students. Oh, but I made this with my own hands. Mr. Chen, I have liked you for a long time. Ever since the first day I set foot in this school and laid eyes on you, I've admired you. Goodness. Has a confession finally arrived? Mr. Chen felt a wave of emotion within him. Yet, alas, the girl was far too young. She hadn't even graduated from university. To pursue anything with her would be utterly inappropriate. Mr. Chen politely declined. Just as he was about to speak again, the Lolita girl unexpectedly leaped into his embrace. She perched herself on his lap, pleading, "Teacher, please agree to be with me, won't you? Dear student, please refrain from such behavior. This is the office. It would not be proper if other teachers were to see us." In shock, Mr. Chen urged the girl to calm down and act sensibly. However, the Lolita girl suddenly looked up, her gaze dreamy. "Mr. Chen, does that mean we should find another place to continue this?" No, you've misunderstood me." "But I haven't misunderstood." Mr. Chen, as she spoke, the delicate fingers of the girl wrapped around his neck. Her eyes clouded with longing as she leaned in closer to his face. My goodness, should he really indulge in such an unexpected advance? Just then, a sharp instinctual warning pierced through Mr. Chen's mind, flooding him with an overwhelming sense of danger, causing the hairs on his skin to stand on end. Had his heightened senses been triggered by some venomous threat? This was indeed a perilous situation. Could it be that this Lolita girl posed a risk? His eyes narrowed with resolve as he swiftly seized her wrists, executing a maneuver that pinned her firmly against the chair. Chapter 7. Is the Lolita a woman in a split mouth? "Ah, teacher, what are you doing? You're hurting me." The Lolita girl looked up with an expression of grievance, her eyes pleading. In stark contrast, Mr. Chen grinned, still pretending, "Are we?" "I'm not." The Lolita girl hastily protested. "Do you take me for a fool? You intend to harm me, don't you? An awakened ability user? What? You actually know my identity?" Upon hearing Mr. Chen utter the words awakened ability user, a look of astonishment finally crossed the Lolita's face. Ding! Surprise from Wu Xiaoqian. Shock value 180. Impossible. I've concealed my identity perfectly. How could you see through it? Wu Xiaoqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Chen tightened his grip on her arm, stating, "Indeed, your disguise was flawless, but do not forget my own identity and abilities. Ah, since it has come to this, I shall no longer pretend. In truth, I am the slit-mouthed woman from another realm. To be frank, I have consumed numerous beings with extraordinary abilities. Over the past 2 years, I have ascended from the lowest tier to the esteemed 2-star Origin Bull realm, and I refuse to believe you can rival me. Teacher Chen, surrender yourself to me." Ha ha ha. Underneath Chen, Wu Xiaoqian immediately adopted her alternate identity from the other world. A grin spread across her face, and the muscles beside her cheeks suddenly tore apart, revealing a row of ominous white teeth. Her eyes began to turn a ghastly shade of red. Her flowing hair danced in the wind, and her visage contorted into a terrifying grimace. "Ha ha ha. Let me consume you. Teacher Chen, my affection for you is genuine. If I do not devour you, I shall find no peace at night." Wu Xiaoqian laughed maniacally. From the very beginning, she had been plotting how to consume Chen. Just yesterday, she had seen on the campus forum that Teacher Chen from the 18th level finance department might possess the powers of a toxic entity. This revelation provided Wu Xiaoqian with an even more compelling justification for her intentions. After all, beings with extraordinary abilities evolve by consuming one another. If you do not consume those weaker than yourself today, tomorrow, you might very well find yourself on the menu. Come now, let me feast upon you, Teacher Chen. Underneath Chen, Wu Xiaoqian's strength surged exponentially. She nearly toppled him with her newfound power. Chen's gaze darkened as he shouted, a mass of pitch-black viscous substance suddenly enveloping him. "So, you consider yourself the slit-mouthed woman? Shall we compete on whose mouth is more pronounced, or whose teeth are sharper?" Chen opened his mouth wide, fangs bared, and a scarlet tongue flickered restlessly. Ding! From Wu Xiaoqian's terror, shock value, 200. Wu Xiaoqian's pupils dilated. Upon witnessing Chen's transformation, she realized a glaring truth. It seemed that their otherworldly powers did not exist on the same battlefield. She flailed her arms vigorously, but remained firmly pinned down by Chen, unable to budge an inch. "No, this is impossible. You have only recently acquired your extraordinary powers. How can you possess strength surpassing that of a 2-star origin bull? How can you suppress me? This is unjust. Why am I the slit-mouthed woman while you have assumed the identity of Marvel's Venom? I need your identity. I must consume you. With that, the slit-mouthed woman, Wu Xiaoqian, opened her mouth wide and began to gnaw at Chen's arm. She devoured the black, viscous substance voraciously, relishing every bite. You truly dare to eat? Chen immediately opened his mouth and took a substantial bite out of half of the slit-mouthed woman's face, tearing away a large chunk of flesh and swallowing it whole. Thus, they commenced a grotesque feast upon one another. However, the speed at which the slit-mouthed woman consumed her meal paled in comparison to Chen's. In less than half a minute, she had lost half of her shoulder to Chen's ravenous appetite. The girl, known as the slit-mouthed woman, felt a surge of anxiety. Something was amiss. Why did her body seem to diminish with each passing moment? If this continued, she would surely be devoured by Chen Nian. Overcome by fear, she hastily pleaded, "Teacher Chen Nian, I was wrong. I should not have set my sights on you. But I genuinely like you. I beg you, do not consume me. I do not wish to die. I have yet to experience love." Ding! The terror emanating from Wu Xiaoqian registered a shocking value of 220. "Please, Teacher Chen Nian, spare me. I am willing to serve you tirelessly. Whatever you desire, I will do it. Just please let me go." Upon uttering these words, Wu Xiaoqian immediately retracted her slit-mouthed woman form, reverting to her previous, seemingly harmless, adorable Lolita appearance. Her eyes were filled with dread as she gazed pitifully at Chen Nian. Chen Nian opened his mouth wide, but upon seeing the person beneath him had returned to her original form, he hesitated. After all, while he had no qualms about consuming extraordinary beings, he had to consider the implications of devouring a genuine human. Another bite, and he might inadvertently cause the demise of this young girl. With that thought, Chen Nian also retracted his venomous form. He licked his lips, rising from Wu Xiaoqian's side, his gaze cold and indifferent as he regarded the Lolita girl. "What is your name?" he inquired. I am Wu Xiaoqian, a sophomore in the music department," the Lolita responded, voice dripping with sorrow. Who could have imagined that such an adorable girl was, in fact, an extraordinary being? "How many have you consumed?" Chen Nian pressed further. Wu Xiaoqian shook her head, stating, "I have never eaten anyone. It is those extraordinary beings who sought to consume me first, only to be slain and devoured by me." "How do you explain today's events? Who sought to eat whom? Who was the one that was slain?" Chen Nian's gaze sharpened. Wu Xiaoqian hurriedly clarified, "Today was an accident. I merely admired you, Teacher Chen Nian, and intended to frighten you. I had no idea you truly possessed venom. Do you belong to an organization?" Chen Nian inquired. "No, I operate independently," Wu Xiaoqian replied. "Are you acquainted with other extraordinary beings?" "Yes, there are several at our school, but we agreed to keep our identities concealed. Otherwise, the consequences could be perilous. The Starlight Extraordinary Association would extract our abilities and imprison us." "So, the Starlight Extraordinary Association is an evil organization?" "No, they are a protective entity, but they only safeguard humans, neglecting beings like us. The River Association is the true malevolent organization. They not only kill, but specifically hunt extraordinary beings to plunder their dimensional abilities." "Then, are you sent by the River Association?" "No, I swear, I am not affiliated with the River Association. I am merely a struggling, extraordinary being, transforming with utmost caution, fearful of being discovered by nefarious individuals who might consume me." Through a series of inquiries, Chen Nian gleaned some information. He stroked his chin, pondering deeply. The Starlight Extraordinary Association and the River Organization. What connections lay between them? In the realm of extraordinary abilities, individuals engage in a peculiar form of consumption to elevate their own prowess. Just moments ago, Chen Nian discerned that after devouring half of Wu Xiaoqian's face and shoulder, his speed and defense had indeed improved by over 100 points. Consequently, he retrieved a bundle of hemp rope from beneath his desk and, without hesitation, bound Wu Xiaoqian's hands and feet, preemptively thwarting any potential assault from her. Chapter 8. Do you truly believe that Teacher Chen Nian is Venom? Please spare me. Teacher Chen Nian, I promise I will never harm you again. Wu Xiaoqian pleaded desperately. Yet, Chen Nian remained resolute in securing her limbs. I have a few more questions to pose. If you answer truthfully, I shan't lay a finger on you. However, should you dare deceive me, I regret to inform you that the belt shall be employed. With that, he unfastened his belt, casting a menacing glare at Wu Shaoqian. In dealing with such extraordinary beings, Chen Nian understood the necessity of caution. "Do not strike me, Teacher Chen Nian. I am terribly afraid of pain," she whimpered. "Well then, it all hinges on your obedience," Chen Nian replied with a grin, tugging at the belt in his hand. Meanwhile, Lu Hong and his companions found themselves in the office, coerced by Chen Nian to witness a screening of Venom 5. The four were left utterly stupefied, taking a considerable time to regain their composure. They dashed back to the classroom of the 18th level finance department, forced to watch Venom 5, the 8th chapter of the Mountain Village Old Corpse, the 9th installment of the Chainsaw Maniac. "Mother, I am terrified. I wish to return home," they gasped, nearly breathless, muttering odd phrases. "Hey, what is wrong with you for? Have you inhaled hydrogen peroxide?" Wang Long looked disdainfully at Lu Hong and his friends from his seat. Lu Yu furrowed her brow and remarked, "Lu Hong, Wan Yuan, Fang Chao, Huang Shanhu, what madness has overtaken you? Why are you howling like banshees?" Lu Hong sprang up from the floor, his eyes wide with terror. "You cannot possibly fathom it. Teacher Chen Yen is truly Venom. Just moments ago, he summoned us to the office for a reprimand, inquiring about our movie preferences. Then, he transformed into Venom right before our eyes to terrify us. It was utterly horrifying. Indeed, his skin was entirely black, his eyes the size of bananas, and his teeth longer than my legs." Wan Yuan chimed in. Yes, yes. And that crimson tongue was at least a meter long. Truly terrifying. Everything we say is genuine. Teacher Chen Nian is indeed Venom." Lu Hong and his friends animatedly recounted the scene they had witnessed in the office. However, silence enveloped the classroom, and after 3 seconds of stillness, a wave of uproarious laughter erupted, shaking the building. "Ha ha ha, you've made my day. Venom 5? Surely, you four cannot be serious. Bananas for eyes? Teeth longer than your legs? A tongue measuring 1 meter? How astute. Alas, how amusing." The image of Teacher Chen as Venom was merely a consequence of the streaming lag. Yet some truly believe he embodies that character. It is no wonder your academic performance falters. It appears your intellect is insufficient. Teacher Chen merely aims to frighten you, and you truly accept him as Venom? Wang Long and Li Fengyuan erupted in laughter, while Lin Qingxue and Wang Mengmeng grinned broadly, exposing their gums. Even the typically serious Lu Yu was unable to suppress her laughter, causing her chest to tremble. Observing their disbelief, Lu Hong continued to elaborate. "It is indeed true. If you doubt it, why not go and see for yourselves? I could create a disturbance in the office, transforming Teacher Chen into Venom before your eyes. Let us go then. Are you afraid?" Wang Long challenged. "I wager 10,000. Do you dare?" "I'll bet 20,000. Another chimed in. "I'll wager 5,000. In an instant, the skeptical students were eager to gamble with Lu Hong, betting on whether Teacher Chen was indeed Venom. Lu Heng's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Excellent. As long as you dare to wager, I shall accept. Come, let's venture to the office." "All right, let us go." With that, Lu Hong led the way. The entire cohort of finance students stealthily followed in his wake. "Shoo, move slowly. Keep your voices down, lest Teacher Chen hears and refrains from transforming for you." Lu Hong gestured for silence. "Understood. Hurry along." "Boy, who just touched my rear? I'm a man. Was that you, Wang Long? How could you possibly accuse me from 7 or 8 meters away? Enough of the bickering. If you continue, you can leave our group." Lu Yu exclaimed in frustration, prompting silence among the others as they bent forward to advance. A motley crew, sneaky and hesitant, they approached the classroom office window, sticking close to the wall. A few others concealed themselves at the back door, peering through the crack to observe the unfolding scene within. At that moment, they witnessed Teacher Chen binding a young girl to a chair, wielding a belt. "Speak, or I shall strike you." "Ah, please, no more. Teacher Chen, I have divulged all I can. I beg you, spare me. I'll do whatever you wish. Who else has such intentions towards me? There are many, but they lack the courage. Only I dared to come." The dialogue between Teacher Chen and the young girl echoed from the classroom, audible and visible. Outside the office, the students collectively widened their eyes in shock. "Oh my, Teacher Chen, what a spectacle. I cannot bear to look. I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. This is for real? Teacher Chen," they whispered among themselves, utterly astonished. The scene before them was truly terrifying. However, within the office, Chen Nian found himself feeling somewhat perplexed. For in his mind, the echoes of astonishment continued to resonate. Ding! From Wang Lingming's surprise, shock value, 150. Ding. From He Fan's astonishment, shock value, 160. Ding. From Wang Long's amazement, shock value, 190. Ding. From Lu Heng's dread, shock value, 200. To his astonishment, the sources of these shock values were none other than his own students, and their astonishment was quite significant. Thus, Chen Nian immediately utilized his extraordinary perception and turned to see that these students were all precariously perched at the window and door, clandestinely observing the events unfolding within. How audacious! These mischievous little rascals were eavesdropping outside. What you lot doing lurking out there? Lacking the courage to step inside, are you? With a commanding voice, Chen Nian bellowed towards the door. With a resounding crash, the door swung open, and a cluster of students tumbled to the ground in a heap. They collectively lifted their heads, wide-eyed and startled. Ahem, please continue, Teacher Chen. I won't disturb you anymore. My apologies, Teacher Chen. It's all Lu Heng's fault. He brought us to spy on Venom 5. Indeed, it's Lu Heng who spilled your secret, but rest assured, I won't utter a word. Quickly. Teacher Chen hasn't noticed me. We must flee. With that, the students outside bolted away. Chapter 9. The blood-curdling scream. Meanwhile, the students who had fallen at the door hastily turned to escape. Only Lu Heng remained, trapped beneath the weight of the others, his legs numb from the pressure. Wait for me. You can't leave me here. Lu Heng lamented, nearly in tears. By the time Lu Heng managed to rise, Chen Nian had already approached him and secured the office door. What's the matter, Lu Heng? Do you wish to see Venom 5 again? Chen Nian remarked with a cold smile. Lu Heng grinned sheepishly and hurriedly replied, No, you misunderstand me. It was Wang Long's idea. Oh, Wang Long. Yes. It was definitely him. Lu Heng insisted, hoping that Chen Nian would spare him. Well then, that is settled. May I leave now, Teacher Chen? Lu Heng asked, filled with trepidation. Not so fast. Why not have a seat before you go? Chen Nian suggested. Why sit? Lu Heng responded with a bitter laugh. Because Venom 6 is about to commence. Whether you wish to see or not, you must, Lu Heng. I'll help. Venom 6 is upon us. Lu Heng cried out. Teacher Chen, spare me. Ding. From Lu Heng's terror, shock value, 300. No, please help. The true Venom has arrived. What on earth is this? The third season of The Grinning Woman? Oh, mother, I wish to go home. Thus, the office echoed with Lu Heng's blood-curdling screams, while outside, Wang Long and He Lu Yu looked on, their faces reflecting relief. Listening to Lu Heng's terrified screams akin to a slaughtered pig, they felt fortunate for their swift escape. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have faced a severe reprimand from Chen Nian. Furthermore, they dared not expose Chen Nian's secrets, for the girls on campus would never believe that a handsome man, single for 25 years, could indulge in such frivolities. Additionally, those who spread rumors would suffer terrifying retribution from them. How dare that wretched Lu Heng deceive us? Indeed, if it weren't for him, we would not have uncovered teacher Chen Nian's secret. What nonsense about Venom 6? The third season of The Grudge Girl? What was he rambling about? Surely, he must have received a harsh lesson from teacher Chen Nian and is now speaking incoherently. Enough of this. Let's hasten back to the classroom for self-study. Everyone, do not utter a word about today's events, understood? Yes, class leader Lu Yu. Soon, the students returned to their classroom to study diligently. Meanwhile, in the office, Lu Heng's screams echoed like a slaughtered pig. 20 minutes later, Lu Heng finally returned to the classroom. His body trembled, his eyes vacant, and his spirit utterly depleted, as he continued to ramble nonsensically. Venom 6, transformation. Venom 7, it will possess. Venom 8, it will devour. The third season of The Grudge Girl, half a face gone. Shoulders drenched in blood, and bones protruding. Lu Heng mumbled to himself, his gaze unfocused, as he took his seat and obediently picked up a book to read. Hey, Lu Heng, you can't possibly be losing your mind, can you? Wang Long turned to look at Lu Heng behind him. Lu Heng hurriedly shook his head, saying no. I don't know anything. Please don't ask. I don't want to watch Venom 7. Please spare me. Oh, silly child, have you truly gone mad? But it's a rare sight. Only teacher Chen Nian could tame Lu Heng. Indeed, it's the first time I've seen him reading. Quite impressive. He has indeed made progress. Thus, they discussed among themselves. Returning to Chen Nian, after showing Lu Heng Venom 6, the lad became considerably subdued. Chen Nian had frightened him thoroughly, extracting over 5,000 points of shock value from him. By the end, Lu Heng appeared worn out, and Chen Nian, seeing it was sufficient, allowed him to return. This fellow, does he still dare to reveal his identity? He went to be scared to death. At that moment, Lolita Wu Shaoqian sat at her chair, grinning widely. Hee. Teacher Chen Nian, how was my performance of the Grudge Girl third season, just now? Not bad at all. Chen Nian nodded in approval. Wu Shaoqian continued. Aren't you worried that Lu Hong might expose our identities? Chen Nian replied. What is there to fear? Let him say whatever he likes. Unless he wishes to watch Venom 7. Then I shall perform the Grudge Girl fourth season for him, hee. Wu Shaoqian laughed again. May I take my leave now? Teacher Chen Nian? Wu Shaoqian asked tentatively. Chen Nian nodded slightly and said, All right, you may leave. However, it is imperative that you do not reveal my identity. Otherwise, you will become my nourishment. I understand, Teacher Chen, Wu Shaoqian replied, displaying an air of obedience as she nodded and gracefully walked away. All pertinent questions had been addressed, and keeping her there served no purpose, which is why Chen Nian allowed her to depart. After all, he had no intention of taking a life. A mere scare would suffice. As soon as Wu Shaoqian left, a woman of exquisite grace, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses and clad in high heels, entered with a measured elegance. She held a document in hand and placed it on the tumultuous desk before her. Casting a glance at Wu Shaoqian, she then sauntered over to take a seat beside Chen Nian's desk. Adjusting her glasses, she remarked, Teacher Chen, it seems you are quite the entertainer. Was it that student who was making a pig's cry just now? What was that about some Venom or the third season of the split-mouthed woman? Chen Nian remained composed and replied, Lu Hong from our class has skipped class again, so I concocted a story to frighten him. To elicit such a reaction, it must have been a rather convincing tale. Chen Nian smiled subtly, remaining silent. The woman, Zhao Hongxian, was the head of the 2018 finance department. She handed Chen Nian the neatly organized documents, saying, Teacher Chen, here are some market finance survey forms for you to review and share with the students. Thank you. Director Zhao. Chen Nian nodded slightly. How many times must I say this? You needn't call me Director Zhao. Just call me Hongxian. Addressing me formally makes it seem as though we are strangers. After all, we have known each other for 2 or 3 years now. Why do you maintain such distance? Flowers and leaves may not intertwine. Flowers enter golden pots, while leaves become dust. Chen Nian murmured. Zhao Hongxian paused, puzzled. Could you speak plainly? With a sigh, Chen Nian retorted, Am I to endure an annual salary of 130,000 yuan, unable to afford even a toilet in Chenghai City? Even if I saved every penny for 10 years, I would only have one. 3 million yuan, which is hardly enough for a house. How could I possibly marry you? What? Teacher Chen, are you saying you wish to marry me? The surprise from Zhao Hongxian registered a staggering shock value of 200. Upon hearing this, her face flushed crimson. Chen Nian continued, It was merely a metaphor. I lack the means to subject my partner to hardship. Do you understand? However, I am not lacking in finances. Zhao Hongxian replied with a gentle smile. On ordinary days, her demeanor was commanding and aloof, yet here she displayed a hint of feminine charm. Chen Nian shook his head once more, declaring, Material wealth is valuable, but spiritual enrichment holds greater importance. Indeed, I admire your ambition, and I hope that one day, when you achieve success, you might consider me. Oh no, you could very well consider me now. After speaking, Zhao Hongxuan's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she turned her head away, falling silent. She was well aware that Chen Nian was handsome and quite the catch. Observing the students at school, one can easily discern their enthusiasm as they gather around her, clamoring excitedly. The pink lunchboxes on the table are likely the heartfelt meals sent by that little sister again. Thus, Zhao Hongxian realized it was time for her to take the initiative. Chapter 10 today, as trending topic, Zhao Hongxian booted up her computer to begin processing academic documents for the finance department. In the past couple of days, her busy schedule had left her oblivious to the intriguing happenings on the school forum. Just then, an unexpected phone call interrupted her thoughts. She glanced at the caller ID and saw the name, Wang Anming. Oh, it's this girl. Zhao Hongxian chuckled as she answered the call. Hello, girl. What a surprise to receive a call from you. What's going on? Hongxian, I've made a significant discovery. It seems the new world of alternate dimensions, the Marvel Universe, has merged with our main world. A crisp and urgent voice resonated through the phone. Zhao Hongxian frowned and murmured softly, No way. The characters from a world of One Piece Haven Tea fully emerged yet. And now the Marvel Universe is here? How could it happen so quickly? I don't know. But if it's true, then the world may soon face another crisis of extraordinary abilities. Countless powerful Marvel characters could manifest within the Blue Star inhabitants. Who knows? Perhaps the person sitting next to you right now is Venom. Venom? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Zhao Hongxian glanced at Chen Nian and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chen Nian was startled. Why did this woman suddenly exclaim Venom? Did she discover his identity? Upon a closer look, he realized she was merely chatting with her friend on the phone. Listening intently, Chen Nian discerned that they were discussing extraordinary individuals. Could it be that Zhao Hongxian was also an awakened character from another dimension? This thought made him instantly alert. He recalled what the woman with the split mouth, Wu Xiaoqian, had said. Extraordinary beings evolve by devouring one another, and some tech companies had already developed technology to extract extraordinary blood marrow. They could siphon the marrow from your spine, stealing your extraordinary abilities. Abandoned, you would either perish or be left incapacitated. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongxian continued her conversation, reassuringly declaring, "Don't worry, Xiaoming. I'm perfectly safe. Teacher Chen Nian is here protecting me." "What? Is he your Department S instructor? Chen Nian?" "Yes, that SM. Is there a problem?" "Yes. You should check your school forum. Today's trending topic suggests that Teacher Chen Nian is the Venom character from the Marvel Universe. That's impossible. Xiaoming, don't scare me." As she spoke, Zhao Hongxian navigated her computer, opening the Chenghai University social forum. Today's trending topic: a certain teacher's online class was interrupted by a lag, causing him to appear as Venom, accompanied by a photo. "Ha, I can't breathe. Is that really Venom? How could it look so real, so similar? Teacher Chen Nian, is this picture really you?" Laughter erupted from Zhao Hongxian as she playfully patted Chen Nian's shoulder. Chen Nian responded with a smile, saying, "Indeed, this Venom is me." "Oh, are you truly Venom?" Zhao Hongxian turned to Chen Nian with curiosity. "Yes, I am genuinely Venom," Chen Nian replied, maintaining his composure, keen to observe Zhao Hongxuan's reaction. Their gazes locked in silence for a moment, and the atmosphere in the office shifted to one of quiet intensity. On the other end of the line, Wang Aming was taken aback, having heard Zhao Hongxian mention that Chen Nian was right beside her. Consequently, Wang Aming fell silent. "You're deceiving me. This Venom is not that Venom. Do you know what little Meng and I were discussing?" "Of course, Venom. However, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," Chen Nian chuckled, rising to exit the office. At that moment, Zhao Hongxuan's expression sharpened as she fixed her gaze on Chen Nian's retreating figure. "Teacher Chen Nian, please wait a moment. You cannot leave just yet." "I apologize, Director Zhao, but I have a class to attend shortly." "I must go," Chen Nian replied, his demeanor darkening. He sensed a faint aura of threat emanating from Zhao Hongxian, who found Chen Nian's identity rather peculiar, not to mention the striking resemblance he bore to the figure in those forum photos. Even his words and actions appeared somewhat enigmatic. Thus, Zhao Hongxian resolved to retain Chen Nian until she could ascertain his true identity. Teacher Chen Nian, with the arrival of the interdimensional realm, the Marvel Universe has merged with our primary world. If you truly are the awakener of Venom, I implore you to cooperate with my investigation. I mean you no harm. Furthermore, the outside world is fraught with peril. Without an organization to counter it, you may face a dire fate. I am unaware of what you are speaking, Chen Nian retorted, turning to stride forward. Until he could confirm Zhao Hongxuan's identity, he would not easily remain in her company. The world of those with extraordinary abilities was one of mutual devouring and great danger. Chen Nian had no knowledge of Zhao Hongxuan's identity or her level of power. If she intended to consume him, it would pose an extremely hazardous situation. Thus, Chen Nian sought to distance himself from the school temporarily, aiming to accumulate shock value and enhance his own strength first. Just then, a delicate hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Teacher Chen Nian, until I thoroughly investigate your identity today, I shall not permit you to leave this office. Is that so?" Chen Nian frowned, his eyes narrowing as they began to take on a triangular shape. Should he reveal his identity as Venom? No, it was not yet time to disclose that. A little banter was permissible. "Indeed, Teacher Chen Nian, if you truly are Venom, you could transform for me to see. I assure you, I will not harm you. Apologies, but I still do not comprehend what you are saying." Chen Nian shook his head and continued onward. Zhao Hongxian grasped his sleeve, pulling him back with all her might. She could not allow him to leave. Chen Nian abruptly turned around, his blood-red eyes, with black pupils adorned with triangular markings, fixated intently on Zhao Hongxian. Tsukuyami. A hum resonated as Zhao Hongxian was momentarily stunned, her mind racing. What is this? A blood-red Sharingan? She murmured, before her body went limp, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Indeed, what Chen Nian had just employed was the ability of Uchiha Itachi from the Naruto universe, the Jinjutsu Tsukuyami. Gazing at the fallen Zhao Hongxian, Chen Nian sighed softly. Rest well here, teacher Hongxian, until I attain a level of strength sufficient for self-defense. I shall not easily place my trust in anyone. With that, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and slowly exited the faculty office. Half an hour later, at Xinguang Technology Company, Wang Anmeng, the daughter of the wealthiest family in Chenghai City, finally arrived at Chenghai University. As the belle of the music department, her presence immediately attracted the attention of numerous male and female students. However, Wang Anmeng paid them no mind and hurriedly ran towards the faculty office alongside Alan. Oh no! Has Sister Hongxian fallen silent? Could she have clashed with Teacher Chen Nian? If Teacher Chen is truly an ability user like Venom, what level of awakener is he? If he is merely a one-star Yuan Yo, Sister Hongxian should be able to defeat him effortlessly. Yet, why did she not speak during the call? Wang Anmeng rushed onward, murmuring to herself. Alan closely followed in her wake. Chapter 11. The conclusion. He is of the Uchiha clan before long. They arrived at the faculty office of the 18th grade finance department. Upon entering, Wang Anmeng saw Zhao Hongxian sprawled on the ground. She had succumbed to a deep unconsciousness. Completely unresponsive. Oh no, could it be that Sister Hongxian was defeated? How could that be? She is an awakener of the 7-star Yuan Yo realm. Wang Anmeng's pupils constricted in disbelief, staring at the motionless form of Zhao Hongxian. Sister Hongxian, what has happened to you? Please wake up, she pleaded, crouching beside her and shaking her shoulders incessantly, hoping to rouse her from her slumber. However, regardless of her cries, Zhao Hongxian remained utterly still. Why won't you wake up, Sister Hongxian? Wang Anmeng extended a slender finger to check beneath Zhao Hongxuan's nostrils, discovering that she still breathed and her heartbeat was steady. Yet no amount of calling would awaken her. At that moment, Alan noticed something amiss. He knelt beside Zhao Hongxian and remarked, Miss, allow me to take a look. All right, Alan, please do, she replied. Alan nodded slightly, then gently pried open Zhao Hongxuan's eyelids for a closer examination. His expression grew grave. The whites of her eyes were tinged with red, and her pupils were unfocused. If all goes as expected, Miss Zhao Hongxian has likely fallen victim to an illusion. An illusion? From whence does this illusion arise? Can Venom wield illusions? Wang Anmeng was filled with trepidation, fearing the emergence of another ability user who had ensnared Zhao Hongxian and abducted Chen Nian. Alan shook his head. Venom possesses the ability to consume other powers, yet he does not manipulate illusions. Then who could it be? I cannot say. Currently, the known masters of illusion are but a handful of elite individuals. Do you possess a method to unravel the illusion? I shall give it a try. Alan exhaled deeply, nodding with conviction. Subsequently, he closed his left eye, and upon reopening it, it had transformed into a blood-red pupil. However, he possessed only one 3-tomo Sharingan, while the other eye remained an ordinary black orb. Sharingan. The eye of illusion. Unravel. Humming, Alan endeavored to employ his ocular prowess to dispel the illusion enveloping Zhao Hongxian. Yet the unconscious Zhao Hongxian remained unresponsive on the ground. Ineffectual? What a formidable illusion this is. Alan was taken aback, attempting once more to break the spell, but the outcome remained unchanged. Zhao Hongxian was still in a state of unconsciousness. Ultimately, Alan reached a conclusion. Young mistress, the illusionist's prowess exceeds mine by several ranks. Such illusions are beyond my capacity to dispel. Who on earth could this individual be? Wang Anmeng was greatly astonished. Alan's character card is that of Kakashi, an elite jonin from the Naruto universe. If even Alan cannot unravel this illusion, how powerful must the adversary be? Alan remarked, Young mistress, I suspect the caster is at least of the Manjiki Sharingan caliber. It must be a member of the Uchiha clan. Surely not? Could it be that members of the Sei organization have arrived? I am uncertain. We can only ascertain the truth once Miss Hongxian regains consciousness. Indeed, let us wait. Wang Anmeng nodded, then instructed Alan to move Zhao Hongxuan's body into a chair. Yet, she remained in a state of unconsciousness. As the moment of Zhao Hongxuan's awakening approached, Evening fell, and the light gradually faded. Zhao Hongxian rubbed her aching temples, her crimson lips parting. I feel so dizzy. What has happened to me? Where am I? Sister Hongxian, you have finally awoken. Upon seeing Zhao Hongxian rouse from the chair, Wang Aming hurriedly approached to greet her. Zhao Hongxian nodded, asking, Xiaoming, Alan, what are you doing here? Wang Aming explained, I was speaking with you when suddenly your voice vanished. Upon Alan and I arriving at the office, we found you had collapsed on the floor. Sister Hongxian, who could have rendered you unconscious? Could it be Chen Nian? Him? The mere thought of Chen Nian sent a flicker of terror through Zhao Hongshuan's eyes. What has happened to him? Is Teacher Chen truly Venom? Wang Aming pressed on with her inquiries. Zhao Hongxian gently shook her head. I do not know whether Chen Nian is Venom, but I saw his eyes, an ominous pair of blood-red kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He merely glanced at me, and I fainted, only regaining consciousness now. What? Could it truly be the kaleidoscopic Sharingan? My heavens! Wang Aming exclaimed in astonishment. What exactly is Chen Nian's identity? Is he a character from the Marvel Universe or a superhuman from the Naruto realm? Alan pondered deeply. We must follow him to investigate. If Chen Nian is indeed a superhuman affiliated with the Psi Association, it could spell disaster for the entire Chenghai University. Indeed, but I remain curious as to when Chen Nian awakened his abilities, Zhao Hongxian replied, shaking her head slightly. The group began to discuss the matter within the office. Wang Aming continued, currently, the Naruto world has merged with our reality for 7 years, during which 5 distinct types of kaleidoscopic Sharingan have emerged belonging to Sasuke, Madara, Obito, Izuna, and Indra. Therefore, I suspect that the kaleidoscope possessed by Professor Chen Nian might be a new variant. Sister Hongxian, do you recall what his eyes looked like? Zhao Hongxian contemplated briefly before responding. His eyes were shaped like a triangular hook, resembling a dart. A triangular hook shape? That must belong to Uchiha Itachi. I can't believe that the person we have been searching for all these years has been right under our noses, Wang Aming remarked. Alan added, Miss, does that mean Chen Nian is still Venom? It is well known that one cannot possess the powers of 2 characters from different worlds. I'm not entirely sure, but regardless, we must locate Chen Nian as soon as possible to clarify matters. We cannot allow him to fall into the hands of the Psi organization. Very well. Let us set out immediately to find Professor Chen Nian. Yes, let us go. With that, the trio departed from the faculty office. However, even after spending half an hour searching throughout Chenghai University, they ultimately found no trace of Chen Nian. They realized that he had already left the university. What should we do? Professor Chen Nian is not at the school. Where could he have gone? Wang Aming gasped, her face etched with concern. Zhao Hongshuan's eyes brightened as she declared, I know where Professor Chen Nian lives. Follow me. We cannot allow him to fall into the clutches of the Psi organization. All right, let's take my red car. It's right at the school gate. Yes, if all goes well, Chen Nian must have returned home. Zhao Hongxian said softly, and together with Wang Aming and Alan, they hurried towards the school gate. Chapter 12. Psi Organization, Kokushibo and Orochimaru returning to Chen Nian this afternoon. He had inadvertently caused Zhao Hongxian to faint with a glance of his Tsukuyami after she had intercepted him. After leaving the office, he subsequently departed from Chenghai University. Aimlessly, he wandered around Chenghai City until dusk, finally returning to his rental room within the complex. The sun hung low, casting a gentle glow, as weary birds returned to their nests, and the day gradually folded into night. Chen Nian roamed the city, but failed to detect the presence of any supernatural beings, which left him feeling somewhat melancholic. With insufficient shock value within the system, he had no choice but to consume those with abilities to enhance his own strength. Yet, in such a vast city as Chenghai, could there truly be not a single extraordinary individual in sight? Taking refuge beneath a grand camphor tree, he settled onto a stone bench to rest. A soft breeze rustled his bangs as he twisted open a bottle of cola and took a generous gulp. Suddenly, an unsettling noise emanated from behind him. Turning his head, he discovered 2 young individuals, one male and one female, engaged in activities unsuitable for innocent eyes. Clearing his throat, he interjected, Hey folks, it's not even dark yet. Isn't this a bit excessive? However, lost in their own world, they paid no heed to Chen Nian's warning and continued unabated. The male pressed his head against the female's shoulder, producing a series of disconcerting sounds that made Chen Nian's scalp prickle. Goodness, is it really necessary? Kissing like one is devouring raw meat? He shook his head, preparing to leave when, suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from behind him. Jia. Handsome, would you care to join us? No, you carry on. I shan't interrupt. Chen Nian replied without turning around. Hey, don't go, handsome. Your flesh must be quite delectable, right? What? Instantly, a wave of goosebumps washed over Chen Nian. He turned to find a woman with long hair, her face smeared with blood, her eyes ablaze with a feral hunger. Half of her visage was missing flesh, and she gnawed on a piece of raw meat, the crunching sound echoing ominously. It turned out they were not engaged in intimacy, but rather in a gruesome act of cannibalism. What kind of aberration are you? Chen Nian exclaimed, his astonishment palpable amidst the gruesome scene. Although human flesh cannot elevate my realm, it is indeed delicious. I desire to consume you, handsome. To be honest, I harbor similar desires. The male figure beneath the camphor tree lifted his head to gaze at Chen Nian. What nonsense is this? Chen Nian's eyes darkened as he reprimanded. I advise you to refrain from harming others. Otherwise, you shall not witness the dawn of tomorrow. Haha, what a jest. Mere humans dare to make such threats? I shall feast upon you. With that, the female ghoul manifested 2 crimson blades, lunging toward Chen Nian's chest. They were malevolent beings. Surely, they were meant to be devoured, and consuming them might grant him a portion of their power. With thoughts concluded, Chen Nian's gaze suddenly darkened, and a surge of black, viscous liquid oozed from beneath his skin, enveloping his entire being. Roar! I hear you wish to devour me? Alas, I too yearn to consume you. Chen Nian transformed into Venom, bellowing fiercely, and with a swift snap of his razor-sharp teeth, he devoured half of the girl's body in an instant. She had no time to react before being consumed by him. This was a ghoul mutant, not particularly powerful, and upon ingesting her, Chen Nian felt his strength surge by approximately 500 points. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he then approached the boy beneath the camphor tree. What is that? Venom? Don't come near. We are both ghouls. How can you wield venom? This is utterly chaotic. Ding. A notification of astonishment from He Shu. Shock value 280. The boy's face turned pale with fear as he attempted to flee. However, Chen Nian extended his arm, morphing it into black sludge, swiftly capturing the boy and swallowing him whole. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring a 5-star mutant rat. Speed and defense increase of 500 points. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Chen Nian understood that consuming other ability users could enhance his own power, yet he refrained from indiscriminate consumption. Unless, of course, they posed a threat to humanity, like this malicious ability user, best to eliminate them early on. Chen Nian's crimson tongue licked his sharp teeth, the taste of blood intoxicating him slightly. He had to remain vigilant, lest the bloodline of his powers cloud his mind, transforming him into a ghoul that preyed upon humans. Just as he intended to revert to his original form, 2 shadowy figures darted past him. One wielded a black long knife, aiming for Chen Nian's neck, while the other extended his hand, morphing it into a massive white serpent that coiled around Chen Nian's body. Ha! I never expected it to truly be Venom. This confirms that the Marvel Universe has indeed merged with our own. One exclaimed. Indeed, extracting his marrow could fetch over 20 million, no less than 30 million, replied the other. But Orochimaru, we agreed to split the earnings equally after his demise. No problem, we are comrades in the same organization. They exchanged smiles. Chen Nian discerned that both were awakened ability users, namely Orochimaru from the Naruto universe and Kokushibo from Demon Slayer. The latter, adorned with 6 eyes, unsheathed his sword and struck. Breath of Moon, 3rd form. Buzz. Chen Nian's supersensory ability activated, and he swiftly tilted his neck, evading Kokushibo's lethal strike. Subsequently, Chen Nian conjured a pitch-black broadsword in his right hand, delivering a powerful slash that severed the constricting white serpent summoned by Orochimaru. Chen Nian retreated 3 steps, his eyes vigilant as he glared at the 2 figures before him. Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me? You must be a newly awakened superhuman. Unaware of the wonders this world holds, Orochimaru laughed heartily, covering his face. I would love to explain, but time is of the essence. We must eliminate you swiftly. Orochimaru, do not underestimate him. This boy possesses extraordinary speed, even evading my moon-breathing 7th form. In contrast, Kurizetsu's gaze was grave as he regarded Chen Nian. Orochimaru chuckled. What is there to fear? We are both awakened at the 6-star Yuan Yo level. How can we be intimidated by a mere novice? Humph. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion must exert its full effort. I sense something unusual about this boy. Very well, let us give it our all. After saying this, Orochimaru summoned a white snake from his mouth, which then spat out a Kusanagi sword, lunging towards Chen Nian. Chapter 13. Can poisonous venom counter Amaterasu? Absurd. Chen Nian conjured 2 massive sabers, slicing through the white snake with a single stroke. Yet, Orochimaru felt no pain and continued to manifest several more white snakes, each spitting Kusanagi swords at Chen Nian. Meanwhile, Kurizetsu was not idle. Wielding a black blade, he launched a relentless assault on Chen Nian. Were it not for Chen Nian's superhuman sensitivity to venom, allowing him to foresee impending danger, he would have been cleaved into pieces by Kurizetsu. Thus, the 2 assailants, one engaging in close combat, the other attacking from a distance, cornered Chen Nian, forcing him into a dire situation. Orochimaru, I told you this venom is no ordinary substance. With the strength he is currently displaying, he must possess at least a 5-star Yuan Yo level. His initial power could reach 5-star Yuan Yo. That is a formidable character card, capable of fetching at least 50 million. Indeed, we must eliminate him promptly and seize his blood marrow abilities. Otherwise, if the Starlight Association's superhumans arrive, we will be in grave peril. Rest assured, Orochimaru. After their exchange, Kurizetsu's onslaught intensified. Ha ha ha, what a powerful character card. But alas, we shan't grant you the time to grow. Kurizetsu cackled as he unleashed a technique from a moon-breathing sword art, carving a deep wound across Chen Nian's chest. With a swift mental command, Chen Nian's black liquid spread, instantly mending the damage inflicted by Kurizetsu. While his attacks could not deal fatal harm, a prolonged battle would inevitably lead to his demise. Curse you! Are you members of the Saha organization? Chen Nian exclaimed. Kurizetsu replied with a grin. And if we are, you have no chance of survival. Begging for mercy is futile. Chen Nian smirked, then it settled. You shall all perish. Taking a deep breath, he instantly shed his venomous powers. The black viscous substance began to seep gently into his skin. Oh, what is this? Are you surrendering? This is indeed your definitive choice. Hei CMO threw his head back in laughter, mistakenly believing that Chen Nian had abandoned his resistance, allowing them to manipulate him at will. In the distance, Orochimaru slowly revealed a smile. He was known for his caution, his serpent-like eyes meticulously surveying Chen Nian. Although he yearned to devour Chen Nian to elevate his own power, he was far more in need of wealth to acquire cleansing solutions, which would sustain his body and prevent it from being consumed by his anomalous identity. Otherwise, no matter how formidable his strength, he would descend into an abyss, ultimately becoming a mere vessel for an extra-dimensional entity, devoid of his own consciousness. In essence, within the body of an anomalous individual, at least 2 distinct thoughts vie for control, one belonging to the individual and the other to the anomalous persona. Moon's breath, 7 forms, guillotine, perish, wretched child, and transfer your venomous identity to me. Hei CMO brandished his sword, a profoundly greedy smile adorning his face. Meanwhile, Chen Nian remained with his eyes tightly shut. At that moment, a single drop of crimson blood slowly trickled from his left eye. Orochimaru sensed impending doom. This familiar sensation sent tremors coursing through his body. Something is amiss. Aisimo, flee. Do not approach him. What? However, Hei CMO was still oblivious. Suddenly, Chen Nian opened his eyes wide, a swirling mass of black flames coalescing within his blood-red Sharingan. Amaterasu, buzz. The black flames immediately enveloped Hei CMO's body, clinging to him as if it were a second skin. Hei CMO was struck with panic, rolling frantically on the ground. He shouted, "What is this technique? How can it emanate from your eyes? I have never witnessed such a thing before." Orochimaru, hurry and extinguish the flames. Why won't they go out? Why? It hurts. It hurts so much. Even my blood demon technique cannot mend my injuries. What kind of flames are these? Hei CMO writhed on the ground, lamenting in agony. Ding! From Hei CMO's astonishment, shock value 380. Ding! From Orochimaru's dread, shock value 400. At that moment, Chen Nian's gaze was icy and indifferent. Crimson tears streaming down his cheeks, dripping onto the ground. Unmoved by Hei CMO's wretched cries, Chen Nian remained stoic. In stark contrast, Orochimaru trembled in fear. This is the Mangeki Sharingan? How do you possess two anomalous identities? Why? Something is awry. Could it be that you are Itachi Uchiha? Aren't you supposed to be Venom? How can you wield Amaterasu? This is utterly absurd. Ding. From Orochimaru's shock value 450. At this juncture, Orochimaru lost all desire to continue battling Chen Nian. He immediately turned to flee. Yet, how could Chen Nian allow him to escape? In this world, where the law of the jungle prevails, showing mercy to enemies is tantamount to cruelty to oneself. Chen Nian leaped into action, targeting Orochimaru with a fierce technique, Amaterasu, which ignited the villain's back. Orochimaru fell to the ground, writhing in agony and pleading for mercy. In a desperate attempt to escape, he released a tiny white snake from his mouth. However, Chen Nian swiftly transformed the dark liquid in his hand into a long sword, severing the snake in two with a single stroke. Such trivial tricks were easily seen through by Chen Nian. Since they sought to hunt him down, he would ensure they did not return alive. Please spare me, my lord. I swear to serve you faithfully, to obey your every command, and to eliminate whoever you desire. Orochimaru continued to implore. Chen Nian shook his head indifferently, responding, there is no need for that. Keeping you by my side would be akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. I am not so foolish, Orochimaru. A cold smirk crept across Chen Nian's face as he returned to his original form and sat quietly on a stone bench to rest. Once both Kuratsuchi and Orochimaru were consumed by the flames, he utilized his left eye to retract the black flames of Amaterasu. As the fire dissipated, it revealed the lifeless bodies of two extraordinary beings before him. At this moment, Chen Nian pondered whether to absorb their powers to enhance his own strength or to bring their remains back for research. Both were formidable foes, possessing the strength of 6-star Yuan Yo realm. Had it not been for Chen Nian's role template of Itachi Uchiha, he might have faced dire consequences today. Thus, he decided to consume one and retain the other. Dragging the two extraordinary beings' corpses, Chen Nian intended to proceed behind the camphor tree for his task. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from a nearby path. A beautiful woman shouted, "Stop, teacher, Chen Nian. You cannot eat that indiscriminately." Chen Nian looked up, instantly alert. The newcomers were Wang Anmeng, Ailin, and Zhao Hongxian. Zhao Hongxian rushed to Chen Nian's side, her face a mask of terror. The aftermath of the battle left the park in disarray, stained with splattered blood, and beneath Chen Nian's feet lay the corpses of the extraordinary beings. "What do you want?" Chen Nian asked, eyeing them warily, prepared for a confrontation. "We mean no harm. Teacher Chen Nian, please don't worry. We won't betray you. I'm just exhausted." Wang Anming panted, affirming her identity and stance. Zhao Hongxian, covering her mouth in astonishment, exclaimed, "My goodness, is that the extraordinary beings Orochimaru and Kuratsuchi? Chen Nian, did you kill them all by yourself?" Ding. Zhao Hongshuan's astonishment registered a shock value of 380. What? Orochimaru and Kuratsuchi from the Sei organization, both dead? Wang Anming and Ailing gasped in unison. Ding. Wang Anming's surprise registered a shock value of 360. Ding. A shocking revelation from Lu Ailin, an astonishment valued at 400. They could hardly fathom that Chen Nian, single-handedly, had dispatched two 6-star meta-beings. At this moment, Chen Nian had already wiped away the traces of blood from the corner of his eye, gazing at the three of them with a hint of perplexity, saying, "Indeed, these two sought to harm me, and I retaliated. Is there an issue? Have I committed a crime? Killing meta-beings is not against the law." Wang Anming interjected. "Then it's settled. These two are my quarry, and none of you shall lay claim to them," Chen Nian declared, lost in his own thoughts. "I am aware that you are also meta-beings, and you know my identity. Hence, let us engage with utmost honesty. From now on, you pursue your own paths, and I shall tread mine. We shall not infringe upon one another. Should any of you wish to eliminate me, I must regrettably inform you that I will strike first," Chen Nian stated coldly. Zhao Hongxian furrowed her brow tightly, exclaiming, "Chen Nian, you have misunderstood us from the very beginning. We are not villains. We merely wish to protect you." Chen Nian replied coolly, "There is no need for further discussion. In this bizarre and grotesque world, no one can truly protect another. Only the strong can survive. I appreciate your goodwill, but I have no need for it. However, do you wish to cooperate?" Wang Anming suddenly proposed. "How do you envision this cooperation?" Chen Nian inquired. Wang Anming gestured towards the two corpses on the ground, saying, "If you give me the bodies of these two meta-beings, I will provide you with 50 million yuan. What do you say?" "Excuse me, how much?" 50 million. Wang Anming proclaimed extravagantly. To be honest, Chen Nian was instantly captivated. He toiled endlessly and would never earn such a sum in his lifetime. Now, by vanquishing two meta-beings, he could acquire this fortune. Moreover, he was indeed in dire need of money. After contemplating for a while, Chen Nian said, "Perhaps we can strike a deal. This place is crowded and chaotic. Why not discuss it at my residence?" "All right, that works. Aylin, bring the bodies." "Yes, miss." With that, Aylin retrieved a large black bag from behind him and meticulously placed the corpses of Haishimo and Orochimaru inside. Subsequently, Chen Nian escorted the three of them back to his abode. It was a modest rental apartment, comprising merely a living room and a bedroom. Yet it cost Chen Nian 2,000 yuan a month. In a bustling metropolis like Shanghai, this was considered affordable. Though the space was small, it was well equipped. As a Virgo, Chen Nian was particularly fastidious about cleanliness. Upon entering, a fragrant aroma enveloped him. Aylin tossed the black plastic bag onto the center of the living room, and then retrieved two small vials equipped with syringes from his backpack. He knelt and inserted the syringe into Haishimo's spinal column, extracting a vial of crimson blood marrow after 3 seconds. Following the same procedure, he drew blood marrow from Orochimaru's spine. After completing the extraction, Alan once again produced 2 white slips of paper, affixing them to the 2 vials of blood essence and marking them as 1 and 2. The first was designated for Black Death Moth, and the second for Orochimaru. Subsequently, he intended to place these vials into his backpack. Chen Nian, quick-witted, swiftly snatched the vials from Alan's grasp and exclaimed, "These are my belongings." "What do you mean by putting them in your bag?" "Oh, this is just my habit, heh." Alan chuckled, scratching the back of his head with a grin. It was evident that his method of extracting blood essence was quite adept, suggesting that this was not his first endeavor of this sort. In contrast, Chen Nian examined the blood essence with great scrutiny. "Is this the very blood that grants one the power of otherworldly beings?" He murmured to himself. Indeed, this blood seemed to possess a depth far surpassing that of ordinary human blood. Wang Anming then interjected, "Indeed, teacher Chen Nian, generally speaking, the blood of those with supernatural abilities lies hidden along the spine of a human. When they transform, they merely need to unleash the blood within their spine. Thus, if we extract it, the corpses of Black Death Moth and Orochimaru become obsolete." "Oh, I see. These 2 items should fetch a considerable price, right?" Chen Nian pondered aloud. "Yes, approximately 50 million. Will you sell it to me?" Wang Anming inquired tentatively. Chen Nian replied, "I can part with one, but I shall keep the other for myself." "Very well. I shall take the blood essence of Orochimaru for 25 million. Is that agreeable?" 30 million. Chen Nian countered, fully aware of the significant value of these items. 30 million? That sounds reasonable. After all, we are acquaintances. Let it be 30 million then. Alan, prepare the transaction. "Yes, miss." Upon Wang Anming's words, Alan stepped forward to retrieve the vial of Orochimaru's blood essence from Chen Nian. However, Chen Nian interjected, "You haven't provided any payment yet. Of course, it's a hand-for-hand exchange. Rest assured, teacher Chen Nian, I won't shortchange you by a single cent. I am the daughter of the chairman of Starlight Technology Company, Limited, so money is not an issue. Please send me your card number, and I shall transfer the 30 million as soon as I return home. Is that acceptable?" Seeing that Chen Nian still harbored some hesitation, Zhao Hongxian chimed in, "Teacher Chen Nian, I can vouch for her. Why are you still worried? I would never deceive you. Well then, I shall sell you the blood essence of Orochimaru, but I will keep the one from Black Death Moth." At this moment, Chen Nian recognized that these individuals bore no ill intentions towards him. Otherwise, they would not engage in conversation, but would have simply resorted to force. This reassured him that there were indeed benevolent individuals among those with supernatural abilities. Yet, Chen Nian still had many unanswered questions he wished to pose to Wang Anming and Zhao Hongxian. Wang Anming seemed to sense Chen Nian's curiosity. She spoke, "Alan, please take care of the bodies of Black Death Mu and Orochimaru. I would like to have a conversation with teacher Chen." "Of course, miss," Alan replied, nodding his head. He then dragged the black plastic bag towards the door. For the remains of these supernatural beings, they were either burned or buried, as keeping them served no purpose. Chapter 15. The arrival of the otherworldly realm inside the rental apartment Wang Onming comfortably sat on the sofa, gazing at Chen Nian. Teacher Chen, could you share with me your identity as a supernatural being? You are Venom, aren't you? Well, haven't you all seen it? My post on the Chenghai campus forum has been shared hundreds of thousands of times. Haha, thinking about that makes me laugh. Wang Onming covered her mouth, stifling her giggles. However, Zhao Hongxian, sitting nearby, interjected, but what about that blood-red Sharingan in your eyes? Could it be that you possess dual supernatural identities? That's a secret. I cannot reveal that to you. Chen Nian replied, sitting on the sofa with an air of contentment. Actually, it's quite rare for someone to have two identities as a supernatural being, Wang Onming explained. They have even used technological advancements to implant several vertebrae into their bodies. However, such actions can lead to the main consciousness losing control, allowing the supernatural identity to dominate, ultimately transforming into a truly malevolent supernatural being. But I still don't quite understand why such bizarre and grotesque phenomena occur in this world. Chen Nian remarked as he rose and retrieved several cans of soda from the refrigerator, placing them on the table. He opened a can and took a hearty sip. The saying goes that the wealthy rely on technology while the impoverished rely on mutation. That is the essence of it, Wang Onming elaborated. What you may not know, Teacher Chen, is that supernatural beings had already emerged on Blue Star over a century ago. They were quite rare back then, unlike the multitude we have today. As the portal to the other dimension opens, a new world descends upon the main world, bestowing new supernatural characters upon humanity. As of now, our investigations reveal that there are no less than 30 worlds merging with the main dimension. 30? So many? Chen Nian expressed his astonishment. Wang Onming nodded emphatically. Indeed, there are more than 30. Moreover, these supernatural worlds also have varying levels of danger. For instance, One Piece and Naruto are categorized as high-risk worlds. Ghoul ranks at one level, while the lady in the split mouth is at another, and there are other lower-ranked worlds that we can set aside for now. By the way, are you truly Venom? Please don't deceive me. Wang Onming maintained her skepticism as she had yet to witness Chen Nian transform. Chen Nian replied, whether I am Venom or not depends on your perspective. Well then, if you are indeed Venom, then the Marvel Universe has begun to merge with our main world. Soon, a myriad of powerful supernatural beings, like yourself, will emerge among humanity. They will incite a wave of fear and cause chaos among supernatural abilities. However, their strength levels will not be formidable at the onset of their identities. They will undoubtedly be pursued and exterminated by the Chenghai organization. The Chenghai organization intends to extract the marrow from their spines to create even more powerful individuals with extraordinary abilities. Their ultimate goal is to unify the world. After Wang Onming finished speaking, Chen Nian nodded thoughtfully, listening intently to her words. Where there is malevolence in the world, there must also be the presence of justice. Just like our Starlight Technology Company, which appears to be focused on technology, in reality, it serves as the Justice Alliance for individuals with extraordinary abilities. Those who join our organization shall bear the responsibility of protecting the world. I understand, Chen Nian replied with a slight nod. Wang Onming continued, therefore, Teacher Chen Nian, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our Starlight Extraordinary Ability Association. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Nian furrowed his brow and pondered deeply. Eventually, he shook his head and said, for now, I shall refrain from joining, but I am open to collaboration. For instance, if I hunt down individuals with extraordinary abilities and acquire their marrow, I could sell it to you, correct? Besides, I adhere to the principle of justice and would never harm innocents, except for those malevolent individuals with extraordinary powers. However, if you do not join the organization, what will you do if you become a target of the Chenghai Association? Can you withstand the onslaught of the entire Chenghai organization alone? Do not forget, you have already killed 2 individuals from the Chenghai organization, Wang Onming urged, still hoping to recruit Chen Nian into their company. Chen Nian asked, what benefits would I gain from joining your company, and what would be required of me? Wang Onming replied, it's quite simple. After joining our Starlight Association, you will receive a guaranteed monthly bonus of 100,000 yuan. You will need to maintain peace in the city and protect humanity. Should a formidable individual with extraordinary abilities attack the city and pose a threat to humanity, you must obey the company's directives to engage in battle or retreat. Furthermore, the company will take 50 of the profits from the extraordinary individuals you hunt. 50%? That is excessive. I cannot agree to that. Chen Nian immediately shook his head decisively. If all of it were to go to him, he might consider it. Wang Anmeng, puffing her cheeks in frustration, retorted. Are you the only one who wishes to earn money? Our company has expenses too. We need to research various technologies, develop new carriers for extraordinary abilities, and pay salaries and bonuses to our employees, all of which require funding. I apologize, but I still prefer not to be constrained. I am accustomed to traversing life alone. Chen Nian ultimately declined Wang Anmeng's invitation. Upon hearing this, Wang Anmeng let out a soft sigh and said, Very well, I shall not press the matter. If you ever wish to join our company in the future, you are always welcome. All right, Chen Nian replied with a slight nod, then added, by the way, Miss Wang, could you provide me with a few test tubes for extracting marrow? Certainly, they are 100,000 yuan each, but considering you are our customer, I will gift you 3. With that, Wang Anmeng pulled 3 simple marrow extractors from her red bag and handed them to Chen Nian. Wang Anmeng also instructed Chen Nian on how to utilize this device. Teacher, Chen Nian, you merely need to insert this needle into the spinal column at the base of the skull. Press the left button for extraction and the right button for injection. It is essential to discern between the two. Understood. Chen Nian carefully examined the blood marrow extractor before placing it into his briefcase. Teacher, Chen Nian, I will send you our company's shopping group chat. Please take a look. In the future, should you wish to purchase anything, including the blood marrow and the extractor, you can do so there. All right, Chen Nian replied with a subtle nod. Moreover, if teacher Chen Nian encounters a particularly formidable ability user that he cannot contend with, you may notify the nearby Starlight Ability Association members in the group chat, and they will come to your aid. Thank you. I look forward to our collaboration. You're welcome. Teacher, Chen Nian. Wang Anmeng smiled gently, her smile exceedingly sweet. Chapter 16. Lolita, stop running after Wang Anmeng's thorough explanation. Chen Nian gained a clearer understanding of the coexistence of humans and ability users in this world. Generally, ability users must refrain from revealing their identities, lest they instigate widespread panic. For instance, the Australian wildfires were attributed to natural disasters by experts. The eerie sounds during night shifts were merely attributed to the wind. The rolling thunder was, of course, a natural phenomenon. A meteor crashing down, shattered by mysterious beings? That was merely an ability user in combat. Such truths could never be disclosed in the news. Chen Nian then inquired further, May I ask how the levels of ability users are classified? Wang Anmeng took a sip of soda and explained the classification of ability users is indeed quite specialized. The lowest level is the mouse level, followed by the Yuanyo, Tianshan, Shihai, Zhu Xiang, Zhenlong, and Shun Ming, which comprises 7 distinct levels. Why this classification? Chen Nian noted that the system labeled his level as a 5-star Yuanyo realm. Wang Anmeng continued, to be precise, the mouse level pertains to the threat posed to humanity. The Yuanyo level has already escalated to a community level, while the Tianshan and Shihai are classified at the city level. The destructive capacity of the Zhuxiang can reach a provincial level. Zhenlong is national, and Shun Ming corresponds to a global level. Fortunately, we have yet to discover any Shun Ming level ability users. Otherwise, the entire Blue Star would likely face annihilation. Wang Anmeng sighed deeply. If one day a Shun Ming level ability user were to arise, would it signal the end of the world for Blue Star? Would humanity revert to a class system, dwelling in perpetual darkness? Chen Nian understood that the classification of these ability users is determined by their destructive potential and threat level. Once reaching the Shun Ming level, could they indeed obliterate the Earth? This was an ominous signal. Thus, does it imply that while Blue Star harbors no Shen Ming, there exist Zhen Long-level ability users? Chen Nian asked. Wang Anmeng nodded and said, Indeed, there are a few, but I cannot casually divulge their identities. I am aware. Chen Nian responded with a nod. At that moment, Zhao Hongxian, who had been quietly sitting to the side, spoke up. Teacher Chen Nian, you will still be attending classes at school tomorrow, won't you? Please don't quit after making some money. Rest assured, I shall continue to live in this world as a human. As long as others do not provoke me, I will not unleash my powers to bully anyone. Well, that's good. Zhao Hongxian replied with a gentle smile, as she recalled Chen Nian's earlier words. I have no money. I'm unworthy of marrying you. But now you have money, don't you? However, Chen Nian contemplated differently. Unlike other individuals with abilities who evolved through consumption, He possessed the unique ability to ascend through shock value. The young women at Chenghai School were enamored by his presence, which undoubtedly contributed to his shock value. In due time, by creating some sensational news and posting it on the school forum, he could amass a considerable amount of shock value. What could be more delightful? Miss, I have disposed of the bodies of Hei, CMO, and Orochimaru. It is time for us to return, is it not? Outside the door, Alan entered, carrying a black leather bag, dusting off his hands. Wang Ameng lightly nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed time to leave. Goodbye, Teacher Chen Nian. Farewell. Upon your return, remember to transfer the money to my account." "Do not worry," Wang Ameng responded with a smile, then left Chen Nian's home with Alan and Zhao Hongxian. There was a lucrative opportunity ahead. As long as he seized the moment, becoming a billionaire was merely a matter of time. In the bedroom, Chen Nian could not contain his excitement. A 6-star Yuan Yo Realm Blood Marrow reagent could fetch around 30 million yuan. What about the Tianshan, the Shuhai, and the Juxiang? They would start a minimum of hundreds of millions, if not billions. If he could acquire a divine entity, he would be invincible globally. The entire world would be his. Thus, it was imperative to hasten his cultivation to enhance his power and survive in the realm of those with abilities. Subsequently, Chen Nian accessed the system to examine it. Interdimensional role-playing system. Host, Chen Nian. Realm, 5-star Yuan Yo. Identity roles. Venom, Uchiha Itachi. Shock value, 38, 200 points. Speed, 5,080. Strength, 50-20. Defense, 18,300. Skills, form transformation, super sensory, ability absorption, brain overload, Amaterasu Tsukuyumi. At that moment, the system still had over 30,000 shock points, and Chen Nian intended to use them all to elevate his level. Currently, advancing to the 6-star Yuan Yo realm required 25,000 shock points. In the Yuan Yo realm, each upgrade would enhance the existing foundation by an additional 5,000 shock points. This is not too much. However, one fears that as one ascends to the realms of celestial cicadas and lion seas, an even greater amount of astonishment points will be required. Yet, what is the swiftest method to acquire such astonishment points? Perhaps a leisurely stroll around Chenghai University to elicit some screams from the female students? No, that is merely the mundane course of daily life. The true and rapid means of garnering astonishment points lies in generating public discourse and disseminating it online, inciting discussions and astonishment among the populace. In this manner, one can reap vast quantities of astonishment points. With this thought in mind, Chen Nian began to formulate a plan. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating. Now I possess the strength. All that remains is a companion. I require her to photograph me, and subsequently publish the video online to create a topic of discussion, thus allowing me to accumulate even more astonishment points. But whom should I choose? That Lolita with the gaping mouth seems to be a splendid option. A faint smile graced Chen Nian's lips as he solidified his resolve. Furthermore, Chen Nian felt the need to cultivate his own influence. Otherwise, being solitary and weak would render him vulnerable to the assaults of the Saiho organization. Reclining on the sofa, Chen Nian pondered his future plans. As dusk fell, he dined and then succumbed to a deep slumber. Over the weekend, Chen Nian enjoyed a delightful respite at home. With the arrival of Monday, he donned his backpack and made his way to Chenghai University for his classes. However, within that very backpack lay a vial of the Dark Death Moo's blood essence reagent and 2 extraction tubes. Wang Ameng had mentioned that this reagent could revive a dying individual, transforming them into an extraordinary being while healing their wounds. Yet, this miraculous effect could only be utilized once on the same person. The fund from the sale of Orochimaru's blood essence reagent had also been transferred, amounting to 30 million yuan, courtesy of Wang Ameng via Longxin Bank. With this substantial sum, Chen Nian could finally procure a grand villa and a fine vehicle. Upon arriving at Chenghai University, he entered the campus as usual. The familiar sounds of admiration from the group of girls echoed along the campus path. It seemed that their daily ritual of observing Chen Nian's entrance had become an integral part of their lives. Ding! A note of joy from Su Shui. Astonishment points, 80. Ding! Affection from Lu Fong. Astonishment points, 85. Chen Nian merely passed by, yet he amassed thousands of astonishment points. In response to the admiration showered upon him, he greeted them all with a warm smile. In truth, he had once been in a relationship, but it ended abruptly. without reason, as if it had come out of nowhere. Yet, deep down, Chen Nian understood that Mu Qinghe had grown weary of his financial struggles, unable to afford a home or provide her with a better life, which ultimately led to their separation. Was it not precisely this? Thus, Chen Nian dedicated himself to working even harder, striving to amass wealth to offer a better life to the one he cherished. Now, this dream had finally come to fruition. At that moment, Chen Nian suddenly noticed a familiar figure of a girl on the campus path to his left. Could it be that girl from yesterday? The one dubbed the Lolita with the gash? Chen Nian immediately shouted, "Stop! Don't run! I have something to discuss with you, Lolita." "What?" "Teacher, Chen Nian. I haven't offended you. Please don't catch me. I've made a mistake." The Lolita turned around, and upon seeing Chen Nian rushing towards her, she bolted away, fearing he was once again seeking trouble. Chapter 17. Does Teacher Chen Nian favor Lolita? "Stop! I need to talk to you." Seeing Chen Nian approach, the Lolita fled, prompting Chen Nian to sprint after her. His speed was remarkable, and in no time he caught up with her. He grasped her clothing firmly and pinned her against a large tree. "Why are you running? I won't harm you." With a face full of grievance, the Lolita replied, "Who knows? Teacher Chen Nian, I've truly recognized my mistakes. Please spare me. I won't dare to pursue you again." Ding. Fear from Wu Xiaoqian. Shock value, 230. Wu Xiaoqian understood that Chen Nian was an awakened being with the power of Venom. She feared he might consume her. As the crowd began to gather around, Chen Nian tightly held Wu Xiaoqian's hand and said, "Come with me. I have something important to discuss." With that, Chen Nian led Wu Xiaoqian toward a small grove on the left. This scene instantly provoked a chorus of gasps from the female students. Teacher Chen Nian is actually taking another girl into the grove? No. Teacher Chen Nian, why are you doing this? The perfect image I had of you is shattered. Could it be that Teacher Chen Nian is fond of girls with a Lolita style? Then I must dress like a Lolita too. Who is that girl? I must track her down. Ding. Surprise from Lu Qingqing. Shock value 120. Ding. Confusion from Su Muzha. Shock value 150. Ding. Foot stomping from Li Xiaoxiao. Shock value 180. Chen Nian had always been the ideal teacher in the hearts of the female students at Chenghai University, as he had never been involved in any scandals. Yet now, he was actively leading a girl away into the grove. How could this not incite jealousy among the girls? However, Chen Nian had no mind for their gossip. He held Wu Xiaoqian's hand and walked until they reached a flower pavilion, where he finally halted. After surveying the surroundings and ensuring no one was nearby, he relaxed slightly. He turned to Wu Xiaoqian and said, "Please, have a seat. I have something of great importance to discuss with you." Auhigt. Wu Xiaoqian sat slowly on the pavilion's platform, her legs crossed. She gazed up at Chen Nian with misty eyes and asked, "Teacher Chen Nian, did you bring me to this secluded place because you wish to? However, if you desire, I am willing to offer, but might we consider a different location? After all, this is my first time, and I feel somewhat apprehensive." "What are you thinking? Silly?" Chen Nian slapped his forehead. Nowadays, young women possess overly complex thoughts. Thus, it is imperative for young men to safeguard themselves when venturing outside. Wu Xiaoqian grinned. "Then why did you bring me here?" Chen Nian, unhesitant, got straight to the point. "I wish for you to be my little assistant, to assist me with various tasks." "How's that sound?" What kind of tasks are you referring to? Are you suggesting I should commit murder?" A hint of fear flickered in Wu Xiaoqian's eyes. Chen Nian decisively shook his head. "Not murder, rather, I seek a companion. In the future, I will embark on missions as a peacekeeper, doing good deeds and saving lives, while you record videos and share them online. Does that work for you?" "Oh, but if we do this, you won't gain any benefits, will you?" Wu Xiaoqian remained perplexed. She could not fathom Chen Nian's true intentions behind this endeavor, as it offered no clear advantage and could potentially expose his identity. However, Chen Nian could not reveal to Wu Xiaoqian that his motivation was to garner more shock value. Thus, he fabricated a reason to deflect her concerns. With a profound sigh, Chen Nian stated, "Alas, in today's society, malevolence reigns supreme and wicked deeds abound. As individuals with extraordinary abilities, do we not bear a responsibility to contribute to society? The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. It is our duty to uphold world peace." Chen Nian spoke earnestly, patting Wu Xiaoqian on the shoulder. Wu Xiaoqian was momentarily taken aback by Chen Nian's persuasion. "But, Teacher Chen Nian, my studies are not yet complete." "No matter. I shall provide you with a monthly stipend of 20,000 yuan. Moreover, you will receive 1/3 of the captured supernatural beings. How's that sound? Really? Of course. It is genuine. Chen Nian smiled lightly. Since Wang Anming transferred 30 million yuan, Chen Nian is now affluent, a millionaire. Wu Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with disbelief as she gazed at Chen Nian. She understood the strength Chen Nian possessed. Having his protection would indeed provide her with a formidable ally. Furthermore, a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan? This amount exceeds that of over 95% of the salaried individuals in the Dragon Country. Ding! Surprise from Wu Xiaoqian. Shock value at 280. Wu Xiaoqian, filled with excitement, began to stomp her feet. Teacher, thank you for this opportunity. I am immensely grateful. I thought you wanted to take advantage of me. Yet I never imagined you would be so kind. In an instant, Wu Xiaoqian's fondness for Chen Nian soared to new heights. Chen Nian merely smiled. After all, we are both endowed with extraordinary abilities, and in this chaotic world, we should support one another. Indeed, thank you, teacher. Wu Xiaoqian smiled brightly. Teacher, I have no classes this afternoon. I can accompany you for some shopping. All right, I also have no classes this afternoon, so let us set off then. Great. Goodbye, teacher. I shall head to class now. Remember to keep our identities concealed to avoid unnecessary troubles. Rest assured, I'm quite aware of that. Wu Xiaoqian waved her hand and bid farewell to Chen Nian, who then proceeded towards the classroom of the 18th grade finance department. Before long, the morning slipped away. As expected, with the passage of time, the popularity of the post published by Wang Long on the campus forum dwindled, and Chen Nian's accumulated astonishment points decreased correspondingly. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. At least he still garnered thousands of astonishment points each day. After class, Chen Nian arranged to meet Wu Xiaoqian in the small grove, and the two of them made their way out of the gates of Chenghai University together. Teacher Chen Nian, where are we heading now? Outside the school gates. On a long pathway, Wu Xiaoqian looked at Chen Nian with a joyful expression. She carried a backpack and sported a pair of faux rabbit ears on her head. Bouncing along adorably, let's south explore Jingcheng Square and see if anything unexpected occurs. All right, so, are we on a date now? Teacher Chen Nian? Wu Xiaoqian continued to inquire. I suppose we are. Yay, how wonderful. I have captured the dreams of countless girls. Ha ha. Wu Xiaoqian laughed dreamily, while Chen Nian chose to ignore her, continuing to walk ahead. Chapter 18. The appearance of the Saiho organization personnel in no time. Chen Nian and Wu Xiaoqian arrived at Jingcheng Square for some leisure. The scenery was beautiful, with crowds of people and towering skyscrapers rising majestically. Chen Nian, tall and possessing an icy yet handsome visage, attracted the attention of many young girls, standing out distinctly in the sea of faces. Wow, sisters, look over there. There's a handsome guy. Really? Ah, he is so stunning. Could he be some unknown celebrity? I don't know. Yao, can you go ask for his contact information? Forget it. I wouldn't dare. Ding. From Cheng Shui, astonishment points, 120. Ding. From Su Yao, delight points, 150. Those girls were all fixated on Chen Nian, with some even contemplating approaching him for his contact details. Chen Nian was somewhat unfazed by this scene. He was indeed blessed with a star-like face, and his aloof demeanor and melancholic aura captivated these 17 or 18-year-old girls immensely. However, Chen Nian was not at Jingcheng Square for flirtation. He was there on a mission. Soon, Chen Nian and Wu Xiaoqian found themselves entering a toy store. Approaching a row of mask racks, Chen Nian picked up a Tengu mask with his left hand and a ghost mask with his right, comparing them before ultimately choosing the ghost mask. Hey, teacher Chen Nian, do you think the pendant on my neck looks nice? At that moment, Wu Xiaoqian skipped over to Chen Nian, showcasing the silver pendant adorning her fair neck. Chen Nian merely glanced at it and remarked, "It's fake. It will fade with time. But I don't have money, so I can only buy fakes, right? How about you advance my salary for a month, teacher Chen Nian?" Wu Xiaoqian inquired tentatively. Chen Nian shot her a disapproving look and replied, "All you think about is money without doing any work? Then how about I become your girlfriend? It's natural for a boyfriend to buy gifts for his girlfriend." Wu Xiaoqian suggested playfully. "Can a girlfriend provide services? Can you?" "Of course. May I ask, teacher Chen Nian, what kind of services do you require?" Wu Xiaoqian grinned mischievously. "Enough of this nonsense, foolish girl. Do you think I lack for female company?" Chen Nian retorted, rolling his eyes at Wu Xiaoqian. It seemed this girl had no fear of him and kept pushing her luck. However, Chen Nian was not a lecherous man. He would not easily develop feelings for a girl. Wu Xiaoqian continued, Teacher Chen Nian, since you claim not to lack women, why are you still single? What type of girl do you prefer? A Lolita or a mature woman? Classified information. Chen Nian replied coldly, intending to head to the front desk to settle the bill. Just then, a graceful woman walked past him. Her skin was as white as snow, her features delicate, and a subtle smile graced her lips. She turned her head slightly to glance at Chen Nian and softly said, Chen Nian, age 25, a finance teacher at Chenghai University, an awakened one with the power of Venom. It seems you are the person I am looking for. What? Who are you? Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback, quickly assuming a defensive stance. If this woman were to attack him, he would activate his Sharingan and unleash Amaterasu to eliminate her. However, the woman gently shook her head and said, No need to be alarmed. I am an awakened one from the Chenghai organization. I would like to discuss something with you. May I have an hour of your time? For what purpose? Chen Nian inquired, remaining vigilant. He was aware that the Chenghai organization was considered an evil entity on Earth. Being approached by them could only spell trouble. The woman smiled lightly. I am here to invite you to join our Chenghai organization. Our leader has been waiting for you at the CAF next door for quite some time. Mr. Chen Nian, would you kindly grace us with your presence? You have been following me? Chen Nian frowned. Following? That's hardly accurate. We merely happen to be in the same shopping mall. The woman replied with a smile. Furthermore, I would like to ask you whether the abilities of Orochimaru and Kokushibo reside within you. I advise you to answer honestly, or else our leader will not let you off easily. Chen Nian's gaze darkened. He realized he had fallen into a circle surrounded by those with extraordinary abilities. The reason this woman had refrained from attacking him was to extract information regarding the whereabouts of Orochimaru and the blood essence of Kurizetsu. Should Chen Nian divulge this information, she might very well strike him down and seize his blood essence thereafter. Indeed, in this world of extraordinary beings, compassion is a rare commodity, and no one engages in reasoned discourse. Teacher Chen Nian, do you see my new necklace? Isn't it beautiful? At that moment, Wu Xiaoqian reappeared before him. As she skipped joyfully to his side, she inquired, Hey, do you know my teacher? Chen Nian remained silent, yet the woman's eyes suddenly glistened with a crimson hue. She extended her pale finger, her elongated nails grazing Wu Xiaoqian's neck as she exclaimed, Impudent little girl, do not interfere. Wu Xiaoqian froze, and with a resounding thud, collapsed to the ground. Xiaoqian, Chen Nian shouted in disbelief, astonished that this extraordinary woman had executed such a brutal act without hesitation. Truly, this was the hallmark of the Chenghai organization. There's been a murder. Help! Call the police. Someone has been killed in the Jingxing shopping mall. In an instant, chaos erupted within the toy store. Chen Nian's eyes narrowed. However, the fallen Wu Xiaoqian sprang back to her feet in an instant, her face twisted into a cold smirk. With a wide, fang-filled grin, she lunged at the woman in red. Wu Xiaoqian sank her teeth into the woman's flesh, tearing away a chunk from her shoulder and devouring it ravenously. Aha, what a delectable flavor. What? You too are an extraordinary being? The woman in red's pupils dilated in shock. She immediately raised her hand, her nails transforming into daggers, aiming to sever Wu Xiaoqian's neck. Yet at that moment, a dark hand pierced through the chest of the woman in red, rendering her momentarily dazed. Chen Nian swiftly seized the gluttonous Wu Xiaoqian, shouting, Still eating? We are being targeted by the Chenghai organization. If we do not flee, we shall lose our lives. What? The Chenghai organization? Teacher Chen Nian, I am frightened. Wu Xiaoqian transformed into a terrifying visage, displaying genuine fear. Her large, bulging eyes darted anxiously about. What is there to fear? Once we grow strong, we shall obliterate the Chenghai organization. Chen Nian urged Wu Xiaoqian onward as they dashed away. Meanwhile, within the CAF to the left of the Jingxing shopping mall, a young boy's face registered astonishment as he pointed at Chen Nian and Wu Xiaoqian, exclaiming, Boss, the Venom extraordinary being has killed Sister San. He intends to escape. What? Sister Qingxing is an extraordinary being of the 5-star Yuan Yo realm. How could she be so easily slain? Everyone, you may act. Capture the Venom extraordinary being alive. Yes, boss. Chapter 19. Art is explosive by the window of the CAF at the command of a man clad in black. A group of 7 or 8 individuals with extraordinary abilities abruptly shattered the glass and leaped out. Among them were both awakened ghouls and zombies, primarily ranging from the 2nd to the 5th tier of power. Their leader, Wang Yuan, was a ninth-tier awakened being, embodying the character Deidara from Naruto. Art is an explosion. In an instant, Wang Yuan awakened the powers residing within him, transforming into the likeness of Deidara, and dashed out of the CF. He swiftly approached Chen Nian, retrieving a clump of clay explosives from his pocket and hurled it towards him. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, sending Chen Nian and Wu Xiaoqian flying. The patrons inside the mall erupted in collective panic, their faces stricken with terror. What? An explosion? Is there a bomb? Could it be a terrorist attack? I don't know. Let us just get out of here. The crowd descended into chaos, rushing towards the exits. As the bomb detonated, debris scattered across the ground, and the entire mall quaked violently. Once the dust settled, Chen Nian hastily regained his footing. He grabbed Wu Xiaoqian, asking, "Xiaoqian, are you all right?" Coughing, she replied, My chest hurts so much. I've been injured by the explosion." Wu Xiaoqian grimaced in pain, clutching her chest. Chen Nian understood the three major weaknesses of awakened beings: the heart, the head, and the spinal marrow. Damaging any one of these vital areas could lead to their demise. It was likely that the recent explosion had harmed Wu Xiaoqian's heart. Run? Where do you think you can escape to now?" Wang Yuan taunted. "Chen Nian, or should I call you Venom?" As the smoke cleared, Wang Yuan approached, clutching two white clay bombs, a faint smirk adorning his face. 3 ghouls and 5 zombies flanked him. Upon seeing Wang Yuan's appearance, Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback, for he recognized this extraordinary character, Deidara, a master of explosive clay, who believed that art was synonymous with explosions. Is that the high-level awakened being, Deidara? Chen Nian pondered, while Wu Xiaoqian beside him expressed her own astonishment. Moreover, Wang Yuan's power surpassed theirs combined. Where are the blood essences of Venom, Orochimaru, and Kokushibo? If you don't hand them over, today you will learn the most excruciating way to die. Wang Yuan grinned menacingly. "They're not with me," Chen Nian retorted. Wang Yuan exclaimed, "Impossible." The base indicates that both Kirizetsum and Orochimaru are deceased. They attempted to hunt you a few days ago, yet you must have been the one to slay them. Thus, their blood marrow must surely reside within you. Chen Nian shook his head and replied, "No, I sold it. Sold it to the Starlight Association's ability users." "What? You despicable wretch. Those were 2 high-grade blood marrows. How could you sell them?" Wang Yuandao shouted furiously. "You scoundrel! Bring it on. Kill him and extract his blood marrow." "Yes, boss." At Wang Yuan's command, 3 ghouls and 5 zombies lunged swiftly towards Chen Nian. The ghouls possessed the ability to condense their power into an offensive form, exhibiting remarkable speed and strength. In contrast, the zombies were somewhat weaker. After observing the situation, Chen Nian discerned that their strength generally surpassed 5-star Yuan Yo, but their leader, Deidara, was particularly formidable. Unbridled, "I will not allow you to bully my teacher." Chen Nian, Wu Xiaoqian shouted from behind him. She leapt into action, engaging in a fierce struggle with one of the ghouls. They grappled on the ground, gnawing at each other amidst a gruesome spectacle. Meanwhile, 2 zombies crept up behind Chen Nian, their jaws clamping down on his arms. With a deep gaze, Chen Nian began to devise a combat strategy. These ghouls and zombies were not overly powerful. If he could eliminate their leader, Deidara, victory would be assured. "Very well then, let all of you perish." Chen Nian's arms were instantly enveloped in a black viscous substance, shaping into 2 elongated black swords. He thrust the swords with precision into the hearts of the 2 zombies. Just then, another ghoul unleashed its power, directing a barrage towards Chen Nian's head. He swiftly drew his sword to deflect the assault, stepping back gracefully onto the staircase behind him. With a fierce roar, Chen Nian bared his teeth, his white fangs glinting as his crimson tongue flickered wildly. "Deidara? The Sea organization, is it? Mark my words. One day, you shall all meet your demise." In a fit of rage, Chen Nian leapt towards Deidara, transforming his black viscous substance into 2 massive cleavers spanning 7 to 8 meters, aimed at Wang Yuandao. Yet, Wang Yuandao stood motionless, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He then hurled 2 clay bombs, which detonated beside Chen Nian. Boom! Boom! The violent explosions sent Chen Nian flying. In close combat, he found it challenging to counter long-range attacks. Moreover, Wang Yuandao was a 9-star Yuan Yo ability user, while Chen Nian was merely 5-star. Their strengths were not on the same level. The blast left Chen Nian's arms marred with bloodstains. The black viscous substance began to mend his wounds as he stood on the elevator, panting heavily. However, in the next moment, countless clay bombs hurtled toward him. Sensing the imminent danger, Chen Nian swiftly turned to flee. Boom! The deafening explosions erupted, shattering the two black elevators behind him. Help! I'm still upstairs. How am I supposed to get down? Who are these people? Mom, I want to go home. What the hell? Isn't that Venom and Datara? What's going on? Is this a movie? Why was I not informed? I have no idea. This is utterly chaotic. How can Venom and Datara be fighting together? Is this a scene orchestrated by that ridiculous director? Yet this battle scene feels all too real. Do you truly think it's all just an act? I believe it is genuine. Could it be that interdimensional characters have truly manifested in our Blue Star world? In an instant, countless onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Many of them stood on the upper floors, taking out their phones to capture and document the spectacle. Naturally, Chen Nian also garnered a substantial amount of shock value. As the crowd uploaded their videos online, the shock value surged into Chen Nian's system like a tidal wave. Ding! Shock from Huba. Shock value 280. Ding! Shock from Mo Xiao Xiao. Shock value 300. Ding! Fear from anonymous tourist. Shock value 380. Chapter 20. Venom and Datara. As the electronic notifications chimed in, a smile of excitement gradually spread across Chen Nian's face. Ha ha ha! Rising from the ground, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly regarded Wang Yuan with a grin. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "What are you laughing at? I can sense your power. It should be around 5-star Yuan Yo. But if that's all you have, what do you intend to use to defeat me? I am a 9-star Yuan Yo awakened ability user, with speed, strength, and defense exceeding yours by more than tenfold. What makes you think you can overcome me?" Ignoring Wang Yuan's provocation, Chen Nian focused on examining his shock value within the system. Shock value balance, 58, 280 points. To advance to the next level requires 25,000 points of shock value. System, upgrade to 6-star Yuan Yo realm. Affirmative, host. Ding. Congratulations, host, upgrade completed, consuming 25,000 points of shock value. Proceeding to upgrade to 7-star Yuan Yo realm. Affirmative, host. Ding. Congratulations, host, upgrade completed, consuming 30,000 points of shock value. Remaining shock value, 520 points. That should suffice. As the system's voice faded, Chen Nian ascended from the 5-star Yuan Yo awakened state to the 7-star Yuan Yo realm. His gaze sharpened, and he bellowed, "Mainframe overload." Buzz. A surge of bright red slime suddenly erupted from within Chen Nian, transforming the previously black Venom into a vivid red hue. Chen Nian felt his strength and speed surge, multiplying more than threefold. A wave of bloodthirsty and malevolent thoughts flooded his mind in an instant. With a roar, a zombie lunged at him, and Chen Nian retaliated by ensnaring its neck with black viscous liquid before devouring it whole, crunching it with voracious delight. Ah, the venom is truly lethal? It can consume flesh? My goodness, does someone really dare to partake in such a feast? What if he decides to feast upon us? Fear not. Have you not noticed that they never harm humans during their skirmishes? Is this truly a spectacle akin to cinema? Haha, let us merely continue to observe. Such a riveting performance. I have no desire to intervene. Above, a throng of onlookers erupted into discussions. Meanwhile, Chen Nian paid them no heed, focusing instead on demolishing the zombies' abilities and swallowing the remnants. Ding! Congratulations, host, for devouring a 2-star Yuan Yo zombie. Speed 2,000. Strength 2,500. Defense 5,000. As he felt the surging power within him, Chen Nian clenched his fists tightly. Yet, the bloodthirsty madness lingered in his mind. This was the side effect of the mainframe overload. Prolonged use would render him unconscious, leaving him vulnerable to the venom that could drain his essence. Thus, Chen Nian understood that this battle could not be prolonged. He must strike swiftly. With a mighty shout, he charged towards Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, still smiling, reached into his pocket, preparing to retrieve a clay bomb. Rage. Chen Nian's voice echoed as he suddenly tripled his speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Wang Yuan, who hadn't even managed to withdraw his arm from his pocket. What? Your speed? Why has it surged so suddenly? You are no longer a 5-star Yuan Yo. You have clearly ascended to the realm of the 9-star Yuan Yo. Wang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was met with a colossal crimson fist. Crush him. With a thunderous impact, Chen Nian's fist sent Wang Yuan hurtling through the air. Unbeknownst to Wang Yuan, Chen Nian had harnessed the shock value to instantly elevate himself to the 7-star Yuan Neo realm, activating the mainframe overload ability, which catapulted his speed and defense close to that of the 9-star Yuan Neo, ensuring a fatal misstep for his opponent. Wang Yuan crashed heavily to the ground, blood trickling from his lips, his head ringing from the blow. However, before he could rise, Chen Nian transformed his right hand into a massive red hammer, bringing it down relentlessly upon Wang Yuan's form. Boom! Boom! With each strike, Chen Nian shattered the floor of the shopping mall, driving Wang Yuan's body deep into the earth. Thus, without confirming whether Wang Yuan had perished, Chen Nian continued to rain down blows with unwavering resolve. Without thoroughly crushing him to pieces, Chen Nian would never relent. Finally, he ceased wielding the crimson hammer, gazing down at the ground where Daedara lay utterly obliterated. At that moment, Daedara's form had been reduced to a mere puddle of mud, mingled with clay. Haha, is he dead? So easily? Pathetically weak. Chen Nian cackled maniacally, unable to contain his bloodlust and impulse, his body trembling with excitement. However, at that very moment, a soft chuckle resonated from the open space to his left. What are you laughing at? Did you think you crushed a clay clone of mine? Amusing, isn't it? Haha, you didn't believe that a dignified 9-star you and your level Esper like me could be vanquished by you, did you? Kid, when I was mingling with the Saiho organization, you were still in diapers. What? You're not dead? That was merely a clay clone? Chen Nian was taken aback. And when he turned to look, Daedara indeed stood to his left, alive and well. The figure he had obliterated was simply a clone. Playing with clones? You dare to engage me in this manner? Seeing this, Chen Nian couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Yuan grinned widely, exclaiming, haha, what's wrong? Are you angry? A mere little Venom. How laughable. Thinking you could challenge me? Nevertheless, defeating one of my clay clones is quite an achievement. You too shall perish. Wang Yuan's gaze darkened as he tore open his shirt, revealing a gaping maw on his chest. He proceeded to stuff a ball of white clay into this mouth, chewing ravenously. At that moment, Chen Nian's eyes flashed a deep crimson. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan had awakened. Ha ha ha. Prepare to witness what true art is. He laughed maniacally. All of you here shall die. What wretched humans. What peace treaties. Let them all perish. Wang Yuan's laughter echoed with madness. He intended to create a super bomb to obliterate the entire Jingcheng shopping mall, seizing Chen Nian's venomous abilities for himself, either to sell at a high price or to consume for strength. Soon, a mass of white clay began to emerge from Wang Yuan's chest, forming into a colossal puppet that surged towards Chen Nian. The art is complete, the 4 Kalavinka bomb. He roared with maniacal laughter. Chapter 21. Daedara's Confusion in Truth. Upon activating their supernatural identities, the personalities of the host human intertwine with those of the Esper roles. Consequently, their impulsive behavior becomes frenzied, their laughter unnerving, and they exhibit no remorse in killing. It is akin to how Chen Nian, transformed into Venom, had already consumed several Espers. Yet, he felt no revulsion. Instead, he found it utterly delectable. To Venom, the act of consuming humans was a mere triviality. Why should it evoke disgust? Thus, Wang Yuan also reasoned that detonating a shopping mall was simply an act to be done without trepidation. What was there to fear? Even if the Stellar Abilities Association pursued him, would they dare intrude upon the Serpent River organization to seek their troubles? Lock onto the target, Venom, eliminate him. Wang Yuan stood upon the barren floor, his voice resonating with fervor. The white clay bomb he had crafted, known as the 4 Garuda, swiftly hurtled toward Chen Nian. As Chen Nian fled in a frenzy, the white clay doll bomb pursued him relentlessly. In Wang Yuan's eyes, Chen Nian was akin to a turtle trapped in a jar, with no escape in sight. The moment the clay bomb adhered to Chen Nian, an explosion would ensue, sealing his fate without question. However, Wang Yuan meticulously controlled the bomb's dosage, for he dared not obliterate Chen Nian entirely. Otherwise, the remnants of his venomous blood essence would vanish, resulting in a significant loss for him. Yet, to Chen Nian, Wang Yuan appeared as nothing more than a fool, standing there in a stupor, laughing heartily. Chen Nian smirked, realizing, indeed, this Sharingan is remarkably effective. This fellow had fallen victim to his illusion, completely oblivious as he cackled in madness. Wang Yuan laughed, and Chen Nian joined in the mirth. Meanwhile, the ghouls and zombies nearby gazed at Wang Yuan, their expressions a mixture of confusion and concern. Brother Wang, what has come over you? Please awaken. Why are you laughing? They implored. Yes, brother, what's wrong? Continue with your plan to eliminate that venom. Otherwise, we stand no chance. Oh no, could it be that brother has been ensnared by Venom's illusions? One astute ghoul seemed to catch a glimpse of the truth. Another zombie interjected, impossible. Can Venom cast illusions? Have you ever watched a Marvel movie? Venom casting illusions? Perhaps it's Venom 5? The ghoul suggested. The zombie replied, very well. Then how do we break this illusion? I do not know. For now, we can only hold Venom at bay and hope brother awakens soon. If he does not awaken, it seems we are all doomed. Then let us unite. We must obstruct Venom. We cannot allow him to slay our brother, for if he falls, none of us will escape. Indeed, thus, the two ghouls and the remaining zombies surged toward Chen Nian, encircling him. However, they were no match for him. Chen Nian, having harnessed shock value, ascended to the 7-star Yuan-Yo realm, and with the activation of his brain overload, his power surged toward the 9-star Yuan-Yo realm. Yet, the strongest among their ranks barely reached the 5-star Yuan-Yo realm. In terms of speed and strength, Chen Nian had decisively established dominance over all present. With a flourish, Chen Nian conjured 2 long blades from his hands. With a swift and decisive strike, he eliminated 2 zombies. One ghoul, utilizing its Kagun, delivered a vicious blow to Chen Nian's shoulder. A sharp sound echoed as a deep crimson gash appeared on Chen Nian's shoulder. However, red viscous fluid surged forth, instantly mending the wound. Following this, Chen Nian opened his mouth wide and bit down on the ghoul's head, swallowing it whole. Soon, all the ghouls and zombies present were vanquished by Chen Nian. He consumed their bodies, leaving only useless limbs scattered across the floor of the shopping mall. Ding! Congratulations, host, for devouring a 5-star Yuan-Yo realm ghoul, gaining 5,000 in strength, 5,000 in speed, and 15,000 in defense. Ding! Congratulations, host, for advancing to the 8-star Yuan-Yo realm. As the system's voice echoed, Chen Nian shuddered with exhilaration. Having consumed 7 or 8 individuals from the Yuan-Yo realm, he had finally leveled up. Panting heavily, Chen Nian, drenched in blood, dragged a long knife as he slowly approached Wang Yuan. At that moment, Wang Yuan remained still, eyes closed, laughing heartily, seemingly lost in some exhilarating vision. How could he laugh so joyfully, so maniacally? Surely, in his mind, he had annihilated Chen Nian and the entire mall. The venom has finally perished, obliterated at last. All present have been eradicated by my hand. Haha, this is art, do you see? Kaido, this is true artistry. The blood essence of the venom is mine. This powerful ability's essence could fetch at least 200 million. But no, I shall consume it myself, allowing it to aid me in reaching the celestial cicada realm. Haha. As Wang Yuan continued his laughter, he opened his eyes once more, only to find a crimson long knife poised against his neck. A colossal figure of venom loomed before him, and the terrifying pressure nearly suffocated Wang Yuan. No, this cannot be. You are the venom? I thought I had obliterated you. Why are you still here? Why? Wang Yuan turned his head, surveying the surroundings. He discovered that the Jingxing shopping mall remained intact. People on the upper floors were still watching the spectacle, their laughter ringing out, clearly mocking him. The ground was littered with severed limbs, and it was evident that all of his subordinates had been devoured by Chen Nian. This is impossible. You are merely a novice ability user. How could you be so powerful? My subordinates, all eliminated by you? How can this be? Moreover, I distinctly detonated you, annihilated everyone here. Why are you still alive? Why? I do not comprehend. Could it be that you possess some form of illusion? As he contemplated this, Wang Yuan's heart suddenly sank, and he raised his gaze, fixating intently on Chen Nian's eyes. Indeed, within Chen Nian's pale irises, there lurked a pair of crimson orbs subtly shifting. What is this? The Sharingan? The Mangeki Sharingan? 3 hook lines? Are you Itachi Uchiha? Could it be that your body harbors the bloodline essence of 2 extraordinary beings? Wang Yuan's pupils constricted tightly, for he could never have imagined that within the gaze of venom, there would exist Itachi Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan. Why? The extent of this person's mutation is utterly bizarre. Can venom also awaken the Mangeki? This is beyond comprehension. Chapter 22. A story that even films would dare not portray. Wang Yuan finally comprehended the terrifying prowess of the Manjiki Sharingan. He had merely caught a glimpse, and he was ensnared in an illusion, unable to escape. Spare me, and I shall divulge the secrets of the Chenghai organization. Please, spare me. If you kill me, the Chenghai organization will unleash an even more frenzied retaliation. Noble sir, grant me mercy. Wang Yuan suddenly fell to his knees, having lost all will to resist. Before the Manjiki Sharingan, all his schemes were laid bare to Chen Nian. He even believed he was still trapped in Chen Nian's illusion, unable to break free. Thus, he began to plead for mercy, imploring Chen Nian for his life. However, Chen Nian was no fool. You dare to stalk me, ambush me, and now expect me to spare your life? Is this not akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Do you truly think I am a fool? Spare you? Perhaps in your next life. With that, Chen Nian's hand struck decisively, severing Wang Yuan's neck. In an instant, a head tumbled to the ground, rolling twice before coming to rest at Chen Nian's feet. It hurts, it truly hurts. So this is no longer an illusion? How wretched! Wang Yuan's head murmured softly, before life ebbed away. His eyes remained wide open, unblinking even in death. Yet, while Wang Yuan had perished, the essence of Daedara still thrived within him. If Chen Nian were to extract Daedara's bloodline, it would surely fetch a handsome price. Finally, it's done. Chen Nian exhaled heavily, dissipating the crimson residue that clung to him. At that moment, his mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed with a throbbing headache, for the bloodthirst of Venom still permeated his consciousness. Indeed, the side effects had arrived. Chen Nian now craved flesh and blood, yet he must summon his willpower to suppress Venom's sanguine desires. Is this what it means to overload the mainframe? Truly, my brain is in disarray. It seems I must refrain from using this power in the future, Chen Nian pondered. Immediately, Chen Nian donned a grotesque mask, concealing his visage. He then picked up a black briefcase from the ground and extracted a white blood marrow extractor from within. Approaching Wang Yuan's lifeless body, he inserted the extractor's needle beneath the nape of Wang Yuan's neck. Upon pressing the extraction button, a crimson fluid materialized within the vial after a mere 3 seconds. This substance was none other than the blood marrow of an extraordinary being. Chen Nian gave the vial a gentle shake, securing it back into his briefcase. A satisfied smile gracing his face. Ah, splendid. The blood marrow of a 9-star Yuan Yo Daedala should fetch a handsome sum. Alternatively, I could utilize it to create subordinates and augment my own strength. With these thoughts, Chen Nian lifted his head, stretching his limbs. Meanwhile, the onlookers erupted in fervent applause and cheers. Bravo! What a splendid battle! Incredible! The Venom managed to defeat Daedala? Is this for real? The director must be mad. How could Venom possibly surpass Daedala? Why did Daedala remain motionless? Did Venom sever his head? Nonsense. But wait, there are no cameras. Are we certain this is not a film? Is there a chance that what we witnessed was genuine Venom? Are the special effects real? Good heavens! If all this is true, then are there indeed individuals with such powers among us? Indeed, when you put it that way, it becomes rather terrifying. The crowd continued to speculate. Initially, they believed it to be a film, given the excessively gruesome combat scenes. However, there were no cameras, and the person on the ground was undeniably dead. If the elevator explosion was orchestrated with a bomb, then what was this transformation of Venom? This was no mere special effect, but a reality they had witnessed firsthand. Consequently, the crowd began frantically using their phones to recount the event across various forums. Fortunately, Chen Nian had worn the grotesque mask. Otherwise, revealing his identity would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. Soon, after securing Daedala's blood marrow, Chen Nian approached Wu Xiaoqian. At that moment, Wu Xiaoqian was still gnawing on the zombie. Both were at the 2-star Yuan Yo level, engaged in a mutual feast, consuming each other, yet unable to prevail over one another. Wu Xiaoqian, are you still eating? Chen Nian bellowed. Wu Xiaoqian promptly looked up and replied, What can I do? Teacher, if I don't eat him, he will eat me. Enough, enough. Do not consume him any further. I can't help it. If I don't devour him, I want to be able to sleep tonight. By the way, Teacher Chun, what about Daedala and the ghouls? All taken care of. What? No way, teacher. Are you really that formidable? Is this true? How could you be so powerful? Even the members of the Chenghai organization have fallen before you? You are truly incredible. Wu Xiaoqian exclaimed in astonishment, showering praises with fervor. She could hardly fathom how Chen Nian, a newly emerged supernatural being, could possibly defeat a seasoned adept like Didera. Incredible. Indeed, Chen Nian offered a gentle smile and remarked, Didera is indeed formidable, but he remains no match for me. Fortunately, I possess the ability to counter him. Otherwise, you and I would have met our end here today. Well, that is quite fortunate. At least we're alive. Wu Xiaoqin grinned, but a piece of flesh fell from the corner of her mouth. Stop eating. Someone is taking pictures. Aren't you afraid they expose your identity? Chen Nian warned. What's there to fear? I'm the lady with the split mouth, not Wu Xiaoqian. Nobody recognizes me. She retorted, a wail escaping her lips. Suddenly, the blaring sirens of police cars echoed from outside. Are you still eating? The police have arrived, Chen Nian exclaimed. With that, he delivered a swift kick, sending the zombie's head flying. He then retrieved the last blood marrow extraction vial, piercing the zombie's spinal column to extract a sample. He stowed the vial in his backpack. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaoqian remained gnawing at the zombie. Stop eating, you fool. Its blood marrow has already been extracted. Consuming it is futile. Roar, I won tea. Who told him to bite me? I will devour every last bit of him. She insisted. Even that part. Yes, that too. All right, you silly girl, follow me. Chen Nian shook his head in exasperation. Were it not for Wu Xiaoqian's usefulness, he would have ignored this glutton. He then hoisted her from a zombie's body and slung her over his shoulder, where she continued to munch on a piece of flesh. Prolonged exposure to supernatural abilities could lead one to lose their sanity. It was rumored that many supernatural beings had their bodies usurped by interdimensional entities. These beings lurked in the human world, rapidly advancing in power, possessing extraordinary strength, and exhibiting a vigilant, survival-oriented demeanor. Chapter 23. Has Lolita taken refuge? If Chen Nian were to encounter a true interdimensional entity, it was likely he would be unable to contend with them in his current state. Therefore, he realized the necessity of hastening his power enhancement. Put me down. I want to go eat meat. Wu Xiaoqian shouted from his shoulder. Chen Nian delivered a sharp slap to her backside, admonishing, what are you making such a racket about? Why aren't you transforming back? No, Rafuza. Was this girl deranged? Chen Nian chose to ignore her antics and continued toward the back entrance of the Jingxing Mall. With the police surrounding the front, he wished to conceal his identity and avoid harming humans. Thus, steering clear of the officers was the wisest course of action. As Chen Nian approached, the crowd of onlookers cleared a path, allowing him to pass unimpeded. Brother, are you truly Venom? I am your fan. A young girl spoke up amidst the crowd. Another girl chimed in, wow, you're so handsome. Even with the mask, your charm is impeccable. Did you know that? Venom, do you take apprentices? I wish to become like you. Yes, Venom, what is your name? Where do you reside? Please tell me. I promise I won't share it with anyone. Venom, don't leave just yet. You haven't clarified whether this is real or just a scene from movie. A throng of people busily engaged with Chen Nian, eager for answers to their queries. They felt no fear towards him, sensing that he posed no harm to humanity. Chen Nian responded, everyone, please be mindful of your safety and refrain from crowding around. Until we meet again. With those words, he hoisted Wu Xiaoqian and vanished into the safety passage of the Jingxing shopping mall. Chen Nian, along with Wu Xiaoqian, evaded the cameras and dashed into the underground parking lot of the mall. Subsequently, he instructed Wu Xiaoqian to clean the blood from his body, transforming her back into her original Lolita form. Together, they emerged from the depths of the parking garage. As they approached the main entrance of the Jingxing shopping mall, the sunlight flooded over them. Chen Nian inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air outside, feeling a sense of comfort wash over him. Having just utilized the skill mainframe overload, he experienced a lingering ache in his head. The sunlight illuminated Chen Nian's striking face, and a gentle breeze caused his bangs to sway. This scene left Wu Xiaoqian utterly mesmerized. Wow, Teacher Chen Nian, let me share a secret with you. What secret? Wu Xiaoqian smiled broadly. Has anyone told you how incredibly handsome you are? It's truly remarkable. Well, did you really need to say that? Come here. Wu Xiaoqian opened her arms, moving towards Chen Nian. In an instant, he held her head firmly, saying halt. In broad daylight, one cannot indulge in such shameful acts. Shall we find another place then? Oh, I really can't deal with you. Chen Nian shook his head and continued walking forward, while Wu Xiaoqian hurried to keep pace with him. As they passed through the main street of Jingxing, Chen Nian noticed several police cars stationed at the mall's entrance. A leading officer shouted, stop. Don't move. Everyone, stay where you are. Those who exited the underground parking must submit to our investigation. Now stand still. Oh no, the police have cordoned off the area. Thankfully, we made our exit just in time, Wu Xiaoqian said, patting her small chest confidently. Chen Nian replied, indeed, we are just ordinary citizens now. They won't suspect anything. Yes. So where do we go from here? Naturally, I'm heading home. Then I want to accompany you. Wu Xiaoqian seemed determined to stick by Chen Nian's side. Chen Nian then inquired, are you not going home? My home is not in Chenghai City. I am from out of town. I stay at school because I am quite impoverished and lack funds. However, I could choose not to reside at the school, and the teachers would not concern themselves with my whereabouts. That is unwise. Residing in my home would be perilous. Chen Nian shook his head. Yet, Wu Xiaoqian was resolute, insisting that she would not return home and would follow Chen Nian wherever he went. Chen Nian, we are now like grasshoppers on the same string. Unless you kill me, I will accompany you to your home. Chen Nian sighed and shook his head. If that is the case, then come along. We shall see who suffers the consequences. A faint smile graced his lips. Soon, Chen Nian returned to the Tianhe community. Upon entering his rented room, Wu Xiaoqian joyfully bounded inside after him. Wow, what a beautiful place. It has such a subtle fragrance. It's a man's scent. Isn't this far more comfortable than our dormitory? Wu Xiaoqian seemed remarkably sociable, feeling as though she had returned to her own home upon stepping through Chen Nian's door. Moreover, Chen Nian was quite concerned about preserving his virtue, given the girl's infatuation. Wow, what a large bed. I want to lie down. With that, Wu Xiaoqian leapt onto Chen Nian's bed, rolling around with a look of pure contentment. Compared to her own quarters, Chen Nian's residence was undoubtedly more spacious. Ignoring her antics, Chen Nian approached his desk and opened his briefcase. He retrieved 2 vials of crimson blood essence, placing them on the table. The vial on the left belonged to a Didara, while the one on the right contained the essence of a 2-star Yuan Yo realm zombie. The blood essence of this zombie-type ability user was likely of little value, but could still fetch 1 or 2 million. As for the Didara's 9-star Yuan Yo blood essence, it would command a much higher price. A satisfied smile spread across Chen Nian's face. At that moment, Wu Xiaoqian sprang up from the bed and dashed to Chen Nian's side, her eyes sparkling. Chen Nian, is this the blood essence of an ability user? Please give me one, won't you? I beg you. After that fierce battle, my ability's core was severely damaged. Half of my body is nearly consumed. If I do not repair myself soon, I fear I may truly perish. Wu Xiaoqian implored Chen Nian for a vial of the ability user's blood essence. Chen Nian nodded in affirmation. Very well, I will grant you this vial. It belongs to a 2-star Yuan Neo realm ability user, just like you. Consuming this essence should not only restore your injuries, but may also allow you to ascend a level. Thank you so much, Chen Nian. Wu Xiaoqian's face radiated gratitude. She was deeply moved, feeling as though she could die for Chen Nian, for he was the first to accept her identity as an ability user without disdain for her being a cracked-mouthed woman, and he had brought her into his home. Additionally, she knew that Chen Nian would not harm her, which made her willing to stay by his side. Thus, she could play without restraint. Chapter 24. Ascension to the 3-star Yuan Yo realm. Subsequently, Wu Xiaoqian opened the vial of zombie blood essence and gulped it down eagerly. In a short while, she felt her extraordinary body completely restored, and she had successfully advanced to the 3-star Yuan Yo realm. My heavens, a breakthrough? So soon? Haha, thank you. Teacher, Chen Nian. Wu Xiaoqian joyfully embraced Chen Nian's neck. Chen Nian smiled gently and said, by giving you this vial of blood essence, I consider you one of my own. Do you understand? If you ever dare to betray me, I shall have no choice but to consume you. Do you comprehend? Yes. Yes, I understand, Teacher Chen Nian. I will never betray you, Wu Xiaoqian replied, her face beaming with happiness. By the way, Xiaoqian, why don't you join the Starlight Ability Association? Chen Nian suddenly inquired. Wu Xiaoqian explained that she had awakened as a Kuchi woman 2 years prior. Over those 2 years, she had progressed from a 5-star mouse level to the 3-star Yuan Yo realm. However, she elaborated, my realm is too low, and my abilities are rather lackluster. If I were to join the Starlight Association, I would likely be disregarded. Furthermore, the growth potential of a Kuchi woman is quite limited and lacking skills. I cannot compare to your venomous prowess, teacher. As of now, I possess only 2 skills. The first is biting and devouring, and the second is the level demon claw. That is all. Unlike your venom, which can morph and even transform into a crimson rampage mode. I have no choice but to rely on your strength to survive in this world. Wu Xiaoqian sighed deeply. After all, she was a Kuchi woman, a character whose identity and abilities were inherently weak, akin to zombies, and even inferior to ghouls. Chen Nian pondered for a moment, and then said, "Well, since you are my subordinate, I will certainly not allow you to remain weak. What kind of identity do you wish for in an extraordinary character? In the future, I shall procure a formidable one for you." "Really? Thank you so much, Teacher Chen Nian." Wu Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled, and she nodded gratefully. "Of course, it is true. We have already offended the Saiha organization, and the extraordinary individuals we encounter in the future will only grow stronger. If you lack the means to protect yourself, I cannot rest easy. Thank you, Teacher Chen Nian. Ever since my grandfather passed, you have been the kindest person in this world to me." Wu Xiaoqian wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, truly moved. Chen Nian then inquired, "What about your parents?" "They divorced. Once they raised me to the age of 18, they abandoned me. I came to this city of Chenghai alone, and I earned my tuition through hard work. Often, I could barely afford my school fees." Wu Xiaoqian lamented. "Then why do you still wear Lolita fashion? Would it not be better to dress more simply?" Chen Nian asked. Wu Xiaoqian replied, "Isn't it to attract wealthy suitors? I want to see if I can trick any tycoons into giving me money." "Oh my goodness, you truly are a little genius," Chen Nian exclaimed, tapping his forehead. Wu Xiaoqian grinned and replied, "Moreover, this outfit I'm wearing is borrowed from my roommate. To be honest, she is also an extraordinary individual, and her abilities are quite formidable. She has reached the 8-star Yuan Yo realm." "Oh, that makes things quite interesting," Chen Nian remarked. "Indeed, I will introduce you to her tomorrow." "That sounds good." Chen Nian nodded slightly. If he wished to establish a team of extraordinary individuals with himself as the leader, he needed to recruit more powerful beings. Only then could Chen Nian survive in this world. He held no trust in organizations like the Starlight Organization or the Sahi Association. After all, the primary condition for the survival of extraordinary beings is the predatory nature they embody. Such conditions inherently limit the goodness within them. So, does that mean all members of the Starlight Association are virtuous? How does one even ascend in virtue? Is it not through the consumption of their kind to elevate their own realms? Chen Nian sighed softly, then resumed his observation of the system. Interdimensional role-playing system. Host, Chen Nian. Realm, 8-star Yuan Yo. Identity roles. Venom, Uchiha Itachi. Shock value, 88, 200 points. Speed, 42, 300 power. 49, 320 defense. 153, 090 skills. Morphing, supersensory. Devour abilities, mainframe overload, Amaterasu, Tsukiyami. Indeed, after advancing to the 8-star Yuan Yo realm, Chen Nian's speed and defense had nearly multiplied by 10. With the activation of the mainframe overload, he should be capable of defeating ordinary experts in the 9-star Yuan Yo realm. Moreover, following the recent battle, Chen Nian had amassed an astonishing shock value exceeding 80,000 points. This shock value continued to rise, likely due to the spectators posting videos online, which allowed Chen Nian to rapidly accumulate shock value. Fortunately, shock value can be utilized to enhance one's own realm. Relying solely on devouring others would take far too long. Now, Chen Nian had enough to spend 50,000 shock points to draw the next extraordinary individual card. However, he hesitated, wishing to elevate his own realm first for survival in this bizarre and surreal world. Subsequently, Chen Nian felt that his blood marrow extractor was insufficient. Thus, he opened the chat group of the Starlight Association and began shopping in the Group S back-end store. Serum, 80,000 yuan per vial. Blood marrow extraction tube, 100,000 yuan each. Ordinary zombie blood marrow of 9-star mouse level, 1,000,000 yuan each. Ordinary zombie blood marrow of 2-star Yuan Yo level, 500,000 yuan each. Blood marrow of 5-star Yuan Yo level Kakuzu, 40,000 yuan each. What on earth? ISNT, that Kakuzu from Naruto? They even have his blood marrow, and it costs a staggering 40 million yuan? Chen Nian could not help but exclaim. If this is the case, then the essence of his 5-star Orochimaru could fetch a price of at least 50 million yuan. It seems he was indeed at a loss. That little trickster, Wang Anming, bought it for 30 million yuan. However, Without any channels for selling to Wang Onmeng was the most lucrative option. Moreover, the prices of blood essences from different supernatural beings vary significantly. For instance, the essence from an ordinary zombie is quite inexpensive, available for a few $100,000 to several million. Yet, if it is the essence of a supernatural character, prices start at a minimum of 10 million. Furthermore, these blood essences exist in a market that is more theoretical than practical. There was once a wealthy individual who offered 1 billion as a bounty for the essence of Uchiha Itachi. To this day, no one has discovered the existence of any Uchiha Itachi superhuman. Meanwhile, Chen Nian possesses a system that allows him to extract the blood essence of any supernatural character without overlapping with the identity of any existing superhuman in this world. This suggests that the earthly awakener of Uchiha Itachi must still be in the preliminary stages, having been consumed by a powerful superhuman. Then, that superhuman failed to acquire Uchiha Itachi's abilities, merely enhancing their own realm? What a waste. It is likely that the superhuman felt quite frustrated, having awakened such a formidable otherworldly character, and yet, without even being able to utilize the Manjiki Sharingan, was devoured? Truly a pity. Subsequently, Chen Nian placed an order, spending 2 million yuan to purchase 20 blood essence extractors. These devices are reusable, and when selling blood essence, the price of the test tubes is also included. As for the serum, Chen Nian chose not to purchase it, as the system automatically cleanses the residual supernatural blood from his body, rendering it unnecessary for him. Chapter 25. Analyzing the power of Venom in a modest room. A faint fragrance lingered. Sunlight streamed in through the window on the left, as Wu Shaoqian tossed and turned on Chen Nian's bed. What a grand bed! So soft, so comfortable. It has been ages since she had slept on such a spacious bed. Chen Nian, I shall stay the night here. Dream on. Chen Nian shot a glance at Lolita behind him. Speaking of which, while other girls are often demure and reserved, why does this Lolita insist on making advances toward him? Soon after, Chen Nian turned on the LCD television mounted on the wall. As expected, Chenghai TV was currently reporting on a breaking news event occurring at Jingxing Mall. On the screen, a stunningly beautiful female host was conducting a live report from the scene. Good afternoon, dear viewers of Shanghai. Reports have emerged that at precisely 1:35 p.m. today, a group of terrorists engaged in a violent brawl here. As you can see behind me, this is the site of their skirmish. The ground is devastated. The elevator has been obliterated and blood is strewn everywhere. Following a thorough investigation by the police, we have ultimately concluded that this incident is not merely a simple case of a brawl. The specifics remain to be examined. We trust that the police will soon provide the citizens of Shanghai with a satisfactory response. Now, let us proceed to present the footage captured by the mall surveillance cameras for everyone's viewing pleasure. As the female host concluded her remarks, the television screen transitioned to scenes of the battle involving Chen Nian, Daida, and others. There was a figure cloaked in black venom, wielding 2 formidable blades, engaged in a fierce confrontation with Daida. Meanwhile, Daida unleashed several clay bombs, obliterating the elevator behind the venomous figure. Witnessing this scene, Wu Shaoqian sprang up from her bed, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, Teacher Chen Nian, you look so dashing in battle. However, that Daida is a super expert from the Sei organization. How did you manage to defeat him? Wait, where am I? Why can't I see myself on the television?" Behind Chen Nian, Wu Shaoqian gazed inquisitively at the LCD screen, her eyes wide with curiosity. Chen Nian pointed to the lower right corner of the television and said, "Look here, a liquor and a zombie are locked in an embrace. Could that be you? What? Why didn't you make it on screen? How embarrassing. I feel so humiliated." Wu Shaoqian huffed in frustration. Chen Nian chuckled. "Now you know. Thankfully, I transformed into a liquor. I doubt anyone will recognize my true identity." Wu Shaoqian exhaled deeply. Nevertheless, Chen Nian pondered intently. The Shanghai television station airing the footage of the battle between the venomous figure and Daida was not merely an act of coincidence. It seemed to convey a message to the citizens that the world is on the brink of transformation. In the future, should any peculiar events unfold, do not be startled, for they shall be deemed normal occurrences that one must come to accept. Furthermore, as the Marvel Universe has merged with our reality, we can expect more terrifying events to transpire in the coming times. With today's advanced electronic information technology, individuals can easily access such videos and news online. Thus, the higher-ups of Chenghai City must provide assurances and clarity to the citizens, allowing them to continue living in peace and welcoming the dawn of this new world. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the television station to broadcast the combat footage involving themselves, Daedalus, ghouls, and zombies. In the 38th floor of the Starlight Technology Building in Chenghai City, a spacious technological laboratory was filled with dozens of individuals of varying physiques. Their expressions were solemn and grave, emanating an air of authority without a hint of anger. Before them stood a massive display screen, showcasing the battle scene at Jingqing Square between the venomous figure and Daedalus. A strikingly beautiful young woman was analyzing the confrontation. She was none other than Wang Anming, the daughter of the chairman of Starlight Technology Company. Before them stood Wang Anming, grasping a slender bamboo pole. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "you can see that this individual is a being of venomous abilities, while his adversary is the 66th ranked ability user of the Saiho organization, Deidara from the world of Naruto. As per my knowledge, Deidara is an adept of the 9-star Yuan Yo realm, possessing skills such as clay bombs and clay clones, making him an exceptionally formidable opponent. Logically speaking, a being of Venom at the 5-star Yuan Yo realm should stand no chance against Deidara of the 9-star Yuan Yo realm. So, I implore you to analyze why Deidara ultimately fell to this venomous entity." Wang Anming continued. "The emergence of Venom signals the arrival of the Marvel Universe, heralding the birth of a plethora of new types of ability users across the globe. Their presence is bound to incite widespread trepidation. In this technologically advanced age, concealing the existence of these ability users from humanity is nearly impossible. Within the confines of a tech building, a towering man gazed thoughtfully at the Venom displayed on the screen. This is inconceivable. A 5-star Yuan Yo realm ability user should be utterly overwhelmed by a 9-star Yuan Yo. What extraordinary power does this Venom possess?" Nearby, a red-haired beauty sipped her wine delicately, a smile gracing her lips. "It has become evident to me that this Venom can transform its black liquid into offensive weaponry. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of the Venom are astonishing, rendering Daidara's bombs ineffective against it. Furthermore, once the black Venom transitions into red Venom, its strength evidently surges by more than threefold, allowing it to unexpectedly triumph over Deidara." In response to the red-haired beauty's analysis, Wang Anming nodded slightly. "Indeed, Sister Feishua has deduced 50% correctly. Is there anyone else who wishes to contribute?" A small lowly, clutching an ice cream cone, scoffed at the battle displayed on the screen. "What is there to behold in a clash between two Yuan Yo realm ability users? They are but a swarm of ants." "Humph." A bald man gently patted the lowly's head. "GZ, we too have evolved from lower-tier ability users. You must not look down upon others. Perhaps one day, they may surpass us." "Huh. I'll ensure they never grow stronger," the lowly retorted angrily. "This venomous being, huh? Just wait. I shall eliminate him tomorrow." The bald man, flustered, replied that would be unwise. "This venomous individual is merely human, not a member of the Saiho organization. I care not. He has offended me. I had plans to visit the zoo this afternoon to see the elephants with Xiaomei. Yet here I am, subjected to this meeting and forced to watch this Venom. I despise him." The lowly fumed, pointing at the Venom on the screen with indignation. Her name was Lu Zhizi, 28 years of age, a 7-star Tian Chan realm ability user, whose abilities mirrored those of Tornado from One Punch Man. Moreover, she shares a striking resemblance in both personality and physique with the character Cyclone. Chapter 26, The Long-Standing Bounty of 500 Million. Due to a childhood car accident, Lu Zhizi's physical development, appearance, and intelligence were stunted, leaving her at the cognitive level of a 12-year-old. Subsequently, Lu Zhizi inadvertently activated the unique abilities of the character Cyclone, which greatly enhanced her powers. She gained the ability to manipulate all objects with mass in her vicinity, and her ultimate move allowed her to summon a meteor from the heavens. Thus, her strength is undeniably formidable. However, her cognitive impairments from the accident lead her to exhibit childish temperaments, often using her powers to bully others. Unless she encounters a formidable opponent, those with abilities are typically at her mercy. Now, everyone, please settle down. I have shown you the battle scene between Venom and Deidara in its entirety. Next, allow me to analyze why Venom, at the 5-star elemental realm, was able to defeat Deidara of the 9-star elemental realm. Wang Anming's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she began her analysis. She is an individual endowed with the ability of blood marrow implantation and, simultaneously, a top-tier battle analyst of supernatural abilities. The members of the Starlight Association hold this young girl in high esteem, for she possesses the remarkable skill to discern others' weaknesses and devise tailored offensive strategies. Wang Anming took a deep breath and continued. Let's begin our analysis from the very start. She pressed the remote button, replaying the battle scene between Venom and Daedara. Initially, it was apparent that Venom's speed and strength were merely at the 5-star elemental realm. From the outset, he was overwhelmed by Daedara, unable even to approach him. Now, fast forward to the middle of the video. During this interval, Venom's power surged dramatically, and his black viscous substance transformed entirely into red. This ability seems akin to a strength-enhancing elixir, capable of doubling an individual's power. At this juncture, a red-haired woman interjected, posing a critical question, but herein lies the issue. Even if Venom can utilize this skill to multiply his strength 2 or 3-fold, he cannot instantaneously attain the power of the 9-star elemental realm and maintain it for an extended duration. Can he? Well asked. Wang Anming replied with a gentle smile. Are you all aware? In fact, prior to Venom's transformation into red, his strength had already increased several-fold. Is it possible that during the battle, he advanced from the 5-star to the 7-star elemental realm, and then utilized a secret method to elevate his power to the 9-star elemental realm? What? That is impossible. Upon hearing Wang Anming's words, everyone was left in a state of shock. The red-haired woman froze, her posture stiff, while only the wine in her glass continued to sway gently. Even Jizi paused her indulgence in ice cream, listening intently. How could Venom possibly elevate 2 tiers during the battle? This seems implausible, remarked a bald man. Wang Anming proclaimed. Nothing is impossible. Perhaps Venom possesses a formidable devouring ability that enables rapid advancement. Indeed, such a possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. Fei Xue let out a heavy sigh. Yet, there stood Daedara, motionless, laughing maniacally. What would be the reason? Was he truly allowing Venom to sever his head? Had Daedara lost his senses or fallen under an illusion? A young man with yellow hair shouted from the crowd. Wang Anming nodded slightly, saying, Indeed, it is quite possible that Daedara has succumbed to an illusion. How could that be? Does Venom wield illusionary powers? This is the first I have heard of it. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, Venom's abilities seem exceedingly outrageous. Is it possible that Venom possesses the Sharingan? Impossible. If Venom could awaken the Sharingan, I would eat excrement on the spot. 10 kilograms. The young man with yellow hair cursed. He refused to accept that a character from the Marvel Universe, Venom, could possess such an array of formidable skills. Yet, it must be said that Wang Anming's analytical prowess was exceptional. Through this battle, she discerned several powerful abilities possessed by Venom. Wang Anming smiled and remarked, perhaps Venom could indeed awaken the Sharingan, specifically the Manjiki. Impossible. Where is there such an overpowered anomaly? The young man with yellow hair continued to shake his head. Wang Anming merely smiled and remained silent. Although this individual with Venom's abilities wore a mask, his physique and silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Nian. Moreover, Zhao Hongxian once claimed that she had fainted from a mere glare from Chen Nian, during which she observed his eyes transforming into Itachi Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan. Thus, Wang Anming suspected that during Chen Nian's confrontation with Daedara, he must have activated Tsukuyomi, rendering Daedara dazed and vulnerable to being beheaded by Chen Nian. All right, everyone take notes. Through my analysis, I have identified 4 primary abilities possessed by the ability user, Venom. First, the transformation of slime form. Second, formidable devouring capabilities. Third, the Crimson Venom, which enhances speed by over 3-fold. Fourth, the potential for illusion, and this illusion is exceptionally powerful. Is that true? Do we really need to write down this nonsense? Who are you trying to fool? The young man, Wang Wan, crossed his arms disdainfully. However, unbeknownst to him, Wang Anming was indeed accurate in her analysis. Wang Anming shot a disapproving glance at Wang Wan and asked, Let me ask you, will you be taking notes or not? And if I don't? Wang Wan retorted with a haughty expression. Fine, if you refuse to take notes, I shall deduct 1 million from your salary at the end of the month. No, please, young lady, I was wrong. I will take notes. I'll do it right now. Please don't deduct my pay. Wang Wan was promptly subdued by Wang Aming's decree. At this moment, not only the Starlight Ability Association, but also the members of the Saiho organization were analyzing, through video, the extent of Chen Nian's combat strength. Yet in their eyes, Chen Nian, no matter how formidable, was merely a practitioner at the Yuan-Yo realm. As long as they dispatch a skilled practitioner from the Tianchan realm, defeating Chen Nian would be but a trivial task. Furthermore, Chen Nian had already eliminated 3 practitioners from the Saiho organization, the 66th ranked Didera, the 98th ranked Orochimaru, and the 101st ranked Kurizetsu. While their realms were not particularly impressive, the blood essence of their abilities was exceedingly precious. If properly developed, they could potentially evolve into practitioners of the Titan realm. Thus, Chen Nian's singular act of vanquishing these 3 ignited a profound rage within the leader of the Saiho organization. In a dimly lit chamber, a masked man sat upon a black chair, engrossed in footage of the Venom Didera. A woman, her demeanor cool and composed, was reporting the situation. Chief, the events unfolded as follows. Preliminary assessments indicate that the Marvel universe of the New World has merged with our primary world, and the city where Venom resides is located in the Dragon Kingdom's Chenghai district. He has already slain 3 practitioners of the Yuan-Yo realm from our organization, Didera, Orochimaru, and Kurizetsu. Therefore, esteemed leader, we must secure Venom's allegiance before the Starlight Association locates him. Upon hearing this, the masked man shook his head and replied, "Recruit him? There's no need. Relay the order to announce Venom's identity on the bounty list for ability practitioners, offering a reward of 500 million. Let the practitioners within the Saiho organization hunt him down. Whoever manages to bring back Venom's blood essence shall claim the reward." Chapter 27. Still not forgotten. Mu Qinghe. Understood, Chief. The woman nodded, then slowly exited the masked man's quarters. She could discern that the masked man had a particular fondness for Venom's blood essence. Otherwise, he would have placed such a substantial bounty on it. Venom's abilities are rather intriguing, the masked man mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully while grinning. However, due to the blurry quality of the footage, he could not discern any other unique traits about Venom. Yet, he was deeply curious about how Venom had managed to immobilize Didera. Was it a corpse control spell, a worm manipulation technique, or perhaps some form of ocular illusion? How fascinating! If it truly was the eyes of that individual, how splendid it would be! The sound of the masked man's laughter echoed throughout the chamber. Meanwhile, Chen Nian was completely unaware of the 500 million bounty placed upon him by the Saiho organization as he sat in his rented room at the Tina neighborhood, engrossed in his computer. Soon, various practitioners would congregate to seek him out. After dinner, the night had fallen. Within the modest rental, a bright incandescent light illuminated the space, creating an atmosphere of warmth and comfort. In contrast, Wu Xiaoqian, that Lolita, lay on the bed of Chen Nian, engrossed in her phone, laughing heartily. "Haha, this video is absolutely hilarious," she exclaimed. "And look at this picture. That little creature is simply too adorable." Chen Nian turned to Wu Xiaoqian. Her fair thighs swayed continuously on the bed, with a hint of pink barely visible. Chen Nian could not help but lightly tap his forehead and said, "Wu Xiaoqian, it's getting late. You should return to your dormitory. I need to sleep." "Yeah, just a little longer. There's no rush." Wu Xiaoqian continued to indulge at her phone, refusing to leave Chen Nian's home. "Fine, I'll take a shower first. If I finish and you're still here, the consequences are yours to bear." "Oh, it was you who invited me out, and now you want me to go back? Just a little longer?" Girls should really exercise some self-respect. How annoying. Am I not self-respecting? I won't talk to you anymore. With that, Wu Xiaoqian turned away, continuing to play with her phone. Chen Nian shook his head and headed toward the bathroom. After showering, Chen Nian dried his hair and emerged clad in a gray bathrobe. The robe was slightly open, revealing his strong, muscular chest. "Why are you still here?" he asked, perplexed as he approached the bed. Wu Xiaoqian grinned widely and said, "Teacher Chen Nian, I have no intention of going back tonight. It's too comfortable here. I don't want to leave." "No, there are boundaries between genders, and besides, we're not in a romantic relationship. It's inappropriate for you to stay over," Chen Nian replied decisively. "Now, I'll give you 500 yuan. You can either take a taxi back or find a hotel to stay. It's entirely up to you." "No way. I'm sleeping here tonight," Wu Xiaoqian declared. And suddenly, she flung the blanket aside, rolling into the bed, her head peeking out with a contented expression, as if to say, I'm staying here. What are you going to do about it? Stay calm. I must remain composed. She is just a child. Don't stoop to her level. Chen Nian reassured himself, striving to maintain his calm and avoid impulsivity. Impulsiveness is the devil, leading one to make poor decisions. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave by then, don't blame me for being rude. Chen Nian contemplated using force to evict this Lolita. However, Wu Xiaoqian grinned and taunted teacher Chen Nian. Could it be that you're incapable? Or perhaps you prefer men? A normal guy wouldn't refuse. Say that again. Teacher, you're incapable. Wu Xiaoqian giggled. Well then, there's nothing for it. I'll turn off the lights. With that, Chen Nian abruptly switched off the incandescent light. Ding! Wu Xiaoqian's astonishment registered an impressive 800 points. The following morning, as Chen Nian awoke from his slumber, the sun was already high in the sky. Gentle sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bed. Chen Nian stifled a yawn, only to discover a small girl nestled against him. Startled, he let out a deep sigh. Well, it is what it is. Good morning, teacher Chen Nian. Lolita turned over, continuing to rest her head on his shoulder. Hey, it's time to get up. Go wash the blankets. No, I want to sleep a little longer. Lolita murmured sleepily, eyes still shut. Then allow me to rise and prepare breakfast. Shall you? No, she insisted, rubbing her face against his. Was she up to her antics again? Chen Nian furrowed his brow as a notification chimed. Shocking news from Wu Xiaoqian. Shock value 800. Eventually, when Chen Nian finally roused himself, it was already noon. Xiaoqian, hurry and take a shower. We have classes to attend this afternoon, he urged, standing by the bed. A hint of grievance appeared on Wu Xiaoqian's face as she replied, but I'm not feeling well. I don't want to go to class today. Very well. If that's the case, you'd best refrain from visiting my home in the future, lest your discomfort persists. Please, teacher Chen Nian, is this how you treat someone after they've cleaned up? By the way, I'm your girlfriend now, am I not? Confronted with this question, Chen Nian fell silent. In truth, he had yet to forget his ex-girlfriend, Mu Qinghe. He could not comprehend why, 3 years prior, she had uttered the word breakup and vanished from his life entirely. He longed for clarity, but she had given him no opportunity to seek answers, simply turning away as if she had never been a part of his world. Were Scorpio women truly so heartless? Since then, Chen Nian had refrained from pursuing another relationship, as he was still haunted by the unanswered questions surrounding Mu Qinghe's departure. Surely, there had to be an explanation, a reason? How could she toy with his emotions so cruelly? He would not rest until he understood the circumstances. Teacher Chen Nian, do I count as your girlfriend or not? After all this, can you still deny it? Wu Xiaoqian frowned, demanding an answer. Taking a deep breath, Chen Nian replied, let us leave it at that for now. We shall discuss it later. Deceiver, great deceiver. Wu Xiaoqian muttered, exasperated. Can't even wear matching outfits? With that, she stormed off the bed and donned her Lolita attire. Subsequently, Chen Nian retrieved his phone and transferred 30,000 yuan to Wu Xiaoqian, saying, Xiaoqian, I've sent you 30,000 yuan. Use it to buy some delicious food and perhaps a few lovely outfits and cosmetics. Oh, so this is merely a transaction, is it? I see, humph. It's not like that. I promise I will provide you with an explanation in due time. Trust me, Chen Nian assured her. I don't believe you, great deceiver. Just so, if I run out of money in the future, I'll come asking you for more. All right. If you wish to purchase something, do not hesitate to inform me. If funds are insufficient, simply reach out to me. Chen Nian felt a twinge of remorse within. However, he was resolute in providing Wu Xiaoqian with a proper status in the future. Chapter 28, Utter Madness After Lunch. Chen Nian and Wu Xiaoqian took a taxi to Chenghai University. Given that it was midday, the crowd at the school gate was relatively sparse, which brought a sense of relief to Chen Nian. Otherwise, entering the campus with Wu Xiaoqian would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among a throng of infatuated girls. In such a scenario, they would likely capture photographs and post them on the school forum, resulting in a veritable uproar across Chenghai University. By the way, Xiaoqian, you mentioned that your roommate possesses the abilities of a rank 8 celestial being? Chen Nian inquired suddenly. Wu Xiaoqian nodded and replied, indeed, what of it? Invite her out for dinner this evening. Just say, I have a few matters to discuss with her. All right, I shall do that. Good. Then I shall head to class now. Do study well. I shall see you tonight. Certainly, teacher Chen. See you this evening. Wu Xiaoqian waved goodbye to Chen Nian before returning to her classroom. Meanwhile, Chen Nian proceeded to the classroom of the 18th grade finance department. However, The moment he stepped into the classroom, he sensed an extraordinary astonishment emanating from his classmates, all of whom were gazing at him with wide eyes. Chen Nian understood the reason for their bewildered stares. They must have seen the news broadcast featuring his confrontation with Daedala at the Jingxing Mall. Although Chen Nian wore a ghostly mask, his figure remained visible to the public eye. These classmates likely connected the news with the footage of Venom that had momentarily stuttered during his live stream, leading them to think, could this Venom truly be our teacher Chen? Hence, their astonished gazes were directed towards him. Yet, Chen Nian chose not to elaborate further, focusing intently on the lesson instead. After the class concluded, he returned to his office for a brief respite. In the blink of an eye, the sun began its descent, ushering in the evening. Upon glancing at his phone, he noticed it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. At that moment, a message arrived. Wu Xiaoqian, Teacher Chen, are you still at school? I have already arranged to meet AOA. It was time for dinner, accompanied by a cheeky grin. What is with this silly girl? Adding 2 mischievous emojis? Chen Nian quickly typed a response. All right, where shall we dine tonight? Wu Xiaoqian, anywhere is fine. AOA mentioned she has no money, so we might as well eat at the cafeteria. Chen Nian, very well. Let us head to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. The food there is quite decent. Wu Xiaoqian, great. We'll set off now. Teacher Chen, make haste. Wu Xiaoqian, ha ha, cheeky grin. Seeing this, Chen Nian couldn't help but smile, shaking his head in exasperation. Why the cheerful demeanor? Teacher Chen, have you received some delightful news? At that moment, a familiar figure approached the office door. She remained as she had always been, exuding grace and casting a captivating glance at Chen Nian. Chen Nian smiled and said, Director Zhao, you have arrived? Zhao Hongxian instantly pursed her lips. Still calling me Director Zhao? Humph. Did you not claim that you were too impoverished to marry me? Now that you possess wealth, 30 million, no less, you ought to be able to marry me, right? Cough. Well, I'm not currently contemplating marriage. No hurry, we can take our time. Zhao Hongxian organized the documents in her hands and remarked, feelings can gradually intensify. If you do not take the plunge, how will you ascertain if we are compatible? Thus, dear teacher Chen Nian, since we inhabit the same world, why not attempt to be together? How about we give it a shot, and I shall be your girlfriend? Goodness, not again. After barely fending off one Lolita, here comes a mature femme fatale. However, this woman was not easily deceived. In terms of romantic experience, she might surpass Chen Nian. Hence, Chen Nian sought a pretext to evade. No need for that. I am not looking for a girlfriend at the moment. Why not? A man in his prime, what will you do at night if you do not have a girlfriend? Cough, I have my own solutions. Then tell me, do you dislike me? Do you not find me appealing? Zhao Hongxian propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Chen Nian. Chen Nian replied, dislike is too strong a word. Liking someone is a natural emotion, not merely a physical attraction. Very well, I shall give you 3 days to ponder this. After 3 days, I expect an answer. If you say yes, then we shall be together. If you say no, I shall not pressure you. After all, we are adults. Let's not play house like children, shall we? Teacher Chen Nian? That sounds fair. I shall think it over. Chen Nian nodded slightly. So pretentious. Shall we dine together tonight? Zhao Hongxian wished to invite Chen Nian out, as she yearned to chat with him about the incident at the Jingxing Mall yesterday and determine if he was indeed the one. Additionally, she wished to reminisce and engage in a heartfelt exchange. However, Chen Nian declined. I apologize, Teacher Hongxian, but let us reschedule. I am not free today. Oh, has someone invited you out to dinner? Who is this young lady? Zhao Hongxian shot Chen Nian a disapproving glance. Chen Nian chuckled. No, it is I who invited her. A woman? Very well. Since you are engaged with this young lady, I shall not intrude. But next time I request your company, you must not refuse. All right. Next time, I shall treat you to a meal. That is more like it. Zhao Hongxian crossed her arms, a smile gracing her face. At 26, she was a year older than Chen Nian. Her family incessantly urged her toward marriage, introducing suitors, yet none captured her interest. Eventually, she considered Chen Nian, pondering whether to give it a try. If Chen Nian truly possessed abilities akin to Venom, they would be a perfect match. Now, it remains to be seen whether Chen Nian will agree. Shortly thereafter, Chen Nian bid farewell to Zhao Hongxian and ascended to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria at Chenghai University. Typically, Chen Nian seldom dined in the cafeteria, as he would usually return to Tianhe community after class to rest, either cooking for himself or ordering takeout. His unexpected presence on the third floor of the cafeteria immediately elicited gasps of surprise from fellow students. "Oh my goodness, is that Teacher Chen Nian? Why is he here to eat?" One male student exclaimed, and the name Chen Nian reverberated in the ears of every student present. The sight of Chen Nian filled the boys with an uncomfortable sense of rivalry. In an instant, the female students collectively turned their gaze toward the entrance of the cafeteria. Today, the atmosphere in the cafeteria felt peculiar. Among every two girls, one was clad in Lolita fashion. Why? Chen Nian felt a bit bewildered. Could it be that his pursuit of Luo Xiaoqian at the school gate yesterday led them to mistakenly believe he had an affinity for Lolita? Oh dear, they are utterly fanatical. This left Chen Nian at a loss for the whereabouts of Wu Xiaoqian. His mind was in disarray. In a corner of the cafeteria, a girl in Lolita attire stood atop a table, waving her arms and calling out, "Over here! Teacher Chen Nian, we are here." "Oh, coming," Chen Nian responded, and then made his way toward Wu Xiaoqian. Her loud announcement instantly captured the attention of the other girls in the cafeteria. Teacher Chen Nian was called away by that girl. Are they dating? Is this for real? No way. Teacher Chen Nian is my ideal man. He cannot date anyone but me. Am I not pretty enough? Why can't I attract Teacher Chen Nian's attention? They seethed with jealousy. Who is that Lolita? Let us track her down and confront her at the girls' dormitory tonight. Yes, tonight we will teach that Lolita a harsh lesson and see if she dares to entice Teacher Chen Nian again. Ding! From Chen Shui. Heartbreak. Shock value 290. Ding! From Hu Kiki. Grievance. Shock value 280. Ding! From Wang Tao. Astonishment. Shock value 300. With this series of events, Chen Nian amassed over 15,000 points of shock value. It must be said, when girls become fervent, they can be quite formidable. Does this imply that he should frequently engage in such antics to garner even more shock value? Chen Nian stroked his chin, finding the logic compelling. After all, this was indeed a considerable amount of shock value. Before long, Chen Nian arrived at Wu Xiaoqian's table. She promptly leaped down and exclaimed, "Teacher Chen Nian, you finally made it. We have been waiting for you for so long. Apologies for my tardiness. Allow me to treat everyone to dinner today." "Very well, I shall not hold back." Wu Xiaoqian beamed with a smile. Her relationship with Chen Nian had grown increasingly intimate and amicable. "Allow me to introduce my roommate, Lu Aoa, an exceptionally skilled individual." Immediately, Wu Xiaoqian approached a girl to her left and introduced her to Chen Nian. She gently patted the girl's shoulder and said, "Oh, this is Teacher Chen Nian." "Oh, hello, Teacher Chen Nian." Lu Aoa promptly stood up and bowed to Chen Nian, exuding politeness. Chen Nian cast a casual glance at her. The girl stood at approximately 162 centimeters tall, dressed elegantly, adorned with light makeup, and had long, straight black hair. Her features were delicate and charming, though her demeanor was somewhat aloof. However, her smile was undeniably endearing. Chen Nian nodded slightly and introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Chen Nian, a lecturer in the class of 2018, Department of Finance." "Ah, I am aware. Xiaoqian has already shared details about you with me. Has she mentioned everything?" "Yes, I am mostly informed." Lu Aoa nodded lightly before taking a seat at the dining chair. Chen Nian was cognizant that this was the information they had discreetly disseminated, and Lu Aoa likely knew of his abilities as a power wielder. "Why only order one dish?" "Aoa, will you be able to satiate your hunger?" "Yes, I'm currently on a diet," Lu Aoa affirmed with a nod. "However, Xiaoqian mentioned you're in need of funds. Yet your attire and appearance do not suggest that you are impoverished." Lu Aoa sighed softly. "Alas, the serum costs 80,000 yuan per vial, and I require one each month, which consumes my entire budget. This outfit was gifted to me by the organizers of a comic convention, and Xiaoqian's Lolita attire was also a gift from them. I am truly destitute, nearly reduced to eating dirt. If I fail to acquire funds for the serum, the powers within me will turn against me. Thus, I have no choice but to seek your assistance. Teacher Chen Nian." "Understood. I empathize with your plight. However, you need not worry, for I shall aid you." Chen Nian nodded slightly. "I heard from Xiaoqian that you pay her 20,000 yuan a month to assist you, and that there are occasional additional earnings. May I inquire about these extra earnings?" Cough, cough. Chen Nian took a sip of the cola on the table and nearly choked. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaoqian wore a mischievous grin. Chen Nian hastily clarified, "The extra income pertains to undertaking tasks. Do you dare?" "I most certainly do. I am on the brink of destitution. What is there to fear? My sole desire now is to earn money. Earn it frantically. If it comes to that, I might even resort to selling someone's kidney at a bar. AOA. I advise against such perilous thoughts. I am fully aware. I would not harm others unless I am utterly desperate. Lu AOA nodded silently. Shortly thereafter, Chen Nian instructed Wu Xiaoqian to order several dishes, and the three of them dined while engaging in conversation. Chen Nian remarked, to speak frankly, we are all extraordinary beings surviving in this world. I am at the 8-star primordial bull realm, with the ability of Venom. What about you? Upon realizing Chen Nian's candor, Lu also spoke sincerely. I too am at the 8-star primordial bull realm, and my ability is Crimson Eye. Crimson Eye? Chen Nian inquired. Indeed, is the Crimson Eye from Crimson Blade. Oh, so it's her? I understand now. Chen Nian nodded in acknowledgement. Lu's extraordinary ability was significantly more powerful than Wu Xiaoqian's, which explained her attainment of the 8-star primordial bull realm, while Wu Xiaoqian had yet to progress beyond the 3-star level. Subsequently, Chen Nian lowered his voice and said, since we are all extraordinary beings, we should band together for mutual support. As you know, extraordinary beings elevate their rank by consuming one another. Without an organization, we become easy prey for others of our kind. So, would you be willing to join my team? Well, I trust that teacher Chen Nian would not harm me. Otherwise, Xiaoqian wouldn't be here today. Therefore, I am willing to join your team, but I require a salary, Lu replied, bowing her head, as she was in dire need of funds. Chen Nian chuckled, no problem. Just like Xiaoqian, I can offer you 20,000 a month. 20,000 a month is quite substantial for an ordinary university student. However, for Lu it was still insufficient, as she required a serum injection costing 80,000 each month. While your offered salary is generous, it is still not enough. Are there tasks available? Let us embark on a mission to earn some money right away. Lu then turned to Wu Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, what is the task? I am confident I can accomplish it too. I am not afraid of hardship. Please allow teacher Chen Nian to take me along, will you? Well, you can indeed do it, but teacher Chen Nian might be overwhelmed. Wu Xiaoqian's face flushed crimson as she realized the nature of the task she mentioned was not suitable for children. Chen Nian smacked his forehead, realizing the predicament. How would he explain this to Lu Fortunately, Chen Nian's mind was sharp, and he quickly conceived another method of earning money. He retrieved 10 blood marrow extractors from his black briefcase and placed them on the dining table. These were recently acquired from the Starlight Ability Association's market, having just arrived yesterday. All right, and Xiaoqian, each of you take 5 blood marrow extractors, hunt down the evil extraordinary beings, and bring their blood marrow to me. I will offer you a fair price. Oh, is that true? Teacher Chen Nian, do you have a channel for selling blood marrow? Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Nian nodded affirmatively. Of course, I have a sales channel. Stick with me, and I will ensure your safety. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Lu nodded hurriedly, a flicker of gratitude flashing in her eyes. In the past, she had been pursued by powerful ability users, which led her to distrust the ability users of the Starlight Association. If it weren't for Wu Xiaoqian vouching for Chen Nian's trustworthiness, Lu would have been reluctant to join his organization. Meanwhile, Chen Nian could utilize their assistance to collect the blood essence of ability users, subsequently selling it to Wang Onming, thereby achieving the dual goals of earning money and advancing in power. Truly a win-win situation. After dinner, the three of them departed from the cafeteria, strolling along the serene pathways of the campus, bathed in the gentle sunlight. Chen Nian felt immensely content. Suddenly, Wu Xiaoqian suggested they go watch a movie together. Lu nodded, indicating she was free and up for some fun. Chen Nian also believed it was time to unwind and accompany the two lovely ladies to the cinema. It was indeed a delightful prospect. All right, let us go watch a movie. By the way, are there any new releases lately? Chen Nian inquired. Wu Xiaoqian began searching on her phone. How about Alien Season 5? Or Avengers? In-game? Let us watch Avengers, as I'm eager to learn how many formidable ability users exist within the Marvel Universe. Chen Nian was aware that the Marvel Universe was slowly merging with their world, and soon, a host of powerful ability users would emerge in Chenghai City. Thus, he needed to thoroughly comprehend the extent of their skills. Okay, let us go watch Avengers. In-game. What a delightful day this shall be, Wu Xiaoqian exclaimed, skipping ahead with a beaming smile. Chen Nian walked in the middle, with Lu Aoyao trailing behind him. They opted to visit the nearby Jingxing Mall to catch the film. Before long, the trio set off towards the bustling Chenghai Street. The setting sun cast a warm glow, while weary birds returned to their nests. As dusk approached, a throng of pedestrians animated the lively Chenghai Street. Wu Xiaoqian entered a supermarket on the left and purchased 3 ice creams, handing 2 to Chen Nian and Lu Aoyao, while she savored a strawberry-flavored one herself. It's great to work with teacher Chen, earning 20,000 a month without lifting a finger. Wu Xiaoqian grinned widely. Lu Aoyao nodded gently, expressing her fondness for the job. Chen Nian remarked, "No work, you say? Then you too shall compile a list of the ability users in the Marvel Universe along with their abilities for me tomorrow. I require that information." "Sure. That's a minor task. A quick online search will suffice," Wu Xiaoqian replied nonchalantly. Just at that moment, a shadow suddenly leaped between the distant skyscrapers, pursued by several dark figures behind it. As Chen Nian focused intently, his heart raced, and he exclaimed, "Look quickly! What is that figure darting through the city skies? Could it be Spider-Man?" Indeed, it truly is Spider-Man. The moment that silhouette appeared, Lu Aobao and Wu Xiaoqian were taken aback. Being individuals with extraordinary abilities themselves, they understood that this Spider-Man was also an awakened superhuman, albeit currently at a relatively low level, making him susceptible to the attention of ordinary people. Trailing behind Spider-Man was a horde of mutated zombies capable of flight, relentlessly pursuing him. "Teacher Chen Nian, there are superhumans hunting Spider-Man. What should we do now?" Wu Xiaoqian asked anxiously, glancing at Chen Nian. She was unaware whether those superhumans belonged to the Starlight Organization or the Saha Association. If they were from the Saha Association, they were in peril as well. Lu Aobao interjected, "This is none of our concern. Let us not involve ourselves. No, we cannot let such a powerful superhuman slip through our fingers. It would be a tremendous loss." A glint of determination flashed in Chen Nian's eyes. To him, it was akin to gold floating through the air. "Xiaoqian Aobao, hurry. We must obstruct Spider-Man's escape route and prevent him from fleeing. Are we to become the villains in this tale?" A hint of hesitation crossed Lu Aobao's face. Chen Nian replied, "Aobao, you must understand that in this world of superhumans, is either you kill me or I kill you. If Spider-Man does not ally with us, we shall seize his blood essence. If you find this approach excessive, you are free to leave my organization, and I will safeguard your identity and secrets." Lu Aobao's face paled in alarm, and she quickly responded, "I apologize, Teacher Chen Nian. I was wrong to be so lenient. It is all right. Both of you must remember, this is your singular opportunity to enhance your strength. If you miss it, the next time someone hunts you down, it could very well be you." With that, he urged, "Follow me." "Understood, teacher." Chen Nian then sprinted forward, with Lu Aobao and Wu Xiaoqian closely trailing at his side. Soon after, they followed Spider-Man into a dimly lit alleyway. There, a crimson figure danced through the shadows. His vibrant red suit was adorned with white web patterns, and a white spider emblem graced his chest. He raised his left hand, releasing a strand of white webbing that ensnared the head of a flying zombie, then forcefully slammed the creature to the ground. With a resounding crash, the zombie was shattered upon impact, meeting a gruesome demise. The scene was undoubtedly bloody, yet Chen Nian and his companions had grown accustomed to such sights. In the following moment, a group of ghouls unleashed crimson toxins as they scaled the walls, effectively blocking Spider-Man's route. In a desperate retreat, Spider-Man sought to escape, only to be confronted by a man clad in a pink coat, sporting red sunglasses, who hovered in midair, obstructing his path. The man grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "Ha! An extraordinary individual like Spider-Man? How delightful it is to have stumbled upon such a treasure. Your marrow should fetch quite a sum. Wouldn't you agree?" The man laughed maniacally. Spider-Man clung silently to the wall of the alley, his gaze fixed intently on the man in sunglasses. He realized he was no match for him, but with danger looming ahead and behind, he needed to break free from this predicament to seize a glimmer of hope. W.D. Spider-Man tightly gripped a strand of web, leveraging his body's inertia to launch a flying kick towards the man in sunglasses. Chapter 31. Is Doflamingo here? However, just as he was about to make contact, the man suddenly raised his hand, halting Spider-Man mid-air, rendering him immobile. Spider-Man was utterly stunned. He attempted to escape the man's grasp, Yet no matter how he struggled, he remained completely restrained. A slender white thread had firmly bound his limbs, and the man in sunglasses grinned widely. Ha ha, Spider-Man, your abilities pale in comparison to mine, though we are both wielders of thread manipulation. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? That notion is nothing short of a jest. Ha ha ha. The man in sunglasses laughed maniacally. Indeed, he was an extraordinary being from another realm. Doflamingo. Could it be? The Doflamingo from the world of One Piece? There was no mistaking it. It had to be him. Below in the alley, Chen Nian, Wu Shaoqian, and Lu Aoa all gasped in astonishment. Chen Nian observed that Spider-Man possessed at most a 4-star Yuan Neo-Realm strength, whereas Doflamingo likely wielded the power of a 2-star Tianchan realm. Thus, Spider-Man was no match for Doflamingo. As expected, after a brief confrontation, Spider-Man was swiftly defeated. Doflamingo produced a marrow extractor from his pocket and inserted it beneath Spider-Man's spine, extracting a vial of bright red marrow. In an instant, Spider-Man's extraordinary abilities vanished, leaving him an ordinary man. You are utterly useless now. Doflamingo chuckled mockingly, casting a pitying glance at the dark-haired man. He then released the strands binding Spider-Man, carelessly throwing him from a height of several dozen meters. A thunderous crash echoed as the man splattered into a gruesome mess before Chen Nian and the others. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Aoa couldn't help but scream. This shriek instantly drew the attention of Doflamingo and a group of ghouls. One winged ghoul pointed towards Chen Nian and his companions, saying, Lord Doflamingo, humans have discovered our presence. What shall we do? Should we eliminate them? To kill them? That is indeed an option. Go, we'll take care of them. Yes, Lord Doflamingo. With a command from Doflamingo, the horde of ghouls and mutated zombies surged wildly toward Chen Nian and his companions. Damn, this despicable fellow. Is he truly so malevolent as to spare not even ordinary humans? Chen Nian exclaimed, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. To Doflamingo, they were merely ordinary individuals, as they had yet to transform. Yet his willingness to slay even mere mortals marked him as a villain of the highest order. As she beheld the frenzied ghouls and zombies, Wu Shaoqian trembled in fear. In stark contrast, Lu Aoyao's expression sharpened. In an instant, her eyes transformed into a pair of crimson orbs, and a black longsword materialized in her hand. This blade was the renowned imperial tool, Murakumo, imbued with a venomous curse. Teacher Chen Nian, leave these zombies and ghouls to me. You go seize the Spider-Man blood essence from him, Lu Aoyao declared, drawing her sword with a swift motion. With a single stroke, she executed a precise decapitation, effortlessly slaying one of the ghouls. Her speed was remarkable, and her swordsmanship even more formidable. The curse-infused blade of Murakumo allowed her to dispatch even the mightiest of ghouls with ease. Witnessing this display, Chen Nian could not help but acknowledge Lu Aoyao's formidable prowess. He nodded slightly, saying, very well, you two handle this swarm of zombies and ghouls. I shall take it upon myself to confront Doflamingo. Taking a deep breath, Chen Nian felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of his capability to defeat Doflamingo. Currently, Chen Nian stood at the 8-star Yuanyo level, while Doflamingo was a 2-star Tianchan. In terms of ranks, Doflamingo outclassed Chen Nian by 4 levels. To vanquish him, Chen Nian would need to employ an unexpected strategy to divert Doflamingo's attention before striking decisively. As he opened the system interface, he noted that his shock value had accumulated to a staggering 220,000 points. This bounty was a result of the video showcasing his battle against Datara at the Jingchang Mall, which had captivated public interest. It appeared to be the opportune moment to utilize these points for an upgrade. Chen Nian inhaled deeply and deftly maneuvered past the ghouls, gradually advancing toward Doflamingo hovering above. At that moment, Doflamingo's smile widened. Ah, intriguing. So, you're an ability user? I wondered why you displayed no fear of me. One possesses crimson eyes, a commendable ability, while the other, a slit-mouthed woman, seems rather pathetic. And who might you be? Dare to reveal your identity? Doflamingo regarded Chen Nian warily. Should Chen Nian prove to be a stronger ability user, Doflamingo would have to prioritize his own escape. In response, Chen Nian calmly spoke, Doflamingo, I seek the Spider-Man blood essence you possess. Surrender it, and I shall allow you to depart unharmed. Should you refuse, I regret to inform you that we shall engage in a fierce battle. Who do you think you are, to dare seize something from me? Are you perhaps an ability user from the Starlight Organization? Doflamingo remained ever vigilant. He raised his right hand, manipulating a silk thread that shot rapidly towards Chen Nian. In an instant, Chen Nian activated his supersensory ability, evading Doflamingo's assault. The sharp silk thread plunged directly into the ground behind Chen Nian. Doflamingo furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why have I never seen you before?" "Do not worry. You will soon discover my identity." Chen Nian took a deep breath and began to engage his system, eager to explore his capabilities. System. How many shock points are required to upgrade to the 2-star cicada realm? Chen Nian silently pondered. The system responded, to inform the host, a total of 120,000 merit points is required. Would the host like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes, upgrade me directly. Understood, host. Ding. Congratulations, host, on advancing to the 2-star cicada realm. A total of 120,000 shock points have been consumed, leaving you with 108,000 shock points remaining. To ascend to the next level, an additional 50,000 shock points will be required. That's exorbitantly expensive. Chen Nian could not help but grumble upon hearing this. In the past, upgrades only required a few thousand shock points. Yet now it demanded 50,000. What would it be like further on, requiring hundreds of thousands or even millions for a single upgrade? At this moment, Chen Nian had achieved the 2-star cicada realm, placing him on par with Doflamingo. Contemplating his situation, he remained discontented. System, upgrade me 2 levels, utilizing all my shock points. Ding. Once more, the system inquires if the host wishes to ascend 2 levels. Indeed, proceed with the upgrade. Chen Nian nodded affirmatively. Chapter 32. Advancement to 4-star cicada. These shock points were intended for upgrades. The uncertainties of a lottery were too numerous. If Chen Nian were to draw a low-tier, otherworldly character's ability, he would essentially lose 50,000 shock points. Thus, Chen Nian ultimately resolved to expend all his shock points on upgrades. First, he would eliminate Doflamingo swiftly. Upon completing the upgrade, Chen Nian had transformed into a powerful 4-star cicada adept. He opened the system to check. Otherworldly character role-playing system. Host, Chen Nian. Realm, 4-star cicada. Identity roles, Venom, Uchiha Itachi. Shock points, 200. Speed, 802, 300 strength, 880, 320 defense. 909,000 skills. Morphing, super sensory, devouring abilities, brain overload, Amaterasu, Tsukuyami. Susanoo, beginner. Chen Nian's speed and strength had surpassed 800,000, with a terrifying defense exceeding 9 million. Clenching his fist, he felt an overwhelming sense of power. He could now level an entire building with a single punch. This was the formidable strength of the cicada realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, on transcending to the 4-star cicada realm and unlocking the next phase of Uchiha Itachi's abilities. Susanoo, beginner level. As the system's voice echoed, Chen Nian felt a jolt surge through his body and mind. At last, he had activated the Susanoo skill. Although it was merely in its initial form, it promised to provide a formidable defense. Chen Nian murmured to himself, now brimming with confidence, to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo. With the disparity of 2 levels between the 4-star cicada and the 2-star cicada, Chen Nian held a distinct advantage over Doflamingo. Even though the potency of his venom could not rival Doflamingo's string fruit, one must not forget that Chen Nian bore the identity of Uchiha Itachi. Ha! You managed to evade my string attack. I must admit, you possess some skill. I shall grant you one final opportunity to reveal your true identity, or I will unhesitatingly eliminate you and extract your blood marrow for profit. Doflamingo stood aloft, his shadowy strings beneath him, gazing down at Chen Nian. In contrast, Chen Nian merely lifted his gaze, gazing back with indifference. Behind him, Lu Aoyao and Wu Shaoqian engaged in battle with a horde of zombies and ghouls. Though Wu Shaoqian was merely a bystander, the true powerhouse was Lu Aoyao with her unique ability, Crimson Eye. Teacher Chen Nian, do you have confidence in defeating him? If not, we should flee. Lu Aoyao realized that Doflamingo might be a master of the cicada realm, making it exceedingly arduous for Chen Nian, with his 8-star Yuan Neo realm venom, to vanquish Doflamingo. However, Chen Nian calmly smiled and replied, no need to flee. This is a treasure worth millions. Extraordinary blood marrow. As he spoke, Chen Nian activated his venom ability. A black, viscous substance enveloped his form, while the white lines adorning his body subtly transformed into a golden hue. Upon ascending to the 4-star cicada, his Venom's essence had undergone slight alterations. His physique shrank slightly, yet his speed and defense had multiplied exponentially. Come forth, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Today marks your demise. Chen Nian inhaled deeply, surmising that Doflamingo was an ability user from the Chenghai organization, notorious for their malevolent actions. The Starlight Ability Association mandated that ability users must not harm humans and must protect them, but the Chenghai organization was a different matter entirely. This nefarious organization frequently hunted down ability users within cities while indiscriminately slaughtering vulnerable innocents. The police could do nothing against them, and even the Starlight Ability Association found them a considerable headache. However, upon witnessing Chen Nian's transformation, Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback before erupting in a hearty laughter. Ha ha, you made my day. I thought a powerful ability user had appeared, but it's merely the Venom. Goodness, you nearly frightened me into fleeing. Thankfully, I didn't T-run, or I would have lost a bounty of 500 million. Doflamingo clutched his head, laughing maniacally. He had initially thought that Chen Nian was a formidable opponent, only to discover he was Venom. Doflamingo was well acquainted with Venom's abilities. Furthermore, the leader of the Chenghai organization had issued a bounty on Venom, setting the price at a staggering 500 million. This revelation left the ability users of the Chenghai Association in shock. To them, a Venom at the Yuanyo level was worth 5 million. So the idea of their leader placing a bounty of 500 million on his life seemed absurd, as if he had excess funds to squander. Doflamingo was aware that, not long ago, the new Marvel Universe had begun to slowly merge with their primary world. While Venom might possess significant potential, he was still in his juvenile stage, merely an ability user at the Yuanyo level. Even if he could defeat Orochimaru, what a Korizumi and Deidara. Doflamingo doubted that he could best someone of his own caliber at the 2-star Tianchan level. How ludicrous. He chuckled to himself, thinking of how close he had come to losing 500 million, relieved that he hadn't fled. Unable to contain his inner delight, Doflamingo broke into laughter. Chen Nian furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes, and asked, "What 500 million?" Doflamingo replied, "Are you unaware? You've been placed under a bounty of 500 million by the leader of our organization. Your ability, Blood Essence, alone is worth that much. So today, you have no chance of escaping." "Oh, the leader of the Chenghai organization? So I have drawn his attention?" Chen Nian felt a weight settle upon him. Logically, the leader of the Chenghai organization should possess immense strength. If he wished to confront him, he needed to level up swiftly. Enough of this chatter. To die at my hands would be an honor for you, Venom. With that, Doflamingo suddenly leaped down from above the alley, his speed astonishing. He extended his hand, and a vibrant, multicolored thread appeared in his grasp. This thread was incredibly sharp, capable of cutting through anything, and it sliced through a thick wall, creating 5 gaping slits. "Perish, Venom!" Doflamingo raised his hand, wielding the multicolored thread. Chen Nian's gaze sharpened, and he retreated swiftly, lifting his leg to deliver a powerful kick directly to Doflamingo's head. What? Such speed? How can he be so fast? Doflamingo was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Venom's speed would surpass his own by several times. How is this possible? Doflamingo quickly crossed his arms to shield his head. Suddenly, a force akin to a mountain's weight surged from Chen Nian's leg. With a resounding crash, Chen Nian sent Doflamingo crashing into the wall to his left. Damn it! How can his strength be so formidable? With that single kick, Chen Nian left Doflamingo trembling, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 33. Venom and Doflamingo. If that kick had struck his head, Doflamingo feared he might have been killed instantly. How careless of me! Boom! Doflamingo was sent crashing into the wall, leaving a massive hole in its wake. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Nian charged inside, determined not to let Doflamingo escape, nor the Spider-Man blood essence he held. As he leaped through the wall's opening, he was met with the sight of an opulent hotel. In the center lay Doflamingo, blood trickling from his mouth, his expression twisted in agony. The patrons dining at the hotel were utterly astonished, their gazes fixed on the unfolding scene. Then, a cacophony of terrified voices erupted within the establishment. "Ah, there's a monster. What is that thing? Why is it here? Are they human? My goodness, isn't that Venom from the Marvel Universe?" Did you catch the news a few days ago? They said Venom battled Daedara in the Jingxing Mall, and now he's here in the Guangyuan Hotel? He wouldn't eat people, would he? And who is that lying on the ground? Don't tell me it's Doflamingo from the world of One Piece. Indeed, it appeared to be Doflamingo. The sudden appearance of both Venom and Doflamingo left the diners in utter shock. They quickly retreated, clearing a space for Chen Nian and Doflamingo. Some fled the hotel, while others pulled out their phones to capture the surreal moment. Two characters from different realms clashing in the real world. Unperturbed by the audience, Chen Nian's gaze remained fixated on Doflamingo. Doflamingo lifted his head, teeth clenched, disbelief etched across his face. How infuriating. My combat power is only 280,000, while yours must be at least 800,000. This is impossible. I am a 2-star celestial cicada level ability user. How could you have reached 4-star status? It cannot be. Doflamingo shouted in a frenzy. Chen Nian grinned, his crimson tongue flickering in the air. I told you before, hand over the Spider-Man blood essence, and I would let you go. But you chose to disobey and attempted to kill me? I'm sorry, but I'll gladly accept your blood essence. Oomph. Do you think you could defeat me with just that? You are delusional. Doflamingo retorted defiantly. My father is Dr. Haddon from Chenghai City. If you kill me, he will not spare you. Doflamingo began to threaten Chen Nian. Chen Nian paused, then asked, who is Dr. Haddon? Is he powerful? Ming Ji's face contorted with indignation as he exclaimed, What? You do not even know who Dr. Haddon is? He has single-handedly authored the treatise on the evolutionary theory of ability users. Furthermore, my father commands a legion of formidable ability users. Should you dare to take my life, he will not show you mercy. I apologize, but I'm unfamiliar with your father. However, I am acutely aware of one truth. I cannot allow a tiger to return to its mountain lair. With that, Chen Nian raised both hands, conjuring two massive 7-meter-long cleavers that swiftly descended toward Ming Ji's head. Minggu twisted his body, narrowly evading Chen Nian's onslaught. Bullet lines, he declared, unleashing a barrage of dozens of bullet lines aimed at Chen Nian. The potency of these lines surpassed even that of armor-piercing rounds. Yet, upon striking Chen Nian, they merely left behind a series of minute indentations. With a mere thought, Chen Nian summoned Black Venom to mend the damage. Under the 9 million points of super defensive power granted by the Venom, Ming Ji's assault was rendered utterly inconsequential. I am sorry, but you cannot even breach my defenses? If you had awakened the powers of a line fruit, perhaps you could have posed a challenge. However, at your current level, you are far from awakening. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to relinquish your potent blood marrow to me. Such a powerful essence is a travesty to waste on you. Chen Nian maintained a serene smile as he approached Doflamingo. Curse it, I refuse to be defeated. I will not succumb to you. Even if I am consumed by the backlash of an ability user, I shall eliminate you today. In a sudden turn, Minggu retrieved a vial of azure liquid from his pocket, uncorked it, and gulped it down. Moments later, erupted into a maniacal proclaiming, I have returned to life. This body is still mine, and this new world pleases me immensely. He displayed his signature grin, then turned to the onlookers behind him and shouted, And you, from this moment forth, you lowly-blooded humans shall all become slaves to me, Doflamingo. I shall seize control of this world. I shall dominate this new realm. Hey, has your mind gone awry? Chen Nian was bewildered by Ming Ji's sudden bout of frenetic laughter. Oh, there are indeed other ability users? It appears I am not the only one to have arrived in this world. How fortuitous to have fresh prey for my feast. Minggu grinned widely. At that moment, Chen Nian seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. It appeared that the blue liquid Minggu had just consumed could activate the consciousness of ability users within him, allowing them to control their own forms while their original thoughts languished in oblivion. They could harness this method to augment their own strength. However, this azure liquid bore a significant side effect. Thus, when the efficacy of the drug dissipates, if your primary consciousness is unable to suppress Ming Ji's awareness, he shall resurrect entirely, while you will become an ineffective consciousness within your own body until your demise. Therefore, consuming such a potion is indeed a perilous endeavor. To my surprise, that extraordinary individual truly dared to partake of it. Furthermore, he previously mentioned that his father was a certain Dr. Haddon. I surmise that this drug is likely a product of his father's research. Come now, you little rascal. Today, I shall demonstrate my formidable prowess. With that, Ming Ji's figure flickered and vanished from sight. By the time Chen Nian regained his senses, Ming Ge had already appeared behind him, adorned with a multicolored thread. With a grin, he thought that if this thread were to sever Chen Nian's head, his demise would be inevitable. However, Chen Nian was no simpleton. Activating his heightened senses, he swiftly turned to evade Ming Ji's assault, retaliating with a high kick. To his astonishment, Ming Ge halted momentarily and managed to evade Chen Nian's strike. Could it be the observation haki? Remarkable, he possesses this ability as well. Chapter 34. By the heavens, does Venom wield Susanoo? Chen Nian felt a flicker of surprise. He had been certain he could land a kick on Ming Ji's head, yet Ming Ge abruptly froze, deliberately tilting his head to the left as if he had anticipated Chen Nian's move. Thus, Chen Nian deduced that Ming Ge must have awakened his observation haki. Are you not similarly endowed with observation? Ming Yi rigade tian ni yan verity. Chen Nian chuckled. What I possess is not merely observation. It allows me not only to sense danger, but also to scout nearby foes. Oh, now that piques my interest. Ming Ge looked up, gazing at the imposing figure of Venom. He furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that this formidable entity would not be easy to confront. Furthermore, Ming Ge was aware that he had not yet fully regained his strength, prompting him to consider retreating. Though it might be somewhat humiliating, it was preferable to perishing at this creature's hands. Very well, I shall spare your life today. You may depart. Ming Ge waved his hand with an air of magnanimity, as if bestowing a favor upon Chen Nian. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! What are you saying? You wish to let me go? Have you lost your senses? I have come to eliminate you, and you propose I depart? Damn it!" Ming Ge, incensed by Chen Nian's words, felt his hands trembling with rage. Meanwhile, Chen Nian continued to laugh. He had expended 220,000 points of shock value solely to upgrade to the 4-star cicada realm to vanquish Ming Ge. Yet now, upon realizing he could not best him, Ming Ge suggested he let him go. Such delusions. Without further ado, Chen Nian surged forward, unleashing a torrential assault. In contrast, Ming Ge was left with no choice but to evade with all his might, relying on decades of combat experience to dodge Chen Nian's onslaught. Remarkably, Ming Ge remains at the 2-star celestial cicada realm, yet he has simultaneously awakened both armament haki and observation haki. Thus, it is not an easy feat for Chen Nian to strike Ming Ge. Furthermore, due to Ming Ji's inferior level, he is simply no match for Chen Nian. At last, Chen Nian delivered a powerful kick to Ming Ji's chest. With a thunderous sound, Ming Ge was propelled backward by the force of the blow. However, this time, he did not fall, for he had activated his armament haki, which absorbed most of the damage inflicted by Chen Nian. Nevertheless, Ming Ji's heart was still troubled. It had been decades since he had been struck in such a manner. That detestable brat, I will slay you. He seethed. With a swift motion, Ming Ge unleashed a series of transparent threads trailing behind his leg. Chen Nian tilted his head to evade Ming Ji's right leg, but a deep gash was still carved across his chest by the white threads. Ha ha ha! Is your observation haki truly so lackluster, black-skinned monster? Ming Ji's head tilted, a triumphant grin reappearing on his face. Seeing Chen Nian wounded revitalized Ming Ji's confidence. Chen Nian was taken aback. After awakening his true form, Ming Ji's prowess was unexpectedly formidable. How could a 2-star celestial cicada contend evenly with his own 4-star strength? Moreover, with the activation of armament haki and observation haki, it became exceedingly difficult for Chen Nian to inflict severe damage upon him. But could Ming Ge alone possess such extraordinary power? Chen Nian's potential far surpassed his. Blood flowed from Chen Nian's chest, while a viscous black substance slowly healed the wound, albeit at a significantly slower rate than before, indicating the depth of the injury. With a faint smile, Chen Nian remarked, "Ming Ge, do you truly believe I am at a loss against you? What can you possibly do? This time, I shall surely kill you." Ming Ge bellowed as he charged forward. Expanding his hand, he buried countless transparent threads beneath the ground, forming a prison. The moment these threads made contact with Chen Nian, they would slice him into countless pieces, sealing his fate. Ming Ge grinned widely, envisioning himself as the inevitable victor. Meanwhile, Chen Nian contemplated how to counter Ming Ge. Activating the main brain's overload skill would impose repercussions on his body. Thus, he resolved to utilize the Sharingan, as it could expedite the conclusion of the battle. Black-skin monster, do not overreach. Today shall be your demise. I will kill you, devour you, and regain my abilities. Upon awakening my power, I shall dominate this world, trampling all beneath my feet. Ming Yi hovled fervently. In response, Chen Nian maintained his composure, standing resolutely in place. A faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, the ignorant truly are terrifying. Minga chuckled. He who is truly ignorant. Little do you know, you have already fallen into my snare. He declared, perish, monster. With a swift motion, countless strands of dense white silk erupted from beneath Chen Nian's feet, coalescing into a white cage that ensnared him within. Had Chen Nian not swiftly evaded, he would have surely been reduced to mere fragments of flesh. Yet, astonishingly, Chen Nian remained steadfast, unmoving from his position, which only served to amplify Ming Ji's manic grin. At last, ha ha, am I finally about to vanquish this dark-skinned beast? Suddenly, a surge of crimson flames erupted from Chen Nian's form. Within those flames, a flickering skeletal figure emerged, impervious and formidable, shattering Ming Ji's silken prison entirely. Witnessing this spectacle, Ming Ge was struck with sheer terror, his expression one of panic as he exclaimed, "What is this? How do you possess such power? Why?" Ding! Ming Ji's astonishment registered a staggering 600 points of shock. Unbeknownst to him, the venomous force harbored an astonishing defensive capability. This power seemed to transcend even the strongest of armaments. At that moment, not only Ming Ge, but the surrounding audience was left utterly bewildered. Goodness! Look! That venomous creature is using hacks. Can he truly summon Susanoo? A crimson Susanoo? Is that not Uchiha Itachi's technique? My heavens! Today is truly an eye-opener. Laughter erupted as spectators marveled. Can that venomous entity truly manifest Susanoo? Surely, Kishimoto would never dare to write such a thing. Ha ha ha! Is Ming Ge not being thoroughly humiliated by this venomous creature? With Susanoo activated, how can he possibly compete? They began to suspect that characters from the anime realm had breached their reality. Perhaps one of them was even hidden among the crowd. Ding! From Wang Hu. An astonished gasp marked 400 points of shock. Ding! From Li Long. A cry of disbelief registered at 450 points. In an instant, Chen Nian harvested tens of thousands of shock points from the audience's reactions. This was precisely the outcome Chen Nian desired. He sought to test the defensive prowess of Susanoo while simultaneously reaping a bounty of shock points. Chapter 35, A Profitable Venture. Otherwise, when he encounters even more formidable adversaries in the future, he would lack the shock points necessary for advancement. The effect was indeed splendid, eliciting gasps of astonishment from every spectator present. Damn it, how infuriating. I was on the verge of defeating him. Yet he activated an almost invincible mode. Ming Yi seited, having begun to entertain the thought of retreat. He realized he could never match Chen Nian in strength. Continuing this confrontation would be a futile waste of time. Flee! Thus, Ming Ge immediately set off, attempting to escape through the opening in the right wall. However, Chen Nian would not grant him such an opportunity. In a swift motion, Chen Nian retracted his Susanoo and blocked the entrance. His right hand transformed into a sharp black blade, which he plunged downwards, piercing directly through Ming Ji's heart. How dare you? Kill me? Ming Ge gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Soon after, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his chest, and he gradually lost consciousness. Chen Nian withdrew the black blade, and Ming Ji's body fell heavily to the ground. Ultimately, he succumbed to Chen Nian's might. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he was no match for Chen Nian. Having dealt with Ming Ge, the surrounding crowd erupted into gasps and cheers. They had discerned that Chen Nian posed no threat to them, and thus their fear subsided. As for Chen Nian, he had no time to linger. From the black viscous substance, he retrieved a blood marrow extractor and plunged it into the base of Ming Ji's spine, pressing the extraction button. 3 seconds later, the blood marrow of the extraordinary being, Ming Ge, was successfully extracted. This essence was undoubtedly valuable, worth at least hundreds of millions. Subsequently, Chen Nian employed a technique known as Amaterasu, incinerating Ming Ji's remains to obliterate any trace of him. Goodness, I knew it was a cheat. This venom can even unleash Amaterasu? I'm astounded. Doesn't that make the Venom invincible? Perhaps he has awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This is simply outrageous. Incredible, truly incredible. Venom, you are remarkable. Do you take on disciples? What do you think of me? Seeing that Chen Nian meant them no harm, some impassioned young individuals approached him, inquiring if he would accept disciples. Chen Nian grinned widely and replied, "Whoever wishes to die may follow me. I wouldn't mind devouring you." The moment these words escaped his lips, the young people turned pale with fright and retreated in a frenzy. Chen Nian merely chuckled softly before exiting through the opening behind him. He had slain Ming Gu, acquired the extraordinary blood marrow of both Ming Gu and Spider-Man, and incinerated Ming Ji's corpse with Amaterasu. Therefore, there was no reason for him to remain. He was eager to discover the fates of Lu Aoyao and Wu Xiaoqian. Upon returning to the alley, Chen Nian beheld a long-haired girl with crimson eyes, gripping a black blade, Muramasa, which was embedded in the corpse of a ghoul. The alley was littered with the bodies of ghouls and zombies, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood. Witnessing this scene, Chen Nian felt a sense of relief. At least Lu Aoyao's strength was commendable. But what of Wu Xiaoqian? She lay on the ground, gnawing on a zombie, lost in a frenzy. However, one cannot entirely blame her, for the slit-mouthed woman seemingly possesses only two skills, claws and devouring. "Oh, Wu, I hunger. I must consume you," she lamented. Why? Why must I remain merely a slit-mouthed woman? I am not a formidable superhuman. If only I were stronger, I could assist Teacher Chen. Wu Xiaoqian muttered through a mouthful of a zombie's shoulder. At that moment, Chen Nian appeared beside her. With a flicker of thought, he dispelled his venomous form, returning to the appearance of an ordinary human. Brushing the dust from his face, he inquired, "Wu Xiaoqian, I have completed my battle. How about you?" "Oh, Teacher Chen, you finished so quickly? What about Doflamingo? How'd he fare?" Ding! The astonishment from Lu Aowu registered a shock value of 500. Lu Aowu gazed at Chen Nian in disbelief, having presumed that the powerful Doflamingo had escaped. Knowing the immense strength of that superhuman, at least at the celestial cicada realm, she believed it would be challenging for Chen Nian to defeat him. However, Chen Nian shook 2 vials of crimson blood in his hand and declared, "Behold, the blood of Spider-Man and Doflamingo, both right here." "What? Teacher, you killed Doflamingo? How on earth did you manage that? This is astonishing." Ding! Lu Aowu's surprise now registered a shock value of 800. At this point, Lu Aowu was thoroughly convinced. Initially, upon hearing that Chen Nian was merely an 8-star Yuan Neo realm superhuman, she had underestimated his strength, believing they were evenly matched. Now, it was clear she had underestimated him. Chen Nian smiled faintly and remarked, "Indeed, the battle is over, and I have acquired quite a few valuable items." "Yes, I too have completed my task, Teacher Chen," Lu Aowu exclaimed, extracting Muramasa from the body of a ghoul. At that moment, all the ghouls and zombies in the box lay defeated. Only Wu Xiaoqian remained, still gnawing on a zombie. Lu Aowu approached and swiftly severed the zombie's neck with a knife, frowning as she admonished, "Xiaoqian, stop eating. Our battle has concluded." "No, I want to eat. Do not obstruct me." Wu Xiaoqian, as princess-like temper, flared once more. Chen Nian immediately reprimanded, "Xiaoqian, if you continue to throw a tantrum, I shall deduct your wages and withhold your pay at the end of the month." "Huh, I was wrong, Teacher Chen. I'll stop this moment." The mention of wage deductions immediately quelled Wu Xiaoqian's defiance. Being impoverished, the thought of losing her paycheck was unbearable. Overwhelmed by her circumstances, she tilted her head back and wept. "Why must I be so poor? Why am I so useless and feeble? You all are immensely powerful superhumans. What with your red eyes and venomous abilities, while I am just a slit-mouthed woman, horrifically lacking in growth attributes, unable to unleash even a single skill? I truly feel utterly worthless." Confronted by Wu Xiaoqian's tearful lamentations, Chen Nian urged, "Xiaoqian, AOA. Swiftly employ the blood marrow extractor to extract the blood marrow from all the ghouls and zombies present here. As I always say, for every vial of blood marrow, I shall reward you with 100,000 yuan. And Xiaoqian, do cease your weeping. Once we find an appropriate Esper's blood marrow in the future, I shall exchange it for you." "Really? I cannot thank you enough, Teacher Chen Nian." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoqian was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly kneeling beside Chen Nian as she clung to his sturdy leg, which was most comforting to embrace. Chapter 36. The sudden appearance of Kisame Lu Aoa also bore a joyful expression as she exclaimed, "Very well, teacher Chen Nian. I shall begin collecting the blood marrow at once." With that, Lu Aoa and Wu Xiaoqian swiftly set about gathering the blood marrow of these espers. This precious substance, when consumed, could enhance their abilities and power. However, it appeared that their pressing need was for money. Lacking channels to sell the blood marrow, they had previously consumed the blood of the fallen espers to bolster their strength. Now, with Chen Nian's support, they could earn a considerable commission. Before long, the trio had amassed a substantial collection of esper blood marrow. Chen Nian counted a total of 15 vials, 2 of which were from Spider-Man and Mingo. The remainder comprised entirely of ghoul and zombie blood marrow. Consequently, Chen Nian placed the 2 vials of high-grade esper blood marrow in the compartment of his bag, while the lower-grade blood marrow was stored within. Tomorrow, he would sell them at the Starlight Technology building to Wang Onming, who would surely have a need for such items. Calculating the potential profits, Chen Nian estimated that selling all of it could yield at least 1.5 billion yuan. In that case, he would soon become a billionaire. What a delightful prospect. All right, all set. It's time for us to depart. Chen Nian clapped his hands, secured all the vials of blood marrow, and then exited the alley, turning to leave. Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoa, having shed their identities as espers, followed closely behind him, their faces illuminated with joyful smiles, for they were on the brink of acquiring a substantial fortune, at least over 1 million yuan. However, just as Chen Nian and the 2 young women emerged from the alleyway, a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height approached them from the opposite direction. The enormous man, pallid in complexion, donned the headband of a rogue ninja, his eyes glinting like those of a shark, brimming with menace. Surrounding his cheeks were visible gills. Clad in a red cloud-patterned black robe, he bore a large object on his back, revealing the hilt of a sword. To any discerning eye, it was clear that this individual resembled Kisame from Naruto. Yet, only Chen Nian and his companions understood that this was not a mere imitation. It was the genuine esper Kisame. Moreover, Chen Nian could sense the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from this Kisame, which was at least at the level of a 9-star Tianshan, rendering him utterly outmatched. Even with the assistance of Lu Aolao and Wu Xiaoqian, victory against this specter of a creature known as the Ghost Jiao was utterly unattainable. In contrast, the Ghost Jiao, keenly attuned to the scent in the air, remarked, "Is that the scent of blood?" He then turned his gaze towards Chen Nian and his companions, inquiring, "Pray tell, what are you lot up to? Have you encountered anything peculiar?" By peculiar, he was undoubtedly alluding to those endowed with extraordinary abilities. The mere presence of the Ghost Jiao instilled a primal fear in both Lu Aolao and Wu Xiaoqian, causing them to instinctively retreat behind Chen Nian. They sensed that this ability-wielding entity was alarmingly formidable in the event of a confrontation. Their only recourse would be to flee for their lives. Chen Nian, however, stood resolute, his demeanor unwavering as he addressed the Ghost Jiao, saying, "What peculiarities are you referring to? I know not. Yet, I must point out that you carry the scent of blood on you. So, have you taken a life?" The Ghost Jiao's expression darkened, and the sinewy appendages at his back trembled ominously, producing a cacophony of sounds. With a casual shrug, Chen Nian replied, "We were merely indulging in some pig's blood soup. Is that a crime? Pig's blood soup?" The Ghost Jiao mused, glancing over his shoulder, seemingly unconvinced, but finding no immediate cause for alarm. Chen Nian continued, "My good fellow, do refrain from masquerading as the Ghost Jiao to frighten passers-by on the streets. You might attract the attention of the authorities." He waved dismissively, urging, "Forget it, just be on your way." The Ghost Jiao gestured, stepping back to allow Chen Nian and his companions to depart, as he perceived them to be mere mortals, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. However, just as Chen Nian brushed past the Ghost Jiao, a sudden realization struck the latter. The silhouette of this man bore an uncanny resemblance to the Venom from the television broadcasts. A jolt of recognition surged through the Ghost Jiao, Venom, the very entity for whom the leader of the Sei organization had placed a bounty of 5 billion. "Halt! You lot, do not flee," the Ghost Jiao bellowed, startling Chen Nian and his companions. Panic surged through Chen Nian as an ominous premonition flickered in his mind. The Ghost Jiao's prowess surpassed theirs by a significant margin. Should Chen Nian attempt to flee, Lu Aolao and Wu Xiaoqian would surely meet their demise. Thus, Chen Nian turned and queried, "What troubles you, Mr. Ghost Jiao? Is there an issue?" The ghost Jiao grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Huh? Spare me your charade? Venom. I recognize you. I have come specifically for you, after all. Your blood marrow is worth 5 billion. Come now, let's engage in battle. Allow me to witness the extent of your strength." A sense of dread enveloped Chen Nian. Had he truly been unmasked? His fists clenched slightly in trepidation. Behind him, Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aolao were paralyzed with fear, their breaths caught in their throats. For the aura emanating from the ghost Jiao was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, Chen Nian maintained his composure, asserting, "What Venom? I am unaware of what you speak. Still feigning ignorance? Do not presume I am oblivious. You have just taken a life. Furthermore, you three are all endowed with abilities, with you being the awakened one known as Venom. Am I correct?" The ghost Jiao had already raised his hand, gripping the hilt of the weapon at his side, poised to strike at Chen Nian at any moment. At this moment, Chen Nian's gaze darkened, coldly fixating on Gue Jiao as he said, "Are you seeking death as well?" Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes materialized within Chen Nian's own. Those eyes gradually transformed into 3 tomo of the Sharingan. Beneath the blood-red pupils lay the power to pierce through all deceit and facades of the world. Upon witnessing those long-lost eyes, Gue Jiao's heart jolted, and his pupils constricted tightly. A figure began to materialize in Gue Jiao's mind, overlapping with Chen Nian's. It was Uchiha Itachi. "I apologize. I mistook you for someone else. Excuse me, sir. I shall take my leave." "No, no, I shall fly." Ding! The fear emanating from Gue Jiao registered a staggering shock value of 1,000. With that, Gue Jiao hastily retreated 2 steps before fleeing without a backward glance. How terrifying! My heavens! How could that man's eyes manifest upon him? Could he be the awakened wielder of Uchiha Itachi's powers, merely masquerading as a human in the city? Damn, fortunate was I to have run swiftly. Had he gazed upon me a moment longer, I would have perished without knowing how. Gue Jiao sprinted away at an astonishing pace, murmuring to himself, voicing his dread of Uchiha Itachi. His fear of Itachi was instinctual, stemming from their past encounter where mere glance had ensnared him in an illusion for an entire day and night without his awareness. At that moment, had Itachi wished to slay him, it would have been but a trivial task. Though Itachi spared him, the terror left Gue Jiao nearly lifeless with fright. What a terrifying ocular power! Gue Jiao never wished to experience such a feeling of being controlled again. Thus, upon seeing Chen Nian manifest the eyes of Uchiha Itachi, he wasted no time escaping, devoid of any thoughts of confrontation. Regardless of Chen Nian's prowess, as long as he possessed those eyes, Gue Jiao would instinctively tremble in fear. Chapter 37. Dr. Haddon S. Plan Gue Jiao fled the scene at great speed, darting towards the left side of the street. His figure grew increasingly distant until he vanished from sight. At this juncture, Chen Nian let out a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had activated his Manjiki Sharingan to frighten Gue Jiao away. Otherwise, the 3 of them would not have been able to contend with him. How frightening! Teacher Chen Nian, how could Gue Jiao appear in our city? Wu Xiaoqian inquired, her voice laced with concern. Chen Nian responded, "It is likely that my identity has been exposed to the public eye. The leader of the Sei organization has placed a bounty of 500 million on my unique bloodline abilities." "What? A bounty of 500 million? What will you do now, Teacher Chen Nian?" Ding! Lu Aoyao exclaimed in astonishment. "Shock value 300. Lu Aoyao spoke in utter disbelief. Chen Nian said, "Indeed, we must unite and collectively confront the extraordinary individuals of the Saiha organization. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit the Starlight Ability Association to sell the ability blood marrow in my possession and subsequently utilize the proceeds to enhance our team. I want to join as well." Wu Xiaoqian was the first to raise her hand. "Yes, Teacher Chun, I have never been to the Starlight Ability Company. Why don't you take us along? If any unforeseen events occur, perhaps we could assist you." Lu Aowei stood beside Chen Nian, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Ultimately, Chen Nian nodded slightly, acquiescing to their request. "Very well, since that is the case, you may accompany me. Report to my residence at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Chen Nian thought it prudent to have a couple of companions by his side while selling the blood marrow. Moreover, Wu Xiaoqian could document the encounter with her phone. Should the Starlight Ability Association attempt to seize the blood marrow from him, He could instruct her to immediately release the footage online, revealing the true nature of the organization to the public. At that moment, dusk was gradually settling in. The sun dipped below the horizon, illuminating the streets with bright streetlights. In the distance, a bustling marketplace radiated with vibrant lights, accompanied by the urgent wails of police sirens. Chen Nian understood that the officers had likely received reports from the public and were en route to the Guangyuan Hotel to address the situation concerning the bodies of extraordinary individuals. However, at that time, Chen Nian had already transformed into Venom. Even if someone captured footage and posted it online, they would remain oblivious to the fact that Venom was merely Chen Nian in disguise. Teacher Chen, are we still going to see a movie? Wu Xiaoqian trotted ahead with a light-hearted step. Chen Nian shook his head and replied, I feel a bit weary. Let us postpone the outing for another time. All right then, let us return home to rest. With that, Wu Xiaoqian hopped forward and linked her arm with Chen Nian's. Lu Aowei watched in astonishment, exclaiming, Xiaoqian, you and Teacher Chen aren't. Are you? What of it? Even if we were in a relationship, so what? We are law-abiding citizens, and love is perfectly reasonable. Wu Xiaoqian retorted nonchalantly. Aowei, are you going to sleep over at Teacher Chen's as well? Wu Xiaoqian grinned. Lu Aowei's cheeks flushed slightly. I think I'll pass. I'm accustomed to staying in the dormitory. Very well then, I shall go, Wu Xiaoqian declared joyfully. However, Chen Nian firmly pushed Wu Xiaoqian away, stating, I am quite fatigued. You and Aowei should return to the dormitory to rest. I wish to have a quiet evening. Hey, Teacher Chen, are you being unfair? Chen Nian replied. In what way am I being unfair? One must understand that Doflamingo is an extraordinary individual at the 2-star celestial cicada realm. Defeating him has drained much of my energy. Xiaoqian, you ought to go home and rest. Do as I say. Indeed, Xiaoqian, you two, being a man and a woman together in a room, might inevitably spark some unexpected chemistry. I hold a firm belief that Teacher Chen Nian is a person of integrity, yet I harbor doubts about you. You infatuated girl. Surely, you must have delivered the head of Wu Xiaoqian directly to Teacher Chen Nian. I am not oblivious to your antics. Lu Aobao stepped forward, seizing Wu Xiaoqian's arm with determination. Little did she know that Wu Xiaoqian's fate had already been sealed with Chen Nian. Pouting her lips, Wu Xiaoqian murmured, All right, Teacher Chen Nian, you should rest well. Aobao and I will head back to the dormitory first. Be cautious on your way. Chen Nian replied. Understood. Farewell, Teacher Chen Nian. Goodbye. Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aobao waved goodbye to Chen Nian before dashing into the street to their left. Once the two had departed, Chen Nian picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Hongxian. After a couple of beeps, the call was swiftly connected. Hello, Teacher Chen Nian? Is it possible that you are calling me? Do you miss me? Zhao Hongxian teased playfully over the phone. Chen Nian chuckled softly and replied, Teacher Hongxian, could you come to my neighborhood to pick me up at 9:30 tomorrow morning? I wish to visit the Starlight Technology Company. Oh, have you finally made up your mind to join us as an official member of the Special Abilities team? Zhao Hongxian inquired. Not quite. I merely wish to sell some special ability blood essence to you. That's simple enough. I can bring Xiaoming over to your place for the acquisition. No need for any complications. No, I would like to tour your company. And I have mixed up some blood essence grades that need to be identified using instruments for proper pricing. Oh, do you possess a substantial amount of special ability blood essence? Whose is it? Let us not discuss that for now. You shall find out when you arrive tomorrow. All right, I will personally come to fetch you tomorrow. Only you are afforded such privilege. I would bother with anyone else. Zhao Hongshuan's voice carried a hint of playful reproach, as if to say, I treat you with such kindness, yet you fail to appreciate it. Chen Nian smiled. Haha. Thank you, Teacher Hongxian. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. After ending the call, Chen Nian made his way toward the Tiannan neighborhood. As twilight descended, the moon shone brightly amidst a scattering of stars. The city of Chenghai illuminated the night with a myriad of lights. Within a large private clinic in Chenghai City, a shadowy figure darted into the hospital entrance. Subsequently, the figure, bearing grievous injuries, entered the medical room 105. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by an elderly man clad in a white lab coat. The old man held a test tube in his left hand, gently shaking it as he grinned maniacally. Haha, this is the reagent for the zombie virus. Once my experiment succeeds, the entire world shall bow to me. The elderly man's laughter echoed with madness as the shadowy figure approached him, stating, Dr. Haddon, we have a grave situation. What brings you here? How many times must I reiterate the necessity of knocking before entering? How can you still display such rudeness? Subject 25. Dr. Haddon reined in the smile, adorning his face, and cast a questioning glance at the zombie before him. It was immediately apparent that this zombie belonged to the extraordinary beings of his own hospital. Chapter 38. Journey to the Starlight Extraordinary Association. This hospital, known as Haddon Private Clinic, spans an impressive area of nearly 3,000 square meters. Dr. Haddon is renowned far and wide as a physician, attracting many ailing patients to his private practice. No matter the complexity of the ailment, Dr. Haddon possesses the uncanny ability to administer the simplest and most effective treatments, yielding swift results without any side effects. Over time, he has earned the reputation of a miraculous healer among the local populace, even garnering interviews and accolades from the Chenghai City television station. However, beneath the surface of Haddon Private Clinic, which appears to be a mere hospital, lies a research facility dedicated to extraordinary beings. Dr. Haddon is the pioneering architect behind the theory of extraordinary being assimilation and evolution. Recently, he has been investigating a serum capable of transforming ordinary individuals into zombies. Should this serum come to fruition, the world itself would be on the brink of apocalypse. Dr. Haddon placed the serum labeled as number 8 onto the testing platform. He removed his white gloves and, regarding the zombie designated as Subject 25, inquired, "Speak up. What significant event has transpired? Given your grievous injuries, it appears you have encountered an extraordinary being. Has someone discovered our secret and launched an attack?" "Not at all. It pertains to young Master by Chen." "Oh, has he stirred up trouble again?" "I have implanted him with the blood essence of the extraordinary being, Don Quixote da Flamingo. If he cannot prevail against that little spider, then he is utterly useless. He brings nothing but shame upon me." A flicker of anger crossed Dr. Haddon's face. From his words, it was evident that he had instructed his son, Bai Chun, to hunt the blood essence of the Spider-Man extraordinary being. To ensure success, he had also endowed Bai Chun with the 2-star cicada realm and the blood essence of Doflamingo. The zombie shook its head inside Dr. Haddon. In truth, young Master had already acquired the blood essence of Spider-Man. But suddenly, 3 extraordinary beings appeared and obstructed our path. The 3 extraordinary beings were Venom, Red Eye, and the Lipless Woman. Venom has made an appearance as well. And then, Dr. Haddon furrowed his brow slightly. He had seen on television the news of Venom's victory over Daedara. Yet defeating Doflamingo was an impossibility. The zombie continued its explanation. Then, our entire force was decimated, and I alone returned, severely injured. And what of your young Master? The young Master was also slain by that Venom. What? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Dr. Haddon's eyes widened, his face a mask of disbelief. He surmised that the venom of the new mutant was at best comparable to that of Spider-Man. So how could it possibly defeat the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo of the 2-star celestial cicada realm? This was utterly inconceivable. Even if the venom had mutated, his realm could not have escalated so swiftly. Number 25. I advise you to speak the truth and not deceive me. Hutton threatened the zombie known as Number 25. The zombie, with a bitter smile, replied, "Everything I say is true. I do not deceive you. The young Master is truly dead. The powers and blood essence of both Spider-Man and Doflamingo were seized by the venom. I witnessed it with my own eyes." And what of your young Master's corpse? "Bring the body to me, and I may still be able to revive him," Hutton demanded. The zombie responded, "I am sorry, Dr. Hutton, but the young Master's body is also gone, consumed by a black flame released by the venom. At that moment, I transformed into a human and concealed myself among the crowd to escape." "What? Bai Chen's body is gone?" Infuriating, "That vile venom. You dare to kill my son?" Hutton declared, "I will not rest until I have my revenge on you. All superpowered beings in this world deserve to perish. Humanity is no better. They all must die and submit beneath my feet. Just wait. All of you shall await your doom. Once I complete the research on the number 8 zombie serum, it will herald the end for humankind. Bai Chun, my son." In Hutton's private clinic, his anguished wails echoed through the heavens. The following day, at 9:15 in the morning, within the Tianhe community, Chen Nian arose, washed up, and, after breakfast, switched on the LCD television. As expected, The screen displayed footage of the previous day's battle between the Venom and Doflamingo at the Guangyuan Hotel. A beautiful female host was providing live analysis of the event. When the term superpowered beings appeared before the audience, a wave of astonishment swept across the nation. For many, it was their first glimpse of superpowered beings on television. Numerous citizens remained skeptical, believing these were merely fictional characters created by special effects, incapable of manifesting in their reality. Yet, this video also delivered a profound shock to countless citizens. Consequently, Chen Nian experienced a surge of astonishment value. This was fortuitous for Chen Nian, as the greater the astonishment value, the swifter his progress would be. Moreover, it seemed that Shanghai television had begun to educate the world regarding the existence of superpowered beings. Ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell resonated through the room. When Chen Nian opened the door, indeed, the two young girls had arrived. Wu Xiaoqian yawned and said, "Good morning, Teacher Chen Nian." "Good morning, Teacher Chen Nian," echoed Lu Aitio, equally greeting him. "Come in, both of you, after 9:30. I will take you on a tour of the Starlight Technology Company." Chen Nian invited them into his home. This marked Lu Albao's inaugural visit to Chen Nian's residence. The house, though modest in size, exuded warmth and comfort, with a subtle fragrance permeating the air, leading Lu Albao to conclude that Chen Nian was indeed a person of meticulous cleanliness. Before long, the clock struck 9:30. Zhao Hongxian made a phone call, announcing her arrival at the foot of the Chenghai community. Consequently, Chen Nian promptly grabbed his briefcase and stepped out with Lu Albao and Wu Xiaoqian. Upon entering the park of Chenghai community, Chen Nian spotted a stunning woman clad in red, leaning against a blue sports car. Upon noticing Chen Nian and his companions, the enchanting lady waved, exclaiming, "Chen Nian, over here." "Good morning, Teacher Hongxian. I spotted your blue LaFerrari from afar. That car must be quite pricey." Chen Nian inquired as he approached Zhao Hongxian. Zhao Hongxian chuckled softly, her fair fingers adorned with a pair of sunglasses. "It's not too bad. It's only around 8 million. Indeed, for someone of your affluent background, that hardly qualifies as expensive," exclaimed Wu Xiaoqian, astonished. 8 million? I could never earn that much in my lifetime. Chen Nian's statement drew a surprised response from Wu Xiaoqian. Zhao Hongxian, now aware of the presence of both women, grew slightly cautious and asked, "Chen Nian, who are they? Don't tell me they're all your little girlfriends?" Chen Nian shook his head. "No, they're my assistants. We form a cohesive team." "Ah, so they're also individuals with special abilities?" "Yes, I was hoping to take them on a tour of Starlight Technology Company. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongxian pondered for a moment before responding. "Since they are our clients, a visit to our company is certainly permissible. Now, hop in, lovely ladies." "Yes, Teacher Hongxian." "Wait, Teacher Hongxian. Are you also an individual with special abilities?" Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Albao swiftly entered Zhao Hongshuan's blue Ferrari. Zhao Hongxian donned her sunglasses and replied, "Yes, how do you two know about me?" Wu Xiaoqian answered, "Because we are students from Chenghai University." Who doesn't know that Teacher Zhao Hongxian is the most beautiful teacher at our school, a role model for countless girls and the secret crush of innumerable boys? Not too old yet, but quite the charmer. Zhao Hongxian smiled lightly, clearly pleased by Wu Xiaoqian's words. Soon after, Chen Nian took his place in the passenger seat, and the quartet set off towards the interior of Starlight Technology Company. Starlight Technology Company is situated in the heart of Chenghai City, spanning approximately 8,000 square meters, and ranks among the elite technology firms in Longhua. On the surface, the company engages in technological endeavors, yet it primarily functions as a research team focused on individuals with special abilities. Within the confines of Longhua, only a select few are privy to this knowledge. In no time, Chen Nian led Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Albao, accompanied by Zhao Hongxian, into the Starlight Technology Building. The building comprises a total of 38 stories. The first 20 floors are dedicated to conventional technological research, while the upper 18 floors serve as a facility for the study of individuals with extraordinary abilities. Upon entering the elevator, Chen Nian and his companions, accompanied by Zhao Hongxian, ascended directly to the 38th floor of the Starlight Technology Company. Here, an expansive covered plaza awaited, filled with a plethora of cutting-edge technologies. Intertwining hues of violet, crimson, and azure dazzled the senses. Chen Nian even observed individuals engaged in the development of titanium alloy combat suits. At the center of the plaza stood a combat arena spanning over 100 square meters, where two extraordinary individuals clashed in combat, while a throng of enthusiastic spectators cheered from below. However, Chen Nian was acutely aware that the majority of those present were indeed individuals with extraordinary abilities. Ah, Sister Hongxian has arrived. Good morning, Sister Hongxian. It's rare to see you back at the company today. Have you stopped teaching? As soon as Zhao Hongxian made her entrance into the technological edifice, she attracted the attention of numerous extraordinary individuals, each greeting her warmly. Although Zhao Hongxian was not exceedingly powerful, her esteemed position as a supervisor at Starlight Technology commanded respect. Anyone daring to offend her would find themselves swiftly dismissed, or even have their extraordinary abilities stripped away. At that moment, a bald man and a petite girl floating in midair gradually approached Zhao Hongxian. The bald man exclaimed, "Oh, Sister Hongxian is here. Who are these little ones? Are they new extraordinary individuals here for an interview?" He beamed a friendly smile. Zhao Hongxian replied, "They're not here for an interview. They are our customers." Customers? Extraordinary individuals dealing in blood essence? The bald man expressed his surprise. "Yes, they are connected through Little Meng." "Oh, you know our young lady? That explains everything." The bald man chuckled heartily, scratching his head. Meanwhile, the floating girl, clutching a bottle of soda, piped up, "Are we done yet? Another meeting? I want to go out and play. My Randy Bear party has already begun. Uncle Wuchang, take me out to have fun." "Stop it, GZ. Let us wait until the meeting is over before going out to play," the bald man replied. The floating girl pouted. "It's all that Venom's fault. Causing trouble outside every day makes it unbearable for us, and now we have to analyze his strength." "Oomph. Enough chatter. Can't you see Sister Hongxian has brought guests? Sister Hongxian, we'll take our leave now. Let us play together sometime." "All right, you may go." Zhao Hongxian waved her hand. After the bald man and the little girl departed, she continued guiding Chen Nian and his companions toward the center of the technological plaza. Wow, what a magnificent technological building. Upon entering, it feels as if one has stepped into a world of the future. Could it be that all the individuals here possess extraordinary abilities? There must be at least 100. They all appear so formidable. Thankfully, they're not villains, or else we might never escape. Chen Nian followed closely behind Zhao Hongxian. Behind him, Wu Shaoqian and Lu Aobao gazed curiously at the unfolding scene, whispering amongst themselves. Suddenly, Chen Nian spoke up. "By the way, Teacher Hongxian, everyone here must be extraordinary individuals, correct?" Zhao Hongxian nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, there are some powerful individuals with abilities, and a small number of staff responsible for researching the gene serum for these abilities. If we could replicate the genes of these extraordinary individuals, future generations could all become superhumans. Indeed, this could be a method to benefit humanity." Chen Nian nodded in agreement, considering that if war were to break out in the future, those with abilities would undoubtedly be at the forefront. Chen Nian continued to inquire, "Who were the two individuals that just walked by? What were their roles?" Zhao Hongxian smiled gently. "I'm afraid I cannot disclose the identities of our company's extraordinary individuals due to a strict confidentiality agreement. If I were to violate company policy, the consequences would be severe. I apologize for my indiscreet question." "No worries, as you can also keep your identity confidential." Zhao Hongxian shook her head lightly, indicating that it was not a problem. The two individuals he mentioned earlier, the bald man was named Wu Chang, and his role was Diamond Jaws from the world of One Piece, a 2-star master of the Lion Sea realm. The little girl was an extraordinary character from the One Punch Man universe, Tornado, with 7-star celestial cicada level strength. Both possessed formidable power and were teammates, hence their close relationship. Naturally, Zhao Hongxian could not reveal their identities or abilities to Chen Nian. Soon, Zhao Hongxian led Chen Nian and the others to the technology computer area on the left side of the building. There, a beautiful woman in a pink dress sat before a computer, intently organizing files. "Xiaoming, look who I've brought," Zhao Hongxian suddenly exclaimed. Wang Aming looked up abruptly, a smile gracing her lips. "Sister Hongxian, you're here?" "Yes. Can you guess who they are?" "What? Teacher Chen Nian, you're here too?" Wang Aming's excitement was palpable upon seeing him. Ding! Surprise from Wang Aming. Shock value 500. Wang Aming immediately chimed. "What a rare guest. Teacher Chen Nian, what brings you to our technology building? Have you decided to join our company and become one of us?" She looked at Chen Nian with great anticipation. Chapter 40. 200 million? Deal. Chen Nian chuckled and shook his head. I have no plans to join. I merely came for a visit. I also wanted to sell some extraordinary blood marrow to you. Would you be interested? Absolutely. Wang Aming's eyes lit up. Upon hearing that Chen Nian had come to sell extraordinary blood marrow, her enthusiasm surged. Wang Anmeng propped her chin on her hands, leaning against the computer desk. Teacher Chen Nian, you actually came here personally to sell blood marrow? It seems you must have quite a haul this time. Indeed. I have become entangled with over a dozen vials of extraordinary individuals' blood essence, and thus I require your expertise for identification. As Chen Nian spoke, he placed a sleek black briefcase upon the computer desk. He opened the case and retrieved 13 vibrant vials of blood essence, along with 2 additional bottles of a unique variety from the other compartments. Wang Anming's eyes gleamed with curiosity as she remarked, Mr. Chen, the blood essence you possess must be of great value, else it wouldn't be stored in the compartments. Chen Nian chuckled in agreement. Indeed, they are indeed precious. Were it not for financial constraints, I would have no desire to part with them. May I inquire as to which extraordinary individuals these blood essences belong? Wang Anming leaned in, her curiosity palpable. Nearby, Zhao Hongxian, with her arms crossed beneath her chin, gazed at Chen Nian with intrigue. With a smile, Chen Nian replied, This one is the blood essence of Spider-Man, and this one belongs to Doflamingo. I trust you are both familiar with them. What? Spider-Man and Doflamingo? Goodness, Mr. Chen. Where on earth did you acquire these vials? Wang Aming exclaimed in disbelief. Even Zhao Hongxian wore a look of incredulity, both pondering how Chen Nian had come into possession of such remarkable blood essences. As Wang Anming's astonished voice echoed, the entire floor of the tech building fell into silence. All extraordinary individuals ceasing their chatter and casting incredulous glances toward Chen Nian and his companions. What did the young lady just say? Blood essence of Spider-Man and Doflamingo? Is it true? How did this handsome young man manage to acquire such rare items? This is unbelievable. Doflamingo's blood essence has been missing since its disappearance 2 years ago. Could it truly be in his possession? And where did he obtain Spider-Man's essence? It seems this young man possesses an extraordinary background. We must treat him with caution. He is likely not affiliated with the Sea organization, for otherwise, Hongxian would never have brought him here. Did any of you catch the news yesterday? In the Guangyuan Hotel, Doflamingo engaged in a fierce battle with Venom, and the online views have surpassed 20 million. I suspect that this young man is indeed the awakened individual of Venom's abilities. What? Venom has arrived? Is that true? It must be accurate. The evidence is compelling. Ding. Surprise from Huang Fia. Shock value 800. Ding. Astonishment from Heilong. Shock value 980. Ding. Amazement from Lin Feishue. Shock value 1200. As the astonishment of the crowd surged, Chen Nian swiftly amassed an impressive total of over 20,000 points in shock value. Subsequently, the extraordinary individuals began to gather around, eager to catch a glimpse of the true visage of Venom. In an instant, 70 or 80 individuals with extraordinary abilities surrounded the scene. Even the 2 combatants on the arena, intrigued like curious children, approached to discern the unfolding events. Is this the infamous Venom? It is he who single-handedly vanquished Daedara and Don Quixote Doflamingo? How striking. I had anticipated a grotesque figure, yet he is remarkably handsome, a true embodiment of my aesthetic ideals. My goodness, he truly is quite dashing. I feel my own attractiveness pales in comparison to his. Venom, dear sir, may we exchange contact information? I am willing to offer 2 million yuan. Who will fetch Venom for me? This fellow is mine, so no one else dare covet him. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Among them stood a tall, commanding woman who boldly offered 2 million yuan, solely to entice others to approach Chen Nian. It must be said, the wealthy are indeed formidable, as they recognize that Venom is no villain. Otherwise, he would not be brought to the center of the Starlight Ability Association. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Zhao Hongxian could no longer contain herself. What are you all clamoring about? Silence, please. This is our esteemed client. We cannot afford to offend him. Understood, Sister Hongxian. Merely jesting, replied the red-haired beauty, flashing a smile and shrugging her shoulders. Subsequently, Wang Anming called for Alan to bring forth a blood marrow testing machine. She extracted a drop of blood and placed it within the device. A surge of blue light illuminated the room, and an animated figure appeared on the screen. Beep. Matching blood genetic profile. 99 is Don Quixote Doflamingo. 2-star celestial cicada blood marrow. Beep, matching blood genetic profile. 99 is Spider-Man, 4-star cosmic bull blood marrow. After analyzing the first 2 blood samples, Wang Onming inhaled deeply and then turned to Chen Nian with utmost seriousness. Teacher, Chen Nian, the genetic matching degree of these 2 vials of blood marrow indeed corresponds to Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Spider-Man. Why is it a 99 genetic match? Inquired Chen Nian. Wang Onming responded, this blood contains traces of other individuals' genetic material, albeit in minimal quantities, which does not pose an issue. So, how much do you intend to charge? The question struck at the heart of the matter. Chen Nian was uncertain of the market price for extraordinary blood marrow, as he was unfamiliar with the industry. Thus, he extended 5 fingers. 50 million? Wang Onming's eyes sparkled, thinking she had stumbled upon a great bargain. However, Chen Nian corrected her. Incorrect. It is 500 million. At this declaration, silence enveloped the gathering. 500 million. A substantial sum indeed. Ding. From Zhao Hongshuan's astonishment, shock value. 800. Ding. From Wang Onming's trepidation, shock value. 1,000. The 500 million yuan offer truly unsettled them. Chen Nian had deliberately quoted an exorbitant price to intimidate them and garner shock value. It appears that he has indeed achieved the desired effect. Wang Onming furrowed her brow tightly and remarked with a wry smile, "Oh my heavens, teacher Chen Nian, you truly know how to ask for a princely sum. 5 billion could procure the blood essence of an 8-star celestial cicada, and you are merely a 2-star cicada. That is exorbitant." Wang Onming shook her head repeatedly, yet she found it difficult to part with the 2 vials of extraordinary blood essence in her possession. Chen Nian chuckled. Well, you could always attempt to negotiate a lower price. All right then, how about 2 billion? Wang Onming inquired tentatively. Deal. If you dare to say it, I shall dare to sell it. Chen Nian replied decisively, sealing the agreement without hesitation. Chapter 41. The classification of extraordinary blood essence. Oh, the indignation from Wang Onming registers a shock value of 600. Wang Onming realized she had been thoroughly ensnared by Chen Nian's ruse. It seemed that Chen Nian had no idea of the actual worth of the item, casually tossing out a random figure, starting at 5 billion for her to negotiate down. What a loss. This was a significant setback. Had she known to quote 15 billion, Chen Nian would have surely acquiesced. After all, with no sales channels, keeping it for himself would only invite other extraordinary individuals to covet it. Initially, Chen Nian intended to sell the 2 vials for 13 billion, but with Wang Onming proposing a mere 2 billion, how could he refuse? This was a windfall. Well, 2 billion it is. I shall not consider it a loss. Wang Onming sighed softly. Based on acquisition costs, the blood essence of a 2-star celestial cicada is approximately around 15 billion. But considering it belongs to Doflamingo, I could add an extra 20 million. As for the blood essence of a 4-star Yuan Nyo, it is only 20 million. Due to its association with Spider-Man and its research value, an offer of 30 million is also agreeable. Let it be so. 2 billion for these 2 vials of blood essence is settled. Absolutely no problem. Chen Nian nodded slightly. He needed that 2 billion to secure a building and establish his own extraordinary company. Well, since we are old acquaintances, I feel a bit guilty about taking advantage of you. I will transfer the 2 billion to your account shortly. Teacher, Chen Nian. I hope we can collaborate again in the future. Wang Onming grinned widely, genuinely pleased to acquire the 2 vials of blood essence. Chen Nian, however, quickly interjected. Wait a moment. I have other extraordinary blood essences to sell you as well. I have no use for them. Oh, once I finish the calculations, I shall provide you with a price list. Very well. Chen Nian nodded in agreement. Before long, Wang Onming instructed Alan to test the remaining extraordinary blood essences. She intended to establish different purchase prices based on the roles and levels of the essences. Subsequently, she presented Chen Nian with a price list for the extraordinary blood, stating, Teacher Chen Nian, this is the acquisition pricing for the extraordinary blood. We acquired a relatively low cost, and if customers come to purchase, we can negotiate with them. Indeed, I understand that aspect. Chen Nian nodded slightly. In essence, this is no different from conducting business. The Starlight Association operates as a company, while Chen Nian serves as the source of goods. Lacking customers, Chen Nian has no choice but to supply the Starlight Association with his wares. Otherwise, if he were to attempt selling blood essence on the streets, no one would purchase it, and he would be deemed insane by onlookers. selling a vial of blood for exorbitant sums in the hundreds of millions? Has he lost his mind? Subsequently, Chen Nian began to scrutinize the price list. Ordinary blood essence, for instance, zombies, ghouls, and the slit-mouthed woman. Mouse level, 200,000 to 1 million. Yuan Yo level, 1, 5 million to 5 million. Tian Chan level, 8 million to 50 million. Advanced blood essence, for example, Orochimaru and Kakashi. Mouse level, 2 million to 10 million. Yuan Yo level, 15 million to 80 million. Tian Chan level, 100 million to 600 million. Lion Sea level, 800 million to 6 billion. Moreover, the price of super advanced blood essence exceeds that of advanced blood essence in the same realm by a factor of 110. Negotiable. Demigod level blood essence, above 1 billion. Price negotiable, with no upper limit. Examples include Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Whitebeard. God level blood essence, priced at over 10 billion. Negotiable, with no upper limit. As long as you're willing to sell, we are ready to buy. Examples include the Sage of Six Paths and Saitama, among others. Chen Nian, Wu Xiaoqian, and Liu Aoa watched the price list intently. What? Ordinary, supernatural blood essence is so undervalued? The mouse level is merely a couple 100,000? Exclaimed Wu Xiaoqian. Look below. Demigod level blood essence starts at over 1 billion. God level blood essence at 10 billion or more. If we could acquire such blood essence, we'd be set for life. Wu Xiaoqian's eyes widened with excitement. Liu Aoa cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, "What are you thinking? If God-level blood essence were available, it would have already been snatched away by others. Then I would just use it myself," Wu Xiaoqian retorted. Liu Aoa replied, "Forget it. By the time you reach the Yuan Yo level, you would have already been hunted down by more powerful supernatural beings. Even if you possess God-level blood essence without the opportunity for growth, you would still meet your demise. Thus, it is essential for supernatural beings to unite for mutual protection to thrive." It must be said, Liu Aoa's analysis was quite astute. Wang Aming nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, no matter how formidable the blood essence, without a team, one ultimately cannot withstand the overwhelming odds. Wouldn't you agree, Teacher Chen Nian?" In truth, Wang Aming was subtly hinting at Chen Nian's potential inclusion in their Starlight Association. She was aware that Chen Nian might possess dual blood essences, including that of Uchiha Itachi alongside his venomous abilities. Chen Nian responded with a gentle smile. Indeed, camaraderie is vital, yet it is even more crucial to enhance one's own strength. Only by becoming formidable oneself can one command respect. Well then, I hope Teacher Chen Nian grows stronger in the future to protect me. Naturally, I shall strive to safeguard the safety of all the world's inhabitants from supernatural threats," Chen Nian declared resolutely. Wang Aming nodded, fully aware that Chen Nian had ultimately declined her invitation. In light of this, she could only wish him well. Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation, during which Chen Nian gleaned some vital information from Wang Aming. It became evident that the growth rate and potential of blood marrow varied across different levels. For instance, abilities derived from zombies and the likes of the split-mouthed woman could only ascend to the 9-star celestial cicada realm, with no further advancement possible. Conversely, ghouls could progress to the Lion Sea realm. High-level blood marrow could reach the pinnacle of the giant statue realm, yet further growth would be arduous. Super high-level blood marrow could attain the apex of the true dragon realm. Both demigod and divine-level blood marrow possess the potential to evolve into godlike beings. Should fortune favor one, they might ascend to divine status in the future. However, as of now, no one with divine abilities had emerged in the world. At this moment, within the Starshine Ability Association, Chen Nian and his companions awaited Alan's test results. Wang Anming remained nearby, continuing her light-hearted banter with Chen Nian. Their conversation flowed from discussions of ability-derived blood marrow to the prospects of the world's future, both believing that it would inevitably be dominated by those with supernatural abilities. Should the development of ability genes come to fruition, humanity as a whole would undergo genetic transformation, evolving into superhumans. After delving into the topic of ability genes, they shifted to matters of family and love, inciting a hint of jealousy among the other ability users present. Wang Anming, once a rather aloof young woman, had transformed into a vivacious conversationalist upon meeting Chen Nian. Could one truly believe she held no interest in him? If Chen Nian were to win Wang Aming's heart, he would inherit the Starshine Technology Company, a colossal enterprise valued at over $1 trillion, with numerous formidable ability users under its wing. Controlling such a company would equate to wielding power over the fate of the future world. Thus, many male ability users began to envy Chen Nian, inadvertently bestowing upon him a surge of astonishment. Yet, they dared not offend him. After all, should he ascend to a position within the Starshine Ability Association, they would be cautious not to antagonize their future superior. Chapter 42. The Emergence of the Giant Lizard. The onslaught of the zombie virus within the spacious confines of the Starshine Technology Laboratory. Hundreds of ability users congregated. The weakest among them possessed the 5-star Yuan-Yo realm, while the strongest remained unfathomable. Among them, Chen Nian discerned several exceptionally powerful ability awakeners, their demeanor dignified and exuding an air of authority that could subdue all present with a mere glance. Wang Anming remained perched on the computer desk, engaged in light conversation with Chen Nian. At that moment, Alan approached, holding a test report, and announced, "Miss, the blood marrow brought by Mr. Chen Nian has been fully tested. 3 level 8 mouse class abilities, 5 level 2 bull class abilities for level 3 bull class abilities, and a single level 5 bull class ability totaling approximately 3 million. What do you think? Well, I'll take them all. Let us make it 15 million and pay Mr. Chen Nian. Considered a gesture for a friend," Wang Aming boldly declared. One cannot deny that this woman is indeed wealthy. With her father away on business, she manages the entire Starlight Technology Company, wielding trillions in assets, truly enviable. Simultaneously, she is a thorn in the side of the Saiho organization, with a bounty of 1 billion previously placed on her life. However, it is evident that this task is fraught with difficulty. At least for now, no malevolent ability user has dared to infiltrate the Starlight Technology building. Soon after, Wang Aming handed the test results to Chen Nian, stating, "Teacher Chen Nian, here is the blood marrow sales list. Please take a look. The total amounts to 215 million. If there are no issues, the blood marrow is ours, and I will transfer the funds to your account shortly. Is that acceptable?" "Indeed. I trust you will not deceive me. Here, as to a pleasant collaboration." Chen Nian nodded slightly. "To a fruitful partnership," Wang Aming replied with a gentle smile, her demeanor sweet and refreshing. "By the way, Teacher Chen Nian, while I am unaware of how you acquired the blood marrow of Doflamingo and Spider-Man, I must caution you that you may have attracted the attention of the Saiha organization's ability users. Please exercise caution and refrain from revealing your identity too openly." Wang Aming turned her concern back to Chen Nian. Chen Nian nodded slightly. "I am well aware of the situation. Thank you for your concern. We should be leaving now. Not staying a little longer?" "No, I have other matters to attend to." "Very well, if you come across any excess blood marrow in the future, remember to sell it to me." "Certainly, you will be the first to know." Chen Nian smiled, and then he departed the Starlight Technology building alongside Lu Aoyao and Wu Xiaoqian. As soon as they stepped out of the Starlight Technology Company's doors, Wu Xiaoqian could no longer contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Yay, we struck it rich. We just made over 200 million. Teacher Chen Nian, have we become wealthy?" One could say that. A smile crept across Chen Nian's lips, and he felt a great sense of satisfaction. To be honest, he had not anticipated earning over 200 million so effortlessly. This amount of money is something that ordinary individuals would struggle their entire lives to attain. Yet he had acquired it with ease. "Teacher Chen Nian, how much do you plan to give me?" Wu Xiaoqian inquired, eager to secure her share. Had Lu Aoyao not been present, she likely would have jumped onto Chen Nian's back in her enthusiasm. Lu Aoyao shot Wu Xiaoqian an exasperated glance and said, "Xiaoqian, this is money that Teacher Chen Nian earned at great personal risk. We were merely bystanders. What more do you expect to receive?" Wu Xiaoqian pouted. But Teacher Chen Nian said that the blood marrow we hunted is worth 100,000 each. Logically, we should be entitled to over 1 million. With a gentle smile, Chen Nian remarked, "Indeed, you are part of my team. How could I possibly neglect you? Once the funds from the sale of blood marrow are received, I shall grant you 5 million. As for how you choose to divide it, that is beyond my concern." "Oh, that sounds wonderful. Thank you, Teacher Chen Nian." Wu Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, 5 million? It seems we are truly going to strike it rich this time." Lu Aoyao exclaimed in astonishment. In truth, Lu Aoyao was well aware that her ability to hunt down so many extraordinary individuals was largely due to Chen Nian's defeat of the powerful Doflamingo. Without that, she would have only been left to flee for her life. Chen Nian's generosity in sharing 5 million with them was indeed quite magnanimous. This sum would surely suffice to ensure their comfortable living for quite some time. Additionally, Chen Nian intended to use this amount to purchase a building and establish his own agency for extraordinary individuals. The next day, Tuesday, at 9:30 in the morning, within the confines of the class of 2018 Department of Finance at Chenghai University, Chen Nian had yet to arrive for class, and a group of students engaged in hushed conversation among themselves. Hey, have you heard? Shanghai television aired the battle between Venom and Doflamingo, and it was said that Venom emerged victorious, even unleashing Amaterasu to incinerate Doflamingo completely. That's absurd. Venom can wield Amaterasu? That simply defies logic. By the way, is Chen Nian really the embodiment of Venom? Could it be that the Venom who defeated Doflamingo is actually our teacher Chen Nian? Impossible. If that were true, would we still be alive? We would have been devoured by him long ago. Well, you do have a point. In the classroom, students such as Wang Long, Lu Yu, and Li Fengyuan were fervently debating the recent events, pondering whether Chen Nian was indeed the incarnation of Venom. Only Lu Heng sat quietly at his desk, engrossed in his book, his expression vacant and his lips sealed. He was the sole student in the class who had witnessed Chen Nian transform into Venom. Moreover, Chen Nian had warned him that should he dare to unveil his identity, he would be forced to watch Venom 789, leaving an indelible scar on Lu Heng's young psyche. Ahem, what are you all discussing? It's time for class. At that moment, Chen Nian entered the classroom, briefcase in hand, causing the students' chatter to cease abruptly. He took out his laptop and commenced the day's lesson. As soon as he powered it on, an image popped up on the screen. Recently, in the Linjiang district of Chenghai City, a large number of masked zombie-like beings had appeared, moving from west to east, passing through locations such as the Guimao Building, Shanghai University, and Sanyuan Hotel. Residents in these areas were urged to remain vigilant, and in the event of any zombie-related incidents, crowds should be evacuated promptly. Chen Nian paid little mind to this news. As he understood, it was merely a display of extraordinary individuals at work. However, the students below him instantly erupted into chaos. Alas, there are zombies. This is reported by the television news. It cannot be false. Surely, the news cannot deceive us, right, Teacher Chen Nian? Teacher Chen Nian, if zombies truly existed in this world, would you transform into a protector for us? What has become of this world? Mother, I am frightened. I long to return home. In the audience, a throng of classmates immediately began to murmur. Meanwhile, Chen Nian calmly interjected, stating, "Students, do not panic. This is merely sensational news seeking attention." From the crowd, the mushroom-headed Wang Long continued, "But Teacher Chen, this news comes from a television station. How could it be fabricated? It appears that the Dragon Nation indeed intends to reveal the existence of superhumans to the public." Chen Nian sighed softly. "Do not worry. If zombies truly exist in this world, there will be those to protect you." He then urged the class to return to their studies, forbidding any further discussion on the topic of zombies. Soon, the class concluded, and it was nearly 11:30, time for lunch and a brief respite. Just then, a horrific scream echoed from outside the classroom. Ah! The cry was one of utter terror, emanating from a girl. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian was instantly alarmed and hurried out of the classroom. He arrived at the stairwell on the 6th floor and peered down, witnessing a shocking scene. A girl was straddling another female student on the ground floor, wielding a fruit knife and frantically stabbing at her. What is happening? Where is Chen Nian? Tell me, where is he? There has been a murder, a murder. Some students who witnessed the scene let out terrified screams. Before long, students throughout the building rushed upstairs, gathering in collective horror. Upon seeing this, Wang Long's face turned pale with fear. A murder? Is it truly a murder? This is not a performance, is it? Lu Yu also appeared alarmed, exclaiming, "What has happened to them? Why are they fighting? Why resort to a fruit knife? I don't know. Perhaps it's a rivalry over affection?" Li Fengyuan scratched the back of his head, equally terrified. The scene was far too visceral to be a mere drill. The blood flowed too freely, rendering it all too real. Soon, someone attempted to intervene, only to be injured by the girl wielding the knife. Her arm began to exhibit a grayish hue, and her pupils constricted to mere pinpricks, a sight most horrifying. Was that a sign of a mutated zombie? Why had she lost her sanity? Chen Nian felt a heavy dread settle within him. for he could discern that the girl had indeed transformed into a zombie, one devoid of reason. Her appearance was ghastly. Could she genuinely be a zombie? Do not frighten me, you wretched Wang Long. Teacher Chen Nian, you must protect us. Wang Mingming shrank closer to Chen Nian. Only by standing beside Chen Nian could she find a semblance of security. Yet what was truly transpiring? Why had the undead suddenly appeared on campus to commit acts of violence? As individuals with special abilities, shouldn't they have concealed their identities? Chen Nian was equally perplexed. At that very moment, a terrified scream resonated from the adjacent corridor. Wu Yu has bitten someone. Has Wu Yu also transformed into a zombie? Help! There's a zombie attacking. With a boy's frantic shout, the gaze of the students turned in that direction. A girl clad in a blue school uniform began to convulse violently. Then, in a frenzy, she lunged at those nearby, clawing and biting. Wu Yu, once a frail girl, now exhibited astonishing strength. Even when surrounded by several boys, she could effortlessly kick them away. Those boys, hurled against the wall, grimaced in pain, rolling on the ground. Yet, Wu Yu seemed disinterested in them. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she muttered incoherently a name. Chen Nian. The target is Teacher Chen Nian. Kill him. Take revenge. Must kill him. Then, Wu Yu's gaze scanned her surroundings, ultimately locking on to Chen Nian. Her pupils constricted, and she charged towards her in a wild frenzy. Oh no! She asked, coming towards us. Teacher Chen Nian, run. Class monitor Lu Yu, protect me. Get away, you fatso Wang Long. Don't hold me back. Let us run. In an instant, the students of the 18th level finance department erupted into chaos, completely flustered. They had never witnessed such a scene. How could a zombie appear so close to them, and from a classmate no less? What on earth was happening? At this moment, Chen Nian was equally bewildered and utterly confused. Moreover, it seemed they were specifically targeting her. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. It was Lu Yu, knocked to the ground, her hands hitting the floor with such force that they drew blood. When Lu Yu managed to rise, the zombie girl named Wu Yu was already charging toward her. Lu Yu's pupils dilated in terror, her once delicate face now devoid of color. Don't come near me. Please, don't eat me. I've never wronged you. I'm sorry, I beg you, don't eat me. Help! Lu Yu trembled with fear, her legs refusing to respond, paralyzed by dread. Watch out, class monitor Lu Yu. Shouted Li Feng Yuan, but none dared to assist her. After all, they were reluctant to provoke a mutated female zombie. Get back! Are you looking for death? The zombie opened her gaping maw and lunged at Lu Yu's head. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. In an instant, Chen Nian appeared behind Lu Yu, gently pulling her into his embrace. He then swiftly turned, delivering a powerful kick to the abdomen of the female zombie. With a resounding thud, the creature was sent flying several meters away. Are you all right, Lu Yu? Chen Nian asked, his brow slightly furrowed as he gazed at the short-haired girl in his arms. The terror that had gripped her features began to ease as she shook her head slightly, responding, I'm fine. Thank you. Teacher Chen Nian. You're welcome. Chen Nian replied. Teacher Chen Nian, why are there mutated zombies at our school? They are truly terrifying. Lu Yu exclaimed. I don't know. We can only uncover the truth through investigation. Chen Nian answered. With stars in her eyes, Lu Yu looked at him and asked, Will you protect me? Teacher? Yes, as long as I am here. I won't let any harm come to you. He assured her. Lu Yu nodded, wanting to snuggle closer to Chen Nian. Truthfully, the earlier scene had been so heroic that she was utterly captivated by him. Just then, the female zombie rose again, charging towards Chen Nian. He immediately raised his hand and seized the creature by the neck. Releasing Lu Yu from his hold, he instructed, Lu Yu, hurry back to the classroom and maintain order. Tell all the students not to leave the classroom, understood? Yes, teacher, I understand. Lu Yu affirmed, nodding earnestly before turning to lock the classroom door behind her. Unbeknownst to them, they were puzzled by the sudden transformation of individuals within the crowd into zombies. All students, return to the classroom. If anyone else transforms into a zombie, be sure to inform me. Chen Nian called out from the center of the hallway. The students obediently hurried back to their rooms. Before long, Chen Nian had secured the zombified Wu Yu with a belt. At that moment, a red-haired woman rushed towards him, Zhao Hongxian. Zhao Hongxian approached Chen Nian, her eyes filled with urgency, and gasped, Teacher Chen Nian, what is happening? Why are there so many mutated zombies in our school? Are they all awakened abilities? Chen Nian frowned, analyzing the situation calmly before shaking his head. Not necessarily. Mutated ones can conceal their identities and typically do not harm indiscriminately. They have clearly lost their rationality. Could it be possible that they are being controlled? Controlled? That's implausible. It's impossible for one person to control so many students and have them transform into zombies simultaneously, Zhao Hongxian replied, her expression one of confusion. Yet, Chen Nian spoke gravely. So, is there a possibility of a serum that can turn people into zombies? Is there an enemy among us? Someone who has transformed these classmates into monsters? That's impossible. At present, our Starlight Technology building has not developed any potion that transforms humans into zombies. Such an endeavor is morally reprehensible, a violation of humanitarian principles, and deserves universal condemnation. How could anyone dare to research such a virus? Upon hearing Chen Nian's explanation, Zhao Hongxian was further astonished. Is it not possible that such a scenario could exist? After Chen Nian spoke, Zhao Hongxian fell silent. If indeed someone has concocted a potion for zombification, would that not herald the apocalypse for humanity? As for who is responsible, it remains a mystery. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from downstairs. Chen Nian hastily handed the female zombie he held to Zhao Hongxian, saying, "Teacher Hongxian, please confine these mutated zombies in the office. I will go eliminate the zombies on campus and deal with them one by one." "All right, Teacher Chen Nian, please be careful. I will contact Xiaoming and the others to assist." "Yes, understood." Chen Nian nodded slightly, and then proceeded downstairs to capture another mutated zombie. However, due to the overwhelming number of mutated zombies on campus, he found himself overwhelmed and even called upon Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoyao for assistance. The two were equally perplexed as to why there were suddenly so many mutated zombies at Chenghai University. Nonetheless, they complied with Chen Nian's directives and collectively set out to capture the zombies. After half an hour of diligent effort, Chen Nian successfully captured 12 mutated zombies, all of which were confined in an office on the 6th floor. Only then did the campus finally descend into a semblance of tranquility. Upon returning to the office, Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoyao followed him inside. At that moment, the 12 zombies were contained within the office under Zhao Hongxuan's supervision. They appeared distressed, their expressions tense, their bodies twitching. At that juncture, Wang Onming and Alan also arrived at the office. As Wang Onming entered, her pupils dilated in shock, and she exclaimed, "Sister Hongxian, how could there suddenly be so many zombies at Chenghai University? Why is this happening?" Zhao Hongxian, seated in her chair, shook her head with a wry smile. "I do not know. I was reviewing documents in the office when I suddenly heard cries for help from outside. I rushed to see what was amiss and discovered that mutated zombies were endangering the students. Fortunately, Teacher Chen Nian acted promptly. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how many lives might have been lost today." "Thank you, Teacher Chen Nian. What is the situation now?" Wang Onming turned to express her gratitude to Chen Nian. Given that the principal of Chenghai University is her uncle, any loss of life at the school would reflect poorly upon him as well. Chen Nian shook his head slightly. Not a single zombie was killed, but 5 students were bitten, 3 of whom sustained minor injuries, and 1 suffered 6 stab wounds to the abdomen and has been sent to the emergency room. As long as there are no fatalities. Phew, Wang Onming sighed in relief. The students who have been bitten can be saved with serum. However, if any succumb, the only option left is to forcibly transform them into powered individuals to revive them. But what, then, is the nature of this group of mutated zombies? Sister Hongxian, why did they collectively erupt in violence? Moreover, I have observed their appearances, and it seems they have lost their sanity. What could be the reason for this? Wang Onming inquired. Zhao Hongxian sighed and shook her head, saying, "I am unsure. That is why I called you to handle this matter. Otherwise, the school is on the brink of chaos." Indeed, the news is also reporting these events, and it appears that the higher-ups in Long would no longer intend to conceal the existence of powered individuals from the public. Continuing to hide the truth will only leave more innocent people unaware and vulnerable to harm. Yes, and as the Marvel Universe gradually integrates into the modern world, we are on the verge of a new wave of mutations. In this age of advanced connectivity, it is impossible to maintain such secrets. Thus, let us first analyze why these students have mutated into zombies. With that, Wang Onming and Chen Nian stepped forward to observe the appearances of the zombies. After a thorough examination, Wang Onming exhaled deeply and remarked, I have noticed that these students have vacant gazes and bewildered expressions. They have evidently lost their self-awareness. Moreover, Wang Ameng paused and turned to Chen Nian, adding, they're saying their target is teacher Chen Nian? This implies they're all coming for you. Indeed, they're likely targeting me. They must be under someone's control. Chen Nian nodded slightly, acknowledging that Wang Anming's perspective was correct. Yet, he could not comprehend why these zombies collectively sought to harm him. In summary, they must have been manipulated. Suddenly, Chen Nian noticed a dark red spot on one female student's neck, and another student bore a similar mark. Realization struck him, and he exclaimed, I understand now. They must have been injected with a zombie serum, which is why they have transformed. Impossible. The development of such a zombie serum is completely banned in Longhua. If someone has indeed created it, it would signal the end of humanity, for the serum could truly bring about our annihilation. At this revelation, Wang Ameng trembled. Even Alan, who stood beside her, displayed an expression of disbelief. The notion of a zombie serum was indeed terrifying. It resembled a virus capable of threatening all humanity. However, Chen Nian pointed to a female student's neck and insisted, just look at the dark red marks on these zombies' necks. Clearly, they were injected before their transformation. Indeed, there are actual injection marks on their necks. Wu Xiaoqian gasped in astonishment. The group collectively narrowed their eyes in shock. Yet, Zhao Hongxian fell into deep contemplation, remarking, Teacher Chen Nian, these girls are not fools either. Which medications require injections in the neck? They are not fools. How could they possibly allow others to inject them in such a vulnerable spot? Ah, you've hit the nail on the head. Chen Nian's eyes sparkled as he transformed into Sherlock Holmes. He chuckled, suggesting a possibility. Is it conceivable that there exists an awakened individual with extraordinary abilities within our school, who stealthily administers the zombie serum to classmates? What? Invisibility? Mutant species? Ding! A note of surprise from Wang Ameng. Shock value 800. Ding! A note of astonishment from Zhao Hongxian. Shock value 850. Ding! A note of emotion from Lu Ailin. Shock value 820. Upon Chen Nian's revelation, everyone displayed expressions of astonishment. Indeed, Chen Nian's analysis was remarkably astute. No one would willingly allow injections in their necks, indicating that someone else clandestinely injected the zombie serum into their bodies. Furthermore, the reason people did not perceive its presence was due to its invisibility. Thus, all questions were effectively resolved. Teacher Chen Nian, you are truly clever. Yes, I believe Teacher Chen Nian's analysis holds merit. This is the only explanation for our current situation. Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoyao gazed at him with admiration. However, Wang Ameng still wore a slight frown, saying, but how do we find that invisible mutant? And if he continues to harm others, what should we do? No worries. I shall handle this matter. Chen Nian replied. Miss Wang Ameng, could you please assist in helping these girls? Is that acceptable? Wang Ameng nodded slightly. All right. We can test the serum to see if it is effective. If it fails, then there is little I can do. Well then, I entrust this to you. I will venture out to capture that accursed invisible mutant. That wretched creature shall be torn to shreds today. Chen Nian exclaimed angrily before turning and storming out. Wait for me, Teacher Chen Nian. I want to go too. It is unsafe to remain here. I must follow. With that, Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoyao hurried after Chen Nian. Although the office was filled with mutants, they placed their trust solely in him. Soon after, Chen Nian began to survey the corridors of the teaching building. He scanned his surroundings and found no peculiar creatures. Subsequently, he activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan to scrutinize the area, yet still detected no invisible entities. Had he misjudged? Chen Nian furrowed his brow in contemplation as he strolled down the corridor on the 6th floor, observing carefully. All the students were engaged in self-study within their classrooms, the doors securely locked, preventing any from leaving. After experiencing such a terrifying ordeal, the students sat anxiously in their classrooms, while a few mutants concealed within the crowd peered curiously from the windowsill. Hey, Xiaoqian, what is the situation outside? Suddenly, a clever little girl, leaning against the window, softly called out to Wu Xiaoqian. Wu Xiaoqian shot her a glare and said, Are you trying to get us killed? I am currently surveying the area with my superior. Do not call my name or reveal my identity. Oh, I merely wanted to inquire if your leader still needs more members. I wish to join you. The girl grinned, yearning to escape her solitary existence and to walk openly among the crowd, just like Wu Xiaoqian. Furthermore, She had heard that Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aojiao had earned 5 million yesterday alongside Chen Nian. Such a staggering amount of money is unattainable for an ordinary person throughout a lifetime. Who wouldn't be envious? Though Lu Aojiao had initially intended to keep it secret, Wu Xiaoqian, being the boastful chatterbox she was, could hardly keep it under wraps. Thus, within a single evening, the news of their 5 million earnings spread throughout the supernatural community at Chenghai University. In contrast, Wu Xiaoqian remarked, "I'll ask my leader next time. I'll give you an answer by tomorrow. Is that agreeable? Great. Next time, I'll treat you to ice cream." The girl squinted her eyes and smiled. Meanwhile, Chen Nian, after half a day of patrolling the teaching building, had yet to uncover any invisible creatures. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at the scenery, feeling a tinge of frustration. How could he not find anything? This didn't seem right. Had that creature already departed? Damn it. Next time, don't let me catch you. Chen Nian muttered angrily. At that moment, Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aojiao approached together. Wu Xiaoqian asked, "Mr. Chen Nian, have you discovered any unusual creatures?" Chen Nian shook his head. "No. Could have already left? Or did we make an erroneous assumption? I'm uncertain. Perhaps it has indeed departed." Chen Nian frowned. Taking a deep breath, it struck him as peculiar that, even with his kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated, he still couldn't ascertain the creature's whereabouts. Just then, a massive shadow suddenly crawled over Chen Nian's head. He was startled internally but maintained his composure outwardly. There it was. The infernal invisible creature had appeared, right above my head. Damn! Chen Nian cursed inwardly. Feigning a deep breath and looking up, he discovered it was a gigantic green lizard, gracefully clinging to the wall above him, spreading its limbs as its long tongue flicked in the air. Who was it trying to tempt? In this pose, it could at most entice a lesser being. Does it think it can allure me? Chen Nian, with a faint smile upon seeing its presence. Chen Nian felt he had a strategy to deal with it. However, this creature was exceedingly swift. He could not afford to startle it and needed to strike unexpectedly. "I can't find it. Oh dear, I'm so hungry. I want to have lunch." Wu Xiaoqian sighed as she leaned on the railing. Lu Aojiao let out a long sigh as well, saying, "If we can't find it, then let us call it off, Mr. Chen Nian. If anyone else succumbs to the undead, we shall immediately seal off their classroom. Well then, let us proceed." Chen Nian nodded, feigning to turn away. At that moment, a colossal lizard stealthily crawled along the ceiling, following Chen Nian. It appeared that creature was indeed targeting me. Cursed fiend, who is conspiring against me. Could it be yet another member of the Saiha organization? Damn it. One day, I shall lead my team of extraordinary individuals to confront and obliterate the Saiha organization. Chen Nian cursed inwardly. Suddenly, the giant lizard on the ceiling launched the first strike. It opened its gaping maw and sprayed a stream of venom aimed at Chen Nian's neck. However, the instinctive response kicked in, and Chen Nian swiftly twisted his neck, evading the lethal assault. In retaliation, he transformed into a massive black liquid, leaping fiercely to the ceiling, where he pinned the lizard's head down. "Tell me, who sent you to assassinate me? Speak." Yet, the lizard could not articulate human speech, only emitting terrified shrieks. "Oh my goodness, is that thing above us?" Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Xiaoqian immediately reacted, releasing a cry of horror. Lu Aojiao, being semi-superhuman, promptly drew a sleek black long knife, Murakumo, gripping it firmly, ready to assist Chen Nian in vanquishing the beast. Nevertheless, Chen Nian remained affixed to the ceiling, pressing the lizard's head down. "Speak now, who dispatched you?" "Squeak, squeak. You cannot talk. Then you are of no further use." With that, Chen Nian exerted force with his right hand, shattering the lizard's skull. A resounding explosion ensued as the lizard's head erupted, transforming into a mist of blood that splattered across the ceiling. Subsequently, the lizard's lifeless body plummeted, rendering the scene gruesome and repulsive. Chen Nian swiftly reverted from his liquid form and leapt down from the ceiling, wishing to conceal his true nature as the embodiment of Venom. Ugh, how revolting. I'll need at least 3 days of international news to recover from this. Good heavens. Was it this great lizard that caused the chaos? Who brought such a monstrosity here? I don't know, probably that third brother. Blaming him again? I'm not disparaging. Just check the news to see what transpired. Nearby, students from the 18th level finance class, hearing the commotion outside, gathered to peer in, engaging in lively discussion. Upon witnessing Chen Nian slay the giant lizard, disgust became evident on their faces, with some claiming they wouldn't be able to eat for 3 days. Yet, curiosity lingered about the origins of this lizard. Fortunately, they had not witnessed Chen Nian's transformation. Thus, the leading figure, Lu Yu, spoke up, inquiring, "Teacher Chen Nian, could it be that this creature was the one that turned our classmates into zombies?" "Indeed, that is one way to interpret it," Chen Nian nodded. "Oh, how terrifying. I am grateful that you protected me, Teacher Chen Nian. Otherwise, I too might have succumbed to zombification." A look of fear washed over Lu Yu's face. At that moment, Wang Long posed another question. "Teacher Chen Nian, might I ask whence this blue lizard originated?" Chen Nian replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps it hails from a foreign land." "Is it venomous?" Wang Long asked again. Chen Nian retorted, "Why not let it bite you and find out? Is that not a redundant question? Can something harmless turn classmates into zombies?" Exclaimed another student. "What a dreadful creature. I nearly thought the apocalypse had arrived, only to discover this was the source of the chaos. Indeed, I was so frightened I believed characters from an alternate universe might manifest." Lu Yu added, "By the way, did any of you witness Teacher Chen Nian transform into Venom?" "Did we?" "No, the ceiling obstructed our view. We could not see. But, Teacher Chen Nian, you did obliterate the lizard's head with a single punch. That was remarkable." "Indeed, our Teacher Chen Nian is an 8th-degree black belt in Taekwondo." A chorus of classmates began to boast about Chen Nian's prowess. Fortunately, they had not witnessed his transformation. "All right, students, you may now eat your lunch with peace of mind. I shall handle this lizard." "Yes, teacher." With that, Chen Nian concluded, and the students dispersed in a flurry. The safety threat had been neutralized, and it was time for the students to enjoy their lunch. Subsequently, Chen Nian dragged the enormous lizard's carcass back to the teacher's office. "We're back. Look at what we have caught." Upon entering the office, Wu Xiaoqian was the first to step forward, her face alight with pride, as if she were the one who had captured the massive lizard. Zhao Hongxian and Wang Anmeng turned abruptly, their gazes fixed upon Chen Nian, asking, "What did you catch?" Dragging the lizard's large tail, Chen Nian replied, "Behold, this is the creature." As anticipated, it was indeed a cloaked mutant. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to eject a venomous spine. Should this venom penetrate the human body, zombification ensues. Where did this giant lizard come from? It cannot be a mutation of humanity, can it? Upon seeing the lizard, Wang Anming's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Previously, they had believed that awakened human abilities were to blame for the harm, only to find out the true form was a lizard. Now a question arose. Was this mutated lizard a product of human creation, or did it inherently carry the zombie virus? This warrants further investigation, Zhao Hongxian suggested. Chen Nian asserted, "It is undoubtedly a creature engineered by human hands. How could an ordinary lizard harbor the virus? Moreover, those bitten by it seem to target me, indicating it is manipulated with the intent to eliminate me. Could it be a lizard monster developed by the Saiho organization? How could they possibly implant extraordinary abilities into animals? This is utterly grotesque." Wang Anming's face contorted with disgust, her skin prickling with goosebumps. She was aware that within the Saiho organization, several scientific research teams were investigating the fusion of supernatural blood marrow with animals, and were even manufacturing a zombie virus. If it were indeed their creation, the world would likely fall under their control. Soon, they could turn everyone into zombies, and the entire city of Chenghai would inevitably transform into a city of the undead. "Teacher Chen, how formidable is this mutated lizard?" Wang Anming inquired. Chen Nian replied, "It should only possess the strength of a 2-star Yuanyo realm, not particularly powerful, but capable of launching a venomous needle that carries the zombie virus. Once the needle pierces human flesh, an ordinary person will become a zombie, much like the group of students before us. Can I take it back for further study? I am willing to compensate you with 2 million yuan for your efforts." Wang Anming proposed. Chen Nian nodded slightly. "That is acceptable. At least I still have faith in your Starlight Supernatural Association." "Thank you, Teacher Chen." Wang Anming sighed in relief. She wished to examine this zombie to understand how the virus within it was formed. Was it innate or artificially created? If it were the latter, the implications would be dire. What is the condition of those girls now? Chen Nian approached the group of girls, concern evident in his eyes. At that moment, Alan was administering the serum to each of them. Alan stated, "Their conditions have stabilized for the time being. The serum effectively suppresses the zombie virus within them, but it can only last for a month. After that, they must receive another injection. Otherwise, they will revert to zombies, losing their sanity." Yet, Each serum costs 80,000 yuan. Lu Aoyao lamented. She had once toiled to earn enough to purchase a serum, working the equivalent of 8 people's worth of labor. By day, she worked at a modeling agency. In the evening, she dressed as a lowly at comic conventions, and at night she engaged in companionship, exhausting herself to barely earn 80,000 yuan in a month. Indeed, young lady, one serum costs 80,000 yuan. With 10 girls and 2 boys here, we would need to spend 960,000 yuan on them in a month. Alan looked at Wang Anmeng with concern. Wang Anmeng pondered for a moment and then stated, "There's no other option. We cannot stand idly by and watch them perish. Let my second uncle cover the cost of the serum. After all, he is the president of Chenghai University." "That makes sense." Alan nodded. Now, the source of the zombie virus had been identified, and the mutated students had been placed under medicinal control. Thus, the situation could be temporarily alleviated. Chen Nian's next task was to unearth the mastermind behind the scenes and discern who was orchestrating the scheme against him. If it truly was the Saiha organization, Chen Nian resolved to bide his time until he grew powerful enough to dismantle their lair. Suddenly, Chen Nian's eyes brightened. "By the way, Miss Wang Anmeng." "Yes, just call me Xiaoming. Teacher Chen. There's no need for such formality," Wang Anmeng said with a slight smile. Chen Nian hesitated for a moment before nodding with a gentle smile. "All right, Xiaoming, I have a question for you." "Go ahead, I'm listening," Wang Anmeng replied earnestly, fixing her gaze on Chen Nian. Chen Nian inquired, "If this mutated lizard is a product of human research, may I ask who, aside from the Starlight Ability Association, would conduct such experiments in Chenghai City? Are you suggesting we might be involved?" Wang Anmeng frowned. "If I were indeed responsible, why would I come to rescue these students?" Chen Nian clarified, "I am not accusing you. Rather, I am considering those outside your group." "Excluding us?" "There are indeed several clandestine organizations of ability users. As for their exact whereabouts, I am not privy to that information. Moreover, they would not easily expose themselves to public scrutiny." Wang Anmeng pondered deeply. "However, I know of a location within Chenghai City where ability users frequently gather. In that area, many engage in such research, often employing 2 methods to conceal their activities." "What are those 2 methods?" Chen Nian asked. Wang Anmeng replied, "Quite simple. They either delve into technology or run hospitals. Numerous individuals openly operate hospitals while secretly conducting ability research. There are plenty of such people. Have you considered whether you might have offended someone?" "I understand now. Thank you for the warning." Chen Nian nodded slightly, a glimmer of sharp insight flashing in his eyes. He had essentially pieced together the situation. "What do you know? Share it with me. I can send someone to assist you." "No need, I can handle it myself." "Very well then." Wang Anmeng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. She then turned to Lu Ailin, saying, "Ailin, please call Wu Chang and Jizi to Chenghai University as consultant teachers to ensure the safety of our students and faculty." But given Jizi's personality, will she manage?" Ailin stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Jizi is quite the spoiled princess. If she doesn't get her way, she tends to throw tantrums. At that point, it might be less about ability users causing harm and more about Jizi causing a greater ruckus." Wang Anmeng reassured him. "It's fine. That little girl possesses considerable strength, and with Uncle Wu looking after her, it should be all right." "All right then, I will call him right away." "Yes, do so." Wang Anmeng nodded. With Jizi and Wu Chang guarding Chenghai University, she felt assured. As for Chen Nian, he was a free agent. She could not impose upon him to undertake tasks for her, as their relationship was merely collaborative. She did wish to recruit Chen Nian into their company, but he was unwilling. Afterward, Chen Nian bid farewell to Wang Anmeng and exited the teacher's office. "Hey, Teacher Chen, where are you going?" Zhao Hongxian inquired anxiously. "I'm off to have a meal. Why, would you like to join?" Chen Nian replied. Zhao Hongxian was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head and said, "Let us do it tonight. I still have to handle these matters." "All right, then it shall be tonight." After speaking, Chen Nian exited the office without looking back. As soon as he stepped out, a somber expression enveloped him, exuding an aura of unrestrained menace. Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoyao, walking beside him, could both sense a chilling atmosphere. Wu Xiaoqian hurriedly inquired, "Mr. Chen, what's wrong? Are we really going out to eat?" "No, I have some matters to attend to. It would be best if you didn't follow me. It could be quite perilous," Chen Nian replied. "What matters? Have you perhaps uncovered the origin of that mutated lizard?" Lu Aoyao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. One had to admit, She was quite astute. Chen Nian nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, my conjecture is likely very close to the truth." "Who could it be? The Saiha organization?" Wu Xiaoqian quickly pursued Chen Nian. He shook his head once more, stating not them. "Then who?" "Dr. Hutton." "Who is Dr. Hutton?" Wu Xiaoqian asked again. Chen Nian abruptly halted, leaning against the railing of the floor, inhaling deeply. "I wonder if you remember that night 2 days ago, when we encountered Doflamingo and a horde of anomalous zombies?" "Yes, we remember." They both nodded hastily. Chen Nian continued. "During my battle with Doflamingo, as I was about to kill him, he uttered a phrase. 'I am the son of Dr. Hutton. If you kill me, my father will not spare you.'" "What? Is that so?" "So it turns out this entire affair was orchestrated by that Dr. Hutton?" Ding. Wu Xiaoqian's astonishment registered a shock value of 700. Ding. Lu Aoyao's surprise registered a shock value of 800. Upon hearing this, both were visibly taken aback. Chen Nian affirmed, "Yes, initially, I too believed the mutated lizard was dispatched by the Saiha organization, but upon further reflection, it became evident that the adversaries sought vengeance against me, sending merely a 2-star mutant lizard to test my strength. Hence, I surmised it must be Dr. Hutton. After all, having slain Dr. Hutton's son, how could he possibly let me off the hook?" Chen Nian let out a cold laugh. That son of Dr. Hutton, relying on Doflamingo's abilities, wreaked havoc among the anomalous beings in the city, only to meet his demise at Chen Nian's hands. Who could he blame? If Dr. Hutton truly intends to seek retribution, then I shall have no choice but to raise his home. However, before that, Chen Nian must investigate Dr. Hutton's hospital to gauge his strength. If he proves formidable, Chen Nian will adopt a more cautious approach. If not, he will dismantle the very lair of Dr. Hutton tonight to prevent any prolonged complications. Chapter 43. Journey to Dr. Hutton's private clinic. "Teacher, what do you plan to do now?" Lu Aoyao asked. Chen Nian chuckled coldly. "Of course, I'm going to seek vengeance against Dr. Hutton. The individual harbors intentions to assassinate me. How could I allow him to act with impunity? However, such a course of action may prove perilous. Until I thoroughly comprehend the adversary's capabilities, our foray might render us no match for them." Lu Aoyao's expression was fraught with concern. "Thus, I intend to first gauge Dr. Hutton's strength. Should I succeed in overcoming him, I shall seize his blood marrow. If not, I shall bide my time and develop my skills." Upon concluding his thought, Chen Nian was promptly approached by Lu Aoyao, who insisted, "I shall accompany you. After all, I have nothing to occupy my time at school, and I too shall join. We are all in this together. If teacher Chen Nian faces peril, I might be of assistance." Wu Xiaoqian chimed in, equally eager to lend her support. Chen Nian furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although he had initially wished to venture alone, he considered that the two might indeed prove helpful, and thus decided to include them. Moreover, Dr. Hutton, a researcher of supernatural blood marrow, undoubtedly commands a multitude of supernatural subordinates, as well as an arsenal of formidable blood marrow and advanced technology. If they could abscond with such assets, it might yield substantial profit. Chen Nian slightly nodded and said, "Very well, you both may accompany me. However, before we proceed, we must tread carefully to avoid alerting our quarry. Let me first ascertain Dr. Hutton's possible whereabouts." "Understood, teacher Chen Nian." With that, Chen Nian retrieved his phone and began searching for Hutton on the Gouda map application. Instantly, several locations bearing the name appeared on the screen. Hutton Pharmaceutical Company, Hutton Dog Meat Restaurant, Hutton Private Clinic, Hutton Garment Factory. Ultimately, Chen Nian honed in on the Hutton Pharmaceutical Company and Hutton Private Clinic, as only these two establishments were likely to engage in research pertaining to supernatural zombie serums. The others, such as a dog meat restaurant or garment factory, were unlikely to delve into the pharmaceutical industry. Taking a deep breath, Chen Nian, accompanied by Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoyao, exited the gates of Chenghai University. Their plan was to first investigate the Hutton Pharmaceutical Company for intelligence. If that proved fruitless, they would turn their attention to the Hutton Private Clinic. Regardless, Chen Nian was resolute in his determination to uncover Dr. Hutton's whereabouts today. Meanwhile, within room 105 of the Hutton Private Clinic in Chenghai City, an elderly man with a receding hairline donned a white lab coat, seated before a computer screen, intently observing the unfolding visuals. A blue giant lizard lay in ambush within a school, its maw agape as it unleashed a venomous needle, striking a female student in the neck. Instantly, the young woman mutated into a zombie, frenziedly attacking her peers. Haha, we have successfully infiltrated the Chenghai school. Next, we must locate a certain individual named Chen Nian, the very same who caused my son, Bai Chun, to meet his demise. I demand blood for blood. Furthermore, I shall reclaim the supernatural blood marrow of Doflamingo. Ha ha ha. Soon I shall wield control over the entire Chenghai City. The Mediterranean doctor laughed heartily. Indeed, he is Bai Chen's father, Bai Haddon. Do not be deceived by his facade as a physician of a private clinic. In truth, he is a doctor specializing in the research of extraordinary abilities in blood. Furthermore, he has successfully developed a potion capable of transforming humans into zombies. Once this virus spreads, the entire planet shall be doomed. Haddon has modified a common lizard into an invisible, superpowered giant lizard, which carries the zombie virus to attack humans. In this manner, he can covertly transform those nearby into zombies, whom he can then manipulate. Additionally, Haddon has installed 2 cameras in the giant lizard's eyes, allowing him to project the scenes it observes onto his computer. Thus, Haddon can thoroughly enjoy the spectacle of the giant lizard turning humans into zombies within Chenghai University. Haha, this little girl is rather appealing. Come, become my subordinate zombie. Oh, this girl has an exquisite figure. I shall take her too. Haddon chuckled as he directed his zombies to bite people. Suddenly, he spotted Chen Nian and commanded the zombies to crawl along the ceiling, trailing him, as he sought vengeance for his son's death. However, just as the zombie prepared to ambush Chen Nian, he abruptly turned, transforming into Venom, and delivered a devastating blow that obliterated the giant lizard's head. Oh my heavens! That startled me. Haddon was taken aback, tumbling from his chair. Subsequently, the computer screen flickered into static. Damn, it must be this brat who killed my son, and his power is at least at the celestial cicada level. No wonder he could defeat Doflamingo. He possesses some skill. Yet, now that you have caught my eye, I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed. The invisible giant lizard is merely the beginning. In the future, you shall endure the torment of even more extraordinary beings. Dr. Haddon laughed maniacally. In his eyes, Chen Nian was merely a slightly powerful individual with extraordinary abilities. What could he possibly do to contend with him? The various mysterious beings he has developed, if unleashed, could easily annihilate the entire Chenghai City. Were it not for his fear of Starlight Technology Company, Dr. Haddon would have long since revealed his ambitions. Why else would he conduct research in secrecy within a basement? Returning to Chen Nian, he disguised his identity and, accompanied by Wu Xiaoqian and Liu Aoa, inspected Haddon Pharmaceuticals, only to discover that there were no extraordinary individuals or research facilities present. It was simply an ordinary pharmaceutical company. Consequently, the trio departed from Haddon Pharmaceuticals and proceeded towards Haddon's private clinic. Once outside the vehicle, Chen Nian spoke quietly. Xiaoqian Aoa, now that we have ruled out Haddon Pharmaceuticals, the place where Dr. Haddon resides is most likely his private clinic. As we approach our destination, it is imperative that you exercise utmost caution. Understood, Teacher Chun. The two nodded slightly. At this moment, all 3 of them adorned themselves with distinct makeup styles. Wu Xiaoqian and Liu Aoa resembled characters from a comic convention, embodying the essence of animated personas, while Chen Nian utilized his ability to manipulate Venom to alter his appearance entirely, transforming his visage into that of another individual. Their intention was to evade any suspicion from Dr. Haddon, lest they be discovered before even entering the private clinic, which would be most unfortunate. Moreover, based on Chen Nian's analysis, Dr. Haddon possessed at least the peak strength of a celestial cicada or may have already reached the Lion Sea realm. Given that Haddon bestowed his son, Doflamingo, with the blood essence of a powerful ability, which was at the 2-star celestial cicada level, it was implausible for him to be weaker than his own progeny. Thus, Chen Nian deemed it wise to exercise caution. Chapter 44. The emergence of Dr. Haddon. Initially, Chen Nian intended to transplant a potent ability blood essence into Wu Xiaoqian. However, the genetic incompatibility between male and female blood essences posed a significant obstacle. If he were to proceed with the transplant, Wu Xiaoqian would inevitably exhibit male characteristics. Chen Nian still possessed the ability blood essences of Kurizumi and Deidara. For instance, should he transplant Kurizumi's essence into Wu Xiaoqian, she would begin to resemble Kurizumi and develop various masculine traits. This was not Chen Nian's desire. Imagine if Wu Xiaoqian became overly attached, lingering in his abode daily. How awkward would that be? Thus, he resolved to seek a powerful female ability blood essence to facilitate her transformation, thereby securing her as an invaluable ally. In the blink of an eye, the trio arrived at Dr. Haddon's private clinic. After paying a taxi fare of 28 yuan, they disembarked and proceeded toward the clinic. The establishment was an expansive private hospital, surrounded by a garden where two groundskeepers were tending to the shrubs at the entrance. Soon, Chen Nian guided Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoao into the clinic. Upon entering, they began to survey their surroundings, keenly observing every detail. At that moment, a young woman clad in a white coat approached Chen Nian and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, do you have an appointment?" Chen Nian shook his head and replied, "No, I would like to ask if Dr. Haddon is in." "Oh, you're here to see our boss? If you wish to meet him, it may take some time," the young woman gently responded. The trio was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Dr. Haddon was present. Chen Nian smiled and said, "Very well. Could you kindly inform Dr. Haddon that someone is here seeking his consultation?" "Certainly. Please have a seat while I fetch our boss," she replied before turning and walking into the clinic's corridor. Meanwhile, Chen Nian and his companions remained in the lobby. The young girl harbored no doubts regarding the identities of Chen Nian and his companions. Dr. Hutton, a physician renowned in the vicinity, was besieged daily by patients seeking his expertise, with many arriving unannounced. Thus, in the girl's eyes, Chen Nian was merely a wealthy and ostentatious tycoon, one who could easily be swindled with a few prescriptions. After the girl departed, Chen Nian and his companions exchanged glances. Wu Xiaoqian, feeling apprehensive, whispered, "What should we do?" "Teacher Chen, it seems that Dr. Hutton truly resides here." Chen Nian replied, "Indeed, let us not provoke suspicion. From my observations, this hospital houses over 30 wards and more than 100 doctors and nurses. If they were all awakened with extraordinary abilities, it would be rather extraordinary. We would stand no chance against them. What should we do then? Perhaps we should leave this place," Wu Xiaoqian suggested, still feeling fearful. Chen Nian reassured her, "What is there to fear? I have disguised myself as another person. Dr. Hutton has no idea I am Chen Nian. As long as we remain composed and do not reveal ourselves, Dr. Hutton will not be able to touch us." "Very well. I shall trust your judgment." Wu Xiaoqian nodded slightly, while Lu Aoao remained silent, calmly observing their surroundings. In the grand hall, numerous patients were being attended to, indicating that Dr. Hutton's private clinic was thriving. Let us explore further within to ascertain the layout of Hutton's clinic and discern the location of his secret laboratory, where he concocts those invisible lizards. Chen Nian suggested. "All right, I shall accompany you, teacher," Lu Aoao affirmed with a nod. "I will go as well," Wu Xiaoqian quickly echoed, for she felt no sense of security unless she was beside Chen Nian. Subsequently, Chen Nian led Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoao through the expansive private clinic, wandering from the first floor to the sixth and back to the first. Their objective was to uncover the whereabouts of Dr. Hutton's research base for extraordinary genes. At the entrance of room 105 in Dr. Hutton's private clinic, a series of knocks echoed. Within, Hutton furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Who is it? Do you not realize I am conducting research? What brings you here at this hour?" "Apologies, Dr. Hutton, it is Xia. A rather affluent gentleman specifically requested your attention for a consultation," came the reply from outside, belonging to the girl who had attended to Chen Nian and his companions earlier. Dr. Hutton retorted, "I shall not see him. Does wealth grant one the right to demand my presence? I, Dr. Hutton, cannot be so easily summoned, but he insists that you attend to him." Xia replied, her tone slightly urgent. Dr. Hutton commanded, "Show him out. Inform him that I am not available." "Very well, Dr. Hutton." As Sasha was about to leave, Dr. Hutton inquired once more, asking, "Wait, how many people arrived? What do they look like?" Hutton remained vigilant, apprehensive that it might be Chen Nian seeking retribution or perhaps individuals from the Starlight Abilities Association knocking at his door. Sasha replied, 3 people arrived, 2 girls and a man. The man is quite handsome, over 6 feet tall, and the girls are dressed adorably. They are very pretty." "What? 1 man and 2 women?" Dr. Hutton was taken aback. Images of Chen Nian and the 2 little girls by his side flashed through his mind. Could it be such a coincidence? Had they found him so quickly? Panic set in for Hutton, who hurriedly turned on the surveillance system to scrutinize every corner of his private clinic. As the monitor sprang to life, he immediately sought out the footage of the 1 man and 2 women. Before long, he located the trio. Indeed, it was one man and two women, but the man bore no resemblance to Chen Nian, and the two girls appear to be of a much higher social standing. They must be the pampered daughters of some affluent tycoon. How intriguing. They even dared to request my medical attention. I ought to give him a shot that would turn him into a zombie on the spot. Hutton muttered under his breath. Seeing that the visitors were not Chen Nian, Hutton felt a slight relief. However, he pondered, what were these three doing wandering about in his clinic? Were they perhaps investigators sent by the Starlight Abilities Association? Thus, Hutton promptly grabbed a microphone, activated the intercom, and announced, hey. At the far end of the left side on the first floor, one man and two women. What are you three sneaking around for? Please do not touch the large door on the left. Kindly queue for your medical consultations. Refrain from wandering aimlessly. And do not disrupt the order. Upon hearing his command, Chen Nian and his companions froze in their tracks. Subsequently, Chen Nian clutched his abdomen, indicating he needed to use the restroom. Hutton quickly responded, the restroom is on the right side of the clinic. Can't you read the signs? Why are you wandering about? You're driving me mad. Do you even want my medical assistance? Chapter 45. Astonishment. The frantic laboratory Hutton cursed inwardly and continued to monitor Chen Nian and his companions, eager to discern their intentions. Eventually, he observed them making their way to the restroom on the right side, allowing him to exhale slowly. Perhaps he had been overly suspicious, or perhaps they genuinely needed to relieve themselves. Speaking of Chen Nian and his companions, they indeed followed Hutton's directions and entered the restroom on the right side. Chen Nian surveyed the surroundings, noting that apart from a camera at the entrance, the restroom had no surveillance devices installed. As it was a private space, and placing cameras there to invade others' privacy would be unlawful. Inside the restroom, Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aobao accompanied Chen Nian into the men's restroom. Wu Xiaoqian crossed her arms and remarked, who was that person speaking just now? He sounded quite fierce. Chen Nian chuckled softly. If nothing unexpected occurs, he must be Dr. Hutton. Is he the one who sent the invisible lizards to frame the students of our school? Indeed, it is he. Moreover, I have uncovered a significant secret within this clinic. Chen Nian remarked with a smile. What secret? Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoyao gazed at Chen Nian with wide eyes. Chen Nian replied, at the end of the left side on the first floor of this clinic, there exists an ethereal door. Behind that door lies a basement, but as for what resides within, I have yet to discern. I intended to open that door for a closer inspection, but I was called to halt by Dr. Hutton. Alas, to avoid alarming the snake by beating the grass, I refrained from touching that door. During his inspection of the hospital building, Chen Nian had activated his venomous super sense, thoroughly observing the interior. Even Dr. Hutton himself, in that very room, did not escape his notice. So why are we here? Are we truly just here to relieve ourselves? Wu Xiaoqian inquired. Lu Aoyao shot her a look of disdain. Relieve yourself? This is the men's restroom. Then what are we doing here? Let us see what Teacher Chen has in mind. The two exchanged glances, their eyes locked on Chen Nian. Have you ever heard of flanking tactic? What flanking tactic? The two looked somewhat bewildered. Chen Nian pointed towards the restroom window, saying, we can climb out from here, avoiding the surveillance of the cameras, and then head to the basement on the left side of the hospital to discover what lies within. Wow, Teacher Chen is so clever. This is the most thrilling thing I've ever done. Wu Xiaoqian exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Lu Aoyao added, all right, whatever Teacher Chen instructs, I shall comply. Very well. Then let us proceed. After all, it's not the first time for such an endeavor. Chen Nian said, rubbing his nose, then displayed remarkable agility as he climbed out of the restroom window. Subsequently, Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoyao followed suit, exiting through the window. Coincidentally, an elderly forest ranger outside witnessed this scene. Observing their furtive demeanor, the old man shook his head and sighed, the youth of today certainly know how to have fun. Is two not enough? Must they seek out even more thrilling escapades? Chen Nian could see the envious glimmer in the old man's eyes, who even gave him a thumbs up. Chen Nian smiled lightly, disregarding the gesture, and then led Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoyao as they stealthily approached the left side of the hospital, keeping close to the wall. Activating his Sharingan, Chen Nian skillfully evaded the surveillance cameras. Before long, the trio arrived at the left side of the hospital. Here stood a wall with a security window, and beyond it lay the hospital corridor, adorned with several cameras, indicating that this was a space of particular vigilance for Dr. Hutton. This is the spot, Chen Nian pondered. But how shall we bypass these cameras and gain entry to the basement? Teacher Chen, how we proceed from here? Destruction of the cameras and walls will surely lead to discovery. Liu Aoa asked. No worries, just follow me. Chen Nian replied, subsequently leading the two of them to a grassy expanse. From my observations, beneath this lawn lies the entrance to the underground chamber. I suspect this is the secret lair where Dr. Hutton conducts his research on extraordinary species. What shall we do to gain entry? Wu Xiaoqian inquired. It's quite simple. I will create an opening here. If anything goes awry, you must flee without a second thought. Understood? Chen Nian instructed. Yes, understood, Teacher Chen. The two replied earnestly, fully aware of the grave danger that lay ahead, where a moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. Kneeling down, Chen Nian placed his right hand upon the grass. Activating his venomous form, a mass of inky liquid coalesced into a long blade in his hand. With a gentle twist, the dark blade sliced through the turf, creating a substantial opening. He then lifted the grass and soil aside, revealing a pitch-black entrance before their eyes. Wow, Teacher Chen, you are truly impressive. There really is a hidden chamber, exclaimed Wu Xiaoqian, her astonishment palpable. Chen Nian smiled lightly, saying, Humph, merely a trick of the eye. How could it possibly evade my extraordinary senses? He added, I will descend first to scout the area. You two follow closely behind, and remember, do not draw attention to yourselves. Understood, teacher. They nodded. Without hesitation, Chen Nian leaped into the dark abyss, followed closely by Wu Xiaoqian and Liu Aoa. Thud! Chen Nian landed steadily, greeted by an expanse of utter darkness where one could not see their own hand before their face. Soon after, Wu Xiaoqian and Liu Aoa joined him, landing right behind. Ouch, my backside! Wu Xiaoqian exclaimed, evidently having landed uncomfortably. Should be quiet. I will search for the light switch in this chamber. All right, Teacher Chen. In the pitch blackness, Chen Nian felt around until he finally located the switch. With a click, he activated the lights. As illumination flooded the hidden chamber, the sight that met their eyes left all three utterly astounded. What on earth is this? They gasped in unison. Before them lay a frenzied laboratory dedicated to extraordinary abilities. Dr. Hutton had evidently been breeding numerous extraordinary creatures here, utilizing potions to transform animals into superpowered beings. Obedient to his commands, it was undeniable. Dr. Hutton's actions were reprehensible. How could he commit such heinous acts? What was his ultimate goal? To annihilate humanity and dominate the world? As Dr. Hutton's ambitions were laid bare before their eyes, astonishment enveloped them all. Chapter 46. Transforming Animals into Mutant Beasts? Within the confines of this secret chamber, an imposing cage crafted from titanium alloy loomed, its formidable strength evident. Inside this colossal enclosure resided hundreds of animals, each exhibiting a distinct form. Among them was a magnificent tiger, its fangs bared and its size exceeding that of a typical tiger by more than threefold. The creature's fierce gaze was accentuated by a blue collar adorning its neck. Alongside the tiger were other creatures such as lions, elephants, and wolfhounds, all subjects of Dr. Hutton's research. Dr. Hutton had transformed them into beings of extraordinary abilities, manipulating them with the aid of the very blue collar that encircled the tiger's neck. From the grandest elephant to the tiniest mouse, ants, and bats, countless animals were imprisoned by Dr. Hutton in this place. Goodness, Teacher Chen, that Dr. Hutton is truly terrifying. If we were to fall into his clutches, we would surely become subjects of his experiments as well. Wu Xiaoqian exclaimed, trembling with fear. Chen Nian's expression mirrored her shock. If Dr. Hutton possessed the necessary credential from the Dragon Kingdom, he would not need to conduct his research in secrecy. Thus, Chen Nian speculated that Dr. Hutton intended to use these species to ensnare humanity and dominate the world. The fear lingered that his insatiable greed could lead to uncontrollable mutations, placing these animals in a position of supremacy over the world, which would spell disaster. Liu Aoyao took a deep breath and asked, Teacher Chen, what should we do now? With a furrowed brow, Chen Nian pondered, what else can we do? We must dismantle this place and liberate these animals. But that would endanger innocent humans. Liu Aoyao protested. Perhaps we should contact the Starlight Ability Association to handle these creatures? Wu Xiaoqian suggested. However, Chen Nian, ever the astute thinker, shook his head. There's no need to involve them. If we do, we will lose the opportunity to seize Dr. Hutton's research. Huh? I like that idea. Haha. Wu Xiaoqian grinned at the prospect of acquiring Dr. Hutton's work. But what about these mutant animals and the zombie-like beings? Lu Aoyao inquired. Chen Nian replied, that is quite simple. Do you truly believe Dr. Hutton is a pacifist? If we release them and create a significant uproar, Dr. Hutton will undoubtedly rush over, using his abilities to recapture these creatures. He fears exposing them to human eyes, for he knows that the Starlight Association will impose severe consequences. Then we can employ a diversionary tactic to sneak back into Dr. Hutton's laboratory and seize all the concoctions he has developed, thus preventing him from causing further harm. Don't you think? Wow, that makes sense. Lu Aoyao nodded in agreement, her thoughts clearly aligning with his. Teacher Chen, you are truly brilliant. I adore you. Wu Shaoqian gazed at Chen Nian with admiration, her eyes sparkling with awe. She had never encountered a boy so astutely intelligent before. In a moment of inspiration, a solution came to mind, and he conveniently decided to take away the potion researched by Dr. Hutton. Was it not a perfect resolution? Subsequently, Chen Nian instructed Wu Shaoqian and Lu Aoa to ascend first, while he himself opened the iron cage and followed suit. The two complied obediently, effortlessly leaping onto the lawn above the secret chamber. Taking a deep breath, Chen Nian transformed his right hand into a black venomous blade, cleaving downwards to sever the chains of the dark iron prison. As the gate swung open, Chen Nian gazed at the throng of mutated creatures within and smiled gently, saying, "Come forth. This opportunity is but a fleeting moment. Should you miss it, you shall remain forever entombed in this lightless dungeon." With that, he swiftly vanished from the underground chamber. The animals within the black cage erupted into a cacophony of furious roars, a symphony of wrath that blended the anger of myriad species. The sheer volume of their cries resonated with tragic fury, causing the ground to tremble, leading the unaware to believe an earthquake was imminent. Clearly, these creatures had harbored their rage for far too long, and now that they had been liberated, chaos was sure to ensue. Upon returning to the lawn, Chen Nian, accompanied by Wu Shaoqian and Lu Aoa, evaded the surveillance cameras and stealthily made their way back to the men's restroom, leaping through the window once again. Meanwhile, Dr. Hutton was in room 105, observing the restroom door on the right side of the first floor through the surveillance cameras. As seconds ticked by, impatience began to etch itself upon his features. Why were they not yet out? Surely, even a bout of diarrhea could not take this long, he muttered to himself, until he confirmed Chen Nian's identity. Dr. Hutton remained acutely aware of his presence. He deemed it necessary to confront Chen Nian and his companions soon, to discern whether they were genuine patients or awakened abilities of the Starlight Association. Just as Dr. Hutton was about to rise and seek out Chen Nian, the earth suddenly shook with a violent tremor. The roar of myriad beasts erupted in a tumultuous clamor. Startled, Dr. Hutton realized at once that the enraged outcry belonged to the enhanced animals housed beneath him. Damn it, those rascals, it seems they haven't been sufficiently restrained, he fumed. Creating such a ruckus in broad daylight. Are they attempting a jailbreak? At that moment, another ability user burst through the door, panic etched across his face. Speaking in a hurried tone, Dr. Hutton, the animals from the underground chamber have escaped. They are battering against the chamber door. We can barely contain them. What a bunch of incompetence. How could the animals possibly break free? Dr. Hutton seethed, his eyelids twitching in rage. The psychic individual exclaimed, "I have no idea." They suddenly rushed out all at once. "You must handle this matter quickly. If the psychic beasts are exposed to humanity, we will surely face doom." "Useless. Allow me to see for myself." Haddon, the doctor, huffed disdainfully and swiftly exited, racing alongside the psychic toward the basement on the left side of the hospital. After Dr. Haddon departed, three figures stealthily crept into room 105. Chen Nian declared, "This is the place. It is Dr. Haddon's research base." "How do you know this, Professor Chen?" Wu Shaoqian inquired, perplexed. "Can you see through walls?" Chen Nian smiled subtly, remaining silent. He did not possess X-ray vision. Rather, he had a heightened sense of toxicity that allowed him to discern the presence of a formidable human in this secret chamber, now absent. It was likely that Dr. Haddon had gone to confront the psychic beasts in the basement. At that moment, as the earth trembled and the beasts roared in rage, chaos erupted within the hospital. People were flustered, mistaking the upheaval for an earthquake. Consequently, a throng of patients fled in panic, while a group of doctors hurriedly pursued to offer reassurance, oblivious to the movements of Chen Nian and his companions. Thus, the trio seamlessly blended into Dr. Haddon's research facility. Upon entering the laboratory, they were greeted by an array of advanced technological marvels. A massive LCD screen adorned the wall, displaying dozens of surveillance feeds, allowing visibility into every corner of the hospital. Beneath the screen, a metallic alchemical platform was laden with an assortment of vividly colored potions. To the left, numerous enigmatic vials and jars were neatly arranged on a counter. Chen Nian suddenly bellowed, "Quickly, everyone, gather all of these items. This is the culmination of Dr. Haddon's lifelong research. Take everything." "Yes, Professor Chen." Wu Xiaoqian promptly picked up a large box from the ground and began to fill it with the vials and jars. Lu Aoyao, not to be outdone, joined in the fray, and the two fervently collected the elixirs. Meanwhile, Chen Nian monitored the screens for Dr. Haddon's whereabouts. If the doctor were to return via the same route, they would need to vacate the premises immediately, for Chen Nian was still uncertain of his ability to confront Haddon. "Quickly, gather as much as you can. Do not leave anything for Haddon." "Yes, Professor," Chen Nian urged, and the two women hastened their efforts, seizing everything within reach. Suddenly, Wu Xiaoqian exclaimed, "Professor, look at this." Chen Nian turned to see a white box labeled with 4 bold characters. "Psychic blood essence." "Goodness, this is a valuable item. We must take it as well." "All right, Professor, but I can't carry it." "No worries. Leave it to me. I will take it." Chen Nian stepped forward and cradled the white box in his arms. Such a precious item would only bring harm if left with Haddon. "All right, let us depart. We can leave this place." Chen Nian urged anxiously, his gaze fixed on the LCD screen. Wu Xiaoqian, unable to carry much, raised her leg and kicked over Dr. Haddon's experimental table, cursing as she did so. "You think you can harm others? You dare to create such things? Filthy creature, watch as I destroy all your concoctions." "Enough, Xiaoqian. We can leave now," Lu Aoa interjected. "You don't need to take so much. It will slow you down." Suddenly, Chen Nian exclaimed, "Oh no, Doctor Haddon is back. We must hurry, do not dawdle." He had spotted a middle-aged man in a lab coat on the far left camera. It was none other than Dr. Haddon himself. "Dr. Haddon has returned? Run." Wu Xiaoqian squealed, like a mouse spotting a cat, and dashed towards the men's restroom, with Lu Aoa following closely behind. Chen Nian quickly scooped up the box containing the supernatural blood essence and raced after Wu Xiaoqian, keeping pace with her frantic steps. In no time, the trio had thoroughly ransacked the laboratory, leaving chaos in their wake. What they could not take, they destroyed, ensuring Dr. Haddon could not continue his harmful research. In the blink of an eye, they had created a mess in the laboratory and swiftly vanished without a trace. When Dr. Haddon returned from the basement, wiping the sweat from his brow, he quickened his pace towards Laboratory 105. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Something was amiss. Why had the iron gate that housed the supernatural creatures suddenly swung open? The gate was electrified. It was impossible for the creatures to escape. Had it been tampered with? Who could have done such a thing? Were that man and those two women still in the restroom? Furrowing his brow, Dr. Haddon entered Laboratory 105. The moment he beheld the scene before him, he was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with terror. After a 3-second silence, a cacophony of shouts erupted from the laboratory. "Who did this? Who is responsible? Which scoundrel has done this? I've devoted 12 years of my life to this research. Why? How could this happen? Who could have done this? Oh my heavens!" Dr. Haddon collapsed onto the floor, his demeanor utterly despondent, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. The potions in this laboratory were the fruits of 12 years of toil, now destroyed in an instant. What has happened? Dr. Haddon, what is wrong? My goodness, who could have turned your office into this state? Which rogue could be responsible? In a fit of urgency, he exclaimed, "Quickly, retrieve the surveillance footage. We must uncover the perpetrator." Upon hearing Haddon's outcry, the doctors within the hospital hastened to his side, bewildered and questioning the nature of the disturbance. Meanwhile, Dr. Haddon sat on the floor, his expression blank and murmuring despairingly, "It's all over. Everything is lost. My serum, my extraordinary blood essence, all gone. My dreams have dissipated." "Dr. Haddon, you must regain your composure. You are not alone." A tall physician approached him, speaking with a calming presence. Another nurse chimed in, "Indeed, Dr. Haddon, as long as we have our lives, there's hope. If we can identify who is responsible, we shall confront them and reclaim everything." "Very well then. I, Haddon, will not let the person who vandalized my office escape unscathed." Let me see who dared to commit such an atrocity. I shall ensure they experience the utmost suffering. With renewed resolve, Dr. Hadton clenched his fists and moved to the computer to review the footage, eager to discover the identity of the intruders. Before long, 3 shadowy figures appeared on the expansive screen, 1 male and 2 females. The man was strikingly handsome, tall, and perfectly proportioned, while the women were captivatingly beautiful, adorned in costumes reminiscent of animated characters, complete with wigs and heavy makeup. Could it be them? Indeed, it is them. I suspected these 3 all along. Why did I not pay closer attention to them? Why did I leave my office? Oh heavens! Beasts! They are nothing but beasts. Doctor Hadton erupted in a torrent of curses, his hands trembling with rage. The bystanders echoed his anger, their faces reflecting the fury of those who understood the true extent of Dr. Hadton's formidable powers. Taking a deep breath, Dr. Hadton finally managed to stabilize his emotions. With a quiet sigh, he remarked, "Fortunately, I have committed the formula for the zombie serum to memory. As long as that remains intact, the loss of other materials is inconsequential. However, I will unearth these 3 miscreants, even if it requires digging to the depths of the earth." Dr. Hadton pondered the identities of those who had besieged his office, focusing on 2 primary suspects. The first were the members of the Starlight Ability Association from Chenghai City, who had disguised themselves as patients to pilfer his research. The second were operatives from the Sahi organization, who had received information about his work. How could he not have suspected Chen Nian? Chapter 48, A Bountiful Harvest. Hadton activates the 6 paths of pain. In a fit of rage, Hadton spat, "Bah! The Starlight Association, the Sahi organization, none of them are worth a damn. Why must you bring your conflicts to my doorstep?" Infuriated, Dr. Hadton seethed with rage. His face flushed with anger as he proclaimed, "Once I have created my zombie army, I shall annihilate both of your organizations. None shall escape. Now it is time to deal with these 3 individuals." He opened his computer and captured images of the trio, embarking on an exhaustive search online to uncover their identities and whereabouts. Yet, after a considerable effort, he found no trace of Chen Nian. For Chen had skillfully altered his appearance using the venomous form-shifting technique, rendering him virtually untraceable. However, Wu Xiaoqian and Liu Aoyao were quickly identified by Dr. Hadton. In an instant, hundreds of images flooded Dr. Hadton's screen. He intended to meticulously sift through each one until he pinpointed his perceived criminals. Should I find you? One by one, you shall meet your demise. Summon the 6 paths of pain. I have orders for them. His gaze darkened, a frenzied glint flickering in his eyes. Within the confines of Laboratory 105, the doctors and nurses present felt their hearts race, their pupils dilating in alarm. The burly man leading the group spoke up, "Dr. Hadton, the strength of the 6 paths of pain is formidable. If we unleash them all, the entire city of Chenghai will face utter devastation. What do I care? If I do not eliminate those 3, my heart's resentment shall remain unquenched." Dr. Hadton ground his teeth in fury. "And that Chen Nian, he murdered my son. I shall dispatch one of the paths to hunt him down, and the Starlight Abilities Association is no better. I demand the 6 paths to assault their Starlight Technology Company. As for the Sahi organization, once I dominate Shanghai, they shall be the first to fall. Now, proceed according to my commands. Let the abilities users handle the tasks while we keep the hospital operational. I must concoct a multitude of zombie serums and inject them into the animals in the basement. Once unleashed, the entire city of Chenghai will transform into a zombie metropolis. Then, I shall reign as the king of Chenghai, the sovereign of the world." Dr. Hadton erupted into maniacal laughter, consumed by a state of madness. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Nian and his companions were blissfully unaware of the calamity they had unwittingly instigated. Meanwhile, having fled Dr. Hadton's private clinic, the trio had hailed a taxi and vanished in a heartbeat. "Teacher, where are we heading now? Back to school?" Wu Xiaoqian inquired, her face alight with excitement. Chen Nian resolutely shook his head. What purpose would there be in returning to school? If Wang Aming and Zhao Hongxian see what we possess, they will surely target us. We must retain it for our own development. Indeed, your reasoning holds merit, teacher. So where to now? First, let's return to my home. In a few days, I shall purchase a villa in Lonyuan City, which will become our secret base. That sounds wonderful. I want to live in a villa, exclaimed Wu Xiaoqian, her eyes sparkling with joy. Chen Nian chuckled. No problem. Let us acquire a grand villa and all reside there. Can I also join? Lu Aodao inquired with curiosity. Of course. You are already a member of our little team. From this point onward, we must support each other and grow together. Thank you, teacher. Lu Aodao replied, her gentle smile radiating warmth and sweetness. Initially, Lu Aodao harbored some reservations about Chen Nian, fearing that he might betray her and usurp her unique abilities. However, after spending some time together, she came to realize that Chen Nian was a man of integrity and remarkable intellect. Associating with him would certainly yield benefits. All right, let's return to the building at Tianyuan Street number 8. Yes, the two nodded slightly in agreement. Soon, the trio arrived at the Chenghai community. Each of them carried a large box, their faces adorned with smiles, exuding a festive atmosphere. Wu Shaoqian giggled incessantly, resembling a simpleton from a wealthy family who had unexpectedly stumbled upon fortune. Upon returning home, without uttering a word, Chen Nian promptly locked the door. He then placed the boxes on the floor and began to examine their contents. Chen Nian discovered that the boxes held an array of colorful, mysterious potions, the purpose of which remained unknown to him. Additionally, he found several scattered manuscripts at the bottom of the boxes. He picked up one to read, which stated, to extract the zombie's unique blood essence, replicate the gene, and achieve perfect fusion with human blood, one can transform a human into a zombie. The procedure is as follows. What on earth? They are indeed researching how to manufacture a zombie potion. The three of them gasped in unison. As expected, this potion had indeed been successfully developed by Dr. Hutton. If he wished to harm others, it would be a trivial matter. Chen Nian then perused another manuscript. To extract the special gene and inject it into an animal's cerebellum could transform the animal into a superpowered creature. Speed and defense could increase by over 10-fold. They could acquire various unique abilities, the formulations for invisibility potions, speed potions, and defense potions. As Chen Nian absorbed this information, he was profoundly astonished. One must acknowledge that Dr. Hutton was undeniably a genius. Had he chosen to serve the Dragon Kingdom, he would have ranked among its elite scholars. Regrettably, this individual was deeply sinister, clandestinely conducting research to inflict harm upon others while harboring aspirations of world domination. Thus, it was indeed a fortuitous event that Chen Nian had dismantled his laboratory. If he were to develop a gene replication potion, it is likely that Dr. Hutton would eventually dominate the world. Astonishing. These potions are incredibly useful. You must safeguard them diligently. Tomorrow, let us venture to Lonyuan district to acquire a villa, and then we shall move in together. In the future, the task of researching the manufacturing process of these potions will fall upon you. Is that agreeable? Yes, certainly, teacher. We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly. That should suffice, right? Upon finishing his sentence, Chen Nian noticed that both Wu Shaoqian and Lu Aoyao nodded in unison. The research into gene potions also represents an opportunity to enhance their own abilities, concurrently expanding Chen Nian's team. Should the abilities of the Saiha organization come knocking again, they would no longer be filled with trepidation. Chen Nian understood the necessity of establishing his own force to combat the evils of the world. He then took a deep breath and directed his gaze toward the white box containing the ability blood essence. Chapter 49. 5 Advanced Ability Blood Essences. What treasures might lie within this box? Upon opening it, Chen Nian was greeted by 2 rows of blood-red vials. He counted them and found a total of 5 bottles of ability blood essence. He picked up 1 vial for closer examination. The label read, 1-star Celestial Cicada. Ability character, Sasaki Kojiro. Sasaki, you say? It appears to be an impressive ability blood essence. Chen Nian mused softly. Setting down the first vial, he picked up the others to analyze their abilities and identities. The second vial, 2-star Celestial Cicada. Ability character, Sosuke Aizen. The third vial, 3-star Celestial Cicada. Ability character, Sesomaru. The fourth vial, 3-star Celestial Cicada. Ability character, Kana. The fifth vial, 8-star Celestial Cicada. Ability character, Shimura Danzo. After reviewing them, Chen Nian felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Dr. Hutton possessed 5 such formidable ability blood essences. The reason he had refrained from distributing them to his subordinates was likely due to his fear of losing control over them, leading him to keep them for himself. Yet now, fortune had smiled upon Chen Nian. Wow, these ability blood essences are remarkably powerful. all belonging to the celestial cicada realm. Wu Xiaoqian exclaimed excitedly beside him. Chen Nian replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, these are treasures that will surely serve us well in the future. He estimated the value of these ability blood essences to be no less than 800 million. Should he choose to sell them all, he would acquire a substantial bounty. However, Chen Nian had no intention of doing so, as he aspired to establish his own team of ability users with these essences. Unfortunately, he had yet to find someone he could trust. Quickly, Chen Nian stored the blood essences away, placing them beneath his bed. After completing this task, he clapped his hands together, elated. Subsequently, Chen Nian took Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aobao out for a meal. The next day at noon, since Chen Nian had no classes in the morning, he planned to view a property in Longyuan district. Lu Aobao and Wu Xiaoqian also skipped class to visit Chen Nian's home, intending to accompany him in his house-hunting endeavor. After all, they too wished to secure a future abode for themselves. "Good morning, Teacher Chen. I brought you breakfast." Upon entering Chen Nian's residence, Wu Xiaoqian presented him with a serving of steamed buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. Chen Nian smiled gently as he accepted the breakfast, saying, "Thank you. It's my pleasure, Teacher Chen. By the way, are we really going to buy a house in Longyuan district today? I've heard the prices there are exorbitant, starting at 20 million for a single villa." Wu Xiaoqian inquired, "Is 20 million considered expensive? Besides, we have money now. Shouldn't we indulge ourselves a little?" Chen Nian replied, "That's true." Wu Xiaoqian grinned widely. Soon after, Chen Nian led the two of them to Longyuan district. This area is a villa community in Chenghai City, reputedly home to many business tycoons, singers, and celebrities, each worth no less than 100 million. In the past, Chen Nian would not have dared to dream of purchasing a property here, but things had changed. He was now a billionaire. Before long, Chen Nian spent 50 million to acquire a 3-story villa in the heart of Longyuan City, covering an area of 280 square meters, complete with a small courtyard of approximately 180 square meters. Subsequently, he called a moving service to transfer all his belongings from his old house to the new one. Upon returning to the new residence, Chen Nian placed the blood essence of superhumans and the experimental compounds researched by Dr. Haddon on the 3rd floor. He intended to convert this space into a laboratory for the development and production of pharmaceuticals related to superhumans. All done. Mission accomplished. Chen Nian returned to the hall, a delightful smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, Lu Aobao and Wu Xiaoqian lay exhausted on the sofa, their faces reflecting fatigue after a long day of work. The following morning, Chen Nian awoke early and set off from Longyuan district to teach at Chenghai University, with Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aobao following closely behind. To facilitate their travels, Chen Nian also planned to purchase a sports car, enhancing their stylish appearance. After enjoying breakfast together, the trio arrived at the campus of Chenghai University. Upon entering the gates, Chen Nian encountered several familiar figures. It turned out to be Wang Anmeng, who was accompanied by 2 superhumans tasked with ensuring the safety of the university. Wang Anmeng was known for her intelligence and organizational skills, flanked by a tall bald man and a petite girl, who were respectively Wu Chang and Liu Jizi from the Starlight Superhuman Association. Both individuals were formidable supernatural beings. Wang Anmeng instructed them, saying, "Uncle Wu Chang, Jizi, from today onwards, the safety of Chenghai University is entrusted to your guardianship. Rest assured, young lady, I shall fulfill my duties as a supernatural being and protect the populace." Wu Chang nodded, a hearty smile gracing his face. Yes, Jizi should also heed Uncle Wu Chang's words. Despite being younger than Liu Jizi, Wang Anmeng assumed the role of an elder sister, guiding her. Jizi puffed out her cheeks and responded, "I know. Good morning, Miss Wang Anmeng." At that moment, Chen Nian approached, greeting them. Upon seeing Chen Nian, Wang Anmeng turned and her face lit up with excitement. "Teacher Chen Nian, you have arrived?" "Indeed. No supernatural beings appeared at the school yesterday, right?" Chen Nian inquired. Wang Anmeng shook her head slightly. "No, since you eliminated that lizard man. The entire student body has remained free from zombification." "Ah, that is reassuring. By the way, let me introduce you. These 2 are members of our Starlight Supernatural Association. This is Wu Chang, and this is Liu Jizi. They are both exceptionally powerful, and I have dispatched them to ensure the safety of Chenghai University, which should pose no problem," Wang Anmeng stated with unwavering confidence. Chen Nian nodded slightly and approached Wu Chang and Liu Jizi to exchange greetings. Wu Chang extended his hand to Chen Nian, saying, "Mr. Chen Nian, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." In contrast, the little girl crossed her arms defiantly, pouting and declaring, "Humph, I refuse to shake hand with Venom." "You are Venom." "Excuse me?" "Little sister, as far as I recall, I have not wronged you." Chen Nian replied, somewhat taken aback. Lu Zi's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Who are you calling little sister? I am 28 years old today. Who is the little sister here?" Ding! From Lu Zi's anger. Shock value 300. Wang Aming hastily interjected, "I apologize, teacher Chen Nian." Zizi suffered a car accident in her childhood, which halted her physical and mental development at the age of 12. However, she is indeed 28 this year. Fear not, I shall not hold it against the child. Ding! From Lu Zi's anger. Shock value 350. Who is the child? You are the child, all right? You are infuriating. This little girl, though appearing youthful, possessed quite a fiery temper. Chapter 50. Lottery. The emergence of Hawkeye, however, Chen Nian did not take offense, for in his eyes, Zizi truly resembled a child. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted Wang Anming, and upon glancing at her phone, she expressed mild surprise. It is actually Dr. Xingyuan calling? Hello, is there something you need, Dr. Xingyuan? Wang Anming inquired with curiosity, as she assumed Dr. Xingyuan had made progress on a new supernatural serum. However, the reality was quite different. Hello, is this Miss Wang Anming? I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? A languid male voice emerged from the telephone. Wang Anming promptly replied, "Spare me the theatrics. Deliver both the good and the bad news, for I can withstand it all." All right then. The good news is that we have discovered an awakened wielder of the 6 paths of pain. What? Is that true? Upon hearing this, Wang Anming was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. Dr. Xingyuan assured her, "It is indeed true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Would I deceive you? This is splendid. We must capture them. Do you hear? This is an extraordinarily advanced psychic blood marrow, possessing immense research value. Wait. You have yet to hear the bad news. What is the bad news? You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you?" Wang Anming frowned. Dr. Xingyuan sighed. "The bad news is that they launched a coordinated attack on our Starlight Technology Company. That Tendo Mayumi obliterated the ceiling of our tech building with a single fierce strike." Huh? Why would they do that? Why are they attacking us? Is it possible that the Saiha organization instigated them? Wang Anming inquired. Dr. Xingyuan replied, "I cannot say. And what about their whereabouts? They fled, all of them. Not a single one was apprehended." What? How could you be so inept? How could you let them escape? Alas, it was unavoidable. Our company's strongest personnel were all dispatched on missions, leaving only the less capable psychics behind. Moreover, the 6 paths of pain had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle. They struck swiftly and vanished before we could pursue. But why would they do such a thing? How should I know? I did not command them. At this moment, Wang Anming was so exasperated with Dr. Xingyuan that she began to stomp her feet in frustration. Wait, I will return to retrieve satellite coordinates. We must ascertain the whereabouts of the 6 paths of pain. Of course, miss. By the way, there is another troubling piece of news I must share with you. Recently, we detected a sudden surge of unidentified organisms in the urban area of Chenghai City. These creatures harbor a terrifying venom. Anyone bitten by them will turn into a zombie. Currently, these creatures are beginning to spread throughout the district. If we do not implement a lockdown of the area, the entire Chenghai City may be in peril. Understood. I will address these matters immediately. All right, I shall await your return. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Chen Nian, who had been listening intently to the conversation between Wang Anming and Dr. Xingyuan, thought to himself, could it be that even the 6 paths of pain have emerged? What level of psychics could they possibly be? As for the virus-carrying organisms in Chenghai City, it was likely that they had been unleashed by Dr. Hadon. Chen Nian had taken away Dr. Hadon's research on the potion and blood marrow accumulated over 12 years, which had driven Dr. Hadon to a breaking point, leading him to recklessly abandon his plans for world domination. Dr. Hadon was now utilizing those mutated creatures to spread the zombie virus through bites. Thus, those who have transformed into zombies will inevitably heed Dr. Hutton's commands. Over time, the entire population of Chenghai City will succumb to this fate, becoming Dr. Hutton's subservient minions. Coming back to her senses, Wang Anming sighed softly and addressed Chen Nian. "Teacher Chen Nian, I must return for now. Let us hope we can dine together sometime in the future." All right, take care. Farewell. After saying this, Wang Ameng waved her hand gently and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Wu Chong furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Chen Nian, saying, Teacher Chen Nian, it seems that peace has been elusive in Chenghai City lately. If malevolent superhumans pose a threat to the populace, I hope you will lend us your aid. Rest assured, justice will prevail. The little girl, arms crossed defiantly, looked at Chen Nian with an air of arrogance. Soon after, Chen Nian returned to his class in the 18th level finance department to commence his lecture. However, while he spoke, his mind was occupied with reviewing his system. Interdimensional role-playing system. Host, Chen Nian. Realm, 4-star Heavenly Cicada. Identity roles, Venom, Uchiha Itachi. Shock value, 182, 200 points. Speed, 802, 300 strength, 880, 320 defense. 2, 909, 000 skills. Morphing, super sensory, devouring abilities, mainframe overload, Amaterasu, Tsukuyami, Susanoo, beginner. To ascend to the next level, it would require 50,000 shock points, an exorbitant amount. The rate at which Chen Nian accumulated shock value paled in comparison to his current expenditures. After some contemplation, he concluded that utilizing the shock points within the system to draw interdimensional character cards would be a more prudent choice. With that, let the lottery commence. System. Initiate the draw. Understood, host. Would you like to expend 50,000 shock points for this draw? Indeed, proceed. Confirmation complete. A flash of blue light appeared before Chen Nian, revealing 3 golden cards. The system alerted. Please be advised, the interdimensional character cards you draw originate from various realms. There exists the potential to acquire high-tier characters. However, low-tier superhuman characters are also a possibility. Please consider this carefully before proceeding. Understood. In that case, I shall draw the 3rd card. Chen Nian was aware that this was a significant gamble set by the system. With fortuitous luck, he could indeed obtain a formidable superhuman character, akin to the Uchiha Itachi he had previously drawn. But what if fortune did not favor him? Chen Nian flipped open the golden card and was suddenly confronted by a yellow square materializing before his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Chen Nian was taken aback. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the interdimensional character, SpongeBob SquarePants. Chen Nian exclaimed inwardly, What this SpongeBob? Seriously? Is the system mocking me? His heart boiled with indignation, feeling as though the system was playing tricks on him. The system replied, reporting to the host, I assure you, I have not deceived you. I previously explained that this is a matter of probability. Ah, probability, is it? Then let us draw once more. Chen Nian, unwilling to accept defeat, believed he could surely draw a favorable card. Thus, he initiated the 2nd round of card drawing. To his astonishment, a shiny bald head suddenly came into view. Could it be Saitama? Chen Nian's heart raced with excitement. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was not. It was the character known as Bald Chong, who wielded an axe, reminiscent of someone preparing to chop wood. Bald Chong too. System, I warn you, if you continue to lead me astray, I shall find a way to exact my revenge. Chen Nian's patience was wearing thin, frayed by the system's tricks. The system, unfazed, chuckled lightly, Apologies, host. But this is merely a matter of probability. Very well, probability. Chen Nian nodded, his smile unwavering. At this moment, the system still had 200 points of astonishment left, allowing for one more draw. Given this, he decided to draw all at once without hesitation. What kind of extraordinary character would he summon this time? Perhaps a Teletubby? In that case, he could simply discard the system altogether. However, this time, the card he drew did not disappoint him. Upon the card appeared a figure adorned with a tall hat, bearing a black long sword, whose eyes resembled those of a hawk. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the character Dracul Mihawk from One Piece. At last, a formidable character had graced his presence. Mihawk, renowned in the world of One Piece as the world's greatest swordsman, had no equal in swordsmanship. With this character's augmentation, Chen Nian was bound to grow stronger. Have you ever seen Venom wielding a black sword while activating the Sharingan? That scene would undoubtedly be magnificent. Chapter 51. The 6 Paths of Pain encircle Chen Nian. Haha. Dracul Mihawk. At long last, I have drawn a powerful character card. Chen Nian could not contain his exhilaration as he laughed from the podium. Meanwhile, the students below looked on in confusion, exchanging puzzled glances. Wang Long scratched his mushroom-like hairstyle and remarked, What has gotten into Teacher Chen? Why is he so gleeful while discussing finance and banking? Does he own a bank, or has he won a lottery? Lu Yu inquired curiously. Li Fengyuan added, I'm not sure. I heard that Teacher Chen recently moved and purchased a house in Longyuan City. Wait, Longyuan City? That's where I live. Lu Yu exclaimed. A villa there costs at least 30 million. Can Teacher Chen truly afford that? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Considering Chen Nian's salary, it seemed impossible for him to purchase a house in Longyuan City in his lifetime. Yet, at only 25, he had bought one? Could it be that Teacher Chen had indeed won the lottery? No, I believe he has attached himself to a wealthy woman. After all, with Teacher Chen Nian's appearance, it should be quite effortless to do so, shouldn't it? Ah, I cannot believe that Teacher Chen Nian is such a person. A chorus of students began to discuss animatedly beneath the podium. Meanwhile, Chen Nian returned to the realm of reality. He cleared his throat gently and stated, Ahem, class. Please quiet down. Let us continue our discussion on financial securities. Teacher, may I inquire why you were laughing so heartily just now? Wang Long asked curiously from the audience. Chen Nian replied, I recalled something quite amusing. Is there an issue with that? None at all. After a brief silence, Wang Long added, Teacher Chen Nian, I've heard that you recently purchased a house in Longyuan City. Have you indeed found yourself a wealthy benefactor? At that moment, Chen Nian felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Silence, Wang Long. If you do not speak, no one will consider you mute. Chen Nian shot a glare at Wang Long, who, with a sheepish smile, chose to remain silent. However, just then, a phone call interrupted Chen Nian's thoughts. A melodious yet urgent voice echoed through the receiver. Hello, is this Teacher Chen Nian? Yes, this is I. What is the matter, Teacher Hong Xian? Chen Nian recognized the voice of Zhao Hong Xian immediately. Zhao Hong Xian, her tone laced with anxiety, urged, Teacher Chen Nian, you must ensure the safety of the students at Chenghai University. Just now, our headquarters at Starlight Abilities detected a large group of anomalous beings heading towards your university. If all goes as expected, they might be seeking you. Damn it, not again. That cursed Dr. Haddon must be behind this, Chen Nian thought, a spark of anger igniting within him. Are there any other formidable ability users involved? If it's merely zombies, they should be manageable. Chen Nian's fear lay in the possibility of stronger ability users appearing. He could flee, but what of his students? Zhao Hongxian furrowed her brow in contemplation before responding. As of now, we have not detected any other special high-level ability users. It's just a horde of zombies. All right, I understand. Rest assured, the safety of the students is my responsibility. Thank you for your assistance. With that, Zhao Hongxian hung up. At this moment, Chen Nian found himself devoid of the desire to continue teaching. In this tumultuous society, where abilities were in disarray and calamities frequently erupted, was education truly valuable? Was studying finance of any worth? Teacher, what is happening? Is something strange about to occur again? A look of trepidation crossed Lu Yu's face from the audience. She recalled the terror she experienced when pursued by zombies that fateful day. Had it not been for Chen Nian's protection, her life might have been in grave danger. Yet Chen Nian smiled gently and shook his head, saying, It's nothing serious. Please use this time to study quietly in the classroom. With me here, I will ensure your safety. However, just as Chen Nian's words fell, a sudden commotion erupted. Suddenly, a colossal blue lizard ascended the teaching building of Chenghai University. Its piercing eyes fixated on Chen Nian. In an instant, it unfurled a crimson tongue, ensnaring his body. Roaring, it was soon followed by a gigantic three-headed hellhound, hurtling towards the building with alarming speed. A resounding crash echoed as the entire structure trembled under the force of the creature's impact. In that fleeting moment, the students of Chenghai University were thrown into a state of panic. Why? Why was this happening? They had returned once more. What manner of beast were they confronting? It appeared that this time, the monster was far more formidable than the last. Good heavens, was that not a summoning beast from Naruto? How had it manifested in our reality? Who was responsible for this? Chen Nian, be careful. Inside the classroom of the 18th level finance department, countless students gazed in horror as Chen Nian found himself ensnared by the gigantic lizard's tongue. Lu Yu grasped a small knife, poised to assist, yet Chen Nian urgently cautioned. Lu Yu, stay back. But there's a monster that wants to devour you, teacher. At that moment, the entire class was paralyzed in fear, trembling in their seats, too frightened to move. Chen Nian pondered if he should reveal his true identity as Venom before his students, knowing it would expose him completely. Just then, The massive chameleon tongue coiled around him, swallowing him whole. Ah, has Teacher Chen been consumed by the monster? Is this real? What is happening in this world? Teacher Chen. He is dead. In an instant, countless students were left in a state of shock. Some female classmates, believing Chen Nian to be dead, began to weep openly. Meanwhile, the chameleon, having devoured Chen Nian, attempted to flee the scene, its mission to capture him and present him to Dr. Hutton. However, as it ran, an immense sword aura erupted from its abdomen. Consequently, the enormous chameleon visibly split in two, dissipating into a cloud of white mist across the Chenghai University playground. At this moment, Chen Nian was enveloped in a layer of black venom. In his right hand, he clutched a gleaming black blade, the weapon of Dracul Mihawk, one of the 12 supreme blades from the world of One Piece. At that instant, a deep voice resonated from above. Target locked, approximately 200 meters southeast. A creature of venom. That's him. As the voice echoed, Chen Nian looked up to see a brown-haired man clad in a red robe. His indifferent gaze fixated upon him. Upon recognition, astonishment flickered in Chen Nian's eyes. Good heavens, has Nagato from the Akatsuki arrived? Chen Nian exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 52, The Mutated Venom Pain, 6 Paths. He never anticipated that the 6 paths of pain would manifest here. Chen Nian was perplexed. Were they members of the Sahi organization or subordinates of Dr. Haddon? However, one thing was certain. They were undoubtedly here for him. Suddenly, the Deva Path of Pain extended his left hand, aiming directly at Chen Nian. His eyes gleamed as he softly commanded, Shinra Tensei. A formidable shockwave surged towards Chen Nian. His pupils constricted, and the black venom coursing through him pulsated furiously. Then, with a thunderous boom, Chen Nian was propelled away by the palm of the Deva Path of Pain. Damn, this guy's strength must at least rival that of a Lion Sea realm. Chen Nian struggled to rise from the ground, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. In that moment, he truly grasped the disparity in power between himself and the 6 paths of pain. Determined to flee from Chenghai University, Chen Nian turned to escape, only to be confronted by another pain blocking his path. This was the animal path pain, a red-haired woman with eyes resembling blue ripples, her gaze devoid of warmth or empathy. Suddenly, she formed hand seals, summoning a colossal whale-headed stork from the skies. The stork dove downwards, aiming to attack Chen Nian. Damn it, not again. I have no choice. I must activate triple berserk mode. Chen Nian's eyes sharpened as he began to assess the situation. He understood that the 6 paths of pain were indeed after him, and they possessed immense strength. The most powerful among them, the Deva Path, had injured him with a mere strike. Thus, Chen Nian concluded that their strength had surpassed that of Tian Shan, reaching at least the Lion Sea realm. The remaining pains likely ranged from 7 to 9 stars in strength. Activating the Venom's mainframe overload, Chen Nian still had the power to fight back. As the whale-headed stork descended, he swiftly dodged its assault. The stork's massive beak struck the ground, creating a tremendous crater in the playground. With a resounding crash, the entire Chenghai University trembled violently. In that instant, the faculty and students were gripped by terror. Some students stood in the hallways of the teaching building, watching the spectacle unfold. Mr. Chen, you can't possibly be dead. Where are you, Mr. Chen? Outside the entrance of the finance department classroom, several students wept openly, fearing that Chen Nian had been devoured by the enormous chameleon. At that moment, Wang Long pointed at the figures on the playground, exclaiming, "Everyone look! What are those things? Wait, isn't that the 6 paths of pain? How did they end up in our world? Why?" I was taken aback by the familiarity of the scene, only to realize that it was Pain from Naruto. But why are they here? Moreover, they can fly. This must be real, right? Could it be that our world truly harbors individuals with extraordinary abilities? It seems evident, doesn't it? With Pain's emergence, what do you think? And who is that Venom on the playground? There's even a red Venom. Goodness, could he possibly be Teacher Chen Nian? In the crowd, someone shouted out, recalling how during their online classes with Teacher Chen Nian, he had transformed into Venom. Now, characters from the anime realm have materialized in our reality. Is it possible that this Venom is indeed Chen Nian? Undoubtedly. He must be Teacher Chen Nian, without a doubt. We ought to rally behind Teacher Chen Nian. While Pain and his 6 paths are malevolent, only Teacher Chen Nian stands on the side of good. Indeed, if Teacher Chen Nian harbored ill intentions towards us, he would have acted long ago. Thus, he is currently safeguarding us. A group of classmates declared passionately. Yet, One person wore a countenance of deep sorrow, Lu Hong. He lamented, I told you long ago that teacher Chen Nian is Venom, yet none of you believed me and called me insane. Now you see how ruthless teacher Chen Nian can be. Because I was disobedient, he forced me to watch Venom 567, and I am yet to recover from that shock. Nearby, Wang Long patted Lu Hong on the shoulder, saying, I empathize with you, my friend. However, I remain curious as to why characters from the anime world are appearing in ours. One astute classmate quickly deduced, it must be due to the convergence of alternate worlds with the modern realm, leading to the emergence of many extraordinary beings. At that moment, a colossal, three-headed hellhound suddenly lunged toward Chen Nian on the playground. Undeterred, Chen Nian retaliated with a swift strike of his black blade, cleaving the beast in two. Yet, this hellhound possessed the ability to split into another single-headed hound upon injury. They were ferocious and unyielding to pain, continuing their assault on Chen Nian. Enough already. Are you not weary? A flicker of anger crossed Chen Nian's mind. Meanwhile, Pain hovered in the sky, his gaze coldly fixated on Chen Nian, declaring, It is him. Let us seize him together. Yes, leader. With Yahiko's command, the beast path, the Azura path, and the human path charged toward Chen Nian. Chen Nian, transformed into red venom, engaged in battle with the three. Their strength was formidable, each at the 7-star Tian-Chan level, proving to be quite a handful. Yet, Chen Nian was aware that his neural overload could not last indefinitely. Otherwise, the consciousness of the venom within him would take control of his body. Goodness system, can you not provide me with some startling value? I need to level up. Apologies, host. Due to your insufficient shock value, an upgrade is temporarily unattainable, the system responded. At present, Chen Nian could contend with no more than 3 pain. Should the remaining pains join the fray, defeat would be inevitable for him. Chen Nian contemplated fleeing, yet was obstructed by Yahiko. With a slight smirk, Yahiko remarked, A mere venom dares to act brazenly before us. The 6 paths of pain? We are a united organization, and individuals like you are but insignificant insects in our presence. Truly absurd and juvenile, Chen Nian muttered under his breath, cursing Yahiko. The potency of venom paled in comparison to the 6 paths of pain. Thus, he had no choice but to unleash his full might. Suddenly, a colossal rhinoceros charged towards him from behind. As Venom's senses triggered, Chen Nian instinctively sought to evade. At that moment, however, a massive diamond descended from the heavens. The enormous gem struck the rhinoceros squarely on its head, instantly reducing it to a cloud of white mist. Subsequently, the diamond astonishingly stood upright, revealing a bald-headed figure. With a grin, the bald man exclaimed, Teacher Chen Nian, have we arrived too late? Is that you, Mr. Wuchang? Chen Nian's expression brightened immediately. Wuchang, a diamond-powered individual, possessed formidable strength at the 9-star celestial cicada level. Chapter 53. Wuchang and Tornado face a severe beating. Accompanying him was a blue-haired lowly, known as Tornado, whose true name was Lu Jizi. She too was a master at the 7-star celestial cicada level. With their assistance, Chen Nian felt a sense of relief. Lu Jizi wore a disdainful smile as she said, Venom, I trust we haven't arrived late? Just in time. Thank you both for your support. Chen Nian expressed his gratitude. Wuchang replied with a smile, No need for thanks. We are righteous individuals, unlike them. Curiosity piqued. Chen Nian inquired, but I remain intrigued. From where did the 6 paths of pain originate? Do you know their affiliations? Upon hearing this, Wuchang furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head. Not quite sure. We had never encountered them before, but a few years ago, there were reports in the news about a group of red-clouded, black-robed individuals appearing in the southern borders of the Dragon Kingdom, only to mysteriously vanish. It seems they have re-emerged as the 6 paths of pain. A grave expression crossed Wuchang's face, for he understood the formidable strength of the 6 paths of pain, particularly that of Yahiko, who was at least at the 1-star Lion Sea level. Aware that he was no match for Yahiko, Wuchang's current task was to stall for time, awaiting the arrival of the Starry Sky Association superhumans. If they could acquire the blood essence of the 6 paths of pain, it would enable the creation of a formidable team of superhumans. Are they members of the Saiha organization? Chen Nian continued to inquire. Wuchang shook his head, probably not. Very well, thank you. Chen nodded slightly, comprehending the situation. If Payne's six paths were not assassins from the Psi organization, then they must have been dispatched by Dr. Hutton to hunt him down. Huh, Dr. Hutton, is it? You have attempted to eliminate me time and again? Once I have grown in strength, I shall undoubtedly dismantle your lair. Chun seethed with indignation. At that moment, up in the sky, Yahiko's eyes glimmered with caution as he recognized that Diamond Jaws and Super Tornado were members of the Starlight Abilities Association. Thus, he knew he needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, by the time more formidable ability users arrived, they might find themselves unable to escape. All pain, obey my command. Apprehend those three without delay. Understood, boss. With a command from Yahiko, the five pain figures instantly vanished from sight, launching themselves towards Chun and his companions with remarkable speed. Chun and his allies narrowly evaded the assault. At present, Chun had attained the 4-star Celestial Cicada realm. With the activation of his Venom Brain Overload ability, his strength could reach 6 stars. Coupled with the might of Eagle Eye and the Black Blade, he could fell 8-star Celestial ability users. And with Uchiha Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan and Ninjutsu, defeating 9-star Celestials was well within his grasp. However, facing a master of the Lion Sea realm would prove to be quite arduous. Among ability users, the Lion Sea realm was akin to the Awakening realm, wherein the users could perfectly harness their abilities. Moreover, the brain overload could only be maintained for an hour. Exceeding this time limit could lead Chun to lose control of his emotions and fall completely under the influence of the Venom consciousness. What he needed to do now was accumulate more shock points to elevate his own realm. As the 5 pain figures charged towards him, Chun swiftly retreated. Wuchang, fixated on Yahiko in the sky, proposed, GZ, accompany me to intercept that Yahiko. The remaining pain will be handled by Master Chun. Is that agreeable? It should be fine. Chun nodded slightly. Very well. Let us commence our assault. With that, Wuchang donned his full armor, transforming entirely into a Diamond Man. He raised his hand, and a barrage of diamond shards erupted forth, hurtling towards Yahiko at breakneck speed. The diamonds shimmered brilliantly in the sky. However, Yahiko merely lifted his hand. With a single gesture of Shinra Tensei, he deflected all the diamonds away. Fragments of diamonds scattered in every direction. This spectacle left the female students of Chenghai University utterly astonished. Is that diamonds? Real diamonds? Oh my, Jaws and Tornado have both appeared? This world is truly bizarre. Brothers, I'm off to collect diamonds. If I snag just one, I shall strike it rich. In an instant, the students atop the teaching building began to chatter excitedly, with a few daring female students even rushing to the playground to gather the diamonds. However, these diamonds are merely carbonized diamonds, not eternal ones. They can only endure for a few hours before completely carbonizing into glass, rendering them utterly worthless. With a furrowed brow, Mayan raised his hand and directed an attack towards Wuchang. A formidable force of attraction surged forth, drawing the body of Diamond Jaws towards him. In response, Jaws instantly transformed into a colossal diamond, soaring toward Mayan. With one hand, Mayan restrained Wuchang's diamond form and produced a black shuriken, thrusting it with great force. A sharp crack resounded as sparks flew, yet Wuchang's form remained unscathed. Instead, the shuriken shattered. This fellow's body is indeed more resilient than anticipated. But do you think this means I am at a loss? With that, Mayan lifted Wuchang's body and savagely slammed it into the ground of the playground. As he did so, he unleashed the Shinra Tensei. The impact reverberated, and Wuchang's diamond form was thrust hundreds of meters into the earth. The ground emitted a thunderous roar as the entire Chenghai University trembled violently. Those unaware might have mistaken it for an earthquake. Uncle Wuchang, damn it, I'll take you down, Lu Ji shouted, her eyes filled with deep concern. Wuchang was her dearest friend, often patiently playing with her and indulging her whims. Thus, witnessing him being assaulted ignited a fiery wrath within her. Suddenly, a bluish glow emanated from Lu Ji's body as she began to harness her superpower. She raised her hand, drawing fragments of stone and steel from the ground of Chenghai University towards her. She conjured a rain of debris, launching it toward Mayan. This extensive assault was something even Chen Nian could not evade. Yet, Mayan merely smiled faintly and remarked, "Oh, do you wish to challenge me with repulsion as well?" With a powerful shout, he invoked his ultimate technique once more. The saying goes, one move can conquer all. The combined prowess of Shinra and Wanxiang rendered Mayan nearly invincible within his realm, as he simultaneously wielded forces of attraction and repulsion, preventing countless adversaries from approaching him. Although Lu Ji's abilities were indeed formidable, she had not yet ascended to the Lion Sea realm, nor had she fully unlocked the potential of her powers, let alone summoned celestial meteors to assail her foes. In terms of raw strength, she lagged far behind Mayan. Ultimately, under the immense opposing forces, Lu Ji was thoroughly defeated by Mayan, who demonstrated the superiority of his Shinra Tensei. Lu Ji spat blood and was sent flying backward. Chapter 54. Rapid elevation of levels. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in her eyes as she exclaimed, "How can this guy be so powerful?" Countless jagged stones rained down, leaving the playground in tatters. The tornado's body soared backward like a kite severed from its string. In that instant, a burst of crimson venom shot past, enveloping the tornado's small form in a protective embrace. Chen Nian landed gracefully, setting Lu Jizi down gently, and inquired, "Are you all right?" "Ah, what an ugly venom. Don't hold me." Lu Jizi gasped, hastily wriggling free from Chen Nian's grasp. Chen Nian blinked in bewilderment, replying, "Ugly? It's the first time anyone has called me that. I know you're handsome, but I just can't stand your appearance as Venom." Lu Jizi pouted, crossing her arms defiantly. Chen Nian sighed softly, "Alas. It seems that the three of us together may not even be a match for this heavenly path pain. We must flee. No, we can't run. What will happen to the students of Chenghai University?" Lu Jizi displayed a commendable sense of responsibility. Meanwhile, high above, Yahiko's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he declared, "Thinking of escaping? It won't be so easy. Today, all of you present shall perish. Activate super large Shinra Tensei. Do you wish to comprehend the true essence of suffering? Today, I shall make you experience what genuine pain feels like." As Yahiko spread his arms, he ascended into the ether, entering a state of ethereal tranquility. The students within the teaching building collectively gasped in astonishment. "Wait, haven't I seen the scene before? Isn't this how pain unleashed the super-large Shinra Tensei and obliterated the Hidden Leaf Village? Could he be planning to annihilate us as well? Mom, help. I don't want to die yet. Venom, you must prevail. Defeat those villains." At this moment, fear was etched on the faces of Chenghai University's students as they cried out for salvation. Chen Nian discerned a troubling trend. If Yahiko unleashed the super-large Shinra Tensei, the entirety of Chenghai University would be reduced to ruins, leaving no opportunity for the students to escape. He yearned to intervene, but was hindered by the remaining 5 pains, who restrained him. With his own survival at stake, he found it difficult to concern himself with others. Yet, if he refrained from action, his students would surely perish. The tornado surged forward to confront Yahiko, only to be swatted to the ground with a single blow. The disparity between her and Yahiko was insurmountable. "Jizi!" Chen Nian erupted in anger, delivering a powerful punch that sent the hungry ghost path pain flying. He then hastened towards Heavenly Path Yahiko, only to be repelled once more by another Shinra Tensei. Yahiko chuckled coldly. "Venom, is it? I'll deal with you shortly." Yahiko realized that this venom was precisely what Dr. Haddon was seeking. Now, having initiated the Clear Sea purification plan, their first step was to dominate Clear Sea and eradicate the Starlight Ability Association. However, just as Yahiko intended to unleash the colossal divine descent, a massive diamond suddenly erupted from the ground, crashing violently upon his form. With a thunderous roar, Yahiko was struck by Uncle Wu, leaving him dazed and spitting blood. Yes, Uncle Wu, on the ground. Jizi's face once again broke into a joyful smile. She watched as Uncle Wu suddenly seized Yahiko's arm and forcefully slammed him into the ground. Transforming into a spherical diamond, he descended with fury, compressing Yahiko into a mere pancake. A resounding boom echoed as the entire playground sank significantly, with Yahiko pinned beneath Uncle Wu's weight. "Yay, we won! We won! Uncle Wu, you are amazing!" Lu Jizi exclaimed, rushing towards Uncle Wu with glee. Yet at that moment, Uncle Wu warned, "Don't come over. This guy isn't dead yet. You all need to run. Quickly." What? Lu Jizi's face turned pale with panic. Could it be that even such a blow could not vanquish Yahiko? If it truly struck him, perhaps it could end his life. However, at the instant Uncle Wu descended, Yahiko activated the divine descent, creating a barrier between himself and Uncle Wu. Thus, he only felt the immense force pressing down on him, without sustaining any genuine harm. Uncle Wu sensed this as well, prompting him to urge their escape. Uncle Wu looked up at Chen Nian and said, "Teacher Chen Nian, please take care of GZ. Quickly go summon help from the Starlight Ability Association. Leave this place to me." "But can you withstand it?" Chen Nian questioned, puzzled. Uncle Wu grinned, declaring, "Of course I can withstand it. With my diamond body, no one can breach my defenses." Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when a tremendous force propelled him violently away. At that moment, Mayahiko rose once more from the ground, his face twisted with rage as he gazed at the glimmering diamond above. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he remarked, "Well, that was close. You nearly crushed me. Fortunately, my reflexes are sharp. Since that is the case, I shall eliminate you first." With that, Mayahiko began to employ the divine descent and universal attraction, relentlessly slamming Uncle Wu into the earth. Although Uncle Wu's body had already transformed into diamond, such intense impacts began to fracture his form. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. "Everyone run," Uncle Wu shouted, urging Chen Nian to flee with GZ. GZ wished to save Uncle Wu, but Chen Nian restrained her, aware that even if they rushed to aid him, they would not stand a chance against the formidable Mayahiko. At the very moment when Chen Nian contemplated leaving this place, he suddenly opened the system and was astonished to find that his shock value was rapidly increasing. What could this mean? Turning his gaze, he discovered that students from Chenghai University were filming videos and broadcasting them online. Consequently, more and more people were witnessing Chen Nian's battle, resulting in a surge of shock value. Some students even opted for live streaming. As the awe of countless onlookers grew, so did Chen Nian's accumulation of shock value. So that was the case. If so, then it was quite simple. "Come, everyone, film me. Film me," Chen Nian shouted towards the teaching building. Many students were momentarily taken aback, but soon they pulled out their phones to capture Chen Nian, broadcasting the battle against Venom online. Indeed, in that instant, Chen Nian garnered an astounding 280,000 shock points, with the number continuing to rise rapidly. System upgrade. Affirmative host. 5-star Celestial Cicada requires 550,000 points. 6-star Celestial Cicada requires 60,000 points. Thus, Chen Nian directly ascended to the 8-star Celestial Cicada realm, expending 250,000 shock points. Coupled with the mainframe overload skill, his strength had now surpassed that of a 9-star Celestial Cicada. Before him, the Beast Path summoned a spirit beast to attack Chen Nian. This time, however, Chen Nian would not grant her the opportunity. He swiftly advanced, a dark hand piercing through the heart of the Beast Path's pain. From his pocket, he retrieved a blood marrow extractor, inserting it into the back of her neck and instantly extracting her marrow. Done with one. Now who's next? Chen Nian's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he fixed his gaze on the remaining 4 panes. At this moment, Tornado had been rendered powerless by Yahiko, while Wu Chang was holding Yahiko back to prevent him from unleashing the massive Shinra Tensei. Meanwhile, Chen Nian faced the remaining 4 panes alone. After forcibly enhancing his power, he wielded a black blade and executed a devastating slash, cleaving the hungry Ghost Path Pain in 2. Shortly thereafter, Ashura Path Pain attempted a sneak attack from behind Chen Nian. In an instant, he activated his Kaleidoscope Sharingan and cast the Tsukuyami illusion, incapacitating the Shura Path. Before long, Chen Nian delivered another lethal strike, eliminating the last 2 panes. With that, Chen Nian defeated the 5 panes present and extracted all their unique blood marrow. After completing these tasks, however, his mainframe overload reached its limit. He quickly disengaged from the overload, causing his strength to plummet from the pinnacle of 9-star Celestial Cicada to the 7-star Celestial Cicada realm. This is it. My stamina has peaked, and I am utterly incapable of confronting Yahiko now. Chen Nian collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, a look of deep concern etched across his face. Firstly, on that fateful day, Yahiko was at least a transcendent being of the Lion Sea realm, and his extraordinary abilities were immensely powerful. Techniques such as the Divine Realm's Heavenly Strike and the Universal Attraction were akin to wielding divine intervention. Even the ancient Amaterasu flames would be effortlessly repelled by him. Was it truly destined that I would perish here today? Chen Nian collected his extraordinary blood essence, contemplating a strategic retreat. for he was acutely aware that pain had come specifically for him. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Wu Chang was being tormented by Yahiko, spitting blood in agony. Although his exterior had transformed into diamond, granting formidable defense, his internal organs remained flesh and blood. Yahiko employed both attractive and repulsive forces, tossing Wu Chang around mercilessly, threatening to dislocate his very insides. Wu Chang felt as though the meal he had consumed 2 days prior was on the verge of resurfacing. Ultimately, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the schoolyard, rendered devoid of combat capability. His powers, already inferior to Yahiko's, were further diminished by the disparity in their levels. In stark contrast, Yahiko chuckled lightly, remarking, "Ha, you dare to challenge me? You are still too inexperienced." Then, fixing his gaze upon Chen Nian, he said, "Toxicity is now your turn. Let us see where you can flee." Yahiko was taken aback, realizing that toxicity had managed to eliminate all his comrades' pain within a mere hour. Yet, he harbored no sorrow. Those comrades were devoid of emotional bonds with him, merely a collective. The death of a companion meant little as long as the blood essence remained, allowing for the creation of new extraordinary beings. Toxicity attempting to escape? Universal attraction. Chen Nian was already fleeing, too fearful to linger any longer. However, with a single use of universal attraction, Yahiko ensnared the fleeing Chen Nian once more. Chen Nian felt a surge of astonishment. If he fell into Yahiko's grasp, it would likely spell his doom. Curse it come. Today, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Chen Nian was seething with indignation. Having become an extraordinary being for less than a month, he had already faced relentless assaults from numerous powerful entities. There was a limit to what one could endure. Thus, Chen Nian drew from his pocket the 5 vials of Pain's blood essence he had previously acquired, casting them into his mouth and crushing the test tubes, swallowing them whole. Activating his skill, he declared, "Extraordinary Devour. Come, let me absorb the essence of these 5 extraordinary beings." To onlookers, Chen Nian's actions appeared nothing short of suicidal. Typically, consuming even a single type of extraordinary essence required utmost caution, yet he dared to ingest 5 simultaneously. Did he not fear the backlash that could lead to his demise? However, should he succeed, Chen Nian would metamorphose into an overwhelmingly powerful entity, embodying the abilities of 5 pains, rendering him virtually invincible. With a roar, after consuming 5 different types of extraordinary blood essences, Chen Nian felt a searing pain erupting from his abdomen. It was as though countless insects were gnawing at his insides, striving to break free from within. "Venom, have you lost your mind? You lunatic! How dare you consume 5 types of extraordinary blood essences consecutively?" A chuckle escaped him. Even Yahiko couldn't help but give Chen Nian a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Tornado and Wu Chang stood in stunned silence, having witnessed fierce individuals before, yet never one as audacious as Chen Nian. Truly remarkable. However, his approach was not without merit. After all, death was inevitable. Why not fight valiantly in the face of demise, perhaps even seize an opportunity for survival? Thus, the 5 extraordinary blood essences began to clash within Chen Nian's body, vying for dominance over his form and control over his thoughts. At that moment, Chen Nian's inherent will of extraordinary power began to counterattack. The formidable powers of Venom, Uchiha Itachi, and Hawkeye united to assault the 5 pain consciousnesses. In no time, the 5 pain consciousnesses were vanquished by the trio, and Chen Nian successfully absorbed their extraordinary blood essences. Ding! Congratulations, host, for devouring the 8-star Tianchan extraordinary blood essence, acquiring the ability of the Hungry Ghost Path. Ding! Congratulations, host. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through the Lion Sea realm. Ding! Venom's 2nd tier ability, Possession and Control, activated. Ding! Uchiha Itachi's 2nd tier ability, Half-Body Susanoo, activated. Ding! Hawkeye's 2nd tier ability, Armament Haki, activated. With the system's notifications complete, Chen Nian threw his head back and let out a triumphant roar. His entire body crackled as his bones shifted, and he began to swell, transforming into a towering figure of over 3 meters, a small giant of Venom. He had now become an extraordinary being within the Lion Sea realm. Moreover, the powers of Venom, Uchiha Itachi, and Hawkeye had all reached their 2nd tier forms. Thus, one might question, Who in the same realm could rival Chen Nian? Ha ha ha. What nonsense about the heavenly path, Yahiko. Today, I shall demonstrate what it truly means to cheat fate. Chen Nian laughed heartily. Sensing something amiss, Yahiko quickly employed the Shinra Tensei, attempting to blast Chen Nian away. Bang! Yet, Chen Nian's form suddenly dissipated into a mist, vanishing into thin air. By the time Yahiko regained his composure, Chen Nian had already appeared behind him. With a grin, Chen Nian remarked, "Pain, did you ever imagine that Venom could use Shadow Clone Jutsu? What? How could you use Shadow Clone Jutsu? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Yahiko exclaimed in disbelief, but his words were futile. Chen Nian offered him no respite to ponder, immediately launching a powerful punch with his right hand, striking Yahiko squarely in the back and sending him crashing into the playground of Chenghai University, creating a massive crater. In an instant, the entire arena was struck with astonishment. Chapter 56. Yahi's Tormented Isolation. Goodness, Venom is simply extraordinary, capable of creating shadow clones. Is this truly the Venom I once knew? Could this be the latest installment of Venom 9, titled Ninja Venom, Tokyo? But that is not all. Behind Chen Nian, a crimson half-formed Susanoo suddenly emerged, wielding the Yada mirror, flames roaring atop its surface. The Susanoo hurled itself towards a massive pit in the center of the playground. The Tenkuzanagi sword was already gripped tightly, aimed directly at Yahi's position, its blade shooting forth like a bullet, instantly penetrating the ground. "So you think you can compare with me in terms of power?" Chen Nian gasped, his breath ragged. Beside him, Wu Chong and Ji stood in bewilderment, gazing at the colossal Venom in the sky, its tongue lolling out, with the Susanoo towering hundreds of meters behind it. Venom can wield a Susanoo too. Incredible. Teacher Chun is simply phenomenal. Unless Teacher Chun is starring in the next Venom, I want to watch it, someone remarked. What a joke. A mere Venom cannot possibly defeat me, as I am Pain of the Akatsuki. Yahi appeared rather disheveled beneath the playground, roaring in fury. Shinra Tensei. The force erupted, lifting the entire playground skyward, clearing the area entirely. Yahi froze upon seeing the Susanoo behind Chen Nian. How is this possible? How could you still possess Itachi Uchiha's abilities? No wonder you can use shadow clones. But this means you must perish. Yahi's pupils trembled violently, teetering on the brink of madness. Universal. Once again, Chen Nian was violently drawn towards Yahi. Just as he was halfway there, Yahi shouted, "Meteor shower. What do we do? Should we flee? At this distance, our entire building could be sucked away. How can we escape? Forget the building. This entire area could be consumed. We can only place our hopes in Teacher Chun. Go, Teacher Chun. Venom, destroy that wretch." Everyone felt a twinge of fear at the sight of the meteor shower, but their hopes rested solely on Chen Nian. "You dare to use meteor shower against me? How laughable." Chen Nian scoffed disdainfully. Meanwhile, the rocks being drawn up from the playground hurtled dangerously towards Chen Nian. Long night slash. In that moment, time seemed to freeze as the black blade was drawn. Enveloped in the hockey of armament, the black blade swept horizontally, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that engulfed the sky. The students within the building felt as if the very heavens darkened for an instant. The obsidian blade and the surging dark aura sliced through the clouds, obscuring the sun's rays, casting a shadow as profound as the longest night. The core of the Earth explosion star was instantaneously cleaved in two, yet the momentum of the blade did not falter. It sliced through the colossal rock, penetrated the sea of clouds, and ultimately severed the very fabric of the sky. Venom, after a prolonged gaze from countless onlookers, gradually sheathed the black blade of night. What manner of creature is this? It is utterly grotesque. Is this the Venom from the comics? It bears little resemblance to the Marvel interpretation. Consider this a legal warning. Pray, what is the psychological shadow area of the Deva Path Pain below? Deva Path Pain declared, "I have reported this. What about you?" The entire university was engulfed in the climax of Chen Nian's long night slash. Meanwhile, Yahiko, the wielder of the Earth Explosion Star, was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom that his Earth Explosion Star could be effortlessly severed by Venom. However, Uchiha Itachi was the true counter to the Earth Explosion Star. The crux of the matter was not the Earth Explosion Star, but the singular slash. Who has ever witnessed Venom wielding the Black Blade of Night? Uchiha Itachi certainly could not wield it either. Being dazed was not an option. Yada no Kagami. Hell crap. Chen Nian, utilizing the powers absorbed from the beast's path moments prior, summoned a monstrous-sized giant bird and a hell crab. With a thunderous roar, the giant bird bombarded Yahiko with eggs akin to aerial bombs, each egg detonating upon impact. The hell crab relentlessly sprayed Yahiko with bubbles, the foam jetting out like a high-pressure water cannon, even more terrifying than the explosions of the bird eggs. How is this possible? Venom, Uchiha Itachi, Hawkeye, and the recently absorbed powers of the beast's path. Does this imply he has assimilated the abilities of the other four paths as well? How could Venom possess such an arsenal of powers? At this moment, Yahiko had retreated into despair. Just a moment ago, he had toyed with Venom, who seemed only capable of fleeing from him. However, once Venom consumed his other 5 companions, the dynamics shifted entirely. Venom's strength surged from the level of a cicada to that of a lion. Everything appeared surreal to Yahiko. Are you dazed? If so, then perish. Chen Nian descended like a meteor from the heavens, hurtling towards Yahiko's position. Shinra Tensei, what the hell? Does this little brat not understand what black hands signify? With a resounding thud, Chen Nian's fist struck Yahiko with tremendous force, enveloped in a layer of hockey. Yahiko's agonized wails echoed through the sky. You forced my hand. Yahiko drew a syringe and plunged it into his neck, injecting some unknown liquid. In an instant, veins bulged, blood surged, and his body swelled ominously. Chakra within him skyrocketing beyond his physical limits, threatening to explode at any moment. Then, Yahiko spread his arms wide, seemingly preparing for something monumental. Chen Nian sensed the impending danger and realized he must act swiftly to prevent it. Shinra Tensei, how is this possible? Isn't this technique supposed to require the combined strength of all 6 paths of pain? Students familiar with Naruto gasped in disbelief. Alas, this technique possesses the formidable power to obliterate the entire Hidden Leaf village. Ha ha ha, futile. Unless I cease my actions, no one can halt me. Everyone shall accompany me to the grave. Yahiko's frenzied voice sent chills down spines. At that moment, Chun transformed into a pool of liquid, advancing toward Yahiko to envelop him. What is this? Yahiko was engulfed by the black viscous substance, as if he were sinking into a mire. Moments later, he was completely consumed by the goo. Before long, the black liquid that encased Yahiko rose, leaving one to wonder whether the substance was subsuming Yahiko or if it was commanding the viscous mass. With arms outstretched, the onlookers held their breath, fixated on the large pit below the playground. Mr. Chen, you can do it. A student whispered a silent prayer. As seconds ticked by, Yahiko's hands, encased in the toxic liquid, slowly descended. The crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. Oh, how magnificent, Mr. Chun. The toxic liquid is incredible. I adore you, Mr. Chun. Beyond their elation, there was a profound sense of relief from narrowly escaping disaster. That was terrifying. Nearby, Wu Chong and Ji, who had been anxious, finally felt their tension ease. Chapter 57. Brother Poison's inner turmoil. Cheers and applause resonated throughout Chenghai University. However, Chun was oblivious to the jubilations, for at that moment, his essence resided within the toxic substance. Warning: the host's abilities are currently extremely unstable and may be consumed at any moment. Resentment, brutality, and bloodlust relentlessly assailed Chen's inner sanctum. Throughout the battle, Chun had maintained a taut mental state, and, after absorbing 5 of the 6 paths of pain, his capacity for endurance was nearing its limit. The final absorption of the Deva Path pain had directly overwhelmed him. For Chun, this was akin to a suicidal maneuver. Should he fail to wrest control over his body, he would be irrevocably transformed into a bloodthirsty killing machine. Echoes of rage, temptation, and loathing reverberated in his ears, even manifesting in a surround sound effect. Damn it, quiet down. Warning, warning. The host is on the verge of collapse. Do you wish to fully absorb the 6 paths of pain? Absorb. As Chen's command lingered in the air, the cacophony in his ears began to fade, granting him a moment of tranquility. Absorption in progress. Absorption successful. Energy accumulation has met the upgrade conditions. The system is upgrading and will require 24 hours. Chen's consciousness gradually sharpened, invigorated by the system's announcement of the upgrade, though he felt deflated upon learning it would take 24 hours. The system can upgrade? At this moment, Chen's consciousness returned to the core of the toxic substance. As the black viscous matter gradually dissipated from his body, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Wu Chang and Jizi hurried over to assess Chen's injuries. Chen Nian, how are you? Is there any sound stimulating you in your ears? Wu Chang inquired, swallowing hard. Previously, there were individuals who attempted to absorb various abilities, but most of them transformed into bloodthirsty and violent monsters. However, a few persevered and became experts with dual abilities, all of whom reported being inundated with various negative voices that profoundly influenced their original thoughts. Moreover, this stimulation varied according to the strength of the absorbed abilities. The more potent the ability, the harder it was to endure. There were, but now there are none. Chen Nian replied candidly. Wu Chang was taken aback, while Ji Zi beside him gaped in disbelief. It was known that Chen Nian had already demonstrated 3 abilities, and now he had successfully absorbed 6 more at once. At that moment, students began to arrive at the playground. Despite its collapse, a few daring students were still approaching. Let South leave this place and visit Dr. Xingyuan to check for any side effects, Ji Zi stated seriously, causing Chen Nian to feel something was amiss. Dr. Xingyuan? Oh no, they want to dissect me for research, will they? Chen Nian was skeptical that those scientists could resist the urge to experiment on him. Perhaps they would even take a sample of his slime. The thought invigorated him, prompting him to break free from Ji Zi's telekinetic grip. Black slime enveloped Chen Nian as he exclaimed, "Ahem, I'll take my leave first." He transformed into a puddle of liquid and made his escape. "Hey, don't go. I was just joking." Ji Zi cried out in frustration as she watched Chen Nian flee, stamping her foot in anger. "I should have never revealed where I was going," she lamented. Wu Chang could only manage a wry smile at the scene. Meanwhile, on his way home, Chen Nian suddenly heard a voice. "I'm awake. Who is speaking?" The unexpected voice startled him, and he looked around but found no source. "What are you looking at?" "I am you, and you are me." A head formed from the slime emerged, gazing at Chen Nian, who had transformed into a puddle. "What the heck? You actually have consciousness." Chen Nian was astonished. He had believed himself to be the slime, only to discover that the slime possessed its own awareness. "What are you rambling about? How could I converse with you if I lack consciousness? However, there exists a profound connection between us, akin to the relationship between sea cucumbers and sea urchins. Both contain the word sea. Ahem, I have a child with you, ha ha ha." The slime entity chuckled eerily, its incessant chatter leaving Chen Nian bewildered. Was that a bad joke? Indeed. Why didn't you laugh? Because it wasn't funny. The loquacious slime continued its rambling, prompting Chen Nian to disregard the illogical creature entirely. "In truth, I am intrinsically linked to you, rather than being in a parasitic relationship. Why do I assert this? Because I cannot exist without you. My very existence is intertwined with yours. We are akin to the inseparable duo of Shuk and Beta, reminiscent of those despicable higher brothers." Chuckling together, Chen Nian only absorbed the first half of this dialogue, dismissing the latter half as utterly nonsensical. Not long after, Chen Nian returned home. Thanks to the remarkable self-repair capabilities of the symbiote, his injuries had already mended by the time he was midway. Now, it was merely the fatigue of body and the weight of mental strain that left him in a state of languor. As he scrolled through his phone, he found himself bombarded with messages. News outlets and video platforms were aflame with footage of the battle between Uchiha Venom and Tendo Pain. A fierce debate had erupted over whether to refer to it as Uchiha Venom or Venom Uchiha, dividing netizens into 2 camps. Those advocating for the term I Liquid Miho Uchiha found themselves marginalized due to insufficient support. Alas, it seems I have gained notoriety. I wonder if the system will calculate my current shock value. After a meandering train of thought, Venom reemerged to engage in idle chatter, and Chen Nian, lulled by the discourse, soon drifted into slumber. The following day, he was jolted awake by a series of knocks at the door. Upon opening it, he was met by Wu Xiaoqian. "Teacher Chen, are you all right?" she asked, mimicking the tone of an advertisement. "Are you all right? Are you all right?" Observing Wu Xiaoqian's smug demeanor, Chen Nian felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He was tempted to frighten her. With a flicker of thought, Venom abruptly emerged from Chen Nian, half of its form lunging forth with a gaping maw roaring towards Wu Xiaoqian's face. "Are you all right? If you are, then eat." "Aw, don't eat me." Wu Xiaoqian was taken completely unawares, her mouth agape in shock, revealing a visage reminiscent of a horror film character, momentarily stunning even Venom. She turned her gaze towards Chen Nian, who remained motionless, staring blankly as if possessed. Teacher, help me. Don't eat me. Teacher. Wu Xiaoqian was on the verge of tears from fright. The younger generation certainly knows how to have fun, comparable to my own youthful escapades. The elderly guard at the villa's entrance heard Wu Xiaoqian's piercing scream from afar and couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, I'm not going to scare you anymore. Chen Nian's spirits lifted upon seeing Wu Xiaoqian, now curled up in fright. Venom mused to itself, I believe I am more terrifying than he is. It hadn't anticipated that one moment she would be an adorable girl, and the next she would transform into a figure of horror. Fortunately, Venom's composure remained intact. Could it be that I truly frighten her more? Surely not. Venom is not akin to a horror film character, in a manner reminiscent of Shakespeare. The discourse on the comparative terrors of Venom and the horror figure would span a lengthy monologue, absent from this narrative. Venom's eyes drooped despairingly, his expression unmistakably etched with a sense of loss, tinged even with a hint of grievance. Venom felt an inner turmoil, yet lamented that no one was there to hear him. Chapter 58. System Major Update. After comforting Wu Xiaoqian, Chen Nian inquired about her purpose for visiting. I merely came to check on your health, Teacher Chen, Wu Xiaoqian replied. By the way, Teacher Chen, does your venom possess its own consciousness? She asked with a hint of curiosity. I only just discovered this myself. The specifics remain unclear, Chen Nian said, observing the incessant ramblings of Venom with a sense of helplessness. Wu Xiaoqian pondered for a moment and then remarked, Oh, by the way, there's a student named Lu Yu in your class who has been unable to reach you. She asked me to convey that the others in the class are willing to keep your secret. Can they truly be so obedient? Chen Nian expressed skepticism. It seems they fear you might ask them to observe Venom. Chen Nian recalled his earlier intimidation of Lu Hong, which made sense now. Today, Chen Nian had taken a day off, intending to stay home since he dared not wander without the system. He feigned an internal injury to send the reluctant Wu Xiaoqian on her way. Hey, that girl has an interest in you, but you already know that. I mean no harm, just a word of advice. It's best not to get too close to her. Of course, it's not that I'm afraid of the liquor. But hey, would you like to watch Venom? Venom rambled on, and the television had been turned on, displaying scenes from the movie Venom. You're the lead, aren't you? Chen Nian retorted, exasperated. In truth, we are one. You are me, and I am you. Venom tilted his head. 2 hours later, the movie concluded. I enjoy watching a film in its entirety and then discussing our impressions. You know, at the 57th minute mark, the system had just notified that the update was complete, and Chen Nian's attention was now fully absorbed by the system interface. Do you wish to read the update log? Yes. The update contents are as follows. The shock value system has been revamped to the emotion value system, encompassing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. The host's attribute panel has been updated for enhanced clarity. The lottery system has been upgraded, introducing new characters to the ability prize pool, with a lottery costing 100,000 emotion values each time, and item lotteries costing 50,000. The leveling system has been modified. After reaching the Lion Sea realm, direct advancement is no longer possible. Instead, abilities must be upgraded to indirectly elevate one's realm. The host may expend emotion values to proactively unlock character skills. New features include an absorption system that allows for the complete absorption of the original personality of abilities. A reincarnation system that can revive the original personality of abilities. What? Chen Nian was utterly stunned. He directly clicked into the reincarnation system for a detailed overview. Reincarnation system. Expending a substantial amount of emotion values allows the original personality of abilities to be resurrected in its peak state, though the host will forfeit all of their skills. Spending double the emotional value will preserve the skill. Expending triple will render it non-hostile towards you. Quadrupling the cost will lead it to regard you as a companion. And a 5-fold expenditure will retain the skill while ensuring loyalty to the host. Note, loyalty does not equate to absolute obedience. The host cannot compel it to act against its beliefs. Note 2. Abilities that have not been absorbed by the host can also be revived, with a double expenditure resulting in automatic acquisition of the skill. Before Chen Nian could revel in his fortune, he inadvertently opened the emotional value required for the Eagle Eye reincarnation, resulting in a rather disheartening realization. The emotional value needed for the Eagle Eye reincarnation is a staggering 20 million, meaning that to retain the skills of the Eagle Eye, a sum of 40 million is required. However, it would not heed your commands and might even turn hostile, necessitating an expenditure of 100 million to gain its compliance. Even if one seeks merely to have it regard them as a partner, a sum of 80 million must be surrendered. Chen Nian felt impoverished, as his total emotional value was only slightly over 500,000. Fortunately, the system appeared quite humane, continuing to collect emotional value during updates. Turning his attention to another new feature, Chen Nian explored the absorption function. Absorbing abilities would enhance system energy and randomly yield skills. Upon meeting energy requirements, the system would undergo an upgrade. However, once absorbed, the ability would be lost permanently, and no external entity would ever awaken the absorbed powers again. Chen Nian understood that this meant Pain's 6 paths would permanently exit this world. Previously, he had nearly perished from forcibly devouring the 6 paths, prompting the system to absorb them to save him, albeit inadvertently facilitating an update. Feeling adventurous, Chen Nian decided to conduct a draw for abilities. He immediately deducted 200,000 emotional value. During the draw, he acquired the ability of Dr. Agasa and the ability of Sage of the 6 Paths. Dr. Agasa? What level? Chen Nian was momentarily confused, recognizing a character from Detective Conan. Dr. Agasa is a brilliant scientist in the series, responsible for most of the gadgets used by Conan. While they may be trivial items, Dr. Agasa's genius is indisputable. Yet the system informed Chen Nian that he was rated at the same level as Bald Chong. In reality, the classification of levels did not encompass intelligence, focusing solely on raw power. Chen Nian aspired to create the world's most formidable research team, planning to recruit figures like Vegapunk, Dr. Gero, and Caesar Clown. With this ambition in mind, he resolved to summon Dr. Agasa, finding research rather tedious. He preferred to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. However, upon seeing the emotional value required for summoning Dr. Agasa, he chuckled. It was merely 50,000. With a sweeping gesture, he promptly squandered 250,000. The summoning was successful. Alongside the system's notification, the sound of his front door echoed through his home. Wow, that was fast. Chen Nian went to open the door, and the first sight that met his eyes was that of a plump, balding, white-haired doctor. Greetings, I am Agasa. You may call me Dr. Agasa. Hello. I am Chen Nian. Please call me Teacher Chen. Chen Nian warmly shook hands with Dr. Agasa. Hello, I am Venom. You can call me Inzu. At that moment, half of Venom's body unexpectedly emerged from Chen Nian's chest, enthusiastically shaking Dr. Agasa's other hand, sporting a smile that he presumed was friendly, oblivious to the importance of smiling without showing teeth. Teacher Chen, what is this? Help! Don't eat me. Dr. Agasa, hailing from the world of Conan, had evidently never encountered such a spectacle, and was thrown into a state of utter disarray. The youth of today seemed to play far more recklessly than I ever did. He mused, reminiscent of the previous gatekeeper, who upon hearing this powerful voice, began to feel a twinge of inadequacy. Chapter 59. The Adorable Dance of the Cute Girl Mister. Yinzu, I did not anticipate your vast knowledge. You flatter me, Dr. Agasa. In truth, I believe that strings are the ultra-microscopic components that constitute atomic particles. Venom's tongue flopped about as he donned a pair of round glasses from an unknown origin. Chen Nian stared in bewilderment at the two engaging in a scientific discourse. Although he was a teacher, his expertise lay in finance, unlike Dr. Agasa, who was a serious researcher, and certainly not on par with Venom's impressive breadth of knowledge and experiences. Thus, an exceedingly peculiar scene unfolded. In the expansive living room, Chen Nian lounged comfortably on the sofa, watching television, while Venom, splitting from Chen Nian's left shoulder, conversed animatedly with the guest, Dr. Agasa. Suddenly, Chen Nian recalled that he had yet to try the item lottery. He decided to use over 100,000 of his emotional points to draw twice, as he had just gained over 60,000 emotional points in a short span, partly from Dr. Agasa and Wu Xiaoqian, and partly from netizens online. After deducting 50,000 emotional points, the draw commenced. Acquired skill book, Ghost Path, Sangwa Drop. Would you like to spend 10,000 emotional points to learn it? Learn. Sangwa Drop was a formidable damage skill from Bleach, and adhering to the principle that one should amass skills rather than hoard them, Chen Nian resolved to learn as much as he could. 50,000 emotional points were deducted again, and the next draw began. Acquired skill book, Adorable Dance of the Cute Girl, accompanied by a kawaii soft candy and milky girl outfit. What? What kind of dance? What outfit? Chen Nian questioned his own hearing, utterly incredulous, until he beheld the image of the outfit. Would you like to spend 20,000 emotional points to learn this? At that moment, the system's notification chimed in a taunting manner. Must I spend 20,000 emotional points to learn this? And it costs 10,000 more than Songhua Drop? Seriously, system? Chen Nian was at a loss for where to begin his critique of this absurd skill. Could it be an illusion? The thought flitted through Chen Nian's mind momentarily. Learn it. After all, 20,000 points is not a trivial amount. It would be a waste not to utilize what I have acquired. With this resolution, a sequence of dance moves took root in Chen Nian's mind, which he savored delicately. He then closed his eyes, humming with a smile, acknowledging, indeed, I am a fool. Exiting the interface, he regarded Dr. Agasa, who was animatedly discussing matters on the sofa, pondering whether he should establish a research institute for him. However, his finances were somewhat scant. Although Chen Nian lacked expertise in scientific research, he recognized that 200 to 300 million would scarcely suffice to create a high-tech laboratory. Thus, he found himself once again ensnared in the conundrum of earning money. His ambition to form a scientific team was intended to cultivate his own influence while simultaneously generating profit. Yet at present, Chen Nian could only rely on selling his abilities to Wang Onming for quick cash. Should he consider becoming an internet celebrity to earn money? A bold idea began to take shape in Chen Nian's mind. In the conference room of the Starlight Building, Wang Onming was inquiring of Jizi and Wu Chang about the battle from the previous day. After returning from the association's medical facility to tend to their injuries, Wang Onming had not pressed for details immediately. Please elaborate on the specifics of Teacher Chen's confrontation with the 6 paths of pain, Wang Onming requested. She was already somewhat informed, as numerous videos had circulated online. Wu Chang nodded and remarked, to be honest, Chen Nian's strength at the outset was not particularly impressive. He was even weaker than I am, merely managing to flee when facing Tian Dao. Indeed, at the beginning of the fight, his abilities were only just sufficient to facilitate my escape. Jizi chimed in, shrugging her shoulders. Let's not digress. Finding oneself wounded and being carried away is hardly a reason to mock others. Wang Onming shot Jizi a glare. Please continue. Then, Chen Nian transformed, adopting a crimson hue. Employing the techniques from last time, and his power surged to Tian Chan 9 stars, swiftly eliminating all the pain except for Tian Dao. However, his realm had already experienced a dramatic increase prior to turning red, mirroring the previous situation, and he subsequently absorbed the abilities of the 5 individuals, ultimately employing the techniques of the Beast Path Pain. 5 abilities? How is that even possible? Wang Onming gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. That's not all. He even absorbed Tian Dao, pain, in the end. When I inquired, he mentioned that there had indeed been a voice in his ear urging him on, but it faded away afterward. As Wu Chang recounted this, his expression mirrored confusion. He could not fathom how Chen Nian achieved such feats. If this is indeed the case, then Teacher Chen is truly unprecedented, the first of his kind, Wang Onming murmured, pressing her lips together. Why didn't we bring him along yesterday? Jizi pouted, saying, I would have liked to, but he is far too wary. He seemed quite anxious and simply ran off. Ha 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 ha, everyone, come quick and take a look. Suddenly, Alan burst forth with his phone, laughing heartily. What is it? We are engaged in serious discussion here. Does Alan not sense the atmosphere? They erupted in laughter. In a fleeting moment, Jizi was animatedly gesturing at Alan, only to suddenly seize a mobile phone through telekinesis, bursting into fits of laughter. Curiosity enveloped the crowd, wondering what had sparked such uncontainable joy within GZ. Ah, I can't take it anymore. This must be the reason for Chen Nian's eagerness to return, she exclaimed, tears of laughter streaming down her face as she projected the video onto the conference room's large screen. A lively Japanese anime song resonated through the once quiet meeting space. On the screen, Venom stood atop a skyscraper in the city center, adorned in a delightful pink Kurumi-themed outfit complete with accessories such as bracelets and thigh straps. White socks embellished with cat paw patterns hugged Venom's stout legs, complemented by a pink bow tie around its neck. This was the kawaii, squishy, candy-like girl ensemble that Chen Nian had drawn. With a bashful expression, Venom danced playfully to the music, performing an adorable, spirited routine filled with whimsical movements that included sticking out its tongue, winking, puffing its cheeks, and shaking its head. The spectacle was captivating. A moment of silence fell upon the audience, soon to be shattered by waves of laughter, fortunately muffled by the meeting room's soundproofing. At that moment, Chen Nian sat slumped against the glass exterior of the building, his expression one of existential despair, as Venom clung tightly to him. It's all for the emotional value, he reassured himself, engaging in a mental dialogue for solace. He had hastily sent out the video without even watching it, having set up multiple cameras and a shaky phone shot to feign a candid passerby recording. The video of Venom's vibrant dance quickly ignited a sensation across the internet. Witnessing the surge in emotional engagement, Chen Nian felt numb. He should be elated that the plan had succeeded, yet he could not muster a smile. Chapter 60. Encountering assassination that day, the phrase Venom dancing swiftly ascended to the top of the trending search list. Major video platforms and entertainment media clamored to report on it, with one marketing account reveling in the frenzy, churning out over 10 articles and 7 or 8 videos from a single trending topic. Following closely were searches for dance tutorials mimicking Venom's moves and outfits inspired by its appearance. In no time, Venom inundated the short video platforms once again, with influencers replicating the dance. The female influencers, naturally, were endearing in their performances. However, male counterparts attempting the same dance proved rather jarring, leading to countless burly men practicing in front of mirrors at home, spurred by Venom's lead. My stomach hurts from laughing. Who created these effects? It's utterly insane. Thank you. My eyes have already been donated. The dance had left a lasting impression, to the point where seeing any beautiful woman dance now invoked the visage of Venom. Marvel Studios has to include this segment in the next Venom installment. You are all mistaken. Marvel asserts, we are not the original creators. We are the plaintiffs. Venom 11. Idol Star Wish Project. The phone of Chen Nian had been inundated with calls, with messages from Wang Onmeng, Wu Xiaoqian, and others who were aware of his identity. The protagonist of the incident chose to silence his phone, expressing that he would quietly accumulate emotional value. Playing dead would suffice. Frankly, I was unaware of your peculiar inclination. Although we share a bond that transcends distinction, I find it rather appealing. Would you care for another segment? I have conceived a few new moves. As you know, I excel in the art of dance. Chen Nian appeared utterly bewildered. Had he inadvertently become addicted to the allure of Venom? It seemed that Venom had awakened an extraordinary affinity. Earning money was not something to be ashamed of. As the afternoon progressed, he observed his emotional value soaring to 3 million and continuously rising, dispelling his previous sorrows and even inspiring thoughts of a sequel. The internet truly is a sanctuary for accumulating emotional value, Chen Nian mused. Most of the emotional value he garnered stemmed from netizens. Some expressed disgust at Venom's dance, while others were filled with joy, and he even received a wave of sorrowful emotions, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Could it be that someone was moved by watching Venom perform a dance in a home setting? Chen Nian marveled at the vastness and unpredictability of the world. Unbeknownst to Chen Nian, today coincided with the release of a new album by a certain rock artist, who had even purchased trending spots, only to be overshadowed by the unexpected surge of Venom. The clash of the Uchiha and the Tendo Pain had also surged into the trending topics. In the age of the internet, trends shift daily. What had once been fleeting was abruptly revitalized by Chen Nian's Venom dance. Just as Chen Nian reveled in the exhilarating feeling of emotions soaring from the comfort of his home, everything related to Venom was suddenly retracted from trending discussions. This left him somewhat perplexed. The official explanation cited the horror of Venom's image paired with overly ostentatious dance moves as being in poor taste. However, Chen Nian doubted this reasoning. Upon further reflection, he speculated that the authorities feared that someone might deduce the existence of superhumans through Venom. Although many had already begun to suspect as much, the officials had yet to confirm any information. Let it be withdrawn. After all, I have profited considerably, he concluded. As Chen Nian prepared to return home, a swift attack ensued. A sharp blue light sliced through the air, striking him directly. The occurrence transpired so rapidly that he was unable to evade the attack and was met with a brutal blow. A gash opened on his chest, blood spilling forth. Haki! Chen Nian exclaimed. The attack, imbued with armed haki, had inflicted significant damage upon the liquid form of Venom. Chen Nian glanced towards the assailant's position, but they had already vanished. The sounds of movement echoed around him, yet he could not pinpoint the enemy's location. Finger gun. Here. Just as the enemy's finger was about to pierce Chen Nian, he unleashed an overwhelming force, enveloping his fist with a fierce aura and striking backward with tremendous might. The sound of impact echoed as the opponent met his fist with mere fingers, astonishingly managing to deflect dozens of Chen Nian's powerful blows. Pain surged through Chen Nian's fist, indicating that the opponent's aura surpassed his own. Seizing the momentum from their clash, Chen Nian skillfully evaded to the rear, and the adversary chose not to pursue. Chen Nian fixed his gaze on the man wearing sunglasses, fully aware of his formidable strength. "Who are you?" Chen Nian demanded. The man responded succinctly, "Lan Jiao." A flurry of kicks ensued, sharp blue slashes hurtling toward Chen Nian. He adeptly dodged the oncoming strikes, and suddenly, a black blade appeared in his hand. "So you wish to play it cool, do you?" Chen Nian declared, wielding the black blade with authority. With the blade enveloped in a layer of armed color, he executed a powerful upward slash. The air trembled as the terrifying azure blade light reflected off the man's sunglasses, advancing with an unstoppable force. As the blade approached, the sunglasses-clad man remained unfazed, showing no inclination to evade. "Iron block," he uttered with a low voice. Immediately, his entire form was shrouded in a layer of black armed color, reinforced by the iron block, rendering him impervious to attack. A resounding clang echoed as the blade met the man's chest, halted in its tracks. For a moment, the two forces clashed, the man's clothing shredded upon impact, leaving him clad only in a single pair of underwear, his metallic skin glistening under the light, muscles rippling as they collided with the blade. The man's expression remained utterly composed, as if nothing could rattle him. "Take advantage of your weakness. I will claim your life." Chen Nian and Venom launched a simultaneous assault. Venom could now separate from Chen Nian for 12 hours while maintaining a humanoid form, returning automatically after that duration. As they were in a fusion relationship, rather than a parasitic one, Venom erupted forth, delivering a powerful punch to the man's left side, while Chen Nian chanted an incantation, his left hand gripping his right arm, palm facing the man as he sidestepped to his right. "O you who reign, the mask of flesh, myriad forms, take flight. Crowned in the name of humanity, truth, and temperance, standing with claws upon the dream wall of the innocent, the 33rd path of destruction, azure fire falls." Upon finishing the chant, a sphere of blue explosive flames erupted from Chen Nian's hand, hurtling directly toward the man. Faced with the onslaught from three directions, the man neither dodged nor flinched, choosing instead to absorb the blows head-on. The ground shook with the force of the impact. As the dust settled, a long gash marred the man's chest, the area struck by Chen Nian's explosive flames and Venom's punch sustaining minor injuries. "How remarkably tough," Chen Nian remarked, slightly taken aback. "Could a strike from a Lion C 1-star match the full force of a Lion C 4-star? This is intriguing," the man murmured. When Chen Nian heard these words, he felt a profound shock within. The implication suggested that this person's realm could withstand a 5-star Lion C. However, on the surface, he maintained a calm demeanor and retorted, "Who said I'm a 1-star Lion C?" System: Armament Hockey Upgrade. Chapter 61. Absorbed but not fully assimilated. System: Armament Hockey Upgrade. With a flicker of thought, the system interface materialized before him, noticeably different from before. Yet, Chen Nian had no time to ponder the changes. In a fit of anger, he smashed 500,000 to elevate Eagle Eye's intermediate armament hockey to advanced. He spent 200,000 to unlock Eagle Eye's intermediate observation hockey, and another 500,000 to enhance the symbiotic nature of the Venom to advanced. As his abilities surged, Chen Nian's realm simultaneously skyrocketed, halting only upon reaching 4-star Lion C. Delight surged within him as he turned to the man and proclaimed, "Let us see what level this punch is." Venom instantly enveloped Chen Nian, his fist cloaked in armament hockey, which glimmered with a sheen of bluish-green this time. "Futile," the man growled. "Pointing fingers, are we?" With a colossal fist, Jiang Chuan unleashed a devastating blow that shattered the man's fingers upon impact. Crack! "Futile?" Chen Nian gazed at the man's severed fingers, a smile gracing his lips. "Impossible." The man's earlier composure crumbled. Disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Chen Nian. "Your strength, when did it rise to 4-star Lion C?" His voice was laced with astonishment, though his sunglasses obscured his eyes. "Damn those glasses," Chen Nian thought, shattering the sunglasses with a single punch. At that moment, the man's armament hockey proved utterly ineffective against Chen Nian. Why did you come to kill me? Chen Nian's right hand poised for a strike, sending the man into a panic as he shouted, "Iron block." The man executed the iron block once more, but it was no match for Chen Nian's relentless punch, which obliterated it again. Still relying on iron block? Have you no shame? After several more punches, the sunglasses-clad man was left on the brink of collapse, utterly transformed from his earlier aloofness. "The SEC River will not spare you," he gasped, uttering his final words before succumbing. "I quite enjoy such adversaries. Even in death, they reveal their organization," Chen Nian remarked as he extracted the man's blood marrow. In the shadows, a man and a woman silently observed the battle. The woman was on the phone with someone. Zhou Wei is dead. Currently, he has not disclosed the abilities of Pain's 6 paths. Yet his realm has inexplicably elevated during the fight. This marks the third time. His venom appears to possess independent thought and seems to have awakened, though it appears to obey him. Can it be killed? Eliminate Zhou Wei. A silence followed on the other end of the line. "I understand. Return for now." Subsequently, the phone call was terminated. It was unexpected that Zhou Wei would meet such an untimely demise. Initially, I merely intended for him to assess Chen Nian's abilities. "What a pity. Individuals as resolute as him are rare," the man lamented. "A useless ability dies, and so be it." Before his end, he willingly revealed the name of our organization. Was it because he knew we were nearby, yet chose not to save him? The woman scoffed with disdain. Upon finishing her words, the two transformed into tendrils of black smoke and vanished. Meanwhile, Chen Nian remained oblivious to the surveillance he was under. After extracting the blood essence, he did not rush home, but instead headed to the Starlight Association. After all, the blood essence from the Lion Sea 4 stars could fetch an astronomical sum. Upon entering the company and presenting his identity, he was escorted to the upper echelons where Wang Anming was located. "Teacher Chen, what brings you here?" Wang Anming exclaimed amidst laughter. Chen Nian felt a wave of exasperation, knowing precisely what she found amusing. Thus, he directly broached the subject. "Would you be interested in the blood essence from the Lion Sea 4 stars?" "Absolutely." Wang Anming, who had been laughing heartily moments before, instantly became alert upon hearing Lion Sea. The blood essence from Lion Sea is a coveted treasure anywhere. You possess the blood essence from the Lion Sea 4 stars? Has your strength escalated to such heights? A look of astonishment graced Wang Anming's face. Chen Nian presented the blood essence he had extracted from the bespectacled man. Wang Anming promptly summoned Alan to conduct tests. Upon seeing Chen Nian, Alan struggled to suppress laughter. "Is Jizi also here?" Chen Nian inquired with a hint of resignation, concerned that he might become the subject of ridicule if that individual were present. "No, he is still at home recuperating, unlike your Venom, which has such an outrageous recovery ability." Wang Anming waved her hand dismissively. "Thank you for the compliment. My recovery capability stems from my formidable inner strength, and, well, I actually have an affinity for sandwiches. Everyone knows corn is quite resilient, right?" At that moment, the venom emerged from Chen Nian's body. Chen Nian marveled at Wang Anming's composure. Having witnessed the venom, she merely flinched slightly, unlike the previous two individuals who had shrieked in terror. In truth, Wang Anming had watched countless videos of the venom dancing and had become immune to its visage. Seeing that Wang Anming was not frightened, the venom's mood lifted, and it began to chatter incessantly. Wang Anming, observing the venom's illogical ramblings, felt a tinge of sympathy for Chen Nian. After the testing concluded, Alan approached with the blood essence. "How should I put this? It's somewhat peculiar," he remarked. "Peculiar in what sense?" Chen Nian inquired. "This is the blood essence of an ordinary naval lieutenant from the Lion Sea," Alan replied, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Anming. Wang Anming furrowed her brow, displaying a look of confusion. "What is the matter? Is there an issue with the blood essence?" Chen Nian asked. "No, it's just a bit strange. Is it truly possible for an ordinary naval lieutenant to cultivate to the Lion Sea realm?" Wang Anming encountered an ordinary Navy officer of remarkably high caliber for the first time. It is noteworthy that even Wu Chong, who possessed the Diamond Josie, only reached the level of a Celestial 9-star, nearing the realm of the Lion Sea. Thus, this Navy officer must either have spent an exceptionally long time cultivating the art of devouring, or the content of his training is extraordinarily peculiar. "Where did you come across him?" "I was ambushed by him. He appears to be sent by the Saiha organization, proficient in armed hockey, and extremely adept in the six styles. Wang Ameng pondered for a moment and suggested, how about 1 billion? Apart from his impressive realm, this Navy officer lacks any remarkable abilities. His only distinguishing feature is the intensity of his training. Agreed. 1 billion is close to Chen Nian's anticipated price. I never intended to haggle for a few million more, as it is unnecessary. Teacher Chen, I advise you to exercise caution during this period. Since you absorbed the abilities of the 6 paths of pain, you should now possess 9 extraordinary powers. Such a formidable ability would surely attract the interest of the Saiha Association, who might wish to dissect you for research, Wang Ameng cautioned. Huh? Who said I absorbed the 6 paths of pain? Chen Nian appeared bewildered. Oh, there's no need for theatrics, Teacher Chen. Wu Chang and Jizi witnessed it firsthand. Wang Ameng replied with a playful smile. I truly did not absorb it. Rather, I have not fully integrated it, Chen Nian insisted earnestly. What? Wang Ameng's expression was one of confusion. Chapter 62. Leisurely moments of nurturing. Observing Wang Ameng's perplexed demeanor, Chen Nian contemplated how to mislead her. I merely devoured them, but did not merge with them to acquire their powers, he explained with a hint of exasperation, and this was indeed true. But Wu Chang and the others have already seen you utilize the skills of the beast path, she pointed out. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Nian was merely a facade. After the system absorbed the powers, he had lost their extraordinary abilities, retaining only a selection of skills, and even those were random. He was left with but one ability, the universal attraction, and without the Rinnegan, he could not employ it. Nevertheless, Chen Nian certainly could not divulge the truth to her. Due to the overwhelming number of extraordinary powers, I cannot bear any more. I already possess 3, and any additional would cause me to implode. Hence, I allowed Venom to consume them, resulting in a mere act of consumption. I did not derive any benefit from it, perhaps only slightly enhancing my realm, and Venom awakened as a consequence. Chen Nian spoke with such conviction that even Venom almost believed him. Is that so? Wang Ameng nodded, half understanding. As the extraordinary powers from the Marvel Universe had only recently descended, Wang Ameng possessed no information about Venom. Chen Nian was the first human to utilize it, and given that his description closely aligned with Venom's abilities, Wang Ameng harbored little suspicion, finding it somewhat plausible. After all, possessing 3 extraordinary powers was already absurd. Acquiring 6 more, was that not defying the heavens? After bidding farewell to Wang Ameng, Chen Nian returned to the villa, where he noticed the security guard casting an indescribable gaze upon him. With the acquisition of this billion, the matter concerning the research institute was, at best, a trivial discussion, leaving Chen Nian somewhat resigned. Chen, initially, there's no need to complicate matters excessively. We can start with a simple research facility to get acquainted, Dr. Agasa remarked. Chen Nian handed over the materials he had previously seized from Dr. Haddon, and Dr. Agasa displayed an extraordinary interest in them. He became wholly engrossed in the research. However, mere observation was insufficient. Dr. Agasa's hands itched with anticipation, eager to commence practical experiments. Indeed, Chen Nian found Dr. Agasa's perspective quite reasonable. He promptly entrusted the card to Dr. Agasa, permitting him to procure the necessary experimental apparatus. Chen Nian intended to convert the adjacent villa into a laboratory by selling it. Meanwhile, another doctor was not faring as well. Dr. Haddon was currently experiencing a nadir in his life. What transpired, you ask? It was simply the sorrow of losing a child in his old age, years of dedication snatched away, and the destruction of the 6 paths of pain. When the zombie reported that the 6 paths of pain had been obliterated by Chen Nian, he collapsed in despair. He incessantly muttered, "It's all gone, all of it, my son. My blood marrow pain, it's all vanished." At that moment, the brilliant scientist that Dr. Haddon once was seemed utterly lost, resembling a disheveled vagrant who had rummaged through trash and donned a lab coat. Just then, a man clad in white robes emerged from nowhere, sporting a peculiar white baboon headpiece. What do you yearn for? A son? Science? Or the power to conquer the world? The baboon-headed figure inquired. What do I yearn for? I want Chen Nian dead. Dr. Haddon shrieked in a fit of hysteria, completely indifferent to the origins of this mysterious figure. Join our Dominators Association, and we can fulfill all your desires. Such occurrences transpired across the globe, all orchestrated by the baboon-headed figures, all appealing to the desperate or nearly deranged individuals with the same invitation. We can grant you everything you long for. in a world that appeared tranquil on the surface. Undercurrents of turmoil surged beneath. The following day, Chen Nian attended class as usual, acutely aware that his days of peaceful living were dwindling. While still an ordinary person, he sought to relish the serene moments of education before his influence expanded. As he ambled through the university campus, Chen Nian casually listened to the students' chatter. "Hey, have you heard? There seem to be numerous reports about superhumans lately. Do you think any of it is true? Just the other day, the Venom incident in our school. I've witnessed it firsthand, and I now firmly believe it." Chen Nian's recent confrontation with Pain had been dismissed by the school as a test of new projection technology for filmmaking. And it just so happened that the playground needed renovation, hence the explosion during the filming. Could they be any more implausible? Chen Nian thought, concluding that the school's rationale was simply a cover-up, essentially conveying that everything was fabricated, a mere film, believe it or not. Just then, a familiar voice of a teacher echoed through the air. It was apparent to Chen Nian that Wu Xiaoqian had arrived, as he moved forward without glancing back. Though in her eyes, his actions resembled a hasty retreat. "Teacher Chen, please don't leave just yet. Take a look at how I dance." Wu Xiaoqian promptly performed a whimsical dance akin to a bubbly character, complete with charming gestures. Chen Nian struggled to suppress the urge to reprimand her. "Ha ha! No wonder teacher Chen wanted me to leave that day. It seems he wished to practice his dance at home." Wu Xiaoqian remarked with a mischievous grin. "Go away. Don't disrupt my serene teaching moments. Continue perfecting your delightful dance," Chen Nian retorted, only to realize too late that he had misspoken. What a ridiculous name, bubbly character. I thought this was merely a typical dance from the otaku culture. So, teacher Chen enjoys such styles? Chen Nian chose silence, for speaking too much often leads to blunders. The dance was something he had learned effortlessly through the system, and not only the movements but also the name had been etched deeply in his mind, escaping his lips inadvertently. Throughout the day, Chen Nian encountered similar situations. Upon returning to his office, he found Zhao Hongxian, who proudly declared that she had mastered his dance and proceeded to demonstrate it. Ji Zi and Wu Chong, who had previously applied for teaching positions, were actually there to safeguard Chenghai University, and they shared a laugh at Chen Nian's expense. Finally, upon returning to his classroom, he found himself entangled in banter with his students, particularly with that rascal Wang Long, who had set his phone's lock screen to a dynamic display of the dance, with the ringtone being the accompanying music. He received 7 or 8 calls during one class. Back home, Chen Nian collapsed onto the sofa, lamenting, "I take back my earlier remarks. Those so-called serene teaching moments are more exhausting than punishment." Meanwhile, Wu Xiaoqian was engrossed in discussing the character Venom, debating the topic of whether Venom's mouth resembled that of the female character with no visible mouth. Subsequently, Venom was sent to Dr. Agasa's laboratory for discussions on technological research. Wu Xiaoqian engaged Chen Nian in some foundational academic practices regarding teaching methodologies. Chen Nian conducted 726 repetitive experiments, ultimately achieving a successful chemical reaction between baking soda and vinegar on the 727th attempt. However, as a single experiment cannot serve as a reliable reference, multiple trials are required for validation. Chen Nian undertook 3 experiments, concluding that the necessary prerequisite for effective teaching was the eruption of baking soda. Furthermore, it was imperative that no gloves be worn during the experiment, as the high friction coefficient of silicone material could diminish the cohesion of the baking soda, preventing it from interacting with vinegar, ultimately leading to the failure of the experiment. Chapter 63. The disclosure of abilities the following day. Due to the intensity of last night's experiments, the assistant remained in a state of fatigue and had yet to rise. Chen Nian did not rouse the assistant, but instead summoned Venom. "What were you and that girl experimenting with last night?" Venom inquired. It was merely a mechanical repetition of experiments, utilizing a piston to induce a chemical reaction between baking soda and vinegar. The process was rather tedious, yet the outcomes held significant value. "Last night, we conducted a similar experiment." "What kind of experiment?" Chen Nian inquired, addressing Venom. "Last night, Dr. Agasa and I spent the entire evening researching Dr. Hatton's fire-resistant potion. You know, I have a slight fear of fire, but we are attempting to merge the potion with myself." "Haha, do you want to hear the specific steps of the experiment?" At this moment, Venom was in an excitable state, eager to share with Chen Nian some esoteric knowledge that Chen Nian could not comprehend. Although Chen Nian was indeed intrigued by the fire-resistant potion, His mind was preoccupied with a much more significant matter. Just moments ago, the authorities had acknowledged the existence of superhumans. This announcement sent ripples across the globe, igniting a flurry of information regarding superhumans. It seemed that nations had synchronized their declarations for today, delivering the same message at the same time. The internet was flooded with innumerable materials on superpowers. The official superhuman website documented a plethora of abilities. Chen Nian was aware that this information would eventually be disclosed. However, its announcement at this particular moment was both expected and surprising, as he had anticipated a later reveal. He perused the superhuman website, noting that the earliest recorded superpower was discovered in the year 3060, which was over 40 years ago from the present year of 3105. Yet, this was merely the earliest documented case, not necessarily the first in a true sense. The site contained various skills associated with different superpowers, but notably absent were their weaknesses, as no one wishes to expose their vulnerabilities to the world. Chen Nian also discovered his own superpower, Venom, originating from the Marvel Universe, classified as a superpower. Suspected to have the ability to absorb other powers, possibly possesses a form of sentience, exhibits formidable combat strength, can freely alter its shape, and turns red in moments of rage. Currently, there is scant information available. Itachi Uchiha, hailing from the Naruto universe, classified as a superpower, endowed with the Manjiki Sharingan, capable of utilizing skills such as Amaterasu, Tsukimi, and Susanoo. The extent of its abilities depends on the user's development, with limited information currently available. Dracula Mihawk, emerging from the One Piece universe, classified as a superpower, capable of employing the 3 types of haki, wields the black sword Yuru. The extent of its abilities depends on the user's development, with limited information currently available. It appears that I have drawn relatively obscure powers. The emergence of the superhuman website sent the online community into a frenzy. I knew superpowers would eventually manifest. I had sensed something amiss during the Venom versus Pain confrontation. I heard that Chenghai University explained that battle as merely a playground renovation combined with film shooting. How dare they be so dismissive? How does one awaken their superpowers? My inner spirit of youthful exuberance is nearly uncontrollable. I wonder how the original creators feel, seeing their works come to life. Will the subsequent settings they introduce also manifest in reality? Overall, it seems that the online community is predominantly excited, though a small fraction expresses fear. If the first piece of news merely confirmed the suspicions of many, the subsequent announcement sent the entire world into a frenzy. The ability-enhancing serum has entered mass production, and everyone can voluntarily receive the injection at no cost. How remarkable it is that such an extraordinary substance is being provided to us for free. Yet, one cannot help but question, will this serum truly have no adverse effects? Regardless of that concern, the fact that it has reached mass production suggests there must be no issues at hand. When Chen Nian came across this news, he furrowed his brow, not due to the prospect of everyone acquiring extraordinary abilities, but rather because of the underlying implications. He could not conceive that this widespread martial prowess was without purpose. Just as Chen Nian pondered these thoughts, the following piece of news confirmed his suspicions. Those awakened with latent memories have already seized control of the northern wasteland, and those who have received the serum must now prepare to fight against the intruders. While the first 2 messages ignited excitement across the globe, the third brought a sobering reality to netizens everywhere. It was reported that the abilities bestowed by the serum were merely the most rudimentary of powers. For instance, individuals might become akin to ordinary ninjas from a ninja village, standard naval officers from the Six Styles, or typical Shinigami from the realm of the dead, with only a slim chance of possessing extraordinary talents based on their bloodline heritage. Well then, if it comes to a fight for survival, it is no longer my concern. In a life-or-death situation, if one lacks the ability to protect themselves and relies solely on others for safety, how can one not comprehend such a straightforward dilemma? Even if the abilities are commonplace, I shall be content. After all, even an ordinary ninja can perform the shadow clone technique. Isn't the northern wasteland the area that was sealed off 2 years ago? In no time, opinions on whether to receive the serum became polarized online. Meanwhile, Chen Nian's apprehensions deepened. This situation appeared far more complex than he had initially anticipated. The Blue Sea Star comprises 2 lands and 1 sea. The 5 continents consist of the frigid ice land, with the remainder made up of countless islands and boundless ocean. accounting for approximately 35 of the total area. The 5 continents, as the name suggests, are divided into 5 distinct regions: East, West, South, North, and Central. The northern wasteland lies to the north of the northern region, a desolate area unfit for human habitation due to its inhospitable climate. The Crimson Dragon Nation, where Chen Nian resides, stands as one of the most formidable nations in the Northern Territory. 2 years ago, the sealing of the northern wasteland evidently had little to do with climatic conditions. Chen Nian mused. Once more, Chen Nian accessed the official website for ability users and discovered that content was continuously being updated, including maps of Blue Sea Star. The map indicated that the northern wasteland had been overrun, marked in dark crimson, while other regions displayed the average distribution of ability users. With the Crimson Dragon Nation boasting the highest population, millions and counting, as the serum injections had already commenced. As for the Dragon Suppression Army, it goes without saying that they, being the most powerful military force of the Crimson Dragon Nation, had been among the first to receive the serum. Having casually perused a few instances of extraordinary abilities, they appeared largely congruent with what Chen Nian had previously understood. They bore a significant degree of authority, as they were sourced from the official website certified by the Qilong Nation. However, the delineation of realms presented on the official site diverged somewhat from Chen Nian's prior knowledge. According to the website, the classifications of realms were as follows: Mouse, Yuan Niu, Tian Chan, Lion Sea, Giant Elephant, Jiao Long, Ing Long, True Dragon, and True God. This list included 2 additional realms, Jiao Long and Ing Long, beyond what Chen Nian had been aware of. He surmised that Wang Anmeng had intentionally withheld the complete hierarchy from him. As for the rationale, Chen Nian speculated that Wang Anmeng had not anticipated his rapid ascension. Thus, she had omitted the intermediary realms of Jiao Long and Ing Long, leaping directly from Giant Elephant to the most formidable True Dragon. Unbeknownst to Chen Nian, Wang Anmeng had not omitted any information. In truth, the transition from Giant Elephant to True Dragon was segmented into 9 tiers, each exceedingly challenging, with every 3 tiers constituting a significant hurdle. Although the difference between the 3rd and 4th tiers was nominal, the disparity in strength was substantial. Therefore, for the sake of clarity, the official categorization split the latter 6 tiers of Giant Elephant into the distinct realms of Jiao Long and Ing Long. At that moment, Chen Nian's phone rang unexpectedly. Chapter 64. Department of Extraordinary Abilities. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Nian? Who is this? I'm a staff member from the Department of Extraordinary Abilities. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian felt a twinge of surprise. It seemed that even extraordinary abilities now had a governing body. What do you require of me? We need you to establish a dossier as an extraordinary individual and to process your ability certificate. Certificates are now a standard? Chen Nian inquired, somewhat astonished, but he refrained from further questioning. After obtaining the address, he ended the call. It seems that the identities of most extraordinary individuals are likely monitored by the department. Chen Nian mused, as he had never made any significant effort to conceal his identity as an extraordinary being. He roused the still slumbering Wu Xiaoqian, and together, they proceeded to the designated location for the certificate processing. Chen Nian chose not to bring Dr. Agasa, as he was being summoned by himself. Additionally, Dr. Agasa's current standing was rather delicate. He was an awakened individual, yet he aligned himself with the forces of good. Generally, awakened beings exhibited the most malevolent aspects of their nature, often surpassing the original personality of the extraordinary individual in both wickedness and cunning. Otherwise, they would not have been able to remain concealed for such an extended period, quietly amassing power. Had their existence not been publicly revealed, they might have continued to hide and expand their influence. Upon arriving at the destination with Wu Xiaoqian, Chen Nian encountered several familiar faces, including Liu Aoyao, Wu Xiaoqian's roommate. He was taken aback to discover that they were all extraordinary individuals. Chen Nian felt a sense of astonishment. He recognized many of them to some degree. It seemed that a considerable number of individuals had recently acquired extraordinary abilities. Wu Xiaoqian echoed his sentiments, as Chen Nian had shared with her the news of the public acknowledgement of extraordinary capabilities during their journey. There were more than 10 windows at their destination, each with its own queue. Observing the long lines before him, Chen Nian felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He even contemplated whether to let Venom stand in line on his behalf. Outside the queue, a man in a suit was scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Chen Nian, his eyes lit up, and he briskly approached him. "Hello, I am Guoyu. You must be Mr. Chen Nian, correct?" The suited man inquired. Chen Nian nodded in affirmation, replying, "Yes. Please follow me. Due to the uniqueness of your abilities, we will establish a separate file for you." "All right. Can she come along?" Chen Nian gestured towards Wu Shaoqian beside him. Of course. The three entered a small room through a side door. In the center of the room stood 3 machines, flanked by 2 sofas and a table. There was nothing else present. The machines looked somewhat familiar to Chen Nian, resembling the blood marrow testing apparatus used by the Starlight Association. "Please begin with a blood sample." Chen Nian extended his finger, and a droplet of blood automatically formed at his fingertip. Wu Shaoqian mirrored his actions on another machine, allowing the droplets to land on the testing aperture. Testing in progress. Lion C 4-star ability user. No record of ability in the database. Please provide name. After a series of operations, Guoyu produced 2 forms for the pair. Following further photocopying, he handed each of them a card. These were their ability certificates. Wu Shaoqian's card was white, while Chen Nian's was blue, indicating a difference in their ranks. Name: Chen Nian. Date of birth: January 14th, 3081. Ability: Venom, Uchiha Itachi, Eagle Eye. Rank: Level 3. On the right side was Chen Nian's photo, identical to that on his identification card. "What does this rank signify?" Chen Nian inquired, noticing that Wu Shaoqian's rank was only level 2. Guoyu, seemingly anticipating his question, smiled and replied, "This indicates the privileges of an ability user. Since ability users fight for humanity, they naturally possess more privileges than ordinary citizens. The level of privilege is determined by potential, strength, and contributions. The highest rank for the general populace is level 1. Level 2 privileges include, but are not limited to, housing allocation, a 30 discount on most purchases, and a monthly cash allowance of 300,000. By the way, level 2 users also receive 100,000 housing allocation and a 50 discount." Chen Nian listened without much reaction, but Wu Shaoqian, on the other hand, was astonished, her mouth agape. 300,000, Teacher Chen? Am I not benefiting from your status? Receiving that amount every month? Wu Shaoqian exclaimed with excitement. "What do you mean by receiving that amount? You have to fight alongside the awakened. Otherwise, who would give you money for nothing?" Chen Nian replied with an expression of exasperation. "Is it that little and you're this thrilled? Have I been stingy with you?" Well, perhaps a little." Just as the two were about to leave, Guoyu called Chen Nian aside, prompting him to let Wu Shaoqian return first. "Mr. Chen, may I inquire if you're considering joining the ability department?" Guoyu asked tentatively. "Ability department? I am a teacher, not a scientist. What purpose would I serve in the abilities department?" Chen Nian felt somewhat perplexed. In truth, the abilities department had recently established a new combat team known as the Retrieval Unit, specifically formed by a select group of rare ability users tasked with eliminating and reclaiming abilities that had fallen into the hands of unscrupulous individuals. So, if I were to join, what would be the requirements and benefits? There are no stringent requirements. Your primary responsibility would be to engage in combat with formidable ability users. Concerns regarding tracking and leads are the responsibility of the Criminal Investigation Department. The Retrieval Unit's role is to resolve issues with ability users that the military cannot handle, and it can be viewed as an elite division. If one were to mention requirements, the blood essence retrieved would be purchased from you at market price, albeit with a 20 deduction for lead fees. The number of tasks undertaken is inconsequential, as there is no salary. It is more akin to a bounty system. One may choose to participate, but a minimum of 1 task per month is expected. Initially, this department intended to operate publicly and establish a systemic bounty function, but due to the confidential nature of certain missions, the Retrieval Unit was formed. The benefits are numerous: access to classified materials and a degree of authority within the military, placing you within the realm of special agents. Why was I selected? Chen Nian still struggled to comprehend how such a fortunate opportunity could fall into his lap. It is due to your clean criminal record, commendable personal credit, and the fact that you are a teacher, a profession dedicated to education. With a third-tier ability and formidable strength, you embody the ideal candidate for recruitment. Guoyu remarked with a smile. Flattered by this praise, Chen Nian began to feel that perhaps he indeed possessed notable qualities. Would joining affect my life outside of tasks? He inquired. Not at all. You may continue your teaching career unless an urgent mission arises. After pondering for a moment, Chen Nian responded, I see. I will join. Chapter 65. Are you in the business of forging documents? Chen Nian arrived on the street, holding the recently modified card in his hand. Its authority level having transformed from blue to pure black. The pure black signifies a special status, granting access to confidential intelligence, information that even yellow-tiered Yinglong-level individuals cannot access. However, it is rare for those at the Yinglong level to have no official connections. They are often either unscrupulous or affiliated with certain associations. I never anticipated that merely obtaining a certificate could elevate one to a privileged class, Chen Nian mused. Following Guo Yu's directions, he proceeded to the so-called retrieval unit. The retrieval unit was a 4-story standalone building nestled in a villa district, boasting considerable secrecy, albeit not particularly expansive, as it catered to only a limited number of individuals coming in to accept tasks or conduct research. Just as Chen Nian arrived at the entrance, he was halted by security personnel. The guard scrutinized Chen Nian with a skeptical gaze, stating, "I haven't seen you before. You must be new. Do you have your employee ID?" Chen Nian was unaware that entry into the recycling department required an employee identification card, and Guiyu had not mentioned this to him. Fortunately, Chen Nian possessed a black ability certificate, which Guiyu had previously stated allowed for free access to nearly any location, considering his status as an agent. Chen Nian produced the black ability certificate from his pocket and waved it in front of the security guard, signifying, "Do you comprehend? I wield a black certificate." Unfortunately, the guard appeared oblivious to its significance. "I asked for an employee card, not some worthless ability certificate," the guard scoffed, dismissively eyeing the certificate in Chen Nian's hand. Although he had never seen a black one, he presumed it to be inferior to his own green one, deeming it rather unimpressive. You must be new here." Not even recognizing a black certificate, Chen Nian was astonished that the guard did not acknowledge the black certificate. "Black certificate? Are you fabricating a fake ID? How dare you come here with a counterfeit?" The guard gestured for Chen Nian to leave. Chen Nian, indignant, pointed at the privileges section of his certificate and retorted, "How dare you call it fake? I am an employee here. Have you ever seen someone with privileges like mine engaging in forgery?" The guard, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "Well, I must admit, your fake ID is quite convincing. You've performed admirably. However, it has a few flaws. Allow me to offer some advice. Your entries for Venom, Uchiha, and Hawkeye are far too unrealistic. You should know that one cannot overreach to truly deceive. You should have opted for a purple hue and retained only one ability." "Indeed, you make a valid point," Chen Nian replied, utterly exasperated. "How did I encounter such a dim-witted guard?" "All right, enough with the insults. You're puffing up like a balloon," the guard continued. "Your ID is passable, but if necessary, I can lend a hand with your future endeavors. Now, kindly take your leave." Suddenly, a manifestation of venom emerged from Chen Nian's chest, half of its form protruding outwards. "You do not seem particularly amiable," Venom stated, its tongue nearly reaching the guard. The guard, having faced many trials, merely rolled his eyes and fainted without uttering a word. What audacity to serve as a guard, Chen Nian thought, kicking the unconscious security personnel in disbelief. Yet, Venom had no intention of frightening him. Wu Xiaoqian and Dr. Agasa were more likely to merely shout, while Wang Anming would be startled. The guard, however, had succumbed without a fight. At that moment, a young man with shoulder-length yellow hair spoke to himself in midair above Chen Nian. He had witnessed Venom's emergence and interaction with the guard, indicating that Venom possessed independent consciousness. "Let us head back," he said, and as soon as the words left his lips, he vanished without a trace. With the door ajar, Chen Nian entered directly. The first floor was deserted, and the reception desk was unattended, but there was a capsule elevator topped with a spherical camera. "Hey, you there. Turn around and confirm your identity," a voice called out to Chen Nian. He looked up at the camera, finding it rather impressive. "Confirm identity, Chen Nian." The elevator ascended slowly, coming to a halt on the 3rd floor. The doors opened automatically, revealing a towering figure, a muscular man with a square jaw, his short sleeves straining against his brawn. "Ah, a newcomer has arrived," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Stop pretending to be an old hand. You've only just joined us." At that moment, a short-haired woman approached. Her military attire of camouflage trousers paired with a cropped tank top, suggesting her affiliation with the armed forces. "Hello, I am Chen Nian," he introduced himself, extending his hand to the man, only to find himself nearly crushed by the vice-like grip. "No need for such formality. You can call me Wang Song. I'm considerably older than you, so feel free to call me Brother Tsong, Wang Tsong boomed, his voice echoing and causing the nearby woman to cast him a disapproving glance. Pay him no mind. I am Zhou Yu, and I will be overseeing the recovery department for the time being, she stated with a smile. Understood, let us disregard him. Em Yanzhu. We can certainly discuss recovery issues together. I have a passion for recovery, and I believe in accountability in all endeavors. Just as I mentioned last time, Chen Nian began, but was interrupted by a sudden question. What should I call this? Exotic beast? Zhou Yu looked bewildered at the venomous creature that had emerged. Chen Nian felt a twinge of helplessness. Every time it came to introductions, this creature had to make its presence known. Ignoring the creature's pitiful expression, he forcefully nudged it away. Don't mind him. He is not entirely bright, he remarked, one hand pressing the creature's head down while he continued to converse with Zhou Yu, creating a rather surreal scene. It's nothing. It has a unique personality. Zhou Yu responded, and then began to show Chen Nian around the facilities, while the creature engaged in banter with Wang Tsong. She introduced him to the bounty collection area, the blood marrow analysis section, and the blood marrow research department. Chen Nian had already encountered the latter two in the Starlight Association, but the bounty collection area was new to him, a large laser screen displaying various tasks from different factions available for selection. I generally advise against accepting tasks that exceed your level by more than 3 realms, but it ultimately depends on your abilities, Zhou Yu cautioned. Just don't follow Wang Tsong's example. He consistently takes on tasks 4 realms above his own and often drags others along. Returning half-dead more times than I can count, she remarked, casting a glance at the giant man bantering with the creature. That is about all there is to it. Feel free to explore. Here is your employee card. And next time, try not to frighten the security staff. Zhou Yu chuckled as she handed him the card. Chen Nian then departed the recovery department, having only intended to familiarize himself with the layout and not to undertake any tasks so soon. On his way home, he sensed an oddity in the atmosphere, but could not quite articulate it. It wasn't until he picked up his black card that realization dawned upon him. Oh no, where's my Venom? Chapter 66. The 7-person team on his way home. Chen Nian noticed a peculiar tranquility in the world around him, yet still felt somewhat amiss. It ultimately struck him that he had inadvertently left Venom behind with Wang Tsong. Should I go back to retrieve it? After much contemplation, Chen Nian decided against it, reasoning that the Venom would return automatically after 12 hours. Just as he snapped out of his thoughts regarding the Venom, he suddenly realized that he was utterly alone. This felt rather peculiar, he murmured to himself. It was not yet night. It was around 6 in the afternoon during twilight. To his astonishment, the streets were devoid of any pedestrians, which struck him as exceedingly strange. A man's voice resonated through the silence. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Chen Nian. Startled, Chen Nian looked up towards the source of the voice. There, atop the overpass, stood a tall man with striking red hair, gazing down at him. Dressed in a flowing black robe and smoking a cigarette, he had a series of barcodes etched at the corners of his eyes. What brings you here, you peculiar individual? Chen Nian thought, though he found the man's attire somewhat familiar, reminiscent of a character from a certain magical index. I am Steel. My magical name is 931, signifying strength. Someone inquired about your intentions, he declared. Quiet. I have something to convey, Steel barked. My purpose is straightforward. I am here to invite you to join our necessary evil society. Another one? Why does everyone keep inviting me? Chen Nian sighed in resignation. What could the necessary evil society possibly offer me? Join our dominator society, and we can fulfill all your desires, Steel asserted. Who? How could you breach my barrier of solitude? Steel exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. The barrier was a magical construct designed to obscure the happenings within and instinctively deter ordinary people from approaching. At that moment, from the shadows of the overpass emerged a figure clad in a white robe, wearing a white baboon mask, the very individual who had previously sought to recruit Dr. Haddon into the Dominator Society. If Dr. Haddon were present, he would surely be enraged, cursing vehemently, as he desired nothing more than Chen Nian's demise, only for this individual to attempt to recruit him instead. Another one? Am I truly in such demand? Chen Nian mused, slightly amused by the spectacle of these characters vying for his attention. He had no intention of joining either of them, primarily because he aspired to establish his own association. Furthermore, the name Necessary Evil clearly suggested a villainous connotation. Even if they were not outright villains, their actions of clearing the area at night were quite dubious. As for the Dominator Society, The baboon masked figure had an unmistakable aura of villainy about him, reminiscent of a creature from the depths of Naraku, which Chen Nian recognized immediately. What if I choose not to join? Chen Nian inquired, gazing at the two figures above him. If you refuse, then death would suit you far better. The baboon masked figure replied nonchalantly. Steele remained silent, evidently contemplating how to counter the baboon masked figure's assertion. But I do not wish to die. What shall I do? Chen Nian feigned distress. How about this? You could die in my stead. After Chen Nian finished his sentence, he suddenly drew his black knife and slashed down with incredible swiftness, reaching the baboon-headed figure before it could evade. Immediately, dozens of Chen Nian's shadow clones were unleashed, all rushing towards the baboon-headed creature. It appeared that the invitation had failed, as the individual within the baboon's head vanished in an instant, leaving only a white robe and the baboon's head on the ground. Seeing Chen Nian's assault on the baboon-headed figure, Steele made a decisive move, igniting the rune in his hand. Huntress of the Witch King. Unbeknownst to anyone, Steele had laid out numerous rune cards on the sky bridge, summoning a colossal fire giant towering dozens of meters high. With a thunderous roar, the giant unleashed a wave of intense heat, melting the sky bridge's railings. As scorching gusts battered the air, warping the surrounding structures, the heat also washed over Steele, yet he seemed unaffected by it. Huntress of the Witch King. With a temperature of 1,600 degrees Celsius, can melt even iron. Although I can only wield half of its power at present, it is more than sufficient to deal with you, Steele proclaimed as he leaped from the bridge. You're more than sufficient. Huh? The target has already fled. Do you think you look cool playing the hero? Chen Nian retorted with a mocking expression directed at Steele. I am assisting you. It was our combined effort that scared him away, therefore I deserve half the credit, Steele insisted, attempting to claim the glory. Nonsense. He was directly cleaved by my blade. He has already fled, and here you are pretending to recite lines. Chen Nian coldly exposed Steele's pretense. Just then, the baboon-headed figure reappeared from an unknown location, interrupting their quarrel. Let them play. Mangu, it said before vanishing as if it had never been there. What kind of person requires my intervention? A voice dripping with arrogance echoed. Oh, what a nuisance, Mangu. Another round of killing? I wonder what they look like, a female voice complained. Chen Nian and Steele watched a group of individuals approaching from afar. That man fits my type. Let me have him for myself. A woman clad in a kimono, adorned with blue and purple patterns, gazed at Chen Nian with excitement. That won't do, Shegu. There are only 2 opponents, while we have 7. Another man, wearing a headscarf, remarked. As the 7 approached, Chen Nian gradually discerned their features. The 7? He mused, recalling having seen these figures in the Inuyasha manga. Turning to Steele, he inquired, Are you an ability user or an awakened one? Of course, I am an awakened one. Have you ever seen an ability user dressed so perfectly for their role? Steele responded, exasperated. Since you recognize that you are a character from a manga, does it evoke any strange feelings? Do you wish to find your author? Chen Nian asked curiously. But Haven T, we already transcended? You could say that our world exists just like the one depicted in the manga. However, the events that transpired bore no relation to what that group of authors had penned. It was merely a coincidence that the occurrences aligned so perfectly with their narratives. After Steele's explanation, Chen Nian found it less perplexing. He pondered what it would be like if he were a fictional creation of some author. Was he not, after all, living in accordance with his own desires and acting upon them? In that moment, Chen Nian suddenly grasped Steele's perspective. The 7-member team was disregarded by the 2 engaged in conversation. Ignored, indeed. It was rather displeasing. Emotional points. 800 from Barbarian Bone, 800 from Serpent Bone, and 4,000 from Refining Bone, Sleeping Bone, Silver Bone, Fierce Bone, and Mist Bone. Chapter 67. Overbearing Barbarian Bone. The leader among the 7 was Barbarian Bone, a handsome youth with long hair, adorned with a purple star-shaped pattern on his forehead. His hair was tied into long braids, and he wore a kimono layered with light armor. Most striking was the massive barbarian dragon halberd he wielded, a spear over 3 meters in length, with a shaft only half the length of its blade. The blade was a full half-meter wide, and the end of the shaft bore a crescent-shaped curve. Simply lifting this weapon required the strength of 3 or 5 robust men, yet Barbarian Bone effortlessly hoisted it upon his shoulder with one hand. Hey, Serpent Bone, clean your neck and wait, he remarked. Barbarian Bone swung the enormous barbarian dragon as if it were a slender stick, effortlessly inscribing words upon the ground. How do you write it? I wouldn't know. He shrugged. Forget it. Let's just behead them both. His tone was remarkably casual, as if discussing whether to have bread or buns for lunch. The seven approached Chen Nian and his companion with a deliberate slowness, seemingly convinced that the two could not escape their grasp. This seems rather troublesome, Chen Nian thought, feeling a hint of panic without the enhancement of Venom. What is your strength? He inquired of Steel. 9th star of Lion C, development level at 52, Steel replied, his gaze fixed on Barbarian Bone and his companions. Goodness, you are surprisingly formidable. What does development level mean? Chen Nian was slightly taken aback by his realm, but was unclear about the subsequent explanation regarding development levels. I've told you, I can only exert half my strength. My current method of elevating my realm is through continually developing my abilities. Advancing my realm is merely a return to my original prowess, Steel elaborated, observing Chen Nian's bewilderment. Understanding dawned upon Chen Nian. No wonder he too needed to strengthen his extraordinary abilities to indirectly elevate his realm. Are you even listening to me? Buzz. The barbarian dragon in Barbarian Bone's grasp swung menacingly towards the two who had disregarded him, the sound of slicing air resonating in Chen Nian's ears. Clang! The black blade, Knight, in Chen Nian's hand clashed against the barbarian dragon, sending sparks flying. I didn't even use any force, yet you couldn't withstand it. Barbarian Bone sneered, his wrist exerting force once more. Boom! Chen Nian's blade sliced through the barbarian dragon as he dodged aside, while the halberd struck the ground with a tremendous force, creating a massive crater. Didn't we agree to leave him to me? With a swift flick of the snake-bone blade, countless razor-sharp edges elongated like a python, lunging towards Chen Nian. All right, I understand. The barbaric bone wielder, turning with the barbarian dragon, swung fiercely at Steel. My hand holds fire, shaped like a sword, tasked with delivering judgment. Flame sword, Steel chanted as he grasped the rune. Behind him, a colossal fire giant manifested a massive flame sword, significantly larger than the barbarian dragon. With a thunderous roar, the barbarian dragon collided with the flame sword. Though the dragon was considerably smaller, the fire giant's strength was abruptly suppressed by the formidable might of the barbaric bone wielder. It appeared no one could contend with the terrifying power of his wrists. Bang! 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 The two swords clashed incessantly, unleashing waves of scorching heat that instantly melted the nearby trees. Meanwhile, the barbaric bone wielder laughed heartily, effortlessly wielding the dragon against the onslaught of the flame sword, showing no signs of fatigue nor being affected by the searing temperature of 1,600 degrees Celsius. Yet, to boast of delivering judgment at such a level was utterly shameless. With a sudden surge of power, the barbaric bone wielder cleaved the fire giant in two. The fire giant dissipated but swiftly reformed and scathed. Steel's expression darkened slightly. The intent was to bestow upon the giant a painful gift. Steel commanded the flame sword in the giant's hand to change form. The moment the flame sword struck the barbarian dragon, it erupted with countless streams of lava, creating a tremendous explosion that generated powerful shockwaves. The residual force of the explosion flattened nearby streetlights and signs in an instant. The painful gift meant that the flame sword would detonate upon contact, and its swinging speed would increase exponentially. The barbaric bone wielder was hurled into the air by the explosion, while the fire giant faded away, only to reappear again, as long as the rune remained. The fire giant would not perish. On Chen Nian's side, he was entangled with the snake bone and the refining bone. The snake bone blade continuously split into new edges, pursuing Chen Nian like a giant python stalking its prey. The refining bone wielded a cannon that relentlessly pressured Chen Nian towards the snake blade, occasionally spewing fire to block his path. Damn, why does it seem like anyone who shows up is from the Lion C 9 stars? Chen Nian grimaced as he dodged. Suddenly, he realized he had been cornered into the hunting ground of the snake bone blade. Got you. A gleeful expression spread across the beautiful face of the snake bone, a flush of excitement coloring her cheeks. However, Chen Nian knew that this individual was a boy dressed in a feminine kimono, a true crossdresser fond of men while donning women's clothing and makeup. When Chen Nian first encountered this character in anime, he had mistaken him for a girl, which was not entirely his fault. The voice acting was female, reminiscent of Kiku no Jo from One Piece. The moment the snake bone blade brushed against Chen Nian, he found himself ensnared by countless razor edges. Let us strangle him. Snake bone gazed at Chen Nian with palpable excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Were one to merely observe his expression, one might mistake it for the wonder of fireworks blooming, while in truth, it was Chen Nian's very being that was on the verge of unfolding. However, the envisioned scene of Chen Nian's body being sliced into fragments by the snake bone blade did not materialize. Instead, countless crows erupted from Chen Nian's form. Fortuitously, I possessed the art of substitution, Chen Nian mused, his expression one of relief at having narrowly escaped. Despite the futility of evasion, the prospect of prolonging their engagement delighted Snakebone, who found greater joy in failing to eliminate Chen Nian. At this moment, only 3 members of the 7-man team took action, while the remaining 4 merely observed the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Steel prepared to pursue the airborne barbarian Bone, intent on exploiting the advantage gained from the explosion, an act of vampiric retribution. He retrieved a rune once more, inscribing a series of English characters, which he subsequently ignited and hurled toward the Queen of the Hunting Witches. Instantly, the Queen of the Hunting Witches expanded in size, her left hand manifesting a blade of blue flames. The crossed swords formed a cruciform stance, striking fiercely towards the barbarian Bone suspended in the air. Intriguing, yet you are far from being able to vanquish me, he declared, invoking the barbarian dragon. With a swift motion, the barbarian dragon descended upon the blue-red flame cross, colliding with an explosive force. Perish. Chapter 68, Fiery Conflagration. Just as the barbarian Bone was locked in a stalemate with the flaming cross, one of the 4 onlookers, a towering figure resembling a beast, charged forward. His appearance mirrored that of a feral creature, with a jaw full of sharp, steel-like teeth, exuding an aura of terrifying savagery. Is that fool courting death? Come back, Fiercebone, shouted Silverbone, another armored cyborg observing the scene. With a resounding roar, Fiercebone surged towards Steel. A rather dim-witted brute approaches, Steel remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette as he assessed the approaching threat. Did you think I could summon only the Queen of the Hunting Witches? Steel mused, his mouth still clutching the cigarette while his hands deftly inscribed runes. Though insufficient, it would suffice to deal with you. Upon completing the final rune, he ignited it and cast it forth. A flame giant, roughly the same height as Fiercebone, emerged, standing about 7 or 8 meters tall. Do not underestimate the power of magical incantations. You fool, Steel asserted, lighting another cigarette. As the fiery giant was summoned, it unleashed a terrifying offensive against the barbarian Bone. Both adversaries roared as they engaged in primal combat, employing the most savage of means, fists, legs, and teeth. What a fearsome exterior, Steel remarked, slightly taken aback. The surface temperature of the flame giant reached a staggering 800 degrees Celsius, half that of a colossal giant, yet nearing the temperature of molten lava as the barbarian Bone engaged in bare-knuckle brawling with the flame giant. What are you staring at? As the thunder dragon struck, Steel found himself distracted by the fierce bone creature. At that moment, the barbaric dragon plunged downwards, piercing through the 20-meter-tall hunting witch king with a thunderous crash. Boom! Crack! As the dragon embedded itself into the ground, a tremendous bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the fiery giant below. Steel's complexion paled significantly. Although his hunting witch king could be summoned infinitely, it required ample stamina, and engaging 2 foes had already depleted much of his strength. Just then, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and the robust neck of the bone creature was swiftly severed. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. The bone creature, that foolish imbecile. I warned you not to act recklessly. Steel recognized the assailant's identity. It was the divine Kirai Hikari. Steel gazed in delight at the one who had vanquished the bone creature. A tall, fair-skinned woman hovered in the sky, standing gracefully upon an extremely fine wire. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, cascading down her back to her waist. The hem of her white short-sleeve top was tied, revealing her navel, while her denim trousers were missing their left leg from the thigh down, and black boots were firmly planted on the wire. The long blade in her hand was strikingly noticeable, a Japanese katana known as the 7 Days and 7 Nights, exceeding 2 meters in length. While it lacked the imposing presence of the barbaric dragon's great halberd, its slender blade remained incredibly eye-catching. Wow, even Kirai has arrived, Chen Nian exclaimed, momentarily stunned upon seeing her. If you're fighting me while thinking of other women, I might just get jealous. The serpent bone's weapon suddenly accelerated. Chen Nian, dodging around, could no longer restrain himself. However, His cultivation was slightly lower. Facing a 9-star opponent with his 4-star prowess posed a significant challenge, especially without his poison at hand. System. Lottery. 5 consecutive draws. Chen Nian shouted inwardly, deducting 500,000 emotional points. Drawing in progress. Acquired level ability, Ordinary Sand Ninja. Acquired level ability, Navy Kobe. Acquired level ability, Inuyasha. Acquired level ability, Ordinary Marine. Acquired level ability, Moth Tianwan. Delighted, he fused with Inuyasha. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. A massive canine-toothed blade suddenly manifested in Chen Nian's hand. Iron Shattering Fong was unlocked to mid-tier, Blood Pearl to beginner tier, and Diamond Gun to beginner tier, consuming 110,000 emotional points. Chen Nian watched in dismay as his emotional points plummeted from the million mark to just over 100,000. The points accumulated from his earlier dance with poison had been mostly spent, yet he felt that with his newfound strength, the discomfort was worth it. His power surged, propelling him directly from 4-star to 8-star, nearing the 9-star threshold. The sudden boost in strength was exhilarating, with the crimson demonic aura in the air becoming vividly apparent. The Bone Refinement, a fellow demon, was taken aback. Although the 7-member team appeared human, they had actually been resurrected by Neriku using fragments of the Shirkan Jewel. Neriku, a conglomeration of countless demons, could resurrect the deceased and bestow them with demonic power through the immense aura of the Shirkan Jewel. What was happening? This individual's power had escalated to the level of Shirshan 8 stars. Bone Refinement gazed at Chen Nian in disbelief. Yet, what did it matter? The newly grown dog ears were simply adorable. Snake Bone, upon seeing Chen Nian's canine features, became even more exhilarated. So cute, he exclaimed. You have no idea how you perished, do you? Although Snakebone was not slain by Inuyasha in the anime, he indeed met his end at the hands of his comrade Bone Refinement after being incapacitated by Inuyasha. Surrounding Chen Nian and the Tessega were spirals of wind-infused demonic energy. As the energy converged, Chen Nian wielded Tessega, and gusts of wind swirled around the blade, seemingly on the verge of eruption. Wind Slash. With a swift motion, Chen Nian unleashed 3 fierce gusts of yellow-white wind toward Snakebone, who attempted to split the incoming attack with his Snakebone blade. However, the Wind Slash shattered the Snakebone blade effortlessly, maintaining its ferocity as it surged directly toward Snakebone. Swish! The Wind Slash struck Snakebone squarely, tearing through his chest. That hurts, he muttered to himself, gazing at his bleeding wound. Chen Nian, eager to press the advantage, charged toward the injured Snakebone, but was thwarted by Bone Refinement's ranged assault. Stop watching. Come help now. Bone Refinement shouted to the 3 spectators. The 3 remained fixated on Shakugan no Shana. Why did you drag us into this trouble by recruiting people into the association? Shakugan yelled at Shitaru, her weapon, the 7 days and 7 nights, poised to be unsheathed. Hee hee, what a beautiful lady. Come down so that your Lord Mist can caress you properly, came the voice of Mists, accompanied by the sight of his severed head. The one responsible for this death was none other than Shakugan's steel wires. The 7 days and 7 nights housed 7 steel wires that could be manipulated with magical precision to strike down enemies in a mere instant. Hence the name, 7 Slashes. The masked Mist met an ambiguous demise, his strength minimal, limited to merely poisoning, and his appearance grotesque and lascivious, often concealed behind a white cloth. His words were as repulsive as his visage. Shakugan, expressionless, observed the rolling head on the ground, the white cloth mask having long since fallen away. What a formidable woman, she noted. The 7-member team had instantaneously lost 2 of its members. Chapter 69, Blood of Aizen. Shakugan, upon her entrance, had swiftly dispatched 2 adversaries. Be cautious. This woman possesses strength at least surpassing that of a colossal elephant. Silverbone's raspy shout sent a shiver through the crowd. The strength of Chenghai is at least comparable to that of a colossal elephant. Among all present, aside from Chenghai, the most formidable individual is Shirhai Jiuxing. If Chenghai were to exert herself, it would undoubtedly result in a one-sided massacre. At that moment, another feminine voice resonated. Dance of dragons and serpents. A tempestuous gale swept through, and from the swirling white winds emerged a dragon-shaped blade of air, which tore apart Steel's fiery giant. Seizing the opportunity, Mango unleashed a Dragon Thunder Flash attack on Steel's true form. Dragon Thunder Flash, 7 strikes. Clang. The previously invincible Mango was unexpectedly halted by a slender steel wire. The crowd turned their gaze towards the origin of the voice that had summoned the Windblade. Leave now. The speaker was a stunning woman, adorned in a vibrant kimono and wielding a folding fan. It is not so simple. Chenghai drew her weapon, 7 days and nights, this time refraining from using the 7 strikes, as she sensed the formidable presence of the kimono-clad woman, who is equally as powerful as herself. I am the wind of freedom, the kimono-clad woman proclaimed with a smile, as she plucked a feather from her hairpin. In an instant, the small feather expanded rapidly, transforming into a massive white plume capable of carrying several individuals. Wound of the wind. Chen Nian recognized this as Kagura, a manifestation of Naraku, and the wound of the wind surged towards Kagura's malevolent aura. Kagura furrowed her brow slightly, and with a flick of her folding fan, summoned a tempest that clashed with Chen Nian's wound of the wind, resulting in mutual annihilation. In that fleeting moment, the enormous feather enveloped all 7 members of the team, including the 2 corpses. Until we meet again, Kagura said with a faint smile, as she and the others vanished upon the feather. Your realm is still somewhat lacking. Battling a colossal elephant is indeed a challenge for Chenghai. Chen Nian mused, reflecting that, under normal circumstances, Kagura's Windblade would not withstand Inuyasha's Wound of the Wind. However, it seemed Kagura had failed to recognize Chen Nian's unique abilities. He had anticipated she would discern his connection to Inuyasha's powers. Chen Nian speculated that this version of Kagura was from a time before their encounter. In reality, the system temporarily masked the abilities Chen Nian had fused with. Even if someone had previously been acquainted with Chen Nian's original powers, they would not question him. Chen Nian, did you witness that? Their prowess is not to be underestimated. Only by joining a reliable association can one ensure personal safety. The Rulers' Association is the spokesperson for the awakened who occupy the northern wilderness on the continent. Steele remarked as he approached Chen Nian, lighting a cigarette. Before Chen Nian could respond, Chenghai, burning with indignation, interjected. You helped him confront the 7-member team even before joining the association? She glared at Chen Nian. She had assumed that Chen Nian had joined their necessary evil association, prompting Steele's assistance against the team. Isn't this helping him fight? How can he have the audacity not to join us? Steele fixed his gaze on Chen Nian. I actually have a particularly impressive association called the Association for Good Deeds. What if we merge our 2 associations? The president remains unchanged, and I could serve as the vice president. Chen Nian bore an expression of painful reluctance, as if the merger would yield them immense profits, causing Shanlai to feel an urge to draw his sword. Ha, don't get too excited. I will join. However, I truly wish to establish an association in the future. Chen Nian was genuinely concerned about being outshone by Qi Shan. Forget it, there's no point in forcibly keeping you. Since you wish to create an association, then it is indeed possible. Let us form an alliance, Steele remarked. En alliance? Chen Nian felt somewhat perplexed. Indeed, as you have observed, the malevolent awakeners behind the dominators have declared war on the Esper. Steele elucidated. The declaration of war by the malevolent awakeners does not imply that all awakeners must stand against the Espers. Your Venom has gained sentience, rendering your situation quite unique. You embody both an Esper and an awakener. Thus, we hope you can serve as a bridge for communication between the Espers and the awakeners. If you establish an association, it will undoubtedly comprise both Espers and awakeners, correct? Steele inquired. Chen Nian nodded. Indeed, he could summon the original persona of the Esper, which belonged to the Awakener. He would also recruit those like Wu Shaoqian. Thus, his association would indeed progress towards integrating both Espers and Awakeners. However, we are currently unable to achieve this. Our common enemy with the Espers is the malevolent Awakeners, yet the Espers maintain a neutral stance towards the Awakeners, Steele stated, a hint of resignation gracing his features. Rest assured, once my association is established, I will surely overcome this dilemma, Chen Nian declared with confidence. Let's hope so, Steele replied as the talisman in his hand ignited, the effect of dispelling idle presences dissipating instantly. Both Steele and Shanlai each provided Chen Nian with a talisman. According to them, destroying the talisman would send an emergency signal to them, allowing them to sense Chen Nian's location. Chen Nian also noted down their contact information. Upon returning home, Chen Nian collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. At that moment, Dr. Agasa approached him, indicating that the blood essence he had previously pilfered from Dr. Haddon was somewhat peculiar. Chen Nian followed Dr. Agasa to a villa nearby, which had been transformed into a laboratory by the latter. Look, this is the blood essence of Aizen, Dr. Agasa revealed, producing the vial. Previously, Chen Nian had acquired the blood essences of Kumagor, Shimura Danzo, Sessamaru, and Aizen from Dr. Haddon. However, during the analysis of the blood essence, Dr. Agasa had discovered some anomalies. Dr. Agasa placed Aizen's blood essence into the analysis device. Analyzing. 99 Aizen's blood essence. Is there a problem? Chen Nian inquired, somewhat bewildered. It states Aizen's blood essence, yet what is detected is merely ordinary Shinigami blood essence. Dr. Agasa remarked with a puzzled expression. Ordinary Shinigami? Chen Nian was confused, as the label clearly indicated Aizen's blood essence. Suddenly, realization struck Chen Nian, leading to a moment of stunned silence as he recalled Aizen's ability. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Chen Nian firmly believed that he had no recollection of when he fell under the influence of Aizen's Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Since Dr. Agasa was summoned by him later, he remained unaffected by this illusion. Chen Nian speculated that this was indeed the case. Conversely, Dr. Hutton must have been ensnared by Aizen's Mirror Flower, Water Moon, which led him to label the vial of blood essence as belonging to Aizen. A dull ache throbbed in Chen Nian's head. This predicament was rather troublesome. The fact that he had succumbed to the illusion indicated that Aizen undoubtedly existed in the world, and there was a substantial likelihood he was an awakened being. Delving deeper into his thoughts, if Neriku and Aizen were both members of the Dominators Association, Chen Nian dared not contemplate further. A congregation of highly intelligent antagonists united under one association. What could their intentions possibly be? Chapter 70. Bounty Task. Could it be that Aizen is capable of utilizing Mirror Flower, Water Moon in videos? A notion gradually surfaced in Chen Nian's mind, and he felt the likelihood was quite high. Aizen might have infiltrated the news department, and if employed during a live broadcast, it would indeed be visible to all. Chen Nian pondered on this. If Aizen's Mirror Flower, Water Moon truly possessed such formidable power, confronting him would be exceedingly challenging. Dr. Agasa expressed his distress. Chen Nian elucidated. There is indeed a method to counter it. If we can touch his Zanpakuto while he is using it, his abilities would be rendered ineffective. Currently, Chen Nian was in dire need of funds and emotional energy, prompting him to seek out Lu Aoyao and Wu Xiaoqian. The two had recently moved into Chen Nian's villa, which, being part of the same organization, was temporarily serving as a stronghold. The term organization was preferred over association primarily due to the limited number of members. A three-person association seemed rather meager. What was the matter with teacher Chen being left alone by Guayu? Wu Xiaoqian inquired curiously. Well, I am now an agent of the abilities department, tasked with combating certain individuals with special powers, akin to an elite military unit, Chen Nian succinctly replied. He refrained from mentioning the recovery department, as the name sounded somewhat lackluster. An elite agent. How impressive! Wu Xiaoqian exclaimed in surprise. She had not anticipated that Chen Nian, who had been a teacher just yesterday, had transformed into an agent so swiftly, marking a significant shift in his identity. 600 emotional points from Wu Xiaoqian, Chen Nian noted. Will you still teach? Lu Aoyao asked. Of course, the two roles do not conflict significantly, though I might not frequent the school as often, Chen Nian responded. As for whether the principal would expel him, he was not the least bit concerned. Recently, Chen Nian's confidence had swelled. After all, various factions were vying for his allegiance. He was publicly recognized as one of the most active ability users or awakened beings, as evidenced by his previous display of strength through the Venom dance. I summoned you both for an important task that will determine the future development of our association. If you two cannot execute it well, our path as an association may come to an end, Chen Nian stated solemnly to the two women, resembling a commanding officer issuing orders from the military. The grave expression on Chen's face compelled the two women to take him seriously. Gulping nervously, they swallowed hard. What is it, Chief Chen? We will certainly undertake the task you have entrusted to us with utmost diligence. Wu Xiaoqian, clearly engrossed in the moment, even rendered a military salute. In the kingdom of Qilong, the military salute entails extending 3 fingers of the right hand and placing it horizontally across one's chest. Well done. Quite spirited. Chen affirmed. You two should take the camera I previously purchased, learn how to use it, and report back to me. At that time, you'll assist me in filming videos. And we may even need to go live if necessary. However, Chen's words doused the fiery enthusiasm of Wu Xiaoqian, who pouted. What? So? It turns out, I'm just going to be a camera woman. Chen regarded her with a wry smile. You must not view it so negatively. Being a camera woman will undoubtedly serve a significant purpose. Lu Aoyao, on the other hand, did not seem averse to the task, which brought Chen some relief. Lu Aoyao possessed formidable abilities. She wielded the power of the crimson-eyed slasher, while Wu Xiaoqian as cleft-mouthed woman was comparatively less impressive. Chen planned to secure a more formidable ability for Wu Xiaoqian in the near future. After assigning the tasks to the two women, Chen retired to his room and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, upon awakening, he found Venom gazing at him with a mournful expression. You've forgotten me. I have not. You have indeed forgotten me. All right, I must admit, I did forget you. Emotion points, 800 from Venom. Chen was taken aback. Venom could also grant him emotion points? In truth, the previous day had gone quite well. I undertook a mission with Brother Tsong, of course in your name. The thrill of being a secret agent is rather exhilarating. Have you heard of Venom agents? I might just be one now, Venom said, producing a card. This contains the money earned from selling blood and marrow. It will serve as our salary card. We made over 40 million this time. If I can't take on a mission in the future, you can substitute for me as a temporary member. Chen mused that Venom was indeed the most suitable worker. No worries about losing him, concerns about inadequate abilities, or fears of betrayal. Nonetheless, Chen wished to undertake a mission himself without relying on Venom for the time being. He returned to the recycling department, greeted by the familiar security guard and the welcoming sight of the 4-story building with its open doors. However, this time, the guard demeanor was markedly different. Brother Chen, back to work, are we? Im Xiaoli. No need to show your employee ID. I recognize you immediately from that handsome face. The enthusiastic welcome left Chen, who had just pulled out his ID, feeling both amused and exasperated. Ascending to the 3rd floor via the elevator, Chen noted the absence of Wang Tsong. Only Zhou Yu was present. Chen, you're here. Here for a task? Zhou Yu greeted with a smile. Indeed, I heard Venom secured a lucrative mission yesterday. I'll come and check it out, Chen replied, moving towards the large screen where the bounty board displayed the missions ranked by difficulty. The highest realm is the Dragon class, followed by the Giant class, both of which are relatively rare. Below them, the Lion Sea realm has a considerably greater population, and then there is the Celestial Cicada, which is the most populous. The Yuan Yo and Rat realms are almost non-existent, as ordinary criminal investigation departments can easily handle cases in those realms. Let's first test our skills against a Giant class. Chen Nian has selected a fugitive of Giant class 1-star. Upon seeing Chen Nian accept the bounty for the Giant class, Zhou Yu was taken aback. Fighting a Giant class with Lion Sea? Chen Nian, I told you not to emulate Wang Tsong, yet you are even more terrifying than him. Zhou Yu said helplessly. A battle between a 4-star Lion Sea and a 1-star Giant seems like a death wish. For your first task, I recommend you take on a 4 or 5-star Lion Sea instead, Zhou Yu advised. I am already an 8-star Lion Sea, and with the assistance of Venom, dealing with a 1-star Giant should pose no challenge, Chen Nian replied, releasing his realm. What? How could your realm have increased so rapidly? Zhou Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Previously, Chen Nian's records indicated he was a 4-star Lion Sea. Yet the next day, he had become an 8-star. Was the information outdated, or was his progress simply too swift? Moreover, yesterday, machine detection still classified him as a 4-star Lion Sea. Don't worry, I never undertake ventures without assurance. Chen Nian smiled at the bewildered Zhou Yu, then pressed his employee card against the recognition device at the bottom of the screen and accepted the task. Ding! Task system unlocked. Chen Nian's expression gradually transformed into one of excitement. This was not a mechanical prompt. It was a notification from the system within him. Chapter 71. Task System. The sudden system alert filled Chen Nian with exhilaration. After exiting the recovery department, he immediately accessed the task system. The system would randomly issue tasks for the host to complete, with rewards depending on the completion status. The current tasks were as follows. Long-term task, destroy the Saiha Association. Long-term task, destroy the Ruler Association. Regular task, dismantle Dr. Hutton's Research Institute. Special task, summon a class awakener. Special task, summon a class awakener. This special task has been ongoing for a class awakener. Bounty task, The fugitive Li Xiu was last seen at the west suburban casino of the neighboring Linglong City. Regular task: establish an association. Among various other tasks of varying significance, all of which can be automatically accepted. Chen Nian merely needed to complete the tasks. The bounty task was precisely the one Chen Nian had accepted in reality, now integrated into the system. Does this mean I can receive double rewards? Chen Nian mused with a smile. After returning, he called upon Lu Ayo and Wu Xiaoqian. The three gathered some equipment and simple luggage before setting off for Linglong City. Linglong City is not far from Chenghai City, and the trio opted to travel by high-speed train. The current security checks are equipped with the capability to detect individuals with abilities. Upon being identified as such, Chen Nian and his companions were required to present their ability certificates. Chen Nian produced a black card and swiped it, causing the security personnel's computer screen to display a line of text. Upon seeing the text, their expressions changed instantly, and they hurriedly allowed Chen Nian and his companions to pass. Strangely, their demeanor shifted to one of heightened tension. Unbeknownst to Chen Nian, he was oblivious to what had elicited such a reaction. The trio boarded the high-speed train under the watchful gaze of the security staff. Teacher Chen, what do you think they saw that made them so anxious? Wu Xiaoqian whispered to Chen Nian. I have no idea. Perhaps it's the black card, after all. We are on a special mission, Chen Nian speculated. A special mission still allows us to film? Lu Aoyao inquired next. It's not like we're shooting a documentary about my work. When the time comes for me to engage in combat, you two can simply document the process. Lu Aoyao will film me with a camera, while Wu Xiaoqian uses her phone. With your shaky hands, it would be akin to a passerby capturing a moment. Chen Nian assigned them their respective tasks. My hands don't shake. It's just that your battles create such chaos that I can hardly showcase my filming skills. Wu Xiaoqian retorted. Chen Nian chose not to discourage her. A dash of ambition is commendable. He had no intention of involving the two in combat this time, primarily because it was his responsibility and also due to the significant disparity in their abilities. Wu Xiaoqian was merely a novice, while Lu Aoyao possessed greater power. Thus, she could occasionally handle minor adversaries. As they conversed leisurely, they arrived at Linglong City in less than an hour. It was their first visit, yet Chen Nian found it ironic that their inaugural trip was to apprehend a fugitive. Following the clues, he made his way to a casino located in the western suburbs. This marked Chen Nian's first experience in a casino, and upon entering, countless gazes converged on the trio, perhaps due to the combination of one man and two women. The stares were far from friendly. Chen Nian remained unperturbed. Anyone daring to display hostility would soon learn from Venom what true camaraderie entails. He produced a photograph of the fugitive, seeking information on his whereabouts. Excuse me, have you seen this person? Chen Nian inquired of staff member while holding out the photo. One particularly observant staff member immediately recognized him. That's him. He was here yesterday and won a significant amount, but then lost it all to someone else. He owes a considerable gambling debt and was supposed to return today, but he hasn't shown up yet. Their conversation was overheard by others, who began to turn their attention to Chen Nian's photograph. Indeed, that was the guy from yesterday. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Chen Nian rushed forward to inquire further. However, before he could reach them, another individual, impeccably dressed in a suit with slicked back hair, intercepted him. Are you familiar with him? The man questioned Chen Nian in a commanding tone, gesturing toward the person in the photograph. Who do you think you are? Chen Nian gazed at the man before him with an expression of utter incredulity. Was he out his mind? The individual in the photograph had lost several rounds to him the previous night, and now he could not locate him. Yet here he stood, presenting this man's image and demanding to know their connection. Otherwise, he would not be permitted to leave this room. Raising an eyebrow, the man stood surrounded by several bodyguards blocking the casino's entrance. Ah, how delightful it is to engage with those who hold themselves in such high regard. I'm also a creditor, here to collect a debt. Is that satisfactory? Chen Nian retorted provocatively, collecting debts while accompanied by two women. Is it? What nonsense is this? Scoffed the effeminate subordinate beside the man. Such a loyal hound, yet you cannot discern whether it is a dog or a bitch. Perhaps if you bark a little more, your master will reward you with a share bed? After addressing the loyal dog, Chen Nian turned back to the man. Why do you favor surrounding yourself with such a sycophant? Is it his oily hair that has captured your attention? Chen Nian's remarks drew laughter from Lu Aobao and Wu Xiaoqian, while other patrons in the vicinity chuckled, some struggling to contain their amusement, while a few laughed heartily. The little eunuch's face fluctuated between shades of green and red. Emotion points: 9,600 from onlookers, 1,200 from the little eunuch, the oily-haired man. The expression of the man's face darkened considerably as he seethed. "You're finished. Regardless of your connection with him, you shall not leave this room." Moments later, several bodyguards, all undoubtedly endowed with special abilities, surged forward. "Dare to act against me on my turf? Let me see who is bold enough." A booming voice resonated throughout the casino. "Is that the giant elephant?" Chen Nian mused in surprise. Could a figure of such might truly reside within this casino? Upon further reflection, he realized it made sense. After all, this was a hub of wealth, and if even a lion-class individual could ravage the place, what was the point of operating a casino at all? "Brother Ba is here," someone exclaimed. "Brother Ba? What a splendid name. I wonder if he plays rock, paper, scissors." Chen Nian pondered, recalling a certain steady streamer. The man beside him appeared unfazed by Brother Ba's reputation, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Given his status, Brother Ba would not trouble him, and rather would undoubtedly deal with the insolent youth before him. In the backstage area, a commotion ensued, and a towering figure over 2 meters tall swaggered onto the scene. Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, the dim-witted Murphy! Instantly, the atmosphere in the room turned somber. As Chen Nian exclaimed, "Dim-witted Murphy," it felt as though the air itself had crystallized. Even the composed, oily-haired man's expression froze. Though he felt triumphant, knowing that Chen Nian would soon face dire consequences without his assistance, he realized he must not laugh at this moment. To do so could spell disaster, regardless of his own status, as Brother Ba might very well obliterate him. "What'd you just call me?" Brother Ba stared at Chen Nian in shock. He was not initially angry, but rather taken aback, for it had been an eternity since anyone had addressed him by that name. Soon, however, his astonishment morphed entirely into fury, with an emotional intensity soaring to 1,500 points. Chen Nian realized he had inadvertently uttered something inappropriate, as the anger meter of the imposing figure surged by an additional 1,500 points. Yet, Chen Nian's words were not entirely erroneous. Indeed, he was a dim-witted merfolk. The imposing figure before him resembled the rock golem from League of Legends, clad in a skin of granite, with massive, jagged stone protrusions jutting from the back of his neck, while his head was diminutively perched upon his chest. "You are doomed," the slick-haired man gleefully remarked, casting a malicious glance at Chen Nian. "Oh no, the imposing figure is about to engage in battle. We must take cover. Wait, hold on. Let us not provoke him just yet. Let us step outside to fight." The crowd lamented in dismay, while Chen Nian found himself inundated with waves of resentful, emotional energy. Considering the safety of the 2 women, he swiftly enveloped them in his arms and retreated outside the casino. A few of the slick-haired man's superpowered bodyguards attempted to obstruct their escape, but their abilities were utterly inept. Chen Nian need not lift a finger, for the viscous tendrils of venom emerged from various parts of his body, piercing through and incapacitating each diminutive bodyguard with ease. "Earthquake shard!" the imposing figure bellowed, as a disc-shaped fragment of rock pursued Chen Nian across the ground. Upon reaching the outside, he positioned the 2 women at a safe distance, urging them to start recording, and if possible, to broadcast live. The imposing figure and the rock shard were hot on their heels. At the moment they exited, he suddenly grew to a colossal size, towering several dozen meters high, as he stomped on the earth, creating deep craters in the plaza. "What on earth is this? A rock golem? Run!" The sudden appearance of the imposing figure sent the onlookers in the plaza scattering in panic, while the rock shard relentlessly chased after Chen Nian. "Is he so afraid of being unable to strike me that he is transformed into such a gigantic form?" Chen Nian mocked inwardly, evading the fragment. He unleashed his powers, transforming his body. Suddenly, 2 fluffy dog ears sprouted from his head, his nails sharpened to deadly points, and in his right hand, he bore the iron shard, resting it upon his shoulder. Compared to the previous crude weapon, the iron shard's smooth blade exuded a far greater sense of intimidation, not much smaller than the crude dragon. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoyao had finished adjusting their equipment, stepping into the role of photographers and commencing the live broadcast. Given that the previous video of Venom dancing had gone viral across the internet, Chen Nian's account had garnered a modest following. Although the trending topic and video had been taken down within a day, it nonetheless resulted in a surge of several 100,000 fans on his YouTube channel. Chen Nian had even preemptively renamed his account to Powers Combat Live. As the live stream commenced, the screen was enveloped in darkness. Han Jinluan Swallow. What account is this? Have I followed it before? What is Uchiha? What kind of live stream is this? The channel name suggests it's a Powers Combat live stream. ISNT, it just superpowered individuals fighting? What is so interesting about that? I'm a superpowered individual too. I can fight. Wishing to suck you Shao. Is this title referring to a battle between Inuyasha and Murphy? Artist Ackerman. Is the live stream black? Where's the host? A softly spoken reminder from Wu Xiaoqian prompted Liu Aoa to hurriedly uncover the lens. At that moment, the live stream came to life, prominently featuring the fierce battle between Chen Nian and Brother Ba. Bard, the girl who just lifted the camera cover, is quite adorable. I've followed her. Kiao, wow, this is incredible. What level of ability is this? Suddenly I feel my sand-hidden ninja is utterly inferior. Old Ma diabetes ruined my teeth. The cameraman is quite skilled, not a tremor in sight. Just as the viewer count surged, the ground trembled. Brother Ba slammed his fist into the plaza floor. The gust of wind generated by a strike rendered many unable to stand. The entire area began to sway, the force akin to a magnitude 4 earthquake. Chen Nian had already leaped into the air, his iron-shattered tooth summoning swirling tornadoes around him. The blade of iron-shattered tooth turned a fierce crimson, glistening under the sun like a blood jade. This was the blood jade iron-shattered tooth, infused with the demonic energy of blood jade coral. Chen Nian closed his eyes, channeling his own demonic aura to communicate with iron-shattered tooth, while simultaneously sensing Brother Ba's presence. Due to Brother Ba's massive physique, his aura expanded tremendously, allowing iron-shattered tooth's tempestuous currents to lock onto him in an instant. Torrent break. With a fierce swing of iron-shattered tooth, a thunderous whirlwind surged toward Brother Ba, the tornado ravaging his granite shield like a power drill. Boom! 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 However, Brother Ba's granite shield shattered like fragile cicada wings upon impact, revealing the molten lava beneath. What is this? How can it so easily breach my shield? Brother Ba seethed in anger, astonished that this tempest could so swiftly dismantle his prized armor. Torrent Break is a skill specifically designed by Chen Nian to shatter barriers, delivering devastating damage, further amplified by the blood jade iron-shattered tooth he had unlocked. It could be said that Torrent Break embodies the most terrifying shield-breaking capability, even incorporating true damage. The live stream erupted in excitement at this spectacle. Uchiha, what is? I retract my previous statements. I could never deliver such a battle. It's terrifying. User 123566751. Sending like 66. Seizing the opportunity following the shattering of Brother Ba's armor, Chen Nian unleashed another strike. The wind-infused demonic aura enveloping iron-shattered tooth, while the previous blood jade state dissipated. The yellow whirlwind of demonic energy once again locked on a Brother Ba, but this time he bore no armor. Wind slash. 3 yellow and white tempest blades, charged with lethal force, sliced through the air, tearing apart countless magma rock fragments upon striking Brother Ba. Fragments of the mighty beige fell from the heavens like meteors, crashing onto the square. Chen Nian swiftly unleashed a gust of wind, shattering the fallen colossal stone into powder. Beige, realizing the disadvantages of his immense size, swiftly diminished to just over 3 meters tall. Upon witnessing the shrunken beige, the onlookers in the live stream harbored a singular thought. Ah, he is wilted. How could he have wilted? Even though my shield has been breached, do not presume that you will have it easy. The now smaller beige laughed maniacally, as stones continued to fall from his form, and the magma erupting from within him radiated an intense heat wave. Chen Nian estimated it to be at least 800 or 900 degrees, yet he remained undeterred. After all, he had faced the witch queen of the hunt, who wielded flames of 1600 degrees. Why should he fear a mere simpleton like Murphy? Moreover, Chen Nian was clad in a fire rat fur coat, crafted from the skin of flame demon rats, which not only provided formidable fire resistance, but also absorbed damage and even possessed self-repairing capabilities, ensuring that he had no cause for concern regarding destruction. Though Beige's strength and size had diminished, his speed had increased. He hurled a flying disc from the ground, which Chen Nian cleaved in two, yet the deceleration effect was transferred to him, causing Beige to steal a portion of Chen Nian's speed and dart away with remarkable swiftness. Thunderclap. Beige bellowed, as his massive hands were suddenly enveloped in a layer of crimson lava. With a crushing force, he struck towards Chen Nian's head. Chen Nian ducked to evade, but Beige's palms collided with a resounding boom. The impact reverberated so violently that it nearly ruptured Chen Nian's eardrums. The ground beneath him shattered in a vast area, forming a trapezoidal shape due to the shockwave of the clash. "You little brat, let us see how you evade this," Beige shouted, missing his initial strike, only to bring his hands crashing down forcefully. Chen Nian, unable to dodge in time, was struck directly, feeling as though his spine might shatter under the force. "Should I come out?" Venom inquired at that moment. "Not yet," Chen Nian mentally replied. He intended to utilize Venom for dual-threaded tasks in the future. Ever since the last incident where he was ambushed without Venom, he resolved to develop new abilities. Inuyasha was one such newly developed power, being the first protagonist he had drawn. In an instant, Chen Nian's iron fragment tooth transformed again, its enormous blade now adorned with countless irregular diamond-shaped spikes. He would not allow Beige another opportunity to retaliate, for the previous deceleration effect had expired, and Beige's own acceleration had also concluded. Chen Nian swung the diamond spear, the iron fragment tooth, with force. Beige's rocky body could not withstand the onslaught of the diamond spear's blade, as their hardness was not on the same level. The diamond spear shattered. After witnessing the defeat of Brother Ba, Chen Nian unleashed another strike, this time accompanied by an array of indestructible spears that rained down upon him like a storm of arrows. Brother Ba's body was instantly pierced by these formidable weapons, countless spears embedding themselves within him as molten lava flowed from his wounds. Alas, even the searing lava could not melt the indestructible spears. "Impossible," Brother Ba gasped, spewing forth boiling magma. He had exhausted all his strength and could no longer continue the battle. Chen Nian, having no intention of further engagement, recognized that while battles among those with abilities were not against the law, he could not resort to killing within the confines of a live broadcast. As Chen Nian dismissed his powers, the two women managing the live stream promptly ended the broadcast, leaving him to revel in the substantial emotional value he had accrued, hundreds of thousands of points. The abrupt cessation of the stream even garnered him a wave of resentment points. At that moment, a colossal level ability user arrived unexpectedly. "You cannot engage in private battles that destroy the plaza. Come with me," he commanded, addressing the incapacitated Brother Ba and Chen Nian. Without uttering a word, Chen Nian displayed his black card. The man's pupils dilated in tension, as if he comprehended the significance of the card. In a hushed tone, Chen Nian explained, "I am on a mission. This individual not only obstructed my work, but severely disrupted the process." The man quickly grasped Chen Nian's implication and assured him, "Rest assured, we will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness." He then extended his right hand, awkwardly performing a salute with 4 fingers rather than the customary 3. Chen Nian raised an eyebrow in confusion, but chose not to comment. The man swiftly departed, carrying the unconscious Brother Ba with him. Truly effective, this black card, Chen Nian mused. Holders of the black card were either agents on missions or high-ranking officials in the military. Indeed, the claim that Brother Ba had significantly hindered Chen Nian's task was accurate. Such a grand confrontation could have drawn the attention of the fugitive Li Xiu, who would surely have fled if nearby, but if he were not close, it would be less of concern. Suddenly, he received 800 points of smug emotional value from Li Xiu. What? Chen Nian was momentarily stunned. What was this? Li Xiu feeling smug? Emotional value reflected others' feelings toward Chen Nian, and receiving such a sentiment from Li Xiu indicated that he had undoubtedly done something to provoke Li Xiu's pride. Suddenly, Chen Nian recalled that the individual who had just left seemed somewhat off. A colossal level figure who could mis-execute a military salute? It had to be Li Xiu impersonating a military official. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, but with the man gone, where could he pursue him? After contemplating for a moment, Chen Nian activated his Inuyasha ability, significantly enhancing his sense of smell. The canine-like sense of the dog demon was exponentially superior to that of a mere dog. Moreover, since the individual had only just departed, Chen Nian transformed into a search and rescue hound. He sniffed the ground, following the scent trail and sprinting forward, occasionally pausing to investigate the ground more closely. Lu Aodao and Wu Xiaoqian were left behind by Chen Nian. Otherwise, taking 2 individuals along would not have facilitated the pursuit. Sniff, sniff. Chen Nian spent approximately half an hour scanning the surroundings before finally halting in front of an abandoned warehouse, convinced that the person he sought was concealed within. though it was also possible that they were merely passing through. The venom on the surface of his body suddenly manifested. Stealth required the potency of his toxins. Transforming into a pool of slime, Chen Nian navigated through the overgrown weeds surrounding the warehouse and entered through the shattered glass on the wall. Inside, he encountered the corpse of a burly man. It was Brother Ba, but the blood marrow had already been extracted. Indeed, Chen Nian felt a pang of regret. That individual was undoubtedly problematic. He believed that serious measures were warranted. Yet he found it hard to accept that such measures involved merely sneaking into a warehouse to drain blood marrow. At the back door of the warehouse, he discovered the discarded outfit, clearly indicating that Li Xiu sought to conceal his identity by changing into ordinary civilian clothes, as military attire was conspicuous, especially for a fugitive. Just then, Chen Yan's phone rang. It was a call from Wu Xiaoqian. However, upon answering, he was met with a man's voice. "They are in my possession. Prepare 500 million at that casino. Beep, beep, beep." The caller hung up immediately, leaving Chen Nian no chance to respond. His expression darkened. Li Xiu had intentionally lured him away. The earlier salute had been a deliberate act of insincerity meant to arouse suspicion, leading him to pursue. This fellow's initial target was indeed Wu Xiaoqian and her companion. He had been ensnared in a trap. Chapter 74. Such a degrading demand. Yet I shall comply. Chen Nian felt a headache brewing. However, the notion of Li Xiu demanding 500 million was absurd. At the moment he received the call, he knew Li Xiu would not survive the night. The venom from Chen Nian's body detached and transformed directly into a sports car. "Oomph, a venomous vehicle. Goodness, why is your face on the steering wheel?" Chen Nian exclaimed. "Let us go." With a roar, the venomous car surged forward, requiring no control from Chen Nian. It drove itself. On the way to the casino, Chen Nian had a thought and opened the lottery interface. Utilizing the emotional points garnered from his livestream, he drew prizes 4 times. Ding! Consumed 200,000 emotional points. Drawing. Obtained a Sea Tower stone brick. Obtained skill book, binding technique number 61. 6 rods light prison. Obtained skill book, great annihilation. Obtained a fragment of the 4-souled jade. Would you like to spend 30,000 emotional points to learn 6 rods light prison? Would you like to spend 50,000 emotional points to learn great annihilation? Yes, I shall learn both, Chen Nian responded with delight. He had not anticipated the existence of the Dark Abyss Sword Demon's great annihilation. Yet the fragment of the 4-souled jade truly existed in the world. The shattered fragments of the Shirkan jewel, a treasure continuously sought by Naraku, possessed the potential to greatly augment his demonic powers once assembled into a complete jewel. Even a mere shard can resurrect the deceased, should a demon acquire it. They could revive even after being reduced to mere pieces. The previous group of 7 was entirely resurrected by Naraku using these shards, which is why Kagura had taken the corpses with her. Each contained fragments of the Shirkan jewel. However, this power is limited to the tainted shards. The ancient shard was pink, while the corrupted ones were black and purple, negatively impacting the user's psyche. Ordinary shards can enhance the physical attributes of a user and, when embedded in a blade, can increase both weapon damage and demonic power. Without granting Chen Nian a moment for contemplation, the Venom vehicle swiftly arrived at the casino, encountering virtually no obstacles along the way. The nature of Venom's body, capable of transforming into a viscous substance, allowed it to absorb impacts as though they were mere water. As soon as Chen Nian alighted from the Venom vehicle, a passerby approached, initiating conversation. "What a flashy car, my friend. Where did you get that paint job?" The bystander appeared quite intrigued by Chen Nian's vehicle. "Haha, I did it myself. Truth be told, I belong to the artistic faction. You know how artists like to keep things dark. Just as the ocean is blue, I am black, the sun is yellow, and while you might not fully understand." Before Chen Nian could respond, the large mouth of the vehicle's front unexpectedly twisted and began to speak on its own. "Whoa!" The man was taken aback. "Shock value, 400 points from Lu Bai. Pride value, 400 points from Li Xiu. Huh, what the hell, why are you so smug? Have you finished being proud of yourself?" Chen Nian swiftly dashed into the casino, while the Venom vehicle transformed into its liquid form, donning sunglasses and making a cool gesture towards the astonished man before quickly following Chen Nian inside. "Li Xiu, I'm here. Where are you? Where's my apprentice?" "Li Xiu, you punk. I'm not done with you. Still wearing those damn glasses. Where are you?" Chen Nian shouted into the crowd, then turned to the Venom, who was fiddling with its glasses. "Tick-tock, tick-tock. Venom removed its glasses, looking bewildered. Can't you sense where he is with your powers? I can't find him. Li Xiao, I'm not finished with you. Just wait for me. The onlookers in the casino stared in confusion at the antics of Venom and Chen Nian, who had burst in, creating a ruckus. Emotion value, 24,000 from the crowd of onlookers. Mocking emotion value, 800 from Li Xiao. Seeing Li Xiao's mocking value, Chen Nian couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Li Xiao was indeed at the casino. Yet, upon his arrival, Li Xiao was nowhere to be found, leaving Chen Nian perplexed regarding his intentions. But he answered the phone. It was Wu Xiaoqian's number. Yet another call from Li Xiao. You didn't bring 500 million in cash, did you? I'm no longer at Linglan. You may encounter those two women in your next life. I have found you. Chen Nian responded with a disdainful mockery towards Li Xiao. This time, it was Chen Nian who actively hung up the phone as his venom shot forth like a bullet, aiming directly at the second floor of the casino, which appeared to be the monitoring room. Otherwise, Li Xiao would not have been privy to Chen Nian's movements. With a thunderous crash, the ceiling of the first floor was breached by the venom, creating a massive hole, revealing the row of monitors on the second floor. Chen Nian swiftly dashed into the upper level. Where are the hostages? Chen Nian fixed his gaze on Li Xiao, his abilities yet to be revealed. The mission's description of Li Xiao merely indicated the theft of an enhanced power from the ability department. I advise you not to make any rash moves. The lives of those two girls are constantly in my grasp. Li Xiao sneered at Chen Nian, seemingly unfazed by his arrival, even garnering mockery points from him. Chen Nian was perplexed by Li Xiao's unwarranted confidence until he witnessed Li Xiao draw a small knife across his own arm. However, Li Xiao's arm remained unscathed, revealing only some yellow straw. Li Xiao offered no explanation, merely grinning at Chen Nian. Straw fruit? Upon seeing it, Chen Nian immediately deduced Li Xiao's ability. You are correct, but what does it matter? I have placed my straw dolls on both of those girls. Any harm that comes to me will be transferred. It seems you are at a loss, aren't you? Do you wish to kill me, you bastard? Li Xiao provocatively gazed at Chen Nian. Chen Nian remained silent, evidently contemplating a strategy. Observing Chen Nian's reticence, Li Xiao grew even more audacious. Come on, strike me, ha. I've never seen someone as foolish as you. Attempting to capture me while burdened with two liabilities. A mere trick on my part could have you crawling on the ground like a dog, inhaling your father's fumes. Chen Nian, however, covered his ears with both hands, his brow alternating between relaxation and furrowing. Seeing Chen Nian ignore him, Li Xiao's anger surged. Since you won't kill me, then I shall take your life. A straw sword materialized in Li Xiao's hand, his fingers transforming into nails, ready to assault Chen Nian. With the thunderous chariot and the seams of the spinning wheel, this object possesses light, dividing into 6. Bind the path with the 61 light rods. Chen Nian disregarded Li Xiao's incessant prattling, immediately unleashing his binding technique. Instantly, 6 massive shards of light pierced Li Xiao from 6 directions. Li Xiao's attack was interrupted, startled by Chen Nian's sudden move, but he soon realized that the light shards merely immobilized him, inflicting no real harm. Kill me. Hurry up, stop dilly-dallying. It's merely a matter of trading my life for the lives of 2 women. Li Xiu provoca Chen Nian. To this, Chen Nian replied with a smile, producing fragments of the 4-soul jade and pressing them against the sea tower stone bricks. In an instant, the fragments of the 4-soul jade melded into the bricks. What a pathetic request, but I shall indulge you. Chapter 75. Young people should embrace challenges. The brick in Chen Nian's hand, enhanced by the fragments of the 4 soul jewels, transformed into something extraordinary. The blue-black brick was enveloped by numerous strands of pale, purple soul light. Although Li Xiao sensed the unusual nature of the brick, he could not fathom that Chen Nian would actually harm the 2 young women. As it turned out, Li Xiao's intuition was correct. Chen Nian indeed hesitated, but he was most intrigued by the prospect of defeating Li Xiao. With a swift motion, Chen Nian struck Li Xiao's face with the brick, producing a resounding thud. The impact caused several of Li Xiao's teeth to shatter instantly, while the left side of his face caved in and subsequently swelled up. You enjoy getting hit, don't you? Chen Nian taunted, continuing his relentless assault. One blow after another landed on Li Xiao's right cheek, causing it to sink deeper into his face. Damn it, are you going to die or what? Li Xiao's words were barely intelligible, his face so contorted that, combined with the loss of his teeth, Chen Nian could not comprehend a single word. A kaleidoscope emerged in Chen Nian's eyes as he glared fiercely. Utilizing the power of the moon reading, Li Xiu found himself ensnared in an illusion where he met his demise repeatedly at the hands of the brick. However, for Chen Nian, this was merely a fleeting few seconds. For my final move, I shall send you on your way. Chen Nian's right hand, now coated in a viscous toxin, empowered the brick with an additional layer of armed color. His ears transformed as he infused his strength with demonic energy. With a forceful swing, the brick hurtled towards Li Xiu with devastating speed and might, creating a sonic boom that resonated through the air, an auditory phenomenon typically reserved for supersonic aircraft at high altitudes. The sound echoed in Li Xiu's ears just before the brick struck his head with a cataclysmic force, resulting in a gruesome explosion. Chen Nian was taken aback by the sight, expecting the blow to send Li Xiu flying, only to find his body firmly ensnared by the 6-rod-light prison. Chen Nian swiftly extracted Li Xiu's marrow, which he had surreptitiously carried with him. The sight of the marrow in Chen Nian's hands ignited a spark of greed in his eyes. This was the marrow of a giant elephant. Hawkins, a rare and powerful commodity worth potentially billions. While the previous market price suggested it could fetch between 8 to 9 billion, the current situation had altered the dynamics. With the advent of free access to powers and an increase in unique abilities, prices had significantly diminished. Nonetheless, the combination of Hawkins and Murphy's marrow in Chen Nian's possession could still command a staggering 100 billion. Yet, despite the apparent wealth, for contemporary practitioners of the arcane arts, money had become trivial. After the emergence of the Yuan Yo Tian Chan, concerns shifted from mere survival to matters of strength, as in the past. The prowess of a single Tian Chan could dictate the safety of an entire city. What, then, will be the case in the present? Now, even the celestial cicadas must lie low. The lionfish has become the benchmark for true power, while the giant elephant signifies the elite. As for the soaring dragon above, Chen Nian has yet to encounter one. Those of lesser strength easily become prey for other supernatural beings. Although Dr. Hutton's ludicrous theory of devouring evolution is rather absurd, too much consumption can lead to the loss of one's inner self, ultimately resulting in awakening. Endurance can indeed lead to strength. However, the military would never permit individuals to consume one another to enhance their abilities, hence the development of special ability stones designed to elevate one's powers. Yet, they come at an exorbitant price, unimaginably costly. With less than 10 billion, one could purchase only a few hundred. Utilizing his keen sense of smell, Chen Nian soon located the bound Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Ao, who were confined in a storage room of a gambling house. Wu, teacher Chen, Wu Xiaoqian cried as the tape over her mouth was ripped away. Chen Nian could only respond with reluctant comfort. Soon, a formidable figure from the military arrived. Chen Nian explained the situation and expressed his need to return to complete his mission. The military personnel did not impede Chen Nian and the two women, allowing them to leave without further ado. The two women, shaken by the ordeal, were somewhat mentally fatigued, while Chen Nian, after his battle with Brother Ba and the intellectual duel with Li Xiu, also felt wearied. The trio found a hotel to rest for the night. The following day, they prepared to take the high-speed train home. Throughout the journey, the two women remained tense until they finally relaxed upon reaching Chenghai. Lu Ao reflected, somewhat lamenting, that she never expected a trip to Linglan would involve a kidnapping incident, especially one that happened to her. Her mindset was considerably more composed than Wu Xiaoqian's. At that moment, Chen Nian's attention was focused on the system. According to its prompt, he had completed his task. The bounty mission was accomplished, with a completion rate of 98, earning him 300,000 emotional points. Such a straightforward reward was refreshing. He hoped for more of such simplicity in the future. The 200,000 he had spent on the previous lottery had returned, plus an additional 100,000, much to Chen Nian's delight. Upon returning to Chenghai, Chen Nian first instructed Venom to take the two women home, while he proceeded to the recycling department. Security guard Xiao Li greeted him with an ingratiating smile, saying, "Brother Chen, triumphant return. Brother Tsang just arrived as well. Yes, upstairs." "All right," Chen Nian replied, ascending to the third floor. As the elevator doors opened, Wang Tsang, who had his back to the entrance, turned around and smiled upon seeing Chen Nian. "Ah, Xiao Chen, back from your mission. Where's Yinzu?" Wang Tsang chuckled. Upon hearing the name Yinzu, Chen Nian momentarily froze before recalling that Venom had taken to calling him that. "He's at home. I came alone." "Ah, last time we went on a mission, Your ability was truly extraordinary. Not only is your strength impressive, but your wit is also quite entertaining. Wang Tsang laughed, his voice booming like thunder. Chen Nian felt even his own voice, produced while hauling bricks, paled in comparison to Wang Tsang's. Back so soon? Zhou Yu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Chen Nian. Xiao Chen's prowess was already formidable, and with Yin Zhu's assistance, accomplishing a task was merely a matter of ease. Wang Tsang remarked calmly, while observing the astonished Zhou Yu. Xiao Chen, how about taking on a Lion Sea 8-star mission next time? Young people should embrace challenges, Wang Tsang said, patting Chen Nian's shoulder with a smile. Let us not. The Lion Sea 8-star is not suitable for me. Chen Nian waved his hand dismissively. I must say a word or two to you, Xiao Chen. A true man's romance lies in challenging oneself beyond limits. Taking on an 8-star mission with your and Yin Zhu's capabilities should not pose much difficulty. Wang Tsang sighed slightly. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu silently chuckled at the two, knowing that Chen Nian had taken on a giant elephant 1-star task. Indeed, the essence of romance lies in transcending limits. Yet the Lion Sea 8-star mission feels rather lacking in romantic allure for me. Chen Nian intentionally left his words unfinished, hoping Wang Tsang would misconstrue his meaning. Wang Tsang, however, did not ponder too deeply. He simply assumed Chen Nian was hesitant about tackling the 8-star mission. He prepared to offer Chen Nian some earnest encouragement. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, was stifling laughter, thinking how mischievous Chen Nian was. She could already envision Wang Tsang's expression upon discovering the truth. During Zhou Yu's quiet amusement, she still felt a twinge of astonishment. It appeared that Chen Nian had likely completed a task of the giant elephant caliber. Sangge, don't put the newcomer in a bind. He just arrived, and you're urging him to take on life-threatening challenges. Not everyone is as capable as you. A young man of similar age to Chen Nian approached Wang Tsang and interjected. He then extended his hand toward Chen Nian. Hello, E.M. Lin Qing. I arrived last month. Hello, E.M. Chen Nian. Hello, E.M. Yansu. Wait a moment. Didn't you just send someone home? Why are you still here? Chen Nian stared in bewilderment at the venom that emerged from within. My speed can only be described as lightning fast, you know. I'm spinach, brother. I could never miss the opportunity for self-introduction. Given my fondness for spinach, I must be the old, counterfeit sandwich king. As the clan chief, I naturally wish to engage with international superstars. Chen Nian chose to overlook the venom while he and Lin Qing exchanged pleasantries. Lin Qing, however, was quite curious about the presence of the venom. By the way, for this task, I can claim a 90 share of the credit, so I declare, henceforth please refer to me as the giant elephant slayer Yin Zhu. Indeed, it was my fist that smashed Li Xiu's skull. Ha ha ha. This declaration from the venom instantly captured the attention of Lin Qing and Wang Tsang. What do you mean? Giant elephant slayer? Li Xiu. Wang Tsang was momentarily taken aback. He had seen Li Xiu's name on the mission leaderboard, marked as a giant elephant 1-star with unknown abilities. Wait, so when you said the Lion Sea 8-star was not romantic enough, you meant the level was too low. So, the romance you seek is in challenging the giant elephant from the Lion Sea. Huh? Ha ha ha. It seems I underestimated you. Wang Tsang boomed with laughter, his voice resonating louder than usual. Chen Nian wished to engage him in typing, instead of sending a voice message, but lamentably, this was reality and not a WeChat group. Chen Nian had already attained the rank of 8 stars in the Lion Sea, yet he was still being urged to undertake tasks beyond his level. Zhou Yu covered her ears and laughed at Wang Tsang. 8 stars in the Lion Sea? Wang Tsang was momentarily bewildered, but upon reflection, it seemed plausible. If a 4-star in a Lion Sea could conquer a giant elephant, that would indeed be absurd. Lin Qing, however, was taken aback. He was merely a 1-star in the giant elephant category. His initial plan was to accept the task from Li Xiu. Ah, so you have taken up Li Xiu's task. I had thought that Brother Tsang had secretly completed this task to prompt me into a challenging endeavor, he remarked, casting a glance at Wang Tsang. Wang Tsang chuckled awkwardly, not out of embarrassment concerning Chen Nian's overreaching challenge, but because he had indeed come to accept Li Xiu's task. He surmised that Lin Qing would inevitably attempt to take on Li Xiu's task. Hence he sought to covertly assume the 1-star giant elephant task and complete it with utmost speed, thereby allowing Lin Qing to join him in tackling the 5-star giant elephant task. How could that be, Shaolin? Do you truly think I, Wang Tsang, am that kind of person? You know me well enough, he replied. Well, prior to the last incident when I caught you off guard, I had not perceived you in such a light, Lin Qing responded coolly. Previously, Wang Cong often inquired about which tasks Lin Qing was considering, and Lin Qing had been forthcoming, as it was evident that someone who was perpetually challenging higher ranks like Wang Cong would not be inclined to undertake tasks of the same level. However, as time passed, Lin Qing noticed that the tasks he intended to pursue were being claimed inexplicably by others. He shared this with Wang Cong, who then took him to undertake higher-level tasks, assuring him that their risk levels were manageable. Hence, they frequently returned with exuberant expressions, albeit bloodied, until one day, Lin Qing arrived early to accept the task and unexpectedly encountered Wang Cong. They exchanged an awkward glance, and from that moment onward, Lin Qing refrained from disclosing his tasks to Wang Cong, who could only predictably snatch tasks, and if successful, would pull Lin Qing into a higher challenge. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Chun, did you gain anything from this task? Let's take a look, Wang Cong suggested, seeking to divert the conversation, contemplating that perhaps he would refrain from involving Lin Qing in higher-level tasks for a while. In truth, both had tacitly accepted this routine. Wang Cong would occasionally engage in standard tasks for a breather, while Lin Qing would sometimes take on higher-level challenges. Chen Nian produced the blood marrow he had extracted from Li Xiao. He had discovered a novel application of the system, which allowed him to examine the peculiar abilities of the blood marrow simply by inquiring within his mind. System, please conduct a scan. Blood marrow identified as part of the Akatsuki organization, Scorpion. Yet others were unaware of the nature of this blood marrow, as Zhou Yu placed it upon the ability detection device. Scanning. Detection reveals. Naruto World, Scorpion, grade blood marrow, purity 99. This belongs to the Lion's C9 stars category, currently valued at approximately 2.5 billion. If you provide 200 million for information, I can offer you a reward of 2 billion, Zhou Yu stated. Chen Nian sighed at the current drastic price reductions. Previously, he sold an ordinary Lion C4 star for 10 billion, while now a Lion C9 star with extraordinary abilities was valued at only 25 billion, yielding him a mere 20 billion. Would you prefer cash or ability stones? Zhou Yu inquired. If it's ability stones, I could exchange for 200 low-tier ones or 2 medium-tier ones. Chen Nian was slightly taken aback by the valuation of 1 million for each stone. I'll take 10 billion in cash and 1 medium-tier ability stone, he replied. Zhou Yu was surprised that Chen Nian requested such a substantial amount of cash, as most individuals at the giant elephant level typically relied on ability stones for their cultivation. Moreover, the absorption capacity and speed varied from person to person. However, considering that Chen Nian was only at Lion C8 star and had yet to reach the giant elephant stage, she refrained from further comment. His salary would be deposited into Chen Nian's account, while the ability stone was delivered directly to him. Here you go, this is worth 10 billion. Zhou Yu remarked with a smile. Chen Nian scrutinized the ability stone in his hand. Although referred to as a stone, it possessed a rather technological aesthetic, resembling a palm-sized diamond with a fusion of metal and gem-like qualities. After bidding farewell to the staff at the recycling department, Chen Nian leisurely toyed with his 10 billion on the way home. Not observing anything particularly special, he attempted to absorb the power contained within the ability stone. Subsequently, he opened the character panel in the system. Inuyasha, 24 development. Hawkeye, 30 development. Uchiha Itachi, 30 development. Venom awakened. Since Venom could now exist independently, Chen Nian could no longer enhance its development level, though it was possible during Venom's initial awakening. Venom operated on its own accord, but its strength was tied to Chen Nian. Thus, as long as Chen Nian strengthened his other abilities, he would ascend in rank, and Venom would likewise improve. Awakening is quite intriguing, Chen Nian mused. However, Venom was unique. If other characters were to awaken, it could lead to complications. Chapter 77. I am here to solve your problems. Chen Nian's form shifted, transforming into a half-demon state. He sensed the ability stone in his hand, waves of energy being drawn into his body at a leisurely pace, the stone emitting a faint glow. The dissipating energy brought a refreshing sensation to the ability users passing by. If Zhou Yu were to witness Chen Nian utilizing the ability stone in this manner, she would surely be astonished. Typically, individuals would seclude themselves in a small room to maximize the absorption of the dissipated energy. Though minimal, the loss of 5 from 10 billion amounted to a staggering 50 million, effectively wasting 5 low-tier ability stones. Nevertheless, Chen Nian was indifferent, primarily due to his ignorance of this fact. He observed the percentage bar for Inuyasha gradually rising. 241, 242, 243. How much does one stone contribute to the increase? He pondered. The outcome merely granted Chen Nian a meager increase of 3, which merely reflects the initial surge. It is crucial to acknowledge that as time progresses, the likelihood of substantial gains diminishes. 10 billion represents half of Chen Nian's family's fortune, not accounting for the funding from Dr. Agasa or the marrow he possesses. He must address the situations concerning Hawkins and Murphy. Chen Nian intends to sell Murphy's marrow, which should yield approximately 40 to 50 billion. Initially, he had no intention of selling Hawkins, yet upon contemplation, he realized that the fruit was quite lackluster. Furthermore, it is impractical for him to wield a scarecrow as a means to intimidate adversaries. Whether the combined total reaches 100 billion remains unknown to Chen Nian. However, he firmly believes that acquiring this sum would liberate him from the burdens of technological concerns. Once the scientific research materializes, he can subsequently summon those brilliant scientists. Upon arriving at the Starlight Association, Chen Nian encountered the long-absent Wang Onmeng and Jizi. However, the expressions on their faces were far from pleasant, evidently due to the recent collapse in marrow prices. "Teacher Chen, you've arrived," Wang Onmeng lamented, her voice lacking vigor. "What troubles you?" Chen Nian inquired of Jizi. "Isn't it obvious? The recent turmoil in the marrow market," Jizi replied. "Ah, I understand. The prices have plummeted. Are you troubled by this?" Chen Nian suddenly sensed that selling today might prove challenging. "We are not resellers. Everything we acquire is reserved for the association members. In fact, we are quite pleased to see the market crash, as it means we can procure at even lower prices," Jizi retorted, casting a bewildered glance at Chen Nian, pondering whether he truly comprehended the essence of the association. Upon reflection, Chen Nian realized the validity of Jizi's viewpoint. He often regarded the Starlight Association as a mere reselling entity, flipping items acquired from him. While there are instances when items are resold, particularly those that are temporarily unnecessary, the majority are retained for association members or exchanged with other associations. So, what is the reason behind the price decline? Chen Nian asked, perplexed. It pertains to the grade of the marrow. As one of the largest associations in Shanghai, we are somewhat lacking in personnel with giant elephant capabilities, Wang Onmeng elucidated. I am here to resolve your dilemma." Chen Nian exhaled in relief, realizing the issue stemmed from a deficiency in giant elephants. For he was precisely equipped to supply giant elephant marrow. Although it is unrealistic to transform 2 ordinary individuals into giant elephants outright, elevating them to the ranks of 7 or 8 stars within the Lion Sea is indeed feasible. Even a heavenly cicada could be raised to that level. However, the choice between dual abilities or devouring abilities must be made by the individual. Ordinary ability users can absorb other abilities through 2 primary methods: injection or consumption. The former may lead to the tormenting whispers that seduce one into losing their sense of self. If one withstands this trial, they emerge as dual ability users. Yet, succumbing to the loss of self leads to 2 fates: becoming a relentless war machine or a madman fighting to the death. Another aspect is awakening. One becomes an awakener. Whether it is the original innate ability or the acquired ability post-injection depends on which power proves more formidable. Alternatively, there exists the method of devouring, wherein one directly consumes the blood marrow. In this scenario, you merely absorb the realm of the other, without necessarily acquiring an additional ability. The elevation of one's realm does not encompass a complete transfer, but rather a partial enhancement. Although the seductive whispers of consuming blood marrow may tempt you, it pales in comparison to the injection method. However, Chen Nian is an exception. His venom inherently possesses the ability to devour. Thus, consuming blood marrow for him is akin to others receiving an injection. During the last encounter with Pain's 6 paths, Chen Nian could barely withstand it, and the ultimate system absorbed it, effectively nullifying that ability. Typically, when an ability is devoured, it is reborn and bestowed upon another. However, system absorption entails direct consumption and subsequent eradication. Chen Nian produced 2 vials of blood marrow, which piqued the curiosity of Wang Onmeng and Jizi as they gazed at the vials in his hands. Chen Nian proceeded to operate the detection device, placing the blood marrow within. Blood marrow detection in progress. Level 99 ability, Giant Elephant, 1 star, Lava Beast, Morphous. Level 99 ability, Giant Elephant, 1 star, Straw Fruit, Hawkins. Is this truly a giant elephant? How did you procure giant elephant blood marrow? Wang Aming exclaimed, astonished. Zizi was rendered speechless, her mouth agape. How long had they known each other? It had been merely several dozen days since Wang Anming first encountered Chen Nian. Initially, he was merely a Yuan Yo, then inexplicably ascended to a Tian Chan, acquiring dual abilities. Subsequently, he inexplicably upgraded to a Lion C, attaining triple abilities. Later, the venom within him awakened, and now, with nonchalance, he produced 2 vials of giant elephant blood marrow, perfectly addressing their urgent needs. Observing the dog ears atop Chen Nian's head, Wang Anming deduced that he had achieved quadruple abilities. Emotional value, 1,600 points from Wang Anming and Zizi. Earlier, you mentioned that your body could hardly sustain too many abilities. By the next time we meet, will you have reached 5 abilities? Wang Anming jested, her mood buoyant. No, I've simply had a stroke of luck recently and joined the ability department, Chen Nian replied, shaking his black card playfully. Wang Anming. Zizi. Emotional value, 2,400 points from Wang Anming and Zizi. Chen Nian struggled to contain his laughter, bemused by their astonishment. This is overwhelming. Receiving so much news at once is detrimental to the heart. Let us first discuss the pricing to ground ourselves in reality. Wang Anming gestured dismissively. Very well, then. The price for the 2 vials is 50 billion, Chen Nian stated with a smile. Is this returning to reality? Zizi spluttered, water spraying forth, while Wang Anming stared at Chen Nian in bewilderment. Ha ha, I was merely jesting. Chen Nian waved his hand. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Teacher Chen. I thought it was actually 50 billion for 1 vial. What? After an intense negotiation between both parties, Chen Nian sold the blood marrow for a staggering price of 11 billion for 2 bottles. The specific details unfolded as follows. 100 billion is excessive. Let us settle for 11 billion. Deal, exclaimed Chen Nian, taken aback. Chapter 78. The ability card. Wang Anming had not anticipated Chen Nian's swift agreement. In fact, it aligned closely with Chen Nian's expectation of 10 billion. Would you prefer an intermediate ability stone or cash? Wang Anming inquired. I would like 1 intermediate ability stone. The remainder should be in cash, Chen Nian replied. Currently, the intermediate ability stone held little utility for him, as a 10 billion stone would only enhance his abilities by 3 at the outset, which paled in comparison to the rapid increase in Chen Nian's emotional value. However, with 3 more developments in Inuyasha, he was eager to see if reaching level 30 would unlock anything new. Zizi remarked, "You're just throwing money away. What do children know?" Chen Nian retorted in a tone befitting an adult. "You are the child. I am 2 years your senior." Zizi, midair, felt her balance falter with irritation. Although true, such a proclamation from a girl of merely 13 or 14 lacked credibility. Acquiring the ability stones poses no issue. However, cash may require some time, Wang Anming stated. In this era of universal ability users, cash transactions among ability wielders are becoming increasingly rare. Essentially, ability users seldom lack money, as their financial needs primarily revolve around purchasing ability stones. Thus, it is inevitable that ability stones will supplant the value of currency, as ability users enjoy privileges far exceeding those of ordinary individuals, and it is highly likely that everyone will eventually become an ability wielder. Perhaps we could use the lowest grade ability stones to offset the cash, Wang Anming proposed. Lowest grade ability stones? Chen Nian had never heard of such a classification. The lowest grade ability stone is roughly equivalent to around 100,000. While ordinary stores may not trade in such, any enterprise of moderate scale would engage in transactions involving ability stones, Wang Anming elucidated. That seems feasible, but how could I possibly carry so many? Chen Nian pondered aloud. Do not worry about that. Ability stones are circulating globally, not just in the Red Dragon country. Furthermore, possessing an ability card suffices. You can withdraw stones at any ability stone bank with the card, Wang Anming explained, presenting a card. This card is for you. We will transfer ability stones into it. Is it truly possible to conduct electronic transactions with ability stones? Chen Nian expressed his bewilderment. What is there that cannot be done? Only data is transferred. The stones themselves are not physically moved with each transaction. Before Wang Anming could elaborate, Zizi interjected. Children should not interrupt adults. Be cautious. Or, I might interrupt you next time, she warned, her playful demeanor turning fierce as she threatened to retaliate against Chen Nian. Though Zizi had ceased growing after her accident, her temper had certainly not diminished. Before long, Alan brought forth a mid-level ability stone, while the 100,000 low-level ability stones had been deposited into Chen Nian's account, effectively allowing Chen Nian to exchange for 11 pieces of mid-grade ability stones this time. After conversing with a few individuals, Chen Nian made his way home with the ability stones and the ability card in hand. The material of the ability card closely resembled that of the ability stone, containing some energy, albeit incapable of absorption. Would he be able to enhance it by 3 this time? Chen Nian pondered as he gazed at the ability stone in his hand. With a surge of his own abilities, Chen Nian began to slowly absorb energy from the ability stone. The energy continued to overflow, dense ability elements dispersing into the air. Bystanders were astonished, wondering where such a formidable surge of energy had originated. This was hardly surprising, considering it was a consumable worth 1 billion. Give it to me. A wild shout startled Chen Nian, who was still in the process of absorption. He turned to face the source of the voice. Before him stood a hulking figure over 2 meters tall, a muscular brute whose greed was unmistakable, fixating intently on the ability stone in Chen Nian's grasp. Kid, I don't know what you have in your hands, but hand it over if you don't want to be beaten, the brute sneered, threateningly. The man was evidently unaware of the nature of the ability stone Chen Nian possessed. Chen Nian surmised he was likely a low-level ability user, as he sensed no powerful aura emanating from him. In Chen Nian's eyes, he was akin to a paper tiger, relying solely on his imposing stature and awakened abilities to attempt robbery, yet clearly lacking even the most basic understanding of the ability world. The brute's name was Yu Xiuji, a moniker that starkly contrasted with his appearance. He had awakened his abilities not long ago, possessing only the strength of a 1-star elemental ox. His towering physique, coupled with his abilities, made him feel akin to the Red Cyclone from Street Fighter, leading him to adopt an arrogant demeanor towards others, as his contemporaries in the ability awakening process were merely at the mouse level, since he had not injected an ability serum but had awakened his powers independently. His level was slightly higher than others. That day, while meandering through the streets, he sensed an exceptionally dense energy and, upon absorbing some of it, his strength surged from 1-star to 2-star. His lack of intellect, coupled with his overconfidence in his newfound strength and driven by greed, prompted him to attempt a forceful theft from Chen Nian. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Street Fighter abilities were rather subpar, often ranking below those of a navy capable of utilizing the 6 styles or a ninja trained in ninjutsu. After all, the character he emulated, the Red Cyclone, was merely a Russian wrestler, with a name attributed solely to the color of his shorts. This brute was headed for misfortune. Chen Nian had previously witnessed him in wrestling matches, where he typically concluded encounters within just a few moves. Was such blatant theft permissible? Did the military not intervene? It is said that among those with supernatural abilities, as long as no lives are lost, the military will not intervene in their conflicts. Even in the unfortunate event of a death, only a cursory investigation will follow, and if the rationale is deemed reasonable, there will be no repercussions. This appears to be a means of encouraging these individuals to engage in combat to enhance their prowess. However, they are strictly prohibited from harming ordinary citizens, and any damage inflicted upon structures must be compensated. Doesn't this man's attire seem somewhat familiar? At that moment, someone suddenly pointed at Chen Nian. Your words do resonate a bit. While the crowd was engaged in discussion, Yu Xiuji had already made her move against Chen Nian. Knee strike. Yu Xiuji's thighs, which were even more robust than Chen Nian's frame, suddenly came together, driving her knees directly toward Chen Nian's neck. Some of the more timid onlookers even shut their eyes. Yet, they failed to contemplate another matter. How could Chen Nian wield such an impressive weapon? Soul-rending iron claws. In his half-demon state, Chen Nian's nails were as sharp as blades. As he unleashed the soul-rending iron claws, the muscular chest of the burly man was torn apart as if it were a mere decoration. The man's anguished cries reverberated throughout the street. Chapter 79. The black market. Chen Nian shook the blood from his hands and turned to leave, indifferent to whether Yu Xiuji would pursue him. Goodness. This skill, does it not seem familiar? Is this not reminiscent of Inuyasha? Have you seen that video of Inuyasha battling Murphy? The one featuring that absurdly epic encounter. After Chen Nian and the two women returned, he had instructed Wu Shaoqian and the others to release the recorded footage and live streams. The title read, "Shocking. A certain sturdy object engages in such affairs with a dog. Subsequently, the sturdy object ejects scalding fluid, indescribable." The result? Clicking on it led to a confrontation between a stone man and Inuyasha, during which Inuyasha's attacks caused the stone man's exterior to shatter, leading to molten core lava erupting forth. In layman's terms, the title could be expressed as shocking. Murphy's blood is forced from Inuyasha's strikes. Clearly, such straightforward language would not attract the desired viewership. Due to the scarcity of battle footage featuring high-level supernatural beings and the popularity of such content, Chen Nian's video had amassed over 1 million views, undoubtedly aided by the provocative title. The platform, known as DogTube, is the most widely used video sharing site across the continent of Wuzhou. Chen Nian was unaware that the video had gone viral in the current age of the internet. Anything related to formidable supernatural abilities tends to gain traction, depending solely on the willingness of the supernatural being to share it. Most are reluctant to disclose their abilities for fear of attracting unwanted attention or risking their life essence being siphoned away. Additionally, there is little financial incentive to create such videos, and they would expose one's vulnerabilities during combat to the public eye. Some supernatural beings even resort to threatening those who record their battles to delete the footage, while those lacking exceptional abilities or who possess weaker powers are more inclined to share their combat videos, albeit with far fewer viewers. Few individuals, like Chen Nian, willingly share their combat videos. His motives are primarily driven by the pursuit of emotional value. During his recent return, his emotional currency surged by several 100,000, albeit not as formidable as the previous venomous surge, yet still substantial. As for others meticulously analyzing his battle footage, Chen Nian remains indifferent. By the time they decipher his tactics, he will have already amassed considerable emotional value to elevate his prowess to the next echelon. Instead of returning home, Chen Nian resolved to visit the black market for superhumans, a realm he had never traversed before, gleaning insights from steel of the necessary evil association. It is said that within this domain, neither awakened beings nor superhumans care for one another, existing merely as a marketplace for transactions. Numerous treasures await, available for purchase or barter, trading desired items for those sought by others. However, one must remain vigilant, as deceitful vendors often employ modified blood essence detectors to peddle counterfeit wares. With a burst of speed, Chen Nian swiftly departed, leaving behind a howling giant and a bewildered crowd, while his emotional value continued to escalate. He had previously inquired about the black market's location from Steel. It resided within an alley of a certain urban village, easily identifiable by a sign advertising massage services. Despite the distance from his current location to the urban village, he traversed the expanse at full throttle, taking over 10 minutes to arrive. Upon reaching the urban village, Chen Nian mused that urban village was a misnomer. It could more accurately be termed as Zuan. It truly belonged to the underbelly of Chenghai, a stark contrast to the city center, rendering it almost lawless. Drunken individuals sprawled on the streets, addicts, thugs, and the stench of decaying refuse, with rat carcasses littering the ground. Chen Nian located the alley Steel had described, adjacent to the massage service sign. However, the alley presented a scene of utter disarray. Grimy cobblestones marred with deep brown and black stains, overturned trash bins swarmed with flies and animal entrails, perfectly encapsulating the essence of decay. Doubts crept into Chen Nian's mind, wondering if he had indeed arrived at the correct location. In his semi-demon state, his olfactory senses surpassed those of an ordinary canine, allowing him to detect the foul reek from a considerable distance. As he approached, the stench intensified, nearly inducing unconsciousness. Drawing his iron thong from his waist, it morphed into a katana of ordinary size, adapting to his will and transforming into a fanged blade imbued with demonic energy. Unable to endure the repugnant atmosphere any longer, he bellowed, devastating torrent. In an instant, the iron thong blazed crimson, becoming a blood-jade weapon specifically designed to shatter barriers. Previously, it had dismantled the granite shield of Murphy with ease. The tremendous force of the explosive vortex surged through the alley like a drill. As Chen Nian's strategy crystallized, If this was indeed the alley, hidden passages or barriers must be concealed within. All he needed to do was breach the barrier. Indeed, the truth is as follows. A long-standing tumult erupted, shattering the narrow alleyway and revealing the scene within. Simultaneously, inside a warehouse, a stout man with a pink buzz cut and matching pink mustache exclaimed, "Someone has breached my 8 trigrams dual cliffs." A young man with a yellow bob cut interjected, displaying a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. "What is the matter? Are the military folks causing us trouble?" His disdain was palpable at the mention of the military. The others in the warehouse, upon hearing the word military, paused their activities and turned their attention to the two. Although it was a warehouse, it was devoid of any merchandise. Instead, it was furnished with various sofas, beds, televisions, refrigerators, and other household items. It appears not. They have stumbled upon us inadvertently. Seemingly just a youth unable to locate the entrance to the black market, the pink-haired man remarked. "What a hassle," the blond youth said, reclining on the sofa, propping his head with his left hand while casually digging in his ear with the right, evidently unperturbed by the situation. The stout man expressed his intention to repair the barrier. On the other side, Chen Nian had just sheathed his knife, his gaze fixated intently on the now-vanished alleyway. Inside, a cobblestone-paved street of the black market lay shrouded in dimness, illuminated only by warm-toned lights embedded in the walls, devoid of sunlight. However, the few individuals present cast unfriendly glances at Chen Nian, clearly displeased by his disruption of the barrier. Ignoring their stares, he strode purposefully into the black market street. At that moment, the pink-haired man arrived and noticed Chen Nian entering but refrained from calling out, as his immediate responsibility was to swiftly mend the damaged barrier. With deft movements, he chanted incantations, culminating in a resounding proclamation. 8 trigrams dual cliffs. The once exposed black market reverted to its foul-smelling alleyway. Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the familiar name of the skill. Chapter 80. Apothecary Doe, turning to gaze at the rotund figure in the black robe who was repairing the barrier, Chen Nian couldn't discern his identity. Yet he felt a hint of familiarity with the ability the man had invoked. Before Chen Nian could inquire, the man spoke first. "Young man, next time simply walk in. Do not disrupt the barrier again." His tone was amicable, lacking any semblance of a reprimand. Understood, Chen Nian thought of asking the man's identity, but reconsidered, realizing the black robe was likely a means to conceal himself from recognition. He temporarily suppressed his curiosity and continued into the black market. The dimly lit street was lined with various stalls. "Come take a look, young sir. Lion C 5-star Ninja Blood Essence. Special price for the 8-star Fishman Blood Essence." As Chen Nian walked past, he noticed some sellers lethargically seated on carpets, silent, while others were more animated, enthusiastically hawking their wares. The young man, "I've set my sights on the blood marrow you just acquired." "Ha. Do you wish for your demise?" "Ha. I shall take your blood marrow as well." "Oomph." Chen Nian had barely entered when he stumbled upon a fierce skirmish. A man clad in black robes was engaged in a fierce battle with another wielding a military knife. Clearly, the knife-wielding man was no match for his opponent, forced to retreat to the corner, sustaining numerous injuries in the process. "Ha. Young one, remember this in the black market. Conceal your face and hide your acquisitions. However, this shall be your final visit here." The black-robed man suddenly hurled his shuriken, leaving the fallen man no chance to evade, who could only watch helplessly as the weapon pierced his neck, killing him instantly. "Oomph, young one, I have taken a liking to the blood marrow you just drew. And your black robe, I desire that too." At that moment, Chen Nian unexpectedly appeared behind the black-robed man. Clang! Without a word, the man pivoted and struck at Chen Nian, who seemed to anticipate the move, blocking the shuriken with a sturdy brick of sea tower stone. Ha, young one. Though you're new to the black market, you may be unaware of the new rule. Those in black robes must yield to those not clad in black. Chen Nian swung the brick with force. Evading it was akin to a fantasy for the black-robed man. Boom! The man was slammed against the wall, his body forcibly embedded within it. "Dare to kill me, and the Chenghai Association will not let you go." Chen Nian paused upon hearing this. "Scared, are you?" "I am from the Chenghai Association." The man, believing Chen Nian was intimidated by his association's name, only managed to get half a sentence out. Bang! "This is for your Chenghai scum." Chen Nian interrupted, striking the man's face with another brick before he could finish speaking. "Chenghai, do you know I have a grudge against your faction? Why must I encounter you wherever I go? Initially, Chen Nian had intended to rob and let this man go. But the latter insisted on revealing his identity, which was unwarranted. Is self-identification a tradition of yours in Saiha? Chen Nian seized the man's collar and flipped him upside down. Having drawn the blood marrow, he paid no further heed to the half-dead man. 3 blood marrows acquired for free. Haha. Chen Nian felt a surge of joy. Not only had he pummeled a member of Saiha, but he had also gained 3 blood marrows without cost. Though somewhat inferior, they could be utilized for future members of his own association. Saiha will never let you off. The almost lifeless man, summoning his last ounce of strength, produced a signal flare and released it. A peculiar animal cry echoed through the black market. Due to the energy barrier overhead, the signal flare did not explode outside, but rather within the market itself. Someone has killed our man. A voice hissed. How dare they harm those who came with me? Unforgivable. Within the black market, members of the Saiha Association hurried towards the source of the signal flare. The leader of the Saiha Association is a man with round glasses. And this time, they have collectively ventured into a new black market to seek valuable blood marrow for exchange. There are numerous black markets in Shanghai, yet their quality varies significantly. This particular one seems to have recently opened and was previously unknown to them. Meanwhile, Chen Nian is smiling as he observes the man sprawled on the ground. A good person indeed, knowing I haven't acted decisively, yet still brought a few along. Chen Nian muses, lamenting the rarity of such good souls. Before long, 5 or 6 men clad in black robes arrive, eyeing Chen Nian standing next to their fallen comrade. Aren't you going to run? The man with glasses looks at Chen Nian, somewhat bewildered. He had anticipated that Chen Nian would flee upon seeing the signal flare, having even sent a few men to block his escape. I'm waiting for you all. If I were to run, how could I possibly defeat you? Are you out of your mind? Chen Nian shoots a look of disbelief at the man with glasses. In a fit of rage, the glasses wearer exclaims, You scoundrel, kill him. Wind of injury. Chen Nian's iron-shattered tooth suddenly enlarges as he unleashes the wind of injury, slicing through the air, apart from the man with glasses. The remaining henchmen are torn apart, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. Even a mere giant elephant is insufficient to contend with me, Chen Nian remarks, a glimmer of joy surging within him. With the development of Inuyasha reaching 30, he can now effortlessly invoke the wind of injury, a feat that previously required a considerable accumulation of demonic energy. How dare you speak so boldly? The glasses wearer's robe falls away, revealing his true form. Yao Shirdo. The glasses wearer's ability is that of Yao Shirdo, and he has now activated his sage mode, exposing his serpent-like skin, with a white snake extending from his lower abdomen. At this moment, Chen Nian stands at the 9th star of the Lion Sea, having gained a star through the development of Inuyasha, while he estimates that the Yao Shirdo before him possesses the strength of the 3rd star of the giant elephant, making him a worthy opponent. Shadow Serpent Hand. Without granting Chen Nian a moment to contemplate, the serpent man's right arm elongates abruptly, a serpent's head lunging towards Chen Nian's face. Not one to relent, Chen Nian swings his blade to meet it. However, the serpent twists at the moment of contact, evading the iron-shattered tooth and racing towards Chen Nian. In a swift motion, Chen Nian alters the trajectory of his iron-shattered tooth, raising it sharply to sever the serpent's head. How about a few more? The serpent man sneers, the serpent's tongue flicking menacingly. Come on then. Chen Nian, unable to tolerate the repugnant creature any longer, delivers another powerful strike. This time, the iron-shattered tooth, enveloped in the might of a diamond spear, swiftly pierces the serpent man. Yet he appears largely unfazed, his body fluidly evading the attack. Shadow Serpent Multiple Hands. This time, the number of serpents has multiplied exponentially, surrounding Chen Nian from all directions. Just then, a voice resonates. Fall down, reverse caress. Chapter 81, The Masked Association. Fall down, reverse caress. A lazy voice, though soft, reverberates with profound impact upon Chen Nian. Pingzi Jizi? Previously, Chen Nian harbored suspicions regarding the stout individual who repaired the barrier, suspecting him to be the vice minister of the Ghost Path Department. The sudden appearance of Hirako Shinji only served to validate Chen Nian's conjecture, confirming that they must indeed be awakened beings. At that moment, Chen Nian felt a dizzying sensation engulfing his mind. What on earth is happening? Why are you upside down? The bespectacled man gazed in disbelief at the young man with a yellow bob haircut, floating inverted in midair. However, Chen Nian understood that Hirako Shinji had unleashed a shuriken. It was not Hirako who was inverted, but rather the world of Chen Nian and the bespectacled man that had turned topsy-turvy. This cannot be. Fighting is not permissible on my territory, Hirako remarked, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen Nian. Observing Hirako's contemplative expression directed at him, Chen Nian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Ah, I see now. It's you, Hirako exclaimed, his face illuminating with realization. With a sudden movement, Hirako struck the bespectacled man, sending him hurtling outside the barrier. Follow me, he commanded, lifting the control of Chen Nian's shuriken, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. The reversal of perception, an exceedingly bizarre shuriken, could alter a person's understanding of their surroundings. One could stand in one place, yet perceive the world as inverted. A punch may land on one's left cheek, yet the pain would be felt on the right, even if one attempted to defend against attacks. Their perception of direction would be fundamentally skewed, leading to confusion regarding the source of the assault, making it exceedingly advantageous in combat, as most would struggle to accurately discern the origin of the attack. Chen Nian followed Hirako to the entrance of a warehouse. Welcome to the Visored Association, Hirako announced with a grin that bore a villainous resemblance. Another association? Chen Nian expressed his surprise, but recalling that Hirako Shinji had established a visored army in the manga, it was not unexpected that he would create a visored association post-awakening. Upon entering, Chen Nian observed a dozen individuals present, including the likes of Kensei Muguruma and Yuruchi Shohin, as well as the stout man he had seen earlier. Where are you going? A girl dressed like a Kamen rider shouted at another girl carrying a sword. The latter, with a fierce expression, looked exceedingly displeased and charged toward Hirako and Chen Nian. Baldy, why did you casually bring a human in here? Yuruchi shot a glare at Chen Nian before executing a swift kick, sending her flip-flop soaring into the air. She caught the airborne sandal and swung it mightily towards Hirako's head. The resemblance between Yuruchi and Zai Shihoin was striking. Both exhibited youthful appearances and volatile temperaments. Though compared to Yuruchi, Zai Shihoin was a paragon of gentleness. With her golden hair, styled in 2 pigtails and a pair of tiger-like canine teeth. Her freckled face was adorned in a red and white striped tracksuit, with the character for monkey emblazoned on the left side, complemented by a pair of flip-flops, the very one she had just swung at Hirako. How infuriating! Why must you be so aggressive in front of outsiders? Hirako lamented while rubbing the spot where he had been struck. Who is this bald person? Nishiri remarked with a displeased expression while continuously waving a slipper in her hand. Haha, don't mind her. She calls everyone a bald person, Pingzi Jinzi said, forcing a smile as she lay on the ground. He is the individual I previously mentioned. A fusion of an awakener and a supernatural being, Pingzi explained to the others. Nishiri suddenly took an interest in Chen Nian. Is it you? Let us see you, she demanded, still wearing an irritated expression. Adhering to the principle of not engaging with children, Chen Nian summoned Venom. Hello. Venom appeared unexpectedly, attempting to frighten Nishiri. Hello. Bald one, Nishiri replied, her demeanor still unimpressed, showing no sign of fear upon seeing Venom. You truly possess self-awareness. It appears you indeed have awakened abilities. But how could you possibly merge? She mused. Honestly, the fact that you're not frightened by me seems like a normal reaction, akin to Van Gogh and Da Vinci. I consider myself on par with their artworks. While this bald fellow resembles a frightening specter, Nishiri commented, yet her tone betrayed no hint of trepidation. You didn't summon me here merely to witness your misfortune, did you? Chen Nian remarked, exasperated as he looked at the sprawled Pingzi. Of course not. We want to understand how you accomplished this, Pingzi Jinzi stated, rising and brushing off the dust. In fact, we are researching how to directly convert bone marrow into awakeners. Direct conversion? By injecting bone marrow into a synthetic body to awaken the original personality? Chen Nian questioned, intrigued. A synthetic body lacks a soul. So would injecting the bone marrow even be effective? Not effective, Pingzi replied helplessly. Actually, I can directly transform bone marrow into supernatural beings, Chen Nian revealed candidly. Really? Hey, bald one, you aren't deceiving us, are you? Chen Nian's emotional resonance was visibly heightened. Pingzi Jinzi looked at Chen Nian in shock. If he were truthful, their plans could be expedited significantly without sacrificing human lives. However, there are considerable limitations. Currently, I can only transform weaker beings, and there is a lengthy cool-down period. Chen Nian added, half-jokingly. Can you demonstrate it now? Pingzi inquired. I could, yes. Just provide me with a level 3 or level 4 specimen, Chen Nian replied. Pingzi Jinzi appeared deep in thought. Bald One, fetch him some bone marrow. With a slap, another slipper struck Pingzi's head. All right, I'll get it, she exclaimed as she hurried to the other side of the warehouse to find the bone marrow, while Chen Nian engaged in conversation with the others. Bald One, how did you manage to do that? Surely, you aren't deceiving us? In the realm of the living, the expression on Chen Nian's face was no longer so grim. This change was largely due to his previous role as the director of the Technical Development Bureau in the Soul Society, despite his seemingly youthful appearance. His true age surpassed even that of GZ, which was indeed terrifying. Chen Nian confidently proclaimed that he could present this individual before them within half an hour. His fondness for the Shinigami manga perhaps contributed to his lack of hostility towards the Espada, unlike other associations. I found it. The bloodline essence of Vegapunk. Chen Nian exclaimed, astonished. Vegapunk? I never anticipated that the blood essence I had long sought would be in the possession of Hirako Shinji, he mused. I've heard he is quite a scientist. Hirako Shinji, contemplating, scratched his head. Indeed, I never imagined you could acquire his blood essence. Is Vegapunk truly remarkable? Hirako Shinji inquired, lacking extensive knowledge on the subject, having stumbled upon it by chance. Chen Nian reflected, in the world of pirates, he is exceptionally formidable. However, in this realm, I cannot say for certain. After all, the technology in Vegapunk's world is rather fantastical. They use snail phones for communication, yet possess advanced creations like artificial humans and peacekeepers. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Vegapunk's intellect was unparalleled. As Hirako handed the blood essence to Chen Nian, he internally summoned the system. Can this summon? He wondered. Vegapunk, classified as a high-intelligence blood essence, offered 2 levels of developmental potential, a 50 rating equating to a 5-star Yuan Yo, and a 100 rating representing the pinnacle of Tian Shan, a 7-star level, with higher levels demanding greater costs. What? There are levels of development? Chen Nian questioned, suspecting that the system had secretly upgraded itself without his knowledge. Why didn't Dr. Agasa have this option? He curiously asked. Dr. Agasa lacks combat capability. All right, then why didn't you inform me about summoning lower developmental levels when I observe Hawkeye? Because your current emotional value does not meet the minimum summoning requirement. Chen Nian was momentarily at a loss for words, considering that a standard summoning of Hawkeye, without retaining skills, required a staggering 20 million. To his surprise, Vegapunk possessed some degree of combat capability. He had not expected this, given that Vegapunk had never made an appearance in the manga. Hey, are you dazed? Summon him, Nishisato exclaimed, pressing a slipper imprint against Chen Nian's forehead. Children should not disturb my contemplation. Chen Nian shot back, glaring at Nishisato. Nishisato, on the verge of losing control, was restrained by Hirako Shinji. Let me go. I want to give him a beating, he exclaimed, struggling against Hirako's superior strength. You continue. Hirako managed a strained smile towards Chen Nian, clearly nearing his limit. System. Summoning at a development level of 50. How much emotional value is required for a 5-fold loyalty summon? 1 million emotional value is needed. Do you wish to proceed with the summon? Summon. Chen Nian felt no twinge of regret. Although this represented his recent earnings, the acquisition of Vegapunk was a significant boon. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Suddenly, Chen Nian's eagle eye ability surged, heightening his perception significantly. He immediately realized that Vegapunk possessed some mastery of observation haki, as well as a measure of armament haki. Chen Nian could harness the powers of the awakened beings he summoned, yet Vegapunk's intellect eluded him. Were it attainable, it is likely that Hirako Shinji would not have so easily acquired Vegapunk's blood essence. After all, no one else possessed the ability to summon the original persona, save for Chen Nian himself. Feigning a performance, Chen Nian executed a series of gestures and recited some incomprehensible incantations. How profound the sorcery seemed. The pink-haired man, serving as the vice minister of the Kido department, failed to comprehend Chen Nian's actions. However, he held no suspicions, as the nature of their arts differed. He practiced Kido spells, while Chen Nian engaged in the incantations of the church. Finally, he proclaimed, "Establish the ritual altar," Wield the paper snowflakes to purge the impurities of this world and cleanse the 8 directions. At the hour of the dog, the malevolent witch of nails shall come forth to serve my command. The bald man appeared to possess a modicum of skill. At this moment, Hirako had already extricated himself from Chen Nian's grasp, lying on the ground with a bemused expression as he regarded Chen Nian. It is over, Chen Nian stated wearily. What a powerful incantation. There is someone outside our barrier, Bo Xian remarked, the pink-haired man. They have arrived, Chen Nian replied with a smile. Bo Xian opened the barrier, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat and gloves approached, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He appeared to be in his 40s, strikingly ordinary in appearance. Were it not for his lab coat, one could hardly fathom him as a brilliant scientist. He exuded an air of lethargy. Hello, I am Vegapunk. Greetings, I am Hanzo. What the hell, Hanzo? Just a moment ago, you were barking like a dog after I spoke, and now you're eager to answer. Is it? Chen Nian swiftly pressed Venom back down, only for the creature to transform into a viscous form. Chen Nian was left frustrated, inadvertently striking his own abdomen, revealing that Venom had learned to be clever. Greetings, Doctor. I relish conversing with you, you know. You might not be acquainted with Professor Agasa, but I shall introduce you someday. In fact, I am also a bespectacled fellow, just like you, and Agasa too. They say, Venom continued to ramble on, while Vegapunk gazed at him with rapt fascination, clearly intrigued by this peculiar being. It was akin to the distinction between gold-rimmed and black-framed glasses. And, Chen Nian? It's a bit warm outside. My liquid is about to melt. Alas, it seems I must procure the fire-resistant potion concocted by Agasa promptly. Venom's voice dwindled, his expression growing increasingly anxious, until he seemingly fled into Chen Nian's body. Clearly, Venom had sensed Vegapunk's gaze, which mirrored the intense longing that Venom displayed when he encountered Sandwich. Venom craved to devour Sandwich, while Vegapunk, in his capacity as a scientist, yearned to explore the depths of Venom's existence. Remarkably, even with his underdeveloped cerebellum, Venom could conceive such thoughts. It was quite terrifying. He hesitated to emerge from the confines of Chen Nian's body. Meanwhile, Pingzi gazed at Chen Nian in utter bewilderment, aware of Venom's awakened nature, yet surprised by his apparent ineptitude. Upon witnessing Venom infiltrate Chen Nian's form, Vegapunk's eyes sparkled with an intense gleam, his gaze fixated fervently on Chen Nian. Greetings. I am Chen Nian. Chen Nian remained indifferent to Vegapunk's penetrating stare, having summoned him at a cost 5 times the usual price. He adhered to a principle of summoning scientific personnel with unwavering loyalty. In contrast, for combatants, he would select either a 4-fold partner summoning or a 3-fold friendly summoning based on their character in the comics. Is this your summon, you bald fool? Rishiri remarked, observing Vegapunk with an air of mockery. Of course, while I have never met him, he must be the one, Chen Nian replied with a shrug. Indeed, he is the one summoned. He appeared unexpectedly outside my barrier. There can be no mistake, Bo Xian added. I would like to introduce someone to you. You must have heard of him, and he will surely pique your interest. Pingzi smiled, the shock fading as he returned to his usual nonchalance. Who? Urahara Kisuk. Chapter 83. Sesomaru Urahara Kisuk. Although Chen Nian was somewhat taken aback, he was not overly surprised. After all, it was only natural that Urahara Kisuk awakened, given that even the Espada had done so. He currently operates his Urahara shop in the suburbs of Siri-Idi. I will contact him later. You can go directly to find him. Perhaps he will even join the association you plan to establish, Pingzi explained. How do you know I intend to form an association? And why hasn't he joined yours? Chen Nian questioned, perplexed. Because he is not a hollow, you dolt. Otherwise, why would it be called the Hollow Association? Rishiri interjected. Pingzi continued. As for your association, it was Steele who mentioned it. He is the one who guided you to this black market, wasn't he? Chen Nian pondered this and found no flaws in the reasoning, surmising that the Hollow Association and the Necessary Evil Association might indeed share an alliance. Seemingly perceiving Chen Nian's thoughts, Pingzi remarked, you can view the Awakened as belonging to 3 factions, the Evil faction, the Justice faction, and the Neutral faction. We belong somewhere between the Neutral and Justice factions. We cannot claim to embody complete justice, but at least our goals align, to eradicate the Evil faction. As Pingzi spoke, he stifled a yawn. Our associations will still form alliances with those nearby, of course, only with those who share similar stances. The self-proclaimed just faction, such as the Navy led by Akainu, is likely already in clandestine discussions with the higher-ups of the Red Dragon, aiming to eliminate the evil faction, exemplified by the likes of Aizen. His name was pronounced with a noticeable weight. Chen Nian was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that so many associations had already formed. Though termed associations, they were, in truth, mere extensions of one's own influence. Currently, Urahara Kisuk was making progress in his research on the direct transformation of blood marrow into awakened beings. Should his research prove successful, it would significantly mitigate the threat posed by Aizen. The disparity in cultivation speed between ability users and awakened beings was quite pronounced. As you're developing your powers while we are restoring ours. On the surface, Chen Nian nodded, but inwardly he chuckled, thinking to himself, I'm different. I'm exceptional. After inquiring about the specific location of Urahara's shop, Chen Nian departed with Vegapunk, while Hirako had no intention of keeping Vegapunk any longer. The bald man was taken aback, truly astonished that he could summon such a figure. In the world of the living, he felt a sense of wonder. Meanwhile, Chen Nian and his companion were hurrying home. Chen Nian, with great urgency, made his way to the adjacent villa, a clandestine research facility. Goodness, this young man has brought back someone of such advanced age and even purchased a villa for him? The gatekeeper was utterly shocked. While it was understandable for the youth to indulge in frivolities, he never imagined money could be spent in such a manner. The old man began to ponder whether he should align himself with Chen Nian. Upon introducing Vegapunk to Dr. Agasa, Chen Nian handed over a disorganized heap of manuscripts previously acquired from Dr. Hattori, while Dr. Agasa instructed Vegapunk on the usage of modern machinery. After arranging a multitude of matters, Chen Nian leaped onto the large bed in the room with a resounding thud. Finally, I can rest for a moment. He sighed wearily. He had scarcely had a moment's respite in recent days. Since returning from Linglan, he had been running about incessantly, first visiting the ability department, then Starlight, followed by the black market battles, and ultimately the masked army. Regardless of his physical condition, the overwhelming influx of information had left his mind in disarray. Nevertheless, on the whole, things were looking favorable. He had forged new alliances and amassed a considerable fortune, while Vegapunk had also secured his share. Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoyao appeared to be learning video editing, and Chen Nian chose not to disturb them, for this was one of the primary sources of his emotional value. Shesamaru, Chen Nian murmured, gazing at the blood marrow in his hand. This had been pilfered from Dr. Hattori, and he had initially considered sharing it with others. However, now that Chen Nian had assumed the identity of Inuyasha, it felt peculiar to offer it to another, as that individual would then be akin to a brother. After contemplating, he resolved to absorb it himself. With venom manifesting upon his body, he abruptly poured it into his mouth. In truth, Chen Nian could have directly ingested the blood marrow while the venom resided within him. Yet he found the notion of consuming blood marrow rather repugnant. Thus, summoning the venom for consumption was deemed acceptable. In an instant, a protective and transparent will invaded Chen Nian's mind. The will of Shesamaru was immensely potent, yet unlike the previous brutality. This time, it was imbued with a sense of benevolence, an intrusion that was, paradoxically, not what Chen Nian had wished to witness. Standing alongside Chen Nian, this time, is Sesshomaru, who is determined to confront Inuyasha, Itachi, and Hawkeye single-handedly, while Venom, having awakened, is not included in this confrontation. This can be viewed as Sesshomaru's effort to secure a place within Chen Nian by competing against other supernatural abilities. Should he falter, he risks being consumed, resulting in Chen Nian achieving only a slight elevation in his realm, while Sesshomaru's powers would subsequently manifest in others. Conversely, if he succeeds, he will remain firmly ensconced within Chen Nian. This resolve, in Chen Nian's eyes, is far more troublesome than a tyrannical will, as the latter could be subdued by the myriad of powers within him. Soon, Sesshomaru engaged with the three adversaries, yet against Inuyasha, Hawkeye, and Itachi, he appeared somewhat outmatched, swiftly finding himself on the defensive. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the T-Kijin, conjuring a massive blue lightning dragon that roared towards Hawkeye. However, Hawkeye wielded his black blade, the Knight, and with a decisive strike, cleaved the dragon in two with his dual-colored aura. Meanwhile, Itachi had long been prepared with his Susanoo, thrusting the Tensigin directly at Sesshomaru. Just when it seemed that Sesshomaru's abilities would go to waste, Inuyasha intervened, joining Sesshomaru's ranks. The collaboration of the two brothers soon began to balance the scales against Hawkeye and Itachi, given that the abilities within Chen Nian were fully developed. Their techniques appeared far more impressive and potent than Chen Nian's own partially cultivated powers. The standoff continued, a scenario that Chen Nian relished. For as long as Sesshomaru's abilities remained unconsumed by others, they would seamlessly integrate into Chen Nian's being. With the system's notification of successful host integration, Chen Nian's anxious heart finally found solace. His realm began to ascend, albeit only slightly, due to Sesshomaru's relatively low blood essence level, moving from a 9th star of the Lion Sea to the 1st star of the Giant Elephant. Is this the sensation of the Giant Elephant? Chen Nian reveled in the newfound power, significantly surpassing that of the Lion Sea. Yet, he pondered the scene he would face against the abilities of the enigmatic Kabuto. As Chapter 84 unfolds, titled Dragon Fruit, Swollen-Headed Dragon Form, Chen Nian, having expended his emotional energy, summoning Vegapunk, found himself with little left to further develop Sesshomaru's powers. Upon releasing Sesshomaru's abilities, his ears elongated to a pointed shape, a crescent moon emerged on his forehead, and 2 red demonic markings adorned his cheeks. While his hair turned white, a transformation reminiscent of Inuyasha, albeit with distinctions. Whereas Inuyasha's ears morphed into canine forms without markings, Sesshomaru's ears merely grew longer and sharper, indicative of his true demonic heritage as opposed to Inuyasha's half-demon lineage. Chen Nian sighed softly, acknowledging the underdevelopment of his newfound powers. In the present moment, Chen Nian is unable to wield the Tian Shengya, let alone the Bao Suiya. The Tian Shengya is the healing blade of Sesshomaru, symbolizing a weapon from the celestial realm, crafted from the fangs of his father, Douya Wang, much like the Tai Suiya. However, at this juncture, Chen Nian can only produce the Do Gui Shan. Both the Tai Suiya and the Tian Shengya were forged by the master blacksmith Dao Zhai using the canines of Douya Wang, while the Do Gui Shan was created by Huiren Feng utilizing the teeth of the Wuxing ghost. Huiren Feng was a disciple of Dao Zhai, expelled for his obsession with crafting malevolent blades. Let it be as it may with the Do Gui Shan, for it possesses considerable might, albeit its malevolent aura is overwhelming. Upon its completion, Huiren Feng fell under the control of the Do Gui Shan, leading to the demise of Sesshomaru's attendants, only to be resurrected by the Tian Shengya. Chen Nian's ability to absorb Sesshomaru's otherworldly powers relied solely on fortuitous circumstances, without Inuyasha's unique abilities. Hastily attempting to assimilate Sesshomaru's powers could have resulted in being consumed by other energies. He mused that caution would be paramount in future endeavors of energy absorption. Upon relinquishing Sesshomaru's powers, Chen Nian contemplated the possibility of amalgamating all his blades into a singular weapon. Presently, he possesses 3 blades, the Black Blade Yi, the Tai Suiya, and the Do Gui Shan. With the potential addition of the Tian Shengya and Bao Suiya, he would already command 5 blades. Chen Nian, however, does not wish to juggle multiple weapons in a chaotic manner. Whether as Zoro or Killer Bee, such a style is ill-suited for him. He believes that a single blade suffices, perhaps 2 at most. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he reclined on his bed and drifted into slumber. The following afternoon, Chen Nian was roused by Wu Xiaoqian's urgent voice. Chen Nian, hurry, wake up. Something significant has occurred. Her slightly anxious tone left Chen Nian bewildered. She even omitted calling him Teacher Chen. Dazed, he followed her into the living room, where Lu Aoyao was fixated on the television. Recently, the malevolent awakeners have intensified their assaults on humanity, and a selection of extraordinary individuals will be chosen to participate in the impending battle in Luguan 3 days hence. Following this battle, the battlefield will be entirely accessible to those with extraordinary powers. Comrades, we stand at a critical juncture for humanity's survival. It is time to test our unity. Are we finally heading to the battlefield? Chen Nian murmured, surprised by the rapidity of events. He had envisioned establishing an association prior to the war, and in truth, he was nearing the requisite conditions to do so, albeit with a shortage of personnel, 5 individuals, including 2 scientists. With only 3 days remaining, Chen Nian knew he would likely be selected, compelling him to expedite his preparations. Hey, buddy, pick up the phone. Buddy, pick up the phone. Hello, director. At that moment, the director's call interrupted Chen Nian's thoughts. Xiao Chun, have you seen today's news? Yes. Then I shall be direct. A considerable number of our students have received extraordinary abilities and the school wishes to establish a class for these abilities. However, we lack a teacher specifically to instruct the students in combat. Do you think you could take on this role? Indeed, it is possible, but I may not have much time. Teaching occasionally is manageable. It matters not, as long as you can come to teach. The school will also invite other capable individuals to take on teaching roles, but primarily, we are in need of someone with your formidable abilities. No, I merely exchanged pleasantries with the director before Chen Nian ended the call. This presents a splendid opportunity, Chen Nian mused. He could sift through the students to identify promising talents and recruit them into his association, thereby resolving the issue of the association's lack of members. What did the director want with you, Teacher Chen? Wu Xiaoqian inquired. The director asked me to become the instructor for the special abilities class, and I agreed. Ah, so now you truly are my teacher, Wu Xiaoqian remarked. Both Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoyao had received the same news. They belonged to the stronger cohort of ability users within Chenghai University, and thus naturally became special training members of the abilities class. Chen Nian glanced at his remaining emotional value of over 100,000, contemplating whether he could draw a suitable ability for Wu Xiaoqian. Presently, the blood marrow he possessed did not particularly suit her. Wu Xiaoqian's L was essentially a mere specter. Chen Nian summoned the system, spending 100,000 emotional points to make a draw. Drawing in progress. Acquired ancient class dragon fruit, capable of transforming into the form of a swollen-headed dragon. The ability user of Runmi's blood marrow. This seems quite promising and rather suitable for her. Chen Nian was somewhat astonished, not expecting such a fortunate outcome. He had always intended to provide her with an ability, but the previous options had been rather subpar, thus he had postponed the matter. Wu Xiaoqian, your ability is too weak. Let me give you a new one, Chen Nian stated. Really? Wu Xiaoqian exclaimed, filled with joy. She had not anticipated that Chen Nian would actually procure a new ability for her. She had almost forgotten about the matter entirely. Lu Aoyao already possessed a high-level ability, but due to current developmental issues, she was temporarily unable to utilize the imperial weapon, much like Chen Nian's inability to manifest. Chen Nian produced Runmi's blood marrow from his possession and handed it to Wu Xiaoqian. Overwhelmed with excitement, she was eager to inject it into herself. Hold on. Ideally, let this new ability consume your old one. Otherwise, developing dual abilities later on may render the somewhat ineffective, Chen Nian cautioned. Wu Xiaoqian nodded, and after approximately 5 minutes post-injection, she lost consciousness. During this time, her expression fluctuated between pain and joy, leaving Chen Nian somewhat exasperated, wondering what she was experiencing. After about half an hour, Wu Xiaoqian awoke. What the hell? Where is Xiaopei? Who are you? What? No way, you can't be awakening now. Chen Nian exclaimed in shock, as this was an unexpected turn of events considering the low probability of such an occurrence. What are you talking about? I'm right here. Wu Xiaoqian shouted while clutching her head. After a few seconds, she added, Teacher Chen, it seems there's another person within me. Wu Xiaoqian spoke with a hint of tears in her voice. Chen Nian wore a bewildered expression. What? Chapter 85, Retreat. 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 Chen Nian was utterly perplexed. He had never heard of any abilities awakening within the body apart from Venom. What on earth is happening? Chen Nian inquired. It's just that she is also within me, and we can converse, but the control of the body still lies with me, Wu Xiaoqian replied, somewhat confused. Are you certain control is indeed in your hands? Chen Nian observed Wu Xiaoqian's figure as it gradually transformed. Originally, Wu Xiaoqian was somewhat shorter, but now she had surged to about 1.70 meters. Her physique was significantly improved, and her face too had changed. Chen Nian found it difficult to articulate this sensation. Upon looking at her, he could still recognize her as Wu Xiaoqian, yet there was an undeniable difference. Though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had altered. Control is indeed with me. When I want her to take the lead, she can emerge. Wu Xiaoqian's demeanor softened considerably, perhaps feeling reassured by her continued control over her body. Are you currently conversing with her? Lu Aoyao asked uncertainly. Yes, she was just berating Teacher Chen. Huh? Chen Nian was taken aback. Can you let her out? Lu Aoyao seemed genuinely intrigued by the matter. I can. With that, Wu Xiaoqian lowered her head. When she lifted it again, her expression and gaze had transformed, and her appearance had slightly altered. She seemed taller and larger, most notably sprouting a pair of horns atop her head. Although her appearance hadn't changed drastically, for some reason, when Chen Nian looked at her, he felt as though he was gazing at someone else entirely. rather than Wu Xiaoqian, despite her outward resemblance remaining largely intact. Have you had enough of your scrutiny? If you keep staring, I'll poke your eyes out. Rumi protested to Chen Nian. Such hostility, Chen Nian responded, somewhat speechless. Why is it that the women he encountered recently were all rather abnormal? They were either fiercely temperamental or intent on his demise. Oh wait, that's right. The one named Snakebone is male. As Chen Nian thought of Snakebone, he suddenly paused, realizing that he consistently unconsciously regarded that cross-dressing figure as female. Come back. Wu Xiaoqian, Chen Nian said, feeling a headache coming on. Rumi lowered her head, then raised it again. Yes, Wu Xiaoqian has returned. Although her appearance hadn't changed much, oddly enough, Chen Nian could distinctly identify who she was at a glance. Does this mean you two have fused? Chen Nian speculated. He recalled Cavendish from One Piece. Perhaps Wu Xiaoqian was now in a similar state. It should be so, Wu Xiaoqian replied. That should be all right. Just be cautious not to be usurped, Chen Nian advised. This was the first time Chen Nian had utilized the blood marrow provided by the system on someone else, but he hadn't anticipated such an occurrence. Chen Nian instructed Wu Xiaoqian to familiarize herself with her new skills and adapt to her new body while he departed the villa, intending to head to the Urahara shop. System, why is this happening? Why did Wu Xiaoqian become an awakened one after absorbing the blood marrow? And why has her original consciousness not been erased, instead resulting in a dual persona of both an awakened one and a supernatural being? Chen Nian found himself somewhat perplexed, as the situation bore resemblance to that of Venom. However, Venom is a parasitic entity devoid of a true form. Should it merge with Chen Nian, he would become a parasite, reliant on inhabiting others. In contrast, Wu Xiaoqian exists as a dual personality within a single body. Her appearance has undergone significant transformation, with her physical traits subtly altering in accordance with her personalities. The blood essence extracted by the system possesses a purity of 100, distinguishing it from ordinary blood essences. 100? Chen Nian suddenly recalled that the blood essences he had drawn from others were only 99 pure, with the remaining one originating from the individual's own blood. In contrast, the blood essence Chen Nian acquired from the system had never been utilized before. He had overlooked this detail. A sense of elation surged within him. This realization might have illuminated the potential method for summoning awakeners. Chen Nian retrieved his phone to check the address provided by Pingzi. Previously, Pingzi had added him to a WeChat group, which was an internal circle of the Masked Army. Masked Association Internal Group, System Notification, Bottlegenzi invites so good. Just sleep to join the chat. Kill Baldy. Stop adding random people to the chat. Mask Girl. Welcome to the group. Little Riri, remember to be polite. Bol Xian. Oh, welcome. 6-9. Is this Chen Nian? Indeed, I am Chen Nian. So good. Just sleep. Kill. Baldy expression. How did you get into the group? Kill. Bottlegenzi, come out and explain Baldy. Bottlegenzi, kill. Quiet down, I am the group leader. Bottlegenzi, sharing location. Bottlegenzi, so good. Just sleep, I've sent you the location. This is the Urahara shop, which also has a barrier on the first floor. Do not damage it. All you need to do is shout, Urahara Kisuk is so handsome. I choose to destroy it. So good. Just sleep. Following the navigation from the shared location, Chen Nian arrived at a suburban community. This must be the place, but do I really have to shout? Chen Nian felt a twinge of hesitation. Forget it. With determination, he gritted his teeth. Urahara Kisuk is so handsome. Urahara Kisuk is so handsome. Chen Nian shouted approximately 7 or 8 times, and suddenly, the scenery before him shifted. In what was once a corner of the community, a shop materialized. The Urahara shop. Pingzi did not deceive me. When Chen Nian uttered, did not deceive me, he referred specifically to the fact that he truly had to shout Urahara Kisuk is so handsome. Hey, you're somewhat handsome, I suppose. Though just a bit less so than I am. You look rather bothersome, remarked a boy with red hair, around 11 or 12 years of age. Fin Dai, you must be polite, admonished a little girl with twin ponytails, slightly taller than Shentai. Foolish little you, who is this guy? And how does he know the idiotic passwords set by the manager? Chen Nian felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. In recent days, he had encountered nothing but pretentious children. In this world, even the Gardenias were older than him, but finally he had come across 2 genuine youngsters. Shentai and Xiao Yu paid him no heed. Their bickering drawing the attention of a store clerk. Hello, I'm the clerk here, Tai Zhai. The man was tall, with slightly dark skin. donning reflective glasses and a handlebar mustache. Chen Nian was aware that the man's true identity was far from a mere clerk. Currently, he was acting as one. But in reality, he was the minister of the Spirit Path Department. The vice minister of the Broken Face Association, Bo Xian, was also associated with the Spirit Path Department. The Tsanghua pendant and the 6 rods of light prison that Chen Nian had previously employed were both manifestations of the Spirit Path. Hello, I am Chen Nian. Greetings. Yamyansu. Huh. A vast one. Abomination. Retreat. 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 Chen Nian retorted. You retreat? What nonsense is this? Chapter 86. Urahara Kisuktai Zhai swiftly chanted the incantation of the Spirit Path, while Xiao Yu and Shuntai brandished their weapons. Xiao Yu wielded a massive machine gun wrapped in bandages, while Shuntai brandished an iron rod. Taste my full home run, Shuntai. Shuntai charged forth with the iron rod. Boom! Chen Nian dodged Shuntai's attack, only to be taken aback by the disparity between Shuntai's strength and his appearance. Shuntai's iron rod struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a large crater. Holy moly! Chen Nian exclaimed. At that moment, a playful laugh echoed. Oh dear, these are my guests. Welcome, I'm the shopkeeper, Urahara Kisuk, a man with shoulder-length, light yellow hair, a hint of stubble on his chin, clad in a deep green short coat and light green trousers, wearing a green and white fisherman's hat and wooden clogs, approached. This fellow is the shopkeeper's guest, Shintai remarked, resting his hands behind his head. Ahem, so that is how it is. My apologies, esteemed sir, Taizhai said, adjusting his glasses awkwardly. It's quite all right. Chen Nian waved dismissively. No offense taken. You see, I possess a certain artistic flair. Your request to retreat reminded me of Ace Ward. It seems I am quite similar to the chief of Kasikia Star. Venom extended its tongue, indicating that Tai Zhai's command to retreat held no weight in its view. Subsequently, Chen Nian followed the group into Urahara's shop, which resembled a classic Japanese sundry store, where they all settled around a tatami mat. Shopkeeper, I heard from Pingzi that you are conducting research on awakening those in the corpse state, Chen Nian stated directly. Indeed, Pingzi mentioned you would pique my interest. That fellow in the world said you were a foolish baldy. The shopkeeper chuckled. Chen Nian paused before asserting, I can summon the awakened directly. What? Urahara Kisuk's previously frivolous demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of astonishment that soon morphed into seriousness. Chen Nian, since Pingzi has sent you to find me, it must mean you have demonstrated this ability to him. Would you be so kind as to give us a demonstration? The expectant gazes of the crowd fell upon Chen Nian. I'm not someone who can summon endlessly. I require a significant cooldown period. Chen Nian waved his hand in resignation. In truth, he had depleted his emotional energy, having previously spent 100,000 to draw for Wu Shaoqian. He now possessed less than 10,000 emotional points. Ah, I see. Pu Yuan nodded with a hint of regret. However, I have made a new discovery, which likely allows you to summon awakeners on the corpse. Chen Nian said with a smile. What? Pu Yuan was once again taken aback. Previously, Hirako had mentioned that he could summon awakeners, but that was merely Chen Nian's exclusive secret. Now, Chen Nian had directly stated that his research could be realized. This experiment necessitates blood marrow with a purity of 100%, Chen Nian explained. 100% purity? Yet, blood marrow of such purity is nearly non-existent, as human and ability user blood marrow have completely fused together, making extraction quite challenging. Pu Yuan had contemplated this notion as well, but he was hindered by the absence of blood marrow of 100% purity. I have some. What? Pu Yuan was shocked by Chen Nian's words 3 times in succession. The 3 individuals beside them were equally astonished. Since the awakening, they had never witnessed such a significant emotional fluctuation from a store manager. You might as well share all your news at once, the manager said, fanning himself swiftly. There is one more piece of news, which is only visible to our association members, Chen Nian stated. Pu Yuan was momentarily stunned. Although he had considered that Chen Nian might recruit him into the association, he had not been particularly concerned, as he would undoubtedly refuse. However, that was before Chen Nian revealed such explosive news. Now Pu Yuan found himself in a quandary. Observing Pu Yuan's inner conflict, Chen Nian couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. At this moment, it was essential for someone to stir the pot. I am inviting you to join our association, but there are no restrictions within it. It is merely a fellowship of like-minded comrades aiming to defeat Aizen and his ilk. You may be in one unit, and I in another, Chen Nian said with a righteous demeanor. Your research location is also unrestricted. You may continue running the Puyuan shop here, Chen Nian concluded, implying that as long as he verbally agreed to join the association, everything else was of no concern to him. Very well, the Puyuan shop collectively joins your association. The manager exclaimed with a clap of his fan. Hey, why are we joining too? Shintai expressed his displeasure. Meanwhile, Chen Nian was filled with elation. With this, the top-tier strength of his association was secured. Chen Nian's prowess was akin to that of a giant elephant. The thought of an association supported solely by such a formidable being would surely amuse the Ya, but with Pu Yuan's inclusion, the situation changed. Additionally, with the great Keto Master Tai Zhai also joining, Chen Nian could now set up barriers. Chen Nian estimated that both Pu Yuan and Tai Zhai were at least of the dragon class level, on par with Hirako Shinji. Just to clarify, I am a researcher, not a combatant, so do not seek me for fighting matters, Pu Yuan said with a knowing smile. Rest assured, Chen Nian waved his hand dismissively. He had no intention of calling upon the store manager for assistance. The manager's prowess was evident, and should the association truly face annihilation, Urahara Kasuke would undoubtedly intervene. Hurry! Let me see the blood marrow you mentioned with 100 purity, Urahara Kasuke urged impatiently. Here, Chen Nian said, handing over the high-grade blood marrow he had previously extracted from the marine KB to Urahara Kasuke. Upon receiving the blood marrow, Urahara Kasuke regarded it with the reverence one would bestow upon a precious treasure. Then, with a smile, he swiftly vanished using Shuanpa. Hee, I shall take my leave first. Shintayu called out to Chen Nian. Chen Nian felt a sense of exasperation. Was there truly a need for such urgency? Let's see you off, shall we? Care for some tea, dog ears? Shintayu remarked, hands clasped behind his head, fixating on Chen Nian's unique ears. Ji Ling stared in bewilderment at Chen Nian's ears. Her innocence evident. Ahem, I shall prepare tea, said Tizai, who had been kneeling nearby. No need, I have other matters to attend to. Our association has yet to be established, Chen Nian replied with a smile before departing from Urahara's shop. A mischievous grin crossed Chen Nian's face as he contemplated his next destination, which was conveniently located in the outskirts. As he arrived in the vicinity, he decided to accomplish a task. Chen Nian opened the system's task interface. Ordinary task. Destroy Dr. Hutton's research institute. Meanwhile, Dr. Hutton was oblivious to the impending threat as he toiled away at some research institute for the Ruler Association, unaware that his old lair was under scrutiny. Chapter 87. Annihilating Dr. Hutton's lair after leaving Urahara's shop, Chen Nian advanced at full speed, soon arriving outside Dr. Hutton's private clinic. This old rascal is still operating this wretched clinic, Chen Nian scoffed. Observing the bustling clinic, with a considerable number of doctors and patients, Chen Nian entered. From the outside, it appeared entirely legitimate, exuding the air of a respectable private hospital, yet within lay Dr. Hutton's clandestine research facility, established for the dissemination of the zombie virus. Transforming his body into a puddle of slime, Chen Nian returned to the animal breeding area he had previously discovered, only to find it completely devoid of life. What? It's been cleared out? Chen Nian questioned, perplexed. The place that once housed a host of mutated creatures had vanished without a trace. Was Dr. Hutton still present in this research facility? Chen Nian began to doubt whether Dr. Hutton had packed up and fled. Regardless, his mission was to dismantle the institute. This time, he was not there to stealthily infiltrate. The venom swiftly separated from his body as he fully transformed. Smash whatever you see. No need to destroy the hospital, but obliterate the underground research facility. Make sure to salvage anything valuable, Chen Nian commanded the venom. After acknowledging his instructions, the venom liquefied and slithered down the pipes to the underground. Meanwhile, Chen Nian intended to create a path through sheer force. Azure Dragon Break. Roar. With a sudden flourish, the spirit-fighting artifact unleashed a magnificent blue thunder dragon that spiraled through the air before crashing down onto the ground. The once firm cement floor crumbled as if it were mere paper, and the thunder dragon effortlessly shattered it. Chen Nian leapt through the gaping hole. The system's notification chimed, indicating a task completion progress of 15, which was steadily increasing as the corrosive venom began its destructive work. Take whatever you can. A thief never leaves empty-handed, Chen Nian commanded. The venomous slime rapidly spread, engulfing the entire room, ultimately consuming all the intricate instruments within the laboratory. The transformation of the venom was strikingly evident. It became exceedingly bloated, necessitating frequent pauses with each few steps due to its sheer size. Chen Nian surmised that puncturing the abdomen of the venom would result in the instruments cascading out like a flowing stream. It appears that Dr. Haddon has fled. Aside from these instruments, he seems to have taken nearly everything else, Chen Nian mused. Clearly, Dr. Haddon was not in one of these research tools, having discarded them in his haste to escape. This fortunate turn of events was a boon for Chen Nian, who had initially planned to spend his 10 billion on acquiring such equipment, which would have left him financially depleted. However, by appropriating Dr. Haddon's previous apparatus, he had saved a considerable sum. As for the operational codes, with geniuses like Dr. Agasa, Vegapunk, and Urahara Kisuk, could the modest Dr. Haddon truly pose a challenge to Chen Nian? I am utterly stuffed. I can consume no more. The venomous entity swayed precariously, on the verge of bursting. Let explode. What's left here is of little use. With another commanding gesture, Chen Nian summoned the spirit-fighting artifact once more, unleashing the azure dragon that swiftly obliterated the subterranean laboratory. Task completed. Rewards acquired. The whereabouts of Dr. Haddon, his manuscript, and the access codes for his equipment. Is this the trifecta of rewards from Dr. Haddon? Chen Nian felt a tinge of disappointment, as he held little interest in the Dr.'s current location. Would you like to view the details? Yes. Dr. Haddon is currently affiliated with the Dominators Association. The manuscript contains the codes on its final page. So, he is at the Dominators Association? And this is all I receive as a reward? Chen Nian resigned himself to reality, realizing that not all tasks yield substantial emotional rewards. As he perused the manuscript, the initial words caused his expression to freeze in shock. Research on the forced awakening of violent aggression. Good heavens, this research is truly terrifying. Chen Nian felt a wave of dread wash over him. The manuscript meticulously documented Dr. Haddon's experiments involving human subjects and zombies. The nature of Dr. Haddon's experiments bore similarities to Urahara Kisuk's objectives, yet the paths they pursued were entirely divergent. Urahara Kisuk was dedicated to awakening individuals beneficially by directly utilizing blood marrow and synthetic bodies without causing harm. Dr. Hutton is investigating the method of forcibly awakening latent abilities in humans through the injection of a concoction, transforming them into violent and murderous awakened beings. Should this concoction indeed be developed, any member of the Dominator Association could incite chaos by randomly administering it to an individual in a crowded area. The system would undoubtedly achieve a significant breakthrough, and I misjudged you, Chen Nian mused, for it appears that Dr. Hutton has yet to successfully complete his research. He is merely at the embryonic stage. Meanwhile, in a clandestine research facility, Dr. Hutton bellowed in frustration. Damn it, where is my manuscript? Has it been left at the clinic? Little did he know that it was Chen Nian's system that had taken it. Chen Nian, on the other hand, believed he merely possessed a copy from the system, unaware it was the original draft. He planned to present this to Baijipank for further examination, confident in their capabilities to reverse engineer an antidote. Having accomplished his task, Chen Nian prepared to depart. He summoned Venom, but due to Venom's current size and condition, he could no longer merge with Chen Nian. Thus, Chen Nian permitted him to return on his own, handing over the manuscript for Venom to deliver to Baijipank. Now, it was time to visit the school. With Venom heading back, Chen Nian set forth towards Chenghai University. He had already acquired the scientific equipment from the association and secured the formidable Pu Yuan Shiju. What remained were some core members and newcomers. Chen Nian departed from the suburbs, making his way to the university. Although his speed was considerably reduced without Venom's assistance, it was evident that Venom was now much slower, burdened as he was with too much within his body. Transformed into a colossal pure white wolf demon soaring through the skies, Chen Nian reflected that while Sesomaru, as a full demon, could fly, Inuyasha, being a half-demon, could not. Before long, Chen Nian entered the city. Hey, you there, stop and present your ability certificate. A voice called out, belonging to a military officer. Thanks to the Navy's SIG style, he was currently soaring through the air. Chen Nian reverted to his human form and presented his black card, entering the city under the officer's scrutinizing gaze. Should I have opted for an ordinary card? Chen Nian pondered, curious about the officer's reaction if he realized that he was not on a mission, but rather headed to teach at the school. Chapter 88. Teacher dog, ear ding dong. A message suddenly arrived on Chen Nian's phone. Internal group of the Masked Association, Bottle Sadako. Impressive, Chen Nian. You've managed to bring Pu Yuan Shiju into the association so swiftly. Kill monkey. Baldy, what trick did you use to fool that idiot? Bol Xian, even Mr. Tai Zhai has joined Chen Nian's association. It's hard to believe. Kill monkey. How did you manage that slap-in-the-face expression? I did not do much. I merely informed him that I possessed a method to transform the undead into awakened beings and provided him with a pure 100 blood essence. How splendid. I shall simply sleep now, remarked one. What? Queried another, while yet another expressed confusion. Oh, exclaimed another. Then came a voice of indignation. You previously claimed you could only summon by yourself. The atmosphere turned tense with emotions running high. How ungracious, muttered another, as the group reacted with incredulity. Chen Nian stared at his phone in silence. No, I merely discovered it upon my return, he explained. At that moment, Wu Xiaoqian was still adjusting to her new body in the school's special abilities class. The institution had received prior notification from the military. Thus, the training grounds had long been prepared. Why has Teacher Chen not arrived yet? How slow? Wu Xiaoqian frowned under the sun's glare. Indeed, the training ground was outdoors, with everyone seated in a circle on the ground. Lu Aoa observed Wu Xiaoqian's current demeanor with a sense of helplessness, noting her increased irritability compared to before. I wonder what Chen Nian will think upon his arrival, she pondered. Where's the teacher? I've heard he will only occasionally instruct us, while other teachers will handle the actual teaching. Is he truly that formidable? I find teacher Lu Hong quite impressive, Wu Xiaoqian remarked, feeling a surge of anger as she listened to the chatter about Chen Nian. Shaoran, would you like to come out and teach them a lesson during the battle? Wu Xiaoqian inquired mentally of Runmi. If you think of me during a fight, it depends on my mood, Runmi retorted. Wu Xiaoqian found herself at a loss. She was beginning to understand the dynamic between Chen Nian and Venom. Grateful that Runmi resided within her, she appreciated her ability to control when he would emerge. Suddenly, amidst their discussion, a gigantic canine demon, transformed by Chen Nian, descended from the sky. What is that? A demon beast? The students erupted in chaos. But Lu Aoa and Wu Xiaoqian remained fixated on the enormous white wolf. They had never witnessed Chen Nian in this form, but sensed a hint of familiarity. Quiet down. Chen Nian's form shifted, ultimately reverting to his Inuyasha-like ability. The demonic markings on Sesomaru's face were quite pronounced, creating an unsettling effect. One extravagant entrance. Is Teacher Chen deliberately scaring them with his beastly form? Lu Aoa and Wu Xiaoqian scoffed, unaware that Chen Nian's intimidating presence was tied to his emotional value. Dog ears? Indeed, they are dog ears. The crowd gazed curiously at Chen Nian's ears. Ignoring their stares, Chen Nian commenced his self-introduction. I am Chen Nian, proficient in teaching finance. However, this does not imply that I am incapable of instructing in combat. From today forth, I shall impart knowledge on how to confront adversaries from various perspectives, whether you belong to the ninjutsu faction, the demon energy faction, the spirit energy faction, or the Six Styles faction. I can teach you all. Chen Nian briefly assessed the capabilities of those present, easily discerning the significant disparities in their levels of expertise. Most were at the level of Yuan Yo 1 or 2 stars, with the exception of Lu Aoa, who was at Tianchan 2 stars, and a male student at Tianchan 1 star, which piqued Chen Nian's interest. What is your name? Chen Nian inquired of the Tianchan 1-star student. My name is Xing Cheng, replied the young man with a buzz cut. What is your special ability? Captain Kid, magnet fruit, Xing Cheng responded. Chen Nian felt a surge of delight upon hearing this. It was indeed an impressive ability, warranting recognition, especially considering Kid's mastery of the 3-colored hockey. Chen Nian was intrigued, contemplating the possibility of recruiting him into the association. Is there anyone who wishes to be the class monitor? When I am not present, or when other teachers are absent, you will be responsible for guiding your fellow students in training, Chen Nian asked the group. However, no one raised their hand. Chen Nian cast a vexed glance at Lu Aoa and Wu Xiaoqian, wondering if they could not at least show him some respect. Ah, splendid enthusiasm, everyone. Lu Aoa. You shall take on this role, Chen Nian declared, oblivious to the discomfort radiating from her. Wu Xiaoqian, already prone to instability and temperament, seemed to be growing more irritable by the moment. Me? Lu Aoa replied, somewhat apprehensive. You are the most capable among us. I have faith in your ability to lead them well. Your minister's tool, Tong E character, is at your disposal, correct? If all else fails, resort to force. Chen Nian was well aware of Lu Aoa's skill, Tong E character, which rendered the wounds of those struck by it incurable. However, given Lu Aoa's current level of mastery, she likely could not achieve such an effect just yet. Nonetheless, inflicting bleeding for several hours was well within her capabilities. With the class monitor decided, the remaining tasks became straightforward. On this first day, we shall not delve into teaching. Instead, we will assess your strength, Chen Nian announced, clapping his hands. In one-on-one matches, combatants of similar prowess shall face off, primarily to evaluate practical combat skills. For once on the battlefield, one truly confronts the specter of life and death. Although I have never set foot on a battlefield, I have faced death on several occasions. I believe the students at our school are quite familiar with this notion. He added with a smile, alluding to the previous invasion by Payne's Six Paths, which had left the playground of Chenghai University in ruins. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Nian continued, "Since this is your first time, I am uncertain of your restraint, so all matches will be conducted unarmed, focusing solely on your combat abilities and physical prowess." This approach was intended to gauge whether their combat instincts had been influenced by their special abilities. As it is, the majority of individuals have seldom encountered the realm of combat, and those who have done so have typically only engaged after the infusion of extraordinary abilities. Thus, through the sheer and unadulterated confrontation of fists and feet, one can discern the extent to which an individual has harnessed their powers for battle, be it strength or reflexes. Let us begin with two contestants from the Cicada class, Chen Nian remarked with a smile, directing his gaze towards Xing Cheng and Lu Ao. Chapter 89. The Comprehensive Guide to Ghostly and Binding Techniques called forth. Lu Ao and Xing Cheng approached the center of the martial arts arena. At that moment, Lu Ao felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite having undergone several battles and possessing confidence in her abilities, she was unarmed this time. Her greatest strengths lay in her assassination skills, her mastery of knife techniques, and her weaponry. Before Xing Cheng, she experienced an intangible pressure, perhaps stemming from her role as class leader or from the fact that Chen Nian was observing from the sidelines. Yet, she mustered her composure. Conversely, Xing Cheng appeared calm. But internally, he was the more anxious of the two, primarily due to his limited combat experience. Indeed, although Xing Cheng was a formidable Cicada-class warrior, his experience in battle was scant, predominantly revolving around the utilization of his magnetic fruit abilities. He typically harnessed magnetic forces to absorb vast amounts of iron, forming colossal iron hands to pulverize his adversaries. Such was the extent of his combat experience. As the duel commenced, Lu Ao surged forward, employing her hands as blades to strike at Xing Cheng's vital points from various angles. Here, she targeted acupoints and weaknesses, refraining from employing underhanded tactics. However, she did not shy away from targeting the kidneys. Lacking substantial martial arts experience, Xing Cheng soon found himself retreating, nearly forced out of the arena's central area. In a moment of desperation, he magnetically attracted a distant streetlight, shifting his position slightly towards the center. With fists clenched, his chest became the positive pole, while the openings of his fists served as the negative. Just as Lu Ao approached, he switched the polarity of his fists to positive, and they were propelled from his chest like bullets. Liu aos perceptibilidades ware quali formidable, sensing impending danger. She swiftly maneuvered to evade the oncoming fists, countering with a side kick. Although Xing Cheng possessed observation haki, its development was still somewhat lacking, and his armament haki was merely at a rudimentary level, while his conqueror's haki remained undeveloped, resulting in him being sent flying. Chen Nian chuckled softly. It appeared that this young man's development had been entirely focused on his fruit abilities, leaving him at a disadvantage in this purely physical confrontation. Following this bout, Chen Nian summoned subsequent groups, as students showcased their diverse talents. Various ninjas, reapers, Navy personnel, and monsters emerged within the extraordinary abilities class. Chen Nian began to believe the words of Steele. The author had merely crafted a narrative that coincidentally mirrored our own world. He observed the myriad of unfamiliar reapers, ninjas, Navy officers, and those with fruit abilities. In an instant, I found myself torn between joy and sorrow. Given my current situation, what if an unfamiliar enemy emerged from their ranks? After several skirmishes, it was finally Wu Xiaoqian's turn, a young woman who had grown impatient with the wait. Wu Xiaoqian faced a male opponent of the Yuan Nyo 8 stars, while she, having absorbed the fruit of Runny, had ascended to the Yuan Nyo 9 stars. The outcome was predictable. Wu Xiaoqian did not even call for a substitute, but instead intimidated her adversary with her own horns and brute strength. Such was the nature of ancient beings, unyielding and formidable. Subsequently, Chen Nian classified the cohort of students into distinct categories. A couple of them were entirely inept in combat, while a few, like Lu Aoliao and Wu Xiaoqian, exhibited exceptional prowess. The majority fell somewhere in between, possessing commendable battle skills and awareness, yet still lacking the caliber that would allow Chen Nian to confidently send them into the fray. Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Aoliao had developed the capability to engage in battle. After all, a war correspondent does not become proficient without experience, ensuring both the quality of the footage and personal safety. Unbeknownst to Chen Nian, this inadvertently honed their combat instincts. Shadow clone, Chen Nian commanded sharply. In an instant, 3 clones materialized: the demon-patterned Chen Nian, the sharp-eyed black blade, Chen Nian, and the black robe, Chenghai City. Each represented a distinct aspect of power, teaching the students how to harness their demonic abilities. Blackblade Chen Nian was tasked with instructing those who wielded the powers of the Navy, pirates, and devil fruits in swordsmanship, as well as the 6 styles in hockey. Chen Nian had learned a great deal from battles, particularly the techniques of moonstep, finger gun, gale foot, iron block, and shave. The only technique he had yet to master was paper drawing. Finally, Black Robe Chen Nian focused on imparting various ninjutsu to the students. Even the most extraordinary techniques eluded Chen Nian, and even if he possessed them, the students would struggle to grasp them. Chen Nian himself was responsible for teaching the students the Death God-S abilities in the realm of Kido. However, as he only knew 2 techniques, he sought guidance from Bo Xian in their WeChat group. Watching his students brandish their Zampakit S, Chen Nian felt a twinge of regret. He had yet to acquire any powers of a death god himself. Nevertheless, he could not teach the initial release. So whether or not they possessed a Zampakit mattered little. They would have to unlock that potential on their own. However, he could certainly impart knowledge about Kido. Internal group of the Masked Association. Bo, Xian brother Xian, I urgently need help. Can you teach me a few Kido techniques? I need to instruct my students. Too good. Just going to sleep. Kill monkey. Baldy, you're not a death god. How can you use Kido without spiritual power? Baldy's expression. Bo Xian, what Rishi said is correct. Those without spiritual power cannot utilize Kido. I naturally possess spiritual power and can already use 6 rods prison of light. Too good. Just going to sleep. Kill monkey. You're boasting to the heavens. If you can actually do it, I'll change my name to Bald Monkey today. Video file. This is what you mentioned. Chen Nian, feeling quite vexed by the events transpiring in the world, sent a video of himself utilizing the 6 rods light prison. Lu Aoyao gazed in bewilderment at his own immobilization. The 6 rods light prison inflicted no harm, allowing Chen Nian to deploy it casually. Wuxuan. Oh, you actually released it. Tu Yuan. How did you manage that, Bald One? Oh, you've changed your name rather swiftly. Bottle Jinzi. I've been lurking in the shadows. But your 6 rods light prison has compelled me to emerge. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of the Grim Reaper? Only a death god could wield such techniques. I cannot explain it. I was simply born with the ability to sense spiritual energy and possess tremendous spiritual power. Chen Nian was, of course, speaking nonsense. Having drawn the 6 rods light prison and the Tsanghua pendant, he had automatically acquired spiritual power and the ability to absorb spiritual energy. Moreover, he could convert demonic energy, meaning that the various energies within him could interchange, albeit at different conversion ratios. Wuquan. So this is a collection of ghostly techniques. A comprehensive guide to binding and destructive arts? Incredible. Is there really an electronic version now? Thank goodness for technological advancements. Even the Grim Reaper has adopted electronic formats. I expected Wuquan to merely snap a few photos or narrate a video. Chapter 90. Instruction in Ghostly Techniques. Chen Nian perused the text document on his phone, which detailed the names and effects of various ghostly and binding spells. His acquisition of this compendium was not solely for instructing his students. He intended to utilize it in battle as well. Let me see the textbook, Chen Nian chuckled. The students appeared perplexed. Could there truly be a textbook for this? The reason Chen Nian could access this material was due to his favorable relationship with the masked association, and he certainly could not share it with others. As it was Boquan's private collection, Destruction technique 1, charge. With his words barely leaving his lips, a small shockwave erupted from Chen Nian's fingertips. Wow, it can actually emit shockwaves? No incantation necessary. The students, having never encountered ghostly techniques before, were astonished by Chen Nian's demonstration. This is the simplest technique. Follow my stance and concentrate your spiritual particles at your fingertips for release, Chen Nian instructed his students. One by one, several students successfully executed the technique. He then taught a few more simple techniques. Destruction Technique 4. White lightning differed from Destruction Technique 1 solely in that one unleashed paralyzing lightning while the other emitted shockwaves. Next came the Binding Techniques, which, as their name implies, could ensnare adversaries. Chen Nian called upon a girl named Lin Jingjing, who swiftly grasped the first two ghostly techniques after observing Chen Nian's execution. Binding Technique 1. Seal. Chen Nian aligned his index and middle fingers, gently tapping her shoulder. Suddenly, the girl's hands were forced behind her back, rendering her unable to escape. This can effectively restrict the opponent's movements, rendering them unable to act. Chen Nian explained, subsequently unbinding Lin Jingjing's restraints. The technique, known as binding, was swiftly undone, allowing Lin Jingjing to employ the same technique against Chen Nian. However, Chen Nian did not evade. He was curious to ascertain the extent of the girl's binding abilities. Haha, teacher Chen has fallen victim to my binding, exclaimed Lin Jingjing with evident excitement. Indeed, but remember this in practical applications. It is unwise to employ binding techniques against those whose strength vastly exceeds your own, Chen Nian remarked as he effortlessly broke free from Lin Jingjing's restraints. Furthermore, the level of this binding was merely the most rudimentary. Even opponents of equal rank could easily extricate themselves, as it is limited to immobilizing foes who lack the ability to act or those of inferior realms, Chen Nian elaborated. Several students nodded in understanding. Teacher, could you demonstrate what advanced binding looks like? Two students inquired eagerly. Lin Jingjing remained silent, but shared their anticipation as she gazed at Chen Nian. Very well. The binding that previously ensnared Lu Aoyao qualifies as a form of advanced binding. 6 rods prison. Opponents of equal rank require immense effort to escape, while high-level practitioners find themselves trapped for a while. This technique is a veritable nightmare for those of lower levels. Now, allow me to demonstrate an advanced dispelling technique, Chen Nian proclaimed, summoning a clone once more. Build, Usovirigen, mask of flesh and blood, myriad forms, soar high, crowned in the name of humanity, truth and temperance. Standing upon the unknowing dream wall with mere talons. Dispelling Technique 33, Azure Firefall. The surrounding air and spiritual energy coalesced in Chen Nian's hand as he thrust his right palm towards the clone, unleashing a torrent of blue explosive flames. Boom! The terrifying heat and powerful shockwave caused the students nearby to swallow hard. In truth, the might of this technique was merely moderate for Chen Nian. However, to the students, it was nothing short of spectacular. Binding Technique 39, Circular Shield. Chen Nian's clone raised its hands before its chest, palms facing outward, releasing a yellow energy shield. Bang! The explosive flames collided with the shield, dissipating upon impact. Previously, Chen Nian required his left hand to grip his right arm to execute Azure Firefall. But with his enhanced power, he could now launch it with one hand and without reciting the incantation. Nevertheless, for the sake of demonstration, he recited the incantation for Azure Firefall. Incantations are widely applicable in future uses of binding techniques and must be memorized. They are not particularly lengthy. Even when you're able to use binding techniques without reciting incantations, you'll find that incantation-enhanced techniques yield greater potency. Azure Firefall will suffice for your studies for a while. There exists an even more advanced technique known as Dual Lotus Azure Firefall, but that is Dispelling Technique 73. Which is still too early for you, Chen Nian stated, though he himself was uncertain if he could execute it. Although I am capable of utilizing a majority of the spiritual arts, my proficiency is confined to those beneath the 50th level, which poses no significant challenge for me. The Binding Technique, 16th of Binding, was acquired through a fortunate draw from long ago, allowing me to wield it with ease. However, should I attempt to invoke the 73rd Destruction, the Twin Lotus of Azure Flame, only to find myself lacking the requisite power to manifest it. I would surely suffer considerable embarrassment. Soon after, the collective effort to learn the Azure Flame met with failure. Lin Jingjing appeared somewhat unwilling to accept this outcome. Though it was anticipated by me, the Azure Flame remains somewhat premature for our current capabilities. At the time, I was at the 8th star of the Bowl of Yuan when I first employed the Azure Flame, requiring a specific hand position to execute it. Lin Jingjing, at the 4th star of the Bowl of Yuan, is understandably not on par with my abilities. Let me impart to you a simpler technique, a subordinate form of the Azure Flame. There are several fire attribute destruction techniques beneath it, such as the 30-second destruction, yellow flame flash, and the 31st destruction, red flame cannon. After some contemplation, I decided to teach the group the red flame cannon, as the yellow flame flash, like the Azure Flame, necessitates flawless execution for any offensive effect. The red flame cannon, however, allows one to gather a red fireball in hand, should the execution falter. The fireball may become too small or veer off course upon release, making it more suitable for novices to familiarize themselves with spiritual energy manipulation. Furthermore, the red flame cannon can be maintained in hand, and if wielded correctly, can serve as a source of illumination or a lantern. Usovidigen, mask of flesh, all-encompassing, soaring high, crowned with the name of humanity. Scorching heat and turmoil, reversing across the seas to the south, step forward. I chanted the incantation, the first half mirroring that of the Azure Flame, while the latter differed. With one hand extended outward, I conjured a fireball that could vary in size, hovering in my palm as a tool for illumination. Boom! The fireball was unleashed towards my doppelganger, yet it was still deflected by the circular barrier. However, its power was evidently less than that of the Azure Flame. Consequently, the others began their attempts, managing to conjure fireballs, albeit with varying forms. They targeted my doppelganger as a makeshift target, unleashing a barrage of attacks, though many went astray or lacked sufficient power. Boom! At that moment, a fireball struck the circular barrier with precision and appropriate force. Only one individual succeeded, aligning with my expectations. Well done, Lin Jingjing. Chapter 91. The Experiment with Beasts. I gazed at Lin Jingjing with a sense of delight, for I now had two candidates for the association, Xingxing, whose fruit abilities were remarkably potent, and Lin Jingjing, distinguished in the art of spiritual techniques. As for the others, I would await reports from my doppelganger. Regardless of whether they are ninjas, demons, marines, pirates, awakened beings, or those with extraordinary powers, I shall accept them all into the association. However, stringent scrutiny will be required during their admission to prevent the infiltration of any traitors. Some crucial information regarding the research team and the organization was not intended to be disclosed to the subsequent members. Chen Nian would selectively inform trusted members about the intricate details, and the coexistence of supernatural beings and awakened individuals within the association was a secret that must remain concealed from others. Otherwise, Chen Nian could easily encounter trouble. Before long, under Chen Nian's exemplary instruction, the majority of students had succumbed to exhaustion, sprawled across the ground, while a small fraction remained invigorated, bolstered by both mental fortitude and robust physiques. Let us conclude today's lesson, Chen Nian declared, and with that command, all shadow clones vanished. Chen Nian had expended considerable energy. Although there had been no combat that day, the prolonged summoning of shadow clones and their demonstration of various skills had drained both physical and mental reserves. Once the students dispersed, Chen Nian retained 5 individuals, aside from Lu Aoyao and Wu Xiaoqian. There were also Lin Jingjing, Xing Cheng, and Jiang Liang. Jiang Liang, hailing from the realm of supernatural beings, possessed the formidable ability akin to the great wolf demon Steel Fong from Inuyasha. Due to the potency of his abilities, Chen Nian decided to keep him. The reason I have summoned you is that I am establishing an association for supernatural beings. Each of you has significant potential for growth, and I would like to inquire if you are willing to join us. Chen Nian addressed the 3, while Lu Aoyao and Wu Xiaoqian were already on board. What would joining the association entail? Lin Jingjing inquired. When your abilities have not yet reached a certain threshold, there will be minimal risk in combat. Generally, you will engage with weaker awakened individuals, primarily focusing on enhancing your strength. Although we refer to ourselves as an association, in reality, there are no stringent tasks. You would merely be called upon to assist when I require your combat prowess. The advantage is that I will facilitate your swift enhancement in strength. And with the association backing you, you need not worry about being targeted by others. Ordinary individuals may not fully grasp the essence of an association. In truth, there is little expected of you. Occasionally, you may need to confront organizations like the Say Association, but primarily, we aim to expand our influence by eliminating awakened beings on the battlefield, particularly those in the northern wilderness. Chen Nian elucidated. Is there a salary? Jiang Liang asked, perhaps a bit too straightforwardly, feeling slightly embarrassed after his inquiry. There is indeed a salary, determined by your rank. 100 for Yuan Yo, 500 for Tian Shan, and 2,000 for Shenghai. Compensation can be provided in supernatural stones. That is, 10 low-level supernatural stones for Yuan Yo, 50 for Tian Shan, and 2 for Shenghai. Chen Nian had previously informed them that supernatural stones had largely supplanted currency among supernatural beings. However, the salary is not without conditions. Each month, you're required to submit a blood essence of the same rank. Chen Nian continued. The salary Chen Nian offered was approximately equivalent to the market price of blood essence for each rank. As long as they submitted one per month, they would receive their basic salary, essentially allowing Chen Nian to acquire their blood essence. The remaining blood marrow they acquire can be sold at their discretion. If they cannot sell it, it will be handed over to Chen Nian, who will then recycle it, though naturally, the price will be considerably lower. After all, not everyone possesses the caliber of Chen Nian. Wang Anming is willing to accept the abilities from Chen Nian due to her appreciation of his prowess. Chen Nian speculates that the abilities department or the military will inevitably seek to procure these abilities in the future. After all, Chen Nian is affiliated with the abilities department and has previously gathered some knowledge regarding the origins of ability stones. In essence, ability stones are derived from the extraction of blood marrow combined with various other materials. When the blood marrow supply for the abilities department runs low for the production of ability stones, they will need to acquire blood marrow from the public. What do you think? Would you like to join? Chen Nian is quite confident they will enlist, as he offers better conditions than the Starlight Association led by Wang Anming. His organization is elite-based, whereas Starlight is overwhelmed with personnel and operates like a corporation, leading to higher expenses. Although they generate substantial revenue, it comes with its complexities. In contrast, Chen Nian's setup is more streamlined. He has even contemplated purchasing nearby villas to transform the entire vicinity into an association stronghold. I will join. I will join too. Count me in. The three eagerly agreed to Chen Nian's proposition. Subsequently, Chen Nian contacted Dr. A. Li, instructing him to purchase the villas surrounding his residence. He acquired 7 properties, with the central one being the initial purchase made by Chen Nian. The other 8 perfectly encircled his home, and despite one being occupied, Chen Nian offered an extra 10 million, prompting the resident to vacate cheerfully. Each villa cost 30 million, and with the additional 10 million, the total expenditure amounted to 2,200 million. Chen Nian now boasts assets worth over 100 billion. Upon learning of Chen Nian's significant investment, the sales office graciously discounted 2 million. As the owner, there is also an ability user. 2 million is not a substantial amount for him. But given the presence of such a formidable figure as Chen Nian purchasing multiple properties in the vicinity, it was only fitting to express goodwill. Chen Nian then introduced Wu Xiao Qian and Lu Ao to the others before returning to the villa area. This time, he did not transform into his Tengu form. Instead, he flew overhead in his Sesomaru ability form. However, he soon realized this would not yield much in terms of emotional value. Fortunately, he shifted into his demon dog form, which garnered considerable attention. His emotional value increased as the prevalence of abilities had risen, with many individuals capable of transforming into beast forms, and a notable number could fly, especially among the naval ability users, who almost universally learn the moon step technique for flight. Wow, look at that ability. How magnificent. Is it a dog? Magnificent? Not all. Several ability users utilizing the moon step who spotted Chen Nian in his canine demon form were momentarily stunned, nearly forgetting how to use the technique and fall. What was that just now? A large wolf? Uncertain, it must be the psychics. Or could it be some sort of beast? What all, including Chen Nian, remain oblivious to is that in an underground laboratory, a deranged man is conducting cruel experiments on animals, transforming them into bloodthirsty monstrosities. I have succeeded. Chapter 92. Someone wants to kill you. Chen Nian soared through the sky and paused over a scarcely populated street. He felt an inexplicable oddity in this place. yet he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Is there perhaps a barrier nearby? With this question lingering in his mind, Chen Nian descended. Having encountered numerous barriers before, such as those dispersed by the necessary evil association, which evoke an unshakable reluctance to approach, or the 8 trigrams dual cliff, a deceptive barrier he had witnessed in the black market and at Urahara's shop. This sensation bore a resemblance to those previous experiences, but also felt distinctly different. It was a new barrier, yet there was an uncanny familiarity to it. Transforming into his Inuyasha form, the Tetsu Saiga in his hand could sense the nearby barrier, and Chen Nian felt a tremor from his sword. Indeed, there is a barrier, he mused with a smile. However, he was uncertain of its precise location. He couldn't simply tear apart the vicinity. Suddenly, he recalled his extensive compendium of binding techniques and pulled out his phone to search for relevant spells. Ah, here it is. Heart of the south, eye of the north, fingertips of the west, toes of the east, gather with the wind, disperse with the rain. Binding technique number 58, capture the sparrow by the toes. As Chen Nian recited the incantation, he traced a circle on the ground with his finger, making horizontal and vertical strokes to divide it into 4, inscribing corresponding symbols at each point, and finally pressing his hand upon it. The circle erupted in a brilliant light, and spiritual pressure surged forth. Chen Nian attuned himself to this aura. Capture the sparrow by the toes could sense nearby energy, serving both as a tracking skill for foes and a means to locate objects. Right here, he thought, gazing at a nearby white wall. Suddenly, the Tetsu Saiga in his grasp enlarged, swirling winds enveloping the blade. Raging torrent break, Chen Nian shouted. A violent tornado erupted, engulfing the white wall. This time, he controlled the power, refraining from unleashing the full force capable of shattering the barrier, instead opting for just enough strength to create a hole. And the Tetsu Saiga remained in its non-blood gem form. Yet, to his astonishment, the barrier did not yield. Could it really be this resilient? Chen Nian pondered, bewildered. He had not anticipated such fortitude in the barrier. Despite not employing the blood gem Tetsu Saiga, the raging torrent break, a technique specifically designed to assault barriers, had seemingly left no mark. Unwilling to succumb to disbelief, he decided to invoke the blood gem Tetsu Saiga and unleash the full force of raging torrent break, resulting in the barrier finally yielding a gaping hole the size of a refrigerator. Such a formidable barrier? Chen Nian clicked his tongue in astonishment. In truth, this barrier is a genuine defensive enchantment. Previously, the 8 Yao dual cliffs employed by Bo Xian was merely a deceptive barrier, thus possessing a slightly weaker defensive capability. Another black market? Chen Nian felt somewhat bewildered as he observed the structure of the black market before him. Although it boasted several streets lined with vendors, the decor of this market was strikingly wild, leading directly into a cavern-like expanse. Whether this environment was suitable for Chen Nian was uncertain, primarily due to the poor quality of the decorations. The barrier behind Chen Nian appeared to possess an automatic repair function, as it swiftly mended itself after he shattered it. Moreover, there were no vendors stationed at the entrance of this barrier, and the noise he made was not particularly loud, considering he had only created a small opening. Chen Nian pondered that since he had stumbled upon this place, he might as well purchase something. Recalling how he had previously been delayed in the black market by Pingzi and that serpent from the Sei Association. As Chen Nian wandered through the market, he did not encounter any remarkable blood essence, but did discover something extraordinary, a shard of the Shirkan jewel. His pupils constricted in surprise. Truly, this was a black market. They even sold such items? Chen Nian was astonished. The shard of the Shirkan jewel was something Naraku had been relentlessly gathering. Collecting all 4 shards would significantly enhance Naraku's strength, transforming him into a true great demon. Although Naraku's demon power was formidable, having surpassed countless great demons, his human origin rendered him merely a half-demon. Without hesitation, Chen Nian approached the stall selling the Shirkan shards, eager to make a purchase. The stall owner, clad in a black robe, sat cross-legged and inquired. Chen Nian contemplated whether to feign interest in another item before casually circling back to the shard. However, such a tactic seemed rather foolish, as anyone with a semblance of intelligence would easily discern his true intent. After some deliberation, Chen Nian directly inquired about the price of the Shirkan shard. The vendor, evidently aware of the shard's significance, replied, "There is no set price. It is a trade of goods. However, I must caution you that possessing a Shirkan shard will make you a target of the Controllers Association. as they are in pursuit of these items. Chen Nian was well aware of the Controllers Association's quest for such shards and began to consider what he possessed that might be of value for trade. Unfortunately, most of his valuable items had been returned by the Venom, leaving him with nothing of worth. Just then, a voice that was somewhat familiar to Chen Nian rang out. "I'll take that, in exchange for a medium-grade ability stone." Chen Nian felt a pang of dissatisfaction. But the price offered was indeed substantial. A medium-grade ability stone was equivalent to 10 billion in cash and would greatly assist in developing abilities. Chen Nian had previously allowed Wu Shaoqian and others to utilize low-grade ability stones, discovering that the results were quite impressive. It later dawned on him that his own numerous and superior abilities were the reason the effects of the ability stones seemed lackluster. "Deal," the figure in the black robe declared, promptly handing over the Shurkan shard to the buyer. In truth, the value of the shards of the Shurkan jewel far surpasses that of an ordinary mid-grade ability stone. However, the inherent risks are considerable, as one can never be certain when an operative from the Rulers Association might seize it. Of course, this does not apply if you are, in fact, a member of the Rulers Association. Take, for instance, this buyer. Chen Nian regarded the figure before him with an unsettling sense of familiarity. The familiar black robe, the unmistakable silhouette below, and the recognizable voice. Could it be that serpent-like individual from before? If that were indeed the case, it would be quite the coincidence. At that moment, Chen Nian, also cloaked in black, went unnoticed by the buyer, who failed to recognize him, just as Chen Nian was uncertain if this was indeed the serpent. In an attempt to lure the serpent out, Chen Nian deliberately removed his black robe and lingered nearby. Should the buyer be the serpent, he would surely attack upon seeing Chen Nian. Alas, the outcome was contrary to his expectations. The buyer showed no inclination towards him. Chen Nian had initially intended to commit an act of theft, but it turned out that the buyer bore no grudge against him, complicating matters for Chen Nian. After wandering about without discovering anything of value, Chen Nian resolved to leave. "Young man, you are in peril. Depart at once. Someone seeks your demise." A voice suddenly resonated in Chen Nian's ear, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Chapter 93. The dragon-patterned ghost lantern pill. Startled by the unexpected voice, Chen Nian scanned his surroundings but found no one in sight. "Who are you?" he muttered softly, uncertain if the entity could hear him. "I am Tsukio Maru, the master of this black market. I have observed you since your arrival." A wave of embarrassment washed over Chen Nian as he recalled his earlier disruption of the barrier. "How did you know someone intended to kill me?" he inquired. "Because I am a bat of the 100 demons, and my kin occupy the entirety of this black market." "Then why do you choose to assist me?" Chen Nian continued his barrage of questions, yet the entity was accommodating, providing answers to each inquiry. "When you breached the barrier, I surmised your identity. Haikiko mentioned in our group that a half-demon with dog ears might violently breach the black market's barrier, prompting us to reinforce it." Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. This matter involved Haikiko as well? Before he could voice his curiosity, Tsukio Maru elucidated further. "We are all awakened beings of the same faction. The owners of the black market in Chenghai City are familiar with one another and communicate within a group. Those individuals are from the Sahi Association, essentially lackeys of the Rulers Association. Naraku is a common adversary we face, and naturally, I do not wish for the shards of the Shurkan jewel to fall into their hands. However, due to my position, I cannot take action against those who have purchased items in the black market unless they initiate hostility. My bats have gathered intelligence indicating that they plan to eliminate you once you exit the market." After Tsukio Maru's thorough explanation, Chen Nian grasped the situation. "Thank you for the warning," he expressed gratefully. "Be cautious," Tsukio Maru advised before falling silent. With that, Chen Nian began to make his way towards the barrier's exit. Although Chen Nian was no longer accompanied by Venom, he was unfazed. Venom had been dispatched on a delivery mission. However, Chen Nian had transcended the dependency on Venom's strength to engage in battle. Following the earlier confrontation with Ba Gu and Li Xiu, he had developed his own capabilities. Exiting the black market with an air of nonchalance, Chen Nian walked for approximately 5 minutes before his adversary struck. "Extend, Ghost Lantern." A long spear suddenly shot towards Chen Nian. Anticipating this, Chen Nian's Kenbunchiko Haki alerted him to the imminent danger, enabling him to evade the spear with a deft sidestep. Shadow Serpent's Hand. Azure Dragon Break. Chen Nian brandished his weapon, unleashing a roaring lightning dragon that compelled both combatants to momentarily retreat. "You're quite quick to react," Chen Nian chuckled the snake man, a practitioner of the medicinal arts. Don't waste time talking. Watch as I eliminate him, declared another bald adversary with a horn. He charged towards Chen Nian with fervor. I had underestimated you, Chen Nian remarked with a smile. He had initially perceived the Snake Man's prowess to be merely average, akin to that of a mid-tier giant. Yet he was surprised to find the Snake Man capable of fighting above his level, and the bald man appeared to be even more formidable. Channeling his powers, Chen Nian unleashed the combined abilities of Inuyasha and Sesomaru, his visage gradually adorned with demonic markings, a crescent moon appearing on his forehead, and dog-like ears sprouting from his head. Ha ha ha! With Tetsusaiga, a weapon only half-demons can wield, alongside the powerful demon Sesomaru, who can stand against me. Chen Nian laughed heartily. Clang! Tetsusaiga collided with the ghost lantern in the bald man's grasp, creating a shower of sparks. In the midst of their stalemate, the bald man shouted, split apart. Ghost lantern! The spear abruptly divided into 3 segments, transforming into 3 chain nunchaku that ensnared Tetsusaiga. Poisonous claw, with his left hand cloaked in a virulent green toxin. Chen Nian's razor-sharp claws lunged ferociously at the bald man. 10 fingers through the gut. A flurry of finger bones shot towards Chen Nian like bullets. In response, he halted his left hand, enveloped in haki, effortlessly deflecting each projectile. Extend, ghost lantern. The ghost lantern that ensnared Tetsusaiga elongated suddenly, thrusting towards Chen Nian. Dance of the early ferns. Sharp bone spikes erupted from the ground beneath Chen Nian's feet. In an instant, he transformed into multiple raven substitutes, evading capture. His eyes revealed a kaleidoscope pattern, the Sharingan awakening. He refrained from employing Susanoo, recognizing its futility against the white-hot technique wielded by the Snake Man, which would also deplete substantial energy reserves. Chen Nian's gaze remained fixed on the bald man, who then radiated an overwhelming brilliance. Bunky! The bald man erupted with a fierce battle spirit. His spear had transformed into the dragon-pattern ghost lantern. In his left hand, he wielded a crescent-shaped shovel larger than a man, while his right hand grasped a long-handled cleaver. Behind him floated a colossal axe, its blade etched with the image of a dragon. The 3 blades were interconnected by chains as thick as a calf. Prepare to die, the bald man roared, charging ferociously towards Chen Nian. In Chen Nian's grasp, the iron shard of his weapon was suddenly enveloped by several formidable spears, their icy tips glimmering like gemstones from a frigid realm. The spears are unleashed. Countless spears shot forth like a barrage of gunfire toward the bald man ascending before him. Ineffective, utterly ineffective. The bald man seized the handle of the enormous axe blade on his back, brandishing it fiercely in front of him. As he spun with all his might, the 2 additional blades, tethered by chains, whirled in concert. A wall of blades, formed by the spinning axes, stood as a barrier against the onslaught of spears. Yet despite this defense, several spears penetrated the shield, piercing the bald man's flesh and causing a copious flow of blood. Remarkably, he remained unfazed, even erupting into manic laughter. Ha ha ha, bring it on. The more, the merrier. What a true freak. Chen Nian regarded the ecstatic bald man with disdain. The dragon motif on the central axe blade began to redden. The unique attribute of the blade indicated that any injury sustained or inflicted would intensify the dragon's hue, thereby amplifying its damage. Wind's wound. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A massive water sphere was expelled from the serpent's mouth, positioned to intercept the oncoming blade. The sphere was swiftly sliced apart, yet it mitigated the force of the attack, which ultimately collided with the ghost lantern, dissipating in an instant. You two are useless. It takes this long to deal with a single giant elephant. A youthful voice rang out. Chen Nian looked up in astonishment at the boy floating in the sky. White boy, he exclaimed. Oh no, not another mountain to climb. Chen Nian felt a pang of discomfort. Battling both Yao Shurdo and Kaname Tozen was already taxing enough. And now this white boy had appeared. The boy, with skin as pale as snow, donned a flowing white kimono and wielded a long-handled naginata. His long white hair cascaded behind him, and he floated barefoot, encircled by a barrier, appearing to be around 13 or 14 years old. Clearly, he was an awakened being, a manifestation of Naraku, akin to the wind god Kagura. The Flood Dragon. Chen Nian gasped, sensing the boy's imposing aura. Chapter 94. The Diamond Torrent. Azure Dragon Break. What the hell is this? Chen Nian promptly turned to flee. Oh, you think you can escape? The white boy swung his naginata with ferocity. unleashing a crescent slash that Chen Nian narrowly evaded, activating his observation skills just in time. The ground was cleaved open, creating a chasm several meters deep. With the arrival of Lord White Boy, victory is assured, the Serpent Man chuckled. The bald man remained silent, visibly displeased. He was not yet satiated from battle. However, he did not relent, gripping the dragon-patterned ghost lantern firmly as he prepared to attack Chen Nian once more with his massive axe. Chen Nian dodged with agility, retrieving a magical rune bestowed upon him by Kamishirasawa Yuri, igniting it without hesitation. Damn it, I'm all in. He donned a head-mounted camera and initiated video recording, subsequently expending all the emotional energy he had amassed. 50,000 emotional points consumed, enhancing the Iron Shard's dragon scale form to a low level. With the elevation of his realm to the 3 stars of the giant elephant, Chen Nian found himself still powerless against the white boy of the dragon realm. Fortunately, the white boy seemed to relish teasing Chen Nian rather than delivering a swift defeat. It appeared he enjoyed the spectacle of their struggle, perhaps yearning to savor the thrill of battle alone. The bald man, in a fit of rage, swung his crescent blade violently against his own chest. Blood spewed forth as he erupted into a maniacal laughter, seemingly unperturbed by his self-inflicted injury, for the long dragon behind him had already been filled to capacity, transformed entirely into a crimson hue. Such madness was unprecedented. Even the original Banmu's singular horn paled in comparison to this lunacy. Chen Nian could only regard the bald man's reckless self-harm as sheer lunacy. Yet, his primary concern lay with himself, as the white boy's offensive intensified. Chen Nian was on the verge of collapse, the only reason he had endured thus far being the continuous absorption of demonic energy by his dragon scale, iron fragment tooth. Indeed, the blade was now partially enveloped in a layer of green dragon scales, enabling it to siphon the otherworldly energy for his own use. Otherwise, his own demonic power would have been depleted by the white boy's relentless assault. However, despite the enhancement from the dragon scale, iron fragment tooth, Chen Nian's demonic energy was not infinite. Being a low-grade weapon, the absorption was merely a fraction of the depletion, only serving to slow down his energy consumption. Shenlai, where are you? Chen Nian wailed in anguish. You scoundrel! Kill! The bald man roared, his dual blades cleaving through everything in their path. Stop dodging, you coward! He bellowed angrily. Chop! Chen Nian unleashed a quadruple combination skill, the iron fragment tooth morphing in his grasp. It transformed into a colossal blade encased in a crimson blood jade, unleashing a torrent of blood-red, sharp javelins, accompanied by the swirling winds of his techniques. Suddenly, a massive dragon of crimson scales materialized. The dragon roared as it charged towards the bald man, who looked on in exhilaration, raising his dual blades like a lunar crescent, preparing to strike downwards. Break! He yelled. The dragon surged forth, shattering the dragon-patterned ghost lantern's attack, causing chains to snap and the dual blades to fracture, leaving only a half of the axe-shaped blade intact. The bald man collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. But the confrontation was far from over. The white boy, observing from above, furrowed his brow as the blood-red dragon roared towards him, crashing against a translucent pink barrier that suddenly materialized around him, unleashing boundless energy upon impact. Surrounding trees were uprooted and shattered by the force of the collision. You overestimate yourself, the white boy murmured softly. With a swift stroke, the colossal dragon was severed. Yet the momentum of its head had not yet ceased. A violent force, concealed within the dragon's body, surged forth. The blood jade diamond spear, enveloped by this force, transformed into a veritable tornado drill, concentrating its energy until it gradually penetrated a fissure in the boundary. This was the moment of truth. The young warrior, gripping his naginata, gathered his strength for a few seconds before striking fiercely at the eye of the storm. Clang! The sound of the naginata, colliding with the diamond spear, echoed. And to everyone's astonishment, the seemingly indestructible blood jade diamond spear was marred with cracks, ultimately sent flying. Its impenetrable nature thwarted the young warrior's efforts to sever it entirely. With a soft hiss, the moment the eye of the storm was struck, the violent force dissipated instantaneously. To think, even in such a state, the barrier remained unbroken. Chen Nian wore a perplexed expression. Indeed, the disparity in power was insurmountable, no matter how formidable the technique. It proved futile. However, the massive, bald figure akin to a giant had been obliterated by his dragon strike, albeit with an element of self-harm involved. Had the bald figure not harmed himself, he likely would not have lasted even a second against the Azure Dragon. At this moment, Chen Nian had already distanced himself significantly. Seizing the opportunity while the giant dragon charged at the young warrior's barrier, he managed to extract a fragment of blood marrow from the corner of the dragon's eye. This was what one might call professionalism. Acknowledging that he couldn't escape for long before the young warrior would pursue him again, he placed his hopes on Chenghai. No matter how far he fled, there was no escaping. It was time to relinquish his struggle. Flamehoof, the young warrior, observing Chen Nian's retreat, summoned an infernal steed, its hooves and mane wreathed in endless flames. Chen Nian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. At that moment, he heard a familiar incantation, an unmistakable voice belonging to a woman. 7 flashes. A steel wire suddenly shot forth, piercing through Chen Nian's upper garment. As he deftly glided along the wire, clad in fire rat fur, which appeared ordinary yet boasted armor-like defensive capabilities, it also possessed remarkable self-repair and fireproof features. The young warrior, mounted on the flame hoof, glanced at Chenghai with a smirk. When did the necessary evil association transform into the necessary good association? That last encounter with Kagura, was that individual of great significance to you? No comment. Flash of the rift. Chenghai, unwilling to divulge information, unsheathed her blade, unleashing a strike that seemed capable of severing all, hurtling directly towards the young warrior. He too swung his naginata, and the two forces collided in a spectacular clash. Good heavens, Chenghai is this powerful? Chen Nian stood in awe of her strength. Previously, as a mere lion, he had been unable to gauge her prowess. He knew she and Kagura surpassed the giants, yet he had not anticipated her ascension to the level of a dragon. While Chen Nian marveled at Chenghai's might, a voice suddenly echoed, and he was yanked down into the depths by a pair of hands. That is our high priestess, young man. Chapter 95. The young warrior? In a sudden twist, Chen Nian was yanked down into the depths by a pair of hands, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Upon regaining his focus, he discovered himself surrounded by people in a narrow alley. Wasn't I just pulled underground? He pondered, gazing at a man with a hip-hop style and a spiky hairstyle. No, this is merely a transfer technique of our Amakusa Cross Church, the man chuckled. Amakusa Cross Church? Is Shakugan your pope? Isn't he affiliated with the Church of Necessary Evil now? Chen Nian found himself grappling with confusion. Our Amakusa Cross is currently under the Church of Necessary Evil. I am the acting pope, Kimuri Zai, and Shakugan is now with the Association of Necessary Evil, or rather, the Church of Necessary Evil, the man explained, wielding a flame-shaped sword that measured a staggering 1 meter 80 in length. It resembled an extraordinarily long Malay sword, its wavy blade flickering like flames. Now I understand. Chen Nian replied with a smile. He then took out his phone, transferring the video from the camera into his device, and sent it to Wu Xiaoqian. Association of Name Suggestions, System Notification, Runmi and Her Beasts, invites Jing Shun Xiaomei, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Brother, Steel Plate Nichuan, to join the group chat. I'm Lu Yao Yao, not Lu Aobao. Welcome, welcome. Throws confetti, Runmi and Her Beasts. Aobao, why did you change your name? Runmi and Her Beasts, huh? Why did I change mine too? It must be Xiaorun. Jing Shun Xiaomei, hello, I am Jingjing. I am Lu Yao Yao, not Lu Aobao, based on your name. I guess my real name is Lu Yao Yao. Don't be misled by Wu Xiaoqian. I am not Lu Aobao. Angry face, above are historical messages. Aobao is actually called Yao Yao. Chen Nian was rather astonished, as he had always referred to her as Aobao, oblivious to the fact that it was a nickname bestowed by Wu Xiaoqian. Nonetheless, Yao Yao is indeed a bit more conventional than Aobao, which sounds somewhat awkward. Runmi and Her Beasts. I am Lu Yao Yao, not Lu Aobao. Hurry, hurry, it's time to work. Edit quickly and send it out. Buy him tens of thousands in promotions. Too good, just sleep. Video message. Too good, just sleep. Runmi and Her Beasts. Got it. Jing Shun Xiaomei. Is Teacher Chun in a battle? Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Brother. The President's Dragon is absolutely stunning. Total annihilation. Steel Plate Nichuan. White Boy, another monster. Belongs to the same world as Inuyasha. However, with the President having Sesomaru and Inuyasha, he should be able to manage, right? Ahem, the title must be explosive. The opponent is a dragon, while I'm a giant elephant. You know how to craft the title, right? Too good, just sleep. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Brother, wow, a dragon. The president can defeat a dragon as a giant elephant. The cicada realm is crying. Jing Shun Xiao Mei. The Yuanyo realm is also crying. Chen Nian chuckled softly before shutting off his phone. Kamuri, could you do me a favor? He addressed Kamuri Zai. What is it? Please send me back. Huh? Jiangong Zhai Zi found himself somewhat bewildered, pondering how he had just rescued him only to return. It was indeed possible, yet one must consider his condition. I am fine, and besides, the battle between Shun Lai and Bai Tong Zi was instigated by me. Chen Nian remarked with a smile. Ha ha! Although I have great faith in Shun Lai's prowess, you are quite likable. Should you wish to flee, simply place your hands on the ground and shout Tian Chao, sure, and I shall be ready to whisk you away. Jiangong, Zhai Zi chuckled, resting his hand upon Chen Nian's shoulder. Let's depart. No sooner had Jiangong spoken than a peculiar mystical array manifested beneath their feet, gradually drawing them into the earth. Meanwhile, the clash between Shun Lai and Bai Tong Zi raged fiercely. 7 flashes. Shun Lai's steel wires shot forth like bullets towards Bai Tong Zi, weaving a web that enveloped the entire area. 7 flashes slash. The steel wires suddenly moved with the agility of a serpent, striking at Bai Tong Zi's barrier from all angles. Even with the unparalleled speed granted by the flame hoof, Bai Tong Zi barely managed to evade the onslaught. How can these wires possess such swiftness? Bai Tong Zi was momentarily taken aback. Shun Lai's 7 flashes were no trifling matter. It signified the ability to sever an enemy 7 times in an instant. I have no time to indulge in this game of dodging wires. Bai Tong Zi bellowed. Zhening. The naginata in Bai Tong Zi's hand spun incessantly before he struck downwards with ferocity. Split air, Shun Lai exclaimed, swiftly drawing his 7 days and 7 nights to meet Bai Tong Zi's naginata head-on. The barrier surrounding Bai Tong Zi was explosively shattered by his own Zhening, amplifying the force of the confrontation with 7 days and 7 nights. Clang! The blades collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave and sparks. Shun Lai's wires trembled, nearly severed by the tremendous force. What do you think of this move? Bai Tong Zi taunted, fluidly executing a series of slashes with his naginata, his movements akin to a deadly dance. Naginata blade dance. Yet, Shun Lai merely smiled. Where are you looking? As Bai Tong Zi aimed to strike at Shun Lai, he found only emptiness. Binding wire barrier. Shun Lai commanded, manipulating the threads that enveloped Bai Tong Zi like a great net, intent on strangling him. Originally a 2-dimensional barrier drawn on the ground, Shun Lai transformed it into a 3-dimensional array with the wires, significantly enhancing its potency and distorting the opponent's perception. Impossible. Bai Tong Zi's pupils constricted sharply. The barrier expands. A layer of translucent pink barrier enveloped Bai Tong Zi once more. Yet Shun Lai's wires had sealed all avenues of escape. Binding wire barrier, 7 flashes bind. With a swift motion, the wires severed Bai Tong Zi's barrier, though they too suffered a reduction in damage. Meteoric slash. The white youth wielded his naginata with fervor, successfully parrying numerous strands of the 7-flash steel wire. Yet he sustained considerable injuries. The once pristine white of his form was now stained crimson. It appeared that my presence was no longer required. Chen Nian had been observing the battle for some time, patiently awaiting the emotional metrics from the video feed to rise, though it was evidently a challenging endeavor. Let me unleash a hidden strike. Chen Nian's right eye manifested a kaleidoscope, and he directed a fierce Amaterasu toward the white youth. How infuriating! What is this? The white youth was suddenly engulfed by ebony flames that seared his right leg. He sensed that these dark flames would not be easily extinguished. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly severed his own right leg with his naginata. With precision, Shinjiro aimed for the exposed vulnerability, seizing the opportune moment. Chapter 96. The holy Shinjiro Chen Nian was not taken aback by the white youth's self-amputation, for the truth was that the white youth was, in fact, immortal. Shinjiro unleashed the 7 days and 7 nights, with a ferocity that was entirely distinct from any prior strike. The instant the blade sliced through the air, a resplendent golden light enveloped both the blade and Shinjiro, reminiscent of a divine cleave. The sacred energy, imbued with the essence of severance, had already bisected the white youth before he could fully comprehend the attack. Shinjiro, possessing the physique of a saint, harnessed the power of a divine offspring. However, this immense power bore the risk of overwhelming his body. Thus, Shinjiro had devised the technique of the only flash, allowing him to release the divine energy with minimal strain on his form. How could this be? The white youth was struck with disbelief, unable to conceive any countermeasure against Shinjiro's strike. The white youth was departing. Once again, it is you, Shinjiro. With an expression of cold indifference, he regarded the newcomer. Sitting atop a colossal feather was Kagura, adorned in vibrant kimono, as a tempest swept through, whisking the white youth away. Until we meet again. The floating half of the white youth's head bore a smile. Though astonished by Shinjiro's might, he knew that as long as Nariku remained unvanquished, he would not perish. While the white youth and Kagura were both manifestations birthed from Nariku, he shared a single heart with Nariku, whereas Kagura possessed an independent heart under Nariku's dominion. As a conglomerate of myriad demons, Nariku's form housed countless powerful entities, ensuring that any fragment he produced would wield formidable strength. Kagura, as the envoy of the wind, eluded Shinjiro, who reluctantly sheathed the 7 days and 7 nights. Shinjiro, you are truly formidable, Chen Nian remarked in awe. Big sister? Shinjiro flinched at Chen Nian's designation. At merely around 20 years of age, Shinjiro found it peculiar that the 24-year-old Chen Nian referred to her as Big Sister. In a swift motion, she thrust the hilt of her blade against Chen Nian's abdomen, the force nearly eliciting a cry of pain from him. How did a creature of the dragon caliber come to fixate upon you? Ignoring Chen Nian's subtly resentful expression, Shinjiro inquired. Because of the fragments of the Shirkan jewel. Chen Nian estimated that the white boy was there to retrieve the medicine master's pouch and the shards of the Shirkan jewel held by the one with the corner. And then? Then the Shirkan jewel was taken away. I hold a grudge against them. Upon seeing me, they would want to kill me. Chen Nian shrugged his shoulders. Chenghai was somewhat speechless. Chen Nian's reasons for engaging in battle were always rather frivolous. If the opponent looked at him unfavorably, a confrontation would ensue. I heard you can summon awakeners? Chenghai paused, casting a curious glance at Chen Nian. Did Pingzi tell you? Chen Nian speculated. Yes, I can summon them. But there are certain limitations, and it requires considerable resources. Recently, we have been researching methods to summon awakeners from the corpses. Chen Nian did not conceal this from Chenghai. If that is the case, be sure not to die, Chenghai cautioned. I want to easily meet my demise, even without your reminder, Chen Nian replied, somewhat exasperated by the admonition. Take this. If you encounter danger, ignite it. Last time doesn't count against you, but this time you owe me a favor. From now on, whatever I ask of you, you must comply. After tossing a rune to Chen Nian, Chenghai vanished with a parting remark. Chen Nian stared blankly at the disappearing figure of Chenghai and the rune in his hand. He was already in debt to him for 7 or 8 favors. Chen Nian unleashed his powers, soaring into the sky, determined not to let anything halt his momentum this time. Previously, he had been drawn to a nearby barrier, which turned out to be a black market, sparking a series of battles. Curiosity had indeed proven fatal. With his rapid advance, he soon reached his villa. The other 7 villas were ready. Currently, there were not many people, so Chen Nian did not find it too troublesome. He arranged the 3 newcomers in the villa on the right. The center housed Chen Nian's residence, the left was the research institute, and the right served as the dormitory. Upon arriving home, Chen Nian first headed to the research institute, where Venom was still assisting Dr. Agasa and Vegapunk in moving equipment. They had procured quite a bit from Dr. Haddon, so everyone was busy organizing the devices. This villa is rather small, Chen Nian murmured. It's settled. I'll dig a pit underground for the villa. Chen Nian remarked, looking at Venom. Does this count as unauthorized expansion? Dr. Agasa inquired. Who cares if it does? You stay. Chen Nian disregarded the concern entirely and summoned Venom, transforming into a drilling machine. Boom! Without requiring any control from Chen Nian, Venom undertook the entire excavation task single-handedly. Chen Nian was responsible for clearing away the dirt. Employing a technique known as the Tsanglongpa, a massive dragon suddenly appeared, sweeping away all the displaced soil. Before long, a considerable space emerged beneath the research institute, and Chen Nian nodded in satisfaction. When the time comes, you'll need to handle the renovations. Ensure you calculate the load-bearing aspects properly. We certainly don't want it collapsing. Proper ventilation is a must, Chen Nian instructed Venom. Venom merely needed to absorb the construction materials into its form, and then liquefy to coat every part of the walls and ceiling, adeptly applying the bricks. I'm not an architect. However, If you profess your faith in my capabilities, I could certainly assume that role. In truth, my skills are quite commendable as doctor. Agasa has noted, much like how Beige Pank acknowledged my potential for improvement. Venom returned to Chen Nian, subsequently separating once more, allowing Venom's external activity duration to revert to 12 hours. Yet, Chen Nian found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament, as his stamina was already limited, and now a portion of Venom had detached from him. This is untenable. My friend is nearing his limit, and I must take a respite. With that, Chen Nian hastily retreated to his room. Lying on his bed, he suddenly felt the beauty of life. Today's encounter with the white boy had truly left him in a state of frustration, as he was undeniably formidable. Currently, Chen Nian could only engage in contemplation while reclining on his bed. At that moment, Lu Yaoyao and Wu Shaoqian entered Chen Nian's room. "What brings you two here?" "I am utterly exhausted," he said weakly to them. Lu Yaoyao looked perplexed, while Wu Shaoqian appeared somewhat irate. "We wish for you to view this video." A sigh escaped Chen Nian's lips. Where had the considerate Wu Shaoqian gone? The understanding Wu Shaoqian had nearly devoured him. Nevertheless, the thought of his rapidly increasing emotional value brought him some joy, reinvigorating him as he glanced at the video. Due to the head-mounted camera he wore, the footage was rather shaky, yet the outcome was satisfactory, especially given the first-person perspective. Chen Nian pondered whether he should employ a 180-degree camera next time. Surely, the videos produced will be far more exhilarating than the ordinary first-person recordings. He glanced at the title and was taken aback. This title indeed carries a certain flair. Chapter 97, The Most Precious Pink Membrane of the Jiaolong Boy. Upon opening the platform, Chen Nian was astonished to find his video featured on the homepage. He mused. No wonder his emotional value was escalating so swiftly. The title read, Moral Decay. The shameless dog-ear man dares to commit such acts against the bald man, ultimately targeting the most precious pink membrane of the Jiaolong Boy. The shameless dog-ear man referred to Chen Nian, while the bald man was the ability user Bamu Yijiao. The first half of the title was somewhat reasonable, yet the latter half was utterly absurd. What the hell is that most precious membrane? It is the pink, semi-transparent barrier of the white boy, and most importantly, the white boy is a male. Curious individuals lured in by the title would enter, only to exit in anger, thereby adding to Chen Nian's resentment value. What a splendid outcome. Meanwhile, some intrigued by ability users chose to watch further, as it was indeed the first-person perspective of a giant elephant battling a Jiaolong. Wu Shaoqian cleverly concluded with the segment featuring Chen Nian wielding the blood-red diamond gun against the giant dragon. The video began with Chen Nian using the dragon-scale iron shard to parry the white boy's attacks, revealing his gradual retreat, evoking a palpable sense of tension. Soon after, the bald man entered, launching a vigorous assault that heightened the audience's anxiety. In the climax, the ancient blood-red dragon directly annihilates the bald man, nearly breaching the barrier set by the white child. The narrative even includes a first-person perspective of the dragon drawing blood from the bald man's marrow. Chen Nian perused the comments below. Ancient General, why is this bald man so foolish? Self-harm is not to be encouraged. Troll Handsome, what a ridiculous title. Can a carbon-based life form truly conceive such nonsense? Bard Filial Son, the arguments proving dog-ear brother is a great general reside within my heart. They do not belong to me, but to all carbon-based beings. The evidence is indeed compelling. Thoughtful Primate, is this dragon somewhat perverse? What right does a mere small giant have to penetrate the barrier of a formidable dragon? User 1238283, is there truly a tiny giant up there? Is there not a lion of the sea to call out? Nasal mucus with rice and an egg. Is this it? Truly pathetic. My assessment is that anything below the dragon is merely a pitiful grave. In truth, several of the comments inciting public outrage were instigated by Chen Nian himself. As long as he could evoke anger, he could garner emotional value. The returns were quite satisfactory, he mused. Soon after, he sent Wu Shaoqian and Lu Yaoyao back, as he required rest. After rejuvenating himself, Chen Nian slumbered until the following afternoon. What the hell, the longer he slept, the more his head throbbed. Clearly, a prolonged sleep did not equate to quality rest. With the battlefield awaiting him the next day, he felt a twinge of excitement. Chen Nian had not acquired his abilities through military resources. In reality, he was not compelled to fight. At most, they would seek him out, but given his position in the abilities department, abstaining was not an option. Tomorrow marked the day of battle, and he wondered if the students had adequately prepared. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to Pingzi, having forgotten to inquire yesterday, due to exhaustion. Internal group of the Masked Association, Bottle and Sadako. Have you disclosed my ability to summon awakeners to anyone? Surely the Awakeners Circle is not aware of it, right? So good. Just sleep. Not at all. I only informed those familiar with our association, and only the higher-ups. Rest assured, they will not leak it, as your ability is indeed vital. They may even protect you. Chen Nian could not dismiss Pingzi's words, as he had been cautioned by Tsukyamru in the black market previously. Association, seeking names, system notification. So good, just sleep, has renamed the group to Dominators Association. Qing Shin little sister. What is the meaning behind this group name? Steel Plate Nichuan. Dominators Association? This group of malevolent awakeners established this association within human society to disrupt our order. My adversaries in battle yesterday were members of the Dominators Association and the Saiha Association, the latter being mere lackeys of the former. Our association's name has been finalized as the Master of Fragments Association. The name can be referred to as either the Master of Fragments or simply the association, according to your preference. Some members have expressed that the name seems rather hasty. Today, I will conduct an emergency training session at school. Otherwise, given their current state, it could lead to dire consequences. Chen Nian informed the members of the Special Abilities class through the school's contacts. This class is renowned for its exceptional abilities, alongside others such as the Ghostly Path class, Ninja Techniques class, Martial Arts class, and the Demon Techniques class. Chen Nian's Special Abilities class is a blend of elite talents. After organizing matters, Chen Nian made his way to the school. En route, he transformed into a demon dog to attract emotional energy. Though this time the effect was not as pronounced as before. With the impending battlefield days approaching, the excitement surrounding special abilities had waned compared to the initial days. Now, when the students witnessed Chen Nian's transformation into a giant demon, their astonishment quickly faded. They preferred witnessing battles among special ability users instead. The allure of such spectacles far surpassed his previous demonstrations. As the students' experiences broadened, their enthusiasm diminished. Chen Nian landed at the martial arts arena, where the same group of students awaited. Initially, he had not planned on training today, but given the circumstances, he felt compelled to ensure their safety, hence the impromptu session. He addressed the students, asking, "What are we training today?" The response was met with a grin. "We will practice the ability to endure blows." The students were taken aback, realizing this meant standing still to be struck by Chen Nian. "Of course, I won't be the one hitting you. I couldn't withstand that myself. The training involves you all sparring amongst yourselves. Unlike last time, this time, the more ferocious the strikes, the better. Use bamboo swords or similar weapons," he instructed, calling upon Xing Cheng and Jiang Liang, who brought forth a box of bamboo weapons. Who you fight and how you fight is entirely up to you. You may utilize your abilities, Ghostly Path, or Ninja Techniques. If you sustain injuries, come to my avatar for healing. He will assist you in recovery. Today is all about practicing endurance. Upon hearing that there would be someone to heal them, the students breathed a sigh of relief, though they remained apprehensive about engaging in combat with one another. Most had little experience with fighting, and, while many had been struck before, few had endured severe injuries, with some even flinching at the thought of a mere punch. Meanwhile, Chen Nian relaxed under the sun, observing the students as they began their brawls. Just then, a female voice called out, "Teacher Chen, you seem quite leisurely." He turned to see Zhao Hongxian approaching. "Chen Nian, you've been elusive these past few days. What have you been up to? You're not avoiding me, are you?" Zhao Hongxian sat beside Chen Nian and laughed. Chen Nian shrugged and replied, "I am too busy. Lately, there have been constant attempts on my life. What can I do?" Zhao Hongxian's smile froze, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. "What? Recently, members of the Rulers Association and the Saiha Association have been harassing me daily, and I've already dealt with several colossal elephants, not to mention a dragon that almost met its demise." Chen Nian displayed a look of regret. A dragon? Zhao Hongxian felt increasingly perplexed. It seemed unusual that after just a few days without seeing Chen Nian, their conversation had escalated to such incomprehensible heights. She pressed her forehead, attempting to organize her thoughts, pondering where to begin her inquiries. The last time she had encountered Chen Nian, he appeared to be a Lion Sea 4-star, and she had even performed a venomous dance for him. That particular jest was still fresh, having only transpired 10 days ago, and it remained quite popular. Chen Nian's strength, however, had skyrocketed at a speed reminiscent of the third universe. Chen Nian, could you enlighten me on your current strength? Zhao Hongxian asked, somewhat anxious, fearing he might suddenly declare himself a dragon. 3-star colossal elephant, Chen Nian chuckled. Although Zhao Hongxian was taken aback, it remained within the realm of acceptability. Do Wang Anming and the others know? She inquired. They should be unaware. When I last saw them a few days ago, I was still a Lion C8-star. Puffed. Zhao Hongxian suddenly felt an irresistible urge to tease Chen Nian, who appeared nonchalantly arrogant, but inwardly reveled in his cleverness. He could gauge Zhao Hongxuan's true emotions through the fluctuations of her emotional value, a rather effective tactic, as even murderous intent could yield substantial returns. For instance, last night, an inexplicable surge of over 30,000 emotional points came from Bai Tongzi, leaving Chen Nian puzzled about the source of such animosity. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Tongzi had also seen the video that circulated online, along with its captivating title and the Dragon Boy's most precious FAOD. Chen Nian had a loyal cadre of supporters, including Dr. Haddon, who regularly contributed thousands of emotional points. He pondered whether, after extracting their marrow, he should spare their lives, allowing them to quietly weep in the stillness of night, generating emotional value for him. Alternatively, he could establish an entire prison, capturing 2 nefarious individuals to torment periodically. This idea seemed promising. Imagining 2 men engaged in a duel of absurdity made him chuckle uncontrollably. Chen Nian? Chen Nian? Zhao Hongxian regarded him quizzically as he suddenly burst into laughter. I'm here. I just recalled something amusing. Zhao teacher, he said, looking at her with a hint of exasperation. How formidable is the Starry Sky Association? Zhao Hongxian, upon hearing Chen Nian's omission of the subject, cast him a fierce glare and remarked, as one of the premier cities of Qilong, and within Meng's father being the wealthiest man in Shanghai, how formidable do you think their strength is? Indeed, there are numerous matters that only someone of Meng's stature could reveal, much like when we previously visited your home to sell the essence of the Great Snake. Zhao Hongxian paused and continued, it certainly seems to be the case. Chen Nian pondered for a moment and replied, previously, when Wang and Meng explained history to me, she mentioned that over 30 worlds had merged their abilities. However, considering the newly added powers, the official website of the ability users only records a meager 30. The first time he heard Wang and Meng speak of it, she had indeed said there were over 30, and the claim on the official website about the first ability user being discovered 40 to 50 years ago seemed dubious. For Wang and Meng had inadvertently disclosed that such abilities had existed over a century ago. Yet, why would the military conceal so much information? Chen Nian felt perplexed. Yet he also recognized that Wang and Meng appeared to possess considerable knowledge, having previously mentioned she was part of the association dedicated to defending the Qilong nation. Thus, it could be inferred that Wang and Meng's faction represented the righteous side. Chen Nian's reasoning flowed increasingly smoothly, leading him to chuckle softly, leaving Zhao Hongxian momentarily bewildered. What could Chen Nian possibly find amusing, given the strength of the Starlight Association? Perhaps you feel they are weaker because you set your expectations too high, Zhao Hongxian jested. That may be true, Chen Nian conceded. In reality, the Starlight Association was merely a subsidiary managed by Meng on behalf of her father. The more formidable organization was the Moonlight Association, which her father directly oversees. Though its headquarters is not located in Shanghai, and he was not well acquainted with it, and Meng had mentioned it in passing. Moonlight? Chen Nian had not heard of it. In fact, aside from the Starlight and Sahi associations, he was entirely unfamiliar with other human associations. While he had already garnered considerable knowledge about the Awakener associations, with several approaching him proactively. I am not well versed either. If you wish to know more, you may inquire with Meng. Zhao Hongxian waved dismissively. Subsequently, Zhao Hongxian rose to leave, having only come to check on Chen Nian because he had not attended class for several days. Teacher Chen, I can now utilize the Azure Fire Drop, Lin Jingjing exclaimed, sprinting towards him. What? Chen Nian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Jingjing would master the Azure Fire Drop so swiftly, especially since he had merely demonstrated it casually. Lord of the Realm, mask of flesh and blood, myriad forms, take flight with soaring wings, crowned in the name of humanity, truth and moderation, with only claws to stand upon the unknowing dream wall. Destruction of the path. 33. Azure Fire Drop. As Lin Jingjing recited the incantation, she placed her left hand upon her right arm, a gesture Chen Nian had not taught her, as he had previously performed the release with one hand. Believing no one at this level could execute the Azure Fire Drop. Boom! A massive orb of azure flames surged forth, hurtling towards Chen Nian. Previously, they had been engaged in a fierce exchange, yet Lin Jingjing refrained from employing this particular move, aware that its impact could prove fatal to her classmates. Impressive, Chen Nian remarked, gazing at the azure fireball unleashed by Lin Jingjing. However, the tremendous force sent Lin Jingjing hurtling backward, the recoil undeniably substantial. Counterattack. Chen Nian extended his hand, releasing a similar azure fireball. The two energies collided instantaneously, neutralizing each other without a hint of residual power. This technique is effective when both parties can wield the same move, thus preventing any backlash from the attack. However, it requires a degree of control over one's spiritual energy, for failure could result in an explosive backlash in the palm. Quite leisurely, aren't you, Chen Nian? Chen Nian, bewildered, turned towards the source of the voice. Must you appear at the end of chapter? Chapter 99. Chen Nian, we are here to assist you. Chen Nian's gaze fell upon the familiar figure clad in white robes, the well-known baboon-headed individual. Yet, with his students present, it indicated that the target of the Dominators Association extended beyond himself. What is your purpose for returning? Chen Nian regarded the baboon-headed figure with a cold demeanor, while his students maintained a vigilant watch. I have no particular objective, but I am curious to see the expression on your face when your adorable students perish before you. Scoundrel! Chen Nian brandished his iron-shattered tooth, slashing forth with a wind-infused blade. The yellow-white blade, intertwined with a tempest, surged towards the baboon-headed figure. Yet, Chen Nian struck nothing but air. Last time, I was interrupted during battle, but this time, surely no one will disturb us. The baboon-headed figure cackled. Shortly thereafter, several familiar faces emerged. Team of 7. However, it seemed only a few had arrived. Only Man Bone, Snake Bone, Refining Bone, Mist Bone, and Sleep Bone were present. Surprisingly, Mist Bone, who had previously been decapitated by the divine severance, had returned, while Fierce Bone and Silver Bone were absent. Looks like they've sent me fragments of the Four Souls Jewel, Chen Nian chuckled, understanding that Mist Bone's revival was due to the fragments. And he suspected that Man Bone possessed more than one piece. You little brat, last time I was ensnared by that fiery scoundrel. This time, I will not spare you. Man Bone threatened, brandishing his weapon. Chen Nian assessed the strength of the four. Only Man Bone was at the 4-star level of the giant elephant, Snake Bone at 2 stars, while the others were merely 1 star. With the Four Souls Jewel fragment, Man Bone's power was even greater. Chen Nian furrowed his brow slightly. However, the pressure was not particularly overwhelming. The last time he was forced to flee was due to his own strength being only at the 4-star level of Lion Sea, while they were at the 9-star level. And when Chen Nian ascended to the 8-star level, Divine Severance had intervened to conclude the battle. Wu Xiaoqian, summon Run Ti. Chen Nian commanded. Yao Yao, employ the Tongyi character. Do not engage them directly. Protect the others and facilitate their escape. The strongest among them was Yao Yao of the Tian Chan, albeit still at the initial stage, while their adversaries leapt directly from Lion Sea to Giant Elephant, rendering any confrontation unnecessary due to the vast disparity in strength. Seeking to flee? The artillery in the hands of the Bone Alchemist began to target the crowd, and the Serpent Bone Blade was unleashed, aiming to strangle the students of the abilities class directly. Damn it, scoundrel! Chen Nian muttered, realizing the gravity of the situation. He swiftly retreated, attempting to thwart the oncoming assault. Chen Nian, we are here to assist you. At that moment, Jizi and Wu Chang arrived unexpectedly. A wave of joy washed over Chen Nian as he beheld the two. Most notably, he was elated by their advancements in power. Wu Chang had ascended to the rank of 8 stars in the Lion Sea, while Jizi had reached 6 stars. Not long ago, they were mere celestial cicadas, and now they had achieved the Lion Sea rank. While they might not be formidable in combat, at the very least, they could effectively safeguard their classmates during their retreat. Zizi's ability was a tornado, which, due to its current developmental stage, could not unleash its full potential. However, once sufficiently refined, it could effortlessly summon a meteor from space to strike down. Presently, The intensity of his telekinesis was sufficient to dismantle buildings with ease, a testament to the resources provided by Wang Onmeng, who had evidently facilitated the absorption of ability stones and blood essence. Wu Chang, on the other hand, had become a fearsome force, now wielding dual abilities. His previous power, Diamond Jaws, combined with the newly acquired Lava Beast Merphite, which Chen Nian had sold to Wang Onmeng and was subsequently absorbed by Wu Chang. Now, Wu Chang was virtually flawless, with an outer layer of diamond and an inner layer composed of diamond and the unique stone, the magical source of the Lava Beast body, rendering him exceptionally resilient. His granite shield had transformed into a diamond shield, augmented by the molten lava within him. Wu Chang had become a formidable magical anomaly. With determination, Wu Chang charged forward, effortlessly prying apart the serpent bone blade, leaving mere fissures on the diamond of his palm, a testament to the blade's razor sharpness. Meanwhile, the bone alchemist was also in a precarious position. His artillery fire was rebounding off Jizi's defenses. Should Jizi be given ample time to develop his abilities, he could easily repel a nuclear bomb with his bare hands. With these reliable allies by his side, Chen Nian felt a sense of security. Iron Tooth engaged directly with the savage dragon of the Bone Barbarian. Nearby, the sleeping bone maintained an appearance of an innocuous, honest individual. This was his characteristic, a dual personality. When asleep, green patterns would adorn his face, transforming his demeanor into that of a bloodthirsty battle monster. Clang! Iron Tooth and the savage dragon clashed in a primal confrontation. The formidable force of the Bone Barbarian causing Chen Nian's hands to tingle with discomfort. "Kid, you possess quite a bit of strength," the Bone Barbarian bellowed with laughter. Clang! The weight of the savage dragon bore down upon Iron Tooth, nearly dislodging it from Chen Nian's grip, the sheer force overwhelming. Chen Nian surmised that the savage dragon must possess numerous fragments of the Four Soul Jewels, perhaps even within its very palms. Chen Nian created distance, manipulating Iron Tooth as red dragon scales enveloped it. For the moment, he could only employ a fusion of two types of demonic energy simultaneously. "Absorb for me." The combination of blood jade and dragon scales signified a breakthrough in defense and absorption. The kaleidoscope in Chen Nian's eyes suddenly materialized, fixating intensely on Mangu. "What is this?" Those crimson eyes, attempting to ensnare me in an illusion? Ha ha ha. Oh no. Chen Nian realized with alarm that Mangu's eyes each contained a shard of the Four Soul Jade. "You scoundrel, do you presume I lack intelligence?" Man Long flash. Mangu raised the Man Long high above his head, propelling himself into the air. Chen Nian was taken aback. The shards of the Four Soul Jade were not embedded in his wrists, but rather within his eyes, indicating that he was acutely aware of his own mental shortcomings. Is this power not absurd? Can such strength truly belong to a mere human? If the shards are not in the wrists, it signifies that Mangu's earlier strike was purely driven by brute force. Chen Nian's iron-shattered tooth transformed once more, taking the shape of the blood jade diamond spear, a technique resembling the Songlong breaking the corner of the dry cracked eye. Diamond Storm, Songlong break. Chen Nian unleashed the iron-shattered tooth with all his might, summoning forth a crimson dragon clad in the scales of the blood jade diamond spear, its body swirling with raging torrents. Chen Nian was confident that this technique would surpass Mangu. "I knew you would resort to this." At that moment, Sleepbone and Mistbone suddenly intervened. Sleepbone's steel claws raked deeply across Chen Nian's back, leaving a severe gash. Meanwhile, Mistbone thrust a venomous substance into the wound. Damn it, is this an ambush? Chen Nian found himself yearning for the venom. Had he brought it along, he would have been spared this sneak attack, but unfortunately, it was left behind while he was tiling. Boom! The blood-red dragon clashed with Mangu's Manlong, coming to an abrupt halt as Chen Nian noticed 3 shards of the Four Soul Jade embedded in the Manlong. The secret lay within Mangu's Manlong. Seizing the moment of stalemate between Mangu and the dragon, Chen Nian's left hand, adorned with the venomous claw, swiftly dispatched Mistbone. How is this possible? Mistbone was left bewildered, unable to comprehend why Chen Nian was unafraid of poison. In truth, it was because Sesomaru's body was saturated with lethal toxins. However, Sleepbone seized the opportunity to strike. Just as Sleepbone's claws were about to penetrate Chen Nian's body, crack. Damn it, my tiling. Chapter 100, Slaying Mangu Suddenly. A thunderous roar caught Chen Nian off guard, leaving Sleepbone in utter confusion. Just as his claws were poised to pierce Chen Nian's body, a figure emerged from behind, donning a hard hat and a reflective work vest. Damn it, you were the one who shattered my tiling. Venom seethed with fury. I'll shatter you too. Sleepbone plunged a claw into Venom's body. Venom erupted forth, transforming his arm into a sharp blade. Whoosh! His arm swiftly sliced through Sleepbone's head, cleaving it in two from the nose upwards. Venom, go assist Wu Chong and the others. Chen Nian bellowed, asserting that Wu Chong and GZ could barely fend off the attacks from Snakebone and Refined Bone, lacking any capability to counterattack. How could they possibly contend with him while preoccupied with others? Stop underestimating people. The clash between Barbarian Bone and Songlong resulted in the latter piercing through Barbarian Bone's abdomen. Countless blood jade diamond spears embedding themselves into his chest and belly. Dragon Thunder Strike. Ignoring his injuries, Barbarian Bone thrust the Barbarian Dragon Spear fiercely into Songlong's maw. Astonishingly, Chen Nian was left in shock. A bolt of thunder descended with the force of divine retribution, shattering Songlong's scales. Coughing, he exclaimed, "Did you see that? My Barbarian Dragon is truly the strongest." Blood flowed from Barbarian Bone's mouth, yet a smile lingered on his face as he spoke. Demonic energy unleashed. Upon witnessing this, Chen Nian directly released his own demonic aura. Typically, his power was restrained, but now his eyes were instantly stained crimson, and his fangs sharpened to a lethal point. Barbarian Dragon Break. Break it. The demonized Chen Nian was ferocious, his wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Clang! Iron-shattered tooth collided violently with the Barbarian Dragon. The tremendous sound causing Chen Nian's eardrums to throb. What's happening? Your strength seems rather lackluster. Chen Nian mocked, enduring the pain in his ears. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged without employing any techniques, merely relying on the simplest slashes and strikes, their fierce exchanges igniting the demon blood within Chen Nian. Bang! The Barbarian Dragon in Barbarian Bone's hands was sent flying by a single strike from Chen Nian. How is this possible? Barbarian Bone gazed at Chen Nian in disbelief. You're not even capable of basic techniques. Chen Nian shouted angrily, wielding iron-shattered tooth to unleash 3 devastating slashes. Swish! Barbarian Bone's chest was once again torn apart. You forced my hand. The shards of the Four Souls gem swiftly shifted positions to his wrists. Ha ha ha! With this power, I am the strongest. Chen Nian could only respond with 2 words. What nonsense! Chen Nian activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan Tsukuyami. Instantly, Barbarian Bone fell into an illusion. Truly foolish, Chen Nian thought, bemused by Barbarian Bone's lack of intellect. Previously, the shards of the Four Souls gem had been in his eyes, rendering Chen Nian powerless. However, with their relocation, he could now employ illusions without remorse. In the realm of Tsukuyami, countless versions of Chen Nian surrounded Barbarian Bone, engaging in study. Not only were they studying, but they were also imparting knowledge of finance. The essence of finance is encapsulated within the historical processes of its emergence and development. And the various definitions of finance indeed carry distinct historical contexts. Chen Nian launched into an extensive discourse, while Barbarian Bone appeared increasingly frantic. Stop lecturing. Enough already. But it was far from over. Chen Nian's duplicates in the realm of Tsukuyami produced countless blades and razors. They proceeded to meticulously scrape Barbarian Bone's body, akin to peeling a potato, subjecting him to relentless torment for a full 24 hours. Currently, the development of the ancient moon reading technique is exceedingly inadequate, and this illusion serves as a torment to one's spirit, afflicting the formidable Bone for a full 24 hours, while only a fleeting moment has passed in reality. Upon the conclusion of the moon reading, the formidable Bone lay utterly exhausted. Despite its physical prowess, its spirit could scarcely endure the strain, particularly when it came to the fear of reading and writing. How infuriating that I, a grand figure, have fallen prey to your illusion. The formidable Bone lamented as it prostrated itself upon the ground. I have accepted your fragments, Chen Nian replied with a smirk. Though at that moment, he had just emerged from the liberation of his demonic power and had recently employed the moon reading technique. Both his mind and body were somewhat weakened. With a swift motion, Chen Nian plunged a blade into the formidable Bone's body, extinguishing its life instantly. Yet this was insufficient, as the fragments within would resurrect it. He extracted 2 fragments of the Four-Soul jade from its wrist. Just as he was about to claim the 3 fragments of the 4-soul jade from the formidable dragon, the baboon head suddenly appeared and whisked the dragon away. Those 2 fragments are temporarily in your possession, but I shall reclaim them sooner or later. The baboon head cackled before vanishing once more. Cursed scoundrel, Chen Nian muttered in frustration. When he dispatched the missed bone, he procured a fragment from its body. Combined with the 2 from the formidable bone and the 1 previously placed within the brick, he now possessed 4 fragments of the 4-soul jade. Nai Luo must possess dozens by now, Chen Nian surmised. Upon the extraction of the 4-soul jade from the formidable bone, its body instantaneously transformed into a heap of white bones. This is disastrous. The formidable bone is dead. The refining bone gasped in shock as it beheld the distant remains. How could this be? Brother Formidable Bone has succumbed to that human boy. At that moment, both Snake Bone and Refining Bone found themselves in dire straits. Had it not been for the Venom still harboring a fear of fire, and the fact that Refining Bone could spew flames, they would have been obliterated long ago. This 7-member team resembled discarded pawns, with even Kagura failing to come to their aid. Could it be that they are truly delivering fragments of the 4-soul jade to me? Chen Nian pondered. Students of the Demon Path system bombarded Snake Bone and Refining Bone with long-range Crimson Fire projectiles, while Jizi shielded Refining Bone, and Wu Chang confronted Snake Bone, allowing the Venom to engage in a tactical dance with the duo. Before long, both were left panting from exertion. After resolving the formidable bone, Chen Nian joined the fray. With several gusts of wind-inflicted harm, he swiftly dispatched Snake Bone and Refining Bone, though neither bore any fragments of the 4-soul jade. The fragments of the dead soul jade in Chen Nian's possession were all a deep, purplish-black hue, indicating their corruption. As he held them, he could distinctly feel the malevolent thoughts eroding his essence, a gradual and insidious encroachment that silently led him toward moral decay. To purify the fragments of the 4-soul jade, a price of 10,000 emotional value units is required. Purify, Chen Nian declared without hesitation. Although the purified fragments would lack the potency of their corrupted counterparts, he would no longer need to fear the 4-soul jade's insidious influence on his heart. After Chen Nian had gathered all the fragments of the 4-soul jewels, he turned his attention to the condition of his students. Fortunately, there were not many injured. Most had merely been affected by the shock waves from the battle or scorched by the flames of the bone-forging artillery. Seeing that everyone was relatively unharmed, Chen Nian released his avatar to employ restorative ghostly techniques to heal their wounds. The students, however, were filled with mixed emotions. Chapter 101. The Fractured Rulers Association. Most of the students were fine, with only a few showing signs of excitement. Yet, several remained in a state of shock, as it was their first encounter with the perilous dance between life and death, even though they had primarily been fleeing for their lives. Chen Nian found himself at a loss for words, for it was he who had inadvertently placed his students in danger. Their combat experience had thus far been limited to battling creatures like the Yuan Yo Mouse. This time, due to his enemies seeking vengeance, they were besieged by a colossal elephant, and it was understandable that they felt fear. Initially, Chen Nian contemplated admonishing them for their trepidation, questioning how they could ever take to the battlefield if they were so easily frightened. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that in a real battle, they would not necessarily confront an elephant. After pondering for a moment, he addressed the group. Dear students, I acknowledge that I have drawn you into this predicament. Nevertheless, you must understand one crucial truth. This is the level of power possessed by a giant. If you do not strive to enhance your abilities, you will forever remain sheltered behind others. You may feel that your current predicament is a result of my actions, and while that is indeed the case, have you ever considered the possibility of being caught in the crossfire of battles involving other practitioners in the future? In our city, conflicts erupt continuously. Who can claim immunity from such turmoil? Without formidable strength, how will you defend yourselves? This time, it was my influence that endangered you. And with the protection of Jizi and Wu Chang, you may have felt secure. But outside these walls, do you truly believe there will always be someone to safeguard you? Chen Nian articulated each word with precision, his statements piercing through to their hearts. The harsh reality was that not everyone in the world was like him, willing to protect those who were ensnared by their circumstances. In fact, some might not only neglect to shield the innocent, but could also lead them into harm's way. Chen Nian did not consider himself a virtuous person. During his battle with Ba Gu, there were undoubtedly innocent bystanders who perished under Ba Ji's might, though he had not witnessed it. Yet who truly cared? Bagu faced his due punishment, death, but so did those innocent pedestrians. If these students lacked the strength to defend themselves, they could very well find themselves in the same tragic fate as those bystanders one day. Listening to Chen Nian's words, the students felt a wave of melancholy wash over them, for his assertions held undeniable truth. As their teacher, Chen Nian felt a profound sense of responsibility towards them, compelling him to protect them when they were embroiled in his troubles. However, the same could not be said for strangers. Their misfortunes would remain unnoticed. Chen Nian observed the impact of his words with a tinge of satisfaction in his heart. It is not joy that has cleared their burdens. Rather, Chen Nian has no intention of absolving himself from such matters. He wishes for them to perceive the world with greater clarity, to understand the essence of reality. Noticing the somber mood among the crowd, he reassured them. However, there is no need for concern. Even if our strength is lacking, we can ensure our own safety through diligent improvement. At this moment, Lu Yaoyao began to enliven the atmosphere. We have already faced the might of the giant elephants. Beneath the giant elephants lie the lion seas and the heavenly cicadas. Our battles thus far have merely involved the likes of the yuan bulls and mice, so there is little to fear. After a few minutes, Chen Nian observed that the spirits of the crowd, buoyed by his and Lu Yaoyao's words, had lifted, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. The greatest taboo before heading to battle is a lack of morale and the seed of fear. Though initially daunted by the seven-man team, they had regained their courage through Chen Nian's candid remarks. Yet their spirits were still somewhat subdued, plagued by anxiety over their perceived weakness. Now, however, the atmosphere had begun to shift. Indeed, we have faced the giant elephants. What is there to fear on the battlefield, where we will encounter only yuan bulls? Ha! The crimson fire cannon that I could not wield before. Under pressure, I just blasted that fool in the scarf right in the face. The iron block I previously struggled with, too. I could never use it before. But in a moment of excitement, I became solid as a rock, and I'm still hard as ever. The crowd engaged in fervent discussions about the recent battle. Some celebrated on social media, while others boasted in group chats about their encounters with the giant elephants. Chen Nian found their quick emotional shifts amusing, contemplating how these young individuals transformed so rapidly. He seemed oblivious to the fact that he himself was merely 24, just a senior peer to these students in their early 20s. After a few days apart, it appeared that the most significant change was not within him. Chen Nian smiled at GZ. Had it not been for me and the big guy, your group of students would surely have suffered casualties, GZ proclaimed proudly. Chen Nian chuckled softly without retorting. His emotional reserves had grown considerably, allowing him to unlock the innate abilities of Tensiga, yet he had no immediate plans for advancement. He adhered to the principle of maintaining sufficient strength without excessive enhancement, accumulating emotional energy to be utilized in times of peril. By this means, he would avoid becoming excessively reliant on his power and the system. In truth, he had been striving to diminish his dependence on the system, reserving its forceful enhancements for moments of danger. Chen Nian's rapid progress had rendered his foundation somewhat unstable. Without exerting his full strength against the likes of the barbaric bones, he would struggle. Chen Nian operated in a layered state, thriving in combat against others, even when equipped with a singular level of Inuyasha's blood essence. He might not surpass those possessing fragments of a Shirkan jewel. In this context, he pondered how his own avoidance of strengthening could be seen as a form of reliance on the system for protection. Just as he criticized the students for needing others to safeguard them, the system is merely a fragment of the past. The first step towards independence for Chen Nian begins with the reduction of reliance on Venom. In the recent battles, Venom happened to be absent, yet Chen Nian has increasingly mastered the use of his iron-shattered fawn. Previously, when wielding a blade, he predominantly relied on the power of Venom. The weapon in his hand was somewhat superfluous. He vividly recalls the moment when Kamikakushi severed the white child with a single stroke. At this moment, I am still too weak and require further introspection, sighed Chen Nian. Beside him, Ji and Wu Chong exchanged glances, bemused by Chen Nian's self-deprecating remark. Just moments ago, he had fallen into silence, lost in thought, only to suddenly declare his own weakness. Back when they were Tian Shan, Chen Nian was Yuan Yo now. Both have transformed into lion-like forms, while Chen Nian has become a colossal elephant. Who then is truly weak? Let us conclude today's lesson here. Rest well. and maintain your composure for tomorrow's battlefield. Chen Nian addressed the group. Wu Chang and Ji Zi engaged in casual conversation with him. I heard from a Ming that you recently established an association. Ji Zi inquired. Indeed, it has been set up, but currently lacks members. Chen Nian replied with a smile. Ji Zi, intrigued, asked, what is its name? To be honest, even I am unsure of its name. I hope to name it after myself, for instance, Yinzu Venom, as Chen Nian's father was quite impressive, or perhaps the Handsome Glasses Association, as I am the father of Fei Ko. Chen Nian disregarded the Venom's suggestion and stated, the Association of Shattering Controllers. Chapter 102. Memory Erasure. Ji Zi was somewhat astonished upon hearing Chen Nian's mention of the Association of Shattering Controllers. Oh, quite an ambitious goal. You are aware of the controllers? Ji Zi chuckled. Chen Nian, perplexed, responded, do you not know whom you just battled? The tables turned, and now it was Ji Zi's turn to be confounded. The individuals we just fought were from the Controllers Association, Chen Nian remarked, exasperated. What? Ji Zi's eyes widened. He had not heard of any enmity between Chen Nian and the Controllers Association. This misunderstanding was understandable, as Chen Nian had previously referred to the Chenghai Association, which is essentially a pawn of the Controllers. Chen Nian could not possibly aim to dismantle the Chenghai Association. Moreover, the name of our association is the Association of Shattering Controllers, not merely a slogan. Ha! What a ridiculous name! Ji Zi's earlier astonishment evaporated in the face of this absurdity. Laughable. Chen Nian, do you have any knowledge of the Controllers Association's intricacies? Wu Chang inquired. Yes, I do. Since you are aware, I advise you to refrain from provoking them too much. We suspect that the Controllers Association may be backed by the Awakened Ones. Chen Nian felt bewildered, yet his mind raced with thoughts. What? This is still mere speculation? They are the very association of the Awakened. Chen Nian asserted. How can you be so certain? Ji Zi asked curiously. Did you not notice that the individuals we battled just now were awakened? They are all members of the Controllers Association. Do you not watch Inuyasha? Inuyasha? I have indeed heard of this world, yet it feels rather unfamiliar. Perhaps it is the world of heretics that has descended. Ji Zi pondered before speaking. The world of heretics? Chen Nian expressed a degree of confusion regarding his meaning. Thus, he promptly activated a search application on his phone, entering the term Inuyasha. Huh? Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback by the search results. How could this be? The only relevant information he unearthed was a vague introduction to the world of Inuyasha on the official website for those with extraordinary abilities. The reasons behind its nomenclature, its emergence, and the weaknesses of each individual's skills and abilities were all shrouded in ambiguity. Furthermore, there was a conspicuous absence of any videos or comics, not just Inuyasha, but also news regarding Bleach, One Piece, and Naruto was similarly non-existent. All information pertaining to these comics and animations had vanished, not merely removed by human intervention, but seemingly erased from the very fabric of existence, leaving only a perplexing recollection of extraordinary powers among the populace. What transpired? They had memories of these before. Chen Nian conducted another search online for Marvel, and fortunately, all relevant information appeared. The familiar figures of Spider-Man, Iron Man, and even Venom were present. System, do you comprehend the nature of this occurrence? Chen Nian inquired within his thoughts. Beep. As worlds descend, all related memories and entities will gradually fade until they are entirely erased, the system responded. This meant that when the world of pirates first emerged, people remembered them. But as they began to comprehend the extraordinary abilities associated with pirates, all prior knowledge would be obliterated, leaving only their understanding post-arrival. Is such a phenomenon truly happening? Chen Nian was taken aback. The fact that he retained memories of these worlds was undoubtedly attributable to the system. No wonder they failed to recognize the awakened members of the Rulers Association, he mused. He then hastily bid farewell to the two and set forth at full speed towards the Starry Sky Association, intending to inquire of Wang Onming regarding the extent of his knowledge about the Rulers Association. This fellow runs remarkably fast. Can't he at least express his gratitude? Ji Zi complained while watching Chen Nian depart. Chen Nian, however, felt that he could not afford to dwell on such matters. The urgency of the situation was paramount. Previously, he had contemplated that Naraku and his ilk could certainly access the original comics to identify their weaknesses, yet appeared they had no understanding of Chen Nian whatsoever. En route, Chen Nian sent a message to Hirako and the others to confirm their recollections. Masked Association Internal Group, Bottle Jinzi. Do you all recall your original comics? Are you? Nose-picking handsome guy. Are you out of your mind, Baldy? We're original comics. Do you think we are akin to that bunch of baldies from the Necessary Evil Association? Bottlegenzy. Are you truly bald? We are not from a parallel world like in the comics. We are awakened beings from the heretical world, while your Venom belongs to the awakened beings of a parallel world. Indeed, Chen Nian's conjecture had proven accurate. Presently, the awareness and memories of Hirako and Genzi indicated that they merely originated from other worlds categorized as beings of the heretical realm, whereas previously they had been associated with the powers of a comic from a parallel world. No wonder the official website of the superpowered individuals lacks detailed information about the awakened ones. Logically, information about figures like Aizen and Naraku should surely be documented. However, the website's description of Aizen's Zanpakuto, Kyoka Sujetsu, is utterly absurd. Mirror flower, water moon, a water-based illusionary blade that confounds the enemy's senses. This is nothing but a farcical exaggeration. It is merely a skill Aizen deceives others with in the manga, yet it astonishingly appears in the official description. In truth, the ability of Kyoka Sujetsu allows the wielder to control the five senses of anyone who has witnessed its initial release, inducing a complete hypnosis that manipulates everything perceived by the opponent's eyes, ears, and even their sense of smell. Chen Nian put away his phone and soon arrived at the foot of the Starlight Building. He made his way to a higher floor to find Wang Anming. Is there blood essence today? Wang Anming inquired with a smile. No, I wanted to ask if you know anything about the Dominators Association. Upon hearing the name of the association, Wang Anming fell silent for a moment before responding. I have some knowledge, but the information is quite limited. The individuals within are generally not reputable. Akin to the Sei Association, the superpowered individuals there possess formidable strength, but they are most likely awakened ones. However, the truth is that they are indeed all awakened ones. It seems that superpowered individuals truly have no connection to the awakened. Chen Nian pondered this in his heart. Much of his information came from the awakened, while Wang Anming evidently had little contact with them. Why do you suddenly inquire about this association? Wang Anming asked, puzzled. Because this association has been hunting me down recently. I possess fragments of the Four Souls. Chen Nian replied. You actually have that thing. You know about it? I know a bit. Superpowered individuals who harness demon energy become significantly more powerful upon acquiring it, and embedding it in weapons can enhance them as well. However, it seems those who possess the fragments are typically quite unfortunate, as each one meets with bizarre deaths, without exception. Bizarre deaths? Chen Nian sneered inwardly, certain that it was Naraku behind it all. By the way, Chen Nian, I heard you recently established an association. What is it called? Wang Anming asked with keen interest. Given that Chen Nian had previously declined Wang Anming's invitation, she assumed he had no interest in associations, not realizing he intended to create one himself. To obliterate the Dominators Association. Chapter 103, Arrival at the Battlefield. Wang Anming looked at Chen Nian, somewhat speechless. To obliterate the Dominators Association? Is that even a suitable name for an association? Wang Anming's comprehension certainly surpassed Zi's by a considerable margin. Zi had thought it was merely a slogan. It seems you've reached an irreconcilable point with the Dominators Association. Indeed. However, our association currently lacks members. It consists only of 2 Jiaolong and myself who can hold our own. Chen Nian chuckled. Jiaolong? Wang Anming's heart stirred with waves of surprise. She wondered how Chen Nian managed to recruit 2 Jiaolong into the association. Oh, that's rather impressive. Wang Anming endeavored to maintain her composure, striving to appear less astonished. Otherwise, she would inevitably be outshone by Chen Nian. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Nian's emotional state was escalating dramatically. Regardless of Wang Anming's outward calmness, it was of no avail. Recently, the Lingbai Association in Shanghai was set to host a soiree, and representatives from various associations would be in attendance. Are you considering attending? Wang Anming inquired. A soirée? What purpose would it serve me? Chen Nian replied. Naturally, it is an opportunity for networking. Alliances among associations are essential. Wang Anming's expression seemed to question Chen Nian's understanding of this. I might consider going, he conceded. At present, his allies were predominantly from the Awakeners associations, and his familiarity with the abilities associations was limited to the Starlight Association. However, I am due on the battlefield tomorrow. We shall see if I am free upon my return. Very well, you must attend. I will call you then. This soiree will feature many influential figures. And securing a connection with a prominent individual would shield you from being targeted by other associations, Wang Amen cautioned. After Chen Nian nodded in agreement, he departed from the Starlight Tower. He was taken aback by the apparent lack of understanding the abilities faction had regarding the Awakeners. Masked Association Internal Group, Bottlejinzi. Am I your snotty handsome guy? Bottlejinzi. How many times must you tag me in a single day? Killer Monkey. Perhaps we should expel this bald one. May I inquire if you are infiltrating the abilities faction? Bottlejinzi, what do you mean? Are you Awakeners masquerading as abilities users to attend soiree? Yes. I have heard of an upcoming soiree featuring several prestigious associations. Bottlejinzi recently? It wouldn't be Lingbai, would it? How did you know? Bottlejinzi, because I received an invitation as well. Our masked association is ostensibly an abilities association. Oh, I see. Bottlejinzi, much like what Chen Nian envisioned, there truly were Awakeners associations covertly embedded within the human society of abilities users. It seems one must remain vigilant. After all, members of the Rulers Association might also appear at the soiree. Upon returning home, Chen Nian collapsed into slumber. Employing Moon, reading took a toll on his psyche. The following day marked the commencement of his battlefield endeavors. Chen Nian, accompanied by Wu Xiaoqian, Lu Yaoyao, Xing Cheng, Jiang Liang, and Lin Jingjing, made their way to the airport. This time, a substantial number of individuals would participate in the battlefield, with many first-timers being the most exceptional among the abilities users. Chen Nian surmised that this outing was merely a formality, intended to familiarize everyone with the battlefield environment. The adversaries they would encounter were unlikely to be formidable, given that the participants were all gifted individuals, many of whom had yet to fully develop their potential. Upon arrival, Chen Nian conducted a head count. There were a total of 66 individuals, with 61 students excluding Lin Jingjing and Wu Xiaoqian. Greetings, I am Chen Nian, the instructor of the Special Abilities class at Chenghai University. The students behind me are also from the Special Abilities class. Chen Nian addressed the soldiers at the checkpoint. Please present your identification, as well as that of the students behind me. Chen Nian affixed his identification card to the scanner. The soldier was taken aback, astonished to discover that Chen Nian, as a teacher, possessed a black card. This card conferred authority equivalent to that of a captain, albeit limited to access permissions. Chen Nian was not authorized to command troops. It was akin to a school-level or even a general-level privilege. Upon realizing Chen Nian's rank, the soldier saluted him with a hand over his chest. This gesture left Chen Nian momentarily stunned, while the students behind him erupted in excitement, murmuring among themselves. Is Teacher Chen really that impressive? He even holds a military rank? Wow, that's incredible. Chen Nian felt a surge of satisfaction at the escalating enthusiasm. Yet he did not linger. He promptly passed through the checkpoint and boarded the aircraft. On the plane, everyone was visibly tense, though Chen Nian remained relatively composed. Their destination was Luwan, located in the far north of the Qilong Kingdom. While the Qilong Kingdom itself was not vast, its northern regions presented a critical breach into the desolate wilderness. Shortly thereafter, the plane landed, and upon disembarking, they were escorted to a military camp. Chen Nian noticed many other special ability users from various locations gathered in different camps. Greetings, I am your commander for this operation, Zheng Qing. A robust man clad in military attire addressed the group. Our sole mission is to repel the incursions of demonic beasts and hostile awakened beings. The adversaries may take the form of reapers, ninjas, or demonic creatures. While dealing with demonic beasts may be manageable, the presence of reapers or ninjas poses a significant risk, as they could easily infiltrate our ranks. Therefore, I advise each of you to establish specific signals to prevent enemies from masquerading as our comrades. The battlefield is perpetually active, with countless demonic beasts roaming about. They feast upon corpses and will attack any living beings they encounter. We are uncertain of the origins of these creatures. They could be the result of mutations, or could have always existed within the wilderness. Could it be the work of Dr. Hutton? A thought began to materialize in Chen Nian's mind. Previously, he had observed numerous animals at Dr. Hutton's facility, likely utilized for experiments on demonic beasts, making this scenario highly plausible. Unaware of Chen Nian's contemplations, Zheng Qing continued, "These creatures do not rest, and an attack could occur at any moment. Consequently, our soldiers spend the majority of their time on the battlefield. The blood marrow extracted from defeated foes can be exchanged for ability stones, and we offer compensation above market rates. You will be provided with the latest, more portable equipment for blood marrow extraction. Should you require any specific weaponry, do not hesitate to request it. A designated person will accompany you to procure what you need. Zheng Qing spoke and then allowed them to leave. Chen Nian and the others were assigned their respective tents, after which they could engage in activities at their leisure. Their time on the battlefield was entirely flexible, for it would remain perpetually open henceforth. However, this first group of summoned individuals was required to accomplish a particular task, to extract 5 blood essences no lower than 2 stars relative to their own strength. Completion of this task would grant them the freedom to depart. As for Chen Nian, he faced fewer stringent demands, primarily because he did not become a supernatural being through widespread injection, and his elevated realm meant that he possessed fewer constraints. Let us set a modest goal. I'll aim to earn 10 or 8 intermediate ability stones. Chen Nian chuckled. Chapter 104. The market. Chen Nian released his Venom, which served to ensure the safety of the students, albeit in a covert manner. He did not intend for this group of students to hone their skills in a secure environment, as that would hardly constitute true training. It was the unpredictability of danger that fostered genuine growth. The Venom would only intervene in critical moments, and otherwise, it would lie still on the battlefield. With this thought in mind, Chen Nian did not linger and soared directly into the sky, heading toward the battlefield. After advancing a short distance, he encountered a towering wall, adorned with several cannons. Observing the nearby ammunition, he noted that it did not resemble traditional cannonballs, but rather contained materials akin to ability stones. Upon reaching the city gate, Chen Nian descended, for it appeared to be a no-fly zone. He halted and presented his supernatural credentials. At the city gate, he was stopped, as no one other than military personnel had yet entered the battlefield. Thus, a card swipe was deemed necessary. "Are you certain you wish to go alone?" the guard questioned, somewhat incredulous. "Not to worry, I can manage," Chen Nian replied with a smile. "Very well, you are the first individual from outside the military to enter the battlefield. Before you reach the central market, I advise you to mentally prepare yourself in the novice village." Market? Novice village? Chen Nian was perplexed by the terminology. It refers to the area of corpses, the central zone of the battlefield. The novice village is the distance from the market to the city gate, where enemies are scarce. You'll understand once you see it. Just remember not to regurgitate your airplane meal, the guard chuckled. But be warned not to venture beyond the market. The depths lead to desolation. Though not truly barren, it is a place devoid of even bones. The guard's expression turned serious as he spoke of the wasteland. Lastly, here is today's code phrase. I eat noodles with mouse keycaps. It may sound peculiar, but it is not easily guessed. Do not be mistaken for an enemy by the soldiers. Thank you for the reminder. Chen Nian expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. It's my duty. As Chen Nian exited the city gate, he was immediately enveloped by a chilling aura of desolation. The ground was barren, and a potent stench of blood permeated the entire battlefield. This was merely the outskirts of the novice village. A novice village steeped in the scent of blood? Chen Nian smiled. Suddenly, the iron-shattered tooth appeared in his hand, his form gradually transforming, embodying the combined powers of Inuyasha and Sesomaru. After undergoing demonification, Chen Nian found himself adapting quite well. Previously, in his human form, he had a strong aversion to the scent of blood, yet now, despite possessing a heightened sense of smell, he was less repulsed by it. As a formidable superhuman of colossal stature, he was not one to linger in the novice village. It was a place meant for his students. Ascending into the air, Chen Nian surveyed the vast battlefield before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of enormity. The expanse stretched endlessly. The central area seemed to be a marketplace. He was eager to witness it firsthand. Chen Nian suddenly accelerated, propelling himself towards the center. Bang! His head collided with a massive barrier. What on earth? How is there a barrier here? Chen Nian, bewildered, rubbed his head as he stared at the transparent force field before him. It felt like a protective shield. Attempting to cleave the barrier with his blood jade, iron fracture tooth proved futile. The spiritual energy within the battlefield was too sparse, and he was reluctant to waste his strength. Clang! With such hardness, even 10 of my most powerful attacks would likely fail to shatter it. Chen Nian gazed in frustration at the intact barrier, finally understanding why flying was prohibited. He tried to lower his altitude gradually, only to find that he could ascend no lower than approximately 25 meters, about 7 or 8 stories high. What would be the reason for this? Chen Nian pondered, though he had no choice but to fly at this lower height. Strangely, He found himself growing heavier and more fatigued as he continued to fly. How peculiar. It dawned on him that the opposition was clearly intent on preventing his flight, as the battlefield was essentially determined by the awakened ones. The area where Chen Nian stood might have been tampered with by Naraku before launching an assault on humanity. Consequently, Chen Nian took to running on the ground. Even without flying, his speed was remarkable. As he traversed over the increasing number of corpses beneath his feet, the stench of blood intensified, signaling that he was nearing the marketplace. The remains beneath him transformed from fragments of bones to intact skeletons, then to decayed flesh, and finally to nearly fresh corpses. Upon reaching the marketplace, Chen Nian, despite initially believing he would remain unaffected, found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Although he was in a demonified state and had faced numerous battles, he was still young. Despite the multitude of experiences he had amassed, he nearly succumbed to the overwhelming scene. Before him lay a vast battlefield littered with countless severed limbs and pools of blood, saturating the land. The deep crimson soil appeared to have been steeped in blood for countless years, the miasma of death constantly assaulting his senses. There was hardly a place to stand. He trod upon the corpses of both demon beasts and awakened ones, their decaying flesh teeming with maggots. In fact, the battlefield was overrun not by the dead but by the wriggling larvae. His presence evidently attracted the attention of several demon beasts, with ravenous wolves fixated on him as they feasted on the rotting flesh. Is this truly a creature that can exist in reality? Chen Nian stared wide-eyed at the towering two-headed wolf standing over 3 meters away. The foul beast's putrid saliva, mingled with the blood of decaying flesh, dripped incessantly to the ground, its ferocious gaze seemingly intent on devouring Chen Nian alive. Howl! The colossal wolf let out a thunderous roar, attracting the attention of nearby demonic beasts, all of whom caught sight of Chen Nian's figure. Among them were lions, tigers, and wild boars, each possessing their own distinctive features. Roar! Though their appearances were rather repulsive, their strength was unimpressive. Chen Nian, though astonished, was merely taken aback by the creature's appearance. Its power was hardly noteworthy. Wind's fury. With a casual flick of his hand, Chen Nian unleashed 3 blades of howling wind that swept towards the horde of beasts. The creatures, accustomed to the likes of naval soldiers and ninjas, had never encountered such an attack, and each one warily observed Chen Nian while desperately attempting to evade the wind blades. Swoosh! Howl! With a swift strike, Chen Nian dispatched dozens of beasts, clearly indicating they were of no more than the strength of a first-star Yuan Yo. It seems that Dr. Hutton's research leaves much to be desired. Chen Nian chuckled. Brother, which unit are you from? At that moment, a blood-soaked man clad in a vest shouted from a distance. Me? I am your father, Chen Nian responded, slashing his blade to conjure a tempest that tore through the corpses strewn along the way, racing towards the man in the vest. The man's pupils constricted, and with a series of hand seals, he vanished underground, only to reappear moments later to Chen Nian's right. I thought you were a summoned rookie, but seems you're rather clever, the man chuckled. Chapter 105. The code. Chen Nian cast a cold smile at the man in the distance. Without even uttering the code, he dared to inquire about Chen Nian's unit. Are you an awakened? Chen Nian asked with a smirk. What do you think? The man retorted. Earth escape. Earth spike. With a flurry of hand seals, the ground erupted with countless spikes. Boom! The multitude of spikes burst forth, impaling the corpses scattered about. Is this what you call a spear? Chen Nian scoffed as he enveloped his iron-shattered tooth in layers of indestructible spear energy, each imbued with a chilling aura akin to razor-sharp ice. Indestructible spear break. Chen Nian swung his iron-shattered tooth fiercely, unleashing a torrent of indestructible spears that rained down upon the man. The man attempted to burrow into the ground once more, but Chen Nian denied him that opportunity. A demon slayer appeared in Chen Nian's left hand. With a mere flick, a lightning dragon manifested. Azure Dragon Break. Roar. The assault from both sides were unleashed simultaneously, leaving the man with no avenue for escape. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. The man slammed his hands onto the ground, and in an instant, a flowing wall of earth rose from the soil. No matter how formidable your assault may be, it must halt before my earth flow wall, the man said, slightly smug. What did you say? Chen Nian replied with a sneer. A penetrating sound echoed, followed by a series of hissing noises. It was the ancient adamantine spear, effortlessly piercing through the defenses of the earthen wall, rendering it as fragile as mere parchment. Before the man could react, the azure dragon suddenly materialized behind the wall. Are you unaware of the concept of circumventing? A hint of amusement flickered in Chen Nian's mind. This fool had erected a wall right before him. Not only could his adamantine spear breach even the barrier of the white youth, but the azure dragon could also easily bypass the earthen wall. The man found himself besieged by both the azure dragon and the adamantine spear. The spear penetrated his body, embedding itself within him, transforming him into a hedgehog bristling with spikes. Meanwhile, the azure dragon lunged at him, claiming his life. Chen Nian fluidly extracted the man's blood essence, dismissing his strength as merely that of an 8-star lion sea. A sense of disdain washed over him. If Ji Zi and Wu Chong were to hear this, they would surely be incensed. In truth, the lion sea was already formidable, standing as a pillar of strength. The giant elephant rank marked the realm of the truly skilled. The Jiao dragon could uphold the entire association's reputation, while thoughts of Yinglong were too distant to entertain, let alone the true dragons and deities above. Perhaps due to the commotion stirred by Chen Nian's battle, countless mutated beasts in the vicinity were eyeing him with predatory intent, all of which he swiftly dispatched. However, Chen Nian soon grew weary of the seemingly endless onslaught of these beasts. How could there be so many? Had Dr. Haddon also become one of them? The primary issue lay in the lack of profit from these creatures. If they were awakened humans, Chen Nian could at least extract their blood essence. But these beasts were abundant, and even if they possessed research value, they were of little worth. As Chen Nian's irritation mounted, the strength of the beasts continued to escalate, leading to a futile expenditure of his energy. Roaring in frustration, he declared, "Just wait until I transform." With a swift motion, he unleashed a wind blade, dispatching several of the aberrant beasts in an instant, before sheathing his blade and releasing his demonic energy. His body began to shift, the markings upon his face elongating, his pupils turning a deep crimson as he transformed into a giant canine demon over 10 meters long. This snow-white wolf demon stood in stark contrast to the blood-soaked battlefield, creating a striking dissonance with the surrounding environment. Astonished, Chen Nian realized he could leap without fear of colliding with the barrier. Even taking flight posed no issue. It appeared this battlefield was exclusively for flying beasts, with a barrier designed to allow them to confront humanity. Upon seeing Chen Nian's transformation, the myriad beasts scattered in panic, never expecting that this human could instantaneously morph into a colossal demonic dog, each fleeing in terror. Oof. Now no one will seek me out, he mused. With a swift kick, he was off. A cerulean crescent moon surged forth, striking fiercely at Chen Nian's left arm. What the hell? Does this form possess the attribute of severed limbs? Why is it that upon transforming into a canine demon, I am attacked on my left arm? It was indeed absurd that Sesomaru's left arm was severed by Inuyasha in his canine form. Chen Nian cast his gaze upon the assailant, a young man clad in military attire. He had never encountered such a colossal wolf demon before. With his current abilities, he might not be able to contend with it. Wait, are you really going to kick first if you can't win? Chen Nian thought to himself, exasperated. However, upon hearing the man's words, he realized that the attacker might be an ally. Thus, Chen Nian promptly reverted from his transformed state. I am an ability user. What? You have already transformed into human form. The young man looked at Chen Nian in disbelief. Transform? Nonsense, I am human. If you don't believe me, let's exchange the secret phrase. The man regarded Chen Nian with suspicion, evidently unconvinced. The two gradually approached each other, for shouting from a distance could easily attract the attention of awakened beings. What do I eat? The man whispered. Braised noodles, Chen Nian replied. What do you add? The man inquired. Mouse keycaps, Chen Nian responded. Upon confirming each other's secret phrases, both men exhaled in relief. I have braised noodles with mouse keycaps. Since both needed to ascertain the other's identity, each posed one question. The man asked what he ate, and Chen Nian queried what he added. Haha, you really startled me earlier, brother. I acted on impulse and kicked out without thinking. Thankfully, you weren't a beast, the young man chuckled. Your words earlier alerted me. Or I would have mistaken you for an awakened one and attacked. Chen Nian waved his hand dismissively. Given your attire, you must be an ability user summoned from the ranks. The man assessed Chen Nian. My name is Chen Nian. I'm a teacher here escorting students. I came out first to scout the route. Chen Nian smiled. I am Guan Bin, a lieutenant here. I am Yanzu, a marksman. Puffed. Chen Nian regarded the venomous creature with a look of schadenfreude, as it suffered from a puncture wound. Serves you right for introducing yourself. Chen Nian mocked. Despite his jests, Chen Nian halted Guan Bin, who was poised to strike again. This is my other ability, Venom, Chen Nian explained. Is that so? Haha. I am accustomed to the battlefield and tend to be rather sensitive, Guan Bin chuckled lightly. Chen Nian, observing the venomous creature, inquired with confusion. Wait, wasn't I supposed to ask you to protect the students? Why are you here? The little rascals didn't intend to come out without you around. Only those who entered the association have ventured out. The venomous creature waved its hand, its wounds rapidly healing. Those few are making their way from the novice village. I came ahead to scout the route. Are you saying you wouldn't dare come out without me? It seems I must encourage them. Chen Nian frowned and prepared to return to the camp. Chapter 106. Nian's stringency upon learning that the others had no intention of emerging. Chen Nian prepared to return to the camp. I shall accompany you, Guo Bin remarked with a smile. Chen Nian nodded and gestured for Venom to transform, which promptly morphed into a rugged vehicle. Before long, they arrived at the camp, and along the way, Chen Nian spotted Wu Shaoqian and her companions. However, it seemed that Wu Shaoqian had summoned reinforcements, as her demeanor suggested that Run Ti was engaged in battle. Look, there's another vehicle, someone exclaimed. I wonder what it is. It looks quite flashy, complete with a dynamic exterior screen. The group failed to recognize Chen Nian in the vehicle. Once he disembarked, he was greeted by the students. Oh, it's Teacher Chen. That vehicle is quite impressive. May we take a ride? Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback, beginning to doubt whether he had allowed their spirits to elevate too swiftly the previous day. What are you all thinking? Are you here for a picnic? He exclaimed, his expression grave as he addressed the jovial students. This is a battlefield, not a spring outing or a leisurely stroll. The students fell silent under Chen Nian's admonishment, their playful demeanor dissipating. Lin Jingjing and the others had already ventured into the battlefield, progressing beyond the novice village into deeper realms. Given their current state, it was questionable whether they could even leave the novice village. Now everyone, within 10 minutes, equip yourselves with your weapons and gear and assemble at the city gates. Chen Nian, being merely a teacher, still had much to learn in commanding authority. Meanwhile, Guo Bin observed the students with an amused expression. Teacher Chen, well done. Your commanding tone has quite the ring to it. Chen Nian could only wave his hand in resignation. It's difficult, exceedingly so. He wished for the students to grow through adversity while also wanting to alleviate their burdens. However, the two desires could not coexist, leaving him to impose pressure instead. Can a military exercise any oversight over these students or future ability users? Chen Nian inquired curiously. Not really, as we are not from the same department. All future ability users who come to the battlefield do so voluntarily. Currently, there is some oversight during recruitment, but in practice, the two factions operate independently. Ability users in society simply need to adhere to the rules set forth by the military. Chen Nian nodded in tentative understanding. Why? Are you concerned about being monitored by others? Guo Bin teased. I'm a captain, Chen Nian retorted, flashing his black certification. Wait, what? Guo Bin exclaimed, astonished. But aren't you just a teacher? How could you possess a black certification? His incredulity was palpable, for while Guo Bin held the rank of lieutenant, Chen Nian's rank surpassed his, marking him as superior. I belong to the ability department. I cannot oversee the military. Nobody can. That's just the access protocol. Chen Nian explained, dismissing Guo Bin's astonishment with a wave. That is still quite intimidating, Guo Bin acknowledged. After a brief pause of 7 or 8 minutes, Chen Nian announced, I must attend to the students now. We shall converse again soon. After bidding farewell to Guan Bin, Chen Nian proceeded to the city gate. He found it peculiar that there were not many other ability users in the vicinity. While there were indeed several ability users near the gate, their numbers could only be likened to ants compared to the vastness of the battlefield. Unbeknownst to Chen Nian, there were many such gates. And not only were there numerous gates, but there were also multiple battlefields. Chen Nian counted the number of people in front of the gate. Excluding Wu Shaoqian and the others, there were 60 left. Why is there one less? Chen Nian felt puzzled. Teacher, Jiang Chong has left with Jiang Liang. Someone reminded him. Jiang Chong? Chen Nian had no recollection of this individual, but judging by the name, he might be Jiang Liang's brother, since the numbers were still considerable. It was time to exit the city. Chen Nian called out to the group. The crowd then proceeded to swipe their identification cards at the guard station. Oh, what is that smell? Does anyone have a mask? I feel nauseous. A subtle chorus of complaints arose from the ranks, although their voices were not loud. Chen Nian heard them distinctly. Is that all it takes to make you falter? Do you have any idea that the soldiers in the military spend over 10 hours a day in the marketplace? This is nothing compared to the gruesomeness of the market. It is akin to a slaughterhouse. I just returned from there, and I can assure you, merely standing there would be unbearable for you. Since you have chosen the path of injecting abilities, whether out of trend, to boast of friends, or to attain extraordinary power, you are now ability warriors. The entire blood essence of the Red Dragon Nation amounts to just over 10 million vials. Each of you receiving an injection means that hundreds are deprived of it. The immense power granted to you is not meant for display, but to safeguard humanity. Let me make this clear. I will not interfere in your battles, nor should you expect me to rescue you. As you know, no one can return to Chenghai without collecting a certain amount of blood essence. Here lies your first trial. From this moment forth, 60 individuals shall form 10 teams of 6, with at least one member possessing restorative skills. The greater your numbers, the more beasts you will attract, leading to your potential demise. I have said all I needed to. Remember, survival is paramount. After delivering his words, Chen Nian departed, heading deeper into the marketplace, leaving behind a group of bewildered students who exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. Chen Nian, meanwhile, dispatched Venom to discreetly monitor them. Venom could morph into any form, and if these students faced life-threatening danger, Chen Nian would have Venom assume the guise of a soldier to rescue them, but merely as a passerby, to instill in them the understanding that their survival was merely a stroke of luck. It was unclear who among them first resolved to take action, but soon some began to seek out teammates, while the rest, though still somewhat dazed, also started to form groups. Does this teacher truly trust us to fend for ourselves? The other ability users outside the city walls had also heard Chen Nian's words. Chen Nian hurriedly made his way to the market, searching for Wu Shaoqian and the others. At last, he spotted Jiang Liang and his companions engaged in battle amidst the trees not far from the battlefield. At this moment, Wu Shaoqian was still in the state of being controlled by Runmi, transformed into a half-human, half-dragon creature, facing a formidable combination of Grim Reapers and ninjas. Accompanied by numerous demon beasts, Chen Nian had no intention of intervening. He preferred to observe. Runmi wielded a spiked, long-handled wolf-tooth hammer, skillfully carving a path through the throng of demon beasts, each swing of the hammer sending several enemies flying. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Xing Cheng appeared to be in his element, utilizing magnetic attraction to summon remnants of weapons and broken blades towards him. Even the Grim Reapers Zanpakuto and the ninjas Kunai gravitated towards him, a massive mechanical arm floating beside him. When Chen Nian beheld Jiang Liang and Jiang Chong, he was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Chong was employing the shadow binding technique. Chapter 107. The Beast Tide Provoked by One. Chen Nian watched with keen interest as Jiang Liang and Jiang Chong executed their coordinated assault. Jiang Liang's ability, Steel Fangs, reminiscent of the demon wolf leader from Inuyasha, unleashed moves that summon a tempest. Conversely, Jiang Chong astonishingly utilized the shadow imitation technique, a secret art of the Nara clan from Naruto. Chen Nian was unsure if Jiang Chang's ability stemmed from Nara Shikamaru or another member of the Nara family. Jiang Chong ensnared several ninjas with the shadow imitation technique, while Jiang Liang, harnessing the power of the storm, conjured whirlwinds in his wake. With his tempestuous attributes, Jiang Liang leapt several meters into the air, delivering a flurry of downward kicks. A series of tornadoes rapidly enveloped the entire area. Simultaneously, Jiang Chong released the shadow imitation technique. They attempted to flee, but it was too late. Jiang Liang's whirlwinds exerted tremendous suction, drawing the enemy ninjas into their grasp. Jiang Liang, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, was enveloped in a cerulean whirlwind, delivering countless kicks to the figures suspended within, each strike leaving a swirling mark of the tempest upon its victims. Impressive. Chen Nian couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side appeared overwhelmingly one-sided, with Runmi and Xing Cheng employing a brute force approach that shattered all opposition. Lin Jingjing, positioned at the rear, utilized techniques such as blue fire drop and red fire cannon to control the battlefield while also tending to the wounded. Lu Yaoyao wreaked havoc wherever she went, leaving desolation in her wake, her crimson-eyed assassin traits transformed into a warrior's prowess, albeit with the precision of an assassin's lethal strikes. Liu Yaoyao wielded the Ka Ikamanji, a weapon of dominion, ensuring that any wound inflicted would remain unhealed for a time, though the duration depended on her opponent's strength. Chen Nian anticipated her potential to develop a divine tool, a one-hit kill like Muramasa, once her power reached a certain level. Anyone within the same realm struck by her blade would surely perish, a true embodiment of lethal precision. Chen Nian nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely what he wished to witness. The 6 of them were perfectly balanced, each member's role distinctly defined. Lin Jingjing assisted in the battle, maintaining control over the situation, with minimal engagement in combat, hence also responsible for healing. Wu Xiaoqian and Xing Cheng were both resilient fighters, capable of withstanding considerable damage, effectively countering enemy assaults. Jiang Liang and Liu Yaoyao naturally took on the role of primary attackers, while Jiang Cheng was tasked with crowd control. This was not a peculiar combination. In fact, assembling such a lineup within the ranks of the seasoned ability class was rather straightforward. The Shinigami faction was notably versatile, with their Zanpakuto ensuring proficiency in close-quarters combat, not to mention their access to Shurkai in the future. The primary focus on had facilitated ranged attacks, while Beikud was geared towards control, and healing was primarily managed by Lin Jingjing, an unexpectedly gifted all-rounder. The same could be said for the ninja faction, whose various ninjutsu could be employed for offense, restraint, or healing. It was merely the students from the Yukai and Navy factions who found it challenging to produce healers. Seeing no issues on this front, Chen Nian ventured deeper into the territory. The market where Wu Xiaoqian and the others were located was merely on the periphery. The place where Chen Nian previously encountered Guan Bin was somewhat closer to the central area. This time, Chen Nian transformed into a formidable demon, soaring through the skies. Before long, he arrived at the heart of the region, where numerous soldiers were engaged in combat against beasts and awakened individuals. Overall, there were more beasts than awakened beings. However, the most prevalent creatures on the battlefield were the Yukai. Indeed, they constituted the majority of the corpses present. As the sovereign of millions, Naraku commanded an endless supply of beasts. Wherever he existed, Yukai would undoubtedly emerge. For the malevolent aura he radiated was so potent that it could imbue even the most mundane elements with life. Roar! Chen Nian let out a ferocious howl, and upon witnessing the colossal wolf demon, the other beasts immediately shrank back, their voices silenced. With a playful grin, Chen Nian regarded the gathered beasts. As he relinquished his wolf form, the ominous energy emanating from his state as Sesomaru remained palpable, deterring the beast from making a sound, despite his transformation into a human guise. Suddenly, Chen Nian flicked his fingers, unleashing a green energy whip. Crack! He struck the beast repeatedly, rendering even the massive wolf too terrified to utter a sound. Carry me away, Chen Nian commanded, and the wolf, seemingly understanding his words, sprang into action. Just as the other beasts rejoiced at the departure of this ominous figure, a whip of light lashed out. Crack! Keep up! Chen Nian turned back, displaying a fierce countenance, his face swiftly morphing into a more demonic visage. The unfortunate beasts found themselves following Chen Nian in a chaotic dash. By the heavens, it's a pack of minor beasts. Why are they congregating at this moment? Wait, look above. There is someone standing there. Is that an awakened one? The sight of the beasts accompanying Chen Nian left the ability users in a state of shock. Haha, just collecting emotional energy while taking a stroll, are we? Chen Nian chuckled, disinterested in exchanging signals or providing further explanations, as he led the beasts through areas beyond the reach of the ability users' attacks. As the monstrous beasts, or rather the aberrant creatures, are merely mutated varieties conjured by the research of Dr. Haddon, lacking both intelligence and the capacity for cultivation. Any individual of sound mind would refrain from mindlessly attacking such creatures, which hold no research value and are ubiquitous, rendering the endeavor both arduous and thankless. Thus, Chen Nian navigated the marketplace unimpeded, accompanied by these beasts. Although the intelligence of these creatures is generally limited, they are inclined to compete, currently vying for Chen Nian's left flank. Indeed, a group of these beasts, unashamedly proud, has rallied around him, believing it an honor to lead such a multitude, reminiscent of a fox leveraging a tiger's might. A mutated lion and a mutated tiger began to contest for the position on Chen Nian's right. Amused, Chen Nian affixed a headset camera to his head, having invested a substantial sum, over 100,000, in this device. It was diminutive, akin to a hairpin. Yet its imaging capabilities were remarkably impressive, supporting video capture at staggering 8/120 resolution. Were there a network nearby, Chen Nian would undoubtedly initiate a live broadcast. The colossal wolf beneath him trotted proudly, demonstrating to the assembled beasts what true status entailed. Previously reluctant to bear Chen Nian's weight, it now exuded an air of authority, leading amidst the throng of creatures. As the beasts roared, Chen Nian arrived at the rear of the market, where human presence was sparse yet perilous. For any encounter could lead to a confrontation with a formidable adversary. Remarkably, Chen Nian was the first to make such a grand entrance. Strangely, the beasts began retreating. How amusing! I shall investigate. Unbeknownst to Chen Nian, his ostentatious demeanor had attracted attention. Chapter 108. Dual Chance perched upon the wolf's back. Chen Nian suddenly sensed an overwhelming malevolence, causing his hair to stand on end. Halt! He commanded, and the massive tide of beasts came to an abrupt stop. A decisive break that even he could not help but admire. Oh, have I been discovered? Ha ha! Let me have a taste of you. Whoosh! Destructive kill, void style. Chen Nian felt the air before him ripple violently and leaped into the air, spotting a man in the distance. The figure was covered in tattoos, with short, peach-pink hair and skin as pale as if he had not fully departed this world, dressed in a short shirt with prayer beads hanging from his ankles. Akaza? Chen Nian gasped in astonishment. It was indeed Akaza from Demon Slayer, who had awakened. Before Chen Nian could fully process this revelation, Akaza charged forth. Ha ha! Someone who can control a horde of beasts doesn't seem so formidable. Boom! Destructive kill, chaos style. Chen Nian fixed his gaze on the punch Akaza unleashed, his iron tooth fong already materializing in hand, resonating with a sharp clang. The fist of Iwaza struck fiercely against Tai Suiya, producing a resounding clang reminiscent of steel colliding. The immense force sent Chen Nian, along with his weapon, hurtling through the air. Once again, it seemed he was pitted against a man of extraordinary strength. Chen Nian, panting heavily, planted Tai Suiya into the ground. Destructive killing technique. Crown of the first slash. Before Chen Nian could react, Iwaza appeared directly beneath him in an instant. With a swift motion, Iwaza raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Chen Nian's jaw, attempting to launch him into the air. Yet, in a surprising turn, Chen Nian exerted tremendous strength in his wrist, seizing Iwaza, while his right hand wielded Tai Suiya, executing a close-range wind slash. Instantly, 3 fierce gusts of wind surged toward Iwaza's chest. Caught off guard, Iwaza braced himself and endured the attack. The powerful gusts tore through Iwaza's chest, leaving 3 deep gashes, revealing the scenery behind him. Not bad, that last strike, Iwaza exclaimed, retreating swiftly as the wounds he had sustained began to heal rapidly. Yours was decent as well, Chen Nian replied, as the demonic energy within him surged forth, visibly mending his own shattered jaw. This is getting interesting. Ha ha! I shall end you. Destructive killing technique, flowing radiance. With a powerful push from one leg, Iwaza reappeared before Chen Nian, unleashing a flurry of kicks toward his face with blinding speed, akin to a multitude of stars exploding, illuminating the surroundings with dazzling brilliance. Bang! Chen Nian's body was scattered from the force, releasing several crows into the air. Sensing something amiss, Iwaza instinctively turned and struck with a powerful kick. But Chen Nian deftly evaded, as though anticipating the move. Iron wall of sand, tower of monks, scorching iron glimmer, resolute and ultimately silent. Binding technique no. 75. 5 pillars of iron. Chen Nian's true form concealed itself behind the incantation of the binding spell, catching Iwaza off guard. And that is not all. O sovereign, mask of flesh and blood, infinite manifestations, soaring high, crowned in humanity's name, the wall of azure fire inscribed with dual lotuses, awaiting the abyss of great fire. With a dual incantation, Chen Nian conjured 2 forms of Keto, binding technique number 75 and destructive technique number 73. As he focused, his hands brimmed with boundless explosive energy and powerful sealing force, intensifying the murderous intent in Iwaza's eyes. Strike! With a commanding shout, Chen Nian pressed his hands together, A surge of energy erupted from him, manifesting 5 colossal pillars that descended upon Yuoza's head and limbs like guided missiles, rendering him immobile. Following this, Chen Nian separated his hands, gathering 2 azure flames shaped like lotuses in his palms, radiating with the intensity of the sun. The twin lotus crimson flame is not merely an accumulation of crimson flames. Its damage is exponentially greater. What an unbearable temperature! Under the pillar, Akaza struggles wildly. Yet his efforts are futile. The pillar is merely a superficial form. In truth, both his head and limbs are ensnared by binding techniques. Blast it! Boom! 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 2 fiery explosions surge towards the immobile Akaza. At the moment of detonation, the immense force shatters Chen Nian's hands, reducing his arms to mere flesh. The bones within fracturing into countless shards. Release my demonic power. Chen Nian grits his teeth, engulfed in excruciating pain. He finds himself in a perilous predicament, as both of his arms are temporarily incapacitated. The power of the twin lotus crimson flame is overwhelming, and the toll of the dual incantation is immense, leaving Chen Nian devoid of the spiritual energy necessary for release. He had transmuted his demonic energy, tyrannical force, and even chakra into spiritual energy to unleash the dual incantation of breaking the Path 73 and binding technique 75. Now, his demonic energy is nearly depleted, continuously consumed by the effort to mend his arms, and his tyrannical force is entirely exhausted, requiring a cool down, much like Luffy, who collapses for 10 minutes after depleting his gear force. Spiritual energy, needless to say, was already exhausted prior to the release. Panting heavily, Chen Nian gazes at Akaza in the pit. The once level ground has been obliterated, revealing a massive pit dozens of meters deep, where 5 pillars stand undamaged, while beneath them lie Akaza's bound hands, feet, and head. Is he not dead yet? Chen Nian feels a pang of discomfort at the sight of Akaza below. His miscalculation lies in the fact that the area under the pillar cannot be shattered. In the realm of the Shinigami, opponents rarely survive after losing their bodies below the neck. Yet, these are the demons of Demon Slayer. Even if half their body is severed, they can regenerate, and Akaza, in particular, can even regrow his head. Ha ha ha! You've taken half my life, kid! Ha ha ha! Akaza bursts into maniacal laughter beneath the pillar, his body beginning to regenerate. Gradually, from his neck to his legs, ankles, arms, and finally his torso, he reassembles himself. Boom! 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 With a tremendous exertion, Akaza lifts the pillar slightly. Chen Nian observes, but remains still, for he is recuperating, restoring his demonic power. Sesomaru's demonic energy regenerates rapidly. Once most of it is restored, it transforms into tyrannical and spiritual energy, both of which are replenishing autonomously. With the continuous resounding explosions of the pillar, the first column finally shatters. Following this, the remaining pillars begin to collapse like a line of dominoes, one after another. As the last pillar supporting his leg remained unbroken, Yuoza rose abruptly. His eyes filled with madness as he locked gazes with Chen Nian, who met his stare resolutely. Yuoza gestured across his throat with his hand, then delivered a powerful kick that sent both the pillar and himself hurtling towards Chen Nian. Whoosh! The destructive killing technique, Flying Star Thousand Wheels, unleashed an onslaught of countless kicks from Yuoza, each one entwined with chaotic currents, resembling meteors streaking across the sky. Chen Nian, fully attuned to the flow of battle, evaded the barrage of attacks with agility. Ha ha! Boy, you think you can evade me? How about this move? Destructive killing, 8-fold core. Yuoza soared into the air, unleashing a flurry of 8 fierce strikes from all directions towards Chen Nian. Boom! Bang! Despite his heightened senses, Chen Nian found himself unable to withstand such relentless assaults, getting struck multiple times. Was it truly a matter of insufficient strength? He perceived that Yuoza possessed the might of a 6-star giant elephant, while he himself was merely a 3-star giant elephant. Although he had the capability to challenge those above his rank, Yuoza was no ordinary opponent either. It seemed that it was time to unveil my treasured relics. Chen Nian retrieved fragments of the 4 souls and placed 3 of them upon the iron-shattered tooth. Thud! Thud! A surge of powerful energy coursed through Chen Nian as the iron-shattered tooth urged him to wield it against his foe. How exhilarating! No wonder that brute Mangu had embedded 3 fragments into the man-long. They were waiting for this moment. The iron-shattered tooth suddenly glowed crimson, unleashing a devastating slash that shattered Yuoza's offensive. Impossible. Yuoza's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated that his aggressive assault could be so abruptly interrupted by Chen Nian. Yet, Chen Nian's momentum remained unyielding, striking blow after blow, the iron-shattered tooth transforming once more, its red dragon scales harmonizing with the tempestuous gale. The combination of blood, coral, and dragon scales rendered the power of the iron-shattered tooth exceedingly domineering. Slice, chop, cleave. Chen Nian relentlessly pressed closer to Yuoza. What is happening? How have you become so swift all of a sudden? Yuoza's mind was in disarray, instinctively dodging Chen Nian's ferocious strikes. Because I have unleashed my full potential. Chen Nian's eyes glowed a furious red, feeling an insatiable hunger for battle. The black blade of the fighting ghost god emerged, each blade receiving a fragment of the 4 souls. Ha ha! Today, regardless of whether you are Yuoza or some other specter, you shall meet your end. A madman and a sane individual together would highlight the madman's insanity. But when 2 madmen converge, it becomes a contest of who is madder. Clearly, Chen Nian, in his frenzy, was far more terrifying than Yuoza. With the black blade of the fighting ghost god in his left hand and the iron-shattered tooth in his right, and the fighting ghost god clenched between his teeth, Chen Nian laughed maniacally. Even the embodiment of despair itself would be powerless against him now. Ha 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 ha! Saliva flew from his mouth as the fighting ghost god soaked in the humiliation, the blade itself feeling insulted. 3-blade style. Into the night. Explosive flow of the Azure Dragon Twister. With a sudden surge of demonic energy, Chen Nian enveloped his iron fong, Taisia, in 3 distinct forms. A feat he had never accomplished before, thanks to the enhancement provided by the fragments of the Shirkan jewel. The crimson scales of the diamond spear dragon adorned the iron fong, while his left hand wielded the black blade, Yi Chun, exuding the utmost aura he could muster. Chen Nian resembled a hellish Azura, fiercely spinning to unleash a colossal tornado formed by azure dragons. Once again, several crimson-scaled azure dragons surged forth. However, unlike his previous confrontation with the white boy, this time, beneath the blood-red scales lay a layer of verdant, true dragon scales. The massive torrent of dragons swept menacingly towards Yuozu, instilling a tremor of fear within him. Without uttering a word, Yuozu opted to flee. Huh, you wish to escape? The tornado, as if incited by some unseen force, swiftly pursued Yuozu, the corpses and blood it gathered rendering the already crimson tornado even more gruesome. No, Yuozu attempted to flee, but he was ensnared in the vortex's heart, where countless dragons relentlessly battered his form. Numerous diamond spear scales pierced Yuozu's body, embedding themselves within him permanently. Within Yuozu, the tumultuous tornado raged, akin to locusts ravaging crops, mercilessly assaulting his insides. Gagging and gasping, Yuozu endured several minutes of brutal torment at the hands of the dragons. When the dragons finally dissipated, he was left in a near-lifeless state. His flesh still writhed, a testament to his resilience. Given time, Yuozu could indeed revive. Your blood marrow. I shall claim it, Chen Nian declared, precisely locating the essence of Yuozu's blood marrow and extracting it directly. Fortunately, he had dispatched the foe early. Had he allowed Yuozu to regain his strength, it would have been most troublesome, Chen Nian mused. At that moment, exhaustion had taken its toll on him, though the Shirkan jewel fragments greatly amplified Chen Nian's power. Sustaining such prowess required them to be tainted. However, at that point, he was not merely feigning madness. He had genuinely succumbed to it. Observing the slightly murky fragment of the Shirkan jewel in his grasp, he expended several thousand emotional points to purify it anew. The inherent flaw of the Shirkan jewel fragments lay in their dependency. Reliance would lead to their degradation into tainted dead soul fragments. The ultimate fate of these fragments should be annihilation in this world. Within the Shirkan jewel resided the most formidable priestess, Suko, alongside countless demons. Suko had sacrificed her life to seal her soul and those of the demons within the Shirkan jewel. The battles within the Shirkan jewel were eternal. Even if the jewel was purified, it would inevitably succumb to corruption again. Conversely, even if completely tainted, it could be restored. Only a pure-hearted priestess could purify it. or a system with extraordinary capabilities could facilitate the cleansing process. Chen Nian gradually regained some of his strength, and then returned to find the previous group of mystical beasts. How delightful it was to see them waiting patiently. He felt a wave of gratitude as the beasts stood still, anticipating his arrival. The giant wolf, in particular, sat upright, seemingly anxious that its prime position might be usurped. After all, it bore the weight of Chen Nian in the very center. The lion on the left flank contemplated seizing the giant wolf's position, but hesitated, fearing it would be less comfortable than the wolf's back, thus abstaining from any confrontation. Meanwhile, both the left and right flanks were met with numerous challenges from unknown mystical beasts, with a mystic steed now occupying the right flank. Indeed, if I were to establish a cavalry unit on the battlefield, you all would serve as formidable mounts. Charge! Back to the market. Chapter 110. Leader of the mystical beasts with a grand procession of mystical beasts, Chen Nian marched back towards the market, which now resembled his own private garden. Courtesy of the mystical beasts. The only drawback was the relatively weak strength of these creatures. They were merely numerous. If a troublesome lion or a giant elephant happened upon them, they would surely perish. What on earth? Why have those beasts returned? Who is that person seated above? The military personnel were collectively bewildered as the mystical beasts swayed about, their numbers increasing from a small cluster to a full-fledged beast tide. Quick! Return to the city and alert those outside the walls and in the novice village to retreat. Unbeknownst to Chen Nian, his casual stroll had incited a wave of panic on the battlefield. He found himself perplexed by the increase in his emotional value, as many spectators only caught glimpses of the edges of the beast horde, remaining at a considerable distance from him. Time for a draw. It has been ages since I last participated in one, Chen Nian mused while perched upon the wolf's back, consuming 100,000 emotional points. Drawing in progress. Acquire the skill book for summoner skill, weakness. Acquired item slot. Would you like to spend 30,000 emotional points to learn weakness? Learn. But what does this item slot signify? Chen Nian was puzzled. Upon exiting the drawing interface, comprehension dawned upon him. Before his eyes appeared a grid of 99 slots. He took out the sea tower stone slab he had kept on him, and with a thought, the slab suddenly vanished, subsequently reappearing within one of the slots. What in the world? Is this a storage space? Chen Nian was overjoyed. Though technology is highly advanced, the utilization of space remains quite troublesome for the Red Dragon Kingdom. He had heard tales of individuals with spatial abilities, yet the research and development of storage spaces proved exceptionally challenging. Aside from the ability user, others found it currently impossible to retain this magical power. Among the more reliable spatial ability users, such as Finral from the Black Clover world and Cassidon, the Void Prophet, both hailing from the Red Dragon Kingdom, were assisting the ability department in developing spatial equipment. The detailed information was gleaned by Chen Nian from the archives of the abilities department. He had not heard it mentioned by Wang Tsang and the others. Previously, when Wang Tsang and his companions lamented the time-consuming journey, they wished for a spatial ability user to open a portal to expedite their travels, which Chen Nian happened to overhear. Overjoyed, he was suddenly jolted by a thunderous explosion, signaling an alarm for a beast tide. Alas, he thought, this is mistaken for a beast tide. Chen Nian realized his oversight, having been preoccupied with thoughts of establishing a cavalry regiment. He quickly called for a halt among the myriad beasts, who regarded him with utmost respect. Chen Nian was uncertain whether they comprehended his words, so he transformed into a magnificent white wolf demon. The beasts erupted in excitement at his transformation, gazing at him as if he were their leader, which was soon to become a reality, standing several dozen meters tall and capable of soaring through the clouds. Chen Nian rendered the 5 or 6 meter tall giants around him somewhat insignificant. However, this was not Chen Nian's ultimate form. For instance, the father of Sessamaru and Inuyasha, the mighty dog general, was said to be larger than a mountain, with the brothers brawling within his skeletal frame. From this moment forth, you are forbidden from killing humans. Only awakeners may be slain. Do you understand? If an ability user attacks you, flee as far as you can. They will not pursue you relentlessly. Chen Nian pondered that perhaps in his beastly form, they would grasp his words. Indeed, they seemed to comprehend, nodding earnestly while seated. Very well. All beasts remain on standby. I shall engage in negotiations. Satisfied, Chen Nian reverted to his human form and sprinted towards the soldiers. His speed far surpassed that of the beasts, and the soldiers were no match for him either, allowing him to swiftly catch up to those retreating into the city. Wait, who goes there? Fire release. Great fireball technique. The soldier, perceiving Chen Nian as a threat from an awakener aiming to eliminate him, instinctively aimed to thwart him, believing it necessary to prevent any message from reaching the city. Damn it. Another misunderstanding leading to aggression. I'm just here for some noodles with mouse keycaps. Chen Nian, confident in identifying the soldier, refrained from testing the other's identity. Your ally? Although the soldier recognized the signal, doubt lingered. Indeed, I wish to inform you that those beasts are not part of the beast tide. Chen Nian spoke rapidly. What do you mean? You seem somewhat familiar, the soldier, perplexed, regarded Chen Nian's visage with a sense of familiarity. I have tamed those creatures. It's you? The soldier stared at Chen Nian, realization dawning upon him. He recognized Chen Nian as the individual mounted upon the colossal wolf, initially mistaking him for an awakener, not considering the possibility of him being an ability user. Now I understand, but I must still report back. Very well, Chen Nian replied with a smile. The soldier then hastily departed. As for the group of demon beasts, Chen Nian has yet to devise a plan for their management. These creatures were tamed by him, but that does not necessarily imply that they would continue to heed his commands after his departure. Chen Nian pondered how Dr. Haddon had managed to control these beasts. He distinctly recalled the awakeners and demon beasts once besieging the ability users, yet he wondered why they did not turn their aggression towards the awakeners. This query took root in Chen Nian's mind, prompting him to consider inquiring about it with Dr. Baijipank upon returning to camp. Upon returning to the horde of demon beasts, he was met with the sight of a group of individuals attacking them. Just as Chen Nian had anticipated, the beasts fled as far as they could, with none being slain. Observing the relentless assault on the demon beasts, Chen Nian felt a sense of incredulity. What was the point of such a challenge against the beasts with their meager strength? The group consisted of over 10 individuals, primarily of the Tianshan and Yuanyo types, none of whom were military personnel, merely ability users like Chen Nian himself. They were unable to catch up with the demon beasts and could only pursue them fruitlessly. Had Chen Nian not previously warned the beasts against attacking humans, these individuals would have met a grim fate. Chen Nian assessed the strength of the group, merely a mixed squad of Tianshan and Yuanyo, with around 10 members facing off against hundreds of demon beasts. This was merely the first wave. Additional hordes were trailing behind. The flanks, hundreds of meters away, were teeming with hundreds of beasts, amounting to thousands in total. Yet, this was not without merit, as it provided a means to gauge the loyalty of these creatures. Chen Nian chuckled to himself. Just as the group's assault intensified, he intervened to halt their attacks. Stop this at once. Chapter 111. Crunch. Chen Nian's abrupt intervention incited discontent among the attackers. Who are you? They regarded him with a clear lack of the caution exhibited by military personnel, merely scrutinizing him. I am an ability user from Shanghai, and these demon beasts are under my control. How could that be possible? How could you possibly tame so many beasts? Are you an awakener? The portly man sneered derisively at Chen Nian. Then why are they not attacking you? Have you considered that they only flee? Chen Nian questioned incredulously, bemused by the sheer foolishness before him. It is because we are too powerful, scaring these creatures away, a lean man asserted. Is he attempting to bluff us? A woman speculated. I believe so. He sees us driving the beasts to flee and assumes he can do the same, claiming he tamed them. Ha. Why not just say he birthed them? The portly man mocked. There should be limits to such arrogance. Limits? Have you no shame? Chen Nian retorted vehemently. You dare insult me? Do you know who I am? The portly man glared at Chen Nian in disbelief. Who cares who you are? You foolish buffoon. Speak another word, and I'll show you what I can do. You bastard. The portly man, empowered by his Tianshan 3-star strength, prepared to strike at Chen Nian. Chen Nian effortlessly evaded the portly man's attack. Let me teach you a lesson, pig, he remarked, casting a glance at the rotund figure. Moon reading. His eyes widened fiercely, causing the man to collapse instantaneously. Chen Nian found himself within the realm of moon reading, where countless manifestations of himself materialized. While the hefty man was bound to a cross, Chen Nian produced a nail clipper with a deliberate calmness. How can you use illusions? What do you intend to do? The man, helplessly tied to the cross, gazed at Chen Nian with sheer terror. Regrettably, Chen Nian, with an expression of indifference, offered no reply and proceeded to disrobe him. Ha. The previously stoic Chen Nian burst into uncontrollable laughter. Wait, where are you hiding? Is it in the grass? A multitude of Chen Nians, armed with nail clippers, encircled the man, mocking him mercilessly. Ah, don't look. Stop laughing. The man, exposed and utterly humiliated, succumbed to despair. This was his Achilles heel. Had he been in Chenghai City, it would have been his fatal flaw. Yet, in Chen Nian's domain of moon reading, it was merely a vulnerability. Chen Nian parted the grass to reveal a small creature, the nail clipper poised and ready. Snip! Snip! The relentless sound of nail clippers echoed in the air, surrounding the man's ears and the creature alike. No, I was wrong. Please don't clip me. My father is wealthy in Chenghai. I can offer you 2 low-grade ability stones. Don't clip me. I'm wealthy too. Am I not your father, you scoundrel? Chen Nian's nail clipper inched closer to the creature, starting from the edge. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream before losing consciousness. Yet, upon awakening, the creature had returned to its original form. Just as he exhaled in relief, Chen Nian reappeared with a nail clipper in hand. Time for a trim. No. Snip. Thus, the man endured several hours of torment at the hands of Chen Nian. As each time the small creature grew back, it was promptly clipped again. Throughout the ordeal, Chen Nian even switched tools, utilizing tweezers, a screwdriver, and a razor. Please, no more. I don't want it anymore. Take it away, I beg you. The man, thoroughly traumatized, developed an aversion to his own creature. Chen Nian, unperturbed by the prospect of getting his hands dirty, reveled in the illusion, as countless versions of himself were mere figments of imagination. Having deemed the experience sufficient, Chen Nian decided to dissolve the illusion. To the onlookers outside, however, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Please, no more. Don't clip me. The man's sudden outcry left those around him bewildered. What is happening? Are you all right, Hauge? Inquired a lean man. I don't want it anymore. With that, the portly man fainted, and Chen Nian surmised he would need at least 3 days to recover. How infuriating. What have you done? The lean man also turned to Chen Nian, only to be rendered speechless upon seeing him. That Sharingan from the world of ninjas. At this point, the man had already closed his eyes, choosing not to confront Chen Nian any further. Chen Nian did not cast illusions on the others. It was unnecessary. Take the fat man and leave, or you may opt to become fodder for the beasts. After being struck by you for so long, they must be quite displeased. As he spoke, Chen Nian glanced at the several strange beasts. They understood his intent and immediately roared, eager to devour the group. No, we are leaving now. The group hurriedly lifted the fat man and rushed toward the city. Well done. Chen Nian praised the beasts, turning to acknowledge them. He then expanded in size and flew towards the rear of the beast group, commending them individually. This is what it means to be fair. Roar. Chen Nian noticed that the giant wolf remained in the front row. Most of the beasts ahead had already fled, yet this giant wolf stubbornly stayed put. Its body was covered in wounds inflicted by that group, and the wolf bore it silently. Although it had contemplated retaliating, it refrained upon recalling Chen Nian's words, realizing it could escape to resolve the issue, but instead chose to stand firm at the forefront. Chen Nian felt a flicker of emotion. This was no mere wolf, but a loyal guardian. Injured ones, gather here. Chen Nian summoned his demonic power to heal the beasts. Now everyone, advance toward the city walls. Be careful not to harm any humans. If any humans appear, let out a howl. Whichever beast group sees humans should howl together. And I will observe which group howls the loudest and adjust their formation accordingly. Chen Nian had deftly grasped the nature of these creatures, perfectly understanding their low intelligence yet competitive tendencies. The beasts themselves were products of Dr. Haddon's artificial mutations, inherently weak, around the level of a Yuan Nyo, with the potential of an exceptional creature emerging. As Chen Nian appeared as a mighty elephant demon, it instilled a sense of awe in the beasts, as if a leader had descended from the heavens. Roar! The group of demons galloped with all their might, swiftly arriving at the novice village. Meanwhile, the supernatural beings, along with Chen Nian's students and soldiers, had already retreated within the city walls. Although Chen Nian had claimed to have tamed them, trust was not fully extended to him, nor to the beasts. Beasts ahead, halt outside the city walls. Countless eyes on the city walls fixed their gaze on Chen Nian and the beasts. Stop, Chen Nian commanded. With a swish, the rows of beasts came to a synchronized halt. Chapter 112. The battle king, the people inside the city, and those on the walls stared in disbelief at Chen Nian and the beasts outside. How orderly! Were they professionally trained? Chen Nian gazed back at the beasts with satisfaction. At the center stood the proud wolf brother, his head held high, exuding an air of triumph. Is that wolf in the middle actually a transformed being? I can't help but feel its audacity is overwhelming. All beasts, stand at attention. Swish, salute, thud. Countless creatures awkwardly rose on their hind legs, placing their right paws across their chests. Though they couldn't move their fingers, the posture unmistakably resembled the ceremonial salute of the Red Dragon Army. My goodness, how absurd is this? Is this a beast clad in human skin? Why does that gorilla perform the salute more impeccably than I do? The commander atop the city wall stood bewildered. He had come out upon hearing news of an impending beast tide, only to be informed later that it was a creature tamed by a remarkable individual. Yet, he had not anticipated it could be tamed to such an extent, even executing a salute. Ahem! All units, remain at your posts. Roar! With a unified roar from the beasts, Chen Nian descended from the sky, walking steadily towards the city gate, while the creatures settled back onto the ground. Is he a beast tamer? I never knew Mr. Chen possessed such skills. Perhaps he could train Run Ti to refine Wu Xiaoqian, she mused. I could discern your thoughts. How infuriating. I'm not a beast. I merely consumed the dragon fruit. Wu Xiaoqian's inner musings were transparent to Run Ti, for their minds were intertwined. Chen Nian reached the city gate, which swung open slowly. Hello, I am Zhao Kai, the deputy commander here. As soon as Chen Nian stepped through the gate, a man in military attire approached him for a handshake. Hello, I am Chen Nian. Greetings, I am Yin Zhu. Hello to you both. The toxicity had long returned to the city, lying in wait at the gate until Chen Nian had entered before assuming its true form. I've heard much about Teacher Chen, especially given his multiple extraordinary abilities and his role as a representative of Chenghai University. However, this has truly astonished us, Zhao Kai remarked with a smile. No, it's nothing. All right, Xiao, let us skip the roundabout talk. Bang! A voice resonated from above, followed by a tall man in a sleeveless shirt leaping down from the wall. Kid, your abilities are intriguing. How did you achieve this? The man scrutinized Chen Nian with evident interest. Chen Nian regarded the man with surprise. His strength was formidable, at least that of a dragon. My goodness, a war king. Who is this? The burly man in the sleeveless shirt is the overall commander of this battlefield, typically found deep within, battling awakened beings for weeks on end. Yet he has returned to the city today. The surrounding crowd buzzed with conversation. Chen Nian naturally overheard their remarks. Goodness, what a fierce individual to remain for half a month. Chen Nian felt a twinge of shock. The man seemed oblivious to the discussions around him, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Nian. After pondering for a moment, Chen Nian replied, My extraordinary ability allows for beast transformation, as my power greatly increases post-transformation. Those beasts have recognized me as their king. Is it truly that simple? The War King was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed that Chen Nian's abilities were the result of some form of illusion. Young man, how about we strike a deal? He proposed. What sort of deal? Chen Nian inquired. 20 low-grade ability stones in exchange for one of your magical beasts. We aim to form a cavalry unit, but we must ensure they won't rebel. What do you think? The War King chuckled. 20 low-grade ability stones equated to 2 million, while Chen Nian had tamed over 1,000 magical beasts. If you were to sell 5,000 of them, that would amount to a staggering 10 billion. Wow, what a capability. I want one too. The surrounding ability users gazed at Chen Nian with envy, including a group previously frightened off by him, though the portly figure was absent, having succumbed to unconsciousness. However, Chen Nian's subsequent response caught everyone off guard. No, he shook his head resolutely. The War King was evidently surprised by Chen Nian's refusal, assuming the offer was too low. 25 stones, that's my final offer. No, Chen Nian's answer remained unchanged. The War King's brow furrowed. Then how much do you want? At this moment, he felt a hint of dissatisfaction towards Chen Nian. I don't want money. I can lend them to you for free, Chen Nian replied with a smile. The War King was baffled, as were the others, pondering whether Chen Nian was indeed foolish for passing on such a lucrative opportunity. What was his true intent? Young man, are you truly not interested in payment? The War King's previous irritation vanished, replaced by curiosity about Chen Nian. In the face of the awakened invaders, everyone should contribute. Although I don't require payment, I must emphasize that the beasts cannot perish. Should they die, you shall compensate me with 20 low-grade ability stones for each fallen beast. Chen Nian explained. As soon as he finished speaking, the War King burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you're quite the clever one. I like your terms. We shall proceed as you suggest. The War King immediately grasped Chen Nian's intention. He did not wish for the magical beasts to become mere fodder. If he sold them outright, their fate would be of no concern to him, and the soldiers could use them as cannon fodder at will. However, by framing it as a loan and not demanding payment, Chen Nian established a relationship that prohibited the beasts from being sacrificed carelessly. If they were to die, the cavalry would bear the cost, aligning with the War King's initial offer, thus preserving the integrity of the beasts. In essence, Chen Nian had no intention of selling. He merely sought to lend them while ensuring their safety, devising a compensation method to prevent their misuse. However, let me make this clear. You must guarantee they won't harm others. Rest assured, they did not retaliate even when attacked by a group of ability users. Chen Nian assured, glancing at the lean man within the crowd, part of the earlier group that had encountered him. Should any issues arise, direct them to Xiao Zhao. I must take my leave now. After the War King uttered a brief remark, he swiftly departed. Arriving quickly, he left just as fast. Chen Nian exchanged casual pleasantries with Zhao Kai, and soon thereafter, his students gathered around him, bombarding him with questions, to which he graciously responded. Come with me outside the city. Let me show you something, Chen Nian said with a smile. Thus, the group set forth, an impressive procession exiting the city gates. Perhaps Chen Nian's jovial demeanor stemmed from the considerable boost in emotional value bestowed upon him by the gathering. Chapter 113. Great Annihilation. Chen Nian and the others arrived before a horde of monstrous beasts. Feel free to try sitting on any of them. Choose one that permits you to do so. If some refuse, it may simply be because you are too weak, he explained, before mounting a giant wolf that had become his exclusive steed, one he intended to keep for himself. What the heck? Why does it run as soon as I ride it? Ha ha ha, even looks down on you. Several students playfully wrestled with the beasts. After a brief period of amusement, Chen Nian lingered near the city walls with the monstrous creatures while he returned to the camp, where the construction of lodgings for the beasts was underway. His giant wolf will be temporarily housed there. Upon returning to the camp, Chen Nian rested within his tent for the night. The following day, upon awakening, he was astonished to find the beast lodgings completed at an impressive pace. Incredible speed. He marveled at their efficiency. Nearby, wooden shelters had been erected, and the monstrous beasts had each acquired their respective cavalry partners. Wu Xiaoqian and her companions shared a lodging with Chen Nian's giant wolf. A sense of foreboding plagued Chen Nian's mind. He felt an inexplicable tension, as if significant events were on the horizon. This feeling was ultimately validated in the afternoon when an urgent notification was issued. Tonight, a suspected monster tide may occur. All abilities users outside the city, be vigilant. The term monster tide surprised Chen Nian, yet made sense. The distinction between a beast tide and a monster tide was merely a single character. However, the implications were drastically different. Beasts were merely products of Dr. Haddon, while monsters were spawned from the abyss. The previous encounters with the White Child and the Wind God Dance were manifestations of the abyss, representing formidable adversaries. With a potent surge of spiritual energy within him, Chen Nian could sense the stirring of some monsters. How many have you all hunted? He inquired, observing his students. They had been in the area for 2 days, and Wu Xiaoqian and her peers had already extracted the necessary blood essence. The other students were similarly well prepared after Chen Nian's inquiries. Be particularly cautious tonight. The monsters possess significantly greater strength than the beasts, he warned his companions. Subsequently, he ventured outside the city, positioning himself at the junction between the market and the novice village. This location served as a crucial defensive line. It was imperative to prevent the enemy from breaching the novice village. If they did, it would spell a battle at the city gates. Not only soldiers were present. Chen Nian and his fellow abilities users, including Wu Xiaoqian, stood resolutely among them. As night swiftly approached, the first ominous roar of the monsters echoed, and a horde of creatures surged towards the novice village. The sight before Chen Nian was nothing short of apocalyptic, resembling a hellish nightmare. He had never encountered such a chaotic display of malevolence. In contrast, his own beast tide seemed trivial. Above, countless monsters spiraled through the air, a dark mass of writhing entities, the most prevalent being long, eel-like creatures twisting and soaring in the sky, alongside the ghastly bat-like beings with human faces, spewing hellfire, and the grotesque, owl-like figures with human visages. On the ground, a multitude of uniquely grotesque monsters advanced towards the city gates. The knife-clawed fiends with hands resembling broken crab pincers appeared amidst flashes of lightning, while the night wailers, the size of infants, emitted haunting cries that echoed across the battlefield. To describe the scene as 100 demons parading would be an understatement. 10,000 demons parading seemed more appropriate. A lieutenant shouted to the psychics, urging them to retreat behind the city walls, asserting that the tide of monsters was beyond their capabilities. Many complied, yet Chen Nian's students remained resolute. This was their crucible of transformation, and retreat was not an option. You could actually return, Chen Nian remarked, his gaze laden with complexity as he surveyed his students. Rest assured, Teacher Chen Nian, we will prioritize our survival. A male student assured him with a smile. Chen Nian nodded, choosing not to press further. He felt a sense of security regarding the strength of Lu Yaoyao, Wu Xiaoqian, and the other association members. This time, I must capture some truly remarkable footage, Chen Nian declared as he activated the camera mounted on his head. Previously, during the battle with Iwazuo, he had recorded the entire encounter, but now, without computers, they were unable to edit or upload the footage. Kill. Do not let them near the city walls. The vice commander bellowed, and instantly, everyone sprang into action, preparing for imminent combat. These humans are truly desperate, yet there is an odor that I find utterly repugnant. A massive black dragon murmured to itself. A closer inspection would reveal a pale, human face atop the dragon's head, with eyes as red as blood and adorned with ominous markings. That's him. The dragon recognized Chen Nian and charged directly at him. Wait, why is it coming straight for me? Chen Nian exclaimed, bewildered by the direct assault. Stay away from me, he shouted as he leapt into the air, soaring above the ground. This area, being near the market and novice village, allowed for unrestricted flight, which was why the battlefield was strategically chosen in such a location. Otherwise, airborne beasts would render the human forces entirely defenseless. Dragonbone spirit? Chen Nian gasped as he beheld the ghastly face upon the black dragon's head. The blood within you disgusts me. The face spoke while the demon dragon gathered power, suddenly unleashing a formidable bolt of lightning. Boom! The iron-shattered tooth materialized in Chen Nian's hand, its blade abruptly glowing red as it was enveloped in blood jade. With a single, powerful slash, he launched a torrent that surged toward the lightning wave emitted by the dragonbone spirit. The violent torrent broke. Swoosh! The hurricane swiftly engulfed the lightning wave, attempting to disperse it. Futile. Boom! Chen Nian's torrent was instantly shattered, and the terrifying force of the lightning surged toward his chest. Break for me! Chen Nian's iron-shattered tooth was suddenly cloaked in a layer of crimson diamond energy, fiercely colliding with the turbulent wave and directly dispersing it. The iron-shattered tooth once again donned a layer of scales, shedding the diamond energy. I shall cleave your demon core. With his eyes tightly shut, Chen Nian sensed the dragon bone spirit's location in his mind and aimed for the swirling vortex of its demon core, striking down with ferocity. Clang! The sound of steel clashing reverberated across the battlefield like a tolling bell. Ha ha ha! With your strength, you cannot pierce my outer skin. The face of the demon mocked loudly. The dragon's skin was daunting, causing Chen Nian's hands to tingle slightly. The demon dragon unleashed a flurry of spikes from its body, launching them straight at Chen Nian. Roar! Chen Nian suddenly bellowed, and a pair of crimson blood wings erupted from his back, resembling a demon that had just crawled out of a hellish blood pool. He radiated a frenzied aura of darkness. The surrounding demons felt a surge of fear. You shall perish first. Great Annihilation. Chapter 114. The Instantaneous Fury Upon Activating Great Annihilation. Chen Nian transformed into a demonic version of a canine warrior. His iron-shattered tooth shifted, surrounded by several streaks of sanguine sword energy. In this state, Chen Nian's attack power surged by 40, his speed doubled, and 60% of the damage dealt would replenish his vitality. What is that in the sky? Teacher Chen? How has he transformed again? How many abilities does he possess? Chen Nian's students were left bewildered. Wait, what's happening with that dragon? Is the teacher intending to slay it? Countless onlookers observed the clash between Chen Nian and the dragon bone spirit. Due to their limited strength, the students remained in the rear, providing support or engaging in ranged attacks. while the massive form of the dragon bone spirit and Chen Nian's demonic visage stood out dramatically against the sky. "That kid is quite remarkable," muttered the War King after effortlessly obliterating a swarm of monsters and gazing at Chen Nian aloft. He had not previously heard of Chen Nian, only knowing that he could tame demons, yet he was astonished by the latter's extraordinary prowess. "It's merely a pair of wings. How dare he think of slaying a dragon?" The dragon bone spirit also transformed, sprouting a set of enormous black wings, revealing a fierce visage adorned with countless sharp fangs, truly menacing. In a moment of bewilderment, Chen Nian gazed at the winged dragon bone spirit, grappling with the absurdity of his own transformation being mirrored by his opponent. While he had only a fleeting 10 seconds of metamorphosis, the urgency of the situation demanded swift resolution. "Wind's wound," he exclaimed, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades that surged toward the dragon bone spirit. The spirit scoffed, dismissing Chen Nian's efforts with a derisive laugh. "Futile. No matter how many times you try, you cannot breach my defenses." Undeterred, it allowed the oncoming attack to collide with its form. With a sound akin to tearing paper, the wind blades sliced through the dragon bone spirit's hide, eliciting a pained howl as its countenance twisted in agony. Chen Nian's wind's wound now bore the lethal edge of the death sword, a stark departure from its previous iterations. Alas, time is running out, Chen Nian realized with alarm. 10 seconds felt woefully insufficient. As the momentum of wind's wound continued, it soared toward the skybound face of the owl-like creature above, rejuvenating Chen Nian with a surge of demonic energy. "Incredible. I can still turn the tide," he thought jubilantly. However, the dragon bone spirit was not one to allow Chen Nian much respite. Recognizing the need to dispatch him swiftly before complications ensued, it unleashed a massive, fan-shaped torrent of black flames from its maw, scorching the surrounding area with terrifying heat and obliterating nearby beasts. "Do you think I fear fire?" Chen Nian retorted, clad in his fire-resistant mouse robe, impervious to most flames. The corrosive properties of the fire held no sway over his venomous essence either. "Vajra burst, Azure Dragon break," he declared, channeling his signature technique against this formidable foe. "I shall slay the dragon with my own dragon." The Vajra spear, Azure Dragon, erupted from his blade, and with another deft motion, he unleashed Wind's wound once more, sweeping away a multitude of lesser adversaries and refreshing the great annihilation. The Azure Dragon and Dragon Bone Spirit became locked in a fierce struggle, the latter adorned with sharp black bone spines, while the former glimmered with the blood jade Vajra spear. It was evident that the spines paled in comparison to the spear's might as the two dragons clashed, the Dragon Bone Spirit soon bleeding profusely. "What sorcery is this? How can it summon the Azure Dragon?" The Dragon Bone Spirit muttered in frustration, realizing that a mere imitation could surpass a genuine bone dragon. "Useless, tasked with eliminating lowly supernatural beings, yet you remain stalemated against a mere human of the 3 stars. Suddenly, a voice emanated from above Chen Nian, compelling him to look up at the speaker. The speaker was a tall and handsome man, adorned with long red hair, cascading over his shoulders. A striking demonic mark adorned the right side of his face, while a single horn prominently crowned his forehead as he coldly gazed at Long Gujing. In an instant, Chen Nian was taken aback. Was today truly a memorial for Do Wang? The name Sha Na Meng Wan echoed in his mind, a name that resonated with the demise of Inuyasha's father, Do Wang. Long Gujing, having been gravely injured by Do Wang, found his powers significantly diminished. Both were sworn enemies of Do Wang. Most alarming was Shan Na Meng Wan's realm, Jiaolong. "This human carries a scent I detest," Long Gujing explained. "Strangely, I too sense this," Shan Na Meng Wan remarked, his expression one of contemplation as he turned to Chen Nian. Chen Nian thought to himself, "Oh no, I can't possibly contend with a Jiaolong." He felt no inclination to engage directly. "Humph, please call me Mr. Run," he quipped as he dashed forward, slaying beasts along the way, maintaining his dark abyss demon state, which doubled his speed. "Stop chasing," Sha Na Meng Wan called out to Long Gujing, who was intent on pursuing Chen Nian. "Eliminate those ability users," he commanded coldly. Long Gujing nodded, his body erupting with countless bone spikes, transforming into a spiked dragon that charged into the crowd of ability users. "Oh no, that dragon is coming for us. Get out of the way." A throng of ability users scattered in terror, for Long Gujing possessed the strength of a mighty elephant, augmented by his dragon lineage, making his physical prowess unparalleled. Seeing Long Gujing barreling toward the crowd, Chen Nian felt a sense of dread and resolved to intercept him. This beast! There is no time to worry about others now. A voice echoed behind Chen Nian, causing his hair to stand on end. He swiftly activated his instant step, attempting to increase the distance. Answer me, what is the ability within you? The voice persisted, remaining disturbingly close, no matter how fast Chen Nian ran. It felt as though the distance between them never changed. Choosing to halt his flight, Chen Nian turned to face Shan Na-Meng-Wan. Their eyes locked, and Chen Nian felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from his gaze, causing him to tremble slightly, yet he remained silent. If you won't speak, then perish. Shan Na-Meng-Wan raised his demonic sword, intent on cleaving Chen Nian in two. Oh no, am I about to unleash my true power again? Chen Nian thought. Just then, a samurai sword clashed with a demonic sword. Kid, this isn't to your concern anymore. Chapter 115. Dragon Slayer at the moment of impact. The sky seemed to tear apart, a deafening roar reverberating across the battlefield. The mere aftermath of the two weapons was enough to rend countless beasts asunder. A wave of energy surged across the battlefield, leaving Chen Nian momentarily deafened. Buzz! The clash of blade and sword remained in a tense stalemate. And Chen Nian clearly heard the mournful cry of the sword, evidently emanating from the warrior's blade. The one who shielded Chen Nian from the demonic sword was none other than the commander of this battlefield, the War King. This sword was as formidable as ever. The War King, his demeanor composed, gazed at the demonic sword wielded by Shan Na-Meng-Wan. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Nian distanced himself from the two and made a beeline for the Dragonbone Spirit. War King, you seem to be quite active lately, remarked Shan Na-Meng-Wan, his expression devoid of emotion as he launched a direct strike against the War King. It appears you're the instigator of this conflict. The War King held his sword with one hand while the other flicked a cigarette, saying, enough with the small talk. Shan Na-Meng-Wan, brandishing the demonic sword, advanced aggressively towards the War King. The battle raged fiercely above the clouds, while below, Chen Nian relentlessly felled monstrous beasts to maintain the grand annihilation state. Advancing with all his might toward the Dragonbone Spirit, which was wreaking havoc on the ground. The Dragonbone Spirit swept through the battlefield, indiscriminately slaughtering both monsters and humans alike. Stop! No! Quick, flee! The Dragonbone Spirit, like a meat grinder, left no living creature in its wake. You bastard! Halt this at once! Witnessing the continuous dismemberment of the supernatural beings and soldiers, Chen Nian's fury ignited, causing his blood pressure to soar. Suddenly, a towering Susa, 100 meters high, manifested behind him, resembling a war god. The Crimson Susanoo brandished the Ten-Fist Sword and the Yada Mirror, standing defiantly before the Dragonbone Spirit. Boom! The Dragonbone Spirit crashed violently against the Yada Mirror. Contrary to its expectations of shattering the shield, the Yada Mirror remained unscathed. While the Dragonbone Spirit was jolted by the tremendous impact, its internal organs nearly crushed by its own force. Gushing forth, the Dragonbone Spirit spat a copious amount of blood from the face on its forehead. It's you again. You wretch, you shall die today. The Ten-Fist Sword in Susanoo's hand elongated instantaneously, piercing through the Dragonbone Spirit. Yet, this was not the end. Chen Nian's true form had already arrived before the Dragonbone Spirit. You claim to be invincible, do you? Chen Nian unsheathed the black blade, Knight, which, upon closer inspection, bore 4 fragments of the soul gem. Black Blade Sheikah. 16 Knights / As Chen Nian unleashed the strike, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze. The black blade, enveloped in armed color hockey, radiated waves of violet energy. A resonant hum echoed, drawing the attention of the War King and Shan Na-Meng-Wan, locked in battle above. That little brat. How is this possible? Shan Na-Meng-Wan's pupils constricted as he fixated on Chen Nian. Ha ha! Splendid work, but don't let your focus waver. You horned scoundrel. The War King let out a hearty laugh, causing his cigarette to tumble from his mouth onto the battlefield. With his katana swirling, he unleashed a series of black waves that sliced through the Dragonbone Spirit's massive form, cleaving it in two without the slightest pause or deceleration, as if the creature were merely a phantom in the air. Simultaneously, the terrifying momentum of Chen Nian's strike swept across the battlefield, severing enemies hundreds of meters away with its ominous force. Not only that, but a multitude of monsters fell into inexplicable panic, some even fainting outright, leaving the warriors bewildered. A few psychics also collapsed, requiring assistance from the logistics team. What is happening? Why are they all falling? The crowd was perplexed, and the monsters were equally baffled. Conqueror S. Haki. A select few recognized the power Chen Nian had wielded and exclaimed in astonishment. Conqueror S. Haki. Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, I actually developed this on my own? He soon felt a surge of joy, realizing that in that instant of unleashing his blade's might, he had inadvertently tapped into the Conqueror S. Haki, and not through any system or external enhancement, but through his own discovery. Before Chen Nian could revel in his newfound ability, a pained roar reverberated across the battlefield. The dragon bone spirit's cry lingered, and as it was cleaved in two, not a single drop of blood was shed until the anguished roar finally burst forth, releasing a torrent of crimson. Gurgle! Gurgle! Chen Nian's iron tooth was actively absorbing the spirit's blood, as it had the capacity to draw in mystical energies. Though this was the first time Chen Nian had witnessed it consuming blood. Damn it! The face on the dragon bone spirit's forehead still had the strength to curse at Chen Nian. Though confused, Chen Nian did not relent. Iron Tooth plunged into the spirit's now lifeless lower half, siphoning its blood, while he brandished his black blade, Knight, preparing to deliver the final blow. Plop! A cigarette, but fell onto the face embedded in the spirit's forehead. The Shirkan jewel? Chen Nian caught sight of the glinting point on the creature's forehead, mistaking the ember for the sparkle of the Shirkan jewel. No wonder it was not dead. It concealed such a thing atop its head. With a swift, decisive slash, Chen Nian's black blade descended, and in its current state, the dragon bone spirit had no chance to evade. It was cleaved in half. Whoosh! Fragments of the Shirkan jewel exploded from a mask. Ha ha ha! Indeed, fragments of the Shirkan jewel. Chen Nian was filled with elation. How'd he know it was here? The wretched dragon bone spirit's aura rapidly diminished, and the last remnants of its life, already tenuously hanging by the Shirkan jewel fragments, were finally extinguished. Even in death, the dragon bone spirit could not fathom how Chen Nian had discerned the location of its Shirkan jewel fragments. If it had known that Chen Nian had merely mistaken the cigarette but for the jewel, it might have died in utter disbelief. It is utterly terrifying. This person must be a monster. Previously, I mocked Chen Nian alongside the stout individual, yet now I recognize him. Although he is positioned at the rear of the battlefield, the clash between Chen Nian and the dragon bone spirit occurred not far from the battlefield's backline. For the dragon bone spirit's intention was to ambush the weak at the rear, which is precisely why Chen Nian intervened. Has that dragon been vanquished? Has it truly been slain? Despite the chaos of war, many cheered for this event, for this dragon had appeared on the battlefield multiple times, each instance resulting in the massacre of numerous soldiers, leaving the crowd powerless against it, as it always emerged alongside Shana Mengwan. The War King's strength could barely hold Shana Mengwan at bay. Another reason for this was that the dragon bone spirit possessed fragments of the four-soul jade, rendering it virtually immortal. All the acclaim has been seized by Teacher Chen, hasn't it? Is this a personal showcase by Teacher Chen? Chen Nian's emotional state sword. Chapter 116. The Prison Dragon Breaks. Chen Nian's remarkable performance on the battlefield was meticulously recorded by the miniature camera overhead. Meanwhile, Lin Jingjing and Lu Yaoyao were capturing Chen Nian's third combat perspective. Initially, it should have been Wu Xiaoqian and Lu Yaoyao. But Wu Xiaoqian called upon Run Mi to substitute, who adamantly refused to return. Reluctantly, they had to let Lin Jingjing assist with the filming, while also training her in filming skills. Lu Yaoyao captured the moment the dragon bone spirit was slain in its entirety. You useless fool! Shana Mengwan sensed the death of the dragon bone spirit from above. Do not fret. I shall soon send you to reunite with him. That depends on whether you have the capability. The two engaged in battle for an extended period, and this was not their first encounter. If the War King were allowed to rampage unchecked in the depths of the battlefield for half a month, the monsters would undoubtedly suffer tremendous losses. Thus, Shana Mengwan had to intervene to halt the War King's slaughter. Their clashes numbered in the dozens. Dark magic, dark entanglement, and obscure slash. The War King's katana was enveloped in dark magic, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating strike imbued with that magic. Shana Mengwan, caught off guard, was struck directly, and the wound instantly erupted. Pain is irrelevant. Shana Mengwan replied expressionlessly, with a fierce swing of his magic sword. A slash seemed to tear through the fabric of reality, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently, and suddenly, a spatial rift appeared. Hundreds of malevolent spirits from the underworld surged forth. "Kill!" Shana Mengwan bellowed, and the horde of malevolent spirits charged toward the diverse array of ability users. How has he developed such power? The War King expressed astonishment. This move had never been displayed by Shana Mengwan before. He had not anticipated that the magic sword could indeed cleave open the gates of the underworld. Chen Nian was taken aback upon witnessing the malevolent spirits. His gaze fixated on the magic sword in Shana Mengwan's grasp. It was long and slender, the hilt smooth and slightly thicker than the blade, with a very narrow yellow guard, but most striking was the enormous white pearl at the end of the hilt. Kanji Yunya. Chen Nian recognized the magic sword wielded by Shana Mengwan. Unlike the iron-shattered tooth, which represents the blade of guardianship and can obliterate hundreds of foes with a single strike, the Zhongyun tooth embodies the essence of the earth and possesses the power to summon countless malevolent spirits from the underworld with a single blow. Both swords were once wielded by the King of Fangs. However, the Zhongyun tooth is imbued with ancient malevolent spirits and is not forged from the teeth of the King of Fangs. Chen Nian had long ceased to ponder how to defeat Shana Mengwan, as the disparity between them was insurmountable. Armed with the Doguwei god, he swung at the malevolent spirits. For the wicked energy of a Doguwei god was the most ferocious among his arsenal, proving exceedingly effective against the spirits. Today he vowed to conquer the Deer Pass. Shana Mengwan, with an air of indifference, addressed the War King, challenging his abilities. The War King's katana once more coiled with dark magic, surging towards Shana Mengwan. In response, Shana Mengwan wielded the Zhongyun tooth with a fierce thrust, only to be met by a black orb that blocked his attack. Dark entanglement, black hole, futile, dark entanglement, dimensional slash. The War King brought his katana down in a vertical strike, devoid of flamboyant movements, merely a straightforward slice wrapped in dark magic. In an instant, a pure black slash, towering hundreds of meters high, erupted from the War King's blade. Shana Mengwan was cleaved in two, the earth behind him split open. Fissures tearing through the ground, culminating in a gaping chasm that extended for hundreds of meters, as if dimensions had been severed, obliterating all in its path. Emotionless, Shana Mengwan's body rejoined itself, drawn together by the fragments of the four soul jewels embedded within him, which allowed for an astonishing recovery rate, far exceeding that of any dragon bone essence. The only viable strategy was to shatter his entire form in one fell swoop and seize the four soul jewels at the utmost speed. The Zhongyun tooth trembled in his grasp, unleashing a formidable surge of malevolent energy. Prison Dragon Break. Shana Mengwan raised the Zhongyun tooth overhead and spun it fiercely. The terrifying power caused the very ground to tremble, while the spirits from the underworld erupted in exhilaration, as if the roar of a hellish dragon echoed in the ears of all present. A devastating force enveloped the area within 100 meters, conjuring a colossal whirlwind that emerged from nothingness. All living and non-living beings in the vicinity perished on the spot. Shana Mengwan, the War King, bellowed in fury. The devastation wrought upon humanity was catastrophic, with countless espers succumbing to the prison dragon break. Chen Nian, filled with trepidation, gazed at Shana Mengwan, realizing he had barely escaped the clutches of the prison dragon break. Had he been ensnared, his demise would have been inevitable. Others on the battlefield stood in stunned silence, staring at the aftermath where the prison dragon break had swept through. Are they all dead? A summoned esper stammered, unable to fathom that comrades who had fought alongside him mere moments ago had now been reduced to mere bones. The area bore no traces of life. All was annihilated, leaving behind a vast pit that had transformed into a mass grave where countless human and beastly corpses lay intertwined. Is this what a battlefield truly is? Someone murmured, "Brother, roar, I will slay you." Such voices echoed across the battlefield, intermingled with the howls of monsters and the anguished cries of those calling out for loved ones. Some having been devoured by the fiends, others, consumed by fury, sought vengeance for their kin, while some stood in shock, unwilling to confront the grim reality. Chen Nian glared with murderous intent at Shana Mengwan. In his hand, the iron-shattered tooth reappeared, alongside 5 fragments of the Four Souls Jade, one of which had been pried from the body of a dragon bone spirit. Blood Jade Azure Dragon Break, Diamond Azure Dragon Break, Azure Scale Break. Instead of merging multiple attributes, Chen Nian unleashed 3 distinct azure dragons with a fierce strike. The first was a blood-red, translucent dragon, concealing violent torrents within its form. The second was a white-blue dragon, its entirety composed of razor-sharp diamond spears. The last was a green-scale dragon, capable of severing demon cores and absorbing demonic energy. Break for me. After summoning the 3 azure dragons, Chen Nian hurled the 4 souls jade fragments forward, with each dragon carrying a fragment. As the 3 dragons surged forth, the green azure dragon suddenly turned black, infused with Chen Nian's conqueror's haki and armament haki. Roar! Howl! What is this? Shana Mengwan's pupils trembled, for he had never encountered a technique that could amplify attack damage using the 4 souls jade fragments as a medium. If unleashed, it would undoubtedly be immensely powerful, albeit at a cost. Should the attack fail to penetrate, he would unwittingly sacrifice his own jade fragments. Yet, Chen Nian seemed unperturbed, prioritizing sheer power above all else. However, this momentary distraction provided the wrathful War King a fleeting opportunity. Dark magic. Dark entanglement. As the War King's words faded, he vanished in an instant, having been in front of Shana Mengwan just moments before, only to reappear behind him. The warrior's blade had somehow been drawn. Iato slash. With a swift strike, Shana Mengwan's body was cleaved into several segments. Unlike the previous dimensional cut, this time it not only severed him, but also left behind the corrosive effects of dark magic within his being, rendering his body temporarily incapable of reassembling. How is this possible? Panic gripped Shana Mengwan as the 3 azure dragons approached. The blood-red azure dragon was the first to strike. Upon contact with Shana Mengwan, it unleashed a torrent of explosive winds. The subsequent violent currents shattered his already fragmented form once more. The second, the black-scaled azure dragon, charged towards Shana Mengwan's demon core, continuously siphoning his demonic energy. Gradually, Shana Mengwan's aura was consumed entirely, while the azure dragons returned their energy to Chen Nian, who felt his own power surge immensely. The final dragon, composed of diamond spears, surged towards Shana Mengwan to deliver the final blow. At that moment, the floating Song Yun Fong quivered, humming with energy. Bestow upon me your strength. These words were not uttered by Shana Mengwan, but rather by Song Yunya. With Shana Mengwan's demonic energy completely absorbed, he found himself devoid of the power necessary to suppress Song Yunya. The ancient malevolent spirit residing within Song Yunya awakened, instantly drawing in the remnants of Shana Mengwan's severed limbs. Subsequently, fresh flesh began to sprout from the severed appendages, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that all 4 fragments of Shana Mengwan had converged upon the hand wielding the sword, merging seamlessly with Song Yunya, rendering the hand itself as the sword. Oh no, Chen Nian lamented, regretting the decision to drain Shana Mengwan's demonic energy. He had not anticipated that Song Yunya could awaken so directly. If it weren't for your impending demise, I would never have released you. Once I eliminate them, I shall seal you away once more. Shana Mengwan, now revitalized, addressed Song Yunya in his grasp. We shall see if you possess the capability. Song Yunya replied with a hint of disdain. Instantly, Song Yunya began to move of its own accord, while Shana Mengwan charged directly towards Chen Nian. However, the War King obstructed his path. Chen Nian believed he still had a chance as long as he could collect the last head, but should he encounter Shana Mengwan, death was certain. Run, everyone! Retreat behind the city walls. The War King shouted at Chen Nian. He no longer wished for anyone else to perish in the aftermath of the battle. The destructive force of the infernal dragon break was far beyond what the people below could withstand. Chen Nian nodded and immediately soared downwards, releasing a burst of fireworks from his hand as a signal for retreat. Boom! It was the signal to withdraw. Everyone retreated towards the city walls. Hurry back! Do not linger! Shouted the commanding officers as they guided the troops away. Some of the ability users, consumed by a thirst for vengeance, had turned bloodthirsty. Think you can escape? It won't be that simple. Shana Mengwan, wielding Song Yunya, pointed it skyward once more, swirling it to churn the clouds. Each rotation sent rippling waves expanding outward, causing tremors to resonate through the ground. As Song Yunya stirred, the very heavens quaked. The War King gripped his sword tightly, uncertain if he could defeat Shana Mengwan, as he was at a disadvantage. The hyper-regeneration of his opponent posed a significant threat to the War King's ability to cleave through everything in a single strike. To vanquish Shana Mangwan, an extensive area of damage was essential. Originally, the War King had been known as the Slashing King before adopting the title of War King. He drew his sword, bending his right arm, aiming the tip of his blade at Shana Mangwan's sword-wielding hand. The blade enveloped in powerful dark magic. Dark magic entangle, dead thrust. Infernal Dragon Break. The tip of the sword shot forth like a supersonic bullet, aimed directly at Song Yunya. At that moment, the colossal Infernal Dragon Break was fully charged and unleashed alongside the dead thrust. Clang! A thunderous noise erupted as the blade plunged mercilessly into the arm connected to Song Yunya. Despite the overwhelming power of the death strike, it could not shatter Song Yunya, nor even cause him to waver. The katana in his hand shattered abruptly. However, the Hell Dragon Break had already been unleashed, maintaining its original trajectory. Black Moon. The War King summoned an immense black full moon, colliding the core tempest of the Hell Dragon Break with the Black Moon. The War King roared in fury, a domain of dark magic crystallizing around him. Within this realm, he remained untouched by the onslaught of the Hell Dragon Break, firmly bracing against the Black Moon to prevent the attack from breaching behind him. You are the first to successfully halt the advance of the Hell Dragon Break, Song Yunya remarked. How about a few more? In a heartbeat, Shana Mangwan seized the opportunity, stirring the heavens once more, unleashing another colossal whirlwind. Hell Dragon Break! Hell Dragon Break! Boom! Boom! Several massive tornadoes surged towards the War King, whose complexion reddened, muscles bulging as if they might burst from strain. Push beyond your limits. With a resounding crash, multiple Hell Dragon Breaks were pushed back slightly by the War King's Black Moon. Defiant to the end. Suddenly, Song Yunya had penetrated the War King's chest. The War King felt a sharp pain in his heart, yet his hands remained steadfast, pressing against the Black Moon. For there were still comrades behind him who had not yet retreated within the city walls. Song Yun split. Shana Mangwan commanded, and Song Yunya unleashed a powerful shockwave within the War King's body, shattering his internal organs. The War King coughed blood, his form plummeting to the battlefield like a kite severed from its string. Shana Mangwan gazed towards the rear of the War King. Most of the superhumans had already entered the city. I once thought you a worthy adversary, yet you would sacrifice yourself for mere ants, he murmured. With the War King fallen, the threat here had diminished significantly. Some might soon withdraw. If you can do it, then come and try. Song Yunya retorted with a mocking smile. Boom! Boom! Shana Mangwan exerted every ounce of his strength to force Song Yunya out, and indeed, he succeeded. The connection between Song Yunya and Shana Mangwan's arms began to fade, reverting to their original form. So close. I anticipate your next summoning. Song Yunya's voice gradually faded. There will be no next time, Shana Mangwan sensed, realizing that another summoning could overwhelm him. Song Yunya's power had surged once more. Simultaneously, several massive Hell Dragon Breaks surged toward the city gates, clearly indicating that the War King had underestimated the sustained eruption of Song Yunya's ultimate technique. Boom! The city wall was breached. Chapter 118. The remnants of the underworld moon break, the Hell Dragon Break, shattered the city wall with effortless force, reducing it to mere paper in comparison. Run. The wall cannot withstand it. Retreat now. Save me. The Abyss Dragon Break, unleashed by Song Yunya, is an entirely different league from that released by Shana Mangwan. One is personally unleashed by an ancient, malevolent spirit, while the other is released by Song Yunya, who is constrained by Shana Mangwan. However, the War King's resistance was not without significance, as it provided others the opportunity to flee to the inner city. At this moment, the outer city resembled a hell on earth, with countless corpses of ability users lying grotesquely in every direction. Shana Mangwan, has the War King perished? Countless surviving soldiers roared in anguish, yearning to avenge their comrades by slaying Shana Mangwan thousands of times. Some could scarcely believe that the War King had fallen to the hands of Shana Mangwan. Others were nearly driven to madness, their emotions in disarray, such as Chen Nian. System, unlock the natural tooth for me. Hurry. Chen Nian anxiously shouted at the system, but all he received was the system's cold response. Insufficient emotional value to unlock the natural tooth. Damn it. 2 million emotional points aren't enough to unlock a natural tooth. Chen Nian gazed at the outer city, strewn with corpses. feeling a wave of disorientation and helplessness that brought him to his knees. Are they all dead? Chen Nian clearly witnessed the war king sacrificing himself to block the Abyss Dragon Break, yet countless ability users still perish from it. Shana Mengwan. System. Upgrade the Inuyasha development level for me. At this moment, Chen Nian spoke in a frenzy, his pupils trembling violently, consuming 2 million emotional points. Iron Shattered Fang unlocks the intermediate underworld form. Blood Jade form upgraded to special grade. Iron Shattered Fang's Diamond Spear form upgraded to advanced. Dragon Scale form upgraded to intermediate. Just wait for me. With a sudden surge, Chen Nian's wings violently unfurled, his great annihilation form re-emerging, blood wings more ferocious than before. Chen Nian soared into the heavens, wielding Iron Shattered Fang. The venom had somehow returned to Chen Nian's body. This time, he was not enveloped by the venom, but rather merged directly with it. A black, viscous substance flickered around Chen Nian, who now wielded the power of the venom with greater finesse than before. Previously, he could distinctly feel the venom encasing him while he manipulated it from within. Now, they were partially fused. Boom! Iron Shattered Fang in Chen Nian's hand unleashed several gusts of wind, creating a 1,000-meter-long scar across the battlefield with merely a casual flick, slaying hundreds of monsters in the process. The great annihilation state persisted uninterrupted. Now, every monster he killed extended the duration indefinitely. Chen Nian rampaged through, releasing wind blasts as if they were free, causing continuous annihilation of the monsters below. The previous Abyss Dragon Break had already claimed many of their own. Utilizing the flight speed of Sessamaru, the velocity of the venom, and the speed of great annihilation, Chen Nian arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. On the battlefield, Shana Mingwan gazed down from the skies, his energy severely depleted. He had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Battle King and Chen Nian, only to be drained of his demonic essence, and subsequently summoned the ancient fiend of Kanji Yunya. After slaying the Battle King and unleashing several infernal dragon breaks, he managed to suppress the ancient fiend of Kanji Yunya, leaving him in a state of extreme weakness. How dare you return to the battlefield, merely to accompany the Battle King to his grave? As Shana Mengwan struggled to regain his demonic energy, he looked toward the approaching Chen Nian and spoke. Accompany your mother, Chen Nian retorted, wielding his Iron Shattered Fang, which was enveloped in a layer of blood-red, diamond-like aura. The Crimson Azure Dragon surged forth, charging directly at Shana Mengwan. Roar! Your strength is insufficient to contend with me for another 800 years. Shana Mengwan thrust his Kanji Yunya sword forward as the Crimson Azure Dragon lunged ferociously toward the blade. With a swift slice, Shana Mengwan cleaved the Crimson Azure Dragon as if cutting through mere vegetables. Anticipating this, Chen Nian did not pause. He summoned forth a multitude of brilliantly colored azure dragons. Useless. With your cultivation, you cannot possibly affect me. Shana Mengwan scoffed, though his power had diminished. He was not one to be easily shaken. Chen Nian's strength had ascended to the level of an 8-star giant elephant. Having risen 2 stars with a mere 200,000, that will suffice to slay you, he declared, his mind overwhelmed with power. Shen Nian emanated a demonique aura, reeking of blood, his battle intent overwhelming enough to frighten nearby monsters into retreat. Suddenly, Chen Nian's strength surged to 8-star giant elephant status, while Shana Mengwan faced an unknown star level of the injured dragon. Die, you wretch! Chen Nian's Iron Shattered Fang transformed, its blade adorned with green dragon scales, now crackling with faint lightning. How is this possible? Shana Mengwan was taken aback. Previously, he had regarded Chen Nian as nothing more than a mere insect stirring minor ripples. Yet now Chen Nian shattered his perceptions, forcefully elevating from the 3-star to 8-star giant elephant. Dragon Breath, Chen Nian shouted. The originally green-scaled Iron Shattered Fang turned black, resembling the color of dragon bone scales. A layer of corrosive black flames enveloped the weapon, the remnants of the dragon breath that had been expelled earlier, which the Iron Shattered Fang had absorbed. Merely a worthless technique. Infernal Dragon Flash. Shana Mengwan's Kanji Yunya radiated a cold light, moving with ghostly speed, leaving afterimages in his wake as he appeared behind Chen Nian. Clang! Chen Nian's Iron Shattered Fang abruptly blocked the strike from behind. You can keep up with my speed? Shana Mengwan's pupils widened in shock. Absorb it, came Chen Nian's succinct response. The dragon-scaled, iron-shattered Fong glimmered brightly, while Shana Mengwan's demonic essence was continuously siphoned away. How outrageous! What in the world is this ability? In a fleeting moment, Shana Mengwan seemed to realize that he had underestimated Chen Nian. The latter was no ordinary giant elephant, possessing sufficient strength to vanquish several one-star dragon serpents. With a clang, Shana Mengwan forcefully repelled Chen Nian, striving to distance himself. For Chen Nian's dragon-scale, iron-shattered tooth could directly assault his demon core. Prison Dragon Break. Shana Mengwan unleashed the Prison Dragon Break once more, as a colossal tornado swiftly coalesced. Although this technique placed a considerable burden on him, he could not afford to be concerned, for Chen Nian's prowess exceeded his expectations. A terrifying whirlwind, seemingly capable of obliterating everything, surged relentlessly toward Chen Nian, intent on strangling him. Surely, the nether path could absorb it. Chapter 119. Born of fangs in Chen Nian's hand, the iron-shattered tooth transformed again, enveloped in a purple-black starry sky. The weapon was entirely black, adorned with a galaxy of stars, its surroundings flickering with a violet glow, as if the cosmos itself had melded into the blade. Netherpath Crescent Break. Chen Nian bellowed, cleaving forth a crescent-shaped manifestation of the netherpath. At the moment the prison dragon break made contact with the crescent, it was utterly erased, completely absorbed into the netherpath. Its might significantly diminished, yet it still surged towards Chen Nian with unyielding momentum. Shana Mengwan was astonished that this technique had been thwarted by Chen Nian, yet a strange familiarity washed over him. Netherpath Crescent Break. Chen Nian wielded the iron-shattered tooth once more, unleashing several crescent netherpath strikes, completely absorbing the prison dragon break in the process. This was the primordial form of the netherpath, which would later evolve into the half-moon and full-moon phases. The culmination of this technique was the slashing blade netherpath, which not only absorbed foes into the netherpath, but could also sever them directly. The current crescent break bore a striking resemblance to the slashing blade netherpath, albeit far less potent. In an instant, Shana Mengwan charged towards Chen Nian with a terrifying velocity. Chen Nian's mind raced, but his body could not keep pace, resulting in Shana Mengwan's blade piercing him. With a hiss, in a fleeting moment, Chen Nian found his vision blurring, as Shana Mengwan's figure appeared multiple times, each assaulting his vital points. Chen Nian instinctively evaded, avoiding critical injuries, yet he was still left bleeding profusely. Curse you! Chen Nian's internal venom surged violently. The moment Shana Mengwan's cloud Fong penetrated his body, the venom retaliated fiercely, ensnaring the Fong tightly. Netherpath Crescent Break. Chen Nian roared, the sound reverberating in Shana Mengwan's ears. With a crash, another crescent was cleaved forth, striking Shana Mengwan directly. In an instant, his left arm was pierced by the crescent, which continued its trajectory without the slightest alteration, passing through him without pause. Shana Mengwan's left arm was devoured by the crescent, absorbed into the netherpath. Damn it! Netherpath Crescent Break. Once again, numerous crescent-shaped shadows of the underworld were unleashed, and in an instant, Shana Mengwan forcefully drew forth the Tsongyun Fong, shifting and maneuvering his body. Yet, he was still engulfed by the ancient shadows of the underworld, sustaining several crescent-shaped wounds upon his legs. However, as his flesh writhed, those injuries began to mend. This time, your life is forfeit, Chen Nian stated coldly, as he wielded the iron-shattered Fong to unleash a series of deadly crescent blades from the underworld, the terrifying power creating a vacuum that consumed the surrounding air. In that fleeting moment, Shana Mengwan attempted to evade Chen Nian's crescent strike of the underworld, but just then, the Tsongyun Fong quivered in his grasp, diverting his focus and forcing him to allocate part of his strength to suppress it. At that very moment, frustration surged within him. With a sudden strike, Shana Mengwan found himself severed, left with barely half of his upper body intact. Shana Mengwan, your demise is of no consequence, Chen Nian declared as he aimed another blow at him. Shana Mengwan was devoid of the strength to resist, now reduced to a writhing half-body, his demonic energy nearly depleted, all while still struggling to contain the Tsongyun Fong. If we are to descend into the underworld together, I harbor no resentment, he murmured, gazing at the Tsongyun Fong, preparing to unseal its power. Had I arrived just a minute later, we would have lost both the Tsongyun Fong and Shana Mengwan. A voice familiar to Chen Nian suddenly echoed. A figure clad in white robes, resembling a baboon, abruptly appeared, chuckling. "Nai Luo," Chen Nian shouted in fury, aware that this scoundrel intended to rescue his adversary. "I never expected to encounter you here. It seems you possess even more fragments of the Four Soul Jewels. Still collecting them for me? No, wait. Those are shards of the dragon bone essence. What a waste. We must take our leave. I hope to see you again with more fragments of the Four Soul Jewels next time." With that, the baboon-headed figure whisked Shana Mengwan away, vanishing without a trace. "Scoundrel!" Chen Nian roared at the sky, but his cries echoed in the desolate battlefield, where only he remained, the two having long since disappeared. Boom! Chen Nian unleashed a torrent of wind blades from the iron-shattered Fong, the expenditure trivial for him as he slaughtered countless monsters ravaging the battlefield. In his wrath against those creatures, he performed blood sacrifices for the fallen warriors. After a long while, silence enveloped Chen Nian. He descended to search for the body of the War King, but it was akin to finding a needle in a haystack in such an expansive battlefield. The remnants of battle may have been scattered or obliterated. With hollow eyes, Chen Nian returned to the outer city. Gazing upon the countless corpses strewn across the outer city, his emotions grew increasingly complex, reflecting on how the War King, in his efforts to protect the city, had met a tragic end at the hands of Shana Mengwan, ultimately failing to prevent its destruction. A deep sense of loss washed over him. Suddenly, a buzzing sound caught his attention, seemingly emanating from his waist. Yet, Chen Nian could perceive nothing. He grasped the humming object at his waist, and a blade abruptly manifested in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew it forth. The Tine Shenjia? Chen Nian was taken aback. He had not elevated the development of his Shashanguan. This was the Tine Shenjia he had awakened himself. Was it born of compassion? Chen Nian murmured. His gaze once again fell upon the battlefield, and this time, the scene was vastly different. Every corpse on the ground was besieged by a little demon, tearing at their souls. The emissaries of the underworld. With a swift motion, Chen Nian struck down with his blade, unleashing a fearsome force akin to a scythe, reaping a multitude of those underworld emissaries. The Tine Shenjia in Chen Nian's hand symbolized heaven, standing alongside Kanjiunya and Tine Shenjia as the three swords of supremacy. They represented the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, wielding the iron splintering to slay countless foes, the Kanjiunya to summon myriad demons, and finally, the Tine Shenjia to rescue multitudes. Suddenly, the countless corpses lying on the ground stirred. Their bodies, despite being limbless or even reduced to half a head, now appeared whole again, each one staring at itself in sheer trepidation. What is happening? Was I not swept into the storm and perished? How am I revived? Did I truly encounter the emissaries of the underworld, or was it but a dream? The diverse abilities among them elicited not only the joy of survival, but also waves of bewilderment. Chen Nian's eyes widened as he beheld the Tine Shenjia in his grasp, having truly drawn souls back from the gates of death. Could he also revive the War King? Chapter 120. Are you so pleased that I'm dead? Chen Nian yearned to rescue the War King, yet he could not locate the body. How could he save him? As he surveyed those he had revived, they all regarded him with expressions of sheer confusion. Chen Nian chose not to disclose his role in their revival, for the ear is less trustworthy than the eye. With a swift motion, Chen Nian wielded the Tine Shenjia once more, directing a blade of force towards the crowd, a terrifying wave slicing through those already revived. Fear etched their faces. They had not anticipated an attack from him at such a moment. However, the force merely left a shimmering white light upon them, without inflicting any wounds, instead leaving a sense of comfort. They turned their gaze towards the direction of the blade's force. The corpses caught in its wake trembled and then rose, collectively revived. He saved us. What manner of technique is this capable of resurrecting the dead? As Chen Nian vanquished the underworld emissaries encircling the corpses, he understood that the Tine Shenjia could only revive each individual once. Bound by the limitation of not resurrecting those who had been dead for more than 72 hours and requiring a portion of the deceased body, gratitude poured forth from the crowd towards Chen Nian, yet a segment remained silent, their eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Chen Nian merely nodded, disregarding the crowd, his heart burdened with a somber weight. Despite having revived numerous souls, the irreversible truth remained that many had once perished, and countless comrades' remains had vanished into the abyss. Look, they have all returned to life. Brother, ha ha ha, I'm alive. How is this possible? Everyone was engulfed in the euphoria of their resurrected loved ones. While Lu Yaoyao and her fellow students were equally exhilarated, their excitement amplifying upon witnessing Chen Nian as the catalyst of this miraculous revival. The jubilant laughter seemed detached from Chen Nian, who persistently forged ahead, wielding his blade, moving forward, wielding his blade. As the crowd became aware of Chen Nian's presence, their laughter faded into silence, their gazes fixed upon him, following him in quiet reverence. Chen Nian's emotional energy surged. The sentiments of countless individuals flowed into his system. Yet, he remained anchored by a heart filled with compassion and a fervent desire to save. From the inner city to the outer, throngs of people trailed in Chen Nian's footsteps. Initially, the newly revived shouted in joy, but as they grasped the circumstances, they joined the procession without a clear purpose, merely wishing to witness this extraordinary phenomenon. Chen Nian understood all too well that he could not resurrect those whose remains were lost to time, a realization shared by the crowd. Some came solely to witness Chen Nian's miraculous acts, while many sought to see if their own acquaintances had returned. Occasionally, heartfelt reunions unfolded, filled with excitement and embraces, after which some quietly continued to follow, while others turned back towards the inner city. Thus, Chen Nian moved as a relentless force, his blades slicing through the air, reviving corpses within hundreds of meters, swiftly cleansing the battlefield. He resurrected innumerable soldiers and gifted ones until he reached the final body. Upon revival, some embraced tightly, while tears flowed uncontrollably from others, for there were no remains of their beloved family and friends left to restore. Chen Nian remained taciturn throughout, ultimately failing to locate the body of the War King. A wave of despondency washed over him. The War King had saved him on multiple occasions. It was the War King who had intervened when the formidable shaman sought his life. And it was the War King who had shielded him from the onslaught of the abyssal dragon. Had it not been for the War King's final signal for retreat, sacrificing his own life to stave off the abyssal dragon, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Yet, Chen Nian could not find the War King's body, nor could he recall the War King's name. Amidst the battlefield, the sounds of grief echoed, as people wept for those who could not be revived and for the War King himself. Alas, can the War King not be restored? Chen Nian sighed softly. With a heavy heart, he led the crowd back to the inner city. Having just endured a fierce battle followed by a miraculous resurrection, they found themselves at a loss as to what to do next. The soldiers remained engulfed in the sacrifices of their king and comrades, with the city walls left unrebuilt. A flicker of hope lingered in their hearts, yearning for someone to unearth a fragment of their fallen companions, or perhaps a remnant of their king, to present to Chen Nian for resurrection. Many had witnessed Chen Nian once again confronting the formidable Shana Mengwan, albeit from a distance, only to see Shana Mengwan retreat in defeat. They understood that it was Chen Nian who had safeguarded them, and it was he who bore the power to revive them, their gratitude swelling within him. Among these sentiments were also threads of greed, jealousy, and disdain. Yet, Chen Nian remained unperturbed, for all kinds of people existed, and he would save them all indiscriminately. "Teacher Chen, you should rest now," Lin Jingjing advised. Chen Nian nodded in agreement and returned to the camp. Although he intended to rest, he sat in a chair, lost in contemplation. Occasionally, individuals approached him, seeking assistance with resurrections. Some succeeded, though not with their own kin, while others were beyond salvation. "Though I can't save you, buddy, I promise I'll avenge you by slaying Shana Mengwan," Chen Nian reassured himself, easing his troubled mind. Resolving to cease dwelling on the king's demise, he noted that it was past 5 o'clock. Having fought through the night, he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to exhaustion. Due to mental fatigue, Chen Nian slept for a remarkable 30 hours, awakening the following day at noon. Upon exiting his tent, he was greeted by a multitude of flowers and letters of appreciation, with 2 individuals standing vigil outside, eager to express their gratitude in person. Instead of remaining ensnared in the grief of the king's sacrifice, Chen Nian smiled and greeted them. The pair were young men, of similar age to him. "Teacher Chen, your ability to revive our brothers from the Shao family is a profound debt of gratitude that we will forever cherish. We've heard you hail from Chenghai City. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek our assistance. Though our strength may be modest, our father holds considerable influence in Shanghai." One of them remarked, "Indeed, while our father can be stern, This experience on the battlefield was a trial for us. Yet his regard for our lives is paramount. We never anticipated such a grave mishap, the other brother added. It was my duty. Once on the battlefield, we are all comrades, Chen Nian replied with a smile. The elder brother was named Xiao Sheng, while the younger was Xiao Kuan. Chen Nian found joy in their conversation, sensing their sincerity. Just then, a voice interrupted their discussion. Kid, you seem awfully pleased to see me dead. Chapter 121. The night encounter with the great Jia. Chen Nian froze at the sound, turning abruptly to its source. To his astonishment, he beheld the Battle King, seated cross-legged in the tent, smoking. You're alive? Chen Nian exclaimed in disbelief. How could I possibly die so easily? The king replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. I was out on the battlefield searching for your body, only to discover that you had already made your escape. Chen Nian was left speechless. Do you have any opinions, you little brat? Be cautious, or I might just take you down, the war king threatened, brandishing his hand as if it were a blade, directed at Chen Nian. Startled, Chen Nian instinctively recoiled and waved his hands in dismissal. Let's set aside the frivolities and discuss the matter at hand. I was actually saved by someone. The war king inhaled deeply from his cigarette, a pensive look crossing his face. Who was it? Chen Nian inquired. I don't know. You don't know? A gust of wind swept through, and he fainted immediately. Upon regaining consciousness, his body had already been treated, and he had not seen a soul during the entire ordeal. The war king fell silent, lost in thought, while Chen Nian pondered as well. Could it be that the person is unable to reveal themselves, or perhaps they perform good deeds anonymously? Xiao Sheng suggested. At that moment, Chen Nian suddenly recalled someone, or rather a being, Kagura, the wind god, one of Neriku's incarnations. The incarnations of Neriku do not share a unified will. Neriku is merely a collection of myriad demons, each separated and independent. Except for the child and the white boy. The child is Neriku's heart, kept separately for protection, while the white boy is of one mind with Neriku. Kagura's heart is held in Neriku's grasp. She, as the messenger of the wind, has always yearned for freedom, desperately seeking to escape Neriku's control. Yet, her heart remains firmly within his clutches, leaving her with no opportunity. With this question lingering, Chen Nian resolved to probe her when they next met, choosing not to disclose anything to the war king and others for now, as the matter remained uncertain. You seem to possess rather abnormal abilities, the war king suddenly remarked. You can control beasts, engage in combat, and even revive the dead. I wonder if there is anything you cannot do. The Xiao brothers gazed at Chen Nian with curiosity. Chen Nian smiled and replied, I possess numerous extraordinary powers. However, the abilities to control beasts, fight, and resurrect the deceased all stem from a singular power. As he spoke, he produced the natural tooth from his possession. Is this the very blade you use to revive others? The war king asked. Chen Nian nodded, while the Xiao brothers regarded the blade with solemn expressions. The knife is indeed remarkable. Why not relinquish it to me? The war king proposed. Consider it a gift, Chen Nian replied with a mischievous grin. The war king, taken aback that Chen Nian actually acquiesced to his casual remark, responded with suspicion. You wouldn't be trying to trick me, would you? Chen Nian said nothing but plunged the knife into the ground, gesturing for the war king to take it. The war king, of course, understood that matters were not so simple. He merely tapped it lightly with his finger, only to have his digits scorched by a powerful electric barrier. There is an enchantment on it, he remarked, somewhat exasperated, realizing that Chen Nian had placed a barrier on the blade to prevent others from wielding it. It's inherent, Chen Nian stated as he picked up the natural tooth and abruptly thrust it into the war king's chest. The war king neither flinched nor dodged, seemingly aware that Chen Nian would not harm him. With a sharp sound, the natural tooth pierced his chest, emerging through his back. Oh, is that so? This blade holds some intrigue. The war king chuckled with curiosity. Your amusement ends here, Chen Nian replied. Chen Nian silently complained that everything he encountered was slightly amusing. This blade could not harm anyone. In other words, its inherent nature was incapable of causing damage to anything in this world. It was merely a tool for severing the souls of the underworld's creatures. Even if the war king were to wield it, it would be futile, as it could inflict no injury. Furthermore, it could not resurrect anyone, as they lacked the bloodline of the Duya king. Regardless, young man, you have accomplished a great feat. Most of those who perished on the battlefield have been brought back to life by you. Is there any reward? I don't know. What do you mean you know nothing? Chen Nian felt somewhat speechless. After all, this was a general who seemed entirely oblivious. Do you think I am called the War King for no reason? I only concern myself with battle, the War King scoffed. Chen Nian's previously lofty perception of the War King had undeniably crumbled. What is your true name? Chen Nian inquired with curiosity. Yejin Jeda. Chen Nian appeared bewildered. The War King's given name consisted of 4 characters, a rather rare occurrence. Xiao Kuan expressed his surprise. I was asking for your real name, not your ability. Chen Nian thought the War King misunderstood his intent. After all, the War King's ability was Yejin Jeda, a dark magic swordsman, a fact Chen Nian deduced from the magical tome that floated beside him during combat. Young man, I am indeed referring to my true name. Have you ever encountered anyone whose ability is called Yejin Jeda? My ability is merely an ordinary magical ability. Do you understand? Yejin Jeda replied, his expression distinctly displeased, his hand hovering dangerously close to Chen Nian's head, as if ready to crush it at any moment. Damn, this personality truly reflects Yejin Jeda, Chen Nian mused in bewilderment. However, with the Xiao brothers present, Chen Nian found it inconvenient to delve into further details, so he decided to wait for a more opportune moment to inquire. If this matter were to become public, I assure you that you would attract worldwide attention, Yejin remarked with a grin. Then what should I do? I cannot control what everyone says. Chen Nian waved his hand dismissively. After exchanging a few more words, the Xiao brothers bid farewell to the two. War King, are you an awakened? Chen Nian suddenly asked, catching Yejin Jeda off guard. Do you have a problem with me, you brat? I am no such awakened. Then where do you hail from? A small island, where I made my living through fishing. I sailed to another island, where my abilities awakened, and then I sailed again, drifting to this place. Chen Nian studied Yejin Jeda intently, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Is it possible that every time you set sail, you are actually traversing dimensions? Chen Nian understood that this was indeed Yejin Jeda, albeit with some differences from the comics. However, Yejin Jeda was unlike other awakened individuals. He did not awaken within another person and seize control, but rather crossed over directly from his own world. Moreover, since it was not a matter of possession, he considered himself an ability user. How old are you? 28. Damn, the fraud has arrived. Chen Nian gazed at the weathered face of Yejin Jeda, who appeared to be at least 38. Well, let it be 28. At least it aligns with the portrayal in the manga. You are immersed in a comic world. I am an ability user, and not from the comic universe, mind you. Yejin Jeda, visibly enraged, glared at Chen Nian, who feigned ignorance. He was currently utilizing his emotional value for a lottery, intending to procure something that could bribe Yejin Jeda. Before long, an item that caught Chen Nian's eye emerged. Finally, a valuable treasure had appeared. Chapter 122, The Renowned Blade, Moonshadow. After reviving numerous individuals, Chen Nian had amassed a significant amount of emotional value, allowing him to draw several high-value rewards without issue. As Chen Nian reveled in the excitement of the System S lottery results, he remained oblivious to Yejin Jeda, who had been calling out to him for quite some time. Hey, kid, are you deaf? Seeing that Chen Nian was still unresponsive, Yejin Jeda raised his hand, intending to jolt him awake. What the hell? What are you doing? Chen Nian, just exiting the system interface, found Yejin Jeda's hand descending towards his head. Damn it, I might not survive this. Chen Nian cursed inwardly, swiftly dodging the impending slap. What are you daydreaming about? Can't you stay awake while talking? Are you the one going mad, intending to kill me? Chen Nian replied, somewhat shaken. Is that so? Perhaps I did strike a bit harder than intended, but it's inconsequential. Inconsequential, my foot. Kid, who gave you the audacity to speak to the War King like that? Yejin Jeda's hand once again descended towards Chen Nian's head. I have a katana. Would you like it? Chen Nian deftly changed the subject with a smile. Show it to me. Without hesitation, Chen Nian conjured the weapon he had just drawn, the renowned blade, Moonshadow. The blade was slender and silvery, adorned with numerous ancient engravings. A fine sword, Yejin exclaimed as he touched the blade. Indeed, it is a remarkable weapon, Chen Nian concurred. Are you truly willing to part with it? You don't feel any remorse? Yejin inquired with a grin. Who said I would give it to you? It's merely for you to admire. Chen Nian said, swiftly reclaiming the katana before Yejin could warm it up. Kid, you already possess several blades. This one won't make a difference. True, but I am in need of several formidable members. Members? Yejin questioned, puzzled. Association members. Join us, and the sword is yours. What association? The Shatterer Association. What a foolish name. Never mind that, whether you join or not. The sword is yours if you agree. Then I shall join and subsequently withdraw. Chen Nian looked at Yejian, who appeared utterly unconcerned, somewhat speechless. Don't you wish to know why you aren't awakened? I've told you I am not. You are, and I possess evidence. What evidence? Join my association. Only core members can access confidential documents. Chen Nian looked at Yi Jian with a smile, while Yi Jian felt a sense of helplessness in response to Chen Nian's cheerful demeanor. It is not that I do not wish to join. I am a commander with my own duties. Do you understand? What is your name? Yi Jian replied. Yi Jian, are you not quite sharp? I inquired about your title. We're king, he answered. Chen Nian, at a loss for words, retorted, isn't your sole skill fighting? You have no actual responsibilities. How did you enter the military? Chen Nian asked. I drifted to this vicinity, was picked up, and became a soldier. You have seen my strength, and soon I became a commander. Therefore, after joining the association, you need not do anything. Simply continue being a soldier here. So I get a sword without doing anything? Yi Jian looked at Chen Nian skeptically. Chen Nian nodded. Very well, I shall join. Give it to me. Chen Nian said nothing more and directly handed the famed sword, Moon Shadow, to Yi Jian. Ha ha, I have long been in need of a capable weapon. Boy, let's spar a little. With that, Yi Jian swung the famed sword Moon Shadow towards Chen Nian. Before Chen Nian could react, Yi Jian's blade was already before him. Damn it! Chen Nian barely dodged, almost being cut by Yi Jian's Moon Shadow. This sword can actually draw out my magic. Ye Xin éclaimet injurieusely. Of course, this is a weapon specifically for mages, the strongest melee weapon for a mage. As Yi Jian wielded dark magic, this weapon was perfectly suited to his attributes. Clang! Yi Jian's famed sword Moon Shadow clashed with the iron tooth of Doguei Shun. Chen Nian had not drawn his weapon in time, due to its size. The two engaged in a duel, using the simplest of sword techniques without any special abilities, merely relying on straightforward clashes. Each time Yi Jian drew his sword, a magical swirl accompanied the strike, a magic automatically released by Moon Shadow, independent of Yi Jian's control. This sword was indeed extraordinary, seemingly designed for drawing. Each unsheathing felt like it was building momentum. Yi Jian was lavish in his praise for the famed sword Moon Shadow. As long as you recognize this sword's uniqueness, that's sufficient, Chen Nian smiled. Now that I have joined, how can you be certain that I am an awakened one? Yi Jian inquired. It is quite simple. You have devoured special abilities, have you not? Chen Nian asked. Yes, but you have never injected them, correct? Never injected. Try injecting now, Chen Nian suggested, tossing Yi Jian a marine ability from Yuan Yo. What use is this worthless ability for injection? Yi Jian retorted. You will understand once you inject it. Yi Jian said nothing further and plunged the needle into his arm. Do you feel anything? Chen Nian asked. It feels as if I have absorbed a rather worthless ability stone, akin to devouring a special ability. Indeed, this is because you are an awakened one. Only awakened ones cannot inject dual abilities. Why? How could I possibly be an awakened one? Yi Jian was utterly bewildered. He did not possess the ability to seize another's body, nor did he originally have any extraordinary powers. He was merely an ordinary person who later acquired such abilities, arriving here by his own means. The truth is known only to Chen Nian. Yi Jian, in the original narrative, was inherently a traveler from another realm, who has once again traversed from the Clover magic world to the continent of Wuzhou, not through the descent of powers, but with his true self. As a traveler, you embody both the awakened and the extraordinary, for you possess abilities that are not native to our world. We share similarities. I too have awakened a venomous power, yet I remain an extraordinary being, both awakened and empowered. Chen Nian deftly employed a series of persuasive remarks that left Yi Jian somewhat bewildered. Yet this maneuver undeniably drew the two closer together. Enough said, believe it or not, you are now one of us, and there will be more revelations to challenge your understanding, so do not display excessive surprise. Chen Nian smiled and then departed, leaving behind a contemplative war king. Exiting the camp, Chen Nian found Wu Shaoqian and others outside, some classmates assisting with the aftermath and repairs. Ah, Teacher Chen is out. Teacher Chen. Upon his emergence, numerous individuals greeted him, for Chen Nian's contributions this time were indeed remarkable. After a brief, casual exchange with the crowd, a voice shattered the harmonious atmosphere. Are you Chen Nian? A young man, slightly older than Chen Nian, yet exuding an air of arrogance, donned a tailored suit that starkly contrasted with the battlefield around him. Commanding in tone, he beckoned Chen Nian forward. "Come here." The youth casually gestured with a finger. "What is your purpose?" Chen Nian cut straight to the chase. Disregarding any frivolous conversation, "I summoned you. I have no desire to repeat myself." The man warned Chen Nian. Instead of anger, Chen Nian responded with a smile, looking at the young man with intrigue. "Have you just arrived on the battlefield? And if I have?" The youth raised an eyebrow. "It seems no one has taught you the rules here." "What rules?" "I am the rule." "Ha! That's laughable. A mere battlefield is insignificant in my eyes. Yet you presume to declare yourself as the rule? What do you mean by that?" Some students, outraged, exclaimed, "Teacher Chun has saved thousands on the battlefield. A bunch of worthless lives lost is inconsequential. Isn't a dog's duty merely to guard its owner's home? Whether to save or not bears no relevance to me." The youth scoffed, deriding everyone present, including the soldiers, with utter disdain. Fury flickered in the eyes of the crowd as they glared at the young man, fists clenched, eager to teach this arrogant individual a lesson. "Who exactly are you?" Chen Nian furrowed his brow, sensing that this person's background was quite extraordinary. "My younger brother has fallen under your enchantment and has yet to awaken. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" The youth inquired, his tone laced with indignation. It turned out to be the elder brother of that reptilian creature. Chen Nian, unimpressed, retorted, "He sought to slay the beast I have tamed, and even dared to turn his hand against me. You expect me to offer an explanation?" Chen Nian found the situation somewhat amusing. A mere handful of beasts, they can be dispatched without a second thought. The youth replied coolly, "Those beasts have claimed the lives of over 10 foes on the battlefield, while it seems a certain newcomer has not managed to slay even one, rendering him inferior to mere animals." After Chen Nian's taunt, he fixed a challenging gaze upon the youth. The previously furious students surrounding them erupted in laughter upon hearing this. The youth's veins bulged with rage, and he cast a glance toward the beast dormitory nearby. "Young master." An elder behind him seemed to anticipate the youth's intentions and swiftly appeared beside the dormitory, summoning a powerful wave of energy aimed at annihilating the creatures within. Roar! The beasts inside continued to threaten the elder, but refrained from attacking. Noisy creatures. Just as the elder's hand pressed down, a sudden clash interrupted. "Old man, I don't care how you deal with Chen Nian, but dare to lay a finger on what is inside, and you shall see." A gleaming silver blade was leveled against the elder's throat, causing him to break into a cold sweat. The newcomer was none other than Yi Jian, his tone indicating he was not jesting. A murderous intent enveloped the elder. The elder was entirely certain that should he truly harm the beasts, Yi Jian would not hesitate to sever his neck. The commander of the Luguan battlefield, how imposing. The elder scoffed, yet he refrained from taking further action. "Imposing or not, that is not for you to judge," Yi Jian replied coolly. "No matter who you are, I advise you to refrain from meddling and release him." The youth glared fiercely at Yi Jian, seemingly dismissing him entirely, despite the blade poised at the elder's neck. "In my domain, you would advise me not to interfere?" Yi Jian's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on the youth. Despite the latter's arrogance, a flicker of fear was evident. The youth felt discomfort under Yi Jian's unwavering stare. Yet recognizing the latter's superior strength and the fact that they were on his territory, with soldiers approaching, he reluctantly relented. "Very well, we shall depart. Next time, we shall see if you can leave so easily. How splendid, is it not? Coming here to flaunt your bravado, you foolish imbecile." The youth's words were abruptly cut off by Chen Nian, whose ally had arrived, Yi Jian, the renowned combatant. At that moment, Chen Nian felt emboldened enough to confront anyone. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Chen Nian, his expression mirroring the incredulity Chen Nian had displayed when reprimanding a certain portly individual. "You dare? Just because the Battle King was absent earlier, I granted you some leniency. Now that the Battle King is here, you still wish to strut about? Once you finish your posturing, what do you expect me to do? I am you. Who do you think you are? After hearing your background, I demand you spare me. Dear sir, I beg for mercy." The youth, enraged by Chen Nian's insults, charged forward, intent on attacking him. However, Chen Nian swiftly employed a technique, allowing the youth to experience the pain of the overweight. Chapter 124. The World of Moon Reading. What a splendid patient. As the nail clipper approached with a menacing sound, Guanzhang shut his eyes in despair. In that moment, he felt fear emanating from the depths of his soul. Why does it not hurt? Such thoughts arose within Guanzhang's mind. It should have been a moment of clarity, Yet upon looking down, he saw Chen Nian's troubled expression. Well, how should I put this? I've done my best, but the smallest medical instrument we currently have at the Moon Reading Hospital is this nail clipper, designed for infants. However, my apologies, we need to procure some micrometer tools. Psychological trauma is the most devastating form of harm in this world, while physical pain is the most tangible. Chen Nian's words pierced Guan Zhan's fragile spirit like daggers, each syllable inflicting deeper wounds. At that moment, Chen Nian lifted his gag. Cut me. Hurry and cut me. Who do you think you are to look down on me? I can certainly withstand a mere nail clipper. Sir, please don't cut. I dare you. Chen Nian had never encountered such a frenzied demand. Yet, driven by a doctor-esque conscience, though he was not a doctor, he felt compelled to fulfill the patient's request. He picked up the nail clipper and began to snip. Ah! Chen Nian looked at Guan Zhan with a sense of satisfaction. What a splendid patient. He is truly so gentle. It brings tears to my eyes. 48 hours passed in the world of moon reading, and, remarkably, Chen Nian felt little fatigue, perhaps due to having just rested for 30 hours, or perhaps his mental strain had fortified his spirit. Haha, I am incredible. Bring it on. That was not nearly enough. Give me more. For the next 16 hours, Chen Nian did not restrain Guan Zhan, but rather allowed him the freedom to wander the realm as he pleased. Could this fellow truly be insane? Chen Nian gazed at Guan Zhan in bewilderment. You are no longer a patient. You have successfully evolved into a qualified doctor, capable of performing surgery on yourself. Chen Nian solemnly declared. Thus, Chen Nian released the moon reading, and although they had spent hours within, mere seconds had elapsed outside. The crowd remained oblivious to what had transpired. It was as if the two had lapsed into silence for 3 seconds before Chen Nian slowly opened his eyes. Appearing slightly fatigued, Guan Zhan, however, collapsed to the ground, frantically tearing at his own jaw, only to be swiftly restrained by an elder, after which he fainted. The elderly man's countenance was exceedingly grim. If the previous incident involving Guan Hao could be deemed an unfortunate anomaly, then the current predicament concerning Guan Zhan was a reflection of his negligence. Awakening within a mere 3 days was only possible if one had no desire to regain consciousness. After leaving a remark, Chen Nian waved his hand dismissively, signaling the old man to hastily take his leave. Remember, Guan family. Suddenly, Chen Nian's eyes widened in surprise, accompanied by a soft chuckle. He immediately turned to face the old man, who was now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The man before him seemed to be someone not to be trifled with, prompting him to swiftly usher Guan away. Old fool, at such an advanced age, one would hope for a modicum of wisdom, remarked Yi Jianjia with an air of exasperation. Curse you, old man. If you utter another word, I shall surely silence you. Chen Nian scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the retreating figure of the elder. He then turned his attention to his classmates and the assembled soldiers. Ahem, let us promote the use of civilized language. We ought not to emulate the crude remarks of a so-called war king, he proclaimed. What? You are the one hurling the most vicious insults, thought the crowd, though none dared to voice their thoughts. Meanwhile, Yi Jian's frustration was palpable, his veins bulging as he glared at Chen Nian. You little rascal, flaunting your authority, yet you remain oblivious to what it truly means to be a war king. Ye viens retorted, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he casually positioned his hand atop Chen Nian's head. Ahem, we are family, so let us refrain from harsh words. As a role model, how could I possibly utter coarse language? On ordinary occasions, even a single curse would leave me too ashamed to hold my head high, he continued. The onlookers exchanged glances, bemused by Chen Nian's self-satisfied demeanor as he spoke with ostentatious pride. Whatever happened to his supposed shame? Chen Nian, however, felt invigorated, having vented his frustrations. It had been a taxing few days, besieged by the onslaught of monstrous waves, and after releasing his pent-up emotions regarding Guan Zhan, he felt significantly lighter, as if he had just donned a newly purchased pair of comfortable undergarments. Subsequently, Chen Nian made his way to the outer city, which now bore little resemblance to its former self. The outer city had endured considerable destruction, yet now stood more resilient than ever. Its fortifications several times stronger than before. Should the dreaded Yulong strike again, it would surely withstand the assault. The credit for this transformation was largely due to the efforts of Venom, who could absorb materials into its being and then transmute them into a viscous form, enabling rapid construction wherever it spread. Upon encountering Chen Nian, Venom approached him eager to boast of its achievements. As you know, my contributions are substantial, not only in the reconstruction of the city walls, but also regarding my timely encapsulation during my previous cerebral overload. My reputation is that of the savior. The rest of you can take a back seat. Listening to Venom's lengthy tirade, Chen Nian felt no irritation. Indeed, when one's spirits are high, everything seems more agreeable. Regardless of where Chen Nian goes, he is always greeted by familiar faces, which fills him with immense joy. Thus, he decided to stroll around the entire camp. His happiness was not merely derived from the greetings of others. Rather, it was the astonishing realization of his emotional value, which had skyrocketed to a staggering 8 million. This figure, once a mere figment of his dreams, now manifested itself within his system. It was only upon discovering the completion of numerous tasks assigned by his mission system that he understood the source of this surge. Tasks that had been automatically accepted and required his active supervision to acknowledge their completion. 8 million! Chen Nian exclaimed in delight as he gazed at the balance displayed before him. At this moment, he had yet to determine how to allocate this newfound wealth, especially since he had recently expended 3 million emotional points to enhance his strength. The processes of improvement and consolidation are both integral to the journey of becoming stronger. Further enhancements seemed unnecessary at this juncture, as his current capabilities sufficed. He could defend himself against ordinary dragon-like foes. However, when confronted with formidable adversaries like the Shanamengwan, retreat would be his only option, as they belong to an entirely different realm of power. Perhaps he could take advantage of an opportunity should Shanamengwan be gravely injured. I still need to adapt to my newfound strength, Chen Nian murmured to himself. Each increment in the power of the giant elephant was extraordinarily formidable, and he needed time to familiarize himself with it. Having ascended from a 3-star to a 5-star giant elephant, he acutely felt that he was unable to fully harness this newfound power, only managing to exhibit a 4-star level of proficiency. Although he had once reached an 8-star level during a moment of mental overload, he was aware that he only demonstrated the strength of approximately 6 stars at that time. Otherwise, he would have easily dispatched the severely weakened Shanamengwan without the need for rescue. Teacher Chun, could you come here for a moment? A voice interrupted his thoughts. It was the deputy commander of the battlefield, who had previously conversed with Chen Nian. He believed the commander was referred to as Zhao. Commander Zhao? What is it? Chen Nian inquired. We have received word from above that high-ranking officials from the military and the ability department will soon send someone to meet with you. We have been instructed to ensure your safety, Zhao replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. The implication was clear. They were to keep a close watch on him to prevent any attempts at escape. Chen Nian understood the necessity of such measures. In a country like the Scarlet Dragon Nation, known for its iron-fisted governance, individuals of value were meticulously safeguarded, akin to the practices in Noxus. His gaze drifted to the military flag fluttering in the sky, and he found himself lost in contemplation. The black flag bore the image of a red dragon, with 4 legs, bat-like wings, a long and sinuous tail, and even a hooked barb. With a sigh, Chen Nian shook his head and returned to the camp. Teacher Chun, our video has ignited quite a stir online, Wu Xiaoqian exclaimed as she hurried over with a smile. Indeed, it has gone viral on social media. Let me take a look. Chen Nian gazed curiously at his video, uncertain of how it would turn out. It commenced with a highly dramatic introduction, featuring a compilation of his expletive-laden outbursts. Chen Nian cast a disapproving glance at Wu Xiaoqian. Cough, cough. Isn't this meant to alleviate the somber atmosphere? Just wait and see. Wu Xiaoqian awkwardly chuckled. In the video, Chen Nian initially commanded a horde of monsters, with countless creatures obediently following his orders. The background music was quite fitting, evoking a palpable sense of impending battle. As the camera pulled back, the formation of Chen Nian's monstrous army gradually came into view. However, in the next instant, the scene shifted to the ominous image of myriad beasts on the march, which still sent a shiver down Chen Nian's spine, undeniably oppressive. Through clever editing, Wu Xiaoqian created the illusion that Chen Nian was leading his army of monsters into combat against a multitude of foes, even thoughtfully adding subtitles during his speech. By this point, the comments and bullet screens had reached a crescendo. In this world, written language was entirely interconnected. Most individuals understood the lingua franca of the 5 continents, while a few regions employed the Western dialect, which utilized an alphabet. Nevertheless, everyone was proficient in the lingua franca, with only a minority exhibiting slight accents. Am I you, booger? Can someone translate the Western dialect above? Do such creatures truly exist? Supermarket buddy, this battlefield is terrifying. Just watching the video has already induced a great deal of pressure, as the ominous mass is filled with monsters. East Continent Dreamer, what a handsome dog master. I wish to ride a wolf alongside him. Chung Buto Long. You know, this battlefield is merely one of dozens, yet such a colossal gathering of monsters is indeed absurd. Chen Nian garnered an immense amount of emotional value from this video. He continued watching. The initial battle featured Chen Nian confronting a dragon-bone spirit. Although the creature's power was average, its tough hide truly caught Chen Nian off guard, and its visual appeal far surpassed that of the previous stone golem. A colossal, pitch-black dragon, adorned with bone spikes and boasting a pair of massive wings, appeared before him. It seemed a fusion of various national dragon representations. The antlers and body of the Azure Dragon from the Azure Nation, the head and scales of the Crimson Dragon from the Crimson Nation, the wings of the Feathered Dragon from the Feathered Nation, and the bone spikes of the Black Dragon from the Black Nation. The only missing elements were the fin, tail, and shell of the Sea Dragon from the Sea Nation. The 5 continents were led by 5 dragon nations. The north was the Crimson Dragon, the east the Azure Dragon, the south the Sea Dragon, the west the Black Dragon, and the central region the Feathered Dragon. Clear Sea Bachu, what a bizarre amalgamation of dragons. Flag Bug. To be fair, it does possess a certain intimidation factor, though the faces of the upper beings are rather jarring. Did you see that? The technique used by the Dogmaster to summon the Azure Dragon is clearly the transformation of our Eastern Azure Dragon. Subsequently, the visuals of the video reached a climactic moment on the battlefield, where Chen Nian was ensnared by Shana Mengwan, who engaged in combat with Yejin Kaida. Chen Nian vanquished the Black Dragon, and it was then that he incapacitated Shana Mengwan, who was subsequently rescued by Neriku. Much of their dialogue was excised by Wu Xiaoqian, as certain secrets must remain undisclosed, such as the Shirkan Jewel. The segment where Chen Nian performed a rescue was also omitted, for the nature of that ability was exceedingly formidable. Should it become known, it would not bode well for him. The question of whether the otherworldly beings could keep this secret after departing from the battlefield remained uncertain. Chen Nian silently gave his video a thumbs up. The comments below not only praised Chen Nian, but also mourned Yejin Kaida. Later, Wu Xiaoqian specifically included a note at the end and in the description about Yejin Kaida's survival. With remarkable skill, Wu Xiaoqian's editing technique had reached an impressive level, which brought Chen Nian a sense of relief as he nodded in approval. For the time being, Chen Nian decided to entrust the editing work to Liu Yaoyao and Wu Xiaoqian, as he had known them the longest, and they were well acquainted with most of his endeavors. He had not concealed the secrets surrounding the Shirkan Jewel from them, nor the fact that he could summon awakeners. If Lin Jingjing and Xing Cheng were regarded as the core members of the association, then Wu Xiaoqian and Liu Yaoyao were its venerable administrators. At that moment, Chen Nian's phone rang unexpectedly. Chapter 126. The Banquet. The new ringtone on Chen Nian's phone, a tune recorded by Venom, resonated well in the camp due to a stable signal. Hello, this is Chen Nian. Teacher Chen, it's me and Ming. Oh, what is it? Chen Nian inquired. Do you remember the banquet of the Lingbai Association I mentioned last time? It starts at 5 o'clock this afternoon. I can introduce you to several association presidents. Do you have time? I do have time. Thank you for the heads up. A voice of great confusion came from the other end of the line. What's going on? Why are you acting so strangely polite today? Oh, it's nothing. You flatter me. I've always been this polite. After all, you're my teacher. Chen Nian's excessively nauseating politeness sent a shiver down Wang and Meng's spine. I don't know what has gotten into you. If this politeness is an attempt to prepare for the banquet, I advise you to revert to your former self. Speaking this way is quite unpleasant. I understand you're on the battlefield. Just come around 6. I expect the association members to arrive by 6:30, so arriving early might not be beneficial. With that, Wang and Meng hung up the phone, leaving Chen Nian in a state of helplessness. He merely wished to restore a semblance of civility to his image, as his persona had suffered somewhat due to the recent altercations in front of classmates in the video with Wu Xiaoqian online. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Chen Nian prepared to return to Chenghai ahead of schedule. The recent expedition to the battlefield commenced not long ago, yet the students scarcely experienced a typical combat scenario before they were thrust into a hellish mode. Fortunately, with Shauna's recent injury, it is unlikely that formidable foes will emerge in the immediate future, especially with the presence of the association member, Yeji and Kai. Additionally, Venom has been left here by Chen Nian to assist with construction efforts. Venom is now capable of remaining outside the body for a full 24 hours. And Chen Nian can manage a round trip in considerably less time, alleviating concerns for the student's safety. After reporting to the military personnel, Chen Nian was greeted with smiles upon their recognition of him, as he had resurrected the majority of the soldiers who had fallen in battle. Subsequently, Chen Nian donned the military uniform he was supposed to wear upon his return, intending to present himself to the public as he disembarked from the plane. However, this mattered little to him. Clad in a sleek black uniform, his tall stature and handsome features rendered him quite the soldier. After some contemplation, Chen Nian decided to shave his head, as transformation tends to result in the growth of long white hair reminiscent of Sessamaru and Inuyasha. The buzz cut was a significant improvement over his previously unkempt long hair, especially given the lack of time for grooming on the battlefield. He had already washed away the scent of blood, rendering him nearly odorless. Back again, Chen Nian mused while gazing down at the increasingly clear view of Chenghai City from the airplane. A wave of relaxation washed over him. Indeed, the easy life of the city suited him far better than the tense atmosphere of the military battlefield. He was grateful he had not joined the military. Had he done so, his strength and accomplishments would have likely elevated him to the rank of colonel. Presently, as a captain, he felt somewhat undervalued, given that the rank of captain corresponded to the strength of a Lion C, whereas his formidable Elephant 5-star rank aligned with that of a lieutenant colonel. Nevertheless, he believed that serving as a colonel would suffice for him. Upon disembarking, no one awaited Chen Nian's arrival, which he anticipated since he had returned alone. Checking the time, he noted that the cocktail party had already been underway for 20 minutes. Although there were no strict time constraints for attendance, it would be rather foolish for him to arrive and accomplish nothing before it concluded. His objective was to meet as many members of the Ability Association as possible. However, given the early hour, it was uncertain if Wang Onming and the Alliance president would be present, prompting him to check the situation first. With this intention in mind, Chen Nian swiftly made his way toward the venue of the cocktail party. Before long, he arrived at the hotel hosting the event, a well-regarded establishment that was not overly exclusive, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Unfortunately, the security personnel stopped him at the entrance. "Good day. Do you have an invitation? Please present it," inquired a suit-clad security guard. Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback, hands empty. The familiar scenario echoed a previous encounter with the Ability Department regarding his work credentials. Why didn't Wang Onming inform me? Chen Nian pondered, feeling a twinge of frustration. Perhaps she had simply forgotten. The security guard discerned Chen Nian's predicament and offered a polite smile, tinged with a hint of sympathy. The young man ahead, without an invitation, was dismissed with a wave. At that moment, a voice reached Chen Nian's ears, and he realized he was obstructing someone's path. After stepping aside, a man in a suit and glasses cast a disdainful glance at Chen Nian before proceeding with two curvaceous women, one of whom flirtatiously winked at him, seemingly attracted to his soldierly demeanor. Laughter erupted as a man's voice remarked on the absurdity of someone attempting to infiltrate a soiree in military attire, suggesting a desperate yearning for attention. The trio's voices gradually faded, their comments echoing loudly enough for Chen Nian to overhear. Even the security guard was not oblivious to their words. Frowning slightly, Chen Nian etched the man's features into memory, vowing to arrange a similar fate for him in the future, intending to call Wang Onming. Chen Nian had yet to dial when a young woman in her 20s approached him. "Young soldier, why are you dressed in uniform at the entrance of this gathering, especially without an invitation? Do you wish to enter?" she inquired with wide, curious eyes. A friend invited me, but neglected to mention the requirement for an invitation. I was about to call her to ask," Chen Nian replied, disregarding the term young soldier, as the only notable aspect of her appearance was her chest, which hardly surpassed his own. "Why not accompany me inside? However, you must help me fend off those who wish to engage me in conversation. What do you say?" She smiled. "All right," Chen Nian agreed casually, thinking that once inside, he could simply let Wang Onming take him away. The woman then presented her invitation, and together they entered seamlessly. Meanwhile, chaos erupted among the military's upper echelons. Why is Chen Nian not on the battlefield? What is Night Seeing doing? Have you lost your mind? Do you truly expect Night to attend to anything beyond combat? What are his subordinates for? Calm down. I received word that Chen Nian has returned to Chenghai City, seemingly just to attend a banquet. Continue monitoring him. We cannot afford any missteps. He requires comprehensive protection, 24 hours a day. Chapter 127. Civilization. Little did Chen Nian anticipate that merely attending a banquet would stir such significant commotion. His importance had reached unprecedented heights within the Red Dragon Nation, with countless individuals seeking to win him over. However, to avoid provoking his aversion, no one had yet taken action. Unaware of the turmoil surrounding him, Chen Nian followed the woman into the hotel, and upon entering, he was taken aback by the grandeur of the venue. "Goodness, it's enormous," he exclaimed softly, for this was his first visit to such an establishment. He had expected merely a modest banquet hall. However, the current situation hardly resembles a banquet hall. The splendidly adorned hall is filled with countless elegantly attired elites, each holding a glass and mingling with one another. "Aha, I can see you are somewhat taken aback by this scene." "Indeed, it is quite overwhelming," Chen Nian candidly admitted. In such an environment, locating Wang Onming is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, compelling Chen Nian to continuously scan his surroundings with his eyes. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and catch up, little soldier," the woman called out to Chen Nian. I'm coming. Chen Nian decided to follow her for the time being. "Honestly, you're not taking this very seriously. Just pretend to be an officer. Otherwise, I fear you won't be able to handle those who approach me," she remarked, assessing him from head to toe while resting her chin on her hand, before nodding in acknowledgement. "Well, you do look a bit young. Pretending to be a junior officer might suffice. I could claim to be a colonel," Chen Nian replied with a smile. "Uft, come on, that's a bit far-fetched, haha. A colonel requires significant prowess. Such a fib would be too easily debunked. Just say you're a first lieutenant. That will raise fewer suspicions," the woman suggested. She refrained from inquiring about Chen Nian's actual strength, as at his age, he would likely be at the mid-tier of either the Yuan Yo or Tian Chan ranks. Given his youth, it was improbable for him to be a sure high. Only those scions of wealthy families could achieve that through excessive consumption of blood marrow, and a soldier would typically only reach the Tian Chan level. "You seem quite knowledgeable about military ranks," Chen Nian remarked with interest. "Humph, if I were to reveal my true identity, it might astonish you. So I shall keep it to myself and leave some room for your imagination, young man." She playfully patted Chen Nian on the shoulder, adopting a mature demeanor that elicited a laugh from him. "Good day, Miss Xia." At that moment, someone approached the woman to engage her in conversation, and Chen Nian dutifully positioned himself in front of the man. Seeing that the woman remained behind Chen Nian without any intention of stepping forward, the man could only relent, offering a smile before departing. "Well done," the woman said with satisfaction. "Why not engage with them? Isn't the purpose of a soir to network?" Chen Nian inquired with a grin. "I am Xia Chu. Besides, who said one must network to attend? I merely received an invitation and felt obligated to come." Xia Chu replied with a hint of exasperation. "Recently, my family has been insisting I cultivate relationships with certain significant figures from the battlefield, which I find utterly distasteful. I yearn for freedom," Xia Chu expressed, her displeasure evident on her face. In truth, Xia Chu's grandfather is a general in the military, and she used to bring soldiers along to ward off unwanted advances. However, after one of the second-generation elites discreetly informed Xia Chu's parents, a directive was issued forbidding the soldiers from assisting her. Therefore, it was no wonder she sought out Chen Nian upon spotting him. This tactic had proven effective for her time and again. After all, the rank of the soldiers was not of paramount importance. As long as they were familiar with Xia Chu and her grandfather's influence loomed, others would think twice before acting recklessly. "So you found me, didn't you?" "Indeed. The key is that the military uniform you are wearing is too recognizable. Even a soldier wouldn't don such attire to attend a soiree." Xia Chu glanced at Chen Nian, clad in his military garb, and felt a chuckle rising within her. Chen Nian, on the other hand, was at a loss for words. Pressed for time as he was. At that moment, an irksome voice pierced through the air. "Oh, isn't this the eldest daughter of the Xia family? And the soldier from before has truly found himself a companion." Chen Nian looked up to see the bespectacled man who had previously mocked him, though the two women who had accompanied him were nowhere to be seen. As soon as the words left the man's lips, numerous eyes turned in their direction. Drawn in part by the reputation of the Xia family's daughter, and in part by the speaker himself, Su Meng, the third young master of the Su family. "Ignore him. Let's go," Xia Chu said, her expression filled with disdain as she cast a glance at the man eager to depart. Oh no, come and chat for a moment, Su Meng said, attempting to pursue Xia Chu, only to be intercepted by Chen Nian, colliding with his shoulder. Su Meng looked up in disbelief at Chen Nian, whose face bore a teasing smile. You dare to stop me? Su Meng said slowly, fixing his gaze on Chen Nian. Yes, you foolish imbecile. Who do you think you are? Have you lost your mind? Su Meng shouted, pointing a finger at Chen Nian, his arrogance unabashedly on display. By now, quite a crowd had gathered, their attention drawn to the unfolding drama, yet Su Meng remained unfazed. Here we go again, ha ha ha. I knew where their Su Meng. Their bound to be a spectacle. That little soldier is in for a rough time. He rather handsome, too. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, seemingly accustomed to Su Meng's antics. Chen Nian, of course, heard their comments but paid them no mind. Could Su Meng truly be more brazen than he? Suman, dare to lay a finger on him and see what happens. Xia Chu, shedding her previous sweetness, threatened Su Meng with a loud voice. I know your grandfather is protective, but this soldier doesn't he appear to be under his command, does he? I've heard that your grandfather has issued a decree forbidding you from having people shield you. Hasn't he? Su Meng regarded Xia Chu with a mocking grin. If he truly is one of your grandfather's soldiers, then he is violating military discipline. Isn't he? In that case, I shall take it upon myself to teach this soldier a lesson for breaching the code of conduct. How do you know? Xia Chu asked, incredulous. For this was information her father had shared only with her. But soon, she realized something. You reported me. Xia Chu glared at Su Meng, her anger palpable. How can you call it reporting? I merely aimed to facilitate more interactions between your Xia family and others. I am thinking of your best interests, am I not? Su Meng's words were impeccably crafted, seeking a pretext to target Chen Nian. Now he had both the substance and the facade. If Chen Nian were indeed one of Xia Chu's grandfather's soldiers, it would be a breach of military discipline. Yet if he were not, the Xia family would hardly resort to defending Xia Chu against Su Meng over a stranger. Please leave, you fool. Giving you a bit of respect seems to have gone to your head. Do you have any decency? Can you refrain from using such foul language? Then, I declare your mother will meet her end tonight. Mark my words, even her presence will not save you. However, if you claim you are without her, I shall spare you. Ahem, what I mean to say is that we should uphold civility and decorum, as I am, after all, a university professor. Would you not agree? Chen Nian looked at Su Meng with an amused smile. In an instant, he transformed into a formidable beast, unleashing a torrent of invective upon Su Meng, only to subsequently feign refinement and break into a congenial smile. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 128. The Spring Fruit. Xia Chu could not contain her laughter. Chen Nian's words, though harsh, took on an unexpectedly elegant quality when directed at Su Meng. Su Meng, taken aback, realized that throughout his life, apart from his brother, he had been the one hurling insults. Yet, now he found himself at the receiving end of relentless verbal assaults from a seemingly insignificant adversary. Not only Su Meng, but those around them were equally bewildered. They could not fathom the audacity of Chen Nian to speak so brazenly to Su Meng. Was this a final act of defiance before his demise? Once Su Meng regained his composure, he retaliated furiously, cursing Chen Nian with unrestrained venom. You wretched bastard! I had intended to spare your life. But now you shall not leave this room. I swear it. No matter who intervenes, it will be futile. Chen Nian, with a mockingly smug expression, taunted, are you in such a hurry? How desperate you seem. Enraged, Su Meng launched a punch at Chen Nian. However, his strength was limited to that of a mere lion's domain. His blow lacked power and form, revealing his inexperience. Why resort to violence if you cannot even land a hit? How pitiful! Chen Nian evaded effortlessly, continuing his derisive commentary without pause. You coward! Is dodging your only skill? Su Meng, in a fit of frustration, compressed his right arm, transforming it into a massive spring, charged with kinetic energy. Little soldier, step back. Xia Chu, sensing the imminent danger, urged caution, knowing the sheer might and speed of Su Meng's technique. Too late. Spring death punch. With a resounding thud, Su Meng unleashed his punch, aimed squarely at Chen Nian's face. Xia Chu could scarcely bear to envision the outcome, closing her eyes, while the onlookers also braced for the worst. Picturing Chen Nian reduced to mere pulp. A piercing scream echoed, filled with anguish, prompting Xia Chu to cautiously peek through her fingers at Chen Nian. What a tremendous blow! He chuckled, having firmly grasped Su Meng's fist in his hand. Chen Nian's demeanor remained tranquil, starkly contrasting with the furious Su Meng beside him. Others may not have witnessed the marvel of Su Meng's spring death punch, but Xia Chu had certainly seen its formidable power. Last time, I directly struck a hapless waiter, leaving him a mere puddle of misery. Yet, at this moment, Chen Nian appeared unfazed, even catching Su Meng's fist with his hand. Who on earth are you? How could you possess such formidable strength? Su Meng questioned Chen Nian, his face contorted in agony. How presumptuous! Do you truly believe you have the right to know my identity? My friend here claims I am a colonel. Do you choose to believe that? Chen Nian's retort left Su Meng speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Gentlemen, this is a banquet hosted by Ling Bai. I hope you will reconsider your intent to cause a disturbance. A man clad in a gray suit, a portable walkie-talkie affixed to his chest, approached and stated. How peculiar that he chose to intervene only after the fight had escalated, and particularly after witnessing Su Meng's misfortune. Chen Nian scoffed internally at the irony, but he maintained a fade of civility. As for Su Meng, he was of no consequence, a mere waste. I needn't elaborate on who instigated this. I shall simply release this scoundrel, Chen Nian remarked with a smile, exerting pressure that seemed to crush Su Meng's fist once more, before gradually loosening his grip. The man in gray furrowed his brow but opted not to comment further, gazing intently at Chen Nian for several moments before departing. Everyone disperse. Move along. Xia Chu urged the surrounding guests, noting that the agonized Su Meng on the ground would likely not pursue the matter further. Xia Chu then approached Chen Nian, re-evaluating him with a glint of curiosity in her eyes. Well, who would have thought? You are quite the hidden gem, she remarked, seemingly impressed. I've mentioned that my friend here is of colonel rank, Chen Nian replied with a smile. Why not declare yourself a major? Though you must possess at least a lieutenant's rank. I had you pegged as an officer, but it seems you're simply playing yourself. Xia Chu rolled her eyes and speculated. Chen Nian raised an eyebrow. Her guess was indeed accurate. Currently, he was a lieutenant, his corresponding strength at the Line C level. As he was not affiliated with the military, despite having achieved the giant elephant rank, he had not progressed further. Upon noticing the expression on Chen Nian's face, Xia Chu quickly realized she had hit the mark. Indeed, who would have thought that such a young soldier, found casually on the street, would actually be a lieutenant? Xia Chu expressed her astonishment. She had encountered many soldiers under her grandfather's command, and typically, the young and handsome ones were mere foot soldiers, lacking any significant power. Conversely, those with true prowess in the Lion Sea or giant elephant realms were predominantly older men. The scarcity of young talents stemmed from the fact that most individuals possessed similar innate abilities, making it a race against time. Those who trained longer achieved greater development. Essentially a test of endurance. Oh, there is much more you have yet to fathom, Chen Nian replied with a knowing smile. The words of Chen Nian piqued Xia Chu's interest. She wished to inquire further, yet Chen Nian stubbornly refused to disclose any details. If you want to say, then I shan't wish to hear it, Xia Chu huffed, her lips curling in defiance. Very well, I was about to divulge, but you conveniently lost your desire to listen. Chen Nian waved his hand dismissively. You, what is your name? Xia Chu was on the verge of calling him, only to realize she had been addressing him as little soldier all along, forgetting to ask for his name. So now you choose to inquire? Chen Nian gazed at her with a hint of exasperation. Ahem, I simply forgot earlier, Xia Chu admitted, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. Remember this. My name is Chen Nian, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by a woman's voice. Chen Nian, what are you doing here? Haven't you called Ming? Chen Nian turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a familiar figure hovering in midair. Zizi, what brings you here? He had not anticipated encountering her in this place. Why shouldn't I come? I am in Meng's capable assistant. You wouldn't understand, Zizi retorted, disdain evident in her tone. Who is this child? Why does she speak like an adult? Xia Chu, observing the floating Zizi, was filled with curiosity and felt an urge to tease her. However, her words struck a nerve with Zizi. You are the child. I am 27. 27. Chapter 129. The great deceiver Chen Nian couldn't help but chuckle at the furious Zizi and the inquisitive Xia Chu. Xia Chu had not merely called Zizi a child. After first meeting Chen Nian, she had referred to him as little soldier. Really? 27 years old? Huh. Xia Chu stared at Zizi in disbelief. Her gaze then shifted to Chen Nian, who nodded with a smile, confirming her age. due to certain peculiar circumstances. His appearance was rather youthful. Ah, the ageless beauty has arrived. Ha ha ha. Well, such flattery. After a few days, your compliments have improved. I am quite pleased. Zizi floated in the air, eyes closed, nodding while playfully patting Chen Nian's short hair. How long are you going to keep this up? Chen Nian's smile widened. Yet the twitch at the corner of his eye betrayed his discomfort. The texture is quite pleasant. Just one more touch. But Chen Nian, do maintain this hairstyle. Though Zizi claimed she would stop, her hands showed no sign of halting, intensifying the playful friction between her hand and his head. Really? I want to try too. Thus, Xiaochu joined the head-rubbing brigade. The scene was rather peculiar, attracting the attention of numerous guests. There stood a girl of 13 or 14, hovering in midair, squinting and smiling, vigorously patting Chen Nian's head. Meanwhile, Xiaochu, filled with curiosity, poked at Chen Nian's hair like an inquisitive kitten, prodding, observing, then poking again. Chen Nian, on the other hand, wore a cheerful expression as he endured the playful onslaught from the two. I see now. Is this how one flirts with girls? Understood. I shall also opt for a buzz cut. Perhaps, by merely standing still, I shall attract the attention of admirers. Haha. Yet, upon reflection, it is a matter of appearance. With your pig-like visage, a buzz cut may only deter people further, akin to poorly singed bristles of pig. How infuriating! To be encircled by two young women and yet laugh so awkwardly. Might I not exchange places with that scoundrel? Chen Nian inexplicably accumulated a considerable amount of emotional currency, all stemming from the envy and jealousy of the men around him. Such emotional currency is not easily acquired. Earning it feels somewhat humiliating. Though Chen Nian currently possesses an abundance of emotional value, he yearns to amass even more, ideally to summon the original persona of his extraordinary abilities. As he pondered, a sudden voice shattered the tranquility. There, the odious fool being groped by two women. Be quiet. Is it not humiliating enough already? Chen Nian turned towards the source of the voice, and, as expected, there stood Su Meng, this time accompanied by a more formidable companion. Ah, is that not the little spring previously encountered? And who is this, your elder brother, the elastic band? Chen Nian quipped. At that moment, Zizi ceased her playful gestures and was pulled aside by Xiaochu, who recounted the events that had transpired earlier. Do you recognize me? The cold-faced man inquired, fixing his gaze upon Chen Nian. Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. No, who do you think you're to ask if I recognize you? Do you recognize me, you scoundrel? Sensing hostility from his interlocutor, Chen Nian boldly retaliated. Your mouth seems fouler than that of my useless brother. The man glared at Chen Nian with icy indifference. You appear more repulsive than your worthless sibling, Chen Nian retorted with a flippant glint in his eyes. Do not presume that I lack wisdom like Su Meng. I will not resort to violence here, but you will find satisfaction only in fleeting verbal skirmishes. I am merely here to inform you that this soiree marks the final moments of your life. Ponder well your final words. With that, the man departed with Su Meng in tow. Wait, second brother, silence. Haven't you caused enough trouble already? How many times have I had to clean up your mess? Su Meng, after receiving a reprimand, obediently followed his elder brother, looking rather dejected. Who is he? Chen Nian inquired of Xiaochu. Su Meng's elder brother, Su Hao. Such individuals are the worst. While Su Meng's mischief is apparent, Su Hao is the kind who strikes from the shadows, Xiaochu replied, disdain evident in her tone. Su Meng, Su Hao, do the affluent families always opt for two sons? Chen Nian suddenly posed the question. Not at all. The Su family has an elder sister. My family consists only of my brother and me. Why do you think that? Xiaochu asked, somewhat perplexed. Oh, it is nothing. Chen Nian reflected upon the troubles caused by his moon-reading spirit to Guan Hao and Guan Zhan, and recalled the gratitude expressed by Xiao Sheng and Xiao Kuan after he had saved their lives. Now, there were Su Meng and Su Hao. He presumed that affluent families had a penchant for producing such configurations. Just as he was contemplating this, Xiaochu, in an irritable tone, muttered something. Chen Nian offered a wry smile and inquired, are you familiar with Guan Zhan and Guan Hao? They seem to hail from Shanghai as well. Ah, I see now. No wonder you believe wealthy families prefer to have two children, Xiaochu deduced sharply, her intellect shining through. She had heard of the two scions of the Guan family, who had been rumored to be entangled in a predicament where Guan Hao had fallen victim to some form of hypnotic illusion and remained in a state of unconsciousness. You are aware of this? Chen Nian remarked, slightly perplexed that his recent deeds on the battlefield had already reached the outside world. Of course, the Guan family even attempted to stir up trouble on the battlefield regarding this matter, though they were promptly rebuffed by the military, Xiachu replied. Chen Nian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After all, how could the Guan family compare to his standing on the battlefield? I am uncertain about the subsequent events. I believe his brothers sought to defend him and also ventured onto the battlefield, Xiachu pondered aloud. Yet, little did she know that both brothers had fallen victim to the same malevolent hand, a hand that belonged to the very person before her. How do you know of them? Have you just returned from the battlefield as well? Xiachu asked. Chen Nian nodded in affirmation. It is no wonder your prowess is so formidable. It appears to be a result of rigorous training, distinctly different from my grandfather's soldiers, she noted. However, Ji Zi, standing nearby, could no longer contain her thoughts and regarded Chen Nian with an expression that seemed to convey, I am aware of everything. Chen Nian has heard of them? It's likely he was involved. No wonder he is so powerful. Is it not natural for one of his caliber to shatter a mere Lion Sea realm? Ji Zi was well aware that Chen Nian had long surpassed the limits of an ordinary elephant. She surmised that he was even more formidable now. To what extent have you misled the young lady? Zizi Ui Spirit, aren't you younger than her? Spare me the nonsense. I am 27. Scholarly matters are not deceit. I merely withheld information, and she did not inquire, Chen Nian replied, adopting a righteous demeanor. Zizi looked at him with a mix of disbelief and exasperation. A Grand Deceiver. Chapter 130. The merging of associations in the midst of a social gathering. Chen Nian and his companions wandered about, awaiting their arranged meeting with Wang Anmeng, which was still some time away. He felt no urgency. After all, being introduced to influential figures by Wang Anmeng held no distinction from seeking them out himself. However, it appeared he had already established a number of adversaries. The Su and Guan families both seemed to harbor several formidable individuals. Nevertheless, Chen Nian remained unfazed. Having dared to provoke the Abyss, how could he fear a mere family? The Abyss stood in opposition to the entire world of extraordinary abilities. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a wave of dissatisfaction washed over him, stemming from his failure to eliminate Shana Mengwan. Esteemed guests, good evening. At that moment, the host on stage commenced the introduction for the evening's gathering. Before Chen Nian arrived, he had heard some news. It seemed that the Lingbai Association was celebrating its 20th anniversary. 2 decades ago, when Chen Nian was merely 4 years old, a significant number of extraordinary individuals had already begun to establish associations. Jizi, how did you end up with Teacher Chen? At that moment, Wang Anmeng approached, clad in a flowing black gown, her exquisite makeup accentuating her ethereal beauty, instantly captivating the attention of those around her. You look rather stunning today. Chen Nian complimented without reservation. Oomph. And why are you still in military uniform? Have you joined the military? What about your association? Wang Anmeng's blunt inquiry left the three momentarily stunned. Chen Nian found himself at a loss for words. Xiachu was bewildered, and Jizi stifled a laugh. Xiachu, with a puzzled expression, looked at Chen Nian and asked, What? Isn't he just a soldier? Chen Nian turned to Xiachu, clearing his throat to provide an explanation. Ahem, I'm an elite combatant in the Department of Abilities affiliated with the Red Dragon Kingdom, and indeed, I'm a captain. His words were both reasonable and true. Oh, I see. Xiachu nodded, though still somewhat confused. But you have an association? Her voice rose a few pitches in surprise. What's going on? Wang Anmeng looked between the two, unable to comprehend the exchange. Anmeng, come here, let me explain, Jizi said, relaying the previous events and her speculations to Wang Anmeng. Meanwhile, Chen Nian continued to justify himself. There is an association, but it consists of only a few individuals. My primary occupation is that of a teacher, and the 5 or 6 members are merely my students, engaging in some light-hearted activities. Indeed, he was a teacher, and those members were indeed students from his ability class, unless one considered the awakened individuals. As their conversation unfolded, the host's formalities were nearing completion, signaling the onset of the main speaker's address. On stage stood a tall, robust man with prominent eyebrows. Despite wearing a suit, his muscular physique was unmistakably evident. The fabric stretched tautly over his brawn. First, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for attending the 20th anniversary celebration of Lingbai. Secondly, I must announce a significant piece of news that will utterly transform Chenghai City. The man wore a somewhat mysterious smile. Without indulging in idle chatter, He was ready to unveil a momentous revelation. The previous host had delivered all the necessary preliminaries. Now it was time for the substantial content. Through the crowd, Chen Nian spotted Su Hao in the front row, whose gaze was fixated intently on the man on stage. A subtle smile of pride curling at the corners of his lips, betraying an uncontainable sense of satisfaction. What could possibly bring such joy to him? Chen Nian felt a twinge of foreboding. His instincts had rarely failed him. What news? Stop keeping us in suspense. Ha ha ha. Is it truly an exaggeration to say Chenghai is undergoing a transformation? Many scoffed at this notion, while others expressed keen interest. Yet they all shared a profound curiosity regarding the words of the stout man. Do not rush. Refrain from drinking for the moment, lest you make a scene. The man chuckled. I must formally announce that henceforth, the Lingbai Association will merge with the Shi Association, the Zero Boundary Association, and the Crumbling Sands Guardian Association. Upon his declaration, silence enveloped the room. How could this be? What on earth is happening? There was no forewarning at all. The man's words detonated a wave of astonishment among the attendees. The Lingbai Association was to join forces with the formidable Shi, Zero Boundary, and Crumbling Sands Guardian Associations. Chen Nian was unfamiliar with the other three associations, while the three women beside him were visibly taken aback. What are those three associations? Are they significant? Chen Nian inquired, puzzled. Of course. Just the Lingbai Association alone far surpasses our Starlight Association in terms of foundation, and it is not much weaker than the Moonlight Association. ZZ remarked. Chen Nian recalled hearing about the Moonlight Association from Zhao Hongxian, which was seemingly overseen by Wang Aming's father, while Starlight was merely a subsidiary managed by Wang Aming. The crux of the matter is that the expressions of the other three are rather complex, Wang Aming interjected. The Shi Association is not dissimilar to the Saiha Association. It is notorious for its misdeeds. The Zero Boundary Association is akin to our Starlight Association, established on a commercial foundation. The Crumbling Sands Guardian Association has military connections and is backed by the upper echelons of the Crimson Dragon Nation. At this juncture, Wang Aming paused. The mere fact that these three associations could unite was already astonishing. What was even more incredible was their merger, seemingly centered around Lingbai. Is Lingbai truly that formidable? Are the other three truly willing to comply? Chen Nian pondered curiously. Indeed, the Lingbai Association was established through the amalgamation of over 20 associations, marking its inception. Although it had since incorporated numerous smaller associations, this scenario was different. Each of the three associations could independently make waves in Shanghai. Moreover, Xiaochu seemed eager to contribute her thoughts. Additionally, the Su family is the core governing family of the Zero Boundary Association. No wonder that Sion appeared so delighted. Chen Nian nodded. This revelation clarified Su Hao's earlier mirth. Wang Aming continued. These three associations collectively represent the military, rogues, and merchants, combined with the profound heritage of Lingbai, likely aiming to establish the largest association in Shanghai. Chen Nian, however, was not particularly concerned, as his own association lacked even the most basic scale. What about the promise of meeting influential figures? He suddenly remarked. What? You're still thinking about meeting big shots at this moment? Zizi replied incredulously. Chen Nian shrugged. After all, their merger did not concern him. The man on stage continued to share future plans for Lingbai and their aspirations. Yet Chen Nian found himself disinterested. He decided to leave this place and perhaps wander about the banquet, hoping to encounter Ping Zi and Jin Zi. Just then, Su Hao, representing the Zero Boundary Association, took to the stage, and upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Chen Nian, who was about to depart. A wave of discontent surged through Su Hao's mind. Just as he was about to speak, the person left their seat. However, upon recognizing who it was, he was momentarily taken aback. It seemed someone was eager to meet an untimely end today. Chapter 131. A dreadful intimidation. As Su Hao spoke, his gaze remained fixated on Chen Nian, whose name he did not even know, yet his desire to eliminate him was unwavering. Who was he referring to? Uncertain. Was it the individual clad in military attire? All eyes converged on Chen Nian, who was preparing to leave. Chen Nian, upon noticing Su Hao on stage, was equally stunned. When had this rascal ascended the platform? Do you recall what I said? Su Hao coldly regarded Chen Nian. Previously, he had refrained from taking action against Chen Nian solely, because Lingbai had yet to announce its merger with Zero Boundary, a matter known only to the upper echelons. However, The situation had changed. It was now evident that Su Hao was indeed affiliated with Ling Bai. At that moment, at Ling Bai's banquet, Chen Nian's life felt as though it was firmly grasped in Su Hao's hands. Of course I remember. You asked me how to treat impotence, but I told you I was the surgeon. I could end you, but I certainly wouldn't prescribe any medication. Yet you still inquire, even now on stage. Despite being in such a pitiful state, could you not refrain from asking? Chen Nian retorted with evident impatience, waving his hand dismissively. The crowd erupted in shock. What audacity! This is Ling Bai's banquet. Who let this rabble in? How could such a person infiltrate here? What is the security doing? Two of Chen Nian's followers were instantly flustered. Witnessing their master being insulted, they could not remain passive. The burly man turned to Su Hao and quietly inquired about the reason. This scoundrel has harmed Su Mang and spoken disrespectfully to me. I had intended to deal with him after the banquet. Su Hao explained, his voice steady, even as he held the microphone, maintaining his composure despite Chen Nian's public humiliation. Utter fool. Is it satisfying to serve as a dog for the Ling by association? Your own association has perished, and yet you play the subordinate. How splendid. Chen Nian mocked once more, fully aware that he would not be allowed to leave unscathed today. So he decided to indulge in verbal sparring. Wang Anming and the others looked on in bewilderment, having never anticipated Chen Nian would be so audacious. Let us dispose of him quickly. It's a momentous occasion with the merger of associations, and I will not tolerate anyone wreaking havoc in my domain. The burly man said nonchalantly. In an instant, 7 or 8 ability users sprang forth from the shadows. Just a mere rabble, yet so many sea lion-level experts are mobilized. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, realizing the extent of the hidden power surrounding them, undoubtedly accompanied by formidable figures of the giant elephant level lurking in the background. Wang Aming was about to speak when she was interrupted by Chen Nian, who insisted that such matters should not involve others. He was unafraid of the opposition, for he had concealed his own men, while Wang Anming commanded a considerable following. Accepting Chen Nian's restraint, she chose silence, confident in his formidable strength, recognizing that these few adversaries were insignificant to him. Today, as a joyous announcement was made, blood was destined to be shed. An auspicious beginning, as one man proclaimed, brandishing a long knife aimed at Chen Nian's chest. Poisonous claws, he shouted. In an instant, Chen Nian's right hand seized the man's throat, the toxic gas swiftly corroding his neck and spreading throughout his bloodstream. Cough, cough. Am I being underestimated? With a powerful thrust, Chen Nian executed a throat-lock throw, smashing the man into the floor and creating a substantial hole. His control over the force was meticulous, ensuring that the other assailants were also thrown into the pit without endangering the surrounding guests. With his other hand, he unleashed several glowing whips, the green tendrils lashing at the remaining attackers, their anguished cries sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. What a terrifying ability! Who is this person? This is no ordinary soldier's power. It must be at least of the A level. The crowd buzzed with speculation about Chen Nian, though he remained indifferent. Observing the blood in his hand, he swiftly gestured toward Su Hao, launching several blood blades that flew forth with lethal intent. Suddenly, the burly man stepped in front of Su Hao, bracing himself to absorb the oncoming blades. It seems I must take matters into my own hands, Chen Nian remarked, glancing at the two on the stage with a smile. Beast, I care not if you are Su Mang's enemy or anyone else. Today, if you disrupt my Ling Bai's venue, you shall not leave. The giant seethed with rage, his desire to eliminate Chen Nian surpassing even Su Hao's. For years, no one had dared to disrupt the Ling Bai Association's gatherings. Yuan Meng is about to strike, a guest exclaimed, with a thunderous punch. Yuan Meng unleashed a force that shattered the air, a resounding blast echoing throughout the venue, obliterating Chen Nian's previous position. Shall we engage in battle within your territory? I have no objections, though you may not withstand the consequences, Chen Nian chuckled, as the iron-shattered tooth materialized in his grasp. Diamond Dragon Break. Chen Nian wielded the iron-shattered tooth in its spear form, swinging it with great force, releasing a dragon several dozen meters long, its body enveloped in sharp, fearsome diamond spikes, roaring as it charged toward the astonished Yuan Meng. The guests stood in stunned silence. Even the seasoned Su Hao was momentarily taken aback. What kind of ability can summon a dragon? He pondered. This is undoubtedly the dragon slayer from the battlefield. I've watched that video countless times. It is he. Wasn't he on the battlefield? How could he have returned? No wonder everyone recognized Chen Nian in military attire. They gazed wide-eyed at him. That individual was indeed Chen Nian. Xiaochu was the most astonished at that moment. He had seen the video as well, but it never captured Chen Nian's face, predominantly showcasing Chen Nian's first-person perspective. Although Wang Anming and GZ were already aware, witnessing the formidable presence of the Long up close was still profoundly shocking. With a roar, the Long charged directly at Yuan Meng. Suppressing his fear, Yuan Meng summoned all his strength, and with a resounding crash, the clash of man and dragon ensued. Instantaneously, Yuan Meng's body was enveloped in a layer of steel. However, within less than 3 seconds of stalemate, Yuan Meng's iron skin was pierced through. The hardness of the King Kong gun far surpassed that of mere steel. Coughing violently, Yuan Meng expelled a mouthful of blood. Kneeling in disbelief as he stared at Chen Nian, incredulous that his formidable 5-star giant elephant strength had failed to withstand even a single blow. "Who are you?" Chen Nian stood before him with a smile. "I am your humble servant, Mr. Oily Donkey Skin." Chapter 132. The Overbearing Flame King. Upon hearing Chen Nian's response, the crowd was left in a state of confusion. What was he even saying? Yuan Meng had been defeated in a single strike. Such terrifying power. Chen Nian, unfazed by the thoughts of the onlookers, delivered a kick that sent Yuan Meng sprawling to the ground. He was simply too weak, incomparable to those awakened ones. The benevolent superhumans were on the battlefield, while this group of fools was entangled in petty schemes, solely focused on becoming the largest association in Shanghai. They even sought to eliminate returning warriors from the battlefield, such as Chen Nian, the soldier. Damn it, this kid was merely feigning weakness. Su Hao realized that had he recklessly confronted Chen Nian earlier, he would have met the same fate as the fallen Yuan Meng. Meanwhile, Chen Nian was delighting in his victory, his gaze fixed on Yuan Meng as if eyeing a bag of cash. The marvelous giant steel power blood essence. How valuable could that be? Chen Nian chuckled, preparing to extract his blood essence. Wait, he intends to extract Yuan Meng's blood essence. This is a matter of life and death with Ling Bai. Impudent brat. Suddenly, a thunderous voice interrupted Chen Nian's actions. Before he could react, a gust of wind rushed past him, and he found himself captured by a single hand. "Chen Nian," Xiaochu called out anxiously. Boom! Chen Nian unleashed his powers, his white hair and dog ears manifesting abruptly. The hand restraining him was forcefully broken free. He turned to face the assailant, an elderly man clad in a short robe. "You dare to ruin my Ling Bai banquet? You shall be punished." As the elder's words fell, a tome of magic materialized before him. A surge of potent magical energy filled the entire hall, the terrifying pressure compelling even Chen Nian to bow his head slightly. Damn it, it's the old beast of the Jiaolong, Chen Nian thought, sensing the gravity of the situation. It was expected. Such a grand association would undoubtedly possess numerous formidable Jiaolong experts. Flame of the Sun pierced through. Suddenly, a colossal red magic array materialized behind the elderly man, interspersed with terrifyingly high-temperature flames that coalesced into a formidable fire magic. Naturally, Chen Nian would not grant him the opportunity. The iron fragment Fong in his hand had long since transitioned into the netherpath form, cleaving directly towards the old man. Instantly, the area struck by Chen Nian was engulfed and vanished into the netherpath. Futile. The old man reappeared behind Chen Nian in the blink of an eye, the magic array following closely in his wake. He was employing a mobile casting technique. Wang Aming felt a pang of alarm. It was the Flame King of Ling Bai. Wang Aming was filled with urgent anxiety, as was Xiaochu. Yet, at that moment, neither of them had summoned a formidable guardian of the dragon level, remaining mere spectators. After all, this was merely a banquet. No one would bring bodyguards or powerful allies, except for the host, Ling Bai. With a hiss, a fiery spear coalesced and hurtled towards Chen Nian. Netherpath Crescent Break. Chen Nian unleashed several arcs of Netherpath Crescents. To his astonishment, the fiery spear was manipulated by the old man, deftly evading the crescents and charging straight for Chen Nian's chest. Damn it! Chen Nian swiftly attempted to dodge, only to find the old man had inexplicably appeared behind him. The ghostly figure moved with a speed that far surpassed Chen Nian's. In an instant, he was pinned to the ground, while the fiery spear continued its relentless advance. Hiss! Thud! The spear plunged violently into Chen Nian's chest, pinning him to the earth. "Chen Nian!" Xiaochu cried out in dismay. Chen Nian spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs seared through by the horrific heat, as if they were melting. This was a catastrophic misstep. Chen Nian felt an acute sense of frustration. He had not anticipated that his opponent would summon a powerhouse of the dragon level. Previously, Chen Nian had only managed to clash with the heavily injured Shaman Maru while in an overclock state induced by Venom. Now, he faced a fully revitalized foe and was swiftly overwhelmed. Demon power unleashed. Chen Nian forcefully extracted the spear embedded in his chest, which instantly transformed into a burst of magical embers and vanished. The wound on his chest began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, astonishing the guests with his remarkable regenerative ability. However, they understood that this was not the time for spectatorship and began to distance themselves from the center of the battlefield. Chen Nian activated the shaving step, striving to create distance from the old man who had reappeared behind him. A desperate struggle. The old man's expression remained cold, evidently furious about Chen Nian's disruption of the banquet. Yet he had not anticipated that even Yuan Meng could not subdue him. Had he delayed his response, Yuan Meng would have been rendered incapacitated. Explosive Flame Phoenix. The old man's crimson magic tome flipped incessantly before him, while he maintained a posture with his palm outward and fingers spread. Chen Nian, with his right palm facing outwards, loudly intoned the incantation. Heaven's chosen. The iron-built city wall, dragon's roar, lion's howl, tiger's growl, wolf's charge. Clang, clang. The sound of a phoenix's cry resonated throughout the grand hall as a colossal fiery phoenix, stretching dozens of meters in length, suddenly materialized, hurtling towards Chen Nian with an intent to incinerate him entirely. Everything it touched was melted by the terrifying heat. Waves of scorching air assaulted Chen Nian's face, leaving him with the sensation that his eyes were on the verge of being seared dry. Before the impending collapse of space and time, he invoked the incantation of 81 severing of the path. With a decisive sweep of his right hand, he unleashed the spell. It was his inaugural use of this technique, and he was uncertain whether it would suffice. Nevertheless, the outcome proved relatively satisfactory. A massive barrier of severed space materialized abruptly, preventing the fire phoenix from crashing into him, stopping just half a meter in front of the barrier. Had he been even a moment late, he would have been consumed by the flames. Boom! The inferno within the phoenix erupted violently, spewing forth countless streams of molten lava, instantly elevating the temperature of the entire venue to unprecedented heights. Chen Nian gasped for breath, his heart racing as he fixed his gaze on the elder before him. The elder, with a menacing expression, regarded Chen Nian, slightly astonished by the arcane arts he had just witnessed, the deathly powers of the ghostly path. Many ancient ones wielded such abilities, including one he was familiar with. Alas, your error lies in opposing Ling Bai, the elder remarked coldly. You seem to have misconstrued the situation. This has always been between Su Meng and myself, and has nothing to do with your Ling Bai. No one was aware of your merger, and had it not been for Yuan Meng's meddling on Su Hao's behalf, there would have been far fewer complications, Chen Nian replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Words are futile. The Su family now represents Ling Bai, the elder declared, foregoing the gathering of magic as flames enveloped his hand, launching directly at Chen Nian's face. Chen Nian struggled to keep pace with the elder's speed, suspecting he was dealing with a formidable high-tier dragon. Bang! The technique of substitution. In an instant, Chen Nian found himself on the opposite side. Just a moment ago, he had been surveying the elder's movements. The next, he felt the world spin violently as he was sent flying, crashing to the ground. One punch, merely a single blow, had rendered Chen Nian incapacitated. Chapter 133. Have you no shame? Chen Nian attempted to push himself up with both hands, but his strength was wholly insufficient to support him. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. At that moment, Su Meng emerged from who knows where, undeterred by the fact that his right hand had been crushed by Chen Nian, and proceeded to humiliate him further. You little brat, did I give you too much face earlier? Suman is native. His right foot retracting and coiling like a spring before he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Chen Nian's right hand. Bang! The ground was indented with a deep footprint from Su Meng's strike, causing Chen Nian to grunt in pain, while internally cursing the fool for taking advantage of his vulnerability. Get up and keep shouting, will you? Ha ha ha! Su Meng reveled in his moment of triumph over the fallen Chen Nian. I warned you. Today, you shall face the remnants of the underworld. With the last remnants of his demonic energy exhausted, Chen Nian wielded the iron-shattered Fong and unleashed a devastating strike. The ominous aura of the netherworld sweeping towards Su Meng's lower body, unstoppable. This was dire. Yin Wang realized the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated that Chen Nian still possessed the strength to execute that earlier maneuver. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Nian was capable of converting other powers into demonic energy and various abilities. As the blade sliced through the air, enveloped in the terrifying aura of the celestial netherworld, the crescent-shaped strike hurtled towards Su Meng. Just a moment ago, Su Meng had been mocking Chen Nian, his eyes gleaming with derision. However, in an instant, the arrogance vanished, replaced by overwhelming confusion and dread. His lower body was cleaved in twain by the fearsome crescent, leaving Su Meng in a state of utter bewilderment. My lower body? He gazed in horror at his severed form drifting away, trembling as the sensation of his legs faded into oblivion. The right leg bore a neat, arc-shaped wound from the thigh down, while the left thigh remained with a mere fragment, a sliver of skin dangling precariously. Staring at the familiar yet distant remnants of his body, Su Meng felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. His brother's head had also been severed, leaving a crescent-shaped gash. Gazing at the purplish hue of what had once been his nose, he felt the world spin around him. Come back. In a frenzy, Su Meng reached for his half-head. He was oblivious to the fact that he was suspended in mid-air, still caught in the weightlessness of the netherworld, where a moment's inattention could lead to being drawn into its depths. Don't go. Yin Wang swiftly grasped Su Meng, ensuring he would not be pulled into the netherworld. No, get back to me. Return, you wretched creature. Su Meng could only watch as his head and what remained of his nose drifted away, the crescent of the netherworld gradually dissipating along with his small companions. Chen Nian coughed up blood in copious amounts, yet his mocking laughter persisted. His innards were ablaze, consumed by flames, a gaping wound carved into his chest. Meanwhile, Yin Wang frantically flipped through his spellbook, hands directed towards the upper half of Su Meng. Indomitable, healing flames. A fierce fire erupted beneath Su Meng. Contrary to his expectations, it was not a warm sensation, but rather an explosive blaze searing through his wounds and lower body. Ah, stop burning. I'm truly going to die. Endure it. Yin Wang's brow furrowed. The more severe the wound, the more intense the pain from the healing flames. Ordinary injuries would not invoke such torment. As the fire raged, Su Meng's lower body began to mend slowly, though it could not be restored completely. At least his life was spared. His flesh visibly regenerated, enveloping the wound. Chen Nian found amusement in the scene before him. While his own strength steadily recovered, though still gravely injured, he felt significantly better, no longer at the mercy of others. Ha ha ha! Gasping for breath, Chen Nian slowly rose, laughter escaping his lips. In a rather audacious manner, Chen Nian began to boast. Aware that the Flame King was fully occupied healing Su Meng and could not engage in battle at the moment. However, should Chen Nian dare to make a move against him, he would surely face dire consequences. Chen Nian understood that engaging him was unwise, but fleeing was certainly within his capabilities. Ah, how foolish. I'm the swift Mr. On. Old Flame, pay me no mind. Eliminate that scoundrel. At this juncture, Su Meng had nearly recovered and could not suppress his urge to confront Chen Nian's attempt to escape. Very well, the Flame King declared, launching another powerful punch toward Chen Nian. You vile creature, Chen Nian exclaimed inwardly, taken aback by the audacity of the elders who dared to bully a youth. Suddenly, a wild voice resonated through the air. Boom! The two forces collided, a fierce gust of wind toppling both Chen Nian and Su Meng. Who dares? The Flame King bellowed. It is I, your grandfather. A rather eccentric figure appeared before Chen Nian, clad in floral shorts, a beach shirt, and flip-flops. Wang Dashan, what brings you here? The Flame King immediately recognized the man, his expression darkening. What concern is it of yours where I am? Wang Dashan retorted defiantly. Thank you, elder. Chen Nian expressed his gratitude as he stood up. No need for thanks, young one. It was Meng who summoned me. Wang Dashan replied with a smile. I see. Chen Nian felt a surge of emotion, and Meng's timely intervention was indeed a stroke of fortune. Why are you out here bullying a young elephant instead of staying in your own den? Bah! Wang Dashan spat disdainfully. The Flame King's demeanor soured, and he remarked, This hardly pertains to your star association, does it? The current Ling Bai is nothing but a joke. Your Ling Bai, despite merging with over 20 useless factions, remains a worthless association. Wang Dashan shot back. My Moonlight Association could obliterate you in no time. The Flame King's face reddened at the retort. Yet he remained somewhat dismissive of Wang Dashan's claim that Moonlight could easily eradicate Ling Bai. Your Moonlight headquarters is located in another city, while Ling Bai is a long-established association in Chenghai. Attempting to annihilate Ling Bai across city lines would be akin to inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy, while suffering 800 in return. Wang Dashan was keenly aware of this reality, but reveled in his sharp tongue, not hesitating to berate the Flame King. I never anticipated Wang Dashan would appear at our Ling Bai banquet. Another voice interjected, interrupting the discourse. Chapter 134. Wang Dashan. Both Chen Nian and Wang Dashan turned towards the source of the voice. Which impertinent fool dares to call my name? Wang Dashan arched an eyebrow. You finally decided to show yourself. I cannot handle this Wang Dashan alone, the Flame King remarked without turning around, already knowing who had arrived. A middle-aged man, dressed in a suit, emerged from the back of the banquet hall. Chen Nian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Although he did not recognize the man, he exuded an air of authority. Su Zhen, you old rascal, what brings you here? Wang Dashan expressed mild surprise. Now aware of the man's identity, Chen Nian immediately understood. It was someone from Su Mang's side. Lying on the ground was my nephew. Do you think I would be here otherwise? Su Sendi Dortith. However, despite his words, he seemed not to take Su Mang's injury seriously. Uncle, please kill this trash to avenge me. Su Mang cried out in agony. Vengeance is imperative. Anyone daring to harm a member of the Su family must face death. But you must realize that you have already disappointed the family greatly. Not only I, but your father also has no intention of nurturing you any longer. From now on, you shall enjoy your days at home. Relinquish the resources of your abilities. Su Zhen spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Su Mang's face turned ashen. Yet he could only accept this grim reality, for he had already lost his lower body, making this outcome inevitable. Once the resources were relinquished, they would most certainly benefit Su Zhen's son. 2 against 1, is it? Ha ha, today I shall meet you both. Wang Dashan was exceedingly confident in his own strength. Utterly shameless. Suddenly, a samurai sword appeared in Su Zhen's hand, adorned with a floral guard. His originally refined hairstyle transformed instantaneously into a wild purple mohawk, with a small braid trailing behind. Shave, Su Zhen commanded softly. As soon as the words left his lips, he had already appeared behind Wang Dashan. As if anticipating this, Wang Dashan swiftly raised his right hand, which morphed into a demonic arm of black and red, branching out at the shoulder. Giant shield, Wang Dashan bellowed. Clang! Wang Dashan's right arm transformed yet again, expanding into a shield that directly blocked Su Zhen's blade. Not even a scratch. Take this punch, Wang Dashan exclaimed with exhilaration. Shave, whoosh. Shaving back and forth is utterly foolish. Spin around. Su Zhen dodged once more with a shave, yet Wang Dashan's speed was no less than his own. In an instant, he was upon Su Zhen. Giant strike. Wang Dashan concentrated his power into his right hand, clenching a crimson fist as the spiritual energy around him was drawn into his grasp. A terrifying force enveloped Wang Dashan, filling his right arm with a blue flame-like aura. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Wang Dashan unleashed the spiritual energy from his right hand, firing a conical beam of energy. What the hell? This is unbelievable. This punch obliterated the entire hall, and the elegance of the banquet hall was nowhere to be found. Half of it had vanished, directly connecting to the street outside. Goodness! Look, where did the hall go? How could it be blown apart? The guests outside were bewildered. Not all guests had left, nor did most wish to. With the battle raging so fiercely inside, it was impossible to simply return home. Look at those in there. It's the Strength King. ISNT he in the neighboring city? And Su Zhen. Is the Strength King fighting 2 opponents? The crowd was astonished by the powerful figures within, for this was a rare confrontation among the 3 formidable dragons, typically unseen. The reason is quite simple. If a formidable, giant-level powerhouse goes unchallenged, the destruction of a city becomes merely a matter of time. If the dragon-like strongman refrains from restraining his assault, obliterating an entire city would be astonishingly effortless. Chen Nian, are you all right? Wang Amen called out anxiously. However, Upon spotting Wang Dashin, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had just contacted Wang Dashin, yet she did not expect him to arrive so swiftly and directly enter the banquet hall without locating Wang Onming. "I'm fine," Chen Nian responded loudly. Yet the situation on the ground remained perilous. It was evidently unrealistic for Wang Dashin to take on two opponents single-handedly. One utter fool. How dare he disrupt the Lingbai banquet without any strength? Such people deserve to perish. Indeed, I was having a pleasant conversation with President Li when that soldier boy ruined everything. The onlookers pointed disdainfully at Chen Nian, igniting a wave of irritation within Xia Chu. In the banquet hall, the two assailants relentlessly attacked Wang Dashin. Su Zhan's ability, akin to the weasel from One Piece, became exceedingly formidable after reaching the Dragon Realm, showcasing an extraordinary mastery of the six styles and haki. Meanwhile, Yan Wang continually pressured Wang Dashin's positioning from afar, quickly placing Wang Dashin at a disadvantage. "Damn it, you two old bastards," Wang Dashin gasped, cursing. "Humph, Wang Dashin, you must understand that meddling in others' affairs comes at a cost." Boom. "To hell with you." Wang Dashin retaliated with a powerful strike from the giant. The entire banquet hall was nearly reduced to ruins, and Chen Nian was astonished that no military personnel intervened. However, upon reflection, it became evident that the military was indeed manipulating the recent merger of the Lingbai Association from behind the scenes. "Damn it, it seems I must escape with this boy." Wang Dashin spat out a mouthful of blood. "Wang Dashin, you think you can leave after destroying our Lingbai venue? Do you truly believe we are without defenders?" A foreign voice echoed, sending a chill down Chen Nian's spine. This was bad. If Wang Dashin struggled against two, a few more would make escape nearly impossible. Suddenly, a man and a woman appeared in the devastated banquet hall, unmistakably dragons. "Damn it, kid. You've gained quite a reputation, for dragons are here to intercept you," Wang Dashin said helplessly to Chen Nian. "Wang Dashin, you must keep him here. I can pretend you were never here, but that boy you must retain, Su Sen's Jiaotif." No matter how ineffectual Su Meng might be, he was still the son of the Su family's head. If Su Zhan's son were to be rendered useless, how could he, as the uncle, allow his enemy to escape in front of him? Morally and emotionally, he could not explain himself to his brother. "Nonsense. Try to take him from me today." Despite facing four opponents, Wang Dashin displayed no hint of intimidation. "Brother Wang, you're truly generous." Chen Nian gazed at Wang Dashin with deep gratitude. "Little brother, don't overthink it. I simply despise these cowardly bastards who rely on numbers to oppress the few." Wang Dashin's address towards Chen Nian shifted from kid to little brother. Wang Dashin is a formidable expert summoned by Wang Onming. If he fails to rescue Chen Nian, where will his pride reside? Wang Dashin places great importance on such matters, which has shaped his generous character. Surrendering is not within your purview. Su Zhan roared as he charged fiercely towards Wang Dashin. Chapter 135. Again, General Xia, the guests outside were akin to spectators at a theatrical performance. After all, battles of such caliber are rare. Moreover, those attending the banquet at the Lingbai Association were primarily individuals in good standing with Lingbai, eager to witness its triumph. Individuals like Wang Onmeng, who previously held a lukewarm relationship with the Lingbai Association, were merely present to pay their respects. "Ha ha, this fellow is surely doomed. With my second uncle and the Flame King present, along with the formidable masters of Bingsha and Shi, Su Qianbei, eliminate him. I have long harbored disdain for this brat. Why are you all like this?" Xia Chu exclaimed anxiously. She had sent a message to her uncle earlier, yet he had yet to arrive. Today, this brat's life is forfeit. Su Zhan feigned an attack on Wang Dashin, yet his true target was Chen Nian. "Second uncle, don't let him off so easily. I want him alive. I shall relish in tormenting him personally." Su Meng, half lying on the ground, did not forget to shout. "Cease your incessant barking." Chen Nian glanced at the prostrate Su Meng, speechless. "This fellow is far too vocal. I shall eventually deal with him too." Wang Dashin attempted to thwart Su Zhan's assault, but the other three were not mere onlookers. They launched their own attacks. Wang Dashin found it exceedingly difficult to evade their strikes, let alone safeguard Chen Nian. "Little brother, fend for yourself. Run as far as you can. I can barely protect myself," Wang Dashin cried out. Chen Nian, however, had no opportunity to respond and dashed forward in a swift motion. "Stubborn resistance," Su Zhan sneered. "Do you think he can withstand 3 moves? I wager he will kneel after one. Let us say 2. he still seems to possess some strength. If it ends with just one move, it would be dreadfully disappointing. A few onlookers even began to place small bets amongst themselves. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, Su Zhan wielded a katana enveloped in armed-colored domineering aura, then slashed at Chen Nian. Swoosh! Boom! In an instant, a long and deep gash appeared across Chen Nian's back. Had he endured another strike, he would have been cleaved in two. At the critical moment, Chen Nian employed a substitution technique to escape. However, due to Su Zhan's incredible speed, Chen Nian could barely react, instinctively using his technique the moment the blade approached him. Yet, in that fleeting moment of vulnerability, his back was cleaved open and his spine shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. He was no longer in a position to fight, not even close to the same level. Young man, consider yourself unfortunate. Had you died instantly, you might have escaped the fate of capture. Su Zhan chuckled, knowing that Chen Nian was now devoid of resistance, and Su Meng naturally desired him alive. Boom! A formidable presence suddenly descended upon the Lingbai banquet hall, causing all present to furrow their brows in apprehension. Quickly, Su Zhan, bellowed an elderly man with white hair. Let me see who dares. Uncle, exclaimed Xia Chu with delight. In an instant, a tall and dependable figure appeared before Chen Nian, his fists striking out in unison. The resulting force compelling Su Zhan to retreat. Do you have any idea what you are doing? The figure before Chen Nian glared at the white-haired elder, his voice thunderous. There is no need for you to question me, old man. Xia Mingtao, if your Xia family wishes to intervene, you are sorely lacking in qualifications, retorted the elder defiantly. It seems my return was not in vain. I never anticipated that such vermin still existed in Chenghai City. Members of the military, who fail to bravely fight on the battlefield, are one thing, but to neglect the protection of the people and even act as their accomplices is utterly disgraceful. As he spoke, Xiao Mingtao cast a glance at the woman beside the elder. Goodness, General Xia has arrived. Someone whispered. Who is that? The eldest son of General Xia, the strongest of the Xia family aside from the general himself, who is said to have been serving in the military. Now it appears the Xia family has entrusted family matters to his younger brother. Is he truly willing to do so? This is a man fervently devoted to his military career and still unmarried. With the arrival of Xia Mingtao, the discussions among the crowd shifted once more. As this event marked the merger of four associations, each had sent forth a dragon to the vicinity of the banquet. The simultaneous emergence of four formidable dragons was indeed terrifying. Unopposed, they could annihilate a small city in a matter of moments. Su Zhan represented the Zero Boundary Association, while Yin Wang hailed from the Spirit Stone Association, which represented the Alliance. The elder, with military ties, belonged to the crumbling Sandguard Association, yet at this moment, he stood shoulder to shoulder with a member of the Serpent Devourer Association, representing rogues, the woman. Humph, the Xia family certainly has a grandiose air about them. Your reach has grown rather excessive, has it not? Would it not be better to content yourselves with your esteemed positions within the military? The woman remarked with a light laugh. Ha ha, in the grand scheme of things, your Xia family stature is hardly noteworthy. The white-haired elder scoffed. Xiao Mingtao's brow furrowed slightly as Chen Nian began to grasp the implications of the dialogue around him. It appears the military is rife with parasites, Chen Nian murmured, though this thought flickered momentarily, as his own safety remained unresolved. Kid, what a sight you are! Ha ha! I've never seen you in such a state before. A voice rang out, instantly heightening the crowd's vigilance, yet no one approached. Chen Nian looked up to see a familiar figure, clad in a tank top, squatting before him, smoking a cigarette and observing him. Yi Jian? Chen Nian exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth? Aren't you supposed to be in Luguan? How did you end up in Shanghai? Regardless of who you are, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. The white-haired elder warned, directing his ire at Yi Jian. However, the hearts of the crowd were filled with profound shock. This individual had appeared silently, unnoticed by all, even by Xiao Mingtao, who stood not far from Chen Nian and remained oblivious to his presence. The War King? Xiao Mingtao felt a surge of excitement. He had met the War King on several occasions, for both were seasoned soldiers. Though not intimately acquainted, it appeared that the fallen youth was quite familiar with him, greatly enhancing their odds of victory. However, Chen Nian had only recently come to know the War King, primarily recognizing him as an awakened. The War King? The white-haired elder was taken aback. He had heard of this name. Gentlemen, let's not prolong this any further. although the Xia family is of little consequence. The elder began, but was abruptly interrupted by another voice. Is your family of any significance? Boom! Damn it! Who on earth is this intruder? The elder's words trailed off as he suddenly fell silent, his demeanor deflating upon recognizing the newcomer. The Grand General. He trembled. Chapter 136. To kill once more, a sizable hole had been blasted through the center of the venue, and the white-haired elder, who had just been boasting about killing the intruder, promptly wilted as the dust settled. The Grand General? Chen Nian was equally bewildered. He did not seem to recognize such a figure. Wang Anming and Xia Chu had summoned reinforcements. And although the reasons for the appearance of the night watch of his association were unclear, this sudden arrival of the Grand General was utterly perplexing. All present wore expressions of confusion. The breaking army general, Xiao Mingtao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He was one of the mightiest generals of the Red Dragon Nation, renowned as the breaking army general. Why are you here? The white-haired elder's madness began to surface, his fear escalating. Yet, once fear reached a certain threshold, it transformed into a primal instinct for survival, as the previous four had felt as if facing a formidable foe. But what did the title of Grand General signify? The power of a Grand General equated to that of an Yinglong, a being entirely beyond the realm of a Jiaolong. As Chen Nian gazed upon the imposing figure, he was suddenly filled with a profound sense of security. He speculated that perhaps it was due to his own resurrection ability, which was unparalleled on the battlefield. The capacity to restore a soldier from near death to a moderate state was already a remarkable feat. However, the ability to resurrect someone entirely elevated him to another realm altogether. This was not akin to the mere reincarnation of those with impure earth, but a genuine rebirth. With this thought, Chen Nian felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Look at me, where are those who sought to end my life? He continuously taunted, yet no one dared to move. Their thoughts of him had long since been cast aside. Their minds were now consumed with thoughts of escape, resistance, and how to survive under the might of the Grand General Yinglong. In a place unnoticed by all in the sky, a young man with a golden inverted bob was gazing intently. The dragon of breaking army has emerged. It seems I shall not have my moment to shine, he remarked with a hint of indifference. It was Pingzi Zhenzi, who had been observing Chen Nian, prepared to intervene at a critical juncture. As an awakened being, he preferred to remain discreet in the presence of those endowed with supernatural abilities. Meanwhile, Su Zhen had already distanced himself significantly, having previously lingered not far from Chen Nian. Now finding himself the furthest away, even neglecting his own nephew, whom he had carelessly left behind with Chen Nian, disregarding military discipline, flouting the law, colluding with malevolent forces, bringing disgrace upon our military. Such actions warrant execution. General Breaking Army wasted no time, articulating the crimes of the white-haired elder. Nai Luo, where are you? Did you not claim you could show us the true world? The elder shouted desperately, clearly ensnared in a dire predicament. Nai Luo, Chen Nian was taken aback. Was it possible that this group from Lingbai had also fallen prey to the Dominator Association? Such thoughts flitted through his mind, recalling how the Saiha Association had been corrupted by Nai Luo, now reduced to mere pawns of the Dominator Association. Chen Nian surmised that the situation in Lingbai was akin to that of the Saiha Association, albeit the latter had only managed to rival the likes of Shishi. Calling for help is futile, General Breaking Army declared, shaking his head. He then wielded his blade, cleaving the white-haired elder in two without a moment's hesitation, leaving no opportunity for interrogation. This was the essence of General Breaking Army, decisive in slaughter, quick to extinguish what he deemed contemptible, rather than extracting information through torture. He held steadfast to the belief that might surpass all else. Flee! The other three, witnessing this, immediately panicked and scattered in all directions. It is useless. General Breaking Army swiftly pursued Su Zhen. The onlookers were left bewildered, observing the unfolding events, from the arrival of Xia Mingtao to the sudden appearance of Yi Jinjie, culminating in the emergence of General Breaking Army, all within a span of fewer than 5 minutes. Only Wang Dashan had arrived promptly, engaging in a prolonged battle, while the others trickled in one after another. Yi Jinjie barely managed to utter a few words before General Breaking Army made his entrance, while Xia Mingtao had spoken extensively without taking action, and Yi Jian had also arrived. Why do you know so many formidable dragon warriors? No. How is it that you are acquainted with the general? At that moment, Su Meng was the most perplexed individual. Just moments before, he had been enraged due to his hand being incapacitated by Chen Nian. Then, he exacted revenge, humiliating Chen Nian thoroughly. In the next instant, he was ambushed by Chen Nian, losing the lower half of his body. Soon after, his uncle arrived, intent on avenging him, only to have a general frighten him away, leaving Su Meng to ponder whether his uncle might not outlive him. At this moment, Chen Nian felt somewhat bewildered yet exhilarated, relishing the sensation of being in the limelight. However, he did not recognize the individual surrounding him. Apart from the esteemed Yi Jinjia, he was unfamiliar with anyone else, all of whom had been brought in by others. And even the general might not have been summoned by his own accord. Fortunately, Chen Nian's injuries had healed sufficiently to allow him freedom of movement. "How did you arrive in Chenghai City, brother Yi Jian?" Chen Nian inquired, referring to Yi Jian with newfound familiarity. "I was dispatched by the higher-ups to ensure your safety. I arrived shortly after you left," Yi Jian replied, pausing briefly to exhale a puff of smoke. "Why didn't you inform me that you were on the run? You scoundrel?" Yi Jian playfully grasped Chen Nian's head, demonstrating a one-handed dribble. "Cough, cough. I had no idea the higher-ups were monitoring me so closely, and who could have predicted that attending a banquet would lead me to encounter such formidable figures?" "I'm utterly flabbergasted," Chen Nian responded, a touch of helplessness in his tone, although he felt the undeniable pressure of Yi Jian's grip. "Yet, you certainly possess considerable influence to have drawn the attention of a general," Yi Jian remarked thoughtfully. At that moment, Yi Jian, although merely a lieutenant general, had distinguished himself on the battlefield due to his exceptional contributions. Chen Nian found it surreal that someone of such high rank would be assigned to protect him. "Of course, just consider my abilities. I could even resurrect that white-haired old man lying on the ground," Chen Nian jested. "Really? You can revive him?" Xiaoming Tao, who was nearby, expressed his astonishment. Having previously served in the military and just returned to Chenghai, he was aware of a rare individual capable of resurrecting soldiers on the battlefield. However, he never anticipated that the person he was tasked to protect, based solely on his niece's words, was the legendary hero capable of reviving thousands. "Indeed," Chen Nian affirmed with a nod. "Can you bring him back? I feel a bit aggrieved and would like to eliminate him once more," Xiaoming Tao suggested. "What?" Chen Nian gazed at Xiaoming Tao in disbelief, bemused by his peculiar reasoning. The man was undeniably deceased, yet the desire for vengeance remained unabated, necessitating a personal execution. "Are you certain? He would be revived in full health?" Chen Nian queried, uncertainty lacing his voice. "Absolutely. It would also provide an opportunity to witness your abilities," Xiaoming Tao insisted. Chen Nian, recognizing Xiaoming Tao as a savior, felt compelled to comply. With a gentle flourish, the natural blade in Chen Nian's hand materialized, and he thrust it into Xiaoming Tao's chest. Perhaps due to the absence of any murderous intent, Xiaoming Tao did not evade the strike. Similar to Yi Jian's reaction previously, seasoned warriors like them could easily discern the presence of lethal intent. "This is rather intriguing. The sensation is quite peculiar," Xiaoming Tao remarked, seemingly unfazed. Though the blade was embedded within his abdomen, he felt no pain, nor was there any wound, as if the blade and his body existed on entirely different planes. Indeed, the truth prevails, for the inherent teeth reside within the realm of the underworld. Those who possess them are capable of perceiving this shadowy domain. However, while outsiders may glimpse the inherent teeth, they remain invisible to the beholder. Chen Nian approached the corpse of the white-haired elder, wielding his blade with precision, instantly slaying several small spirits in his vicinity. Astonishingly, the elder's eyes widened in shock as he gasped for breath, helplessly witnessing the spirits dragging him closer to the gates of the netherworld. Yet, Chen Nian relentlessly dispatched the malevolent beings, miraculously reassembling his own severed body without a trace of injury left behind. "Am I resurrected? Is this the work of Neriku? Did you bestow upon me the Shirkan jewel?" Chen Nian mused, his gaze fixed on the astonished elder, feeling an urge to deliver a swift kick in frustration. After all, it was he who had returned from death. Yet the elder's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Nevertheless, Chen Nian hesitated, fearing that the desperate elder might retaliate with violence. "Welcome back to life. Now perish." Xiaoming Tao unleashed a punch, creating a sonic explosion that echoed 100 times. Dark magic enveloped the blade of Yejian, who was poised to deliver another lethal strike. Boom! Dimensional slash to the other shore. The fist and shadowy blade collided in a devastating assault, leaving the unfortunate white-haired elder without even a chance to utter his name before meeting his end once more. How exhilarating! My new technique is truly formidable. Yejian laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. Previously, he had sought a worthy adversary to test this technique's might, fearing he might wield it with such ferocity that it could annihilate his opponent. However, in this instance, such trepidation had dissipated. He felt liberated in his intent to dispatch the elder as he wished. What a fierce pair of comrades! Chen Nian found himself speechless. Moments later, General Pajun returned, hauling 2 corpses in his grasp. Chen Nian immediately recognized them. One belonged to Su Jun, while the other was the fiery King S. As for the woman, she was shouldered by Wang Dashan. I never slay women. Take her back. Wang Dashan chuckled. Nariku, where are you? The elderly woman cried out. Just then, a laughter resonated through the air. How intriguing. The white-robed baboon leader suddenly materialized, leaving Chen Nian bewildered as he beheld Nariku, momentarily at a loss for words, unable to fathom that Nariku had indeed been summoned by the woman. What the hell are you doing here? Chen Nian was utterly flustered. What are you saying? The white-robed figure inquired with a grin. Suddenly, Chen Nian felt darkness envelop him, and upon regaining his sight, he found himself in an unfamiliar mansion, devoid of the elder, Yejian, and even the half-bodied Sumang. Not everyone has lost their memories, have they, Aizen? With Nariku's words came the presence of Aizen, who was seen smoothing his hair, the gel swiftly arranging his locks into place. The power of the Shurkan jewel and the complete form of the shattered jewel is truly magnificent, remarked Aizen with a smile. You must think I have forgotten who Sesomaru is, right? You believe I am unaware of Kagura's betrayal, that I would keep the white child who wishes to kill me close by, do you not? Chen Nian felt a chill in his heart. How could Nariku know everything? Previously, when he inquired with Hiyori, he learned that all the awakened had forgotten their true memories, and even Hiyori did not know she appeared in the manga. In fact, all realities concerning them had vanished without a trace. Curious, aren't you? In truth, I'm even more intrigued by how you retain your memories. For you always seem to know who I send out, and you also know who I am. Because now, aside from Aizen and myself, there is no one else who could fathom the truth of this world. Nariku mused with a grin. Why? Chen Nian asked, his face a mask of terror. What are you collecting? What am I collecting? And what is Aizen collecting? Nariku posed a trio of questions. The Shurkan jewel and the shattered jewel. Chen Nian gasped in astonishment. The combination of the Shurkan jewel and the shattered jewel could indeed grant Nariku and others the same awareness as Chen Nian. Inuyasha killed me. Do you think I would continue to serve you, following the anime's plot as you slowly eliminate me? The moment I saw you resurrect thousands on a battlefield, I knew it was time to end you. Nariku remarked coolly. Let him rest in eternal slumber. The murky emblem faintly revealed a rebellious and audacious talent. The tide surged to negate the moment of paralysis, obstructing eternal rest. The crawling iron princess, the constantly self-mutilating clay doll, combined to rebound and extend to the ground, acknowledging their own powerlessness. Destruction of the path. Number 90, Black Coffin. In an instant, a massive black coffin was unleashed, enveloping Chen Nian entirely. Damn it, this is too much. Chen Nian howled in agony, yet received no response. In a flash, Chen Nian was brutally strangled by the terrifying black coffin, his body feeling as if cleaved by a million blades. Taken care of? Nariku chuckled lightly. Indeed, such abilities within a human are exceedingly perilous. Last time, Ichigo Kurosaki inadvertently grew into a dragon, and we cannot afford to repeat that mistake, Aizen stated. The power of the shattered jewel seems to have become even easier to coalesce. As the two conversed, they remained unaware that Chen Nian's internal system was still operational. Host deceased. System test 1096 failed. Annihilate the world. Destroy the nonsense. Kill for me. Suddenly, Chen Nian opened his eyes to behold an expanse of pure darkness. And with a surge of energy, he aimed to shatter the illusion before him with a mighty punch. Silence enveloped the scene. Do you think this is an illusion? A faint mocking laughter echoed. The end.